The silent night sky above the White Devil Castle is suddenly torn apart by the oppressive descent of the Dark Goddess. She looks down on the boy with absolute contempt, coldly declaring that his failure in this mission makes her feel utterly disgusted, so he must go to hell. Stunned, cold sweat pours down his panicked face. Terrified, he clutches his chest and begs her to wait, pleading with the Dark Goddess to consider his past contributions and grant him one more chance. But she simply turns away as darkness pools around her words, declaring that lowly humans have no right to beg for chances, and his White Devil Castle will be wiped out alongside him. In a sudden flash, an invisible force tears the massive castle into floating debris. The young man drops to his knees, utterly helpless as his body is swallowed by the thick, choking darkness, plunging into a deep abyss. He bitterly recalls completing nearly 100 missions, for her only to be executed over a single failure. Furious, he looks up and screams to the heavens, asking if it is just because he is a lowly human. He refuses to accept this, laughing madly and swearing never to submit as he sinks into the dark waters. Even as his lower body dissolves, the pure rage burning within him makes him laugh like a maniac. With his last ounce of strength, he raises a defiant middle finger to the esteemed goddess, spitting out one final curse. He vows to kill that dark dog Gila, but she merely looks down, saying absolutely nothing, as she elegantly uses her heel to crush his stubborn finger into the depths. Just like that, the young man sinks into the bottomless void, awaiting his departure from this world. Then, a sudden miracle. The pocket hourglass on his chest begins to glow. It activates a temporal reversal. He suddenly gasps awake in bed. Before he can even open his eyes, his muscle memory kicks in as he flips the air and screams a curse, looking around in complete shock. He is still alive. But where? His old college dorm room. How is this possible after being executed by Hyla? Those decades of survival were far too real. He frantically clutches his collar, seeking his treasure. Wait, the hourglass. Memories rush back. This was the mysterious artifact he had acquired 20 years in the future. It was after the cosmic descent. Holding it, he remembers its unique nature. It was truly one of a kind. An indestructible relic with no visible stats, yet he always kept it close. Back then, the sand was settled at the bottom and never flowed. Now, it rests at the top. Seeking answers, he grabs his nearby phone. The sand flows backward. Time is reversing. He stares blankly at his phone screen, disbelief washing over him. The calendar display on his screen flashes the bright date. June 5th, 2032, exactly 10 days before the cosmic trial begins. He shivers, recalling the absolute horror of the apocalypse. On June 15th, the will of the universe will officially descend. Over 90% of humanity will perish in an instant, with the dead rising as mutated zombies and horrific monsters. Conventional weapons are useless. Destruction in a single night. Yet with great danger comes opportunity. Survivors will awaken their own innate abilities, alongside powerful gear and magical items, falling from the heavens to earth. These celestial rewards attract greedy gods who manipulate cosmic laws. Though forbidden from direct interference, they recruit human proxies under protection. They seek only profit under the guise of safety. He remembers his past humiliation of living on his knees. Back in his past life, Chen Bai was too weak. He paid an incredibly steep price just to serve under the goddess Gila. He risked his life on countless dangerous missions to raise his standing, only to be discarded after a single failure. Returning to the present, strange rumors are already spreading online. Is this a new rabies outbreak or a real zombie apocalypse? Patients at Jiangcheng #1 hospital are biting people. A corpse undergoing an autopsy has reportedly reanimated, going wild. Reading these posts, his eyes burn with a fierce resolve. The end is starting, and he is ready. This time, he will grow powerful enough to never rely on any god. He will stand completely on his own. He will trample those arrogant deities under his boots. Just you wait, Gila. He stands outside the hospital. Wearing a dark hoodie and a tight mask, Chen Bai stands outside the hospital, recalling an invaluable future rumor. Innate abilities actually manifest 10 days before the trial begins. If used early, they can be permanently upgraded to higher ranks. By triggering his talent before the system officially arrives, he can force its rank to skyrocket to a godlike level. Walking down the quiet hospital corridor, he calculates his path. His original talent was only E-rank virus resistance. To upgrade it, he must expose himself directly to the pathogen to force an early, highly powerful evolution. Passing by a room, he overhears a doctor complaining about bizarre symptoms they have never seen before. The nearby nurse shivers in agreement, whispering that the patient looks like some sort of terrifying creature from a nightmare, just like in the movies. Without hesitation, Chen Bai turns his gaze toward the closed wooden door. Sure enough, inside lies a patient tied tightly to the bed, eyes rolled back and blue veins bulging across his face. He calmly walks over to the bedside, pulls a syringe from his pocket, and smiles with satisfaction. It really is a zombie. Quick and decisive, he plunges the needle directly into the monster's vein to draw a sample. To trigger and train his innate virus resistance, he can only rely on this creature. Holding the syringe, filled with an eerie glowing purple liquid, Chen Bai mutters that this should be more than enough to awaken his innate power. Returning to the dorm, he glances around the completely empty room. It seems his roommates are out pulling another all-nighter at the internet cafe. He rolls up his sleeve, bringing the cold needle close to his bare skin. Suddenly breaking into a cold sweat, he warns himself that if this theory is wrong, he is as good as dead. But the burning fire of resentment flares up, and he grits his teeth. He plunges the needle in. Honestly, after struggling as a miserable weakling for decades, this was his only real shot. Now, the terrifying virus begins to spread, forcing thick, glowing purple veins to violently erupt across his entire body. Groaning in pure agony, he worries that if he awakens a trashy rank ability again, even knowing the future will be useless. He refuses to let his weakness ruin his chances this time. If he restarts only to end up as trash, he might as well die. The unbearable pain finally knocks Chen Bai unconscious onto the cold floor. In the dark abyss of his mind, a haunting specter of his past, the goddess of darkness, appears. Spreading her arms, she speaks with sneering arrogance, calling him to give up. She tells him to stop resisting and embrace the dark, claiming that a lowly human deserves nothing more than this end. This mockery instantly sparks his fury. Gritting his teeth, Chen Bai pushes himself up from the muddy swamp of deep despair. His bloodshot face is heavily distorted by bulging veins, but his eyes remain sharp as razors. He will conquer her instead. Roaring in fury, he demands to know how he could possibly fall here. Staggering to his feet, his silhouette frames the sun-drenched balcony. Just then, the door flies open. He turns around, face covered in blood and covered in dark, creeping veins. He looks exactly like an awakening demon. His roommates, fresh from the internet cafe, witness this horrifying sight and lose their minds. Shuddering in absolute terror, the three of them huddle by the entrance, while one grabs a broom for defense. He stutters out, asking what the hell is going on. Chen Bai freezes for a moment, staring at them in confusion. One of them timidly mutters his name. Suddenly, the entire room falls into a heavy, suffocating silence as everyone holds their breath. His roommates remain on guard, but look completely bewildered. Realizing the awkward situation, Chen Bai quickly forces a bright smile to calm them down, asking if they are finally back. He then casually slips past the frozen group to head to the bathroom, saying he is going to wash up. His sweaty friend can only watch him go with deep suspicion. Leaning over the sink, his heart hammers wildly in his chest. Staring into the mirror, the terrifying veins slowly fade away. His normal appearance returns. Chen Bai smirks in triumph. It worked. His theory was absolutely spot on and completely flawless. The zombie virus did not kill him, and his innate power has successfully evolved. Stroking his chin, his eyes gleam with anticipation. He wonders what rank his newly awakened power will reach. Suddenly, a blinding pillar of light shoots down from the sky, enveloping his body, as a majestic and powerful voice echoes through the air, addressing him directly. It congratulates Chen Bai on being selected as a pioneer, granting him the pioneer title and an early awakening. He looks up into the radiant light, instantly recognizing the voice of the cosmic will. He smirks with absolute satisfaction. His awakening is finally complete. He commands the system to open his title interface. The pioneer title is awarded to those who discover and train their power before the trials begin. It grants a 5% increase to all basic attributes. Experience gain is boosted by 10%, and the status board is unlocked early. He whistles in quiet admiration. A percentage stat boost is absolutely perfect. Filled with anticipation, he orders the system to open his innate talent panel. Behind him, a massive shadowy specter rises, radiating a suffocating killing intent. Bright glowing words flash before his eyes. His innate ability is the SSS-Rank virus MONARCH. The system describes it as the absolute strongest within the virus tree. It allows him to absorb, utilize, manipulate, mutate, and even create viruses. Watching the purple flames dance on his palm, he calculates his next move. Currently, his absorption range is extremely limited, and he needs a massive amount of virus to strengthen this power. Naturally, the local hospital is the absolute perfect place to gather samples. Before long, his steady footsteps halt in front of a large sign reading Jiangcheng First Hospital. But unlike his calm composure, the scene before him is pure, unadulterated chaos, as panicked citizens flee in every direction, screaming at the top of their lungs. Screams echo everywhere. "Help me run, this is pure madness." A man rushes past, screaming in absolute terror. "Zombies, the apocalypse is here." A young man smirks, whispering, "Zombies, really?" He gently touches the bronze hourglass pendant on his chest. His lips curl up. "I remember now," he thinks, as memories of his past life flood back. He once heard rumors about this. 3 bizarre events occurred in Jiangcheng before the ultimate trials descended. One of them was a sudden lockdown of a local hospital. This must be that very hospital. Ignoring a timid voice nearby asking what he is doing, Chen Bai locks onto his target. The young man charges forward with an excited grin. Looks like his timing is absolutely perfect. But suddenly, from high above, a mutated zombie with bulging muscles drops down like a bomb right toward his head, sending panicked onlookers running for their lives. But with just a single hand, Chen Bai casually slams the massive rugged beast flat onto the hard tile floor. Activating his skill, a violet glow instantly swallows the zombie. The game system chimes, notifying him of his unique sovereign ability. The Virus King skill absorbs the pathogen, obtaining zombie virus and granting 1 virus point to strengthen his powers. He smiles. This is awesome, he thinks. Looking over at the pack of zombies chasing down their prey, his eyes flash with dangerous intent. None of them are escaping today. Meanwhile, inside a bathroom on the 4th floor, a zombie is furiously clawing at the door. Inside, a male doctor and a nurse are cowering in fear. The doctor throws his entire body weight against the wood to hold it, sweat pouring down his face. He screams in desperation that they are completely finished, and the door will not hold much longer. The beast smashes the top glass window, thrusting its bloody, snarling head inside. The doctor breaks down crying that there is no escape. Terror consumes him as his mind starts to fracture, a crazed grin spreading across his face. Beside him, the terrified nurse, sobbing on the floor, she asks what they should do. She looks up utterly bewildered by Director Li's disturbing, twisted expression. What is wrong with the director? Without a single word, Lu Feng lunges forward and grabs her shoulders, showing his true colors. He tells her he pursued her for so long and she always rejected him, but since they are dying anyway, he wants some fun. The nurse snaps back in absolute disgust, demanding to know if Lu Feng has lost his mind and what trash he is spewing. Just then, a decaying purple hand punches straight through the shattered door. The creature forces its way in, turning Lu Feng pale. Cowardice completely takes over his mind as he panics desperately, repeating to himself that he simply does not want to die. In a state of pure frenzy, he ruthlessly grabs the poor nurse's arm. With a brutal, cold-hearted shove, the doctor throws her straight at the zombie to buy himself time, completely ignoring her terrified screams of agony and fear. Using her as bait, Lu Feng bolts out into the 4th floor hallway, running for his life like a maniac. He laughs hysterically, while another zombie chases him down. Realizing he is trapped on the 4th floor, he makes a wild decision. Closing his eyes, he hurls himself right through a glass window, falling straight down to the hard ground. He lands brutally, coughing up blood, but somehow survives. Yet karma is real, and he realizes he fell right next to a waiting monster. The undead creature is already waiting with its jaws wide open. Back inside the eerie, silent hospital corridor, Chen Bai stands quietly. His gaze is completely indifferent as he looks down at the defeated zombie and the unconscious nurse lying motionless nearby. Watching her body begin to convulse, he notes that she is a medical worker and was clearly just bitten by a monster. Moving quickly, he places a hand on her forehead, hoping he is in time. He commands the system to absorb the virus. Surrounded by corpses, he calculates his next move. The military will lock this place down soon. He needs a local guide. A mysterious purple energy radiates from his hand. He concentrates deeply, attempting to pull every trace of the pathogen from her body. He wants to see if he can stop her transformation entirely. To his surprise, a genuine miracle begins to unfold. The nurse's eyes snap wide open as she gasps for air. Her savior stands coolly behind her, hands in his pockets, letting out a breath. It worked. Sitting on the cold floor in her disheveled uniform, the nurse turns around and stares at him in sheer disbelief. "Thank you," she whispers timidly. Helping her up, Chen Bai calmly observes that she has managed to keep her human consciousness. She nods, fully aware of what just happened. Now he explains he needs her assistance with a small task. Clutching her badly torn uniform, she softly agrees to help, but asks if she can change her clothes first. But Chen Bai simply grabs her hand, pulling her along. No time for that, he says, take me where the virus is concentrated. Within moments, they arrive outside the laboratory door, navigating right past a lifeless body slumped on the floor. Inside, the nurse quickly explains that the laboratory holds the highest concentration of viruses in the entire hospital. Every single clinical specimen is tested here. Chen Bai glances over the equipment tables, noting that this should be plenty. Watching him systematically pour different test tubes together, the nurse anxiously asks what he is trying to do. He coldly gives the command initiate virus absorption. The moment his hand touches the glass beaker, the system instantly chimes with alerts. A flood of notifications rolls in. Ding, first time acquiring hepatitis virus, 10 virus points gained. Ding, influenza virus acquired, 0.7 virus points. Ding, first time acquiring herpes virus, 9 virus points gained. Ding, first time acquiring hip virus, 10 virus points gained. Watching his hand glow with powerful energy, he thinks with satisfaction that the absorption is done. Next is to use all of it. He will spend these points to strengthen his zombie virus. Instantly, a massive evolutionary skill tree appears before his eyes, with various options. There are choices like Blacklight, Decay, Muscle T, Virus, and Progenitor. He carefully analyzes them, looking for the one that would boost his power most. Right now, the best path is clear. The system displays the detailed information: zombie virus, evolving into the Blacklight virus. All attributes increase by 10 points, and his self-healing capability jumps by 200%. He has unlocked the core power of the evolved Blacklight virus. Devour and evolve. Chen Bai smiles with smug satisfaction. The Blacklight virus. This is a type of pathogen that heavily focuses on devouring and evolving. Just as he is celebrating, things take a turn. The nurse turns pale, pointing outside. A zombie is right at the door. A sluggish zombie limps onto the threshold, but Chen Bai remains completely calm. He tells her to just stand still and not move a muscle. In the blink of an eye, he dashes forward like a gust of wind toward the monster, leaving the stunned nurse with nothing but questions. He easily grabs the zombie by its neck. He silently evaluates that his speed is much faster now. This zombie must weigh around 70 kilograms, yet lifting it feels completely effortless. This is the perfect opportunity to test his newly acquired powers right on this walking corpse. Lifting the monster high with just one hand, dark, ominous tentacles begin to sprout, followed by dozens of violent shadow tendrils. They wrap tightly around the zombie's face, forcing its mouth wide open as it screams in pure despair. That thick, pitch-black mass quickly envelops the prey. He coldly commands, devour and evolve. Once finished, the creepy tentacles obediently slip back into his hand. He stretches and rolls his shoulders in satisfaction. This is incredible. The absorption speed is extremely fast, and his physical energy is even returning. Behind him, the nurse is trembling violently, staring at him, as if looking at a demon, completely unable to find her words. She stammers, asking what he did. Chen Bai turns dark mist, still lingering on his hand, calmly asking if something is wrong. The nurse flinches, breaking into a cold sweat and gasping for air. But she forces herself to calm down, looking at him with determination. She tells him that since he saved her, she believes he won't hurt her, and promises to keep his secret. Chen Bai nods approvingly. He steps forward and extends his hand, introducing himself as Chen Bai. Kneeling on the floor, she gently takes his hand, introducing herself as Su Xin. Suddenly, a deafening tremor echoes through the building. Su Xin looks up in terror, asking what that noise is. Chen Bai's expression turns serious. The military and police have arrived. They must have locked down the area and are clearing out the zombies. We need to leave now, he says. He grabs her hand, sprinting down the hallway toward the rooftop to make their escape. Su Xin is confused, questioning why they cannot just walk out directly since they have not turned into zombies. Leaping over the stairs as he pulls her along, he replies firmly that he has no time to be quarantined and interrogated. Suddenly, a massive ghastly white monster, with a hideous face, drops from the ceiling, blocking their path with its long, whip-like tongue. This sudden block forces Chen Bai to halt in his tracks and curse under his breath, shouting, "Damn it." Before he can even finish his sentence, the monster's claws slash forward, forcing him to quickly raise his arms to block. The gray mutated beast lunges from above, making Su Xin scream in sheer panic as she stumbles back, completely pale with fear. She stammers out, trying to ask what this thing is. Looming over them is a colossal zombie with massive bulging muscles. Its jaws are filled with hideous razor-sharp teeth. Seeing this, Chen Bai immediately pushes Su Xin behind him to protect her. He looks at the bleeding scratch on his arm and smirks. Check this out, he is actually thrilled to find a mutant here. He never expected to find a mutant here. His eyes flash with a savage hunger, wondering how his Blacklight Virus will evolve. Once he completely devours this beast, the monster growls, digging its sharp claws into the wall, before launching itself straight forward. Chen Bai reacts with lightning-fast reflexes, sliding across the floor to dodge the deadly strike. The creature's missed pounce is so powerful that it shatters the marble tiles into pieces. Seizing the moment, Chen Bai uses his momentum to deliver a crushing blow. He kicks the giant right in the face, sending it flying backward before gracefully flipping through the air to maintain distance. But the mutated zombie is quick to recover, springing back up and swinging its razor-sharp claws through the air in retaliation. Chen Bai calmly blocks with his arms, wrapping them in purple energy. Sparks fly across the corridor as the attack is stopped. Furious, the monster roars, showing off its razor-sharp fangs. Chen Bai sidesteps, grabbing a nearby zombie corpse, while quickly evaluating. It seems the creature's physical capabilities are on par with his own. Gathering his strength, he transforms his right arm into a mass of massive dark tentacles, raising it high, before delivering a devastating punch directly into the monster's chest with explosive force. The mutated zombie slams hard against the wall. Crack! Chen Bai only frowns, staring at his hands. He takes a few steps back, anchoring his feet onto the slippery floor. Balance regained. As for the monster, it collapses face first into the rubble, looking completely dead. But a second later, its bloodshot eyes flare back to life. The chest wound closes. It roars in absolute rage. Watching his own hand heal automatically, Chen Bai narrows his eyes, calculating. The previous hit barely did any damage. This will take forever. Just when things are looking incredibly grim, Su Xin takes action, breaking the glass of a nearby fire hose cabinet. Her hands shake slightly as she bravely pulls out a sharp fire axe. Summoning every bit of her strength, Su Xin hurls the axe forward, yelling Chen Bai's name. It spins beautifully through the air, heading straight toward the battlefield. Hearing her voice, Chen Bai turns around just as the beast charges from behind, and he swiftly ducks. With an elegant somersault, he easily dodges the monster's brutal, clawing swipe. And in that very split second, his reflexes kick in. His hand reaches out, catching the flying axe mid-air with effortless style. A smirk creeps onto his face. Great job. Su Xin Chen Bai mutters. No more playing around. The axe slices through the wind, cutting a flashing path. Black blood sprays everywhere, as his incredibly wild slashes tear right through the mutated zombie's massive chest. Brandishing that blood-red axe, the young man flashes the extremely arrogant smile of a true apex predator. Fighting like a war machine, he hacks and slashes. Total slaughter. Any zombie getting close is split in half. He throws a vicious kick to push back the beast, shouting for it to go to hell as he brings the axe down. The heavy impact forces the monster backward, making it drop to its knees. Seeing it still stubbornly resisting, Chen Bai smirks in sheer amusement, surprised that it can still stand after taking such a beating. His axe buries itself into the monster's stone-hard flesh with a violent shockwave, and he channels all his force into a final blow. He openly mocks the beast, warning it that today might actually be its funeral. Suddenly, the mutant zombie's its eyes flare with manic bloodshot hatred. Boom! A massive explosion rocks the entire hallway with blinding dust, spitting out a violent blast that makes Chen Bai cough up blood. From behind, Su Xin watches in absolute horror. The shattered fire axe clatters far away onto the cold floor. Clutching his bleeding, deeply punctured chest, Chen Bai doesn't feel a hint of panic. Instead, he laughs. Standing on the brink of death like this is truly brilliant. His expression is now far more terrifying than any monster, his eyes gleaming with madness. You want to tear me apart? The mutant zombie freezes, staring in utter confusion. Right then, out of the deep wounds on Chen Bai's chest, a horde of dark purple tentacles erupts like bloodthirsty serpents. They surge forward, wrapping around the massive beast. He pins it down. No escape. He coldly activates his system command. Prepare to devour and evolve. Ignoring the zombie's desperate dying shrieks, he stands atop the massive, writhing mass of tentacles as they crush their prey. He sneers, asking if it finally feels fear. With eyes flashing a deadly crimson, he whispers his final judgment. Too late. Watching this insane display from behind, Su Xin collapses to the floor, staring blankly at his overpowering back. She mutters how amazing he is. Right on cue, the system screen flashes, confirming the devour process is complete. The Stage 2 clawed zombie is dead, finally. Dusting himself off, he steps lightly back onto the floor. The system continues processing data. Blacklight Virus transformation active. Acquired the Stage 2 clawed zombie skill Bone Claws. The tentacles slowly retract back into his body. He mutters to himself about devouring and evolving further. A brilliant purple glow envelops his hands. Chen Bai proudly muses that choosing the Blacklight Virus was his best decision yet. Suddenly, the loud and heavy thuds of military combat boots echo from the far end of the hallway. A heavily armed tactical squad appears pointing their weapons right at them. "Are you survivors over there?" a cold voice demands. "Immediately raise your hands." Chen Bai simply turns around, looking completely unbothered, as if absolutely nothing even happened. Peering from behind his riot shield, the squad leader barks a harsh warning. "I will count to 3, then we fire." The cold barrels lock onto their target. 3. Target locked. 2. In a flash, Chen Bai scoops Sushin up in a bridal carry and tells her they are leaving. The captain aligns his green laser sight and screams, "Fire!" Chen Bai bolts with the girl in his arms as a hail of bullets tears the walls behind them. Sushin frantically directs him. "Turn right ahead, there is a safe exit leading straight to the rooftop." But despite his nimble dodging, a stray bullet grazes his shoulder, drawing blood. Sushin cries out in panic that he is shot, but he only tightens his grip calmly. Chen Bai kicks open the heavy iron door to the rooftop. He mutters for her to stay quiet, hold on tight, and not move an inch. Cradling the girl, he sprints across the rooftop. He asks where she lives, but Sushin is still too stunned to answer clearly. "Huh," she stammers blankly. "Rongfeng Community Bay Road, Nanbai Street." Without a second thought, he nods firmly with a quick okay. Realizing her savior's insane plan, Sushin's eyes widen in pure terror. Ignoring the dizzying drop, Chen Bai pulls her close and tightens his grip. He leaps straight off the edge of the concrete rooftop. Held fast in his strong arms, the feeling of falling suddenly changes. Plummeting through the air feels strangely safe. He flashes a confident smirk, and within seconds, they hit the pavement in a safe landing. They quickly slip into Sushin's apartment. Setting her down, he tells her the bathroom is right over there and offers to help wash and bandage her wounds, pointing out that the bullet did not stay inside, and the flesh is almost healed. But the caring nurse quickly waves her hands in refusal, insisting that she has to examine his own injuries first to feel safe. Chen Bai simply shrugs and smirks, letting out a soft all right. Soon the bright morning sun beams down onto the clean bathroom sink. His bloody shredded shirt hits the bathroom floor with a soft thud. As she inspects his broad bare back, her hands tremble. Sushin points anxiously, telling him, "There are still marks here." She blushes deeply, her eyes tracing the defined muscles of his chest. She murmurs that his skin is still damaged. Chen Bai merely scratches his head and playfully asks her, if he eats her, will he recover right away? He leans his handsome face close with a wicked grin, asking what she thinks about sacrificing herself. Teased by his words, Sushin's face burns red as she stammers back that he wouldn't actually eat her, or he would have already. Chen Bai steps closer, his deep hypnotic voice murmuring that she is wrong. The only reason he did not eat her earlier was because the timing was not right. Sushin backs away in sheer panic, but he suddenly pulls down her torn shirt. He pulls her close, whispering that the mood is perfect now. He asks if she is ready to be consumed to help him recover. Her face turns as bright red as a ripe tomato as she stammers. He softly coaxes her to wash up and make herself clean. He smirks with pure satisfaction before pressing a passionate kiss on her lips. Behind the foggy glass of the bathroom door, the shower runs hot, their shadows blending together in the thick warm steam. Meanwhile, out in the quiet living room, a phone, discarded on the cold floor, begins to vibrate violently. The screen lights up with a relentless flood of urgent WeChat messages. Xiaomu asks where he is, warning that the school beauty Song Gi is actively searching for him all over campus. And she even asks if he is dead, while his roommate urges him to go to Jiangcheng No. 1 hospital. Putting aside the romance, Chen Bai silently recalls the bizarre events that shook Jiangcheng before the global trial descended. The lockdown of the local hospital, the mysterious bombing on the outskirts, and the monster slaughterhouse. He barely knows anything about these 3 incidents, as his past life memories are far too faint. Standing in the crowded street, he realizes how little information exists about the days before the apocalypse. Almost nobody cared back then, only bringing it up as casual gossip. He rubs his temples and sighs, feeling a massive headache. This mystery is starting to weigh heavily on him. The next morning, Chen Bai holds his phone close carrying breakfast down the street. He tells Su Xin that he is heading back with breakfast, but her voice on the other end is tight with sudden panic. She warns that 2 strangers arrived, claiming Song Ziqiang wants to see him. Surprised, he listens as Su Xin peeks through the door. She cautiously watches the 2 broad bodyguards in black suits, smoking cigars, whispering that they definitely do not look like good guys. If they claim to represent Song Ziqiang, it must be a scam, since she is the queen of Jiangcheng. She nervously asks what she should do. Chen Bai calmly assures her that they are not lying, and tells her to have them wait outside. She obediently agrees, hanging up. Staring at the spam of missed messages from Song Ge, Chen Bai smiles as pieces connect. Song Ziqiang is Song Ge's mother, a classmate he once had some history with. It seems the young heiress went crying to her mom. How interesting. Since the powerful woman managed to track down Su Xin's address so quickly, she must already know something valuable. His eyes gleam with sharp calculation. It seems a face-to-face meeting with the matriarch is exactly what he needs right now. The scene shifts to a suburban cold storage. Song Ziqiang built her massive empire from nothing, becoming the wealthiest force in Jiangcheng. She rules both the legal and underground worlds. A luxury car stops, and a bodyguard respectfully opens the door, welcoming him inside. Chen Bai steps out. He recalls that once the apocalypse descended, she awakened an A-tier ability and rapidly expanded her dominance. She established her own powerful faction. Memories of this incredibly proud, formidable woman flash through his mind as he walks. She eventually conquered the entire city during a fierce 3-way faction war, fully earning her title as the Queen of Jiangcheng. In his past life, she was a legendary figure he could only look up to. But now, Chen Bai wears a cold, calculating smirk. Things are different now. If he can recruit this powerhouse to his side, his plans for the future will run much smoother. This was the quiet moment before the challenge kicked off. Ahead, the steady click of high heels echoed, signaling a grand arrival. The main attraction had arrived. His bodyguard bowed deeply to her, reporting that Chen Bai was finally here. The Queen of Jiangcheng spun around, showing off her stunning curves as she spoke softly. Chen Bai, I am so sorry. It was a hassle to make you travel, but I could not get away. In contrast, Chen Bai stayed calm. Chen Bai kept a completely blank face, demanding to know why she wanted to meet. Song Ziqiang stepped forward, brushing his lapel. She explained that she called him because her daughter ran home crying that he was out of contact at Jiangcheng First Hospital. The girl begged her to help him. Her eyes swept over him with curiosity, claiming she wanted to see the man who worried her daughter. She wanted to know what kind of secret charm he possessed to make her little girl worry so much about him. Refusing to play along, Chen Bai asked her directly what her real goal was, calling her Aunt Song. Song Ziqiang laughed softly and walked away with pride, liking his direct attitude and deciding not to beat around the bush anymore. She suggested he join her side, and if he liked her daughter, becoming her son-in-law was definitely on the table. But Chen Bai instantly turned his back and coldly refused, telling her she had no way to possess him, smiling confidently. The queen smirked, pointing out that after seeing his heroic stunt at the hospital, anyone would fall for him. Chen Bai froze his eyes, widening in shock. The hospital, cold sweat broke out as he remembered his actions clearly. He was absolutely certain he had destroyed the entire power grid and every single security camera at that facility. How did she find out, and how did she track him down so fast? Song Ziqiang smiled, warning him not to underestimate her. She walked over to the elevator, explaining that during his walk from the lobby to the monitoring room, her people were still able to track him. Then she triumphantly held up her phone to show her proof. She boasted about having an insider at the hospital. On screen was a text report and video footage. The clip showed Chen Bai ruthlessly slaughtering zombies, proving her informant had captured the entire battle. Smugly, the queen brushed her hair back and claimed her luck was outstanding, finding a familiar face among those rescued that morning. She had found a colleague of Su Xin whom Chen Bai knew well. His eyes flashed with deadly intent, Lu Feng. His mind flashed back to the night before at Su Xin's place, where he lay back and asked her a question. He asked about the guy named Lu Feng in her bathroom, and Su Xin snuggled close, crying about the assault. The bastard tried to take advantage of her, and even pushed her into the zombies. Then he tried to escape. He jumped through the window, but the monsters grabbed him and smashed his head right through the glass. After that, he stopped moving. Chen Bai recalled the bloody corpse hanging from the window frame, assuming he was dead. Su Xin rested her chin on his chest, pouting that she hated him, and Chen Bai patted her head in agreement. The mood took a deeply romantic turn as a blushing Su Xin looked up, whispering that she felt much better. She wanted to keep going, but Chen Bai just sighed. He had no idea she was a complete newbie. Her screams had been so dramatic, she cutely apologized, and he tiredly comforted her, saying it was totally fine. After all, they had plenty of time. Suddenly, she threw the blanket over them and pinned him to the bed. She was determined to satisfy her savior tonight. With the flashback ending, they returned to the cold storage facility. Standing by the freight elevator, Chen Bai asked Aunt Song if she knew where the quarantine survivors were being held. Leaning against the wall, Song Ziqiang offered a trade. She would tell him if he agreed to join her. Shoving his hands into his pockets, Chen Bai smirked and warned Aunt Song that she was severely underestimating him. She crossed her arms confidently, admitting that while her intel might not match his raw skills, she still held power. Before she could finish, Chen Bai turned on his heel and stepped directly into the elevator, cutting her off. He told her she completely misunderstood, explaining that she knew next to nothing about what he was truly capable of. He slowly turned around, as dark purple tentacles suddenly erupted from his hands in terrifying writhing shapes. With a smirk, he proudly declared that he would never work for her. Instead, she would be the one belonging to him. Stunned by the sight, Song Ziqiang gasped, asking if this was some mutation of the zombie virus. Chen Bai clenched his fist. As crackling dark energy enveloped his hand, he coldly replied she was wrong, tilting his head with a smug grin. He teased that if she agreed to become his woman, he might just explain. Song Ziqiang quickly regained her pride, smiling back as she warned Chen Bai that he was underestimating her if he thought some mere clause could work. That is not enough to conquer me, she says. Besides, you already have a young, beautiful nurse, so why are you still interested in an older woman like me? Without any hesitation, Chen Bai boldly pulls her gorgeous face closer. Who would not be moved by a beautiful woman like this? Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. At least in these final days before the apocalypse, she can do more for me than Su Xin. The apocalypse, she scoffs. Is it just because of a few zombies? But Chen Bai simply glances over, with total indifference. Zombies, he says, with absolute arrogance. They are not even worthy of being a proper warm-up. Song Ziqiang narrows her eyes with deep interest. A warm-up? You certainly know a lot. And Chen Bai confidently boasts he knows even more. Regaining her regal composure, she crosses her arms and makes an offer. Neither of us are the type to submit. Let us cooperate. My resources in exchange for your secrets. What do you say? Soon they firmly shake on it. Chen Bai chuckles. Well, it seems conquering the Queen of Jiangcheng is definitely not going to be easy. She confidently agrees, but then Song Ziqiang leans in close, whispering a playful provocation directly into his ear. I am actually looking forward to meeting a man who can conquer me, she says, so keep trying, Chen Bai. Suddenly, sharp gunfire shatters the quiet air. The female bodyguard immediately tenses up, demanding to know what is happening. Song Ziqiang frowns. Last night, Commander Huang of the Jiangcheng military base sent Captain Zhao to negotiate with her. They took over several cold storage warehouses to hold captured zombies and survivors rescued from quarantine hospitals. Hurrying outside, she worries. The gunfire is definitely theirs, but how could anything have gone wrong over there? There are only about 30 zombies locked inside that warehouse, and they can barely even move at those freezing temperatures. Plus, they stationed half a platoon there to guard the place. Chen Bai strokes his chin, analyzing the situation. They use the cold to slow the monsters down, but they do not realize extreme cold actually accelerates zombie mutations. A sudden realization hits him as he connects the clues. The cold storage facility in the outskirts, could it be? This mutant zombie must be at the very site of the suburban bombing. Feeling his battle lust ignite, he grins. Let us go check it out, he says. This is great. I wonder what kind of mutant we will find. Upon arrival, they find absolute chaos as desperate soldiers try to fight off a massive lumbering beast. Shouts echo through the air. Toss a grenade straight into its mouth. A glowing red explosive flies through the sky. It hits the mark and explodes, throwing up a massive cloud of thick dust and smoke across the entire area. The soldiers hold their breath, staring into the smoke. But the massive mutant beast suddenly charges out, completely unharmed. The monster is completely unscathed, and even more enraged. Sweating profusely, Captain Zhao barks out desperate orders to his men. Their weapons are useless against this thing. He tells everyone to pair up and split the beast's attention. They must hold the line until reinforcements arrive. Just then, Song Ziqiang steps forward with absolute authority. She tells Captain Zhao to order his men to cease fire and fall back immediately. He stares in utter disbelief. He asks what she means, and she gestures toward the massive beast. You cannot hurt that mountain of flesh anyway. Stop sending your men to a pointless death, she warns, then tells him to focus on protecting the survivors. She orders him to get her warehouse staff and the rescued hospital patients out of here as quickly as possible. Captain Zhao grits his teeth, arguing that the monster is too fast for anyone to escape without a distraction. Nearby, an employee named Lu Li collapses onto the cold ground, watching in absolute terror as death closes in. Ignoring the absolute chaos, Song Ziqiang remains perfectly calm, telling the captain to simply trust her. Someone else is going to handle the beast. Now check this out. A massive arm wrapped in dark purple tentacles shoots forward. A brutal strike lands, stopping the giant dead in its tracks. Chen Bai rolls his shoulder with a sigh. Just blocking that one hit nearly dislocated his shoulder. Since it has evolved, this far brute force is not enough. The raging mountain of flesh swings its massive arms, charging directly at him with terrifying speed. Chen Bai slides cleanly underneath, slashing wildly at the beast. Losing its balance, the massive zombie crashes down hard. The monster falls flat, exposing its weakness. Chen Bai stands firm, facing the hideous mutated heap of flesh. But the beast suddenly turns around, ignoring Chen Bai entirely, and targeting the nearby soldiers instead. Captain Zhao asks in shock if she is keeping a monster. Song Ziqiang smiles proudly at his confusion. "That is a human being," she says. "He is actually my partner." Meanwhile, Chen Bai leaps up high. He lands on a massive pile of frozen meat, arrogantly ordering the hungry beast to stop right there. Thousands of dark tentacles erupt from beneath Chen Bai's feet, pinning down the massive pile of flesh. He yells out that the beast is wasting good food. It is time for Devouring Evolution. Even with the monster's giant fist swinging right at him, he stands proudly on top of his crazy web. This writhing network of tentacles is greedily absorbing energy. The furious monster misses its strike entirely, crashing face first into the wall. The impact shatters everything nearby. He flips in midair while the system notifications keep spamming, confirming the devouring process is finally complete. He absorbed a massive amount of frozen beef, causing the Blacklight Virus to evolve and slightly boost his overall strength and endurance. He stretches with pure satisfaction. Premium beef, indeed, not only restoring his energy, but also giving him a sweet level up. Watching the creature frantically scramble for scraps of meat on the floor, Chen Bai smirks. It is clearly desperate for a quick energy recharge. The beast is practically running on empty. Without a second thought, he transforms his arm into a massive jet-black blade. He lunges forward with a roar, shouting that it is the beast's turn to die. Like black lightning, he charges at the mountain of flesh. Focusing all his raw power, he delivers a devastating blow right on top of the monster's head. But the giant creature reacts instantly. It reaches out with both hands to crush him, wearing a wicked grin. Chen Bai smiles back. This is actually the perfect moment. Right then, tens of thousands of eerie purple tentacles flood from his arm like a dark waterfall, wrapping tightly around the massive zombie. Witnessing a scene that defies all human logic, Captain Zhao turns absolutely pale. He stammers that this simply cannot be real. Chen Bai's lips curl into a cold, satisfied smirk. He softly whispers those two fateful words, Devouring Evolution. The mass of dark tentacles completely swallows the obese monster, sealing it tight inside a literal cocoon of death. Captain Zhao breaks into a cold sweat, muttering in terror that there is no way that thing is human. Honestly, who could blame him? He turns to Song Ziqiang, urgently whispering that they need to strike now. Both monsters are completely pinned down. Grabbing his radio, he screams in total panic, asking if backup has arrived because he needs to order an immediate missile strike. But before he can read off the coordinates, Song Ziqiang coldly slaps the radio right out of his hand, sending it crashing down. Captain Zhao stands there completely stunned, staring at the Queen of Jiangcheng. Her voice is calm, yet dripping with heavy authority. She tells him to pull himself together. The kid is actually helping them, and he literally just saved his life. Her sharp eyes glare at him with a clear warning. Do not do anything stupid, or things will end terribly for everyone involved. The thick smoke slowly begins to clear after the brutal clash. 10 minutes later, a whole line of dark gun barrels are raised. Heavily armed military forces have now completely surrounded the warehouse perimeter. Captain Zhao grips his radio with trembling hands. He orders everyone to load their weapons and stay on high alert. Song Ziqiang stands right next to him, arms crossed. She quietly reminds him not to forget their deal. Captain Zhao gulps hard, nodding with a serious expression. He promises that if the kid does not attack first, he will not order them to fire. Meanwhile, in the center of the battlefield, Chen Bai stands comfortably among the massive purple cocoons. The system panel in front of him lights up with rapid notifications. He has successfully acquired the mutated flesh mountain virus, earning 500 virus points and unlocking a brand new Lord-level talent. His eyes gleam with the intense excitement of a seasoned predator. Then the system delivers even more good news. By devouring a rare Phase 1 strength-type mutant, the capabilities of his Blacklight Virus have been boosted significantly. Deconstruction allows him to acquire the raw force of the Flesh Mountain, unlocking the devastating sledgehammer form. Instantly, his arm transforms. His arm morphs into a massive heavy claw. Staring at his new toy, he smiles. This is a massive upgrade. Pulling his hand back, he can feel the absolute raw power pulsing through his veins. But there is a catch. He has no target left around to test this insane strength on. However, this is not even his biggest prize today. A blood-red sphere suddenly materializes in his palm. The system identifies it as a Flesh Mountain core, an incredibly rare crafting material. If he can find a way to control this core, he could potentially grow an infinite wall of living flesh. A villainous grin creeps onto his face. He wonders if he should feed it a bit more and raise another flesh monster. That would be the perfect test dummy. Right on cue, Song Ziqiang's voice echoes from right behind him. Chen Bai quickly slips his valuable loot inside his jacket, turning around with a casual face as if nothing happened. Right then, a young woman steps forward to make an introduction, presenting a girl named Lu Li, who smiles warmly. Chen Bai crosses his arms and smirks. He recognizes her as a famous local journalist and influencer who secretly filmed him before. He asks if she was indeed the one behind that hospital video. Lu Li looks down, feeling pretty embarrassed about it. She nervously admits to it, thanking him sincerely for saving her life twice now. But Chen Bai remains completely unfazed. He simply asks if she recorded him killing the Flesh Mountain monster. Lu Li looks away, apologizing quietly. Lu Li explains it was just an occupational habit and offers to delete the file. But Chen Bai cuts him off and tells him to keep it. Chen Bai has plans for it. Lu Li nods. Right after Captain Zhao walks over looking exceptionally grim. He demands that Chen Bai explain himself and share whatever he knows with the military, specifically for their regional commander, Commander Huang Xingqiu. Glancing at him silently, Chen Bai remains completely quiet. Inside, memories of a dark shadow from his past life begin to resurface. Commander Huang Xingqiu is a name that is impossible to forget, because during his past life, this cruel man treated weak, awakened ones like absolute trash. Those dark times flood his mind. At first they used fake patriotism, but later it was only brutal abuse. Chen Bai was once part of that desperate crowd, struggling daily and starving, without ever getting so much as a single decent meal to keep him going. Anyone who tried to escape was instantly branded a traitor and ruthlessly hunted down by the military without a second thought. His fists slowly tighten. It was this exact pursuit that eventually forced him to flee Jiangcheng during his past life. Back in the present, Chen Bai turns to his self-proclaimed boss to ask if he should actually bother explaining things. Song Ziqiang steps in to protect her partner firmly, declaring that he does not have to because he knows absolutely nothing about the situation. But the young man only lets out an arrogant smirk. Song Ziqiang quickly steps in front of him to block the soldier. She tells him to relax and let her handle this. Naturally, Captain Zhao frowns in deep annoyance at her clear interference. He warns them to remember their duties as citizens. But Song Ziqiang glares back, completely dismissing his annoying bureaucratic talk. Glaring fiercely, Song Ziqiang tells Zhao Duan to drop the bureaucratic act because a mere platoon leader has no right to speak here. She tells him to inform Huang Xingqiu that if he has an issue, he can bring his own self here to see her. Shaken, Zhao Duan breaks into a cold sweat. Fortunately, a panicked soldier rushes over to report some urgent, chaotic news. The soldier reports that the quarantine crowd is starting to cause major trouble, which immediately makes Chen Bai's eyes light up with interest. He suddenly interrupts, asking if a man named Liu Feng is among them, leaving Zhao Duan completely confused by the question. Nodding frantically, the man confirms that this exact guy is indeed the one causing the biggest scene right now. Chen Bai lets out a cold smirk and demands to meet this Liu Feng, his voice dripping with sudden murderous intent. Feeling the intense heavy pressure in the air, Zhao Duan reluctantly orders his men to bring the troublemaker over right away. Soon, Liu Feng struts over with an arrogant look, asking if Zhao Duan called him because of his influential father. He brags that his father is Liu Huinong, the deputy director of Hospital No. 1, but a heavy hand suddenly grips his shoulder. Eerie purple energy begins to seep from that firm hand, slowly crawling into the trash's skin as the system triggers the virus. Whispering like the Grim Reaper, Chen Bai leans right into his ear, and get this, he tells him someone wanted to send a message. Startled by the chilling voice, Liu Feng turns around, in a complete panic, and asks who the hell he is. The young man grins wickedly, and whispers that Su Shen told him last night she wanted him dead for what he did. He mentions her, and the zombies leaving Liu Feng, absolutely terrified, sweating, and stuttering about how she could possibly still be alive. Instantly, Chen Bai kicks him away and yells for everyone to stand back, shouting that the man is turning into a zombie. Liu Feng sprawls on the ground, furiously screaming that Chen Bai is the liar and demanding to know if he is being set up. But before he can even finish his sentence, bulging dark veins and creepy purple light spread rapidly across his entire face. He waves his hands wildly, screaming that Su Xin could never be with him, but within seconds his human mind completely vanishes. Complete mutation. Raw beastly threats roar out as the man is fully reduced to a brainless, bloodthirsty monster. Brandishing sharp claws, the mutated Liu Feng roars and lunges directly at Chen Bai with deadly intent. In response to this foolish attack, Chen Bai calmly morphs his arm into a massive dark sledgehammer, filled with raw, destructive power. He is ready to crush his enemy, and without a shred of mercy, he swings that giant arm down with lightning force. The blow crushes Liu Feng into the hard floor, leaving Captain Zhao completely speechless, while Chen Bai calmly retracts his arm. He silently notes that the power is actually stronger than he expected. Meanwhile, Captain Zhao stammers, wondering if this is some mutation. Zhao Duan wonders if the kid is some kind of superhuman. Ignoring the shock, Chen Bai turns to Song Ziqiang with a smirk. Casually walking away, Chen Bai tells her she did a decent job and promises to share some valuable information later. Song Ziqiang follows closely behind, gently telling him that he can just call her Ziqiang or Sister Song from now on. She suddenly grabs his arm, asking if he thinks she is unworthy of being partners or if others have already taken that chance. Chen Bai turns back to look at her, his dark eyes flashing with an overwhelming sense of pride and supreme arrogance. He simply tells her that it all depends on her value and performance, cracking a highly confident smile before stepping away. And oppressive. Soon, a sleek white luxury Audi flies down the streets of Jiangcheng. Inside, Song Ziqiang offers an invitation. Perfect timing, Mr. Chen, please join me for dinner at my place. However, Chen Bai just leans back with closed eyes, coldly telling her not to disturb him until they arrive. Song Ziqiang obediently nods. Sitting quietly in the back, Chen Bai begins checking his loot time for the lucky draw. He wants to see if defeating that giant meat mountain dropped any good rewards. The glowing system interface boots up, revealing his inventory. Surprisingly, there are 2 skill books. Looks like his luck is actually pretty good. Checking the first, he skims the details. Blood Frenzy, an F-grade active skill that boosts all stats by 3 points for 10 minutes. Cooldown is 1 day, during which all stats drop by 50%. He scoffs in disappointment. For him, this is completely worthless. The second is Muscle Enhancement, an E-grade passive skill that drastically increases muscle mass, doubling the growth rate of strength and stamina. He shakes his head again, realizing this one is also useless. From his past life, he remembers that anyone using this turned into a brainless meathead with severely reduced flexibility. Still, despite complaining, he carefully puts them away. They might be useless to him, but these 2 skill books are incredibly valuable in the early stages of the trial, perfect for building a faction or winning over people. Thinking about faction building, his eyes light up as he checks his system balance. Yes, it is time to start planning. He has 6 gold coins, 35 silver, and 6 copper. His reward for slaying that mountain of meat was 6 gold coins, just enough to create a chat group. The system prompts him, asking for 5 gold coins. He taps to confirm. With this chat group, he can gather pioneers and help them build a strong foundation before the trial even begins. In his past life, the factions that emerged later were incredibly complex. Securing alliances early on is absolutely critical. The system now prompts him to name the new chat group. Since it is Chat Group 001, he can choose Cancel to keep the default name. He coldly hits Cancel. A notification instantly chimes, confirming he created Chat Group 001. Suddenly, memories of his past life and current ambitions surge. This time, he will rebuild Baidi City and transform it into an unstoppable divine kingdom. And as for her, his eyes turn sharp as daggers. With a ruthless promise, she will crawl at his feet. Soon the car enters an exclusive luxury district, pulling up to Song Ziqiang's private villa. Relaxing in her lavish living room, Chen Bai sips his tea and explains that once the cosmic trial starts, 90% of humanity turns into monsters, leaving only gifted survivors. Even firearms and most electronics will become completely useless. Interlocking his fingers, he confidently looks at the Queen of Jiangcheng. That is all he can share. Surely it is enough for her to adapt and secure an advantage. But Song Ziqiang shakes her head. her sharp eyes fixing on his. It is not enough. She asks him straight up how she can join his side. Chen Bai leans back on the sofa, oozing arrogance. First, he needs ability, as he has no use for dead weight. Second, he demands absolute, unwavering loyalty, like a dog devoted to its master. Song Ziqiang looks him dead in the eye, firmly promising that loyalty is something she can deliver. Standing up to show off her stunning figure, she adds, as for ability, she is more than qualified. Nobody in Jiangcheng can match her influence, wealth, and status. Chen Bai merely scoffs, instantly pouring cold water on her pride. Post-trial rules will be entirely different. Her current power and money mean nothing except for making the idea of enslaving her feel far more satisfying. A grim memory of his past life flashes by the sight of Song Ziqiang, hung upside down on an auction block. She was the ultimate prize, the fallen queen of Jiangcheng. Taming such a proud woman, making her a personal plaything, was the ultimate fantasy before the apocalypse. Snapping back to the present, Song Ziqiang frowns, quickly catching his drift. She asks what the real difference is between serving him and being a toy for others. Chen Bai looks down on her, his presence utterly dominating as he replies. Under him, she gets a grand stage to unleash her power without her master ever holding her back out of fear. He will always be stronger, always standing above her. Those words shatter the proud queen's final defenses. Song Ziqiang bites her lip, sensing that any further hesitation will cost her a lifetime opportunity. Without a second thought, the most powerful woman in Jiangcheng drops to one knee, bowing her head in absolute submission. She vows to serve him as her master. Chen Bai smiles, thoroughly enjoying the sweet taste of conquest. Her high status makes her absolute submission incredibly satisfying. This is turning out to be quite fun. Chen Bai leans down and uses his finger to lift her chin, his tone playfully teasing. Let me see your legendary charm for myself. Besides, there are a few tasks for you to handle that require your attention. Meanwhile, in another room, reporter Lu Li and Song Zixiang's cold assistant Leng Shuang are waiting patiently. Leng Shuang checks her phone. Having received instructions from her boss, she tells Lu Li to send over Chen Bai's footage. She needs to send it over right away, then head home. She has been through far too much lately and desperately needs some rest. After that, they need to pin Chen Bai's post to the front page of every major forum. His post is titled, "To the Pioneers," under the username Chen Bai. Having received her orders, Leng Shuang approaches Lu Li. She tells her that Director Song wants the video of Chen Bai sent over, and then she will take her home to rest. Lu Li is stunned, asking if she can't help out anymore. Leng Shuang gently shakes her head, stating that Director Song was clear. She has been through way too much over the last couple of days and just needs to relax. Lu Li looks down at her phone. She smiles with relief. She admits to Miss Leng that despite almost dying to zombies today, she feels surprisingly calm. The initial terror is fading. Lu Li looks up at the massive retreating figure of the mutated monster with a sigh of relief. She wonders if she has simply accepted the threat of death or if Chen Bai's presence is keeping her safe. His sheer power makes her feel incredibly secure. But wait, this quiet moment is about to be completely interrupted. A call from her daughter. Chen Bai looks highly amused. He raises an eyebrow, casually picking it up. So Songye is calling her mother. A bright, youthful voice comes through. She is walking down the street, calling to ask why Leng Shuang told her to head back home so urgently. Chen Bai smirks, answering the call with a playful tone to let her know it is him on the line. She freezes in shock, demanding to know why he has her mother's phone. He just smirks unbothered. He claims her mother is too busy eating and working to talk. He tells her to just head home first. It is highly important. Songa grits her teeth in absolute frustration, warning him to wait right there. She snaps at him for ignoring all her text messages. But before she can finish her rant, the line goes completely dead. She stares at the black screen, absolutely furious that he hung up on her. Her face turns bright red with anger. Songa mutters a promise to herself, swearing that she will make him kneel at her feet sooner or later. Back inside the luxurious villa, the proud Empress Song Ziqiang is now kneeling obediently on the floor before him. As he pats her head, she begs him to protect her daughter. But Chen Bai remains completely indifferent to the plea. He says she is weak and spoiled by her mother's pampering. Then he leans down with a slight grin. He offers her a sliver of hope, promising that if she serves him well, her daughter might survive the coming trials. Hearing this, the powerful woman flushes red, filled with deep gratitude and absolute submission to her new master. She whispers her thanks. Later, the scene shifts to a desolate suburban warehouse, standing tall. Inside a car parked nearby, Song-ge looks highly skeptical as she continues to question her mother about Chen Bai. She asks if her mother is being tricked, wondering how she could possibly believe in such ridiculous, absurd nonsense. Song Ziqiang instantly regains her cold composure, warning her daughter that this was exactly why she forbade her from seeing him. She orders her to stay quiet and just watch once they get out. Song-ge nods in defeat. Approaching the rundown warehouse, Lang Shuang gives her report, explaining that she investigated every rumored monster sighting across the city. After checking every rumored zombie hotspot in the entire city, she reveals that this was the only place with real activity. The cold assistant adds that the location used to be an underground casino, but now, everyone inside has turned. There are about 160 zombies inside, with no sign of any mutated giants like the previous Meat Mountain. Chen Bai frowns as he listens, his sharp mind immediately beginning to piece all of these strange clues together. A zombie slaughterhouse seems highly unlikely. The hospital was infested because the massive Meat Mountain was incredibly difficult to kill. Since this place is completely isolated, any crazy incident happening here would easily go unnoticed without anyone spreading rumors. He turns to Lang Shuang, narrowing his eyes to confirm a highly suspicious detail about her recent search. She only found zombies here despite all the rumors. Lang Shuang nods, and Chen Bai crosses his arms thoughtfully. He delivers a chilling deduction, proposing that someone out there is actively collecting these monsters for a hidden slaughterhouse. The military only dares to keep a few dozen locked up, yet this mysterious player is trying to hoard them all. Unlike his incredibly tense allies, Chen Bai smirked. Pure excitement. Is he some brave thrill-seeking daredevil, curious explorer, or a pioneer holding secret information? Well, this is getting highly interesting. Without wasting another single second, Chen Bai gestured sharply. Open up. The bodyguards instantly obeyed, using all their strength to open the heavy doors. They heaved open the massive iron doors of the warehouse. A crack appeared. Instantly, a bloodthirsty zombie horde, with glowing red eyes, came rushing out like a broken dam, ready to tear anyone to pieces. Yet facing dozens of frenzied monsters charging right at him, Chen Bai stood solid. Unshakable, he stood like a massive, unmoving mountain. With a simple, casual wave of his hand, a burst of purple energy exploded, sweeping the frontline monsters and blasting them back. The girls covered their mouths in absolute terror. Walking past the blood, Chen Bai reached out, his glowing hand grabbed a zombie's skull and coldly activated his virus absorption skill. It did not take long before he stood proudly atop a mountain of piled-up corpses. Then the system notification flashed on screen. Congratulations, you earned the Zombie Hunter title for slaying over 300 zombies. Another alert popped up right after. Chen Bai's massive slaughter. The E-Rank Zombie Slayer title adds +5 to all attributes, boosting zombie damage by 5%. Zombies. Standing on the mountain of bodies, Chen Bai silently read the next alerts. 500 zombie virus samples collected. These points can be exchanged for the zombie virus serum recipe under the talent tree. The zombie virus. He smirked, muttering to himself. A serum recipe. Without a single moment of hesitation, he tapped accept immediately. At 300 points, this was priceless. Even powerful awakened ones can struggle with the deadly zombie virus. After all, not everyone had his unique virus immunity, talent, and supreme physical strength. Collecting the remaining loot, Chen Bai turned back toward the iron door and yelled, commanding Song Ziqiang to bring everyone inside. Does everyone remember his warnings before setting out? The timid women slowly stepped into the bloody, gruesome lair as Song Ziqiang led the way, carrying a baseball bat and obediently replying, yes. She gripped the weapon, repeating the rule to the rest of the group. Fighting zombies with melee weapons significantly lowers the risk of turning when the actual crisis hits. And if they can manage to kill a zombie without getting scratched, they are guaranteed to never mutate. Chen Bai dragged over a growling, shirtless zombie to use as a live training tool, tilting his chin up to challenge them. He wanted to see what they were made of. Who is going first? One by one, Lang Shuang's cold assistant Qinger, with her blue hair, took a step forward. The second Chen Bai released the beast, she launched forward like an arrow. Zero hesitation before the monster's hideous face. With an incredibly clean, skilled maneuver, she swiftly slipped behind the zombie and slammed it hard onto the floor. Without giving it any time to react, she followed up with a brutal stomp straight to its neck, ending the target instantly. Chen Bai nodded in approval, highly rating his assistant's combat skills. Impressive speed, ruthless strikes, and absolute precision. Next up, Song Ziqiang gritted her teeth and powerfully swung her baseball bat, smashing another zombie square in the face. She violently rained down merciless, brutal blows on its skull. Even after the monster had collapsed onto the ground, Chen Bai stroked his chin, not quite satisfied with her performance. Her raw power was lacking. While the knockdown took one hit, she needed over 10 more to finally finish it off. In another corner, the journalist Liu Li struggled wildly against a zombie, barely managing to overpower the creature and take its life. He clicked his tongue, analyzing her performance. Her physical strength was far too weak to resist a knockdown, but thankfully, her anatomical knowledge saved her. Right then, Song Ziqiang turned around to call her shivering daughter, who was clutching a bat. "Songge, it is your turn." But before she could even strike, sheer terror of facing the zombies completely paralyzed the proud young lady. Songge dropped her bat, kneeling to grab her mother's leg and sob. She cried out that she could not do it. Chen Bai looked down on her, delivering a brutally sarcastic judgment. Pissing her pants before the fight even started was an absolute failure. Leaving the weak girl behind, he called her mother Ziqiang. She quickly and obediently stepped forward. Walking side by side out of the room, Chen Bai whispered a highly crucial task. Leng Shuang had searched everywhere for zombie rumors, but came up completely empty. This anomaly was very abnormal, so he ordered her to investigate it thoroughly. She nodded seriously. After taking a few steps, Song Ziqiang hesitated, wanting to beg for some leniency regarding her useless daughter. But Chen Bai brutally cut her off, showing no sympathy. They are all terrible, especially Songge. He has no time to slowly train them, so she must handle their training herself. Song Ziqiang grimaced, deeply worried about their previous protection deal, but he was far from finished with her. It can destroy the virus. Chen Bai suddenly pulls out a piece of paper and shoves it into her hand. "Take this," he says, leaving her utterly dazed. As she glances at the page, her eyes go wide with absolute shock. It is the formula for the zombie virus serum. The creation steps are incredibly complex. Chen Bai just shoves his hands in his pockets, casually explaining how this system item works. She can place the raw ingredients directly on the paper, and it will automatically synthesize the serum. That is the true magic of these legendary potion formulas. Song Ziqiang clutches the paper to her chest, her eyes shining with deep admiration and loyalty. She thanks him for his trust and promises to do everything she can to complete her mission and protect this secret. Having delivered the reward, Chen Bai shrugs, telling Song Ziqiang to get back to work and call someone to take him home. The powerful queen bows, deeply promising to have Qing'er escort him back. But Chen Bai just stands there casually, scrolling through his phone. His recent post must have racked up tons of views by now. He wonders if anyone has tried reaching out to him yet. Instead, he is greeted by a flood of hilarious, chaotic comments from the internet. Some welcome the great Chen Bai, while others joke about buying items to cure their 30 years of laziness. One guy asks him to solve an advanced college math problem, while another user calls him a fellow pioneer. There are self-proclaimed professional architects, masters of light, and people claiming to be reptiles. Then someone warns the Chen Bai not to leak secret evolutionary information on mere mortal social media, claiming to be the ancestor of evolution. Others laugh at his wild imagination, asking which mental hospital he escaped from, or if he should write fantasy novels. Chen Bai's eye twitches, completely speechless at how wild these commenters are. "What kind of nonsense is this?" he mutters. Suddenly, a bright red notification flashes on his screen. It is a direct message from a user named I Am Not Bait. He keeps spamming, insisting that he is a real pioneer and asking what Chen Bai actually knows. The guy begs for a reply, asking if he is being ignored. Chen Bai smiles. Looks like someone actually knows something. Not everyone online is just trolling. This is a real lead. So he quickly types out a highly professional response. He asks what kind of talent the guy has. The user eagerly replies, relieved that the big boss finally texted back. He reveals he has S-rank mind control, then panics, wondering if he should have kept that a secret. Chen Bai reassures him. He promises to keep it quiet, advising the guy to use the Pioneer Panel's communication feature to find their chat room. Just search for Group 001 where basic info is waiting. A second later, a system notification pops up. Han Xiao has joined the group. Chen Bai squints at the screen, softly repeating the name with a knowing smile. Han Xiao immediately starts spamming the chat, totally amazed that it is real, before asking if he can invite someone else. Apparently a user named Tui Shuyen was trying to get in touch after being ignored by the Chen Bai himself. He asked what Han Xiao knew, got no useful answers, and left. Hearing this, Chen Bai's expression instantly shifts. Tui Shuyen. A pioneer. It has to be him. Immediately, the image of a legendary Emperor-tier powerhouse flashes in his mind. A majestic figure with silver hair, known as a true titan of their world. Chen Bai quickly types back. He tells Han Xiao to invite any other pioneers he finds. It is time to bring them all together. Instantly, a red notification flashes. He is in. The legendary Tu Shuyan has officially joined the chat. The scene shifts to a dark alleyway at 7:30 p.m. Song Ziqiang calls Lu Li to check on her investigation. Lu Li looks around warily, whispering into her phone that the local lord is behind the zombie collection. They are storing all of their captured zombies at a massive shipping container yard near the main harbor. Sweat drips down Lu Li's forehead as anxiety grips her. She explains she sent contacts to dig deeper, but they still have not returned yet. Before she can finish her sentence, a freezing, brutal voice cuts her off. The voice tells her there is no need to wait. A heavy, sickening thud echoes as a nearby door flies open. The blood-soaked body of her informant is thrown right at her feet, sending a wave of pure terror through her. A menacing figure steps out laughing coldly as he looks down at the dying man groaning on the ground. Lu Li goes pale with absolute despair. She is caught. Meanwhile, back at the sunny luxury villa, Chen Bai is relaxing and browsing his messages. A new group member, named Lu Huai, suddenly pings him. He says he learned a lot from the guide, but still has a question about his specific talent. He asks Chen Bai to take a look and Chen Bai simply tells him to send the details over. But the moment Chen Bai looks at the stats, he leaps up from his chair in absolute shock. It is double S tier, clearly displayed by the system as a yin wood body. This ultimate wood element represents endless life force. For possessed souls, this is a land of eternal life. Activating the wood body costs 1 spirit point, while activating the yin soul costs 1 constitution point. He quickly replies to offer advice. The cost of activating this skill is pretty high, considering normal people start with only 3 to 5 points. Lu Huai replies that he is still hesitating because of that. Chen Bai begins to analyze the situation, telling him that if his spirit is not below 3, he should use spirit to activate the wood body. The reason is simple. Constitution is the absolute foundation. He shouldn't turn himself into a fragile glass cannon. The other guy is thrilled, replying that he has 5 spirit points and thanking the Chen Bai. As their chat ends, the frantic clicking of high heels echoes down the hallway, suddenly shattering the quiet atmosphere. Song Ziqiang rushes in completely out of breath. Chen Bai frowns, seeing the usually calm queen looking so panicked. What on earth happened? She gasps for air, reporting in sheer panic that Lu Li tracked the gathered zombies to a container yard. But Lu Li was captured, and now the enemy is demanding that Song Ziqiang show up in person to negotiate. Chen Bai's eyes darken as killing intent flares up. He asks if they reached out directly, then demands she stand up. He asks a chilling question, did Lu Li sell her out? Song Ziqiang turns pale, desperately defending her loyalty. She insists she raised Lu Li herself, and knows she would never betray them. Besides, the girl was only coordinating from behind the scenes. The leak must have come from the scouts she sent out instead. After weighing the facts, Chen Bai makes his move. He decides to go rescue her himself. Song Ziqiang falls to her knees in tears, deeply grateful to her master. Over at the container yard, a massive warehouse holds an incredibly lavish yet totally out-of-place banquet table. Lu Li is tied tightly to a chair. The arrogant boss, Xing Meng, approaches with a glass of red wine in hand. He mocks her for being clueless about her situation, claiming he only spared her so far out of respect for Song Ziqiang. If she comes and submits, Lu Li will live as his subordinate. But if she refuses, well, things will get ugly. He grins wickedly, showing his true monstrous nature, threatening to turn both of them into his personal playthings. Lu Li can only glare at him in disgust. Xing Meng steps closer, teasingly pressing the wine glass right against her face. He mockingly offers her another toast, telling her not to spit it out this time. Suddenly, a heavy crunch echoes. A boot steps right onto the shattered glass. Along with it comes the scraping sound of someone elegantly cutting a steak. A voice remarks that forcing a drink never tastes good. Right at the tyrant's table, Chen Bai has somehow appeared. He sits there casually, slicing beef, criticizing their lack of class. After all, what if someone just doesn't like wine? Xing Meng's eyes widen in sheer shock as cold sweat breaks out. His brain completely freezes up for a second. When the hell did this guy get in here? Ignoring his enemy's panic, Chen Bai casually stands up from the table. He offers a piece of steak to a blushing, stunned Lu Li, asking if she is hungry and recommending the taste. Xing Meng stumbles back in fear, staring warily at this uninvited guest as he stammers out a question. Chen Bai ignores him using his fork to gently slice the ropes off Lu Li while giving her a warm smile. He softly tells her he is there to take her home. Xingmeng trembles backed into a corner by this shocking intrusion. He demands to know if Song Ziqiang sent him, realizing Chen Bai must be an incredibly powerful awakened player. As the ropes fall to the ground, Chen Bai gestures for Lu Li to make her exit immediately. He tells her that Song Ziqiang is waiting in a car outside. Delighted, Lu Li quickly nods and runs. Once she is safe, Xingmeng recovers his composure and smirks, realizing Song Ziqiang is already under Chen Bai's control. Chen Bai simply slips his hands into his pockets, his sharp eyes flashing with an absolutely cold, confident glare. He admits it. The villain takes a step forward, his eyes gleaming with greedy interest at this interesting turn of events. He sizes up Chen Bai, already plotting cooperation. The Queen of Jiang City would never have surrendered so easily. He pours more wine, offering a strategic proposal, assuming Chen Bai must have some incredible tricks up his sleeve. He suggests they team up. Out of the 3 major factions in the city, he has already claimed one. Qingmeng conquered the Lord, and Chen Bai took the Queen, which means only the commander is left standing. He raises his glass like an emperor, offering Chen Bai a spot as his right-hand man to rule the city. He asks him to drink to their new alliance, but Chen Bai just keeps a calm smile and flatly refuses. Xingmeng freezes, absolute rage taking over as he smashes his expensive wine glass onto the hard floor. He growls with absolute malice, warning Chen Bai not to get cocky, because he possesses a powerful S-tier talent. Or maybe you prefer doing this the hard way, just like that poor girl. Chen Bai calmly exposes his crimes. I took a walk around before coming here. You monsters do not just collect zombies, you use living people to create them. To possess such incredible power, only to waste it on sick, useless torture. Honestly, you are far better off dead. It is just pathetic. He looks up his cold glare, dragging the beast down into the dirt. Besides, you do not even have the right to challenge me. My talent is triple S grade. Xingmeng bursts into a maniacal laugh, his right arm suddenly morphing into a brutal weapon. It is a razor-sharp metallic claw, glowing with toxic green light. My talent is called Slaughter Process. It permanently steals a portion of my victim's stats and has infinite growth, the maniac boasts as he raises his claw. This ultimate combat skill is only S grade. And you think you are triple S grade? Do you expect to become a god right now? Chen Bai simply stares back calmly, analyzing his opponent's power, as if he is reading a basic textbook. Close enough, but I am not sharing details. So it is a pure combat talent with unlimited growth. Truly fascinating. And that claw of yours is definitely a piece of equipment. Exposed and humiliated, Xingmeng lets out a wild roar. He lunges forward like a rabid beast. You arrogant brat, I hope killing you boosts my stats by a lot. Do not dare disappoint me. Their first collision unleashes a blinding shockwave, shaking the entire warehouse to its core. From the heart of the explosion, Chen Bai takes a step back. Instantly, his right arm mutates into a massive purple claw. Xingmeng rips off his shirt in a frenzy, his massive muscles bulging as absolute red fury consumes his eyes. So, you have a transformation talent. How interesting. But that little bit of pathetic power is not going to save you. Chen Bai narrows his eyes. A predator's raw instinct warns him that something is off. There is an active skill at play. He definitely did not explain all his cards. I do not know what this skill does yet, so I must stay careful. Xingmeng channels everything into his monstrous arm, wrapping it in blue fire, and lunges downward with a devastating punch. Die, he screams. Facing the fatal strike, Chen Bai does not even flinch, bracing his glowing purple arm for impact. His veins bulge under his purple skin. 2 absolute behemoths collide, releasing a massive shockwave that tears the concrete apart. The sheer impact blasts Xingmeng backward. But Chen Bai instantly counters, swinging his demonic claw with deadly speed. Purple light slices through the air. Xingmeng barely lands, skidding back frantically to dodge the relentless follow-up attack. Neither side is willing to back down. They roar in unison, charging once more with fists blazing in power. Destructive force clashes at point-blank range, generating bright sparks that promise an absolute fight to the death. Xingmeng pants heavily, sweat dripping down his face, yet he still forces a smug, mocking grin. Are you doing all right, kid? I do not think you have much strength left in you. He unleashes his energy, frantically slashing with his glowing blue claws. But Chen Bai effortlessly blocks every single strike. Defending with ease, Chen Bai lets out a subtle smirk, his dark eyes flashing with a sinister light. I already used my talent. You just did not notice it. Feeling humiliated, Xingmeng roars in fury. "Stop talking nonsense," the beast screams, slashing his claws wildly to tear his opponent to bloody pieces. Faced with the storm of attacks, Chen Bai's eyes widen, releasing a wave of sharp killing intent like an invisible blade. Xingmeng's destructive fist slams down, completely shattering the concrete, but his target has already vanished into thin air. The killer grins triumphantly, thinking to himself that his opponent's strength and agility are actually lower than his. He is just putting on a show. Channeling all his power into his glowing arm, he prepares for the final strike. "Your cheap, petty tricks are absolutely nothing before my pure strength." But mid-air, the monster suddenly freezes in place. He coughs up blood, staring in utter shock as his own body refuses to obey. What is happening? At that exact moment, a massive flood of crimson system warnings flashes directly in front of his eyes. Deadly viruses like the flu and encephalitis B have completely shattered his physical immunity, constantly draining all his stats. The nightmare is far from over. Another massive system screen pops up, delivering a fatal blow to his mind. He has been hit with severe system debuffs, extreme light sensitivity, abnormal temperature, and slowed cognitive functions. What the hell is going on? Xingmeng panics completely. Across the room, Chen Bai retracts his claws. "Your raw stats must be pretty high. It actually took a while for my viruses to finally kick in. How does it feel carrying so many diseases at once?" Realizing he fell into a deadly trap, Xingmeng is furious. "You sneaky bastard," he rages. But Chen Bai is already moving, unleashing dark purple tentacles for the final strike, outbinding the assassin's muscular body. Sneaking around, Chen Bai told him he was different. Too bad, he did not believe it. Dozens of his tentacles stretch out to swallow the assassin whole. Chen Bai smiles, enjoying this sweet moment of harvest. He will to absorb him and claim the power later, hoping he won't disappoint him. The assassin vanishes without a trace, leaving only a metal claw clattering onto the floor. Right then the system chimes, announcing that he has absorbed an evolver. The Blacklight Virus has completed its initial awakening, granting a massive stat boost that permanently fuses with the core stats of the Virus King himself. More good news follows as the system alerts him that Blacklight's Devour ability has evolved. He can now view a portion of the target's memories, with a small chance to inherit any of their mastered skills. Chen Bai raises his hand to feel the raw power surging through his veins, his eyes glowing. The stat bonuses from the Blacklight Virus have shifted from temporary active buffs to permanent additions to his base stats. Talk about an absolute massive steal. Time to check the exact numbers. Previously, it boosted strength by 30%, spirit by 20%, and recovery by 100%. The detailed panel pops up clearly. The Blacklight Virus grants plus 50 strength, plus 50 agility, plus 50 constitution, plus 40 spirit, and a 200% boost to health recovery. Chen Bai nods, deeply satisfied with his insane growth. Every single stat got a 20-point bump, and best of all, they are now directly fused into his base attributes. He bends down to retrieve the sharp claw from the ground, silently assessing the dark, quiet world around him. It seems the playing around phase is officially over. Ordinary humans with stats under 5 are just too fragile now. Pulling up the loot interface, he is genuinely surprised by the massive haul left behind by that unfortunate assassin. Blueprints, gear, and rare consumables. The guy was incredibly lucky. He must have taken down a mutant zombie recently. Otherwise, there is no way his stats and gear could have ever surpassed Chen Bai's. He eyes the glowing purple blueprint. It is actually a rare C-rank crafting blueprint. This assassin's hidden luck stat must have been absolutely through the roof. Chen Bai smiles triumphantly, casually swiping the screen away. Too bad for him, because all of this belongs to Chen Bai now. Silence blankets the shipping container yard as night falls, marking the end of a very swift and bloody purge. As Chen Bai walks away into the dark, memories of his rapid rise and consecutive victories flash across his mind. His core talent has evolved all the way from E rank to an absolute SSS rank, bringing him massive, well-deserved system rewards. In the distance, a sleek luxury car sits waiting. Song Zicheng and Lu Li stand respectfully to welcome him. Along the way, Chen Bai has also successfully recruited Song Zicheng, the future powerhouse lord of Jiangcheng, to his side. Lu Li quickly slides the door open the moment she spots him. The future queen of Jiangcheng bows deeply in respect. "Welcome, master, please get in." Chen Bai looks out over the quiet city, his mind set. With his current strength, hunting random low-level beasts before the actual global disaster strikes is simply a waste of his precious time. In these final pre-apocalypse days, it is better to focus on building his base and planning for what comes next. Darkness wraps around Song Ziqiang's luxurious hilltop villa, a place destined to soon become an absolute fortress of power. Standing by the massive windows, Chen Bai gazes down at the glittering city lights. The final challenge is almost here. Suddenly, a soft knock breaks his train of thought. Without turning around, he calmly tells them to come in. The door swings open, revealing his gorgeous and powerful allies. Song Ziqiang steps inside, followed by Lu Li and Qing'er. Song Ziqiang respectfully reports that they have successfully finished preparing every single thing he asked of them in record time. Lu Li confidently lays out the local survey results, mapping the terrain and population density surrounding this hilltop villa. Once the end times hit, they will easily clear the zone, secure complete control, and gain an early absolute advantage. Lu Li then presents a thick stack of documents, confirming that the massive supply procurement is fully complete. She has compiled the entire inventory list for him. Song Ziqiang then summarizes the final state of their massive preparations, checking off the list one last time. Since time is running short, she asks if there is anything else he needs. Chen Bai turns around, holding his phone. He tells them they did an excellent job and to leave the files on the desk. With only 10 minutes remaining before the apocalypse officially begins, he warns them not to get complacent about their early advantages. This upcoming trial will bring unimaginable dangers far beyond their rare talents. They must keep their cool at all costs, because he does not want anyone in this group dying in the next 10 minutes. Right after Chen Bai sends the warning, the group chat immediately lights up with instant replies, thanking their leader. Elsewhere, a young woman with vibrant green hair smiles at her phone, noting there are only 9 minutes left. Meanwhile, inside a dimly lit local gym, a bulky guy, a muscular guy, lifting weights grunts in anticipation. With only 8 minutes left, he can hardly contain his excitement. Meanwhile, a hacker sits perched on a rooftop muttering 7 minutes left, stay calm, brother. In a cozy room, a little girl with pink pigtails hugs her stuffed animal and texts, 6 minutes left, boss, I am so scared. In the group chat, messages pop up constantly. Lord of Lightning says only 5 minutes left, do not worry, girl, we are all here. Crow chimes in, 4 minutes left. I am absolutely ready for this. Back at the villa, Chen Bai looks around his luxurious room and glances out the window, muttering for everyone to bring it on. With 10 seconds to go, 3 women step forward to look down at the bustling city. Soon this peaceful view will be gone. The quiet view is about to become ancient history. The system clock ticks down mercilessly. 7 seconds left, and the world is nearing its end. Only 5 seconds remain. Sister Qing'er, I am scared. Qing'er hugs the little girl tightly, whispering for her not to be afraid. Nearby, Lu Li nervously clutches a stack of documents as the clock ticks on. 3 seconds. The 3 women hold their breath, counting down each agonizing moment. 2 seconds left, and the fateful moment arrives. The clock strikes 0. Then, the system's chilling notification rings out like a death knell. The apocalypse of the blue planet has officially begun. The sky suddenly turns blood red, bleeding across the horizon. From deep fractures in space, hordes of zombies and hideous monsters pour out, tearing apart everything in their path. Terrifying screams of agony echo through the streets. The survivors are forced to become evolvers. These chosen ones will possess innate talents and can level up by accumulating experience. On the screen, a massive demonic bat and a grotesque goblin rip a human to pieces. Other monstrous races spawn from the trial, thrusting themselves into this brutal race for survival. A colossal passenger plane is suddenly pierced mid-air by a pure white bone dragon. This is your arena. A giant commercial airplane is suddenly impaled mid-air by a massive bone-white dragon. It serves as a brutal testing ground. The blue planet will now play host to countless secret zones and rifts, offering danger or opportunity. The choice is entirely yours. Chen Bai stands with his arms crossed, watching the plane crash through the window, telling them to survive and evolve. Amidst the sudden chaos, the small hourglass hanging around his neck begins to glow with a brilliant light. The system interface flashes, stating that the hourglass of time has been recognized and soul binding is now underway. Sensing something unusual, he quickly turns to usher the 3 women out. No one can ever find out about the hourglass. He snaps, telling them to get out immediately. His face darkens with urgency as he tries to push them out, but before he can even finish his sentence, the space around them suddenly plunges into a terrifying, absolute silence. Song Ziqiang. Lu Li and Lu Li stand completely frozen like statues. With their shocked expressions locked in place, Chen Bai spins around. to look out the window. He is stunned to see the giant falling plane, suspended completely motionless, in midair. As the massive aircraft hangs frozen, a cold shiver runs down his spine. Chen Bai wonders if time itself has stopped. He looks down to find the hourglass drifting lazily within a strange mystical space filled with swirling glowing lights. From Chen Bai's chest, brilliant purple beams of light erupt, enveloping his entire body in a mysterious binding ritual. The system interface materializes, showing invaluable information as the hourglass of time successfully binds to his soul. Skill One-Time Rewind is activated. It allows him to return to any point in the past, erasing the current timeline. The cooldown is 72 years, 6 months, and 7 days. Chen Bai skims the information, his pupils dilating, as he realizes his reincarnation was likely thanks to this artifact. However, another skill listed below truly blows his mind. It is called Save and Load Status. The detailed description is clear, showing that the save function records his current state of mind, body, and skills, with absolutely zero cooldown. The load function then restores this exact save state. Loading restores the saved state without affecting his items or memories, though it does require a soul-bound connection. The cooldown is only 1 hour, and it requires a soul bind. Chen Bai bursts into wild, ecstatic laughter at this insanely powerful, life-saving skill. A mere 1 hour cooldown is simply ridiculous. Suddenly, the frozen world thaws, and time begins to flow once more. Song Ziqiang blinks in confusion and steps forward, asking if he had just called out to them, or if she was mistaken. After carefully hiding the massive secret of the hourglass, Chen Bai turns his attention back to his subordinates. He tells them they did not hear wrong, ordering them to secure the villa and confirm everyone's safety as soon as possible. With his arms crossed, his voice is dead serious. Nighttime is extremely dangerous, so put everything on high alert. We will clear out the villa grounds at first light. Lu Li Song Zixiang and Qing quickly bow and step back. By the next morning, the entire city has become a ruined wasteland, with thick black smoke billowing into the sky. In the main hall of Song Ziqiang's villa, a bloody battle has just ended. Zombie corpses lie scattered across the stairs. Chen Bai and Song Ziqiang stand above, coldly overlooking the chaos. Looking down at the carnage, Song Ziqiang prepares to unleash her. She upgrades her S-Rank ability in style. The system displays info. Her S-Rank Purple Eye of Amidas can transform any object into amethyst for offense or defense. Her power scales with her mental energy, and she has got another killer skill, Crystal Clairvoyance. It lets her analyze target attributes, with the actual details varying depending on the mental gap. Song Ziqiang shifts her gaze. Target locked. A snarling male zombie is rushing straight at her position. Stats for basic zombies: Agility 5, Constitution 4, Spirit 0. The system advice for this adult male zombie: scratches and bites cause instant infection. Weakness: the head. With a casual wave of her hand, sharp, purple beams slice the unlucky monster in half. Horde wiped. Meanwhile, in another dark corner of the area, bloodthirsty zombies are swarming in a pack. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashes through the gloom, rushing out and swinging a blood-soaked dagger. A-rank assassin. Her undetectable presence boosts her strength and agility by a massive margin, granting 30% extra agility in the dark and double attack speed. Meet Qing. She launches herself forward to land a lethal strike on the monster's head. Terrifying speed. She turns herself into a complete meat grinder, slicing off heads to clear a safe path. Monsters cleared. Suddenly, a panicked man comes rushing into the lobby, carrying an injured youth. Help is needed. Lu Li rushes over her palms, glowing with a soft green light. As she presses them onto the boy's bleeding wound, she orders them to administer the zombie serum immediately. Her B-rank skill is high-speed recovery. It accelerates healing and stamina, and she can actively cast it on others. Night falls. The highly tense area surrounding the villa finally settles back into a calm, quiet, and peaceful state. Chen Bai nods, smiling with satisfaction. He looks at Lu Li. Everything is progressing quite nicely, he remarks. The proud journalist reports. Yes, thanks to his advanced prep, they now control the entire territory and its human resources. No accidents whatsoever, she happily adds, leading him onto the balcony to overlook their massive and secure base. Chen Bai just turns around to leave. He casually drops a line, leaving her completely in charge of the area. Lu Li is left utterly stunned, staring blankly. The next second, Chen Bai vaults over the balcony railing, disappearing. Walking down the quiet mountain road, he assesses the situation. Early apocalypse stages are always a major pain to handle. Vehicles and guns are totally useless now. So annoying. Still, his body darts forward like a wild gust of wind. Moving this fast, he will make it in time. His mind drifts back to the very first day of this madness. He remembers a blinding emblem appearing in the sky above Jiangcheng University. On day 1, he saw it clearly. It took him a lifetime to understand its true meaning. But by then, it was already far too late. No regrets. Back in the present, his eyes burn with cold determination to claim that grand opportunity for himself. He stops outside the ruined gates of Jiangcheng University. The campus is now a complete wasteland, totally destroyed. Dozens of dead monsters litter the ground. All of them were slaughtered by a dark, purple glowing shadow aura. Chen Bai retracts his hand, looking up with a proud smile. Time to begin. The exact sign every survivor desperately desires. A glowing red speck, looking like a tiny sun, slowly descends. A sign that the avatar of a literal god has descended very close by, right up ahead. Sprinting toward the falling light, he suddenly skids to a halt. Massive legs block his path. Unexpected. Please wait a moment, a voice booms. He looks up. A burly, bearded giant stands there, smiling like a salesman. The giant notes that strong fighters are rare in these early trial days. He introduces himself as a merchant. Any interest in doing some business? After a tense moment, Chen Bai retracts his intense, heavy-killing aura. He flashes an unexpectedly friendly smile, saying it is an absolute honor to do business with the giant. But the giant waves it off. No honor needed. It is just a trade, nothing to get worked up about. Chen Bai just smiles, pouring on some smooth flattery. He has always wanted to meet him after seeing his emblem. He praises the merchant as incredibly fair, generous, and powerful, completely playing along with the theatrical greeting. While the cloaked merchant bows with dramatic old-school flair, Chen Bai secretly smiles. He knows this guy. He knows the identity of the person standing before him. The god of trade behaving with absolute politeness. Yes, this cunning goblin-like figure is none other than the legendary god of trade, Lord Li Du. Standing in the desolate ruins of Jiangcheng University, Lord Li Du pulls out a sleek green card with absolute solemnity. Too much praise, he says. Since fate has brought them together today, he has a very special deal. Here is a small meeting gift, he says proudly, sliding a gold membership card right in front of Chen Bai. It is a gold card from the Goblin Merchant Guild, offering a 12% discount. Chen Bai happily accepts, recalling his past life. Back then, this merchant was totally immune to praise, so Chen Bai decides to butter him up quickly, thanking him for his extreme generosity. He praises the goblin as being just as kind as the rumors say. Without wasting time, Li Du waves his hand, summoning glowing holographic items. Since you want to trade, Li Du says, let me show you my wares. Suddenly, an item on display catches Chen Bai by surprise. The legendary items on display leave him breaking out in a cold sweat. Among them is the Thunderwalker-class scroll from his past life. So this is where it came from, alongside countless other rare class items. But Chen Bai has to hold back his excitement and sigh. He apologizes to Li Du, admitting that while he desperately wants to buy everything, he simply cannot afford any of it right now. Li Du chuckles softly, easily reading his customer like an open book. Of course, he says he already knows the situation. In the early stages of the trial, new evolvers rarely have any cash, but his premium goods certainly do not come cheap. He tells Chen Bai to work hard and get rich, looking forward to their future business. Hearing this, Chen Bai falls deep into thought. As Li Du turns to leave, Chen Bai quickly calls out to stop him, trying to reel the merchant back in with a proposition. He mentions that even though he is broke, he knows the gods cannot directly participate in the trials and must invest in evolvers. They do this to secure massive profits. He bets that Li Du came here specifically looking for someone worthy of his backing. Li Du spins around immediately, a mischievous yet intrigued spark flashing in his eyes. He notes that this kid seems to know a lot. He asks if Chen Bai is looking for an investment. Chen Bai confidently spreads his arms, throwing out an irresistible piece of bait. He states that Li Du possesses a legendary treasure that every single god desires, and no evolver could ever turn down. He urges Li Du to invest it in him, promising he will not regret it. In an instant, Li Du summons a luxurious armchair. He sits cross-legged, stating that any investment must yield profit, especially for a treasure that all the other gods are eyeing. He questions why Chen Bai thinks he can offer returns greater than it's worth, his eyes suddenly flashing with an eerie blue light. He coldly warns that, even if Chen Bai is a fan, he absolutely refuses to make a deal that loses him money. Skipping any further explanation, Chen Bai immediately gathers his internal energy, letting dark purple currents wrap tightly around his arm. The massive energy condenses instantly, transforming his limb into a devastating weapon, shrouded in a deep purple glow. At the same time, a colossal phantom with glowing piercing eyes rises menacingly right behind him. He proudly declares that this is his true power. Li Du drops his jaw in pure shock, slowly rubbing his hands in excitement. A triple S talent, he gasps, completely unlike anything he has ever witnessed. A sly grin spreads across the merchant's face. He calculates the massive profit standing right before him, noting how tempting this Blue Star trial zone is. But he had no plans to invest so early in the game. With that, he stands up abruptly from his chair. He firmly plants his cane on the ground, deciding to give the kid a chance that he better cherish. If Chen Bai was not so capable and free of other gods' marks, Li Du would have never agreed to this deal. Chen Bai's eyes light up with pure childlike excitement, asking if he can receive that legendary investment right now. Li Du playfully wags his finger, warning that talent alone does not guarantee the future. Some gods only had A-rank abilities initially. To earn his absolute highest tier of investment, Chen Bai must first prove his worth through raw strength and rapid growth. Right in that exact moment, a blinding system notification flashes brightly, directly in front of him. The Goblin God and Li Du have issued a triple S rank quest named the Ultimate Investment. Do you accept? Chen Bai accepts without a single second of hesitation. Li Du flips a shiny gold coin toward him with an encouraging thumbs up. Once the quest is complete, he explains Chen Bai can use the coin to summon a shadow projection of him. He tells him not to keep him waiting too long. Instantly, Chen Bai tosses the coin in the air with a confident smirk. He asks if Li Du would kindly show him the legendary treasure that all the other gods are so desperate to obtain. Li Du reaches out to catch the scroll as his entire body suddenly begins to radiate with a brilliant, blinding light. Sure thing, he says. Instantly, the system displays the item details for a rare triple S-class dual-class scroll. This special item allows the user to hold two classes simultaneously, gaining double the stat growth and skills. Chen Bai stares in absolute shock, his breath catching at this massive jackpot. Dual class, he mutters. Li Du claps his hands together. Pleased with the outcome, the goblin merchant claps his hands, declaring their transaction finished and it's time to depart. His physical form begins to dissolve into particles of blue data. Today's haul was certainly turning out to be quite impressive. Interesting. Hope you can finish the quest. As soon as Li Du disappears, Chen Bai swipes his hand to open the quest screen. To check. He carefully reads the objective, which is to find a special dungeon within the secret realm at Jiangcheng University, then defeat the creature inside, and bring a part of its body back to Li Du. The reward is up to Li Du, who really is the god of trade. Still, Chen Bai is not worried, and calculates his move. In his past life, the old guy had a pretty solid reputation, so doing a good job means getting a great deal. Chen Bai looks up at the towering buildings of the university, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. But did this school really hide a secret realm right from the very start of the apocalypse? It must have been hidden incredibly well because he has never heard of it before. He warms up, ready to move. But where should he start looking? The first spot to catch his eye is the Jiangcheng University gym, where the exits are completely blocked by piles of messy furniture. Peeking through a gap, he spots a group of people gathered in the middle of a ruined basketball court. On the floor, a male student lies covered in blood, while three girls sob in utter panic. Standing right before them is a massive muscular foreigner brutally stomping on the poor victim. He barks out an order strip right now and begs to be his slaves in a way that pleases him most. He glares with bloodthirsty eyes, threatening to kill them all if they do not obey, calling them low-life monkeys. Despite being beaten to a pulp, the male student defiantly raises his head to curse him, "Keep dreaming, you white trash bastard." That makes the foreigner lose his mind, his muscles swelling as his mutant power erupts with bloodshot eyes. "If you want to die, I will grant your wish, but do not worry, I will make sure it is slow and painful." Just then, a stunning brown-haired foreign girl steps forward and grabs his arm to stop him. "Tom, you are going too far." Tom slaps her hard, sending her crashing headfirst onto the floor, calling her a bitch. Suddenly, the gymnasium doors are kicked open, shattering into countless pieces. Through the thick cloud of dust, a figure casually walks in, shocking Tom and his gang. The terrified students on the floor also look up, staring at their sudden savior with eyes full of hope. Chen Bai steps onto the debris, flings his jacket over his shoulder, and asks in a bone-chilling voice, "Hey foreigner, did you beat up these students?" Tom does not even bother looking at Chen Bai, scoffing arrogantly. "Yeah, I did. What about it? You got a problem?" Without wasting another breath, Chen Bai lunges forward his arm. instantly enveloped in a deadly purple energy. Fine then, with a single clean slash that seems to rip through space. He sends the brute straight to hell. Chen Bai lands gracefully, leaving a clean arc of fresh blood splashing behind him. Witnessing the terrifying scene, the foreign girl can only stare in absolute shock, her mouth wide open, completely speechless. Chen Bai casually grabs the head of a guy trying to sneak attack him, turning to ask the shivering students, "Are any of you medical students? I'm looking for something and need help from someone who knows the medical facilities." The students frantically shake their heads. "No, not me. I study civil engineering, and I am a foreign language major." Suddenly, a trembling finger points right at the gorgeous foreign girl on the floor. "I remember. She is a medical student." Chen Bai slowly walks over, making her turn pale with fear as she cowers and begs him not to kill her since she did not hurt anyone. In extreme panic, she tries to use her broken Chinese to flatter the boss before her, but completely butchered the phrase for patriotic heart. "Me, I love the dragon country. Yes, I am white, but I have a lustful heart." That is right, my heart is very lustful. The atmosphere instantly becomes extremely awkward. Chen Bai is speechless with a dark face, while a male student behind him bursts out laughing at this terrible pronunciation. Seeing him speechless, she grabs his sleeve and begs for mercy. Meanwhile, a girl next to her pleads for her, saying she did not hurt anyone, and even tried to stop those guys earlier. Hearing this, Chen Bai cracks a tiny smile, his face softening as he nods. "I see. The university campus looks even more desolate under the pale sunlight." Chen Bai turns to the crowd and gives his clear orders. "She will stay here, but the rest of you can leave now." He then gives them directions to escape. Once outside, follow the trail of zombie corpses to the Dongshan villas in Zhangcheng, and give them my name, Chen Bai. They will find shelter for you. Still, the students cannot hide their absolute terror and confusion. Go outside now. But the campus is crawling with zombies, and Dongshan villas is incredibly far from here, right? Chen Bai calmly walks out, glancing back to reassure them, "I have already cleared out almost all the zombies along the path, so do not worry, the danger is mostly gone." He stops his face suddenly. His face hardens, his words cutting through the air like knives. "Since you all survived, you are clearly gifted, evolved humans. But if you are too terrified to face zombies now, what will you do when the undead and monsters start to multiply? By then, death is practically guaranteed." The students stand frozen in silence, their expressions completely blank. Terror and shock wash over every face as they process this brutal reality. The black-haired girl, leading them, nods quietly. Her eyes flash with resolve as she thanks him, saying they will leave immediately. Chen Bai turns and walks away. The foreign girl follows closely behind him. Seeing the group depart, she stammers in a panic, asking why she cannot join them. Why is he keeping her here? Suddenly, the curvy code freezes her cheeks, flushing bright red like a tomato as a thought hits her. She points a finger at Chen Bai, launching into a wild, self-absorbed theory about why he wants her around. She claims Dragon Kingdom boys love foreign girls, and he must be no different. She begs him not to get rough. She promises to be his wild horse, but Chen Bai only smirks. His mocking gaze immediately pours cold water on her fantasy. He scoffs that he has zero interest in a horse ridden by millions, asking if she even listened to him earlier. He reminds her he just needs help finding things in the medical department. Completely embarrassed, she quickly hangs her head. She timidly apologizes, claiming she was simply too terrified to hear him. But her pride quickly flares up. She stomps her foot and screams at Chen Bai's back, yelling that he cannot insult her like that. Holding her head high with a flushed face, she furiously protests that she has never been with anyone before. She even offers to prove it. Chen Bai looks back with a knowing smirk, giving her a simple response. He gives a simple fine before they both leave the Jiangcheng University gymnasium. The moment they step outside, her whining begins. She starts complaining in a whiny voice, groaning that she is exhausted and her feet hurt from all the walking. She begs for a short break, but Chen Bai gives a flat no. Immediately, his large hand grabs her collar. He drags her forward, telling her they must move. Suspended in midair, she screams in panic, completely forgetting her image. Under this incredibly rough escort, they quickly arrive at the medical research building, where she desperately tries to fix her clothes. Adjusting her tattered outfit, she angrily complains about his lack of manners and how he almost ruined her clothes. Standing before the structure, Chen Bai asks if this is the research building. She instantly regains her serious composure. She nods, explaining that there is a restricted laboratory on the third floor, which only professors can access. Rumors say it holds countless viral and bacterial specimens. As they step inside, she points in a different direction. She notes that the pathway leading to the basement is actually a morgue and incinerator, not some regular parking garage. Chen Bai tells her to stay close. She adds that if anything is hidden here, that basement is the only logical place. Chen Bai nods, telling her to follow him. Inside the laboratory, they find a spectacular array of glowing test tubes. Colorful tubes glow in the dark next to a massive biological incubator. The system interface immediately flashes a notification. It identifies the location as the Jiangcheng University Virus Lab. Chen Bai steps inside, looking thoroughly pleased with the find. He never expected the university to hold such a treasure. Reaching out, his purple energy wraps around the test tubes. Notifications flash as he successfully harvests mutated influenza viruses. He mutters that it is mostly just the common flu, which makes sense since this is still just a school. The system notes that he has gathered enough virus samples. The points required to upgrade his influenza strain into a skill have decreased. Chen Bai's eyes narrow with genuine interest. Upgrading the flu into a skill seems worth a shot. A bright light flashes confirming the successful upgrade. He unlocks the influenza skill, which unleashes infectious viruses that drain target stats and apply a nasty debuff. A sneezing fit that completely interrupts spellcasting energy, charging, and aiming. Reading this, Chen Bai grins widely. He is incredibly satisfied with his new toy, noting that the combination of interruption and crowd control is absolutely insane. Standing before the giant projection of his virus talent tree, he crosses his arms to review his upgrade paths. He realizes he has been neglecting these viral abilities and decides to focus heavily on upgrading them. A triple S-tier talent is truly terrifying. Thinking about the difficult quest ahead, Chen Bai grows pensive. Since the Goblin God trial will be brutal, he decides to use his remaining virus points to boost his power. Opening his Blacklight skill tree, he walks deeper down the glowing corridor as the system unlocks new passives. These new passives grant him the ability to cling to any surface and drastically enhance his sensory focus. With his reflexes and muscle control doubled, Chen Bai clenches his fist, feeling the new energy surge through his veins. He mutters softly, focusing on controlling every muscle in his body. Just a single test punch into the empty air, and the sheer force pierces right through the brick wall. The hot girl stands there frozen as cold sweat drips down her face, wondering if that was really just a shockwave. How on earth did he do that? Luckily, he did not use that kind of force on her earlier, or she would be dead. Meanwhile, Chen Bai smiles triumphantly. So, that is the secret. Controlling every muscle means striking from any distance. Even a movement of 1/1000th of a millimeter is enough to unleash a full power strike. Noticing her face turning strangely red, Chen Bai frowns and asks why she is blushing. Panicked, she quickly waves her hands, claiming it is nothing. He does not even bother to care, and nods his head, saying there is nothing left here, before heading to Master Oa's place. Soon, they enter the storage area, deep in the basement of the virus research lab. Terrified, the girl clings tightly to Chen Bai, whispering that there is no electricity, and it is way too dark. She gasps as she bumps into him, but Chen Bai remains calm, telling her to stay still because he can sense everything. Stopping before a closed door marked as the incinerator room, he nods to himself, confirming this is indeed the spot. Without hesitation, Chen Bai uses sheer strength to force the heavy metal doors open. Inside lies a glowing red magic circle, floating mysteriously. He turns back to tell her to stay put. Clutching her chest, she trembles and begs him, calling out Chen Bai. She is absolutely terrified. Ignoring her whines, Chen Bai strides forward with confidence, coldly heading straight toward the magic circle. The system instantly flashes a bright red warning, asking if he wants to enter the cold incinerator dungeon, recommended level 5 to 10. Chen Bai flashes a confident smile, and without a single shred of hesitation, he reaches out to touch the center of the light, confirming his choice. Instantly, his surroundings shift into a freezing room filled with cold corpse slabs. The system notifies him that he has entered the special cold incinerator dungeon. Clearing it will make it permanent, but failing to clear it within 2 days means it will vanish forever. Chen Bai looks around the room and smirks honestly. You have to respect his confidence. No wonder he never heard of this place in his past life. Suddenly, the shroud on a nearby slab begins to slowly slide down. He immediately coats his hands in a purple energy shroud, readying himself for battle as the enemy finally shows itself. From under the cloth, a grotesque skinny monster with 6 spider legs springs up to the ceiling, clinging tightly. Opening its massive mouth, it lunges straight down at Chen Bai. He easily sidesteps the attack, flashing a cold, mocking smirk at the creature. Instantly, a sharp blade of purple energy tears through the air, slicing straight through the monster. The system chimes with a cold notification, confirming he defeated a level 5 reanimated corpse, gaining 400 experience points. Just then, the beast above suddenly releases a strange surge of green energy. The energy quickly swirls, forming a massive, terrifying vortex, pulling upward toward the ceiling. Chen Bai watches closely, analyzing the dungeon mechanics. Now it all makes sense why they did not all attack at once. He figured out their little system, but as he leaps high into the air, he easily reads the creature's move. "Your charge is a bit too slow," he mutters, grabbing the monster's head as his eyes gleam with killing intent. "Now, go straight to hell." With explosive physical strength, Chen Bai slams the massive creature headfirst into the stone wall. A violent wave of purple energy explodes, and the system chimes with another massive reward for defeating a level 7 hybrid baby spider. Pulling his hand back, he earns 1,000 experience points, excited as the corpse falls to the ground. Talk about an absolute goldmine for experience points. He confidently calls out for the rest to come at him. As if to answer his challenge, the shrouds across the room tear open all at once. Grotesque mutated monsters begin to crawl, to leap out from the darkness. Watching his prey practically deliver themselves, Chen Bai laughs wildly, declaring the more the merrier. And with that, the absolute slaughter begins. Notifications flood his vision, showing 400 experience points here and 1,000 experience points there. Chen Bai becomes a purple meat grinder, diving into the horde and sweeping away everything in his path. As the dust settles after the bloodbath, a cold system notification pops up in front of him. It alerts him that he has leveled up to level 4, granting him 2 free attribute points to spend. Chen Bai waves his hand, turning a sharp glare toward the massive incinerator, his voice dripping with arrogance. He calls out that its lackeys are all dead, so it might as well crawl out, or he will go in and drag it out himself. With that, the furnace door creaks open. Squinting, he watches as a grotesque, slimy lump of meat rolls out from the debris, causing Chen Bai to break into a cold sweat. He wonders how this flabby mass of flesh could possibly make him feel so threatened. Suddenly, the flesh swells and twitches violently, as if incubating something truly foul. He immediately charges forward, realizing he must destroy it before it finishes transforming. Unleashing a blast of toxic purple gas at his target, Chen Bai yells out, activating his flu virus evolution. But the fleshy mass suddenly splits wide open, revealing a cavernous throat lined with jagged razor-sharp fangs. Right then, the system hits him with cold reality. The skill has no effect on this target. The monster instantly counterattacks. It swings a flaming red arm with terrifying power. Chen Bai takes a direct hit and goes flying, crashing hard, straight into the wall. Slime slides away, revealing the full form of a muscular crimson giant. Instantly, the system identifies it as a biocraze mutant. Its wounds sizzle, healing instantly. With eyes burning like fire, the Titan roars and charges straight at Chen Bai like a cannonball. The two clash, triggering a wild storm of violent collisions. The wind shrieks as they trade blows. The giant unleashes a devastating strike, knocking Chen Bai backward once again, its body glowing with rapid regeneration. Flipping midair to regain his balance, Chen Bai does not flinch, but smiles with pure excitement. He hasn't had a real fight since reincarnating, and he was getting pretty rusty. He decides to use this beast for a quick warm-up. Chen Bai unleashes a flurry of lethal strikes, but the monster simply shatters and pieces itself back together. He licks his lips. Interesting is this infinite regeneration. Without hesitation, he activates his ultimate analysis skill, Status Read. A massive illusory hourglass appears floating behind him. Chen Bai cloaks his fists in purple dark fire eyes burning with bloodlust. He wants to see if this thing is actually immortal. An hour later, the giant beast is utterly shredded body smoking heavily as it desperately struggles to put itself back together. Chen Bai just stands there completely relaxed, mocking its slow healing. That endless regeneration has to run out eventually, right? The biocraze boss finally runs out of steam, collapsing into a heap of melting flesh. He sighs deeply, muttering that he was barely getting started. He grabs a chunk of the leftover tissue and lifts it up with a cold sneer. Looks like it cannot heal anymore. Chen Bai brushes off his hands, chin tilted high. That was fun, but it is time to end this. A split second later, a merciless stomp crashes straight down, completely crushing the last remnants of the beast. The system flashes a notification: you have defeated the level 8 Biocraze boss and earned 10,000 experience points. You have leveled up, your current level is 5. You also receive 2 free attribute points. You can exit the dungeon at any time now that it is cleared. The system alerts continue. Updating. The Cold Incinerator dungeon is now permanent with a 3-day cooldown. Suddenly, an interesting option pops up before him. Do you want to upload your clear video as a paid guide? All earnings will belong to the uploader. You can hide your Face ID name and set a custom view price. Chen Bai runs a hand through his hair, smirk playing on his lips. Go ahead, upload it, and hide my identity. Meanwhile, over at Dong Shan Villa, inside Song Zixang's place, a bedroom is glowing with soft healing lights. She stands right beside the bed watching Lu Li and Sister Shang. Suddenly, a notification flashes on her phone, catching her completely off guard. A group chat alert announces something shocking. A mysterious player has uploaded a nightmare-level guide for the Cold Incinerator dungeon levels, 5 to 10. The price is just 1 copper coin. Song Ziqiang and Lu Li immediately lean in close eyes, filled with tension. They hit play. All over the world, countless other players are holding their breath watching the chaotic footage. Ching Er, a skilled female assassin, breaks into a cold sweat, muttering that it is way too fast to see anything. Meanwhile, a young martial artist cheers. That is an absolute bloodbath. Elsewhere, a muscular man sweats bullets as he watches, muttering that something is wrong. The boss's rapid regeneration is on a whole different level compared to Bai's. This brutal head-on clash does not make any sense, but Meng Yao's eyes light up, cheering that Bai has fully recovered. In the public chat, comments are already flying by like a raging hurricane, with people wondering if that healing factor is truly infinite. Some complain about struggling against 10 basic zombies, and ask how a level 5 to 10 boss can be so insanely strong. How is anyone supposed to clear this at level 10? One bitter comment wraps it up. Maybe there was a normal strategy, but the Chen Bai just broke every rule of the game. He is too strong to care about mechanics. Meanwhile, back inside, the Cold Incinerator, Chen Bai bends down to touch the boss's remains, activating his absorption skill. A notification flashes: special mutant absorbed, granting 300 evolution points for the Blacklight Virus. He stands straight, looking at the bright purple energy gathering around his fingertips with a satisfied grin. The Blacklight Virus uses its own unique system separate from his main talent. He can only use it to upgrade specific virus skills. But even with that limit, this is still pretty incredible. Just then, a system alert confirms a major boost in power. The Blacklight Virus has evolved, boosting his overall recovery speed by 300%. A crisp notification chimes, bringing unexpected news. The Blacklight Virus's innate ability has triggered, granting him an elite new skill. It is the Biomaniac's A-grade cell regeneration. Chen Bai clenches his fist in excitement, reviewing this extremely rare passive ability. He can consume stamina, or even other energy. It heals him instantly, even letting him regrow clean-cut severed limbs. This passive skill can be toggled at will. Innate skills are rare enough, but an A-grade one, unbelievable. He licks his lips, his eyes shining with anticipation. Now let's see what this nightmare-level boss dropped. Chen Bai bends down. 3 rare items are glowing right on the floor with a brilliant golden light. He picks up a scroll. The system shows it is a unique A-grade biological mutant class scroll. But there is a catch: it requires absorbing a living organism. High risk, high reward. Typical for unique classes. But since he already has the Blacklight Virus, he passes. Next is a glowing crystal identified as genetic essence. It is a C-grade item. A perfect genetic essence that permanently boosts physical stats, usable only once per evolver. Chen Bai tosses the vial, nodding with a satisfied smile. Not bad at all. He pops the top right away. He downs the liquid. Immediately, the system registers the massive upgrade. His strength permanently increases by 2, stamina by 6, and agility by 3. Next, Chen Bai picks up what looks like a thin, wrinkled piece of skin. The system scans it as a D-grade faceless skin, a special armor piece that changes body shape at will. Chen Bai breaks into a cold sweat reading the description. It is a bit too weird for his taste. Is it a biological mutation, or just a piece of gear? The system description is incredibly vague. He quickly pulls up his holographic inventory to distract himself. He picked up several monster drops earlier. He scrolls through the clutter. Just common gear. Good as under armor, but ultimately nothing special. Then his eyes stop on an old leather-bound book. He grins. Another skill book. Absolutely sweet. But as he reads the details of this cell activation active skill, his excitement quickly fades away. It is a D-grade active skill that temporarily boosts cell activity to accelerate healing with a 10-hour cooldown. But here is the catch. If the user already possesses cell regeneration, this skill book is completely useless. That is fine though. Life-saving skills are highly valuable and can easily be traded in the global chat. He packs up the loot. Chen Bai grabs a piece of the boss's flesh, preparing to make his exit. It is time to go. Handing this boss tissue over to Li Du will finally complete his quest. He smirks, imagining Li Du's shocked face. That cunning merchant won't believe how fast the job was done. He turns toward the incinerator exit. Suddenly, his footsteps grind to a halt. Something feels off. The system asks if he wants to leave the Goblin and Trade Deity dungeon. Chen Bai's hand hovers, then decisively presses no. No. Something is wrong here. His eyes narrow as his mind begins to race. Li Du isn't some random wandering merchant who travels without purpose. He must have had a specific motive. He claimed Chen Bai was just an unexpected bonus. He remembers Li Du standing outside the university. If so, Li Du's real target was likely this exact dungeon. Chen Bai spins around, staring at the giant furnace. But the meager loot found here wouldn't be enough to make a literal god's avatar descend to Earth. Is Li Du's goal completely unrelated to this place? Or did Chen Bai miss something hidden in plain sight? Driven by curiosity, he steps back toward the cold incinerator and leans halfway into the dark chamber. He looks up into the pitch-black space. If there is a hidden secret, it has to be in here. He runs his hands along the soot-covered walls, carefully feeling every steel plate burner nozzle and greasy corner. Still nothing. But then his gaze locks onto the dark exhaust pipe directly above him. Could it be? Is it hidden inside that chute? He needs to climb up and check, or he might regret leaving. Action follows thought. Chen Bai crouches and leaps straight up, soaring into the narrow, dark shaft. Relying on his newly acquired wall-crawling ability, he climbs swiftly and effortlessly up the towering pipe. The vertical pipe stretches far past the ceiling, but when he reaches the top, he hits a solid metal plate. A dead end, completely sealed. Frowning Chen Bai slumps down inside the dark pipe, utterly disappointed. He sits in silence, wondering if he really came all this way for nothing. He prepares to head down. Suddenly, a bizarre glowing golden mask materializes out of the darkness right in front of him, making him flinch. Moving with lightning reflexes, Chen Bai drives an energy-infused fist straight into the blinding glare. A split second later, he freezes as his system instantly scans and identifies the mysterious object as a mask. This very item was the root cause behind the incinerator's bizarre anomaly, and it seems to possess some incredibly wondrous functions and powerful passive effects. He carefully lifts the glowing mask, marveling at its mysterious aura. Is this really some legendary piece of gear? Its name is unidentified, marked only with a question mark. It could be a fragment of a SSS-ranked item, or even something divine. Remembering that cunning goblin merchant Chen Bai lets out a smug grin while stroking his newfound treasure. This is absolutely perfect. It seems this mask was the merchant's real target all along. He has to find a way to keep it for himself. Outside, night has completely fallen over the underground incinerator at Jiangcheng University. Chen Bai leaps down quietly from the furnace opening. Instantly, his voluptuous foreign companion rushes over with literal hearts in her eyes, eagerly calling out his name. She squeals about how powerful he is, declaring her love after watching his video. Chen Bai simply frowns at her antics. He hits her with an incredibly blunt question. Does she have any copper coins? While others are busy slaying zombies, he is completely focused on securing his own payout. Ignoring her dazed infatuation, he calculates his current earnings. Since the fee to watch his combat video was only 1 copper coin, plenty of curious survivors must have bought access. His system interface rapidly updates with gold coins pouring in. 869, 894, then 912. Still, talk about an insane payday, but he still clicks his tongue. He needs a full 1,000 gold coins to unlock storage. Twirling a thread of purple energy, he ponders. That storage space is shielded by cosmic, well, completely safe from prying eyes. It is the absolute safest way to hide precious loot. He will just have to stall a bit before turning in his quest. With that settled, the duo walks out of the medical building. She tags along closely, asking if they are heading to Dongshan Villas. Chen Bai flatly refuses. He explains that the night holds far too many unknown dangers, so they must find shelter first. Hearing the phrase, "spend the night," the girl instantly strikes a seductive pose, suggesting a few high-end hotels nearby. Since it is not a holiday, they should be empty and safe. Plus, high-rise buildings are much easier to defend. Chen Bai smirks, offering a gentle, yet deeply mischievous smile, and tells his eager companion to lead the way. Soon the safe haven she guides him to turns out to be a love hotel glowing with flashy neon lights. The moment they enter the room, she slips into a highly provocative nurse outfit. But Chen Bai simply waves his hand dismissive. He flatly rejects it, saying he does not like this one. Surprised by the rejection, she sheepishly tries to explain. She apologizes, admitting she thought he chose a love hotel specifically for this kind of fun. He leans back comfortably. He chuckles lazily, saying he definitely wants to see a show, he just dislikes the current outfit she is wearing. She obediently nods, promising to find something else. Moments later, she steps out wearing a tight police uniform that highlights her curves. Yet, Chen Bai still shakes his head. He complains that she completely lacks the proper spirit for a cop uniform. He orders her to change again. She puts on a schoolgirl uniform, but the picky guest continues to complain. He notes she is already a college student, asking if they have anything more creative or interesting in the room. Finally, the beauty pulls out her ultimate weapon, crawling onto the bed in a highly seductive animal-eared maid outfit. What about? Come here, my little darling. Outside, the quiet night slips by, as the dim neon lights of the love hotel flicker invitingly. With the deed done, and the exhausted foreign girl fast asleep on the bed, Chen Bai sits up his mind, completely refreshed. He commands the system to activate his inventory storage. Right away, a notification pops up, confirming the space is open for a fee of 1,000 gold coins. It is completely hidden, safe from any detection skills, offering absolute privacy. The mysterious mask is safely sent into the void. With his valuable new treasure successfully secured, Chen Bai throws on his familiar coat and confidently strides out. It is time to execute the next phase of his plan. With a calculating smirk, he flips a gold coin high into the air, initiating a summon for the trading deity. The coin spins, forming a glowing hexagonal magic circle, as the system announces the arrival of the goblin merchant. Chen Bai flashes a confident smile, his sharp eyes waiting patiently for his target to finally take the bait. Outside the Love Hotel, near Jiangcheng University, remains quiet. Watching the glowing magic circle, he recalls a famous saying. When making a deal, polite emotions are nothing more than a bargaining chip. In this game, everything has a price. It is Lei Du who will adjust the rewards to appease the trader or the quest taker. Naturally, the secret is proving you have actual value to him. So Chen Bai reaches into his pocket, pulling out a slimy chunk of the boss from earlier. Out of the glowing light, Li Du materializes with his usual grand posture, calling out cheerfully. He did not expect the kid to summon him so early, asking if the first quest was already completed. Chen Bai casually tosses the meat onto the ground with a wet splat, replying curtly that this is his proof. It is the exact dungeon creature part the quest demanded, now sitting dried up and shriveled right at Li Du's feet. It looks far from fresh. Li Du narrows his glowing blue eyes with a knowing smile, noting the creature has been dead. Planting his staff on the ground, he tilts his head to question Chen Bai, asking if he actually finished last night. Why not summon him immediately? Li Du leans in close, asking curiously if Chen Bai was not supposedly desperate for that scroll. Instantly playing along, Chen Bai puts on a haggard, helpless face, sighing that he just could not understand the reason. Spreading his arms in disappointment, he notes that he deeply admired and respected Li Du, making the situation even worse. Why hide the brutal difficulty of that dungeon? Looking up to side, Chen Bai plays his dramatic part like a true actor. He complains that he only realized it was a nightmare-level dungeon after stepping inside, barely surviving through pure tricks. Li Du turns away, his tone softening to ease the tension, telling the boy he understands the frustration but can explain. Turning his head back, his sharp eyes flash in the dark as he reveals the truth behind his little scheme. It was actually all part of the test. He could never hand a legendary treasure to someone who cracks under sudden pressure. See, the bait is taken. Chen Bai immediately drops his pathetic act, returning to his usual very calm self. He calmly nods, asking about his rewards and what kind of crazy task Li Du has lined up for him next. Giving in to the mind games, Li Du nods and admits that concealing the dungeon details was indeed his own oversight. Since the boy proved his worth, Li Du snaps his fingers generously, announcing a special bonus for completing the task. Chen Bai gets to choose his own reward this time, which will lead directly into their final quest round. Smiling triumphantly, Chen Bai offers a theatrical bow thanking the deity for his outstanding generosity and deep understanding. Tipping his hat, Li Du happily opens his vast treasury, inviting his favorite contractor to browse through the selection. The limit is set to top-tier B-grade items, summoning a ring of glowing holographic cards around Chen Bai. Without a moment of hesitation, the boy points directly to one specific card, choosing his prize immediately. He selects the Restoration Scroll. Li Du looks genuinely surprised, questioning why he would go for a crafting blueprint instead. But the merchant quickly grins, praising Chen Bai for his incredibly sharp eye and clear long-term goals. Handing over the glowing card, Li Du introduces the final task. Chen Bai takes it ready for the next challenge. Just like that, the system lights up with a wild warning. Get ready because things are scaling up fast. The Goblin Deity has issued a SSS grade quest, the ultimate investment, offering 2 legendary SSS class scrolls. Staring in complete shock at the 3 glowing virtual cards floating in front of him, Chen Bai breaks a sweat. 2 SSS grade targets. He groans, complaining to Li Du that this task is practically impossible for any normal player. Trying to bargain, he points out that even divine beings are rarely born with a SSS class. Li Du strokes his beard proudly, admitting his own starting class was only an A grade back in the day. Then his face suddenly turns cold, his glowing blue eyes radiating divine authority as he issues a warning. This is his ultimate treasure, meaning only the most worthy can claim it, or he will never let it go. Realizing there is no room to bargain, Chen Bai drops his arms in defeat, accepting the inevitable. It looks like he has no choice. Meanwhile, over at the Dongsun Villa district, massive explosions shake the earth. A colossal rat monster is rampaging through the streets, its deadly threat level flashing on the system interface. It is a level 5, mutated giant rat, boasting crazy stats like 18 strength, 20 agility, and 19 constitution. The level gap is too massive to read the rest of its skills. Song Ziqiang and Qing Er watch tensely from hiding. Qing Er anxiously reports that this beast is far larger than previous ones, having already wiped out 2 full squads. With stats 3 to 4 times higher than theirs, combat is suicide. She asks what their next move is. Frowning Song Ziqiang makes a quick call, ordering a tactical retreat, since fighting this monster right now is impossible. They must avoid it while keeping a close eye on its path. Suddenly, Qing Er freezes in absolute terror. The mutant rat roars, crashing straight through the concrete wall and charging directly at them. She screams out in panic. Everyone get out of the way. The monster's massive body slams down, tossing unlucky survivors high into the air. Pure panic grips the survivors. Qing Er frantically pulls on Song Ziqiang's hand, screaming out in utter desperation. Sister Song Ziqiang, you have to run right now. But Song Ziqiang just collapses, gritting her teeth as she replies that it is too late. This monster is simply too fast. The mutated giant rat dashes through the darkness, its glowing red eyes locked onto its prey. It is ready to tear them apart. But check this out, at that life and death moment, purple lightning strikes from the sky. It strikes the monster directly. Chen Bai appears like a god, swinging his leg to deliver a powerful kick wrapped in purple energy. The devastating blow slams the giant rat deep into the stone floor. Having narrowly escaped death, Song Ziqiang looks up at her savior. Her eyes are wide with shock and pure joy. It is Chen Bai, standing triumphantly atop the massive corpse of the beast. With his coat fluttering in the wind, he smirks and says he made it back just in time. Wasting no time, he turns to his subordinates with a serious expression, ordering them to clean up the battlefield and secure the area. They must properly compensate and reward those who fell. Then he tells Song Ziqiang to follow him back to explain everything. Back at her villa, Song Ziqiang delivers a serious report on the situation. She explains that after they cleared the zombies, they were inspecting the area when a massive horde of these mutated rats suddenly swarmed out. Their initial location was on the east side of the villa complex. She apologizes, explaining that the sudden attack by those monsters destroyed 6 of their warehouses, and the total casualties have exceeded 100 people. Here is the detailed list, she says. Chen Bai takes the list gently, reassuring her. She did a great job, and since she has not rested, she should take a break. He promises to clear out the remaining mutated rats in the villa complex and track down their source as well. Song Ziqiang smiles warmly and politely declines. She thanks him for his care, but says it would be bad if they all rested. With no one left to look after him, she wants to introduce someone to help. Chen Bai nods in agreement. She turns her gaze toward the door and calls for Ling Yu to enter. The study door creaks open, revealing a stunningly beautiful girl with a gorgeous figure. Song Ziqiang introduces her as Qin Lingyu, who was rescued during the villa cleanup. They have known each other for a long time. As a lawyer, she can help set up rules and is eager to serve. Chen Bai leans back in his chair, quietly sizing up the newly arrived lawyer before casually waving his hand. He says Qin Lingyu can stay while the others go rest. Qin Lingyu shyly strokes her hair, speaking softly. She is ready for any order he has. Chen Bai lifts her chin, a playful gleam in his eyes. He mentions hearing that she is quite sharp and skilled with her words, teasingly inviting her to let him experience it. She instantly agrees. Talk about fast. A moment later, Qin Lingyu gently wipes her mouth, thanking him. Chen Bai lies shirtless on the sofa, thoroughly satisfied, praising her skills as being truly exceptional. He stands up and walks over to the massive floor-to-ceiling glass window, gazing out over the vast city. He orders her to come over, and Qin Lingyu obediently complies. Chen Bai turns around to get down to business. He wants to discuss their rule-making process here. However, Qin Lingyu suddenly stumbles right into his chest, her hands gripping the window. He asks what she is doing, and if she even heard a word he just said. She stammers an apology, explaining that her B-grade focus skill must have blocked his voice out completely. This special ability boosts her thinking speed and sensory awareness whenever she concentrates on a specific task. But the major downside is that it completely blocks out any other information from the outside world. Hearing this, Chen Bai does not blame her, simply pointing out the window to show her the entire area. From here, she can see all 3 sectors of Dongshan, from the villas to the hillside residences and the streets below. He crosses his arms, requesting that she establish distinct rules, tailored specifically for each of these 3 zones. Regaining her professional composure, Qin Lingyu confidently agrees, asking if there are any other specific requests. Chen Bai strokes his chin, a dangerous, playful glint in his eyes. He is curious about her unique abilities. Leaning in close to her face, he whispers to see just how far her senses can be stimulated when focused. Qin Lingyu blushes furiously, her breath hitching as she desperately struggles to give her soft consent to him. Pressing her hands firmly against the glass window, she looks back with a flushed face, completely ready for whatever comes next. Bypassing the muffled noises echoing under the clear sky, this highly intensive training session goes incredibly well. Right after that, the scene abruptly shifts to the main Dongshan sewage discharge outlet. One of the men points toward a massive sewer gate, explaining he found the location yesterday through blueprints and mutant rat tracks. Chen Bai leads his crew down the flooded stone steps, speaking with a clear and echoing voice to the entire team. He tells them that although he could clear this place alone, he wants to train strong, dependable fighters. They must learn to protect everyone when he is not around, which is why he brought them here to level up. Turning back with an encouraging smile, he urges them to become the strong pillars of their sanctuary villa. The men, along with Song Ziqiang and Qin Lingyu, instantly drop to their knees to show absolute respect. They shout in unison that they are ready, master. Chen Bai scratches his head, feeling incredibly awkward and embarrassed. He tells them to stand up, admitting it is weird for grown men to call him master, so just call him Brother Bai. They immediately stand straight and shout in excitement, "Yes, Brother Bai." The motivated team marches deep into the damp tunnels. Splash! Their boots tread on the icy water. Facing a rusted iron gate blocking the path, Chen Bai raises his fist. With one mighty punch, he shatters the barrier. As they step through, his system interface flashes with a glowing notification. A special sewer host quest is now active. Chen Bai raises an eyebrow at the floating screen, wondering about the mission. Song Ziqiang nods, confirming she received the alert too. Qinghar quickly reads through the mission details. The quest requires clearing out all mutant rats, defeating their king, and investigating the source of their mutation. Rewards will depend on completion rates. Behind them, another member excitedly chimes in that they got the same quest. Lighting their torches, the group presses forward. Chen Bai casually remarks that it is a good thing they prepared torches. He adds that the sewer is cleaner than expected. Suddenly, he raises his hand, signaling the entire team to stop. He stares warily into the pitch-black void. Watch out, he warns them. They are coming right now. Dozens of mutated rats screech and charge through the water like a tidal wave. Chen Bai activates his Blacklight Virus. His arms are instantly enveloped in a swirling purple aura. Getting ready for battle, he notes there are quite a lot. The atmosphere grows incredibly tense. Showing no mercy, Chen Bai swings his arm, unleashing a devastating purple shockwave. The blast wipes out half of the pack. He calls back, instructing the team to finish off any remaining survivors. As they clean up, Qing'er nudges a carcass with her staff. Another man excitedly loots some mutant rat gear. Song Ziqiang steps forward to report. This section is cleared, meaning they have safely crossed 16 pipes so far. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms from a large pipe in the distance. Song Ziqiang instantly prepares for another fight. She warns that a monster is coming, but there is only one. Chen Bai calmly locks onto the target. He nods in agreement. Song Ziqiang immediately casts her advanced analysis skill, Crystal Clairvoyance, to inspect the beast. Her eyes widen in pure terror, and cold sweat drips down. Wait, she gasps, it is a level 7 boss. The gigantic Rat King lunges out with razor-sharp claws. Song Ziqiang frantically calls out its stats, terrified by the numbers. Its strength is 30, agility is 40. Before she can finish, Chen Bai blurs into a streak of purple light. Song Ziqiang screams for him to be careful. But a split second later, she gasps in complete disbelief. With one single clean slash, Chen Bai cuts the level 7 boss completely in half, like soft tofu. A glowing blue card drops from the split carcass, revealing the Plague Boots and E-rank defensive gear. It boosts agility by 5, offers poison immunity, and reduces debuffs. The set bonus requires a level 5 evolver. The lore describes these as boots worn by plague spreaders to sow fear and death wherever they tread. Standing proud atop the massive carcass, Chen Bai picks up the card with a satisfied, curious smile. He is impressed that a local boss could drop set gear, so he decides to equip it immediately. Green toxic vapors wrap around his calves as the boots transform. Though it is low-tier set, items are incredibly strong. When fully assembled, they are far superior to standard gear. Chen Bai smiles confidently as he looks down. With the Plague King dead, the only task left is investigating what triggered this massive mutation. Song Ziqiang follows closely, wondering why they have not encountered a single rat over the last 5 sectors. Suddenly, Chen Bai raises his hand to halt the group. System notifications begin flooding his screen as he breathes. He absorbs Plague Spores for 10 points and Bone Spike Plague for 23 points, shocking his system. Rot Plague and Black Death points continue to rise. He frowns, realizing these toxic elements are totally unnatural. Normal sewer bacteria is expected, but the viruses he is absorbing right now should not even exist on Earth. Earth is facing a brutal trial. Worse, this scale of mutation could easily threaten even the evolved humans. Chen Bai's eyes flash with sharp determination. It looks like the source of this mutation is right ahead. Sensing the hidden danger, he immediately turns and barks an order. Song Ziqiang, you cannot go any further. Fall back right now. Song Ziqiang obediently complies. He then heads deeper into the water alone, watching a creepy green light rise as he smirks. This is pretty interesting, he thinks. With every step, his virus points spike. How fast will they grow at the source? Chen Bai turns into a dark, foul-smelling sewer pipe. It seems the source is right here. The heavy atmosphere is absolutely thick with the virus. But instead of being terrified, he smiles and calls this place his personal heaven. Right in the center of the chamber, a cloaked corpse with long black hair floats in midair. It radiates a poisonous green aura in every direction. Chen Bai looks up to examine it, his mind filled with questions. Just a dead body. He wonders if this corpse is the actual source of the plague virus, given the thick toxic mist pouring off it. Judging by the insane concentration of the virus, he is sure of it. His eyes lock onto a small object, held in the skeleton hand. It has to be this scroll. Without a second thought, Chen Bai reaches out and snatches the scroll right out of the bony pale grip. He unrolls it, but a wave of disappointment hits him. There is no system description or item details. Instead, the parchment is covered in the religious prophecies of a mysterious cult. He frowns in confusion. The plague cult, he never heard of them in his past life. But putting his curiosity aside, Chen Bai channels his inner energy to drain the scroll. If he can absorb all this viral energy, his power will soar. He completes the absorption. But right as the system confirms it, the scroll suddenly crumbles to dust. A violent surge of purple dark energy lashes back, binding his hand. Chen Bai is caught completely off guard. What is happening? At the same time, the floating corpse begins to shake violently. Green and purple energies clash fiercely, colliding in a wild battle of dominance. After a tense struggle, the corpse splashes into the water. Then his system starts flashing notifications. The special sewer host quest is complete. He gains 2,000 experience points, plus a brand new item called the Wall of Flesh. Chen Bai opens his palm to find a strange multicolored mark glowing softly. The plague imprint. The system explains it represents core membership in the plague cult forged from the essence of countless deadly diseases. Crimson and violet alerts flood his vision. He is immune to plague corruption. Having acquired the plague imprint, he meets the requirements for the follow-up quests. A new chain has been unlocked, boasting a terrifying difficulty rating. It is a SSS-Rank quest. His eyes widen in sheer shock. You do not see that rank every day. Scanning the background info, he reads about welcoming their prophesied true god, who sacrificed an ancient god's territory to arrive. The true god descended into this world with countless rare treasures. And possessing this brand new plague imprint means he is qualified to claim that divine title himself. Now, he just needs to locate other cult members and take on their trials. Could he actually become the prophesied god they have been waiting all this time for? The goal is to find the plague messenger. The reward is a mystery quest tied directly to godlike power. An ambitious grin spreads across his face. Memories of the supreme goddesses flash through his mind as he schemes. Becoming the plague god would finally let him face HL and Rose head-on. He will find that messenger. Suddenly, the space around him distorts, and a massive purple vortex swirls to life right over the water's surface. A dungeon is forming. Curiously, Chen Bai reaches out to touch the center of this swirling magical vortex. The system shows a flashing red countdown for a hell-level dungeon creation. The timer shows 29 days, 23 hours and 58 minutes. He pulls back, clicking his tongue at the game's brutality. Hell difficulty is on a whole other level compared to the Nightmare Incinerator. Without wasting a second, he turns around. A whole month to generate means this instance is seriously high tier. He decides to let it cook for now. Back at the Dongshan drainage outlet, Song Ziqiang is examining another vortex that has just materialized. She reports that the Dongshan sewer dungeon has finished creating on normal difficulty recommended for levels 1 to 10, with a 3-entry daily limit. Stepping out of the sewer, Chen Bai calmly gives his instructions. It is perfect for the team to level up. Song Ziqiang welcomes him with a warm professional smile. She mentions she has already arranged for everyone to run this dungeon in groups to maximize their daily attempts. Chen Bai nods in approval, praising her quick thinking. 20 minutes later, they stand before the entrance. Standing with his hands behind his back, Chen Bai instructs his pumped-up men that the sewer dungeon is not fully open yet. You should enter in teams of 4 to 8. Survival is the top priority, and loot comes second. Got it. The men shout in unison that they understand. Having dealt with the grunts, Chen Bai turns to his massive harem of beauties. You girls will run your 3 dungeon attempts with me, but you must fight alone. I won't step in unless you absolutely cannot hold on. Song Song, Zixang Qing'er, and Lu Li stand in a neat line, their eyes filled with deep determination as they reply. Understood, Lord Chen Bai. Chen Bai raises his hand to send out party invitations, first instructing them to join the chat group afterward. Song Song. Ziqiang's jaw drops in utter shock when she sees the system notification. Evolver number 001, Bai, invites you to join. Number 001. Chen Bai shrugs with both hands, putting on a humble act that absolutely reeks of showing off. That number is just the order of becoming an evolver, he says. There is really no need to be so surprised. While everyone is marveling, Song Gi suddenly pouts and demands to know why she did not receive an invite to the chat group. Chen Bai calmly replies with a completely blank stare, telling her straight up that he simply did not invite her. He steps forward with a smirk to explain that this is his harem group, reserved only for the loyal and capable. His eyes flash with mischief, remembering how this little girl was so terrified of zombies, she almost wet her pants. She cannot get an invite. Hit right where it hurts. Songa turns bright red and snaps back that she is fully grown up now. Chen Bai chuckles at that and waves his hand, summoning a selection of glowing equipment cards to put her to the test. Fine then, he challenges her to pick a good piece of gear, enter the dungeon, and show him her actual growth. Right after the group enters the dark sewer dungeon, where a horde of nasty mutant rats is already waiting for them. Song Ziqiang's daughter, Song Ge, grips her dagger tightly and charges ahead, warning the others to stay back. Nobody help, she says. She wants to do this alone. While waiting, Chen Bai turns to ask what her talent actually is. Song Ge explains the details of her ability as a faint, illusory light begins to glow from her hand. Her talent is B-rank illusion, which creates phantom projections based on imagination, though it is not very useful in a real fight. However, the system analyzes her status accurately the moment she rushes headfirst into the swarm of mutant rats. Her secret talent is C-rank natural aura boosting experience and mastery by 50%. Chen Bai strokes his chin, evaluating her potential. An accelerated growth type. He remarks that her illusions actually seem pretty useful for combat right now, and she obediently nods. Yes. A moment later, Song-ge stands proudly over the rat corpses, smugly asking what he thinks of her victory. She proudly declares she took down 3, and they are way stronger than zombies. Chen Bai chuckles and nods in approval. Not bad, he says, and since she is trying so hard to join his harem, he will make a special exception. Hearing the word harem, Song-ge blushes deeply and yells that she has absolutely no interest in joining his silly harem. She just wants to prove herself. Chen Bai shrugs and coldly turns away, saying he respects her choice and won't invite her. Song-ge panics, quickly reaching out to stop him from leaving. Chen Bai turns his head back and asks her teasingly, "What does she mean by don't?" Embarrassed, she stammers and asks him not to withhold the invite after all. Chen Bai continues to tease her, suggesting she does not seem very willing. If so, he will just cancel the offer. Utterly exasperated, Song-ge turns red and stomps her feet, calling him too much. Seeing this, her mother Song Zichyoung steps in. She gently places a hand on Chen Bai's chest, pleading with him to stop teasing her daughter, since she clearly wants to join. In fact, she was upset earlier because Qin Lingyu was introduced to him instead of her. Hearing this, Song-ge yells in embarrassment. Chen Bai laughs at her embarrassment and winks, telling her that out of respect for her mother, she should just accept the invite. Song-ge sighs in relief as the system notifies that Evolver number 10, 26 15 21, Song-ge has joined. Once inside the Chen Bai chat group, the girl excitedly dashes straight to the front. "I am off to kill monsters," she says. Chen Bai watches her leave with a soft sigh. This proud little princess is just too stubborn. But do not worry. After clearing the dungeon and returning to the villa, he reaches out, caresses Song Zichyoung's face, and whispers a highly suggestive line, "I guarantee she will call me daddy." Song Zichyoung giggles and replies, "My daughter is indeed very decisive." The mature woman does not back away. She runs her fingers through her hair, looking incredibly seductive, and speaking in a playful tone, "Absolutely. The world is different now, and Song-ge is a girl who has never suffered any real hardship, making a father like you an absolute miracle for her." Song Zichyoung's sharp eyes gleam with deep, calculating wisdom as she watches him. If you enjoy this, drop a quick like. The scene transitions instantly to a bathroom where a boy puts inside a luxury hotel apartment. A girl is soaking in a bath and enjoying the quiet peace. It feels so comfortable, all thanks to her leader. She lives in absolute luxury during the apocalypse. Suddenly, system screens start flashing right in front of her face. They announce that the team of the Evolver Chen Bai has completed the first ever clear of a normal dungeon. This is the Dongshan sewers. He even released a tutorial video for 10 copper coins. The girl opens her eyes wide in shock, gasping in surprise at Chen Bai's picture. She whispers that her incredible leader has just cleared yet another dungeon. Curious, she taps the play button, muttering that it is amazing, since she has never even seen a dungeon before. 10 copper coins is so expensive, she is going broke. She brushes back her wet hair, staring blankly at the screen, as she notices the people standing next to Chen Bai. She wonders why there are so many women around him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a guy sits on a corpse watching the clip. He grumbles that these girls might have decent talents, but their actual combat skills are trash, and he only wants to see Chen Bai in action. So he hits fast forward. In the ruins, Crow strokes his chin, logically analyzing that the monsters deep inside are at a very high level. Even with Chen Bai guiding them, those girls cannot win, meaning the leader himself must step in. Staring intensely at the screen, Crow gets excited as the boss finally appears. It looks incredibly powerful. Cut to a group of foreigners where a muscular guy frowns and asks the man sitting on the stairs about the Easterner's strength. The guy shrugs, saying they were just unlucky not to find any dungeons so far, but he cannot beat their S-rank Tom. There is simply no way this Easterner is actually stronger than their own S-rank champion Tom. Yet the guy watching the video breaks into a cold sweat. He stammers in terror, realizing Chen Bai defeated the final boss with just one single hit. The gap in power is massive. Back in her room, the blue-haired girl flops onto her bed, clicking her tongue in absolute amazement. That is a level 10 boss, meaning her leader is incredibly strong. Even his combat training for the girls is super useful. Rolling around, she sighs with intense envy, wishing she lived in his city. She is so jealous of those girls receiving personal guidance. Meanwhile, back at the base, Chen Bai is busy giving instructions. He leisurely chats with Song Zichyoung, pointing out that since people are now clearing the sewer dungeon, they will definitely gather plenty of low-tier gear. He wants her Qin Lingyu and Lu Li to work together to quickly establish trade rules for the base's economy. This needs to happen immediately. She nods obediently, asking if there are any other instructions for her. He slowly reaches for a glowing red orb and a sparkling scroll resting on the table, telling her that he still has one more special gift for her. He strikes a boss-like pose with a grin, asking if she can recognize how insanely important these items are. Ziqiang gasps in sheer disbelief. As she reads the floating item description, she excitedly whispers to herself that this is a legendary flesh and blood wall. It is a living barrier that actually grows stronger by consuming flesh and blood, making it sturdier than any normal wall. Used correctly, it serves as the ultimate defensive shield. Chen Bai points to the scroll next, explaining that it takes 10 seconds to teleport straight back to a marked city. While its durability depends on the materials, it is a literal lifesaver in a pinch. Accepting them, her eyes gleam with deep ambition. With these, they can easily become the sole rulers of the entire city. She gleefully waves a glowing silk ribbon and reads its unique body-shaping description. It enhances physical appearance, allowing the user to transform their body shape at will. Chen Bai leans back, teasing her about her completely mesmerized expression. Does she find this cosmetic item useless compared to the others? She crawls closer. She whispers seductively that since he is the true master of all these treasures, any gear that keeps him happy is automatically the most valuable and important item in her eyes, proving her loyalty to him above all else. In a flash, she snuggles into his lap. Chen Bai admits he knows little about women's clothes. He wonders if she can actually surprise him. She snuggles deeper against his chest, whispering that a major surprise is indeed waiting for him. Her eyes narrow playfully. She recalls her vow to make Sister Song officially call him daddy. She runs off to get the girl dressed up, leaving him to wait in anticipation as darkness slowly falls outside. It completely envelopes the quiet villa, but inside things get incredibly heated as a leopard tail sways in the shadows. The leopard tail sways invitingly. After a fierce bedroom battle, Chen Bai calmly carries the exhausted Ziqiang, who is dressed as a cute cat girl. He gently lays her down on the giant bed, where several other exhausted beauties are already lying completely worn out. Chen Bai turns to look back at his spectacular harem achievements, smiling with absolute satisfaction, before gearing up the next morning. The system alerts that he has equipped the Gray Plague Cloak, activating the 2 out of 5 set bonus. On an ultra-cool gray cloak, the system suddenly chimed Plague Cloak equipped, activating 2 out of 5 pieces of the set. All stats increased by 5, along with immunity to debuffs and weakening effects. He brushed off his jacket with a sigh. Today's sewer dungeon run only dropped 1 piece of the plague set after 3 runs. Staring at his floating virtual inventory screen, he calculated his next move. If grinding 3 times kept yielding 1 piece, he could complete the entire set in just 3 days. Suddenly, a bright purple system notification flashed before his eyes. System warning. Group chat 001 member Meng Yao has initiated a private conversation with you. Chen Bai raised an eyebrow in surprise. Meng Yao, really? He quickly opened the message. Hello group leader. I watched your strategy video, and it was incredible how you guide everyone based on their specific talents. I am not really cut out for combat, and I was hoping to get some guidance from you. A smug smile crept onto his face. Well, look at that, someone was already seeking his mentorship. Channeling his inner wise yet devious master, Chen Bai typed back, providing guidance requires me to have a solid understanding of your talent. If you trust me, send over the details of your ability, and I will see how I can help. Meanwhile, the adorable Loli on the other side of the screen blinked as she read his follow-up text. If you do not want to reveal your talent, sending your basic stats is fine too, though I will not be able to offer much help with just that. Her slender fingers danced across her virtual purple keyboard. Meng Yao did not hesitate to respond to the group leader's challenge. No, since it depends on my talent details, I will send them over right now. Standing in his luxurious living room, Chen Bai rubbed his chin and frowned. He had never heard of anyone named Meng Yao in his past life, but the chat members were all pioneers of this era, meaning she had to be special. Suddenly, his pupils dilated as the stat sheet popped up, and he gasped in sheer shock. There, on the glowing virtual screen, was the image of a gorgeous pink-haired girl, floating among countless mystical dream bubbles. Next to her was a blinding status screen, showing the skill Dream Butterfly, Dream Point 31. Chen Bai froze. His playful demeanor vanished, replaced by dead seriousness and disbelief. A SSS-Rank talent with infinite growth potential. There is no way a power like this stayed nameless. She must have died early in my previous life. Realizing he had just struck gold, he immediately typed a follow-up asking a SSS-Rank talent is highly complex. Can you explain its specific effects and skills? On the other end of the chat, the pink-haired girl smiled softly, nodding as she typed back. Certainly. Sitting comfortably among a mountain of giant teddy bears in her cozy room, she began to explain. Dream Butterfly allows me to enter a dreamscape identical to the real world, and I can also use it to infiltrate other people's dreams. You can even use it to enter the dreams of others, and you can even bring physical objects back into the real world. Meng Yao's eyes gleamed with mystery as she laid her cards on the table. She added, I also possess the Dreamweaver skill. It allows me to alter anything within the dream, though my current control is quite limited. To enter this realm with me, I have to invite you by crafting a dream talisman. Hearing this, Chen Bai smirked deviously, marveling at how absolutely broken this ability was. As long as no one can find her physical body in the real world, this skill makes her practically invincible. That was when the innocent girl made an incredibly tempting offer. She suggested I can send you a dream talisman as an image, allowing you to step directly into my dreamscape, and from there, you can easily guide and train me safely within my own world. But ever the cautious survivor, he immediately waved his hand in a firm refusal. I cannot agree to that. I would have zero protection inside your dream world. Facing rejection, the girl panicked, pleading desperately, as his eyebrow twitched. Please do not say no, she begged. I can sign an awakened contract with you, swearing not to do anything that would harm you. An awakened contract frowning. He crossed his arms and paced around the room, murmuring with deep suspicion. That contract is bound by the will of the universe, and buying one costs at least 10 gold coins. Still skeptical, he sharply questioned her. If you can easily afford 10 gold coins, why do you even need my combat advice? Meng Yao quickly sent a message back, desperate to explain her situation in thorough, agonizing detail. The monsters I kill in the dream world die in reality as well, and I can alter their drop rates using Dreamweaver, allowing me to earn enough gold. It lets me easily accumulate a lot of gold. I can also offer you other valuable rewards like these. Looking at the D-rank mental perception skill book and the F-rank town building token, he clicked his tongue in admiration. What an incredibly powerful ability. In fact, it is easily on par with his own SSS-Rank Plague Sovereign talent. On the other side of the screen, tears welled up in her eyes as she bit her lip, begging desperately. Please, although I am strong in dreams, I am completely helpless in the real world. I have a gut feeling that if I do not improve my combat skills, I will die sooner or later. Chen Bai nodded slowly, his eyes narrowing as he analyzed her situation. Her intuition is completely spot on. Her dream abilities do absolutely nothing to improve her physical body, leaving her completely vulnerable in the real world. That was a fatal weakness. After weighing his options, Chen Bai steps in front of the screen and decides to request the Evolver contract. Once she signs of her own free will, he will help. A talent this powerful is exactly what he needs to recruit. The system screen quickly pops up, displaying the contract terms. It guarantees this dream traveler will not harm him in any way. Without a shred of hesitation, Chen Bai taps the accept button. Outside, a thick, heavy darkness blankets the quiet, luxurious villa. Everything seems dead silent, but a wild mental journey is about to begin. He lies down comfortably on the guest bed. Lying in the guest room, he reviews the instructions. The dream spell requires him to relax and focus for 3 minutes. A guarded target will take much longer. Suddenly, a glowing violet dream symbol appears clearly right before his eyes. Staring out at the quiet night sky through the window, he shivers slightly. This power has absolutely limitless potential. Imagine if he could manifest dreams in the real world just by looking around. That would be a truly terrifying thing. His sharp eyes narrow as he weighs the risks. Then, in an instant, everything spins. The real world completely fades away. Chen Bai opens his eyes to find himself in a messy bedroom packed with stuffed animals. He is completely caught off guard. A pink-haired girl with twin tails stands there clutching a gray stuffed rabbit, offering him a very shy, awkward greeting. She introduces herself as Meng Yao, explaining that she has just signed the contract with her new leader Chen Bai. If you guys are enjoying this journey, drop a quick like. Now Chen Bai quickly regains his cool, composed demeanor. He looks around the overly pink room with a heavy sigh. Tell me, he says, is this really your dream world? He notes that a place like this is not suitable for combat training. Hearing this criticism, Meng Yao quickly squats down. She sets her stuffed rabbit aside. No, we are not staying here, she says, with a nervous wave of her hand. A magical portal, lined with glowing butterfly wings, rips open. She proudly explains she prepared a nearby stadium for them. Even as the powerful virus king Chen Bai is genuinely surprised by this sight. He steps through the glowing magic portal. He enters a completely gravity-defying upside-down city that looks like a sci-fi movie, with glowing butterflies floating everywhere. Stepping onto the dark wooden floor, he cannot help but admire the incredible scale. This dream world is impressively vast. He asks if this massive stadium is indeed her dream world, noting that her personal dimension must be incredibly vast. Meng Yao smiles brightly, using a holographic model of the Earth to explain how this dimension actually works. She clarifies that the dream world is an entirely independent dimension that does not belong to her. She is merely a traveler. As a traveler, she can only enter and modify the space. From her exploration, it mirrors the real world like a mirror. Chen Bai claps his hands together, fully understanding her explanation. He urges her to head inside the stadium to train. He leads the way, eager to see what she can actually do. Underneath their feet, a path of glowing butterflies lights up. Meng Yao follows closely behind with a huge grin. Standing in the middle of a quiet basketball court, she snaps her fingers. She proudly commands the darkness to fade away, wishing for light. In an instant, the massive stadium floodlights flicker to life. Everything bursts into brilliant light. Looking at Meng Yao in her black gothic dress, Chen Bai cannot help but tease her. He remarks that she looks just like a high schooler. She giggles, admitting she was actually a novelist before the apocalypse. Chen Bai sits down on a nearby bench to explain. If she wants to get stronger in reality, the best way is combat. He warns her not to rely on her reality-bending dream powers, demanding to see her raw physical fighting skills instead. Hearing this, Meng Yao takes a defensive stance, confidently explaining that her stats scale with her mental power of 48. The legendary leader Chen Bai simply stands up and waves her off, telling her to bring everything she has. She takes a deep breath and charges forward with a frown, throwing a straight punch directly toward him. Chen Bai effortlessly sidesteps the clumsy attack, watching her lose her balance and stumble forward as he judges her. He points out that her center of gravity is completely off, leaving her unable to hit or recover quickly. Frustrated by his blunt criticism, Meng Yao turns red. She closes her eyes and unleashes a wild flurry of punches and kicks. He easily sidesteps, watching her stumble forward. He calmly points out that her center of gravity is completely unstable. She cannot hit him, nor can she retreat safely. Underestimated Meng Yao's face turns bright red with sheer frustration. Unwilling to back down, she shuts her eyes and swings her arms wildly, unleashing a messy flurry of punches. Chen Bai sighs. He pinches his forehead at her helpless performance, asking if this is some kind of playground turtle punch. He begins to correct her, easily dodging while instructing. First, he tells her she must learn to maintain her balance. A punch thrown without the ability to recover is the weakest strike. As she swings at thin air, he bends down to watch. He continues, explaining that second, she must lock onto her target. Instead of swinging wildly, she should create an opening right where she wants to strike. Suddenly, he lunges right into Meng Yao's face, startling her. Third, she must always watch her opponent, not just focus on her own strikes. With just one hand, Chen Bai effortlessly catches her fist. Game over. Their little training session ends in a flash. He lets go, telling her that he now understands her current level, and she will be fine as long as she remembers those 3 rules. Gently catching the stumbling girl, he bluntly notes his speed was only 20, yet she couldn't keep up. Looking down dejectedly, she apologizes for being so weak. Chen Bai just smiles gently, offering some warm encouragement. He tells her there is no need to apologize, she just needs to practice hard. Hearing this, Meng Yao's eyes instantly light up with determination. She vows to train hard. Just like that, 7 days flash by. A quiet night falls over the estate. A quiet night drapes over the luxurious Dongshan villa. In the living room, Song Ziqiang leans lazily on the sofa, obediently reporting to her master. She explains that all the rules have been established, and they even stationed guards at the bulletin boards to explain them to the survivors. Chen Bai nods. The base is finally on track. Turning to her, he calmly prepares to hand over his next orders. He mentions that he has fully cleared out the Dongshan area, so managing the base is now her responsibility since he must leave soon. His plan is to depart early tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Ziqiang freezes her face, falling with deep regret. She hoped he would stay longer, especially since his plague suit is still missing its final piece. But looking at his virtual system screen, Chen Bai simply shrugs. He explains that he cannot waste time waiting for a mere E-rank item when the wider world is full of treasures. He wants to go out and claim them all. Seizing the moment, Ziqiang wraps her arms around his neck from behind, leaning in close. She coos seductively, begging him to think of them and visit often, warning him that the Chen Bai's palace might overflow without him. Prompting a wicked smirk from Chen Bai, he mockingly asks if his territory is actually facing floods. Turning his head, Chen Bai whispers craftily into her ear, telling her to call all the girls over to discuss how to handle this flood. He wants a thorough discussion on how to stop that leak. Ziqiang obediently curtsies, promising to carry out her master's orders immediately. As the night grows deeper, the dim golden lights shining from the villa fail to hide the wild passion unfolding within those walls. A passionate, intense battle of endurance begins with heavy breathing filling the room as Chen Bai boldly displays his overwhelming dominance. He completely conquers his gorgeous harem, leaving them utterly defeated and surrendered. Standing proudly among his beautiful ladies, he enjoys the moment. Basking in his ultimate victory, like a true emperor, he savors the triumph. By the next morning, the massive bedroom is dead silent. Exhausted bodies are scattered across the giant bed, completely spent. Chen Bai quietly gets dressed and slides out of the room. Closing the bedroom door behind him, he runs directly into Leng Shuang. She was waiting patiently in the hallway. He calmly asks if she is looking for Ziqiang, noting that she is still asleep, but Leng Shuang shakes her head in response. She reveals she is actually looking for him. Hurrying after him, Leng Shuang seriously reports that there is trouble brewing downstairs. Apparently some troublemakers are rioting at the mountain base. Hands in his pockets, Chen Bai nonchalantly asks why she is bringing this to him. He calmly points out that the rules are already posted. A cold, menacing glint flashes in his eyes. Simply handling the matter strictly by the rules would be better, he suggests. Leng Shuang hesitates, explaining nervously. She apologizes for the intrusion, explaining they already subdued the instigator, but the troublemakers claim to be his former classmates. Well, that definitely got his attention. Hearing the word classmates, Chen Bai immediately strides toward the door, ordering her to lead. He demands to be taken there. Leng Shuang quickly complies. Down at the base, a noisy crowd is gathered. They are protesting right in front of the riot shields. The moment Chen Bai appears, an excited young man points and shouts his name. He eagerly yells that Chen Bai has arrived. Standing beside him, Leng Shuang explains that these people are angry about the daily fee. Specifically, they hate paying the 1 copper coin fee, demanding total safety and protection for free. Chen Bai merely listens in silence. He scoffs coldly at their demands. The excited young man immediately steps up the stairs, spreading his arms wide to greet him. Introducing himself as Li Chen, he loudly mentions their past connection. From above, Chen Bai calmly looks down. Chen Bai calmly points out their rules are not harsh at all, since earning a coin only requires slaying a zombie. Even if they cannot fight, they can easily take on basic chores around the camp to earn their keep. Demanding to know why they are starting riots, Chen Bai stares. Li Chen merely responds with a smug expression. This is not about the money, Li Chen argues, claiming that people must stand together during the apocalypse. Since Chen Bai has the resources, he believes it's his moral duty to help. He proudly uses his hypocritical morals as leverage. Speaking as their former student council president, he shamelessly demands Chen Bai abolish the rules for the sake of the greater good. This is for everyone's best interest, and they'll all be incredibly grateful to you. Chen Bai closed his eyes and laughed, completely speechless at the guy's sheer shamelessness. His shamelessness was on another level. He smirked. He didn't want to waste any more time on people like this. His eyes snapped open, sharp as knives. Sweeping across the crowd, he raised his hand and coldly issued a final ultimatum. Listen up, everyone. Those are the rules here. If you don't like it, get the hell out right now. Anyone still here in 3 minutes will be shot dead without mercy. Standing above them, Chen Bai made his stance crystal clear. Those are the rules. If you can't accept them, get lost. Anyone stubborn enough to stay after 3 minutes will be shot without hesitation. To show he wasn't bluffing, he turned to his secretary. Leng Shuang, start the timer. Leng Shuang immediately responded with a serious nod, understood. Yet even with that threat, Li Chen kept acting tough. He grinned and shouted out, no need for 3 or 5 minutes. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just trying to save everyone money. I'm sure everyone here supports and thanks me. Sick of his loud mouth, one of the guards snapped back at him. Cut the crap, a single copper coin isn't going to break anyone here. Anyone refusing to pay is either useless or incredibly stingy. And we aren't about to waste our time protecting selfish freeloaders. The other guards joined in the roasting, leaving Li Chen breaking out in a sweat. Hey, trash, can't you even kill one zombie a day? If you're that pathetic, come to my place and be my guard dog. I'll even pay you 2 coppers. Now get lost. We built this camp, and you don't have any right to be here. With his last bit of pride totally shredded, Li Chen stammered with a twisted face, realizing there was nothing left for him to exploit. Frustrated, he turned to leave with his lackeys, throwing back a cheap threat. Fine, we're leaving. Who wants to stay in this hellhole anyway? Just you wait, Chen Bai, you'll regret kicking me out. But as he took his first few steps away, Chen Bai suddenly called out. Thinking that the boss had actually changed his mind, Li Chen eagerly spun around with a big grin, expecting some sort of apology. What's wrong? Starting to regret it already? In response to that smug grin, Chen Bai's arm suddenly mutated into a dark, monstrous claw. With blinding speed, he lunged forward, slashing directly through the man. Blood sprayed everywhere, and Li Chen's face froze in absolute horror. Even in his final moments, he never expected his former classmate to be this ruthless. Looking down at Li Chen's lifeless body, he stood cold. As the corpse hit the dirt, the rioting crowd fell into a panic, their knees buckling as they fell to the ground, begging for mercy. Flicking the fresh blood off his claws, Chen Bai coldly mocked the dead man's words. You were right, anyone who dares hold a grudge is definitely going to regret it. Especially when they run their mouth in front of me. In the dead silence that followed, Qin Leng Shuang took a glance. She checked the countdown timer in her hand calmly, warning the remaining troublemakers. There's only 1 minute left. Are you still not leaving? Realizing their lives were on the line, one of them broke down crying and repeatedly slammed his head on the ground. I'll obey the rules and take any punishment for causing trouble in the settlement. Please just give me another chance. Chen Bai retracted his mutated claws, casually strolling past the mess, while giving a slight nod. Now you're being smart. Pay a fine of 5 copper coins, and in a month, everything will go back to normal. Overjoyed, the man bowed down in deep gratitude. I'll pay, thank you so much, Lord. Seeing this, the rest of the crowd quickly chimed in, desperately begging for the same deal. Leaving the cleanup to his secretary, Chen Bai gestured with a slight nod of his chin, letting her handle the remaining crowd. Leng Shuang nodded, assuring him that she had everything under control. With that annoyance taken care of, Chen Bai calmly walked away. Right then, his system chimed with a message from Meng Meng. Opening up the interface, she immediately began to complain. Master, it's so hard to level up my abilities in real combat. Even though my mental strength is high, I don't have any attack skills. Chen Bai calmly reassured her, telling her to be patient. He promised to help her find some skill books to boost her mental attacks. Excited by the news, she quickly asked where he was located and when he'd be free, wanting to pay him a visit. He gave a brief reply, Zhangcheng. Hearing this, she squealed in excitement, realizing they were actually incredibly close to each other. Since she was living in nearby Wuchang, Chen Bai made an offer saying he could pick her up if she wanted to join him. Meng Meng jumped with joy, thrilled by the offer. After hanging up, Chen Bai walked along, running some calculations in his head. Wuchang was the location of an S-class job quest from his past life. Even if it wasn't SSS class, it still held great value. It would give him enough leverage to trade for essential supplies and info. With a quick plan formed, he made his decision. He would head straight to Wuchang first. Meanwhile, inside a hotel deep within Jiangcheng, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. An anxious man turned to Zihei, asking how much food they had left. The glasses-wearing guy named Song Zi let out a sigh. It isn't looking good, Brother Bing. We only have enough supplies to last everyone for about 3 days. Their leader, Jiang Lubing, slammed his fist down in anger, cursing their luck. It was all because of that damn mutated zombie. It easily slaughtered 5 of their men, and its senses were unbelievably sharp, making it almost impossible to escape. Right on the streets below, a massive glowing red brute of a monster throws its head back and roars furiously. Jiang Lubing breaks into a cold sweat as she speaks. She continues, warning that if they even step onto the ground floor, it will spot them instantly, making escaping out the back door completely impossible. Song Ji gulps hard, completely losing hope. He mutters that they are officially trapped. But right in the middle of this grim moment, 2 girls suddenly rush out from the back room, pointing out the window and yelling for everyone to look outside. They lock eyes on a dark shadow, leaping across the high-rises at terrifying speed. It glides like a bird, defying gravity itself. The group stands frozen by the glass, whispering in shock. What on earth is that? Nobody can get a clear look at it. To them, it is just a blurry streak. Thinking it is a new mutated zombie, Jiang Lubing quickly warns them to stop. He says it can jump on walls and tells them to draw the curtains. But the girl in the red shirt quickly stops him. She insists there is no need to worry because she thinks that Shadow is actually a human. The group immediately turns to stare at her, Their eyes go wide as they ask how that could possibly be a human. Songji wipes his sweat, wanting to make sure. He asks if she is absolutely sure she did not missee. The girl in red Wei Shihu confidently beats her chest. No way, she is wrong. She reminds him of her special ability. But right then her eyes widen as she sees the shadow kick. It launches high into the air, flying straight toward their building. Down in the alley, the massive muscular zombie suddenly flinches. The beast looks back, as if sensing imminent danger. Tracking his prey perfectly, Chen Bai lands on a nearby rooftop with a smug grin. A tyrant zombie. Talk about insane luck. Chen Bai smirks, knowing this is the ultimate surprise reward for his hard work. The hunter actually has a weapon blueprint that requires this beast's bones. Looking down at the roaring monster, he starts calculating. Deciding against using his giant hammer, he knows smashing it might damage the bone integrity and lower the drop rate. Settling on a strategy, Chen Bai transforms his arm into dark claws and dives straight down. Decapitation is the fastest route. Back inside the hotel room, the survivors are peeking through the curtains. Jiang Lubing anxiously complains that he cannot see a thing. After asking Wei Shihu for an update, she waves her hands, telling them it is better not to watch because of the danger. Despite her warning, they both keep spying. Suddenly, she gasps, announcing the fight has begun and that the guy's arm just grew claws. Jiang Lubing scowls, reminding her that he told them that guy is a monster. No normal human grows claws out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye, Wei Shihu breaks into a cold sweat to deliver the news. The giant beast is already dead. Now, it looks like the mysterious fighter is absorbing its corpse. As she watches intently, she suddenly freezes in sheer shock. Shocked because she just saw his face. Down on the street, Chen Bai finishes off the tyrant, his hand glowing with dark energy. The dark mist drains the essence from the crushed corpse. Instantly, system notifications start popping up one after another. He receives 2,000 experience points after slaying an elite plague virus mutant that was heavily boosted in defense and offense. By devouring the Stage 3 elite corpse, his dark virus power is enhanced. He gains 800 virus points and 500 evolution points. Chen Bai feels power surging through his veins as dark mist billows. A new notification alerts him to a fresh form. This dark virus gains muscle enhancement and a shield form. Chen Bai happily examines his newly powered-up arm. Highly impressed, he notes that muscle enhancement boosts the power of any body part without causing ugly or painful physical distortions. Even better, his new shield's durability is double his base defense. This whole fight turned out to be a massive steal. Back in the room, Wei Shihu gets so excited, she screams out loud, gripping the window frame. She yells Chen Bai's name. Hearing his name called out of nowhere, the young man stops showing off his skills and looks up in utter confusion. Looking around, he scans the quiet apartment building, completely clueless about who just shouted. A massive mental question mark pops up. Not letting her idol wonder for long, the fangirl in red continues to scream his name at the top of her lungs. Chen Bai is completely baffled now, staring upward with zero clues. Finally pinning down the source of the noise, he narrows his eyes and focuses on the 10th floor. He spots a tightly shut window, with several figures bustling behind it. Instead of wasting time taking the stairs, Chen Bai simply leaps upward and grabs the outer window sill. Sliding right inside, he startles the girl. He realizes she is Song's close friend and remarks that he was wondering who called. Thrilled to see her savior show up looking incredibly cool, Wei Shihu quickly asks him if he knows how Songga is doing. Anxiously begging to know if he is all right, the group gathers around the hotel table to talk after that startling entrance. The savior casually breaks the news, explaining he set up a shelter at the Dongshan villas, where hundreds of people now live. Since Song Zicheng is helping him run the place, Song Ge is perfectly safe. Hearing this shocking news, Wei Shihu leans in close and eagerly asks if it is really true. Meanwhile, the other men nearby are left completely speechless. Sweating heavily, he clutches a trembling bottle. You built a settlement with hundreds of people and the queen of Jiang Lubing City is managing it. Are you kidding us? Chen Bai calmly crosses his legs, exuding the cold, overwhelming aura of a powerful boss. You will understand when you get there, he says calmly. I have no reason to invent lies that are so easily exposed. Before he can even finish talking, a loud click sounds. The doorknob suddenly turns from the outside. A young man walks in, instantly beaming with excitement upon seeing him. Chen Bai turns his head calmly, recognizing his old classmate. It is Qi Zhang, followed by two other guys, crowding into the room like it is a festival. I knew I heard someone call your name. Chen Bai, are you really here? Seeing his old classmates packing the room, Chen Bai is genuinely surprised. Why are you all gathered here, he asks. His friend quickly explains that on the day everything started, their leader Zhang Lubing brought them here. They got trapped at the roleplay gaming lounge where he worked part-time. Another classmate scratches his head and chimed in. We wanted to invite you along, but Li Feng said you were probably busy being a boss somewhere. Understanding their situation, Chen Bai smiles. Are there many Jiang Lubing University classmates here? If you want, you can all come to my settlement at Dongsun Villa. But he lays down the law first. The rule is that everyone must pay 1 copper coin every single day. Can you guys manage that? A student in a blue shirt beats his chest confidently, saying it is a piece of cake. Jiang Lubing clicks his tongue in regret. If that monster had not blocked their path, they might have earned gold coins by now. But the road to your settlement is dangerous, he adds. Can you guide us? Chen Bai shrugs, politely declining. I have other things to handle, but do not worry. I only saw one dangerous tyrant monster on my way here. Lu Bang does not know whether to laugh or cry. So that was not a normal monster. Talk about terrible luck. With that, Chen Bai generously waves his hand, throwing down a stack of glowing cards that clatter onto the floor. The cards transform into a pile of weapons. He gifts them directly to Qi, Zheng, Triyu, Mok, and Mithi Ho. He tells them he has no use for these low-grade weapons. Delivery complete. Chen Bai turns around to leave. He is in a rush and bids them farewell. Now that they know the way they can head over, the group bows in gratitude. They wave goodbye, telling him to stay safe. Moments later, Chen Bai is leaping across rooftops like a high-speed ninja. Suddenly, a private message pops up from his maid, Meng Yao. She quickly reports that Han Xiao is complaining in the group chat. She thinks her new ability might be able to help him out. Landing on a nearby roof, Chen Bai frowns. He tells her to explain the details directly, since the group chat is too crowded. Could Han Xiao actually be Han Xiao? Meanwhile, back in the hotel room, the student in red urges Jiang Lubing that they should pack up and move to the settlement. It is safe, filled with evolved humans, and represents a golden opportunity. Jiang Lubing nods, looking extremely serious. They must prepare carefully first. Crossing the entire city to reach Dongsun is no laughing matter. In the middle of their tense discussion, the guy wearing glasses pushes his frames up, acting like a detective solving a mystery. Wait, he says, I just realized something. But before he can explain, Chen Bai suddenly climbs back in through the window. Everyone jumps in utter shock, demanding to know why he returned. Chen Bai simply scratches his head casually. He asks if there is an issue, explaining he suddenly needs to borrow a quiet room to handle some quick business. Qi Zheng enthusiastically offers his own bedroom. But once inside, Chen Bai immediately pushes his 2 friends out into the hallway. He locks the door, stating he needs to be alone. They just laugh it off, promising to guard the living room. Seeing their powerful savior lock himself away, Mithi Ho panics and calls out, begging Chen Bai to wait for him. But standing in the hallway, Chen Bai pulls out a piece of paper. He suddenly remembers something important. He asks if they know Tong Ka's ID number. A classmate reveals her ID is 990,225. Qi Zheng pokes his head in curiously, asking for Chen Bai's ID, so he and Triyu Mok can add him. He calmly replies. He gives them a single-digit one. Hearing this ridiculously short ID, Triyu Mok breaks into a cold sweat, staring speechlessly. Qi Zheng bursts out laughing, assuming it is a joke. He mocks that, while they have evolved, his friend's humor has not. Triyu Mok's face turns completely pale. He quickly pats his laughing friend on the shoulder, telling him to actually try adding it. Qi Zheng is confused, but complies. Instantly, a bright red system notification flashes right in front of his eyes. It states that Evolved Person 001 has accepted the request. Seeing that legendary ID, Qi Zheng freezes in shock. He is completely paralyzed. Chen Bai simply waves his hand, telling Qi Zheng to stop staring and pack his things quickly. 10 minutes later, in the living room, Qi Zheng collapses onto the sofa, muttering in absolute disbelief over that insane ID. Chen Bai's theory is absolutely top tier. He said that is the exact sequence to become an evolved being, meaning he was the very first person on Earth to evolve. Yes, the first one in the world. Does everyone still remember what Chen Bai posted in the dorm group chat? He asked if the university would move the fitness exam to mid-June. Qi Zheng immediately replies that of course he remembers. Suddenly, his brain pieces it together. Qi Zheng leaps up eyes wide, asking what he means and if Chen Bai actually knew about the apocalypse beforehand. Triyu Mok smiles and shrugs, saying it might just be a coincidence, but thanks to those exercise routines, they managed to survive this long. Qi Zheng crosses his arms, admitting the cold hard truth that they have benefited way too much from his valuable intel. Right in the middle of this serious discussion, he suddenly turns his attention to the curious girl wearing red. He asks Wei Shihu why her face is as red as a boiled lobster. Startled, Shihu clutches her device and heads straight for her room. She mutters that it is nothing, and warns them not to enter Chen Bai's room under any circumstances. With that, she slips inside and slams the door shut. Leaning against it, her face blushes crimson as she whispers her crush's name. On her screen, she just connected with Songge. Shihu texts him, letting him know it is her, Wei Shihu. Songji is totally shocked, wondering how she got his contact code. Giggling, she texts back that Chen Bai gave it to her. She complains that she knew Chen Bai would only fetch trouble. Songge gets confused, asking if she is still his best friend. Shihu throws her dignity out the window, replying that, of course they are. She adds that this is actually great news. Now whenever their whole group hangs out together, Songge will not be the only one calling Chen Bai dad anymore. Songge is completely shell-shocked. Cupping her burning cheeks, Wei Shihu completely loses herself in some seriously wild, blushed-out fantasies. Wondering if things could actually go down the way she is imagining, her mind drifts off into a sugary pink daydream. She pictures herself, Chen Bai, and Songge floating on fluffy pink clouds, completely lost in her own little world. But her fantasy abruptly shatters when she hears hushed whispers coming from the living room, instantly putting her on high alert. Someone is telling Brother Jiang that this is not simple at all. It turns out the guys are gathered to analyze things. One guy insists that Chen Bai is definitely lying because his story has way too many glaring plot holes. Another guy nods, saying it feels incredibly shady. A dude wearing glasses acts like a detective trying to expose the truth. He claims there is no way Song Ziqiang would manage a settlement for him, calling it pure, unadulterated bragging. Overhearing this ridiculous conversation, Shihu just stands there completely speechless. Right at that moment, the system triggers a transition prompt. We shift to the cosmic dreamscape right inside Han Xiao's house, floating in the middle of a mystical galaxy. Chen Bai lands in style, sporting a pair of glowing, majestic butterfly wings, offering a warm, confident smile. He apologizes for the delay, explaining he had to handle some urgent business back in the real world. Looking around the waiting crowd, he notes that he seems to be the very last person to arrive. The scene shifts to a cozy living room, where Meng Yao and two other guys have already gathered. Suddenly, a kid in a hoodie rushes over. He introduces himself as Han Xiao, expressing his absolute excitement to finally meet his idol, the great Chen Bai. He gushes over how Chen Bai looks even better in person. Standing nearby, the maid Meng Yao rolls her eyes. She teases him for being such a smooth talker. Han Xiao quickly waves his hands, swearing he is speaking the absolute truth. Another guy with a ponytail and a face mask steps up next, introducing himself as Crow. He explains that Meng Yao invited him along to tag team. He mentions that his talent is a SSS-Rank nightmare manifestation. Looking at these terrifyingly overpowered ranks with Crow at SS and Meng Yao at SSS, Han Xiao slumps in despair. He sighs deeply, realizing his S-rank mind control actually makes him the weakest link in this absolute powerhouse squad. Chen Bai smiles, reassuring the kid that while his talent might be lower, his overall luck is actually top tier. He looks over at the maid, explaining that if Han Xiao had run into this trouble just 2 days ago, even Meng Yao would not have been able to save him. Back then, her dreamscape pull was strictly limited to her own location. Meng Yao nods, explaining that her brand new ability to pull everyone straight to Han Xiao's place by anchoring it to a core dreamscape was only unlocked yesterday. Crow nods, impressed by her rapid growth. Realizing he got incredibly lucky with the timing, Han Xiao scratches his head with a cheeky, highly self-satisfied grin, boasting about his legendary good luck. But with no time to waste, Chen Bai gets straight to the point. He warns them that Meng Yao cannot hold this dreamscape for long, asking Han Xiao to quickly explain his urgent situation. Han Xiao turns serious, explaining that he accidentally got himself trapped inside a highly dangerous dungeon. This is an exclusive quest. Han Xiao offers a screenshot saying they should talk on the way since the place is far. The quest screen flashes. It is an exclusive S-tier mission titled Clan Secret. The system requires him to head out to the abandoned Hong Ten mental asylum to investigate a relative's genetic illness. Suddenly, the entire landscape shifts. They teleport right in front of the gloomy, silent asylum gates. Han Xiao points ahead, explaining that when he first arrived here, the place had already turned into a glowing red dungeon. Staring at the blazing space portal, the young boy's voice drops low. He confesses he actually risked going in once, but got so terrified he had to immediately back out. He explains that the nightmare-level monsters inside were simply too much for him, but he can't afford to wait and level up first. After giving up, the universe warned that someone else had already caught his scent and was about to snatch everything away. Hearing his junior's desperate situation, Chen Bai nods in understanding, assuring him he gets it. Instantly, the system screen flashes a prompt asking if they want to lead their party into the Hong Tin Mental Asylum dungeon. A highly confident smirk plays on Chen Bai's lips. Without a moment of hesitation, he locks it in with a yes. In the blink of an eye, the four-man squad is teleported straight inside the eerie, ruined hospital grounds. Just as they touch down safely, Crow points forward, checking his radar. Hey, there is a monster showing up right ahead, and it looks like Small Fry. Han Xiao breaks a sweat, warning them he has a really bad feeling about this place. Even the first wave is going to be tough, so they must be careful. Standing right in front of them is a grotesque monster nurse with gray-blue skin. Her body twitches and convulses nonstop, looking absolutely hideous. Eager for an easy fight, Crow cracks his knuckles and steps forward to show off. He tells everyone to stay back while he tests his raw strength on this target. Without wasting another second, Crow leaps high into the air, charging straight at his prey. The moment he lands, he immediately activates his double S-tier talent, Fear Incarnate. He summons a giant shadow scarecrow that looks extremely spooky and ominous, and frightens her. Completely paralyzed by fear, the monster nurse collapses to the ground, her heart pounding in sheer terror. Seeing his prey fall, Crow smirks and snaps his fingers. Time for Fear Mode Punishment Blast. A mass of energy explodes violently, obliterating the monster. The system instantly flashes a victory alert, confirming his teammate has slain the crazed nurse and shared the experience points. Watching from afar, Han Xiao is completely amazed by this power. Crow simply nods in pride. Meanwhile, Chen Bai rubs his chin, teasing that he looks more like a final boss than a good guy. Picking up some sweet loot, Crow happily holds up a newly dropped skill card, bragging about their insane luck. Hearing this, Chen Bai speaks up, suggesting that since both Han Xiao and Meng Yao possess psychic talents, they should decide who gets to keep it. Han Xiao quickly waves his hands, saying he doesn't need it. He only wants the quest items, plus his own talent already has a similar ability. Seeing him decline, Meng Yao happily accepts. She thanks everyone, promising she won't stand on ceremony. She immediately absorbs the card and learns the Psychic Scream skill. A clever plan sparks in Chen Bai's mind, and he nods, signaling for Meng Yao to use it. The loyal maid quickly analyzes the spell, noting that, while its damage radius is small, the acoustic range is massive. It will easily lure out all the monsters currently hiding inside the wards. Chen Bai smirks confidently, saying that is exactly what they need. Searching every room one by one is way too annoying, but they will be just fine. She smiles and nods obediently. Then Meng Yao channels her power, floating gently up into the air. Shrouded in brilliant light, she proudly unleashes her skill. Giant sound waves from her psychic scream ripple outward in massive arcs. They blast directly into the monster's eardrums, forcing them to clutch their heads in pain. Standing with hands on his hips, Chen Bai nods in satisfaction. The mob-pulling effect of this skill is truly phenomenal. If you are enjoying this ride, hit that like button. Agitated by the noise, a massive swarm of monsters starts pouring out of the building. Han Xiao breaks a cold sweat, realizing this dungeon is absolutely packed. Staring down the overwhelming numbers, the kid frowns and warns everyone to stay sharp and not get separated. As hordes of ravenous zombies crawl forward, surrounding them from all sides, Meng Yao shrinks behind her master. She nervously asks if they will be okay. On the contrary, Chen Bai calmly steps forward. Don't worry, he casually assures her they will be fine. Cracking his neck, his eyes flash with a cold, lethal smirk. He gets ready to slaughter, stating this is the perfect moment to test out his newly upgraded abilities. Hearing his boss's absolute confidence, Han Xiao lets out a sigh of relief, immediately waving his arms to summon a flurry of flying daggers around him. Reassured, he gets ready for action, declaring it is time to kill. The kid leaps headfirst into the center of the horde, slashing away as screaming zombie heads fly. Meanwhile, over in another corner, Crow. He leaps straight into the massive zombie horde, swinging his dual blades and effortlessly chopping off their heads. Meanwhile, over in another dark corner, Crow. Standing with hands folded atop the dark tentacles, he begins to mutter a chant. the true source of dark terror. Dozens of black tentacles burst from the ground, wrapping around the monsters' necks and hoisting them into the air. With a cold look, he simply orders them to kill. Not wanting to be outdone by the guys, Meng Yao shoulders a massive grenade launcher and fires right into the thick of the crowd, creating a massive, fiery blast that levels the area. The shockwave forces Han Xiao and Crow to cover their heads and run for their lives. The two guys scream in sheer terror, "Oh my god, what the hell is this?" But completely unlike her panicked teammates, Meng Yao stands there with a weapon on her shoulder, absolutely thrilled and eager to fire another round because it felt so good. Seeing a tiny girl in a pink dress blasting a bazooka, a sweating Han Xiao analyzes. Using a grenade launcher, her dream creation skill is totally broken. Seriously, manifesting real items in a dreamscape is a straight-up cheat. Is this girl going to end up building a giant Gundam next? Crow nods in agreement, saying she probably could. But mid-joke, Crow suddenly freezes, his sharp eyes darting over his shoulder. He looks curiously at their leader, who is charging a glowing purple dark claw. But why has the boss been waiting this entire time? Why hasn't the squad leader made a move yet? While the team whispers among themselves, Chen Bai finally finishes gathering his energy. His dark arm bulges with powerful purple veins, as he silently notes that his overall strength has finally reached its peak limit. This skill's charge time is a bit long, making it a bit risky during a chaotic melee, but the massive damage output is definitely no joke. A smug smirk plays on his lips. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Chen Bai slams both of his hands onto the ground, unleashing his fully charged ultimate move. Instantly, countless sharp earth spikes rip violently through the solid ground, impaling the entire monster lineup like a row of kebabs. Witnessing this incredible cleanup, Meng Yao squeals with her eyes shining. "Master, you are just too strong." Beside her, Han Xiao stands wide-eyed and open-mouthed, wondering if this is really just a single-target skill. He just wiped them all out in one shot. Honestly, can you blame Crow for sweating bullets, realizing this guy must be the legendary Chen Bai? After that incredibly smooth sweep, Chen Bai dusts off his hands and walks away, leaving two nurse monsters pinned to the icy wall behind him. Seeing that the enemies are still breathing, Han Xiao eagerly draws his blade to finish them off. "Hey, let me take care of these two survivors." Seeing the overeager kid rush in, Chen Bai immediately reaches out to stop him. He calmly turns around, revealing the two nurse monsters hanging upside down, and explains that these two are actually mini-bosses. "I spared them on purpose." Hearing this, Han Xiao breaks so hard he stumbles, turning to look at Crow, stunned they were taken alive. He actually captured them bare-handed. With no time to show off his cool factor, Chen Bai simply activates his special ability. The system immediately chimes, announcing that his Dark Devour skill has evolved now, letting him view the memories of any consumed target. There is even a small chance to acquire their mastered skills. Without hesitation, Chen Bai locks in his choice. "All right, let's read and absorb their memories." Dark energy erupts completely, swallowing the two monsters. Chen Bai closes his eyes and mutters. Chen Bai silently reflects that he has rarely used this move since the night before the apocalypse. Instantly, fragmented shards of memory flash, flickering past a body marked with a bizarre hexagonal scar. It makes him frown in confusion. What on earth is this? The next memory reveals a nurse bound tightly to a bloody crucifix, spiking his curiosity. What in the world is happening here? The dark visions grow increasingly disturbing, filled with wooden crosses and agonizing screams echoing from deep within the subconscious. Terrified out of her mind, Nurse Kang screams and begs for them to stay away. Then another calm voice cuts through the panic, telling Nurse Kang to try and calm down. The memory suddenly shifts to a pitch-black corridor where creepy wooden crosses are hung all over the walls, in a truly chilling way. A man in glasses with a twisted smile appears, clicking his tongue in mockery. "What's wrong? Why is your mind so weak when I plan to offer you to my master? Such a pity this crazy woman will just have to be sacrificed next month instead." The memory shifts to a reception desk where a nurse comforts her colleague, telling Nurse Wang not to be sad, since people only shunned her because of what happened to Nurse Kang. Nurse Wang sighs with a sad look, replying that she also cared deeply for Nurse Kang. The chaotic vision flashes again to a bloody body, mixed with eerie whispers. Number 16. She was clearly a good person, so why did she suddenly go mad? 16. Snapping out of the flashback, Chen Bai releases his grip on the nurse, his eyes flashing with sudden realization. 16, And what is with this demonic magic circle? Right, he finally remembers. Searching through his old memories from his past life as a demon hunter, he recalls once hearing rumors about a mental hospital dungeon connected to devils and how people could actually use it to summon them. Back then, his high level exceeded this dungeon's limit, so he had only skimmed a few posts on the Evolution forums. After connecting all these scattered clues, Chen Bai turns back to advise his team. Alright, let us go search for clues. Regarding Han Zhao's exclusive quest, everyone stay sharp, be careful, and absolutely do not wander off or break formation. Han Zhao reminds the group that incredibly powerful monsters might be waiting ahead. With that warning, they move out. They cautiously head deeper inside. Half an hour passes in complete silence, and walking down the stairs, Han Zhao sighs in boredom. He wonders if all the monsters were lured outside, since they haven't seen a single soul, despite already clearing 3 full floors. They got absolutely nothing out of it. Meng Yao comforts him, saying there might still be clues, while Crow silently leads the way. Chen Bai points out a strange pattern. The number 16 keeps appearing here way too often, and he ponders it as they walk. He wonders why the dungeon boss hasn't made a single move yet. Hearing this, Han Zhao immediately chimes in with some flattery. Maybe the boss is just too terrified of Brother Bai to show its face. But the moment the kid says this, a deep voice echoes. A sinister, raspy voice booms from the dark end of the hallway, calling them young and incredibly arrogant. The team instantly braces. Han Zhao brandishes his daggers, daring the speaker to step out. Right on cue, a hideous foot with razor-sharp claws slowly emerges. The enemy finally shows its face. A heavily muscled horned demon who beats his chest and boasts about his grand identity. He claims to be the director of the Red Star Asylum and a messenger of Solomon, the 16th demon of the 72 pillars. This god of insomnia instantly panics Meng Yao, who stutters in disbelief, while Han Zhao begins to break out in a cold sweat. Ignoring their panic, the horned demon points directly at Meng Yao, telling her that trying to act calm is completely useless. He claims their only fate is to be sacrificed, but then he offers the maid a bizarre, creepy way out. If she agrees to serve his master and bear his children, the demon adjusts his glasses with a sickening, perverted grin. Meng Yao gagged at the disgusting offer. She tells him to go ahead and bear those creepy demon babies himself. Hearing the boss trash-talking, Chen Bai just smirks. He is not intimidated at all by this self-proclaimed messenger. He mocks the boss, calling him a mere low-class demon made from a human, and says he is the arrogant one here. Dark energy suddenly erupts around Chen Bai, condensing into a massive, terrifying magical claw, ready to tear things apart. He dares the boss to actually show some real skill, instead of just barking useless threats, like a coward. Utterly humiliated, the director flies into a wild rage, calling them ignorant fools who are about to pay the price. Roaring at the ceiling, his dark energy explodes, forming a giant ghostly demon skull, hovering menacingly right behind him. This glowing green skull bears its razor-sharp teeth, unleashing an overwhelming spiritual pressure that forces the party onto the defensive. This is a true battle for survival. The crushing mental weight makes Han Zhao clutch his head in absolute agony. Sweating profusely, the boy collapses to his knees, groaning in sheer pain about this awful, suffocating feeling. Meng Yao stumbles and calls out to her master. Even Chen Bai grimaces under the weight, cursing his bad luck. It is a psychic demon, the exact type he hates most, specializing in wearing down opponents with continuous mental attacks. Although his own mind is resilient, he lacks psychic skills, making a drawn-out battle highly risky. He immediately lunges forward. Determined to end this quickly, Chen Bai swings his massive shadow arm, launching a heavy punch straight at the director. Yet the demon takes the blow to the stomach, completely unharmed, merely grinning and mocking the effort. He instantly retaliates with a lightning-fast claw swipe, forcing Chen Bai back to deploy a protective dark shield. Seeing the block, the demon boasts that Chen Bai is moderately strong to have survived that attack. Stepping forward confidently, he yells that his opponent can never hope to pierce through his terrifying hellfire. He adds that as the fight drags on, Chen Bai will eventually collapse under his intense mental pressure. Fiery hellfire erupts around his body as he laughs maniacally, telling his opponent there is absolutely no escape. He demands they scream in despair to entertain him. But in the middle of this tense standoff, something changes. Han Zhao suddenly chuckles. A brilliant blue light bursts from his body, wrapping the entire team and completely cleansing the psychic pressure. Crow sighs in relief and grumbles about why Han Zhao did not use this handy trick much sooner. The kid scratches his head, explaining that releasing his inner spiritual energy easily nullified the demon's crushing pressure. Hearing the name Han, the demon freezes and glares, realizing the kid is a descendant of that bloodline. He carries the master's blood, but the demon warns him that bloodline protection will not save him from hellfire. He vows to burn Han Xiao to ash. Seeing the boss's sudden hostility, Crow calmly puts his hands in his pockets. Crow mocks him, asking why a loyal family pet is suddenly so eager to murder his own master's descendant. He warns the demon that his master might just crush him for doing this. The demon grinds his teeth in anger. He snarls that the Han family are traitors, and killing them will earn him a massive reward instead of punishment. With a roar to turn them to dust in hellfire, the demon spreads his arms, desperately gathering the blazing flames around his neck. Seeing the threat, the team rushes forward. Han Xiao yells to interrupt his skill before he can release the fire. But before the ultimate goes off, the demon suddenly bends in half. He lets out a massive sneeze. The sudden sneeze halts the team dead. Han Xiao blinks in confusion, asking if the old guy caught a cold. Crow wonders if it is a trick. Smugly, Chen Bai notes it took effect a bit late. Still, the demon has a decent constitution for a low-level thug. Suddenly, the beast coughs violently and points his finger. He wheezes painfully, demanding to know what Chen Bai did to him. The young man just smirks with a wicked grin. It started as a simple trick to cause sneezing, but after a recent upgrade, the system displays severe lung infection. Hacking and screaming in absolute disbelief, the demon insists there is no way a higher being like him can get sick. The virus mutates to stage 2 instantly. Gasping for air, the director stumbles against the wall, muttering in shock. Yet here he is. Soon, the system warns that the disease has hit stage 3, completely cutting off his oxygen. He claws at his throat, desperately gasping for air. The massive demon collapses onto the floor, completely suffocated. Chen Bai nods in approval. Even demons need to breathe. It was definitely worth spending his virus points on this. Right on cue, the system alerts him. He has defeated the level 12 dungeon boss, Zhao Changlin. He secures 30,000 experience points based on his performance. Standing with arms crossed, he looks down. The final boss is officially cleared. Turning around, Chen Bai finds his 3 teammates clutching their faces in absolute terror. He asks what on earth they are doing. Han Xiao mumbles through his hands, frantically waving him off as the virus boss. Meng Yao looks on with teary eyes, whimpering that she does not want to get sick. Nearby, Crow simply grunts. Chuckling at his paranoid crew, Chen Bai reassures them. They are safe, unless he actively chooses to release the pathogen. Only then do they lower their hands. Wiping away cold sweat, they exhale a massive collective sigh of relief. Instantly switching to flattery, Meng Yao gives him a thumbs up. She praises the Chen Bai for his unmatched skill. He waves his hand dismissively, telling her to cut the sweet talk, since this only works on weak-breathing demons. Plenty of monsters do not even need lungs. Opening his system panel, Chen Bai turns to address Han Xiao. He mentions receiving the dungeon clear notice. He then asks about the progress of Han Xiao's exclusive quest. Han Xiao scratches his head in utter confusion. He wonders why his system still shows the quest as incomplete. The clues must still be hidden nearby. Chen Bai instructs everyone to fan out and search the dungeon. He plans to upload their run online for some quick cash. He assumes nobody in the group wants their faces shown publicly. They nod quickly in agreement. Meng Yao pleads with him to blur out their faces before publishing. Han Xiao and Crow quickly agree. Chen Bai smirks, noting that keeping a low profile is always the safest bet. But first he wants to check what loot the boss dropped, telling the others to start searching for clues. Before long, the gameplay video is uploaded to the forums. The title boasts of the legendary Chen Bai leading his squad. They conquered the nightmare-level dungeon of Hongqing Psychiatric Hospital levels 5 to 12, with the video guide now available. Viewing access costs 5 copper coins. Meanwhile, in a Jiangcheng hotel room, Wei Shihu and his crew gather around. They sit on the sofa, crowded around a holographic screen. Everyone's eyes are glued to the freshly uploaded dungeon run. Everyone is eager to see the mysterious expert who pulled off this miracle. The boys lean forward, analyzing every detail. The protagonist's face is obscured by a giant question mark. However, a familiar pair of dark purple claws catches their attention. After putting the clues together, one of the guys points at the screen. He claims he recognizes those claws. Even with the face blur, there is no mistaking it. Wei Shihu slaps his thigh in absolute excitement. The legendary Chen Bai in the video is definitely Chen Bai. Feeling completely vindicated, she turns to smirk at the boys. She teases them, asking why they went dead silent after lecturing everyone about how Chen Bai was just a fraud. The guy with glasses starts sweating, stammering a weak defense. He argues that Chen Bai is still in his hotel. Jiang Lubing scrambles to save face. He argues that even if the guy in the video is Chen Bai, it proves nothing. A single gameplay clip only shows he can fight. It does not prove his claims about a safe zone are real. Feeling backed into a corner, he suddenly stands up and waves his arms, desperately trying to keep his argument alive. He asks if they have ever considered a far more terrifying scenario, his wild imagination running completely unchecked. Lubing shudders and confidently claims that Chen Bai is likely exploiting all the survivors he lured back to his base, all to fat himself up. To them, that is the only explanation for how he became so freakishly powerful so fast. Sick of these ridiculous conspiracy theories, Wei Shihu snaps right at them. Li Feng, everyone here knows you and Chen Bai only pretend to get along, mostly because he refuses to share any gear with you. And Jiang Lubing, are you seriously still clinging to that stubborn mindset? To crush their endless doubts, she pulls out her device. Open your eyes and watch the video I just sent you all. The shared screen lights up to show a massive blood-red wall of flesh covered in swarms of writhing monsters. The twin-tailed girl screams in horror. What kind of disgusting monster is that? They demand to know what the hell she just sent. Wei Shihu smirks proudly. Sangge just sent me this recording, watch it, and get your eyes opened. Hard evidence hits them right in the face. The two guys stand speechless, staring at the flesh wall with bulging eyes. In the video tour, Sangge's voice rings out with pride as she explains that the wall of flesh is their outer defense. It only eats corpses. She laughs, teasing Wei Shihu about whether seeing this monstrosity made her wet her pants. The camera smoothly pans to a busy marketplace where Sangge beams brightly, acting as their personal tour guide. She asks if they wanted a tour. Recording through the system is pricey, so she only bought a 10-minute package. But that is more than enough to show them around from the very bottom of the mountain to the peak. She walks confidently through the crowd, explaining that the base area is super cheap to enter, just 1 bronze coin daily. But make no mistake, anyone foolish enough to cause trouble here will pay for it with their very life. The video pans over lush green hills as she happily talks about their plans. The mid-mountain is where our families live, and we plan to build recreational areas here soon. Standing right in front of a massive luxury mansion, she highlights the top-tier VIP zone. This is the Summit Villa area, and she is still living in her original house. Security up here is 100% guaranteed. No random person can ever just wander onto this secure peak. At the end of the clip, she winks playfully at her blushing friend, who is watching the screen. She teases that once her friend gets here, she will definitely get to live right at the top. Even if she denies anything happened with Chen Bai, that giant beast will definitely make his move sooner or later. She tells her to hurry over because they have so much gossip to share. Plus, she needs to grind her stamina stats. Otherwise, the entire sisterhood combined won't be able to handle Chen Bai's beastly strength. Suddenly, a friend whispers a deadly question, asking if they are sharing him and if she knows exactly how many other women Chen Bai has right now. This makes Wei Shihu blush furiously, snapping that it is not the point. Zhuang Yishui is dying of absolute embarrassment. Wei Shihu holds her head in regret, wishing she had screened the video first. Meanwhile, the glasses guy tries to ease tension. He says there is no issue now, admitting he never expected Chen Bai to be this insanely powerful. Out of nowhere, Jiang Lubing stumbles forward in a panic, claiming he was only bringing up theories for friendly discussion. Then, he tells Wei Shihu she cannot become Chen Bai's woman. His tactless comment makes her frown in deep disgust. She snaps back, asking when she ever said she wanted that. Yet the man stubbornly presses forward anyway. He insists Chen Bai is far too promiscuous, with too many women, claiming she would absolutely hate being with him. Flushing red, he awkwardly confesses his feelings, begging her to believe he is different because he only wants her. Cringing hard, Wei Shihu instantly holds her hand up to block him, telling him to stop and stay back. She cold shoulders him, completely stating that his love life is none of her business, and she does not care. Reminding him that she rejected him multiple times, even before the apocalypse, she shuts down his disastrous confession. With a cold glare, she repeats clearly that she has zero feelings for him, and simply does not like him. While this drama plays out deep inside the 4th floor of the Red Star Mental Hospital dungeon, Chen Bai is busy. He is preparing to absorb the fallen boss essence, when a sudden system notification makes him freeze in curiosity. The screen reveals that the creature contains a special bloodline, giving him the option to devour or reject it. Absorbing it will affect both the host and the Blacklight Virus. Looking at the purple tentacles wrapping the corpse, Chen Bai mutters, if this is the demon bloodline gifted to minions, he chooses to reject it instead. Crimson energy condenses in his palm, as the system alerts him that the rejected bloodline has turned into an item. Holding the glowing vial, he reads the description for a low-grade A-rank demon bloodline essence, wondering about its potential. Is this the bloodline essence? Surprisingly, Chen Bai tosses the rare item into his inventory with a smirk. He thought extracting it would make it vanish entirely. Just at that moment, the rest of the team comes running over, absolutely eager to see the loot. Han Xiao excitedly asks if the boss dropped anything good. Without making them wait, Chen Bai displays the glowing high-tier scroll. It is an absolute jackpot, an A-rank job change scroll for the Hell Messenger class, and an A-rank skill book for Hell's Black Flames. Meng Yao adjusts her glasses and happily holds up a tattered piece of parchment to show off her own discovery from the battle. It is a blueprint for the Hell's Call armor, which requires rare materials like pure demon horns, hellfire, and dark crystals. Chen Bai nods quietly, placing a hand on his chin in deep thought as he looks over the materials. He flashes a confident smile, noting that he happens to know exactly where they can find those pure demon horns. Now it is time for the fairest loot split ever. Chen Bai speaks up, taking the armor blueprint for himself. He hands the job change scroll to Han Xiao, who has the demon bloodline, and gives the skill book to Meng Yao. Since Crow also contributed, the extra gear goes to him. Holding his awesome new item, Han Xiao gives an enthusiastic thumbs up. With the distribution finished, Han Xiao bows gratefully, saying, the final step is to help him find his quest clues. He deeply thanks everyone for their help, but his emotional gratitude is met with complete silence and deadpan stares from the team. Their look says it all. They did this for Chen Bai, not him. Soon, the group stops in front of a heavy door. The sign on it reads, Director's Office. Standing before the most suspicious door in the facility, Chen Bai makes his call. He guesses the clues are highly likely inside, unless that demon director has another secret room hidden somewhere else. Chen Bai slowly pushes the heavy wooden door open. As soon as Han Xiao peeks inside, his jaw drops in utter shock. Standing in the middle of the eerie red-lit room is a massive winged demon statue with sharp horns and glowing eyes. Chen Bai looks up, feeling a heavy, oppressive pressure radiating from the statue despite it being made of stone. Han Xiao trembles as he explains that this is Zepar, the 16th demon god of Solomon, whom Zhao Changlin mentioned. Chen Bai looks down to inspect the stone pedestal, piecing together the clues they have gathered so far. He deduces that the statue carries such intense pressure because Zepar had actually inhabited it in some physical form. He finds it incredibly intriguing, wondering if there is a way to summon this demon god right here in the hospital. A dark history begins to unfold. About a century ago, a woman from the Han family fell for a demon avatar on Blue Star. A terrible curse latched onto their bloodline. Since then, every single generation of the Han family was born with twins, a boy and a girl, both bound to a tragic destiny. The daughters were doomed to live here forever as brides of the demon. Meanwhile, the sons would live out their lives completely unaware, getting married, starting families, and continuing the cursed cycle. Meng Yao flips through the old decaying pages of the diary, reading the tragic tale aloud to the group. Over a decade ago, Han Xiao's father somehow discovered the dark, horrific truth behind their family inheritance. Determined to break the curse and protect his daughter from being forced to serve a demon in this asylum forever, he acted. In a heartbreaking turn of events, the desperate father made a grim choice and killed his own newborn daughter to save her. But the tragedy did not end there. Zhao Changlin discovered the deed, stopped him, and reported the betrayal to the demon. As punishment, Han Yang was stripped of his demon bloodline. Soon after, Han Xiao's sister was taken away by the demon god. A chilling wave of realization washes over the entire team as the diary details the horrific aftermath of the family tragedy. As for that puppet director, Zhao Changlin, he received demon blood as a reward for his disgusting obedience. Meng Yao closes the old diary with a heavy sigh and summarizes the rest of the bleak story for the team. She notes that the director's entries are mostly filled with jealousy toward the Han bloodline and curses aimed at Han Yang. There is also a long rant about his oaths of loyalty. This is pretty much all she could piece together from the fragments. Just then, Han Xiao steps forward excitedly and claps his hands, announcing he just received the next quest notification. He thanks Meng Yao, admitting that reading long texts always gives him a massive headache, so her help is a lifesaver. Meng Yao waves it off with a cheerful smile, saying she actually loves hunting for mystery clues like this. Noticing Chen Bai's silence, she approaches him curiously, asking if there is something wrong with the statue he is inspecting. Chen Bai merely smirks, his long fingers gently sliding across a tiny well-hidden gap along the statue's body. With a subtle click, the massive demon statue slowly slides aside, revealing a pitch-black deep passage right before their eyes. This sudden discovery leaves the entire team completely stunned as they stare into the dark abyss. Han Xiao stands there with his jaw wide open in pure shock. Talk about a crazy, find a secret room actually exists here. Meng Yao's eyes go wide. Is this where the boss is hiding? She asks. Above the hospital is drowned in a blood-red silence, while down below, footsteps echo steadily into the bottomless dark. Chen Bai calculates their depth, guessing that, with this height, they must have descended from the 4th floor down to the lobby. Crow coldly replies that they are at least 2 or 3 basement levels under the ground already, because he has been counting the steps. Chen Bai's eyes flash with excitement. They are finally getting close now. If his guess is correct, what lies ahead will be a massive red door, casting a deeply unsettling eerie glow across the damp floor. He is sure it is a summoning room, or at least a dark shrine, to communicate with and worship that wicked evil god. The chamber inside is a nightmare of upside-down black crosses wrapped in heavy rusted chains dangling right in the center of the crimson room. A massive magic circle is carved into the floor, its ancient runes flickering with an eerie light as if hungry for a sacrifice. While Han Xiao pinches his nose and groans about the overpowering stench of blood, Meng Yao quietly walks over to Chen Bai, who is squatting down. She asks what he has found. Chen Bai remains silent, casually picking up a gleaming golden plate from the bloodied ground. He calmly tells them that he has shared the item details, so they should look for themselves. Immediately, a system notification pops up. It shows the details for the Hell Teleportation Core, a highly special item carved with spatial magic. This core can activate the summoning spell in this hospital dungeon, but it requires the sacrifice of 16 lives, along with their blood and souls. But the warning note below is what really makes their blood run cold. The summoned demon must follow the dungeon rules and is capped at level 12. However, the difficulty immediately spikes to hell mode. Crow turns completely pale with shock. A demon summoning, he mutters. Han Xiao is also breaking out in a cold sweat. He points out that the level is capped, which means something big. Yet, ignoring all fear, Meng Yao clasps her hands together excitedly. Her eyes shine like bright headlights as she suggests they summon the demon just to beat it down and harvest the loot. Think of the massive jackpot, she says. Hearing this absolutely wild plan, Chen Bai just looks at her completely speechless. He points out that he is only level 8, then asks about them. Han Xiao admits he is level 5, while Crow sighs and says 4. Han Xiao tries to save face, claiming he is almost level 4. Chen Bai immediately crushes their foolish dreams of getting rich. If they summon it now, they will die instantly. None of them are even level 10, they have no classes, and their gear is terrible. Where did they get the crazy confidence to fight a level 12 demon? Han Xiao scratches his head and gives a sheepish laugh. He grins, saying they only felt brave because they have Brother Bai to carry them. Chen Bai just sighs at his naive teammates. He puts the item away and coldly splashes cold water on their excitement, telling them even he cannot save them from this. There is a massive unbridgeable power gap between a true evil god and a minor demon. They need to understand that basic fact. They will only return once they reach the dungeon level cap and unlock their official classes. Seeing how well they work together, Crow quickly raises his hand to reserve a spot for the next run. He asks to join their next hunt. Meng Yao winks happily. She promises to hook him up with a VIP pass next time. With that settled, the group finally leaves the eerie crimson room behind. Meng Yao stretches her arms, glad that their dungeon raid is over. She asks what everyone wants to do next. Han Xiao looks thoughtful. He walks alongside them, scratching his head in frustration. There is still one big mystery he cannot seem to wrap his brain around. He wonders about the demon offspring and the sister. He questions whether these terrifying entities only appeared because of the apocalypse. Biting his thumb in deep thought, Han Xiao wonders if they came from the void or have always lived in the shadows. Either way, the terrifying reality is that they are here now. Chen Bai glances over at him, sensing there is more to his question. He asks why Han Xiao is suddenly bringing this up, wondering if he remembers anything unusual about his father before the world ended. Han Xiao shakes his head with a heavy sigh. They were never really close, and his father always seemed like just an ordinary man. As they walk, he explains that his father lived a completely average life. But the strangest part of all happened after the collapse. He turned into a zombie that looked completely different from any other monster. Hearing this, Crow starts visualizing a cool demon beast. Crow imagines a massive zombie with giant demon horns, while Meng Yao gets super excited about the idea of a cool demon zombie. But remembering the grim reality, Han Xiao's face darkens. He quickly shakes his head, telling them it was nothing cool like that. The terrifying memory flashes in his eyes. His father had mutated into a highly toxic disease-carrying zombie, covered in sickening mold. His entire body was covered in thick patches of purple and green crust that radiated a sickening aura of pure dread. He was too terrified to even go near him. In that desperate life-or-death struggle, he was forced to unlock his psychic powers. He still remembers the painful, desperate moment. He had to use his psychic mind to blast his own father away. Transforming into his own monster, he flashes a sad smile. Looking back, that brutal pressure was like the final lesson. His father left behind. Hearing the phrase, "Plaque zombie Chen Bai," falls silent, as Han Xiao continues his explanation, explaining that it must be due to the chemical plant where his father worked, since his dad's co-workers also broke out in strange plaques all over their bodies. Suddenly, a spark flashes in Chen Bai's mind, as his eyes narrow in deep calculation. A chemical plant? Could it be linked to the SSS-Rank quest of the Plague Cult? He throws an arm around Han Xiao with a sly grin. He locks in the deal, admitting he is highly interested in that chemical plant, and asking for a grand tour once they reach Shanghai. Han Xiao nods innocently, agreeing it is no problem at all. Seeing the lively atmosphere, Meng Yao eagerly steps in, raises her hand like a good student to speak, asking big brother Chen Bai about some questions regarding her own abilities. Chen Bai waves his hand generously, telling them to share any questions or info they have right now, while they have the chance. By some stroke of luck, Chen Bai stands on the rooftop of a high-rise building with a smug grin, thrilled to snag such a crucial clue about the Plague Lord quest. Meanwhile, in room 3 on the 15th floor of a hotel in Zhongchang, Chen Bai has returned and is lounging on the bed. He suddenly hears violent coughing, and the sight that meets his eyes is his lackeys collapsed all over the floor, hacking and coughing like they have tuberculosis. He jumps up in pure shock, demanding to know what is wrong with them. As Lu Bing weakly gasps his name, Chen Bai frowns, lecturing this overly curious bunch. What on earth happened here? He told them not to enter his room, as he had released some viruses just in case. On the floor, the guy whimpers that they are currently suffering from over 20 debuffs from the plague system. It is closer to 30 of them. Their stats have plummeted to absolute zero. He begs Chen Bai for an antidote. Chen Bai sighs, standing up to play the savior. He explains that he has already recalled the viruses from their bodies, and their stats will recover in a few minutes. He tells them to stay put, while he goes to find Jiang, whatever his name was. Stepping outside, he runs right into a panicked Wei Shihu. She raises her eyebrows urgently, warning him that Jiang Lu Bing actually sneaked in to kill him. Chen Bai scratches his head in genuine confusion, wondering why on earth he would do that. Shihu stands with hands clasped behind her back, blushing as she explains that Jiang and Li Feng simply did not believe his claims about the settlement being real. To verify, she had asked Song Ge to record a video and send it over, but she never expected Song Ge to do that. As the glass elevator wall glides silently past, she sighs, explaining everything. Once they are seated at the dining table, Shihu continues her rant, saying after she rejected him, he rushed straight for Chen Bai. He was screaming, cursing, and trying to kill him, blaming Chen Bai for all his problems and claiming it was best to end him. Chen Bai calmly sips his water, smirking at such ridiculous logic and wondering if the guy is actually out of his mind. Shihu grits her teeth in anger, calling him a total psycho who threatened everyone she had ever associated with in the past. He even forced her childhood friend to drop out of school. As those disgusting memories rush back, she frowns in absolute rage. It was all because Song Ge tried to protect her. He could never force her the filthy way he did with other girls. Looking toward the closed door, where violent coughing still echoes, she shudders to think that she might have been ruined by him. Clutching her cup tightly, Shihu casts her eyes down in sheer exhaustion, admitting that being stuck in this hotel with him was unbearable. Fortunately, his abilities were never strong enough to overpower her. Suddenly, her eyes light up with a soft blush as she stares at the handsome guy sitting in front of her, confessing how happy she is to see just how incredibly strong he is. She is also deeply relieved to know that Song Ge is still alive. A soft click echoes as the room door shuts silently. Walking down the hallway together, Shihu suddenly asks with hesitation if Jiang Lu Bing has already kicked the bucket from that virus trap. Chen Bai casually replies that ordinary viruses weaken fast, so it would take much longer to actually kill him. Then an idea hits. Whispering close to her ear with a devious smirk, he shares his plan, asking what she wants to do next. Shihu responds with eyes full of pure hatred, declaring she wants that scumbag to suffer a truly agonizing and miserable end. Exactly as expected, a wheezing Jiang Lubing drags his battered body along the wall, straining to peek inside through the glass door. His bloodshot eyes widen completely in absolute shock as he witnesses the passionate kiss between Chen Bai and Shihu, right before him. With their little act finished, Chen Bai shrugs and playfully asks if a kiss is enough to drive him crazy. Face turning bright red, Shihu flusteredly snaps back, asking what else he could possibly want from her. That was her very first kiss. Leaving the romantic drama behind, Chen Bai quickly gets moving on his next task. But get this, he is already planning his next power-up. Wait and see. Leaping through the tree branches in the wild forest of Wushuang, he notices a private voice call flashing on his screen. Picking up the call instantly, he asks what is going on. On the other end, inside an elite mountaintop office, inside a luxurious villa, Song Ziqiang crosses her legs with absolute authority and commands him to report the situation. Chen Bai replies, while leaping through the air, saying their team has successfully met the Corpse Tiger group by the Riverside Road. The female boss smiles with satisfaction and praises his good work. Song Ziqiang leans back in her chair, tapping her fingers. She mentions another issue. Lately, the Evolution Forum has been buzzing with rumors about a highly exclusive and mysterious group chat. Rumors are spreading incredibly fast that he is the mastermind behind it, and that its secret members are all elite pioneers who awakened before the world ended. Hearing this, her narrow phoenix eyes glint with intense curiosity. She asks if chat group 001 is actually real. Chen Bai pauses on a thick branch and turns to the screen. Smiling confidently, he asks if she already forgot the viral post he had her aggressively promote before the world went to hell. Hearing this, Song Ziqiang leans forward, exuding charm, while her sharp eyes fill with calculated, ambitious business plans. With so many top-tier players gathered, they would easily become an incredibly massive asset for them in the near future. She then wonders how they should handle the wave of forum posts dissecting and analyzing chat group 001. Chen Bai brushes the playful mood aside and tells her not to worry yet, as he wants to review the posts first. He instructs her to simply send over the titles of the most hotly debated discussions so he can make a decision. She quickly agrees to do it right away. In no time, a massive list of highly sensational clickbait headlines pops up. One pre-apocalypse thread claims that the mysterious figure known as the Chen Bai knew about the cosmic trial before anyone else. Another analyzes his combat video, revealing that top rankers are in one group chat, proving evolved humans existed before the trial. Meanwhile, the creator of chat group 002 claims that 001 was almost certainly formed before the apocalypse. After skimming through the wild rumors, Chen Bai rubs his chin with a sly smile, realizing it is time to make his group famous. Here's the crazy part: he knows exactly how much he stands to gain from hyping up chat group 001. It will not only grant them immense influence and leverage, but it will also unite current members and attract future top-tier talent. He confidently strides forward, his heavy boots pressing down onto the lush green grass of the wild Wushuang mountain range. Yet everywhere his feet touch, life instantly withers away, leaving nothing but decaying ash in the wake of his deadly plague ability. The surrounding space begins to warp, dragging him deep into a decayed forest, drenched in a grim blood-red hue of pure death. Instantly, his system interface flashes with a warning welcoming him to the secret dungeon known as the Demon Worshipper's Village. A subtle, familiar smirk plays on his lips. At long last, he has finally tracked down this hidden, dangerous location. This is the exact secret dungeon where in his past life he unlocked the prestigious S-tier Demon Hunter class transfer quest. Immediately, the quest interface pops up, offering 3 distinct options. Quest 1 tasks him with stopping the villagers' demon summoning ritual. Quest 2 requires him to eliminate all corrupted villagers. This path is rated C-tier difficulty and awards 1,500 experience points. Quest 3 demands slaying both the summoned demon and the corrupted villagers, offering S-tier rewards and 5,000 experience points, along with a C-rank demon bloodline potion. Suddenly, his past life memories rush back like a slow-motion film of a loudmouth leader. He remembers the guy shouting to the crowd, urging everyone to just clear out the secret dungeon and complete the second quest. The leader promised that all dropped loot would be rolled fairly, and those who missed out would receive gold coins as compensation. That scammer brother Chen Yicheng claimed he would never mistreat his crew. Thinking back, Chen Bai feels incredibly bitter about his naive past self. Back then, just to earn a tiny bit of pocket money, he had foolishly trusted brother Chen Yicheng's sweet deceptive lies. He ended up joining the raid team and entering this very dungeon, completely unaware of brother Chen Yiqiang's true malicious intentions. The leader intentionally made a critical mistake to let the villagers summon the demon while sneakily leading his core squad away to safety. Talk about cold-blooded. His real sinister plan was to use everyone else's lives as cheap meat shields to wear down the boss. Once his true face was exposed, he brandished his weapon and threatened the outraged survivors, telling them they had only one option. They had to fight and weaken the demon until he was satisfied. By the time the crowd realized they were trapped, it was too late. Brother Chen Yiqiang had already blocked all exits ruthlessly, executing any player who tried to turn back or flee from the slaughter. The battlefield turned into a horrific bloodbath as the demon slashed with its claws, while brother Chen Yiqiang forced everyone to stay. He had lured nearly 100 people, mostly solo survivors, and weak small teams who were desperately struggling to stay alive. Nobody could coordinate a proper defense in time, leading to countless innocent deaths as they were trapped in a hopeless situation. It was a brutal clash between the demon and Boss Qiang's squad. Seeing no way out, the survivors had no other choice. They had to turn around and fight this monster to the death. The massive beast roared, sweeping its hands to crush human lives. They desperately clung to a hope that did not exist. Only when the prey was fully exhausted did the cowards finally show up. Waiting until the very last person fell, Boss Qiang ordered his men to charge, striking the weakened demon. But there was one crucial thing he never expected. Deep beneath the heavy, suffocating rubble, Chen Bai was still barely clinging to life, whispering that he was alive. Dragging his shattered body, he knew they would silence him. So he used the chaos of their fight to slip away to the edge of the secret realm, trying his best to escape. He wanted to use the system mechanism where completing quests 1 and 2 allowed players to exit from the border. The dice of fate suddenly spun before him, like a wild twist of destiny, right as he prepared to step out. The other squad finished off the demon and began rolling dice to split the loot. Suddenly, the system flared with notifications. A bright alert popped up for an S-Class Demon Hunter job change scroll, starting a random dice roll for the item. His roll landed on a perfect 100. The glowing red scroll fell directly into his outstretched hand, confirming his reward. He had secured the S-grade Demon Hunter quest. Laughing in the darkness, Chen Bai relished this ultimate twist of fate. The very rolling system they used to exploit cannon fodder had just robbed them of their most valuable prize. Talk about instant karma. Smirking in the present day, Chen Bai walks through the quiet forest, remembering the aftermath. That furious boss had hunted for him everywhere, forcing Chen Bai to flee Wuchang and look for a new place to settle. It was a shame he missed seeing Boss Qiang's utterly miserable expression. Suddenly, Chen Bai spotted something on the ground. A corrupted villager lay dead nearby. Someone else was already inside this secret realm. This was way before Chen Yiqiang was supposed to clear this dungeon for the first time in his past life. It should have been another 2 months before anyone found it. He ran a hand through his hair calmly, reassuring himself. There was no need to worry about anyone stealing his prize, but who could have found this secret dungeon so early? Over in the central square, a group was busy slaying the final wave of monsters when the system flashed a message. Quest 2 was complete, awarding them experience points and opening an escape route at the edge of the village. The spear-wielding leader smirked, packing up his gear. Zhang Long's brother was right about Quest 2 letting them slip out. He ordered his men to retreat. They would handle the boss next time. But as they prepared to slip away, one of his scouts turned pale, pointing out that someone else had entered. Suddenly, Chen Bai stepped into view. Under the dim red light, Chen Bai casually asked if they were leaving, looking straight at their stunned leader. He asked if they minded him taking over the boss. Boss Qiang acted generous, telling him to go right ahead. Deep down, Chen Bai's eyes turned icy as he recognized him. It was Boss Qiang, the man from his past. He had no idea they would find this place so early. Pretending to be helpful, Boss Qiang offered a quick warning. He told Chen Bai to watch out for the level 11 demon boss. Playing along, Chen Bai acted friendly in return. Thanking them politely, Chen Bai watched them leave. The moment they vanished, a massive muscular crimson demon appeared before him. The beast growled mockingly, calling him an interesting little insect. It asked if Chen Bai was calmly accepting his imminent death, but Chen Bai just brushed back his hair and smirked. To him, this fight was practically a cheat code. He was just taking a trip down memory lane, having not fought a lesser demon alone in a very long time. For low-level trash like this, slaughter was the only fitting word. Enraged, the demon lunged forward with razor-sharp claws. It screamed for the lowly human to die, but Chen Bai easily transformed his own hands into deadly dark claws. His killing intent flared. After decades of hunting demons in his past life, he could barely count how many he killed. His claws sliced through the air with lethal precision, sending dark blood spraying everywhere as he easily dominated the beast. He knew every single move, critical weakness, and muscle pattern of these low-level monsters absolutely by heart. With a final blow, a surge of purple energy tore through the air, slicing the massive demon into bloody pieces. The battle ended in an instant, and the victory screen lit up exactly as he had expected. The level 11 demon warrior Orlando was easily defeated, earning Chen Bai 13,500 experience points. Completing Quest 3 brought another 5,000 experience points, along with a low-grade C-rank demon bloodline potion. The familiar rush of battle flooded back. Chen Bai felt a wave of absolute satisfaction. Things were going perfectly. His skills are still as sharp as ever. On the other side, Brother Qing's lackeys are staring at their system screens with looks of pure disbelief. Brother Qiang, I got the participation reward, a whole 5,000 experience points and a bloodline item. The guy next to him cheers that he got it too. Another stammers in shock, completely wiped out in an instant. Staring at the empty spot where the boss was a confused thug, turns and asks, Brother Qiang, did he just absorb the boss's corpse? Qiang narrows his eyes, with calculating eyes, suggesting they go check it out. Meanwhile, Chen Bai's system flashes with notification after notification reminding him that he has devoured a special creature, earning 350 exclusive evolution points for his Blacklight Virus. The system also notes he chose to reject the bloodline factor, obtaining an A-grade common demon bloodline potion instead. He casually slides it away and walks back over to the curious crowd heading his way. Flanked by an innocent-looking Zhang Long, Chen Bai smiles and asks them why they are back. He jokingly asks if they are planning to demand a share of his loot. Brother Qiang breaks into a cold sweat and quickly waves his hands with a forced chuckle. Ha ha, brother, you are joking. You took down the final boss all by yourself. How would I dare to be thick-skinned enough to ask for a share? Chen Bai watches him with a cold stare, thinking that this guy seems reasonable. But too bad he already knows this man's true colors from his past life. To test the boss's greed, he deliberately shows off, boasting that the boss dropped amazing items. Look at this B-grade demon bloodline potion, and here is an A-grade. 1-2. There is even an SD class, demon hunter class change scroll. He casually tosses the valuable items up and down, flashing a challenging smirk, asking if he is really not interested. The blood-red vials glint under the light as they spin, teasingly in the air. One of the lackeys quickly grabs his own batch of potions, while Brother Qiang gulps and admits that these are the bloodline potions everyone just received, and it would be a lie to say he does not want the valuable items Chen Bai has. He quickly tries to save face as a gentleman, claiming he is not unreasonable. Since Chen Bai completed the quest, all the loot rightfully belongs to him. Chen Bai gives a faint sarcastic chuckle of approval, saying that is great, then cuts straight to the chase. He asks what they really want, since they did not just return to congratulate him. Brother Qiang replies, it is nothing major. He simply wants to make a new friend and ask where Chen Bai is currently staying. He acts concerned, explaining that because he is clearing out the western outskirts of Wushuang, it would be bad to clash. This makes Chen Bai freeze as a coordinate flashes in his mind, realizing the western outskirts is exactly where Meng Yao is. She should be in a residential area near the Zim Gym. He narrows his eyes warily, evaluating the cunning man standing before him. This guy is acting nice, but he is actually trying to fish for information to see if anyone is in his way. Masking his expression, Chen Bai calmly replies that his settlement is in Jiangcheng, and he only knows of one gym in Wushuang. His mind is already racing, calculating how to squeeze more information out of them regarding their influence over Meng Yao's area. Brother Qiang beams with joy upon hearing this, explaining that they actually just took over the western outskirts gym a few days. He adds that they are currently tasked with clearing the surrounding perimeter, and suggests that with Chen Bai's power they could become mutual allies. But a sharp wave of killing intent begins to flare up inside Chen Bai's chest. What do they mean already took over the gym? What they call clearing out is nothing but a fancy term for bloody conquest and ruthless slaughter. Suddenly, the terrible image of Meng Yao's bloody corpse from his memories flashes through his mind. Now it all makes sense why he never heard of her in his past life. She was likely eliminated by this very group. Right then, his system pings with an urgent message from Meng Yao. Chen Bai raises a hand to interrupt Brother Qiang, pulling up his system screen and politely asking for a quick moment. The message on his screen is extremely frantic. Master, a large group of evolvers has suddenly flooded into my residential sector. They seem to be searching house by house for something, and she fears they are about to reach her place very soon. Chen Bai quickly types back a cold response. They are hunting down both zombies and other independent evolvers. Do not let them inside, because I am on my way. Closing the screen, his dark tentacles begin to erupt from his back, unable to suppress his boiling rage any longer. Brother Chiang breaks into a cold sweat, stammering to ask what on earth he is doing. Without saying a single word, a sharp tentacle impales Chiang, who screams out a curse. A dark shroud of black energy immediately envelops his suspended body, devouring him to absorb his memories. But as Chen Bai searches the fragmented, chaotic mind, he scowls in frustration. The broken memories offer no clear way to pinpoint Meng Yao's exact building, or even the gym near her apartment. Seeing their boss devoured in the blink of an eye, the terrified lackeys scramble to escape, running as fast as they can. Chen Bai watches the fleeing figures with a sinister smirk, realizing he needs to leave at least one of them alive. Another life sacrificed just to pave the way. That guy who warned Chen Bai about the boss earlier seems to know quite a lot. The scene shifts to a luxury apartment complex, suffocatingly quiet. Inside Building 16 of the Conhui International Community in Western Wushuang. This is Meng Meng's apartment. Suddenly, a violent pounding rattles the door, accompanied by rough, aggressive shouting, demanding to know if anyone is inside. They yell to open up immediately, leaving a terrified Meng Meng clutching a baseball bat defensively. Outside, the thugs are already losing their patience. Their leader growls a threat. He is counting to 3, and if nobody answers, they are breaking the door down. Gathering every ounce of her courage, Meng Meng points her bat forward and warns them loudly that they are not welcome here. She demands they leave immediately, threatening to show no mercy if they force their way in. Hearing her sweet voice, though, the thugs react. The thugs outside instantly show their vile nature, laughing mockingly. They jeer to each other that they have found a girl. They ask how exactly she plans to be ruthless, telling her to relax because they are coming in right now. Cornered and desperate, Meng Meng squeezes her eyes shut and releases a deafening high-pitched shriek with all her remaining strength. An invisible sound wave erupts, blasting right through the heavy wooden door and tearing into the hallway. The thugs are caught completely off guard. They take the full force of the psychic assault, bleeding from their faces and clutching their heads while screaming in sheer agony. Inside, the baseball bat slips from Meng Meng's hands, clattering onto the floor. She collapses, coughing violently as her small body trembles. Shivering with exhaustion, she manages to wipe a trickle of blood from her lip, glad to have repelled the attackers for now. Panting heavily, she curses her flawed skill. It drains far too much stamina, just 1 second depleted half her energy. She can barely speak now. Straining to listen for any movement outside, she tries to evaluate the situation. Everything is completely silent. With her psychic power, those low-level thugs should at least be knocked out cold by now. Quiet returns to the hallway, but we all know things are never that simple. The calm before the storm is real. One barely conscious punk uses his communicator to summon backup, telling them to assemble on the 12th floor of Building 16. He warns them about a girl with a lethal psychic attack who wiped out his entire squad, urging them to grab her. He promises she cannot unleash another strike so soon. 10 minutes later, Meng Meng is resting against the wall. Sudden heavy kicks violently rattle the door, snapping her awake. Cold sweat pours down her face as tension spikes again. Gritting her teeth, she forces herself up with raw determination, realizing she has no choice but to fight to the end. The battered wooden door finally gives way under the brutal force, shattering into splintered pieces that scatter across the floor. A fresh wave of thugs steps over the debris, marching confidently into the room. Their leader sneers at his target. He mocks her, commenting on how pretty she is, while asking why she is sweating so profusely. The creep asks why she is not screaming anymore, joking that such a beautiful girl should not have such a loud voice. He crudely offers to personally teach her how a woman should really make sound, closing the distance aggressively. Backed into a corner, Meng Meng stumbles desperately, calculating if she has enough stamina left to trigger one last skill. She might just have enough energy to unleash her black hellfire one more time. Summoning every ounce of her power, she screams in absolute fury, hurling a pitch-black fireball directly at them, telling them all to burn in hell. The dark flames erupt instantly, swallowing the front ranks as they howl in pure agony and despair. But after that final attack, Meng Meng is completely drained, collapsing onto the floor and panting desperately for air. Her master was right. Overloading a single attribute is never a good idea. Balance is key to survival. Cruelly, the moment the fire dies down, yet another wave of thugs casually strolls into the apartment. They cheer triumphantly, pointing out that she is completely out of energy. One steps forward with a vile grin. He asks if she prefers a quick death or serving them obediently. Meanwhile, Meng Meng feels her vision growing blurry. Her head spins as exhaustion threatens to knock her out. Desperately trying to crawl away, she grits her teeth. She refuses to let herself fall into the hands of this scum, but two of them grab her tightly. Their predatory faces make her shudder, sending tears streaming down her face as she silently begs for a savior. Right on cue, a dark silhouette streaks across the sky, outside the massive glass window, moving like a rocket. Chen Bai curls his body like a cannonball, shattering the reinforced glass into a shower of sparkling fragments. He bursts into the room before the thugs can even register what is happening. Chen Bai immediately attacks. A lightning-fast, devastating punch lands square on the lead thug's face, completely wiping away his creepy smirk. Bones crack sharply under the impact. Chen Bai easily begins cleaning up the rest of the trash surrounding Meng Meng. In just a few moments, the room was cleared. Right after, Chen Bai gently pulled his battered little maid into his arms, hearing her weak, trembling voice. She whispered that her master had finally arrived, apologizing because Meng Yao was just not a very good student. Stroking her messy pink hair, Chen Bai gently told her to stop blaming herself, because she had done an amazing job, and now it was time to rest. The rest of these scum were his to deal with. Chen Bai's gaze turned ice cold as he glared at the remaining thugs. He warned them that anyone who dared hurt his disciple would not leave this place alive. The thugs outside started feeling a cold chill run down their spines. Another fool had shown up. They scoffed, asking if the brat had backup, but told their crew to charge and kill him anyway. But get this, in the blink of an eye, Chen Bai transformed into a purple hurricane, unleashing devastating punches right into the crowd. His lightning-fast strikes sent the thugs flying back, leaving them with absolutely no time to process what was even hitting them. Within seconds, the room fell into a dead silence. Chen Bai looked around and calmly asked if that was really all of them. Hearing Meng Yao still deliriously calling out for her master, he rushed to her side. She lay there shivering, in absolute terror. She muttered that she was trying, begging them to stop. Chen Bai sighed heavily, looking down at his student. She was clearly suffering from severe exhaustion and mental overload, which triggered headaches and hallucinations, so he took action right away. He gently held her small, cold hands, channeling some warm energy to comfort her. He softly reassured her that her master was right there. Everything was going to be fine. Just then, a surviving thug tried to launch a sneak attack, but Chen Bai reacted instantly. He sent the guy flying with a single lightning-fast blow. Then, channeling raw energy into his fist, he slammed it straight into the floor. Screams echoed. Chen Bai coldly declared that no one would ever lay a finger on her again. As color slowly returned to Meng Yao's cheeks, Chen Bai smiled, noting that she looked much better. He glanced around at the devastation. Seeing the unconscious thugs everywhere, he felt like he had just cleaned up trash. Suddenly, a hesitant knock came from the door. A young man poked his head inside, announcing his arrival to Master Bai. Chen Bai stroked Meng Yao's hair, turning to look at him. He asked if Chen Yichang's lackeys had been completely cleared out. The young man immediately dropped to his knees in respect. He confirmed that following orders, he had lured them here to be dealt with, and now all of Yichang's loyal henchmen were gone. Chen Bai raised an eyebrow, noting that only the young man's own core loyalists were left now. The young man jumped in terror. He stammered that he had no henchmen at all, only his own wife and children. He was forced to join because of his special skill, truth vision, and the boss had used his family to threaten him. Choking back tears, he recalled their neighbors, who were brutally murdered, crying out that his family would have suffered the exact same fate. Chen Bai nodded, his expression softening. He acknowledged that the man had a very useful skill, and was the only one who warned him. He thanked him for the heads up about that boss. Then he asked if the man wanted to follow him back to Zhangcheng City. The man looked bewildered, stammering in shock. Chen Bai offered a gentle smile, assuring him there was absolutely no pressure. He respected Zhang Long's decision. Deeply moved, Zhang Long declared that he was of course completely willing to go. He was only hesitating because there were still so many innocent people captive, just like his family. Chen Bai pondered this for a moment. He agreed to help, but bringing so many people back to Jiangchang at once was impossible. They should stay at Gu Villa for now. They needed to stabilize things first. Chen Bai pulled out a mysterious test tube, a bit puzzled, before casually tossing it over to Zhang Long. He told him to drink the glowing red potion to boost his overall strength. Overjoyed, Zhang Long thanked him over and over. Turning back to Meng Yao, who was still breathing heavily, Chen Bai opened his system inventory. He mumbled that something seemed very strange. When he pulled out the potion for Zhang Long, earlier this mask had suddenly undergone a bizarre transformation. He fell deep in thought. It was perfectly normal when he first stored it. Why was it turning into a skill scroll surging with demon blood? Intrigued, Chen Bai stared at the items in his inventory, deciding to shift them around a bit. He closely observed the mask and potion. Surprisingly, the mask's eyes were locked onto the test tube, its mouth hanging wide open. Did it actually want to eat the potion? Chen Bai grinned. He had no use for these low-tier bloodline potions anyway, so why not let the mask feed on them? This was a treasure that even Li Du highly coveted, so maybe it would unlock some incredibly powerful new feature. Without hesitation, he tossed the bright red potions straight into the mask's mouth, telling it to go ahead and feast. The mask devoured everything, letting out a loud, satisfied belch. With a smug grin. Holding the empty mask, Chen Bai stood speechless. Was that really it? He had wasted so many precious bloodline potions just to get a satisfied belch from this bizarre artifact. Still, it was pretty impressive that it could consume such high-tier items. But as he muttered to himself, the mask suddenly gasped. Its mouth stretched wide, spitting out a strange, gooey purple lump that fell straight to the floor. Chen Bai grabbed a tissue, watching in disbelief. He stares at the puddle of vomit with pure disgust. Does this creature eat and excrete from the same mouth? What did it just throw up? Does he really have to clean up this mess? What the hell? But the moment he picks it up, a sleek status window pops open. It displays common demon bloodline essence, a refined potion item with much stronger effects but high usage requirements. It requires a physical strength and agility rating of over 75. Instantly, the eyes of young Chen Bai light up like he just struck gold. This thing can actually refine demon bloodlines. And combined with his farming method, he will have an endless supply of high-grade demon bloodline essence. He quietly puts away the incredibly valuable loot. Next, he pulls out a bright red scroll. Since he rushed off to save Meng Yao earlier, he has not checked this class change item yet. The scroll info flashes with a brilliant S rank. It is an S rank Demon Hunter class change quest scroll. This unique item only drops when the very first pure blood demon is defeated. Completing this quest will finally transform it into a proper class change scroll. The requirements appear clearly. Use the scroll to enter the first level of the abyss. He must defeat 100 low-level demons and 100 fallen demons in order to complete the quest and escape. Chen Bai enters the abyss with absolute confidence. This time, he is not planning to just barely survive and rush out of there. Back in Meng Yao's bedroom, in the western suburbs of Wushuang, Chen Bai rests his hands behind his head, staring at the scroll in deep thought. The demon stronghold in the abyss is a place of extreme danger, but also endless opportunity. Right then, his maid's long eyelashes flutter. Meng Yao slowly opens her sparkling ruby-red eyes. Still half asleep, she sits up, stretches, rubs her eyes, and mumbles softly. Catching sight of a dark figure sitting right next to her bed, she startles awake and gasps out, "Master." She throws herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Chen Bai gently pats her back, telling her that he is right here. Everything is fine now, and he already dealt with those bad guys. Still, Meng Yao looks up with tearful determination, saying she is too weak. She wants to double her training intensity in the real world, but Chen Bai quickly dismisses the idea, since it won't help much. He tells her to stick to her current routine. Her main focus right now must be leveling up and mastering her skills. Her eyes go wide as she sighs. The amount of experience needed to level up is just way too high. On top of that, she already cleared out almost all the dream world monsters nearby, leaving only a few scattered stragglers. Her eyes tear up again with self-doubt. She feels completely useless, since she cannot easily find and sweep through dungeons on her own. Seeing her like this, Chen Bai gently asks how she is feeling, suggesting they head back to Jiangcheng once she recovers. He promises her there are plenty of dungeons there for her to clear. Hearing that, she immediately perks up with pure excitement. She claims she feels amazing and does not need any rest. She wants to head straight to Jiangcheng right this second. But Chen Bai grabs her wrist, pulling her back. Smiling, he lifts his cute mate up in a sudden princess carry. He dryly points out that even if she ran, they would not make it to Jiangcheng by next month anyway. Meng Yao's heart skips a beat as she gasps in surprise. Stepping onto the high ledge, amidst swirling winds, he tells her to hold on. He warns her to keep her eyes closed and tap him if the wind gets too strong. She obediently clings to his neck. Just like that, they soar past high-rise buildings like wind-riding deities, leaving the city far behind as they glide through the blue sky. Moments later, Chen Bai lands with a stylish thud on a massive tree branch deep within a dense, mysterious forest. They have reached the mountainous outskirts of Wuchang. Suddenly, the system alerts him that they have entered a secret demon-worshipping village. Looking at the skeletons dangling from the trees, Meng Yao gasps in awe. The entire scenery around them has completely transformed. She realizes they are inside a secret realm. Chen Bai calmly explains that the main difference between realms and dungeons is the entrance. Only cleared secret realms trigger a system notification upon entry. Stepping over the eerie blackened tree roots, he continues. Because of this, accidentally wandering into an uncharted secret realm is incredibly dangerous for any ordinary awakened. Meng Yao looks at him with admiring eyes, praising his vast knowledge, before asking if she should lure the monsters out. But as Chen Bai gazes at the dark, blood-red terrain stretching ahead, his expression turns unusually serious. This isn't the dream world, so every skill she uses counts. Staying near the entrance is much safer for her. He tells her to wait there. Without a second thought, he leaps over the stone steps, leaving her behind. Instantly, he takes down a cultist with a clean, stylish kick. He notices that his third quest has changed. Instead of hunting actual demons, he must now eliminate all of their mortal followers and dark priests in this area. Worse, the bloodline potion reward is gone. He wonders if it is now impossible to farm any more of them. With a sigh, Chen Bai summons sharp, dark tentacles to easily clear out the remaining minions blocking his path. First, it was time to handle the boss. Soon, at the central square of the secret village in the Wushuang outskirts, Chen Bai stood ready. He sat casually on a high boulder, looking down coldly at the purple-robed dark priest. The priest growled out, calling him a filthy intruder. The dark priest raised his weapon with a twisted, furious glare, shouting that this intruder would become a perfect sacrifice for the demon god. But before those words could finish, Chen Bai was already behind him. Blacklight tentacles whipped out, seizing the priest instantly. The young man calmly raised his hand. He used his own dark energy to easily block and absorb the enemy's attack. Instantly, the system screen popped up with a new notification. Defeating the level 15 Gate 2 Dark Priest boss had earned him 45,000 experience points. This creature also contained a rare bloodline factor. The system gave him the choice to either absorb or extract it. Consuming this bloodline would directly affect his virus Blacklight and physical body. A dangerous smirk spread across Chen Bai's face. This was perfect since he could still trigger his Devouring Evolution with the demon bloodline. Since the opportunity presented itself, he was not going to hold back. Suddenly, a massive, violent eruption of purple energy tore through the area. In the blink of an eye, the shockwave swept over everything. He reached out his hand, extracting the raw essence from a floating monster. The system confirmed he had obtained a weak, low-tier demon bloodline potion. He nodded with satisfaction. Even these lesser minions could be useful. They could actually be processed into bloodline potions of the exact same quality as the boss. He casually sliced through another standard monster. He clicked his tongue, noting that elite monsters dropped bloodline potions, but ordinary ones did not. Well, that was pretty average. Meanwhile, back at the entrance of the secret village, Meng Yao was perched on a boulder, looking incredibly bored and restless. She wondered if her master was already done clearing out the boss along with all those elites. She rested her chin on her hand, sighing. Had her master forgotten all about her? She had not done a single thing or earned any experience points. He could have at least let her participate. Even a tiny tap on one enemy would have been enough. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the air, giving her quite a start. Chen Bai suddenly appeared and gave a sharp, direct command, telling Meng Yao to prepare her skill with the absolute highest damage output. Meng Yao's eyes lit up instantly, her face filled with sheer determination. Shouting yes, she took a deep breath to prepare. She unleashed a piercing, deafening sound wave that completely vaporized the horde of mutated, corrupted villagers charging directly toward them. Experience points surged rapidly. A flashy system notification popped up, announcing she had leveled up and gained 2 free attribute points. Staring at the screen flooded with kill notifications, Meng Yao gasped in excitement, and honestly, who wouldn't love a massive level jump like that? With the exit notification active, she joyfully bragged to her master, proudly telling him she had reached level 6.5. She couldn't believe how much experience she had gained. Chen Bai crossed his arms calmly, replying that he had hit level 9. Overjoyed, she leaped into the air and wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, thanking her beloved master for baiting the monsters. But, right in the middle of her embrace, his system screen started flashing with a private video call request. Still letting Meng Yao cling to his neck, Chen Bai calmly pressed the accept button, frowning slightly as he viewed the holographic screen. He asked what was wrong, and noted that they looked rather pale. Ziqiang appeared on the feed looking incredibly tense. With her 2 teammates standing behind her, she begged her master for help, explaining that a goblin claiming to be a trade god had arrived. Wait, a trade god? The creepy, wide-grinning face of a goblin merchant instantly flashed in Chen Bai's mind, putting him on high alert. Surprised, he questioned the goblin's identity. His face immediately turned dead serious as he wondered how the creature managed to reach them. Ziqiang's eyes widened, asking if he already knew him. Standing in the quiet, barren forest, Chen Bai listened closely to her. She kept her explanation brief, saying that after staying at their camp for a single day, the strange visitor had finally approached her. He was willing to offer an A-grade Silver City construction token as an upfront investment, which was a massive deal. She quickly continued explaining his catch. In exchange, the goblin wanted the absolute prime real estate for his merchant guild once the city was built. He was even demanding a permanent lifetime tax exemption for his entire merchant guild within their future territory. Chen Bai stroked his chin in deep thought. High-level city-building tokens were extremely rare and hard to acquire. Any city-state recognized by the cosmic will came with unique perks. On paper, this investment offered nothing but pure benefits. Ziqiang agreed that it seemed like a perfect opportunity. However, there was still one massive problem remaining. This city-building token could not just be stored away. It had to be used immediately upon acquisition, leaving them no prep time. Instantly, images of a monster horde laying siege to their home filled his mind. He calmly analyzed the terrifying threat. A monster siege triggered by an A-grade city-building token would be nearly impossible for their current camp to survive. But he reassured her. He promised he could make it back within 24 hours. Ziqiang asked if she should try stalling him or just accept. Chen Bai smirked deviously. He told her to accept, saying it was her investment to take while he secured other plans. Manages his other investments. You should flatter Ledoux a bit more and drop my name while talking to him, he says, wearing. With a knowing smile, Ziqiang replies that she understands and tells him to rest easy. After hanging up, Chen Bai turns and waves to Meng Yao. She runs over immediately. Master, she calls out. He waves his hand, summoning a brilliant array of glowing equipment cards. He displays all his physical stat-boosting gear, telling her to find whatever fits and maximize her stamina. Meng Yao is totally confused. Still, she obeys. Chen Bai explains the situation with a serious voice. The settlement faces a massive crisis. If he moves at full speed, she simply will not be able to keep up. She blinks, then obediently nods. Soon after, Meng Yao is completely bundled up, looking like a fluffy snow teddy bear. She proudly reports that her stamina now exceeds 30, and she has decent defense. Chen Bai nods in approval. That is enough, he says. Meanwhile, back at the settlement, the polite goblin Li Du raises an eyebrow in curiosity. Who could it be? Very few people know of his goblin guild ties. Ziqiang crosses her legs with charming elegance. She replies, he definitely knows Bai since he previously invested in the boy. At that, his single eye blazes with wild green fire. Gripping the token tightly in his hands, he breaks into a crazy chuckle, laughing that it is indeed that kid. Sweating nervously, Ziqiang asks if investing is impossible. Not at all, Li Du roars with delighted laughter. He had absolutely no idea that kid was a manager of this settlement. Since he is here, this will work much better. He suddenly slams a flashing golden token straight onto the table. Ziqiang stares, completely stunned. A golden city building order. He strokes his beard proudly, confirming it is an S rank. An A rank quest would be child's play for that kid anyway. The goblin's single eye flashes with a sharp, cunning challenge. If he makes it back in time, you guys actually stand a chance. You might even survive the S-class monster wave. Right then, the system screen suddenly flashes with a bright warning. Notification. Li Du has offered you an S-class city building investment. Ziqiang wipes cold sweat from her brow. Honestly, who wouldn't be absolutely terrified by this insane golden quest? The brutal quest details immediately appear. With only 1 day to prepare, all surrounding monsters will receive massive buffs. They will relentlessly siege the city token for 5 days. The reward: ultimate recognition and golden tier city prizes. Ziqiang trembles as she holds the giant S-rank token. Compared to the blue A-rank card, it is massive. The goblin grins wickedly. Extreme danger comes with extreme rewards. Do you still dare to take on this investment? Ziqiang smirks with absolute confidence, her eyes burning with resolve. Naturally, with Bai here, she fears nothing at all. Exactly 1 day later, Chen Bai and Meng Yao crash land onto the massive rooftop villa of the Dongshan settlement with a thud. He runs inside explaining he was delayed because massive monster hordes were already starting to gather along his path. Ziqing rushes out to greet them with pure relief. "Thank goodness," she says. "I am just glad you returned safely." Cradling his sleeping maid, bundled in her oversized gear, he says he will carry her to bed. "Brief me right now." Ziqing pulls up the three-dimensional map to explain. "We have less than 20 minutes left before the siege officially begins. They have established 3 defensive lines. The area facing Jiang City will serve as their primary point of defense. Various defensive measures are ready." Gently laying Meng Yao down on the soft bed, Chen Bai listens as Ziqing hands him a heavy briefcase. "This is everything we could possibly prepare in time," she explains. Chen Bai nods in approval of her hard work. She smiles, handing him another briefcase containing special gear. Her team spent days grinding sewer dungeons to complete the plague suit for him. Chen Bai smiles warmly. "Thank you," he says. "Choosing you was easily one of the best decisions I have ever made." Ziqing flirts back, saying being chosen by him was her greatest luck. Sitting on the bed, she playfully covers her mouth. "To be honest, seeing you relaxed enough to carry a girl back eases my mind." Chen Bai turns to look at her proudly. "She is not just some random girl. She is my disciple. Her talent is easily on par with mine." He gently instructs Ziqing to summon Song Ge to take care of her, emphasizing that he must be notified the moment she wakes up. Glancing back, he stresses that this sleeping maid is the ultimate key to protecting their settlement. Ziqing nods solemnly. With everything arranged, Chen Bai grabs his briefcase and steps out, a cold assassin intent radiating from him. Time to face the monsters invading the city. Ziqing quickly follows him. Outside, the mist grows thick. Eerie rotting legs shuffle slowly forward through the heavy fog. Right below the walls of the Dongshan settlement, an endless army of mutated beasts and bloodthirsty zombies roars, ready to tear everyone to pieces. Chen Bai looks out, a slight frown on his face. So this is the monster horde triggered by an S-rank token. Standing atop a massive mountain of flesh, he remembers how his past life city, Chen Bai, was built. Back then, it was only B rank, but now, tens of thousands of zombies swarm the horizon like a sea of ants. A thrilled smirk plays on his lips. The difference is night and day. With the countdown ticking away, the starving monster horde, at the foot of Dongshan settlement, stares hungrily up at the massive defensive walls. They watch the silent ruler standing tall. Meanwhile, Ziqiang hugs a little girl tight and addresses the crowd. She warns the people of Dongshan that they face 5 days and 5 nights of brutal monster waves. The crowd is anxious, but they listen closely as she tells them not to worry. Behind her, a fanged wall rises. Ziqiang assures everyone they have the strongest defense in the world, endless resources and absolute protection. Pointing proudly to the incredibly powerful squad standing behind her, she boasts they have hundreds of B-rank fighters. Her eyes flash with intense confidence, noting they also have nearly 10 elite experts who wield A-rank or S-rank abilities. And best of all, they have Chen Bai and Meng Yao standing as guardians with ultimate god-tier triple S-rank powers. Hearing her roar that they have absolutely no reason to fear failure, the crowd's morale instantly explodes. In 5 days, they will claim the largest territory on Earth. Everyone defending the city gets massive benefits. Hearing about the massive discounts on elite facilities, because who doesn't love a bargain, the crowd erupts in wild cheers. Ziqiang keeps firing them up. With only 1 minute remaining, she asks if they are ready. "Are you ready to harvest endless gold and experience?" The entire settlement roars back with a resounding yes. Chen Bai smiles, genuinely impressed by her speech. She really knows how to fire up a crowd. Thanks to her and the telepathic girl she brought, his confidence is sky high. Ziqiang hands the child over. She instructs her men to take the child to safety, praising her highly useful telepathic abilities for the upcoming battle. With that settled, Chen Bai turns to Lu Li and asks if the live stream broadcast is ready to go. Lu Li reports respectfully that she secured an advanced auto-controlled broadcast camera provided by the Cosmic Will itself. Looking down at the massive sea of monsters below, Chen Bai gives the order to start the broadcast. She immediately complies. While Chen Bai keeps his eyes locked on the chaotic battlefield, things start shifting. The monsters below begin to mutate their muscles, bulging with veins, as a red warning flash signals they are buffed. An official announcement flashes across the sky: the siege has begun. Ziqiang frowns with sudden regret. She complains that the monsters got a massive buff. She should have started slaughtering them before they powered up. Glancing at Chen Bai's calm, steady back, she realizes he knew all along that the monsters would get stronger. Stronger monsters mean way more gold and experience when defeated, and he is proved right almost instantly. Leaping straight down, Chen Bai descends like a streak of destructive purple energy. The zombie stats have tripled, yet the rewards are also 3 times higher. Crushing a zombie's head, he unleashes a devastating skill. Plague Infection set bonus 5 out of 5, granting plus 15 to all stats and weakening nearby enemies. The skill screen shows a 5-hour cooldown. With a casual swing, he unleashes a punch that sends zombies flying. A deadly purple infection spreads rapidly through the crowd, continuously decaying the horde and weakening their combat stats. Our main character is pretty satisfied the damage is low, but the spread and debuffs are incredibly useful. It is going to make defending this city much easier. Suddenly, the chaotic crowd of zombies begins to part. Sensing a strange mental fluctuation, Chen Bai frowns. Where on earth is that frequency coming from? The infected ones are gathering together, while the healthy zombies actively maintain a safe distance from them. He instantly realizes that a Lord Zombie must be orchestrating this entire horde behind the scenes. No wonder they are not trampling each other, they are actually advancing like a highly trained, organized army. He sweeps through the ranks while calculating his next move. Taking out the Lord will throw them into chaos, but finding its exact location will take too much precious time. Gripping his weapon, he weighs his options. If he leaves the front lines to hunt the Lord, the main defensive force will be left wide open. And if that Lord Zombie decides to launch an all-out assault right now, his defenders will suffer heavy casualties. Still, he knows the hidden risks. If he does not act right this second, things could get ugly. He must find and eliminate the Lord Zombie. If more undead swarm the settlement from different directions and scatter their forces, escaping will become nearly impossible. Slipping past a giant zombie like a gust of wind, he makes his decision. To resolve this crisis, he needs some dreamland help from Meng Yao. To handle this chaos, he knows he needs Meng Yao's unique powers. Wasting no time, Chen Bai prepares to make his move. With a sweep of his arm, he summons a massive purple energy wall, stopping tens of thousands of monsters dead in their tracks. He needs to buy some time. Meanwhile, back in the bedroom, he mentally urges Meng Yao to wake up. The small maid stirs. Her ruby eyes slowly open, filled with sleep. Song-Gae steps into the room smiling in relief and asking if she is finally awake. Meng Yao panics, clutching her blanket tight and demanding to know who Song-Gae is, where she is, and where her master went. Before Song-Gae can even answer, Meng Yao squeezes her eyes shut, declaring she is entering the dream world and begging her not to let anyone close. She whispers a quick thank you, leaving Song-Gae completely dumbfounded. How on earth can someone fall back asleep that fast? Inside the dreamscape, standing atop the massive fortress walls of the Dongshan settlement, Meng Yao looks down in absolute shock. There are so many zombies out there. Without a second thought, she leaps from the high wall, immediately activating her powers. She unleashes her mighty Dreamweaver form. With simple gestures of her hands, massive boulders rain down, utterly crushing the monsters. Meng Yao smiles triumphantly, thinking about how amazing this dream space is. After clearing out the main battlefield a bit, she stretches to warm up. Now it is time to hunt down the boss zombie her master warned her about. Spreading her glowing pink wings, she takes off into the sky, determined not to delay the mission her master gave her. By evening of the first defensive battle, Chen Bai lands safely next to Ziqiang, looking completely exhausted from the fight. He gasps for air, asking Ziqiang for a report on their casualties and the damage to the fortress walls. Ziqiang gently reassures him that thanks to him, they suffered 0 casualties even when they went out to thin the horde. They only sustained a few minor injuries. Watching Chen Bai gulp down a bottle of water, she smiles warmly at him. She adds that the wall damage is minimal, suggesting he take some rest and leave the guard duty to the others. But Chen Bai lowers his water bottle, his sharp gaze turning cold as he rejects the idea. The situation is far from fine. Hearing this, Ziqiang pales and gasps in utter shock. A Lord-level zombie. She can barely believe what she is hearing. Handing her back the bottle, he steps forward. He explains that today was just the warm-up with mutated variants. Even the special types were barely a handful, but the thought of what is next makes Ziqiang break into a cold sweat. Is there really a Lord-class threat still out there? Chen Bai narrows his eyes, sensing that this boss is plotting something big. It is likely biding its time, gathering power for a single devastating strike. Just then, a cheerful voice echoes from afar. Calling for Master Chen. Meng Yao happily skips over. He spins around to see her running toward him at full speed. Song-Gae chases after her, yelling for her to slow down. Sensing the need for secrecy, Chen Bai whispers to Ziqiang. He wants her to make sure Lu Li shuts down any live streams in this area. Ziqiang nods and quickly takes action. She returns to confirm that Lu Li has already moved all of his live broadcast drones away from their current location. Chen Bai nods, reminding her that Meng Yao's powers are completely unique and must remain an absolute secret from everyone else. He gently places his hand on the head of his breathless maid, asking why she is in such a rush. She sadly shakes her head. With a pout, she explains that although she sensed some energy fluctuations, she has bad news. They were too brief for a lock-on. She could only pinpoint the general direction the target was moving. Since she lacks any direct tracking or targeting skills, she looks down, apologizing to her master for the failure. Chen Bai smiles warmly, giving her a thumbs up. He tells her not to apologize, knowing she did her absolute best. His kind words move her to tears. She wipes her sweat away, swelling with pride despite the setback. But she did not return empty-handed. Spreading out a map, Songye hands over, she begins to explain her findings. Even though she missed the boss, she managed to locate several suspicious staging grounds, packed with high-tier special zombies. Hundreds of them are gathered at each spot. Pointing to a cute hand-drawn symbol on the paper, she breaks it down. For example, near the Jiangcheng agricultural market, there are roughly 200 to 300 massive red-eyed giant mutants gathered together. She points to several locations. Eastport Square is crawling with bizarre jawless mutants, and fast-moving variants are also on the move. They are currently crawling all over the Riverside TV tower. Meanwhile, the shopping districts in Ronghua are completely packed with giants. These mutants sport giant, heavily mutated arms. Hearing this, Chen Bai carefully reviews the list of tanks, predators, and titans. And screamers, confirming they are all Phase 2 evolved monsters. Ziqiang folds her arms in deep worry, realizing the danger. Ziqiang turns to ask if he really plans to end this in one devastating strike. How strong are those monsters? She is asking about those level 2 evolved zombies he mentioned. Chen Bai responds to her with a dead serious face. According to Meng Yao, these stage 2 evolved zombies are at least level 10. Even worse, they have already started gathering. They are forming a massive horde of thousands, and his gaze sharpens. If their target was only him, he could handle it. He would find a way to win. But looking back at the city, he knows that under the Lord's command, those beasts will strike elsewhere. Instead of targeting him alone, they will breach the line and slaughter the entire settlement, turning this into a bloody race. A deadly race of who can kill faster. At this rate, not even 10% of them will survive, prompting Ziqiang to act. She decides they must hunt down the Lord first, offering to check the city for any evolvers with energy tracking talents. But Chen Bai raises a hand to stop her. He confidently tells her not to worry, already having someone in mind. He already has the perfect candidate. Opening his chat log, he reaches out to Han Xiao, an evolver with mind control talents. Track down the Lord's energy signature. That is what he needs, right as the second morning of the defense arrives. Deep inside the dream space of Dongshan Villas, Han Xiao looks around in absolute awe of this massive base. He can't believe this is Chen Bai's place, noting that the live streams only showed the outer walls, completely hiding these luxury villas. With a sly, flattering grin, Han Xiao asks if he can get his own villa if he decides to move in permanently. Chen Bai generously waves his hand, telling him he can have his pick of any empty mansion up on the mountaintop. Fired up by the promise, Han Xiao pumps his fists, with determination, deeply moved by Chen Bai's extreme generosity. He vows to give it his all today. Standing by his side, Meng Yao steps forward to ask their next move. She asks her master which special type of zombie they should hunt down first. Chen Bai makes a decisive call. They are heading to the Riverside television tower. The massive structure looms ahead, shrouded in a thick, eerie fog. Over in eastern Jiangcheng, thousands of hideous zombies are crawling all over the tower's surface like swarming insects. Watching from a distance, Chen Bai explains that these sirens are the only mutants capable of completely ignoring the city walls. They pose the absolute greatest threat to their home. Patting Han Xiao's shoulder, he warns him that the Lord won't stand by. The enemy will fight back, making this Han Xiao's time to shine. The psychic user just gives a confident smirk. He tells him to leave it to him. With that, Chen Bai leaps off the high building, shouting for Meng Yao. His loyal battle maid spreads her wings to follow. Left behind, Han Xiao scratches his head, wishing he could fly too. Meng Yao takes off her giant butterfly wings, glowing so brilliantly that they completely light up the dark battlefield. She grins, proudly boasting that she is the absolute strongest in this dream space. With a simple wave of her hands, she begins. Massive boulders rain down, crushing the zombies clinging to the glass. But suddenly her eyes widen in sheer horror. They are too fast. Deadly shadows with razor-sharp claws lunge at her from all directions, leaving her no time to react. She realizes she has no time to dodge. Right then, Chen Bai swoops in like a savior, unleashing his devastating skill. His rank A3 Hellfire incinerates every monster in sight, sending their flaming bodies tumbling off the tall skyscraper. They are pierced by countless dark tentacles. Chen Bai grabs Meng Yao's hand, pulling her out of the danger zone. He saves her in style. Looking down, he calmly notes that while more enemies are coming, the end is near. By the time they gather, their leader will already be dead, rendering their uncoordinated attacks completely useless. With the threat cleared for now, Meng Yao turns to ask if they should clear another gathering point. Suddenly, Chen Bai frowns as a spiritual flying dagger shoots toward him, carrying a strange mental transmission that he catches. Smiling, he realizes that clearing another point is unnecessary, especially after reading the small note marked with a smiley face. He announces it is a message from Han Xiao, who has finally pinpointed the exact location of the zombie lord. Deep in the dream space northeast of their base, Han Xiao points out the gorge harboring the lord's psychic energy. Meng Yao is surprised to find the target right behind them, noting that this creature seems incredibly clever. Han Xiao rubs his hands in pure excitement, eager to head straight over and take down the boss. But Chen Bai simply stands tall, calmly stating that he must return to reality for this final fight. Han Xiao is completely baffled, asking him why they would need to do that. But Chen Bai has other plans. An ambitious look flashes in his eyes as he grins, revealing his plan to livestream the entire fight for fame. This monster is the perfect stepping stone to build his brand. He thanks Han Xiao for his incredible help. If any dropped gear suits you, I will let you have it. Hearing this, Han Xiao turns his head toward Chen Bai. Thank you, Chen Bai. Chen Bai looks up, saying he needs to wake up now, and tells Meng Yao to lead Han Xiao to clear out some Stage 2 elite zombies. Meng Yao blinks curiously and asks what kind they are, as a pack of jaw-dropping zombies appears right behind them. Chen Bai explains they are the Screamers. Since these zombies evolved mentally, both Meng Yao and Han Xiao can easily suppress them. Although they lack close combat skills, they can release high-pitched screams. Even against fully upgraded zombies, they remain a very formidable threat. Meng Yao and Han Xiao call back in unison with high spirits. Understood, Master, they say we will complete this mission. Chen Bai simply waves his hand and turns to leave, returning to reality. Meanwhile, in the sunny mountains northeast of Jiangcheng settlement, Chen Bai stands right on the edge of a deep abyss, whispering to himself that this is definitely the place. His eyes flash with razor-sharp focus. It is extremely close, he thinks, though I cannot detect it directly. I can feel its high-level virus. Just as he finishes his thought, a dark, monstrous shadow suddenly lunges through the air, launching a surprise attack. But Chen Bai easily evades the strike, moving with smooth, light-footed agility like a feather in the wind. He frowns and analyzes the situation. These are not hunters, they are speed-evolved zombies, holding a tier even higher than standard hunters. As the enemy flickers through the air, Chen Bai smirks, realizing they must be the personal guards of the zombie lord. These creatures absolutely love hit-and-run tactics, and their high speed is almost completely on par with his own. Knowing this is a tough opponent, he blocks a sharp claw swipe, planning to fake weakness and bait them into a reckless charge. While grappling with the monster, he mutters that if they get startled, they will just drag things out with guerrilla warfare. That would drag the fight on forever, and if the zombie lord uses the chaos to escape, it would be an absolute disaster. Chen Bai's eyes suddenly flash with excitement as he sees the bait has been taken. Here it comes, he thinks. Showing off godlike reflexes, he catches the lunging beast by its leg and violently slams it down onto the hard ground. Immediately following up, he delivers a heavy punch that completely crushes the monster's head, then strikes the ground to release dark energy. Dark Devouring Evolution triggers. Countless black tentacles wrap tightly around the prey as system notifications start flooding in with high-tier rewards. He has devoured a Stage 4 speed-type hunter zombie, significantly boosting the raw power of his Blacklight Virus. He gains 1,000 virus points and 750 exclusive evolution points. Chen Bai stands tall, checking his stats. His right arm morphs into a razor-sharp dark purple greatsword. He smiles in satisfaction as the system confirms a brand new form. The Blacklight Virus has unlocked the blade form, but just as he is celebrating, a powerful mental shockwave hits his brain. The sudden mental assault makes his head spin, showing just how strong this psychic attack is. He quickly regains focus, looking up. High up in the trees, a floating dark silhouette taunts him, mocking that it thought he would have used the chance to run away. The zombie lord, sporting a slimy, tentacled head, lands on a branch and asks arrogantly if he really thinks he can kill it. It claims he is dead wrong. Ignoring the empty threat, Chen Bai leaps forward and readies his massive sword with terrifying intent. In a single breath, he unleashes a devastating slash that slices the monster clean in half, then steps on the fallen corpse. Frowning in confusion, he wonders if this boss is a bit too weak. Suddenly, a sweet female voice echoes from right behind him. Ziqiang rushes over, wrapping her arms around him from behind, and cooing that thanks to their Chen Bai, the threat is handled. Without a leader, dealing with the incoming horde assault will be much easier now. Chen Bai is left completely bewildered by this. He asks what they are doing as the beautiful girls of the settlement suddenly crowd around him in a flirty, playful manner. Ziqiang runs a hand through her hair, saying they are celebrating his victory, calling him a bad guy, but a very reliable one. Surrounded by 7 gorgeous women, one of them leans in and whispers that he has hit her exact weak spot and desires. But Chen Bai is not fazed at all, his gaze remaining cold and as calm as a frozen winter lake. Swinging his heavy blade, he delivers a swift strike that shatters the entire seductive illusion into a million scattered fragments. The illusory figure of Ziqiang disintegrates into dreamy pink light particles, fading completely away into the empty air. Chen Bai snorts and turns his back, advising the enemy not to show off such weak illusions to avoid making a fool of itself. He points his sword toward the real zombie lord hiding in the distance, stating that while it did make a decent illusion, it failed to affect his basic judgment. This proves the beast's spiritual power is actually much weaker than his own. Seeing its illusion shattered so effortlessly, the bizarrely headed monster reveals a look of sheer panic and rising anger. Chen Bai smirks with ultimate confidence, calling out the zombie lord. Meanwhile, the livestream chat erupts with crazy debates over the main character's crazy power when facing the evolved zombie's illusion, while at the exact same time, a few negative comments pop up, denying the harsh reality. Suddenly, a bold notification cuts through the argument. Everyone switch to broadcast room 3 right now. The direct attack is beginning. Over at the Jiangcheng settlement walls, massive monsters are starting to swarm. Stage 2. Physically evolved zombies. The giant, frenzied fat beasts. These giant beasts use their terrifying raw strength to grab smaller zombies, hurling them straight up, high into the air over the fortress walls. Song Ziqiang spreads her arms wide, channeling her power to command. Stay sharp, everyone. We have to eliminate those flying zombies immediately. The evolutionists unleash their power, showing off B-tier talent like throwing expertise. This significantly boosts their throwing accuracy and damage. Another C-tier talent uses wire-guided arrows to shift the flight path. There is also a C-tier invisible drag, which increases air resistance in a set area. Thanks to their tight coordination, those flying zombies are shot down like flies before they even touch the ground. But down at the base of the wall, a muscular zombie crouches down, preparing for a terrifying leap. With insane power, it slams right down inside the defensive line, sending out a massive shockwave. 2 frantic soldiers rush over to report the critical situation. Wall Sector 4 is breached, and they are already tossing zombies inside. Amidst the utter chaos, Song Ziqiang summons her brilliant amethyst spear, hovering to calm the crowd. Do not panic. Hold your ground. She spins with absolute grace, throwing her amethyst weapon straight at the enemy. The spinning spear carries immense energy, slicing off heads in a devastating consecutive decapitation. But despite the fight, hit a giant zombie with jagged teeth still roars to display its power. Song Ziqiang replies with a cold snort and points her finger directly at the target. Under her control, the spear whips around, piercing right through the giant monster's chest. Standing tall like a queen, she shouts out, "To boost morale, everyone hold the line. The Chen Bai will soon eliminate the Lord commanding them. If we survive this wave, victory is ours." The chat box goes absolutely wild over her boss energy. She is way too strong, they write. I am leaving this stream. I want to be her puppy instead. Some prefer the queen and her assassin companion, but others tell them to wake up because she belongs to the properest Chen Bai. They urge everyone to switch to his stream and see his perspective. Damn, there are too many high-level zombies left. Swapping over to Chen Bai, he is delivering heavy punches, laden with dark, plague-spreading energy. Over in the hills northeast of Jiangcheng, a muscular monster takes a direct hit and goes flying. It is a tyrant hunter. The chat starts buzzing instantly as Chen Bai darts around in lightning speed. What kind of zombie is that? They wonder. It is a mutated strength-type tyrant called a hunter. Someone asks if they have seen it before, and a veteran replies that the Chen Bai named them. He only makes a move after the enemy lord calls in reinforcements. Some call him an arrogant fool, saying he will pay for his pride, but others point out they just can't stand seeing someone else excel. Ignoring the online noise, Chen Bai unleashes a terrifying stomp that triggers a massive purple energy explosion, blowing away everything nearby. Out from the dust, a flame-wielding monster emerges, known as a heretic. The chat explodes again. A viewer explains that this Ghostfire heretic is on the same tier as the Lord. It looks like a psychic mutant. Since it keeps attacking the Chen Bai, they wonder if it is offensive. When asked why he is ignoring it, another replies that you obviously have to take down the Lord first. In chaotic brawls like this, a single distraction could cost your life. Chen Bai leaps up to strike. A grotesque, bloated beast. The audience quickly realizes this is the Lord's final helper. A giant mass of strength-type mutated meat. One viewer claims to have seen a bigger one, but others tell them to stop bragging. They insist that the entire city of Quanchang was swallowed by a massive mud-like flesh pile. Enveloped in brilliant flames, Chen Bai rests a hand on the ground, sneering at the giant mass of flesh. Did they really think this trash could stop him? Unleashing his purgatory energy, his transformed sword slams down, slicing the massive flesh pile in half as easily as tofu. Spotting his chance during the chaos, the zombie lord tries to flee with its hideous tentacles, but Chen Bai is far too quick for that. He spins and blocks the path with his dark blade, mocking the beast. Too late to run. The crowd erupts as Is the Lord really dead? Let me check the front lines. Stay here and report back quickly. The zombies on the battlefield are in absolute chaos now, even trampling over each other without their leader. They just mindlessly charge forward, and even the heavy fat ones have stopped throwing other zombies altogether. It seems this mutated lord was indeed a massive threat. But right after that, a gigantic hand descended from the sky, aiming to completely crush Chen Bai. The beast's massive hand slammed down, sending rocks and dust flying. The monster roared out, clutching tightly the corpse that Chen Bai had just slain shamelessly, trying to steal his loot. With a cold gaze, he snarled, "Who gave you permission to eat my loot?" He meant business, delivering a fatal slash that split the Lord in half, leaving the chat room completely stunned. They never expected him to devour it so effortlessly. Right after, another mutated enemy emerged, a heretic cloaked in eerie fire, who rushed forward swinging its blade. Chen Bai smoothly dodged the stylish strike with ease, grinning confidently. Its power had dropped a bit. It seemed the debuff from his plague infection was still working wonders. A muscular tyrant hunter let out a thunderous roar and charged, but he casually raised one hand to block the strike. With absolute ease, he grabbed the heretic, flashing a wicked smile. "Your resistance to the heretical soul is quite decent, so let me borrow it for a bit." Using the heretic as a weapon, he delivered a devastating strike that sliced both beasts in half. All done. Chen Bai stood tall on high ground, overlooking the messy battlefield. Seeing the rare items drop from the corpses, he smiled. His luck was pretty good. He really did not expect the materials he wanted for so long to gather like this. Meanwhile, the chat went absolutely wild over the epic loot. Holding the crafting scroll, he frowned slightly, just C rank. But then a massive badass set of gauntlets materialized, called the Biochemical Catastrophe, boosting all stats by 35 points. However, sharp viewers noticed he did not seem very satisfied with this C-tier gear. He quickly checked the item's active skills, ranging from permanently mind-controlling weaker targets using mental waves, to granting insane boosts to his physical strength and speed. Furthermore, the gauntlets provided continuous stamina recovery upon killing foes, along with a powerful protective force field, shielding him from mental attacks. But here is the most exciting part. The system announced this gear could actually evolve into a growth-type soul weapon if it slays hundreds of thousands of time monsters, making his eyes light up. A growth weapon. Looking at the mountain of beast corpses, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Though stripped of key materials, their remains still held high value for absorption. Could he somehow force his Blacklight Virus to evolve even further? Crimson tentacles erupted from his body, devouring the battlefield ruins. System notifications constantly flooded and granting him thousands of virus points and unlocking tracking skills alongside a new whip form. Admiring his newly transformed, spike-covered whip arm, he pulled up his skill panel and the awakening page for his Blacklight Virus. Staring at the massive skill tree before him, Chen Bai made a decisive, swift gesture, dumping all his evolution points right into it. Two purple panels glowed brilliantly, swirling around his body. Clenching his powerful gauntlet, he was pumped. This treasure could finally evolve into a soul weapon with endless, new potential, and he could not wait to test it out. Instantly, he shot into the air using his spectacular aerial glide skill to tear through the wind. Meanwhile, inside a villa at the Jiangcheng settlement, Lu Li reported to Ziqiang that Chen Bai had cleared the field and was heading for the wall, adding that she was redirecting all cosmic will forces to the front line. Over in a military tent, Ziqiang sat beside the sickbed, acknowledging the message. Turning to Su Shen, who was busy healing, she thanked her for working so hard, without taking a single break since the siege began, suggesting she rest after this wave was over. But Su Shen just smiled warily, saying she could still push through. With so many injured from the massive wave, she could not just leave them. Ziqiang stood up firmly, insisting she rest since she was not the only healer. They're playfully teasing that Chen Bai would be heartbroken if she collapsed. Whispering in her ear, she added that if they did not have her healing powers, for the post-siege celebration party the other girls would be in big trouble. Su Shen blushed furiously at the mention of a party. Just then, a glasses-wearing girl parted the curtain, interrupting to report that things were looking bad. Pushing up her glasses, she explained that even though the Lord was dead, the main attack order was broken, meaning distant beasts had slowed down the nearby zombies within a 1-kilometer radius were still locked onto the settlement, driven by pure, mindless hatred. Showing them the map, her expression turned grim. Worst of all, although the elite mutant zombies gathered by the Lord had lost their commander, they were still. The enemies keep gathering in groups. According to Shiwei's overview, 3 sections of the wall are about to be breached. Extremely dangerous. Especially the tank-type beasts, gathering at sectors 6 to 8 on the west wall. Our firepower simply cannot stop them. Inside the watchtower, Ziqiang anxiously calls Shiwei through the system, asking about her current condition. Floating in the air, Shiwei uses her spiritual power to patch up the rapidly tearing flesh wall. At Sector 6 on the west wall, she estimates she can only hold out for 3 more minutes, desperately needing backup. The rate of consumption far exceeds its regeneration speed, meaning the wall will collapse soon. Shiwei's eyes glow with intensity. Her eyes bleed in pain as she completely exhausts her energy, using her all-seeing vision to gather critical battle information. Back in the command tent, the glasses girl notes with deep worry that Shiwei has been continuously pushing her visual limit. This constant observation has helped them adjust tactics, but now her physical condition is in an incredibly dangerous state. Ziqiang smiles with a knowing look at her friend, teasing that Sangye has an amazing eye for both friends and men. Turning to the glasses girl, she instructs her to send someone to help Shiwei rest while she heads to the front. The girl obediently nods in agreement. Meanwhile, on the Jiangcheng wall, Lang Cheng arrives, carrying a massive broadsword. A soldier shouts to her that reinforcements have arrived, but Lang Cheng immediately turns around with a frown. She warns them to stay back because the enemies are too fast for regular soldiers to handle. Dark shadows flash by in rapid attacks, causing panic, but the young reinforcement leader remains spirited. He rallies his team to charge, but suddenly, Chen Bai appears behind them like a god, speaking coldly. He tells Lang Cheng to stay back, as she will only complicate things further, leaving the warrior completely stunned and speechless. Ascending into the air, the Chen Bai unleashes a lightning storm and tells them the Lord is dead. He commands her to lead the retreat and leave the rest to him. Lang Cheng rejoices that the Chen Bai has finally returned. And get this, he unleashes a massive ground-shattering strike, filling Lang Cheng with absolute hope that victory is secured. Chen Bai activates his whip weapon, sweeping through the zombie horde as battle cries echo across the field. Soldiers cheer that their tyrant is dead, and the legendary Chen Bai is back to guarantee their ultimate survival. Chen Bai stands coldly, maximizing his virus and thermal detection skills, before leaping to launch a barrage of spikes. The deadly spikes pierce high-level threats, while Ziqiang delivers a devastating blow directly through a giant monster's skull. Meanwhile, her pet, Meng Yao, soars overhead, raining down brilliant flames to completely incinerate the remaining beasts. 4 days later, standing amidst the ruins, Chen Bai sighs at how costly this defense battle truly was. Ziqiang agrees, noting the walls are completely ruined after 5 grueling days of continuous non-stop fighting. Looking over the smoking battlefield, she admits they overestimated their own endurance and underestimated the enemy. Without his presence, and Meng Yao's aid holding the line, would have been an absolute impossibility. Suddenly, the polite goblin Li Du appears with a grin, suggesting they should actually be celebrating. Spreading his arms wide, he notes that despite the devastating scenery, the actual casualty count is remarkably and surprisingly low. He congratulates them on completing the quest, pointing toward the sky to make a grand announcement. They can now build their city-state, which marks the very first one established since the system trial began. The system confirms the S-Rank city creation quest is fully cleared, prompting a confused Ziqiang to ask if it is already over. Li Du smirks and tells her it is not done yet, directing her back to the spot where she first used the token. Down at the eastern mountain base, a noisy crowd has gathered around a mysterious glowing orb that suddenly materialized. People whisper in confusion and caution as the strange object emits a brilliant, mesmerizing blue light for all to see. The prompt reveals it is the city heart accessible only to the evolver Ziqiang and her delegates. The crowd parts respectfully as they realize this powerful artifact belongs entirely to their respected female leader, Ziqiang. With the arrival of the Chen Bai and Ziqiang, Chen Bai curiously asks if she deployed it here. Ziqiang confidently explains that she consulted a professional urban planner beforehand to pick the absolute best strategic location. The spot features a perfect mix of hills and plains protected by mountains, ideal for defensive layouts. This terrain keeps vital structures safe, while a massive flat plain stretches across the inner city of Jiangcheng. A natural waterway also flows directly through the settlement, which makes transportation and future trade incredibly convenient. Impressed, Chen Bai places a hand on her shoulder, praising her thorough planning before giving the green light. But then Tusong Ziqiang unexpectedly speaks up. Wait, she says, she has a question for the polite goblin Lord Ledo. She turns toward the goblin, firmly stating that although this was his personal investment in her, she wants a different leader. She wants Chen Bai to rule. Ledo smirks, stroking his beard, and tells her she does not even need to ask. The city heart already belongs to her. She just needs to keep her promise to set up a goblin merchant guild right in the center. Tusong Ziqiang smiles warmly at Chen Bai, telling him to go ahead because she has already granted him full authority. Chen Bai nods silently. He reaches out to touch the glowing orb. Instantly, the system alerts him that his authorization is complete. Asked if he wants to activate the city heart, he confidently says yes. Next, the system prompts him to name City-State 2001. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light erupts, wrapping entirely around Chen Bai. He closes his eyes, feeling a massive surge of pure power. It is time to settle old scores. His eyes snap open, cold and sharp, as he declares the name destined to become legendary. He names it Bakda City. Right on cue, the system confirms the successful naming and unlocks the city-state management panel. The glowing orb slowly merges right into Chen Bai's chest, bringing along a massive set of rewards from their new S-Class city. This S-Class city heart rewards them with a 20% boost to experience and drop rates, while doubling all stats within the city. It also slashes invading enemy stats by 50%. Standing behind him, Tusong Ziqiang smiles as she receives a special system alert. She has been granted highest administrative rights, boosting her stats by 80% anywhere inside Bakda City. Nearby, the citizens erupt in wild cheers upon hearing the announcement, celebrating the massive wave of bonus experience and free stat points they just got. 3 free stat points. Incredible. If they had only known, they would have slain more monsters. Long live the Chen Bai. Long live the Queen. Watching the celebration, Ledo rubs his hands together, letting out a loud, delighted laugh. Ha ha ha. Excellent, truly excellent. Tusong Ziqiang turns around with a graceful smile, asking if he has received some sort of wonderful news. Hovering in the air, the goblin happily explains that with Chen Bai as lord and Tusong Ziqiang as administrator, everything is going perfectly. Everything goes exactly according to his plan. A truly perfect trade, where everyone gets what they wanted. He politely tips his hat, flashing a sharp merchant smile. This investment is complete, and he is highly satisfied with the outcome. Now, it is time to depart. He reaches out to remind Chen Bai that he must finish the investment quests quickly. Chen Bai looks back with a knowing smirk, reminding the goblin that he already knows how ridiculously hard those quests actually are. The goblin only chuckles as his small body slowly begins to fade away into the empty air, leaving behind a hearty laugh. He yells back that he trusts the kid. Once the goblin is gone, Chen Bai pulls out a glowing new scroll. He hands it over to Tusong Ziqiang, explaining it is a gold-tier city-building reward. Since she already has a draft layout ready, she should arrange everything in the absolute best spots. But the moment she opens it, her eyes widen in pure shock. The system reveals a rare S-Rank supercomputer core, along with 2 fully automated assembly lines. She can barely believe her eyes. Chen Bai calmly explains that any weapons, vehicles, or gear produced here can be freely deployed during future survival trials. This high-tech factory will launch their base light years ahead of any other human settlement. Tusong Ziqiang stands there completely speechless. She is still holding on to her old world mindset, but times have changed. She questions if mere guns can really save them. Looking up at a holographic sky displaying heavy weaponry, he corrects her. These weapons are nothing like the regular ones from back home. They are infused with magic and high-tech stats. It is time for her to abandon those outdated pre-apocalyptic ideas. Sure, the current city-state layout looks a bit bare right now, but a confident smirk plays on his lips. But once they start unlocking more exclusive blueprints, well, let's just say her mind is about to be absolutely blown. Brilliant sci-fi holograms flicker to life. For example, an S-rank biological backup center can easily clone her entire body, giving her a literal second life. Or they could build an S-tier anti-gravity engine to float their entire city into the clouds. These legendary S-class blueprints are exclusive to their city. Hearing this, Tusong Ziqiang clutches the scrolls tightly to her chest inspired. Her eyes burn with a fierce new determination. She promises that their home will become the most powerful sanctuary in the future. Just as the hype reaches its peak, a sweet, energetic voice calls out to them from high up in the sky. It is Meng Yao landing gracefully in front of her master. Immediately, the system alerts him that she is sharing her skill tree. She happily chirps about her amazing training adventure inside the dream world, where she managed to unlock 3 brand new skills. Chen Bai glances over her new stats, noting powerful skills like white noise and sleep waves, nodding his head in clear approval. He praises her choice. Now her dream totem can drag enemies directly into her dreamscape, without requiring them to stare at it. Combined with her sleep waves, this upgrade is going to be incredibly useful during real combat situations. The maid beams with pride, her cheeks flushing red, as she explains, this is the exact combo he had her learn after checking her skill tree. Meng Yao excitedly points at the screen, urging him to look at the third one, which is a brand new skill branch she unlocked all on her own. Chen Bai carefully reads the description. She can enter dream worlds and pull others back to reality. He raises an eyebrow instantly, grasping the true nature of the skill. Teleportation. Meng Yao nods eagerly, illustrating the concept in her mind, explaining that if she drags Han Xiao into a dream right now, she can use the dream totem he is holding to teleport right to his side, bypassing all physical distance in an instant. Or, she could send him directly instead. Chen Bai smiles gently, patting his little disciple's head. He tells her that in terms of picking skills, she has basically graduated, but on other fronts, she still has a long way to go. Meng Yao pouts. Master, do you have some free time? I want to test my new skills. Pleased by her work ethic, he happily tells her to wait for him, up at the mid-mountain training ground. Yes, Master. Meng Yao obediently chirps her agreement, as Chen Bai turns to Ziqiang with a new order. Chen Bai then instructs Ziqiang to gather a few people with different mental strength levels to test the new skills in real combat. Ziqiang nods, saying it is no problem, and she will have them gather at the mid-mountain training grounds right away. Right after she hugs him from behind, whispering playfully to not train too late because everyone has prepared a little treat for the Lord tonight. He gets it. Chen Bai smirks, while Ziqiang flashes a mischievous smile and drops another exciting hint. She whispers that she heard Sangha is preparing a special highly mysterious surprise gift just for him. Meanwhile, inside Song Ziqiang's luxurious villa in the Jiangcheng settlement, she is inspecting her friend's gorgeous lingerie, giving it an approving nod. She comments that it looks absolutely perfect. She then turns. With a highly provocative look, she asks the girls if they have the confidence to conquer Chen Bai in tonight's battle. One gorgeous girl puffs her chest out with total confidence, saying they are ready, but warns Sangha not to repeat her last mistake. She fainted before they could even do much, and being teased makes Sangha snap back angrily that it will absolutely not happen again. This time, she dumped all her free attribute points straight into Constitution, and soon the scene shifts to a massive luxurious bed. Ziqiang snuggles close to Chen Bai and lets him know that Meng Yao is looking for him, asking if there are any nearby dungeons. She wants to grind some experience points, so Chen Bai rests his head on his hands, casually telling her to let the girl go ahead. Once she is done, she can find him, because he has questions, and Ziqiang obediently replies that she has already sent the message. She blinks softly and makes a sweet request, asking the Chen Bai if he could guide everyone a bit on their build choices. They need help with combat techniques and skill selection, but suddenly, another girl pops out from under the blanket, making Chen Bai burst out laughing. He pats her head and says, okay, noting that her C-tier skill tree is so simple it does not even have any branches. He teases her about what guidance she could possibly need, but she whines playfully, and the confident city lord just smirks right back. The city lord tells them to send over screenshots of all their skill trees, so he can take a look, making the girls cheer. They all shout with excitement, and opening Xiang's skill menu, he begins to analyze her S-tier Amethyst Eye ability. It actually has 3 evolution paths, which is quite a lot, and while the Amethyst path is great, she is a queen, not a warrior. Her top priority should be Amethyst evolution first, and strengthening her mind second, Chen Bai explains, as he goes into full mentor mode. He talks about options like the Abyssal Gaze and Noble Eyes, explaining how these skills will allow her to see straight through enemies. They even offer mind reading and crowd control which suit her much better, prompting Xiang to touch her lips as her eyes flash. She looks pretty cunning, wondering if anyone who makes eye contact with her will get completely stunned and disoriented by this power. Moving on to the next person, Chen Bai calls up Shi Wei to take a look at her A-tier skill overview. The cute girl with the bow eagerly raises her hand, saying she only has 2 skill trees, but he reassures her that is fine. He advises her to unlock threat vision to highlight dangerous targets first, and then get the shared vision skill to help her team. This will make her an absolutely indispensable god-tier support in the future, and hearing this makes Shi Wei's eyes light up, glowing brightly. She promises to unlock those 2 skills quickly. Chen Bai praises her, urging her to keep going because her foundation is already highly impressive. Continuing the guidance session, he turns to another girl. He tells Lu Li that her B-rank illusion skill can truly create miracles. Lu Li points at herself in confusion, asking if he means her. She checked, and none of her skills have offensive capabilities. Chen Bai points at a glowing skill slot, telling her to look closely at this illusion to reality ability. It has an incredibly unique effect. If the enemy fails to see through the illusion, it actually becomes reality. Do you get it? If the enemies believe the illusionary nuke is real, they will take the exact same damage as a real blast. He leans back against his pillow, delivering a cold ultimate truth. That is exactly why this skill has no damage description. Because with a power like this, anything is possible. One of the girls gasps in shock. Ali's skill is absolutely insane for a B rank. Chen Bai steps in to clarify. Not quite. Ali's talent lacks the ability to camouflage energy signatures, meaning pure illusions are easily spotted. Success relies entirely on Ali's own skill and mental tricks to make the illusion believable. He turns his attention to the next girl. Su Xin, it is time for your B-rank rapid recovery. You should distribute points evenly. Focus on stamina, physical health, and mental energy. The skills will heal you first, then you can actively trigger them to heal others. Su Xin suddenly lunges forward, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. Chen Bai just smiles. Her ability might be simple, but it is incredibly useful. He admits he has never seen a better support class. Meanwhile, the last girl peeks out from behind his back, acting all sweet and cute. Finally, it is Ling Wu's turn to shine with her B-rank ultra-concentration talent. She looks up with a playful smile. She giggles and thanks her master, musing that her skill seems to only boost her thinking speed. Chen Bai immediately corrects her. This is a god-tier talent for one-on-one fights. Lock onto a target, focus entirely on them. Your brain's processing speed will skyrocket while filtering out all useless noise. He gives her a serious piece of advice. She needs to choose skills that enhance her split-second combat decisions and practice dueling against opponents with different talents. Ling Wu boldly climbs right onto his lap, whispering playfully, thanking her master and offering to show her gratitude through action. She teases that if he is hyper-focused on her right now, she could stab him and he wouldn't even notice. Chen Bai's face instantly goes dark as he realizes the massive flaw in her logic. That is a dangerous loophole. That won't do at all. With a swift flick, he pops her right on the forehead, making her wince and clutch her face. He sternly warns her that she must master control over who she focuses on, and when she does it. Otherwise, this incredible talent will backfire on her. Ling Wu rubs her head meekly, promising to start training immediately. Suddenly, Song Ge starts bouncing behind him, yelling that it is finally her turn. Her C-rank core talent boosts all experience gains. Chen Bai smiles, noting, it grants 10 times the learning speed and 10 times the proficiency gains. Essentially, she will grow 10 times faster than anyone else, easily mastering any combat-style strategy or high-level technique. He playfully teases her, saying that while her raw strength will never surpass his in this lifetime, she has other ways. She can still conquer him with her refined techniques. Flustered and blushing red, Song Ge bites his shoulder in retaliation. She yells at Chen Bai for always teasing her. As the meeting wraps up, Ziqiang stands and claps her hands. She announces that Emperor Bai has laid out the perfect path forward for every single one of them. They must train hard so the elite members of the palace do not look down on them or embarrass Emperor Bai. The girls shout in unison, promising to build an absolute unbreakable support system for their young leader. Meanwhile, Qing'er watches coldly from outside, whispering that she too wants to receive guidance from Emperor Bai. Over in Ma Do, Han Xiao wakes up with a start, only to find Chen Bai standing silently right beside his bed. He gasps. Meng Yao's teleportation skill is seriously overpowered to have brought their leader all this way. Chen Bai simply nods in agreement. Suddenly, a tired Meng Yao chimes in through their virtual communication interface. She complains that the distance was too far, leaving her extremely dizzy. Chen Bai responds with calm concern. He explains that sudden exhaustion of mental energy is completely normal and tells her to rest up. Han Xiao eagerly chimed in. He asks how the city construction is going, and Chen Bai calmly replies that the main planning is finally finished. Right now, everyone is working around the clock to make sure Emperor Bai's new city is absolutely flawless. Han Xiao leans in, whispering to ask how many attribute points they received from the city building reward. After all, he and Meng Yao cleared out a ton of special zombies inside the dream world. Han Xiao sighs. He scratches his head, sweating as he recalls his own embarrassing blunder. He only managed to earn one single point. While fighting the screaming zombies inside the dream realm, a massive accident occurred when the monsters screamed together, unleashing a shockwave. Talk about an embarrassing way to go. He was flying, got shocked, and fell straight down to his death. Chen Bai stares in absolute silence at the embarrassed guy who is nervously twiddling his thumbs in shame. Chen Bai simply waves him off, telling him to never mention he belongs to their top-tier squad ever again. Han Xiao frantically begs him to relax, since nobody else knows about his little accident anyway. He felt quite embarrassed, especially since he had to lead the way to that chemical plant. Chen Bai just smiled warmly. All right, only teasing. He told him they could head out whenever he was ready. Han Xiao immediately perked up, cheeks flushed, pure excitement. He stammered that it was great while Chen Bai silently stared down at his glowing, powerful palm. It was shining with a powerful mark from his SSS-Rank plague quest, which had been sending non-stop alerts since they arrived. It definitely seemed connected to that chemical plant. The zombie one? Han Xiao waved frantically from a giant glass window. He called out to the Chen Bai, inviting him to take off from there before launching himself straight out of the glass window. He glided through the air. Order in Chen Bai City was finally restored, but he had rushed here immediately. What rewards would a SSS rank quest actually give? Incredible ones, hopefully. Suddenly, a strange vision popped into his head. It was the mischievous illusion mask. Back in Jiangcheng, he always worried someone would discover he was hiding such a treasure. This S-rank high-level demon bloodline essence was a rare potion acting as a highly concentrated form of pure demonic power. It was specially refined to make his lineage even purer and stronger, and it came with absolutely no usage requirements. He landed smoothly, satisfied. He never expected those basic bloodline potions could be refined into such high-tier pure S-rank essence. The best part was that it had absolutely zero usage restrictions whatsoever. Just then, Han Xiao ran up and pointed directly ahead. He eagerly called out that their target was right in front of them, pointing directly toward a thick, glowing emerald green mist. Together, the two stepped deep into the ruined factory grounds, walking carefully across the wet, muddy soil that felt highly dangerous. Chen Bai casually asked if he knew anything about the inner layout of this place, and Han Xiao quickly nodded in agreement. He had known about it long before the apocalypse even started. Hearing that Chen Bai nodded, ready to begin their operation, but staring at that dense toxic fog, Han Xiao broke out in a cold sweat, his face turning pale as he asked if he had to go in too. The thick green mist and weird mold felt incredibly dangerous to him, but Chen Bai calmly turned back to reassure him. He calmly promised that staying within 10 meters of him would keep him safe, plus they were heading right to his father's old workplace. He hoped it might trigger a special quest for him, leaving Han Xiao with no choice but to pull out his face mask. He wore the cartoon smiley mask. Good enough. Instantly, the crimson plague mark on the back of Chen Bai's hand flashed. A red system alert flashed immediately, announcing that the plague mark was activated, triggering the next questline of the plague cult. They had to clear this A-rank plague factory, finding the mutation source to score 10,000 experience points and new rewards. They would also unlock a powerful A-rank bacterial cultivation skill tree, prompting Chen Bai to smirk with a sharp, determined gaze. He summoned a swirling green virus around his arm, noting how much his talent had evolved after reaching level 10. Although the details were vague, his control over viruses had clearly reached a whole new level. He walked calmly forward, strolling through the thick poison mist, felt absolutely amazing, especially knowing that every single virus within 10 meters was fully under his command. Just behind him, a sweating Han Xiao raised a big thumbs up, completely amazed at how his companion could actually relax in such a place. He called him incredible for enjoying such a creepy place. Perverted, basically. Chen Bai just glanced back, asking if that was a compliment. The poor kid froze instantly, stammering in response before suddenly pointing up toward the sky in absolute panic. He shouted in a panic that there was a monster up there, causing Chen Bai to instantly transform his right arm with power. His limb turned into a sharp, dark purple blade, and with one swift space-tearing slash, he targeted the incoming beast. The giant mosquito was sliced clean in half. Down it went. Retracting his blade, Chen Bai casually stepped on the fresh carcass. He coldly declared that he absolutely hated mosquitoes, and just like that, Han Xiao eagerly pointed toward a nearby glowing mushroom. He noted the beast had been guarding that strange glowing fungus, wondering if it was some kind of special dungeon crafting material. Seeing the kid prepare to rush forward, Chen Bai stopped him cold, warning him not to take another single step. He coldly told him that breathing it in would rot his lungs from the inside, which might be less painful than losing both of his hands. Han Xiao quickly pulled his hand back, sweating in terror, while Chen Bai casually strolled forward and reached for the dangerous plant. He casually plucked the glowing mushroom from the ground, analyzing it as a fascinating fusion of plague virus and active bacteria. Then, without saying a word, he shoved the toxic mushroom into his mouth and chewed absolute madness, leaving Han Xiao totally horrified. Chen Bai calmly assured him that he was totally immune to toxins, just as a new system notification flashed on his screen. He had successfully absorbed the deadly pathogen, gaining 150 virus points as he kept chewing contentedly. The taste was actually pretty good, providing as much virus energy as eating several elite zombies. Han Xiao was speechless. He could only watch in disbelief, as another system alert flashed the moment Chen Bai swallowed the rest. The fatal mushroom virus is absorbed, earning him 350 virus points. Done snacking, Chen Bai waves his hand to signal, "Let's go. Go. First, let's head to your father's workshop and break room." Han Xiao scrambles after him, nodding in agreement. Before long, the two stop in front of a run-down building bearing a sign for the Magic City Plague Factory Staff Dormitory. Outside, slimy giant bugs lie scattered everywhere, oozing green liquid. After searching around inside for a while, Han Xiao feels completely discouraged. He rests his hands on his hips and sighs, admitting he checked his father's entire work area, but found absolutely nothing there. It seems the next clue for his quest is not here. Hearing this, Chen Bai immediately suggests they go investigate the origin of the outbreak together. But he warns the boy to remember that if he tells him to run, he must leave immediately, without any hesitation. Han Xiao nods vigorously and swears he will act instantly and not get in his way. Just as they step outside, Chen Bai points toward a distant area, noting that the concentration of the plague and virus over there is at its highest. He asks if Han Xiao knows what that place is. Han Xiao looks over and explains it must be the wastewater treatment pool. All chemical waste from the factory collects there. Recalling his past memories, Han Xiao shivers, adding that inside are two massive, deep pools. He went in only once, and the air was so toxic, it made him dizzy. Yet despite the clear warnings, the two still head inside, coming face to face with a massive underground cavern filled with glowing floating mushrooms and swarms of insects buzzing around. This is the real hidden side of Magic City, inside the factory waste pool. A place completely overrun with grotesque mutated creatures. Disgusting. Staring at this sight, Han Xiao gulps and curses. Chen Bai quickly warns him, protect yourself with mental energy just in case. The plague corrodes him if he wanders too far. The kid quickly obeys, giving a firm nod. Suddenly, from the shadows, a mysterious hooded figure emerges, chanting in a creepy, rhythmic voice, calling out to the children of the plague. With arms spread wide, standing proudly atop a giant mushroom cap, he loudly addresses the fanatical followers of the cult. Annoyed by this dramatic show, Chen Bai wastes no words, launching himself into the air like a fired arrow. In a flash, he swings his dark blade directly at the hooded figure's chest. An explosion of blinding light. Chen Bai's eyes widen. Can his blade really not break through his defense? This was supposed to be his strongest offensive form. Could the defense of an A-rank difficulty boss monster really be this insanely tanky and tough? But instead of retaliating, the figure and the giant bugs all drop to their knees. Praying, they dedicate their most solemn rituals and devout prayers to their destined god. hoping their prayers are heard. They pray for their destined god to soon ignite the divine flame and spread the blessings of the plague worldwide. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Han Xiao looks completely baffled and asks if they are actually bowing down to him. Chen Bai breaks into a cold sweat, nervously replying that he is not too sure either. Hearing this, the hooded figure looks up holding his staff reverently, as he declares that they are indeed bowing to their great destined god. Pukasumi is ready to offer everything to him, even life or soul. Right then, the system pops up with information. It reveals the name of Plague Bishop Pukasumi X-Rail level 71. Looking at his level, Chen Bai begins analyzing. A level 71, Third Realm Transmigrator. In his past life, he only reached level 79. How could such a monster appear so early in this initial stage of the trial? Yet, the mental perception he gained when Meng Yao became his companion was only D rank. Despite the massive power gap, he can still read his name and level easily. This proves the bishop has absolutely no guard up against him. Regaining his flawless cool composure, Chen Bai asks with a smirk. He tilts his chin, asking if he really is their destined god. The bishop's eyes instantly flare with a fanatic green glow. He confirms, eagerly explaining that their high priest sacrificed his own life to guide their god's magnificent arrival. Since he received the plague mark right from the start of the trials, he is absolutely their destined god. The god of plague. Hearing these sweet, flattering words, Chen Bai smirks. This is perfect. The most valuable part of high-level talents is getting exclusive opportunities, and this is clearly his exclusive chance as the Virus King. Being a plague god sounds infinitely more impressive than Han Xiao's clunky demon bloodline storyline. Getting straight to the point, he bluntly demands to know what the bishop can do for him. The kneeling bishop replies with absolute devotion. They paid a heavy price to enter the trials ahead of schedule, all just to support him in this challenge. The bishop grins with pride, saying how fortunate he is to meet his lord so early on. Every cult member who arrived early can offer a special plague sect treasure that matches his current power level. But then he hesitatingly bows his head, apologizing deeply, because to avoid detection and intervention from the will of the universe, they cannot give him all the treasure at once. Chen Bai just waves his hand generously in response. It is completely fine, Chen Bai says. The bishop looks up in joy, thanking the god of destiny for his understanding. The bishop asks what kind of treasure he needs. Seeing a golden opportunity, Chen Bai wears the sly smile of a hunter. He asks a casual question. Do you have any class transition scrolls? The pale hooded figure looks back with a mysterious expression. He repeats the request in surprise, then plants his staff on the ground, confidently declaring with a smug face. Of course he has them. Two bright lights appear in his hands, revealing an S-Rank Plague Knight and an S-Rank Insect Master. But he is not done. The cultist dramatically drops to one knee, offering a special scroll bearing a skull design. This is their sect's most precious treasure, the double S-Rank Child of Destruction. Witnessing this incredible sight, Han Xiao is absolutely flabbergasted by the double S-Rank class, and honestly, who wouldn't be? But Chen Bai is completely unimpressed. Keeping a deadpan face, he sighs and asks if that is really all they have. The shocked hooded cultist quickly tries to explain. He says, getting a triple S-Rank class in the early game is almost impossible. Even gods started much lower. Most gods climbed up from S-Rank, A-Rank, or even B-Rank classes. They did not just start at the top. Chen Bai smirks arrogantly. Ignoring his teammate, who is sweating bullets behind him, he says he already knows all that. But he insists he only wants a triple S-Rank scroll. Hearing this insane demand, the mysterious NPC is completely speechless. He sheds a single dramatic speechless tear, but then suddenly throws his head back and laughs in pure ecstatic joy. He screams that Chen Bai is definitely their future god, and the revival of their sect is finally happening. Seeing the guy overreact, Chen Bai turns to walk away, saying he will just look elsewhere if they do not have it. Suddenly, the hooded figure bursts out laughing like a complete madman, claiming they actually have a secret way to get one. Chen Bai stops in his tracks, turning his head back with a look of pure interest, asking if that is really possible. The NPC obediently explains that while nothing is guaranteed, Chen Bai will have to go and retrieve it himself. Chen Bai gets straight to the point and asks what the method is. The hooded man looks up with glowing eyes to explain. He can open a special secret realm, leading directly to the most terrifying plague event in the history of Blue Star. Chen Bai must enter that space, collect the ancient plague seeds engraved in history, and use them to forge a scroll. There is a solid chance it will yield a triple S-Rank class. Loving this idea, Chen Bai crosses his arms confidently. Since there is a chance, he simply has to try. Immediately, the NPC grips his staff tightly and bellows a dark oath. He offers his life, power, and soul to become a stepping stone for his god, paving the way for the plague. With a violent roar, his entire body suddenly bursts into a weird, raging green flame to open up the gateway. Once the explosive sacrifice is completely done, talk about extreme loyalty, the only thing remaining is his smoldering, burning staff. The portal takes the physical shape of a giant, creepy mushroom, and a system notification screen suddenly flashes before them. Do you wish to enter the exclusive secret dungeon Whales of 8 million souls? The remaining timer reads under 3 minutes. Chen Bai turns to look at his companion Han Xiao, telling him that since this is a completely exclusive dungeon, he will not be bringing him along. Feeling completely relieved, Han Xiao sweats bullets and nods his head in total agreement. He says even if offered gold, he would never dare enter a place that required such a powerful monster to sacrifice itself. Chen Bai warns him the portal time is highly limited, so he will send him outside first to quickly run away. If the bugs do not kill him, the plague surely will. The scene cuts to the outskirts of Magic City. Right near the abandoned, ruined plague factory, Han Xiao stands completely alone among the city ruins, safe and sound. Clutching his forehead in utter disbelief, he questions his life choices, wondering what kind of nightmare he just went through. Naturally, he immediately messages his group chat to brag about meeting Emperor Bai and witnessing a massive, shocking event. While Yazi begs for details, and Sword Immortal asks for a quick dungeon, Carry Overlord threatens him in response. Thinking he is joking, Overlord makes him spill the beans. Out of fear, Han Xiao quickly reveals some shocking news. A god-tier NPC actually knelt to hand over an amazing class scroll, but Emperor Bai was still not satisfied. Overlord refuses to believe it, demanding to know exactly how strong this guy is. Han Xiao casually replies. He wore a cloak, and Emperor Bai's ultimate full-power attack could not even scratch his defense. Overlord breaks into a cold sweat, wondering what kind of insanely broken class scroll that was. He types a reply, noting the 2 S-class scrolls and 1 double S-class scroll. Wait, is Chen Bai seriously still not satisfied? Chen Bai declared that unless it is triple S-class, do not bother him. Hearing this, the NPC actually sacrificed his own life just to open a dungeon for Chen Bai to grab a triple S-class class change scroll. Talk about a literal self-sacrifice. Meanwhile, in the chat, the Lightning Successor and the Overlord constantly praise Chen Bai's power, while Han Xing takes the chance to brag about sharing a party, leaving Yezi speechless. Ignoring all the flattery, Chen Bai looks at the glowing object in his hand, wondering how the time clock could possibly appear here. After a brief thought, he puts it away. Looking up at the structure ahead, he guesses it is a Roman stone gate. Is this dungeon Florence? Walking forward, Chen Bai observes that this must be medieval Florence, the city of world art. But the streets are completely empty, leaving him to wonder why there is not a single soul around. Suddenly, he hears coughing from a nearby alley. He spots a tightly wrapped, shivering figure, waving their hands to push him away. The figure begs the stranger to leave, saying they are dirty and cursed by the gods. Completely unafraid, Chen Bai places his hand directly on their head, activates his virus absorption, and asks the poor soul if they want to live. The system announces a successful absorption. Chen Bai looks at the dark mist in his hand and realizes this is, indeed, the Black Death. A hidden quest instantly triggers, requiring him to collect plague seeds, making him frown. He wonders what plague seeds are and how to collect them, noting he must figure that out first. Meanwhile, the cured woman reveals her red hair and a stunned face. Realizing she has been saved, she immediately drops to her knees, making the sign of the cross and thanking the messenger of the gods for curing her. She vows to follow and serve him. Chen Bai schemes, his eyes gleaming, realizing he could use a follower and some fame to gather information easily. Acting quickly, he puts on a plague doctor mask, completely changing his vibe. He tells her to stop. He is no messenger of that god. Confused, she asks which god he serves. Chen Bai looks down at her and flatly states that he is no messenger. Proclaiming himself a god in the coolest way, he declares he is the god of plague who can cure them. He orders her to bring everyone to the main square. She immediately runs out to the empty streets, shouting to those suffering from the plague. She yells that the god of plague has descended and is currently at the plaza. Running past closed windows, she urges everyone to gather so the god of plague can free them from this disease. Her cries echo through every alley, calling out to everyone suffering from the illness. Seeing that no one dares to step outside yet, she uses her own reputation to convince them. She challenges them to come see for themselves, asking if they all know who she is. Inside, the sick mock her, saying poor Elena has probably gone mad from the disease. Hearing this, Elena loudly declares that she is indeed Elena, daughter of the merchant Henry, who donated everything. She tells them to look, for she is fully cured. The truth makes doors creak open. Elena adds that they have heard her shouting this whole time without coughing once. Seeing them take the bait, Elena walks through the hesitant crowd, proclaiming she has been healed. No donations, bloodletting, or prayers are needed anymore. One brave soul steps forward to check her fever. Elena just smiles warmly. The woman next to her stands frozen, whispering that she has no fever or cough. It is a literal miracle, and she weeps. Wondering if her children are finally saved, she cries out, while Chen Bai waits calmly at the square. He analyzes his surroundings, medieval Florence 14th century, where medical treatment relies solely on faith and bloodletting. This is when the Black Death claimed 25 million lives across Europe. If the plague seed is not here, he wonders, will he have to search the entire world? Before he can dwell on it, a loud voice calls out. The merciful god of plague looks down to see Elena leading a massive crowd of sick people. She begs for his forgiveness, explaining she brought as many as possible. Chen Bai opens his arms, telling them to come closer. As the exhausted crowd hesitantly steps forward, he prepares to activate his healing ability. Instantly sucking the plague straight out of their bodies, he completely frees them from their agony. The dark energy is fully absorbed into Chen Bai's body. Feeling suddenly cured, a bewildered little boy cries out for his parents. He wraps his mother in a tight, comforting hug. He tells her not to cry, because he feels completely fine now. The mother weeps with relief. She no longer feels exhausted herself. The crowd erupts in joy. They are actually cured now. People rejoice. Their painful fevers vanish, and their strength returns. They truly believe it is a divine miracle. One man thanks the god of light, but another quickly scolds him. Fool, do not offend the great plague god. Another man falls to his knees. He weeps in gratitude and swears to worship this great plague deity forever. With his goal achieved, Chen Bai gently tells them to stand. Some minor discomfort might still linger for a while. He explains that the disease left some minor damage. They must rest for a few days to fully recover. Looking past them, he sees so many more sick children waiting. Chen Bai is playing the ultimate savior here. Chen Bai delivers a deeply righteous line. Their humble worship is not what he truly desires from them at all. An old woman weeps with gratitude. How could they ever praise the nobility of a god who cares for sinners? Elena immediately steps up as the president of his fan club. She warns the crowd not to crowd the god. She urges those who are cured to follow her across the river. They must spread the word of his mercy. They will spread his name all over Florence. But just as the crowd cheers, heavy armored footsteps echo nearby. The crowd panics and backs away. The aggressive knights of the Church of Light have finally arrived looking for trouble. They push through the crowd. They demand everyone clear out as they investigate reports of a heretic spreading false teachings. The captain points his finger directly at Chen Bai. He demands to know if he is indeed the self-proclaimed plague god. He draws his sword. He declares that the plague is a divine punishment, making a plague god completely impossible. As the blade lunges forward, Chen Bai does not flinch. He just smirks. This is his perfect chance. He knows this dramatic moment will cement his godhood. Standing completely still, he takes the coming attack head-on. The sharp sword slashes right across him. The captain raises his blade proudly, declaring the foolish heretic dead. He orders the cowering sinners to kneel. He claims their foolish faith in a fraud is why they suffer from the plague. But before he can even finish gloating, his frightened men begin to stammer. Their target is completely unharmed. Sure enough, Chen Bai stands there peacefully, casually brushing off his shoulder. Absolute legend. Talk about a major flex. Outraged by this extreme disrespect, Elena grabs a heavy stone. But Chen Bai quickly tells her to stop. He calmly assures her he is fine. She remains angry, pointing out that they still dared to strike him. She angrily urges him to unleash a terrifying divine punishment. These blind, foolish knights must face his wrath. The knights break into a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Chen Bai continues to play his role as the benevolent savior. He tells Elena she is wrong. Since they cannot hurt him, he feels no anger and will not punish them. Even if they stab him multiple times today, he will only continue to rescue the people from their torment. This noble, self-sacrificing speech instantly wins over the crowd. It sends everyone into a wild frenzy of adoration. They cheer wildly for their true merciful God. They swear to follow the great plague deity forever. The knights stand helpless with their swords drawn. They are completely frozen against the sheer devotion of the roaring, angry crowd. 3 days later, at the Church of Light, that clever heretic has already converted 90% of the entire city. On a beautiful Sunday morning, the cathedral is utterly empty. Only a measly 7 people actually showed up today. The young Bishop Haken grinds his teeth in anger. He complains they should have executed him right at the square. He blames Joe for stopping him. Now they only have 5 knights left, which is not enough to guard the cathedral. The elderly Bishop Yo remains remarkably calm. He tells Haken that he still stands by his original decision. He points out that the mysterious healer appeared out of nowhere. He cured the entire city in just 3 days. The scene shows Chen Bai carefully treating patients. He teaches them clean sanitation methods to stop the disease. Ya notes that Chen Bai teaches prevention, personally guiding his followers to fight the infection and care for the weak. The old bishop strokes his beard, thoughtfully. He analyzes the strange words his rival uses like microorganisms and hygiene. Even though his teachings are completely bizarre, he never restricts his followers or demands any kind of tribute from them. Talk about a refreshing change of pace. He just wants to educate them without taking a single penny from them. On screen, we see Chen Bai standing before a massive quiet crowd. He lectures them like a dedicated teacher. Young Bishop Haken angrily cuts in telling everyone that a truly merciful God would never force his followers to fight. Good people shouldn't fight over faith. If we killed him, everyone would see the truth. Completely losing his composure, Haken snaps directly at his senior, demanding to know how they could just stand by. "You sound like a plague believer," Haken yells, asking why his senior doesn't care about their church. Joe remains perfectly calm, as he replies that their Lord is the almighty true God, so they never need to worry. "We should worry about ourselves," Yo adds, having already sent a letter detailing everything to the Pope. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious royal chamber, a strange orb of purple light gently hovers in the middle of the room. This is the plague seed. Sitting cross-legged, Chen Bai stares at the glowing orb and quietly mumbles. He notes that he condensed it using every single virus he managed to absorb while staying inside the city of Florence. Knowing the method is great, but the actual progress is painfully slow, which is definitely bad news. The system screen shows the progress bar has only reached 0.001, prompting Chen Bai to let out a sigh. It seems he must travel the entire world to finish. Just then, Elena peeks in through the door. She respectfully reports that his most loyal believers are waiting outside. Chen Bai calmly stands up to greet them. He tells her he understands. Walking out to the hall, he sees Elena already kneeling reverently on the floor to welcome him. The moment their savior finally appears, the massive crowd of devoted believers outside erupts into wild cheers. Thousands of people gather in the courtyard chanting their slogan in unison, "All things decay, yet all souls endure forever." Standing high above them, Chen Bai smiles and announces that the plague of Florence has officially been wiped out. He says he will soon head elsewhere, but first, he waves his hand to raise a massive dark purple plague pillar. It erupts right out of the ground. This pillar will instantly cure any disease for whoever prays here. The stunned crowd gasps in awe, shedding tears of pure gratitude for the miracle their great God has bestowed. Chen Bai raises his hand, warning them never to rely on it too much. Once he departs, this sacred pillar will lose its power, so they must remember his teachings on plague prevention and control. He follows this up with some masterful manipulation, telling his followers never to fear sickness or its creatures. If utilized correctly, even these things can help them survive. Let's see if they actually take his words to heart. He warns them never to forget the teachings of the plague sect. Hearing this, Elena blushes with glittering devoted eyes. She promises they will always remember his words and doctrines, vowing to spread his message to everyone they meet. They will even build a massive cathedral here to honor his deeds. Chen Bai gently pats her head in approval. He thanks her and says he is counting on her. With everything settled, he smiles and bids them all farewell. Wishing they will never suffer from illness again, he calls them his children as he turns to leave. Behind him, the crowd continues to chant their sacred mantra, declaring that all things decay while souls endure forever. Their passionate voices echo across the entire city. Even after walking far out into the suburbs, Chen Bai can still hear them. He looks back in surprise, marveling at how intensely religious and fanatical the people of this era truly are. Yet, a calculating smile plays on his lips, because this fanatical devotion is exactly the outcome he was aiming for. This intense belief will make his mission of collecting the plague seeds across the world significantly faster and easier. Floating high in the sky, he looks over the vast landscape, realizing a god's reputation is the ultimate magnet. It will naturally draw people to him, making his gathering quest much easier than doing it all on his own. Without his divine title, he estimates it would have taken at least 10 long years to fully condense a single seed. This godly status is going to save him an immense amount of time, allowing him to bypass so much pointless grinding. His eyes flash with resolve as he decides to fully abuse this holy persona to clear the entire dungeon. A few days later, inside the Grand Cathedral, a high-ranking priest kneels before the Pope, asking why he was summoned. The Pope grimly explains that their failed Eastern Crusade has deeply angered the gods, letting a demon exploit the chaos. This devil released a deadly plague upon the innocent. Standing high on his pedestal, the Pope scowls with deep frustration. At such a highly crucial moment, a mere heretic manipulated the disease to steal away their most loyal followers. Standing below Saun, the captain of the Templar Knights scoffs, asking if the Pope means that self-proclaimed plague god. He mockingly remarks that those brainless believers had incredibly weak faith to fall for such a cheap, obvious scammer. The Pope leans forward instantly, denying the claim. No, after he appeared in Florence, the plague indeed was cured. Hearing this, Saun's eyes widen as cold sweat breaks out. Did he really cure the plague? Could it be the Pope? Shakes his head, spinning a perfect conspiracy theory. No, Saun, he only cured it because he is a demon himself. A monster who spread the plague and then withdrew it to fake a miracle, successfully deceiving the Holy See's faithful followers, harming them, using them, and blocking their path to heaven. Hearing this sinister plot, Saun grits his teeth in pure rage. What a cunning demon using such despicable tricks. The Pope then reveals that the heretic has finally arrived in the Vatican. I have sent men to bring him to the square, and I even ordered the citizens to gather there. His cold eyes lock onto the legendary holy weapon. Saun, take the spear of Longinus and execute that devil right in front of the crowd. Go spread the glorious name of our Lord. For our Lord and his followers cleanse this world from all evil. Saun places his hand over his chest in a solemn oath. I will slay that demon and expose the truth to everyone. Meanwhile, a young boy skips along as a guide in the Vatican. This is the city's largest, most historic square. The boy turns and happily chats with Chen Bai. Wait here a moment, I will let everyone know you have finally arrived. We've heard all about you and everyone is waiting. Chen Bai smiles, thanking the kid and telling him to go ahead. Watching the child run off, Chen Bai calmly analyzes the situation. After Florence, every city under the church's control either shut their gates or blocked him. Yet, the moment he arrives here, a perfectly healthy child comes out to welcome him. A sarcastic smirk plays on his lips. What an incredibly foolish tactic. Chen Bai then raises his eyes to look up at the colossal holy cross of the Church of Light. He is fully aware of the trap waiting for him. They want to execute him right in their own lair, but this is exactly what he wanted. He anticipated this move, seeing it as the perfect chance to wipe out the troublesome Holy See once and for all. Let's see what tricks they have left. Suddenly, loud shouts shatter the peaceful quiet of the square. Come over here quickly. The church is about to judge the heretic who cured the plague. A massive crowd gathers, whispering upon seeing Chen Bai. Did he really cure the plague? It has to be a scam. Otherwise, why would the Holy Church put him on trial? Right then, Saun marches forward with the Pope pointing his spear directly at Chen Bai. Devil, the Divine Lord has decreed your destruction right here and now. The spear of Longinus is before you, and you have no escape. Chen Bai is completely unfazed, and honestly, his total composure in front of the Pope is next level. How thoughtful of them to prepare such a grand stage for this event. Playing along, he assumes his role. Spreading his arms wide, Chen Bai declares, servants of the glorious Lord, I came here to eradicate the plague. How dare you use the Lord's name to frame me as a demon? The Pope immediately barks back lies. Our Lord revealed the truth to me. You are a vile demon from the abyss, trying to corrupt everyone's faith. With a sinister sneer, the Pope continues, first, you unleashed the plague to take innocent lives, and then you cured it just to deceive those who don't know the truth, driving them away from God. The crowd below begins to waver. Did he really cure the plague? Yes, he actually did it. I saw it with my own eyes, on the way from Florence. A desperate father holding his dying child cries out, why doesn't the church let him cure our children before punishing him? My son is about to die. Sensing their growing doubt, the Pope quickly steps in with a stern look, manipulating their deep fears. Shifting all the blame onto Chen Bai, he declares, if you had only taken away the sickness, God might forgive you. But your greatest sin is that you have secretly corrupted their souls. The Pope emphasizes every word, warning that their spirits will burn in hell forever. Terrified by his threat, the crowd blindly agrees. So that is the truth. What a despicable demon. Led by the nose, angry shouts erupt from all sides. Demand justice, execute him. Seizing the moment, Sound raises his holy spear and charges right at Chen Bai. The Lord's followers demand justice, die demon. But at that critical second, something completely shocking happens. Get ready, because Chen Bai literally stops the razor-sharp holy spear, using absolutely nothing but a single finger. No matter how hard Sound grits his teeth and pushes forward, Chen Bai remains completely unfazed. Just give up, he advises in a chilling tone. That spear made a mistake once by harming God's son. It will not make the same mistake twice, so do not force it. Sound gasps in absolute horror. Sweat pours. How could this be? Stepping slowly forward, Chen Bai's voice echoes across the square. From Florence all the way here, he wondered why the Church of Light constantly stopped him from curing this plague. A sarcastic smirk curls his lips. Seeing this creature disguised as the Pope, everything finally makes sense. The Pope bursts out laughing at the claim. Me, a demon? Ridiculous. Below them, the massive crowd joins in the laughter. They mock the idea of the Holy Pope being a devil. But ignoring the blind mob, Chen Bai narrows his eyes. Clenching his fist, he stares coldly at the fake leader. Whether he is a demon or not, everyone will see soon. Without another word, Chen Bai lunges forward, landing a devastating slap straight across the Pope's face, shocking everyone nearby. The guards panic instantly. He killed the Pope, they scream, save him. Commander Sound roars in absolute fury. Pointing his spear, Sound curses Chen Bai, realizing those 3 questions were just a distraction. You really are a demon. Standing majestically above them, Chen Bai coldly commands the creature to reveal its true monstrous form. Sound steps forward to attack, but suddenly freezes. Wait, his eyes widen in complete horror at what is happening. Right where the Pope fell, the body begins to twist. A hideous creature mutates its eyes, glowing a fierce crimson. A savage growl echoes as the crowd stumbles back in terror. Those are demon horns. What happened to the Pope? The massive beast rises, roaring that it will kill them all. But facing this devil, Chen Bai just smiles calmly. Everything is going exactly according to his master plan. He knew his unique powers would seem too foreign to these people. Simply using his own abilities would only make the public side, with the Pope trusting the Church, even more. He remembers pulling out a glowing red essence orb earlier. Simply arguing with the Pope would have been foolish. And just releasing a virus to kill him would never fully convince the crowd of the Pope's true nature. Fortunately, when he went to find Meng Yao, he collected an A-rank demon bloodline essence. This was his key. He had secretly injected the essence into the Pope when brushing past him, doubling down by adding a zombie virus. This double insurance guaranteed that no matter what triggered, the Pope would transform into a literal monster before everyone. Back in the present, the demon roars, spewing waves of hellfire from its gaping mouth, scorching the entire square. Citizens scream and flee in absolute chaos. It really is a demon run for your lives. Chen Bai watches calmly, analyzing the horns and hellfire. This is definitely the power of the A-rank essence. Such power requires strict conditions, meaning this fake Pope's body won't hold out long. Sound completely breaks down. He stammers in shock, realizing his beloved Pope was a monster all along. Chen Bai watches the beast struggle. The creature's body will soon fail. Seizing the moment, Chen Bai turns to the panicked crowd with a grand announcement. A demon from hell usurped the throne, distorted the word, and dared to stop him from curing the plague. This is unforgivable. Taking full advantage of the chaos, Chen Bai raises a single finger in ultimate judgment. Today, he will deliver divine punishment. Instantly, giant black spikes erupt from the ground, skewering the demon. Chen Bai commands it to die. As the beast falls, the crowd erupts, cheering that he has slain the devil. San drops his sword and falls to his knees, in deep repentance, begging forgiveness for his ignorance. He was blinded by the devil and committed a grave sin by opposing him. Now, he stands ready for any punishment. Chen Bai smoothly continues his role as the merciful savior. He commends San for his courage and dedication. But he explains that gods do not punish humanity because they simply do not care about mortal squabbles. His only goal here is to eradicate the plague. Tears streaming down his face, San bows his head in deep reverence. He vows to immediately gather all the infected citizens in the city and bring them directly to the merciful savior. Since that day, everything moves forward with unbelievable ease. With the Vatican's dark secret exposed, the Church of Light crumbles. Meanwhile, the plague cult rises rapidly, allowing his operations across Europe to proceed completely unopposed by anyone. His legendary reputation spreads everywhere. Now, every single plague-stricken city eagerly prepares for his grand arrival. Chen Bai begins a massive global tour, healing the sick and playing the ultimate savior on a grand scale. Soon majestic plague pillars rise in every European city and village. Yet the seed extraction process is far from over. He must push forward, expanding his long journey through Africa, Asia, and the vast lands of Eurasia. Along the way, he encounters countless different races, religions, and empires. Finally, after a long, exhausting journey, Chen Bai sits resting on the stone steps, admiring the fully completed dark purple orb. 1 year, 5 months, and 12 days have passed. It is finally complete. Now, he just needs to retrieve the pathogens from the pillars. Thankfully, this quest has no powerful enemies, but it is still incredibly challenging. Chen Bai sighs. If he had known how long this would take, he might have never started. 1.5 years in the early days of an apocalypse is precious time. Standing tall, Chen Bai looks out. He watches the endless horizon from the Great Wall. Meanwhile, far away in Florence, Europe believers are gathering. They kneel before the glowing plague pillar, praying for the great plague god to have a smooth journey and fulfill his grand plan. Suddenly, the massive pillar trembles violently. The high priestess looks up in sheer disbelief as the ground shakes beneath them. A panicked monk rushes over, shouting to Priestess Elena. He asks what is happening and why the sacred pillar is reacting this way. Tears of pure joy stream down Elena's face. She smiles and replies that their god has completed his work and is returning home. Elena kneels down devoutly, urging everyone to recite the holy teachings their god left behind, so he knows they have not forgotten. The monk behind her places his hand over his heart and shouts out in agreement. He is ready to follow her lead. Closing her eyes, Elena begins to chant the final commandment. They are called the Plague Sect, but not because they worship destruction. As the giant pillar slowly fades into thin air, the devout believers remain bowed in deep, unshakable reverence. They do not worship decay or death. Meanwhile, on the cobblestone streets of Florence, a strange peace begins to settle. Locals are sweeping the roads, while children run and play freely. True peace has actually returned to this long-suffering world. Elena's soft voice echoes through the air, explaining that they only desire peace, health, and true happiness for everyone on Earth. As these pure prayers rise, the massive plague pillar erupts, in a brilliant light, slowly dissolving into the sky. The kneeling crowd keeps their eyes tightly shut, chanting in unison. They must understand the plague, to ensure it never harms them again. Elena's face shines with a holy devotion as she continues. They want to control the plague, to destroy sin, and defeat true evil. In their past ignorance, humanity slaughtered one another. But she believes everything is different now that they have found a higher path. With this new understanding of the plague, they will no longer fight. The teachings have taken deep root in their hearts. They will stand together to fight and control the spread. Even Commander Sauron and his proud knights have become faithful believers. The dreaded plague is transforming into their ultimate weapon. Once a source of absolute terror, it is now a seed of hope. Across the distant lands of the East, a massive chorus echoes. They chant that this power will make the ancient demons tremble. Across the desolate continents, the purple light of the pillars reaches every single corner. The global prayer spreads like wildfire. It will banish the bloodthirsty, merciless monsters. It will bring absolute annihilation to the enemies of all living things. Billions of souls are now united under one single faith. Even if everything in this world eventually rots away, they will survive. A thunderous cry shakes the very heavens. All things may decay, but the living spirit remains eternal. Floating high above the Great Wall of China, Chen Bai closes his eyes. He can almost hear their voices echoing in the wind. They pray for their Lord's light to shine forever. Slowly opening his eyes, Chen Bai reflects on their deep, sincere prayers. Suddenly, the system alerts him that the quest is complete. He is immediately warped out of the dungeon instance. On the Great Wall, Chen Bai floats in midair. He closes his eyes, feeling like he can hear their distant voices. They pray for their Lord's light to shine forever. Opening his eyes, Chen Bai looks thoughtful, wondering if these prayers are genuine. Is this really their sincere prayer? The system announces that the mission is complete, and he begins exiting the instance. In the next moment, space distorts around him. He is warped straight back to the Mo Plague Factory, as screens flash. The system is now generating his reward. A brilliant flash of light reveals a glowing red cylinder floating in the air. Chen Bai smiles and snatches it out of the air. Immediately, the system identifies the item as a rare scroll. It is a SSS class change scroll, requiring the virus MONARCH talent. He examines the item before putting it away. This does not look like a skill. He wants to change classes now, but Lady's quest requires 2 scrolls. She needs the actual items, not just him changing classes. Walking away, Chen Bai plans his very next move. Since he already has one SSS scroll, he must locate a second. Fortunately, he knows where to look next. The ABS Abyss holds another class change scroll. But suddenly, a red system alert blares that the quest failed. Chen Bai is completely stunned. How is this possible? Didn't he already find the source of the plague factory? He quickly pieces the events together. Finding Puka Tsuyumi did not trigger any quest completion alert back then. It seems the plague source was actually something altered by his presence. Once he sacrificed himself, that source must have died too. With its power completely drained, it withered away. And that is exactly why the system marked his mission as a failure. Looking back at the withered ruins of the giant mushrooms inside the dungeon, Chen Bai smacks his lips, thinking to himself that those must be the ones. Setting aside the failed side quest, he pulls up his control panel to check on the current situation back at Baidi City. Opening the chat log, Chen Bai sends a quick message to Ziqiang, asking how things are going over at Baidi City. He wonders how strong everyone has gotten. Ziqiang replies instantly. The reconstruction is officially underway, and she already chose a spot. She secured the location for both the supercomputer core and the production line. Following his recent guidance, everyone now has a clear path. But since it has only been 4.5 days, and everyone is swamped with building the city, their power hasn't changed. Chen Bai freezes in utter shock. 4.5 days. He was definitely stuck inside that dungeon for 1.5 years. Touching the temporal hourglass hanging around his neck, it suddenly clicks. It has to be this item. After binding, it completely merged. Appearing and disappearing alongside his consciousness, the artifact manifested automatically inside the dungeon. It is the only thing capable of distorting time. It made years feel like a mere couple of days. Meanwhile, the chat channel for Group 001 is absolutely buzzing with chaos. Han Xing frantically posts that the Plague Chemical Plant quest has failed, leaving He Ya and Ye Zi in a state of panic. Shui Chuan asks about the SSS class scroll. While Ba Wang frets over Baidi City, Lu Huai calmly tries to soothe the group. Reading through the flurry of texts, Chen Bai smirks and closes out the panel. It turns out Han Zhao received that quest too. But it definitely is not the same as his own version after all. He is the one carrying the plague mark. Sweating a bit, he remembers his friend's massive gossiping habit and decides to check what kind of nonsense the guy has been posting lately. To calm their nerves, Chen Bai sends a text to the chat, confirming that the quest was indeed a total bust. Right away, Ye Zai and Lu Huai jump in, trying to offer warm hugs to comfort him, leaving him completely speechless. While He Ya, Shui Chuan, and Ba Wang offer words of encouragement, Han Xing delivers the ultimate, highly reasonable excuse. A boss over level 70 literally sacrificed itself to trigger that dungeon, so failing is honestly totally understandable. But Chen Bai casually drops a screenshot in. He writes the dungeon for the class transfer scroll has not failed at all. The plant quest went under, because the key NPC sacrificed himself to unlock my dungeon, causing the quest target to vanish. With those words, he wears a smug, highly confident grin. The group chat immediately goes absolute berserk. Heya asks if everyone heard. Shui Chuan offers congratulations. Ba Wang is utterly losing his mind. A SSS class is actually real. Chen Bai just stands there, basking in their absolute awe. Sensing the perfect opportunity, Han Xiao quickly makes a proposal. He asks if they should upgrade the chat group into a full alliance. Ba Wang is confused. What is an alliance? Yi Zi chimes in after the upgrade. They can affix their alliance name directly to all of their announcements. Liu Huai points out that while checking the perks of an upgrade, there are tons of benefits, though it is incredibly pricey. Chen Bai thoughtfully types back, saying he thought about this before but did not know if everyone would be down. An alliance functions like an organization where everyone fights for honor and glory, whereas their current chat group is much more casual. To stop any endless guessing, Chen Bai goes ahead and sets up a vote right then and there. The system announces that the leader has started a vote on whether to upgrade the chat into an alliance. Chen Bai tells them to take their time and think. If over 2/3 agree, they will proceed with the upgrade. Han Xiao understands and playfully asks if Chen Bai wants to come over and rest on his very warm bed. Reading this shameless offer, Chen Bai rubs his forehead and turns him down. Who would ever sleep in his bed? He tells Han Xiao to find him a villa in Madu instead. Shortly after, Chen Bai arrives at a luxury residential district. The high-end villa, recommended by Han Xiao and Modu, is genuinely spectacular. He steps inside carefully, immediately scanning the surroundings. Neither his thermal tracking nor his virus monitoring features detect any living organism. It seems perfectly safe. However, deep down in the basement of this very villa, two girls are holding each other and trembling in fear. The younger sister whimpers that someone came inside, but her older sister grits her teeth, promising to kill the intruder. Terrified, the younger sister begs her not to kill anyone, they just need to scare him away. Meanwhile, upstairs, Chen Bai is sprawled comfortably across his bed. The modern world is undeniably much more relaxing than the ruins. He can finally get some well-deserved rest after spreading that massive batch of virus. It is time to use his special pillow. Pulling out the herbal pillow he retrieved from the dungeon, he rests his head, feeling instantly relaxed. But the moment his head hits the fabric, he flinches. A system notification pops up, Ancient Dragon Herbal Pillow, a D-class item. Categorized as a daily item, it focuses the mind and calms the spirit with its secret formula. It can even improve sleep quality when used, but leaves the user with weak defense against mental attacks. It calms the nerves and increases lifespan. Long-term use even strengthens and develops mental power. Chen Bai stared blankly at the pillow, wondering how on earth it turned into an active item. It was just a normal herbal pillow from the dungeon, after all. Suspecting something fishy, he opened his inventory. And trust me, what he saw next completely blew his mind. Glowing relics everywhere. What on earth is happening here? What is wrong with his inventory? Staring at the floating items before him, he could not help but be shocked. More than half of the loot he brought back had turned into actual items. He had never heard of dungeon loot transforming into real items after leaving the dungeon. Suddenly, he remembered an ultimate weapon, and his eyes instantly lit up. That is right, he had also brought back the Spear of Longinus. Since a king-class powerhouse, in his past life, used a double S-rank Spear of Longinus as a weapon, he wanted to examine it closer. He recalled the moment before leaving the Vatican, when Soren the Templar commander thought he loved the weapon, so he handed it over right before Chen Bai left. Without wasting a second, Chen Bai pulled out the spear to check its stats. It had indeed become a real item. The unawakened Spear of Longinus was listed as an F-rank polearm. All attributes +3. It possessed darkness banishment, meaning the spear drives away the darkness of evil corruption. The abyss and filthy creatures, boosting damage against them by 200%. Currently sealed by dust slaying. Evil beings will slowly awaken the Spear of Longinus. Remaining kills for the first awakening were 0 out of 10. As he stroked the weapon, he pondered. This spear, which once existed on the Blue Star, had become an item due to the arrival of the cosmic will. Every single item has its own hidden unique trait. Though the reason was unclear, the only Spear of Longinus was now in his hands. Imagining himself stealing someone else's power like in his past life, Chen Bai smirked. Hey Lorga, will you still become a king-class powerhouse without this spear? Suddenly, he frowned and tossed the spear onto the bed. Why did his hand hurt? Staring down at his sizzling palm, Chen Bai wondered. His skin was completely red. Was the Spear of Longinus actually rejecting him? He looked at the dark energy wrapping around his hand and sighed. Looks like he was classified under one of the 5 evils: darkness, corruption, abyss, or filth, preventing its use. Even at F rank, it was already burning him. If it upgraded to S rank, he feared it would melt him completely. It truly was his perfect counterweapon. Frustrated, Chen Bai threw it into his inventory to seal it away. He would let it gather dust in there. This way, there would be one less threat to his life in the world. Just as he finished dealing with it, he glanced toward his bedroom door. Wait, he clearly remembered locking it. Suddenly, the door swung wide open, and a sharp dagger flew through the air, heading straight for his bed. With lightning reflexes, Chen Bai used 2 fingers to catch the blade. He coldly analyzed. Neither virus detection nor thermal vision showed anything, meaning a spiritual entity was controlling the knife. Since it only manipulated physical objects, its level must be pretty low. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Chen Bai weighed his options. Using his hellfire would incinerate it instantly, but his bedroom would also be destroyed. Just then, he casually tilted his head to dodge another knife, whizzing past his face. What a huge pain. He had nearly 300 mental power points, but only one skill that could damage spirits. Opening his skill menu, he murmured while searching for a much better option. Use his virus points from city defense and dungeons to buy some much more effective skills. The Blacklight Virus was not very proficient with mental power. What about the mental power virus chain? Looking at the screen, flashing red error alerts, Chen Bai stood up with a sigh. Without the virus, he could not unlock the tree. Suddenly, a series of evolution notifications began popping up one after another, making Chen Bai smile in satisfaction. His virus upgrade was a total success. The zombie virus successfully evolved into the primordial virus. The primordial virus became the T-virus, which then became the mental-boosted T-virus. He finally had enough points now. As soon as the system finished updating, the kitchen knife floating in midair clattered uselessly onto the floor. Chen Bai blinked in surprise, then burst into a mocking laugh. Why stop now? Did it run away? Let us see what kind of ghost we are dealing with. He immediately activated his brand new skill set. Exclusive skill Mental Boosted T-Virus. Psychic Master has unlocked. Exclusive skill Telepathy has been successfully unlocked. Support skill Telepathy. Psychic Eye unlocked. With his vision shifting to the Psychic Eye, he immediately looks through space to see two female ghosts clutching each other. The younger sister whimpers as she steps back. Sister, please don't. Let us just leave, she begs. But the older sister stands tall, aggressively shielding her, yelling that she will kill this bastard for barging into their home. Chen Bai folds his arms casually, assessing them like a vet examining pets. He wonders how a spirit could be so remarkably complete. Their intellect seems pretty high for spirits, meaning they shouldn't be low grade. Yet she only knows how to wave a kitchen cleaver around. Deciding to dig deeper for information, Chen Bai's eyes flash with a brilliant blue light. Now, things are getting interesting. With his spiritual eye active, he waits to see what his spiritual perception will scan. Instantly, an information panel pops up right next to them. It hovers near the snarling older sister Yan Qi. She is an evolver, with the twin spirit talent classified as an S-rank evil spirit. She is level 2 with 15 spirit points. Her skills include telekinesis, evil invasion, and yin energy absorption. She screams to kill the intruder. She only wants to protect her sister. Meanwhile, the younger sister's profile is the complete opposite. Yan Shui is also an evolver. She shares the twin spirit talent, but is an S-rank good spirit. She is level 2 with 15 spirit points and telekinesis. Her other skills are benevolent, soothing, and yang energy absorption. She begs her sister to calm down, saying, he means no harm. Reading this, Chen Bai rubs his chin in surprise. Both are evolvers, but he has never seen talent alter someone's physical form like this. It is highly unusual. Before he can ponder further, the hot-headed Yan Qi snaps and uses her telekinesis to snatch a knife. She snatches it off the floor and charges straight at him. But with a single casual swipe, Chen Bai effortlessly grabs her. He releases a wave of overwhelming purple energy, telling Yan Qi to calm down because he has no intention of harming her. He asks if she can feel the massive gap in their strength, noting that his spiritual power is far superior. It is actually over 20 times greater than hers. He warns her to behave, or he will put an end to both sisters. Seeing her sister pinned down, the terrified Yan Shui rushes over and begs him to spare Yan Qi. Chen Bai casually tosses her back. He drops Yan Qi onto the bed with a cold grunt, warning them that they need to behave if they want to stay safe. The moment she hits the mattress, Yan Qi screams at him, calling him a pervert and telling him not to bully her sister. Chen Bai is completely speechless at her wild imagination. Me, a pervert, he mutters, suddenly realizing what is actually happening. He mocks her, suggesting she is actually the one with the dirty mind. Flustered at being exposed, Yan Qi points a trembling finger. She stammers out a furious threat to kill him, but Chen Bai just ignores her childish tantrum. He orders them both to stand still. He has a few questions. He asks if they know what happened to the world, and if they can use their system panels. The cooperative younger sister quickly chimed in, saying they know what happened, and even check the player forums regularly. But the older sister still acts incredibly hostile, snorting that of course she knows about the apocalypse. She snaps that plenty of scumbags died and they deserved it. Hearing this, Chen Bai slowly sits on the bed, raising an eyebrow. He asks why they are still stuck at level 2, if they know so much. Are they just too scared to fight monsters? Yan Qi lifts her chin proudly, admitting she is the one who stopped her sister. Yan Shui just looks down with a sad gaze. She quietly explains that those monsters used to be human. She simply could not bring herself to hurt them. Besides, they could never hurt her anyway. But Chen Bai instantly shatters her innocent outlook with some harsh, cold reality. He tells them they are being foolish. Real threats will show up eventually, and their weak power will not save them. He warns that their twin spirit talent is incredibly volatile. Because their power is directly tied to their emotions, they must be careful. If they let their feelings control them, they will either end up as brainless hypocrites or raving out-of-control psychopaths. Before they can even argue back, Chen Bai folds his arms and commands them to close their eyes right now. He tells them to focus on their energy and learn to control it, then use their heads to plan their next move. The moment they do, their raw instincts begin to spiral out of control. Yan Shui trembles, whispering that she only wants to help. She feels she must try her absolute best to save everyone. Meanwhile, her sister's mind floods with pure, unadulterated bloodlust. Yanqi vows to slaughter every single bastard, whoever dares to threaten her sister, letting her deadly aura explode. Chen Bai sighs as he watches the two spirits slowly lose themselves to their extremes. Their rationality is rapidly fading. If he does not train them properly, they will soon degenerate into mindless low-level spirits, driven purely by raw instinct. They will become actual mindless monsters. Realizing that talking is completely useless right now, Chen Bai rolls up his sleeves to act. It is time to properly discipline these souls before they are permanently consumed by their own corrupted emotional energy. First, he needs to suppress the emotional overload, warping their minds. He raises his hand, gathering his own telekinetic energy. He decides to use his telekinesis to play with them a bit, while sharpening his own control. Talk about killing two birds with one stone. Suddenly, a massive wave of pressure crushes both sisters to the ground. Chen Bai mutters coldly, deciding to try total suppression first. Yanqi screams in absolute agony, demanding to know what the hell he's doing. But Chen Bai only responds with a chilling, ruthless smile. That's right, he wants them to struggle with everything they've got until their energy runs completely dry. He begins juggling the two girls in midair like toys, using them to practice his telekinetic manipulation and molding skills. Since he didn't specialize in mental type abilities in his past life, he's still a bit rusty with this particular power. Learning as he goes, he realizes managing two souls at once lets him control the big picture easily, but fine-tuning the smaller details is still a struggle. Plus, they're resisting fiercely, making their movements look awkward. After being spun around like pinwheels, the two sisters finally run completely out of energy, closing their eyes and going limp. Chen Bai stops and studies them curiously. Did they really stop fighting? There is definitely still a bit of energy left. Or maybe their minds have cleared up enough for them to realize he doesn't actually plan on destroying them anymore. But the second he lowers them, they start snarling again, forcing Chen Bai to raise his voice in annoyance. He snaps that they still don't understand how serious this is. If they can't learn to control their own emotional energy, they are absolutely bound to end up as nothing more than mindless, raving, vengeful spirits in the end. His patience gone, he unleashes a suffocating wave of killing intent, crushing them flat. He says it's better to end it now. Their painful wails echo through the room, signaling the start of a seriously brutal and hands-on training session. A while later, the sisters are wrapped together inside a blanket, quiet as puppies. Chen Bai sits back, crossing his legs for the interrogation. He asks what they'd do if they saw a zombie attacking someone on the street. Having survived his tearful crash course, Yan Shui timidly gives the textbook answer, saying she'd save the person and kill the zombie. Yan Qi, now knowing her place, plays along and mutters that she would just kill the zombie first if possible. Hearing their logical responses, Chen Bai nods with a satisfied smile. He's glad to see their sanity is back. Even though one is still inherently good, and the other is bad, at least they're no longer controlled by raw emotional energy. Spared from death, Yan Shui smiles in relief and thanks him for his help. Meanwhile, her sister Yan Qi is still sulking, glaring at him with pure hatred but not daring to make a single sound out loud. She silently vows to make him pay for treating them so brutally. Chen Bai stands up looking at them huddled on the bed. He begins his lecture pointing out that previously they couldn't control their power, even though their natural gifts for absorbing yin and accumulating yang automatically gathered it. Now they must learn how to do it from scratch. He offers to teach them the most basic technique, raising his hand to gather a faint glowing energy as a demonstration. He tells them to slowly release the energy building up inside their bodies and shape it into clothes. Hearing this revealing request, the sisters blush deeply and awkwardly clutch their blanket tighter. But under Chen Bai's stern gaze, they have no choice but to obey, focusing their power to wrap themselves in a bright, glowing light. Once the two girls are fully dressed in their new energy wear, Chen Bai lowers his hand and nods in approval. He explains that their remaining power will depend on their individual skills once they have fully mastered the basics. He plans to use his next few days off to help them level up. Wasting no time, he immediately drags them along. He drops his two rookies straight into Shanghai's Red Star Mental Hospital dungeon for some real field practice. Right away, Yan Sui uses her soothing skill to purify a zombie, while her sister Yan Qi takes a much more violent path on the other side. She uses raw malice to twist and break another monster's neck. Under their teacher's watchful eye, they coordinate well. One drains yin energy and draws out malice, while the other gathers yang energy, quickly crushing the head nurse boss together. With their warm-up completed, Yan Qi slithers over to Chen Bai, flashing a playful, seductive smile, and asking how they did. But Chen Bai is way ahead of her, immediately calling out her little trick of trying to sneak malice into his body. He tells her it's completely useless. Caught red-handed, Yan Qi pouts and grumbles, claiming his immunity is just because he's naturally wicked. Just as he's about to teach the cheeky girl another lesson, his system screen suddenly begins to flash with an urgent message. Chen Bai checks his group chats and finds a text from Meng Yao. She says that Sword Immortal wants their help. They need to clear a secret nightmare tier dungeon. Sword Immortal tagged him begging the great boss Chen Bai for assistance. The user pleads for help if he has any free time, so Chen Bai asks for the details via private message. Sword Immortal agrees to send them over immediately, while asking Ye Zi if there's an extra spot for his younger sister. Pulling up the interface for the Nightmare level Snow Mountain Pass dungeon, Chen Bai quietly calculates his options in his head. To enter, only an evolver can lead, and the team leader must be that guy named I really am not a Sword Immortal. Team size is capped at 4 members with a strict level 10 limit. No wonder Henry was in such a rush to find people. Caressing his chin, Chen Bai reflects on his past life. He does not recall ever hearing of any Sword Immortal back then. Maybe the guy failed to find reliable allies and ended up dying right here inside this treacherous nightmare dungeon. Perfect timing, Bai. My level is locked at 10 since I haven't advanced classes yet. Let's team up, Overlord says. The last slot should be decided by a dice roll for total transparency. Liu Huai quickly jumps in while Ancient Void chimes in too. Hey everyone, the Sword Immortal already arranged in the channel for me to join him this time. My bad, guys. The chat immediately explodes with wild conspiracy theories, making Chen Bai chuckle. Han Xiao demands to know why there is a backdoor deal. Did the old priest sell his soul to the sword? Immortal Overlord asks how much he was paid, offering to double it. Yi Zi complains about the unfairness, prompting Chu Zihun to tell everyone to calm down in the chat. This dungeon ties into the traditional cultivation of the Dragon Nation, which is why he decided to bring priest Zhen Shu along. He promises to prioritize the others next time. Sensing a great opportunity ahead, Chen Bai turns to address his 2 apprentices. All right, let's call it a day and head back, he tells them. Still pumped from battle, Yan Qi looks completely confused. Why stop now, she asks, eager to hunt more monsters. Chen Bai adopts a serious expression and gives a clear warning. That's enough, you cannot handle the monsters ahead. The boss there is highly skilled at unleashing devastating mental attacks. Charging in now is just a suicide mission. Though clearly reluctant, Yan Qi huffs in defeat and finally backs down. Her sister Yang Shui obediently smiles, promising they will listen to their boss. With everything settled, Chen Bai prepares to move. He instantly teleports to the foot of a hill within Mount Shu, stopping right outside a humble thatched cottage. Seeing him arrive, the pink-haired girl waves and calls out to her master. Meng Yao approaches the waiting group with a smile. Master, this is Ancient Void, she says. The priest bows humbly, telling Senior Bai to just call him Jin Shu. Just then, a young man carrying swords runs over, claps the priest on the shoulder, and enthusiastically greets the group. It is an honor to finally meet you, boss, he says, with a bright grin, introducing himself as Chu Zihun. Keeping a calm demeanor, Chen Bai nods politely to each of them, welcoming them to the team. Nice to meet you, Zhen, Chu, and Zihun. Glancing at the massive array of swords on the boy's back, Chen Bai wonders. With all these blades, do you have a weapon-type talent? Chu Zihun grins proudly and displays his status screen for him. Yeah, take a look, he says. Instantly, a dazzling notification pops up, revealing a rare S-Rank talent. The S-Rank Sword Immortal talent allows him to unleash deadly sword chi whenever he wields any kind of blade. Its power scales with his mental strength, letting him forge unique sword skills that grant permanent stat boosts upon creation. The boosts depend heavily on the skill level. Skimming through the details, Chen Bai silently registers his deep respect. That is quite an impressive talent. Noticing the veteran's silent approval, Chu Zihun scratches his head in modesty. You are overpraising me, boss. It is just average. Not wanting to waste any more precious time, Chen Bai smiles. He waves his hand and leads the group forward, plunging straight into the thick mist of the mysterious dungeon. Since we are all here, let's get moving, he says. Inside the dungeon, right at the start of the mountain path, as heavy fog blankets the winding trails of Mount Shu, Priest Zhen Shu speaks up to confirm their objective. Everyone got the quest description right. Chu Zihun nods, noting they must scale the summit to complete the path. Hearing this, Chen Bai smirks, noting how brief the introduction is, which means the climb won't be easy. Meanwhile, The pink-haired girl seems pretty excited, eager to see what surprises await them along the steep journey. Now, here's a quick tip: never underestimate a dungeon climb. Chen Bai wastes no time waving his hand to proceed. The party moves out, walking in a single file line, up the incredibly steep ancient stone steps. But after just a short walk, the surrounding air turns incredibly hazy with thick fog rolling in rapidly. Sensing trouble, Chen Bai turns around to warn his team, advising everyone to stay alert and watch their footing. This is likely their very first challenge. Right as he says this, a creepy, monotonous voice echoes from above. The path to Mount Shu is filled with hardships. Spotting an old woodcutter slowly walking down ahead, Chen Bai pauses. The road is perilous, indeed, the mysterious old man murmurs, drawing the attention of the cautious party below. He instantly dashes up the stone steps like a shot arrow, calling out for the old man to stop. Moving at breakneck speed, he abruptly brakes, slamming his boots onto a steep stone step. But as he looks up, he freezes. Confusion washes over Chen Bai as he frowns. Something is seriously wrong here. He just went at absolute full speed. And yet, he did not even close the distance by a single inch. To test his growing suspicion, he decides on a direct approach. Chen Bai instantly summons sharp threads of dark energy from his hands, locking into a battle-ready stance. He fires the dark spikes straight through the old man wearing the conical hat. Yet the figure just keeps walking. The eerie voice repeats that the road to Mount Shushan is difficult, made treacherous by the 5 elements of heaven and earth. After being pierced, the old man fades into mist before instantly restoring himself to continue his endless slow walk. Chen Bai pulls back his dark energy, nodding to himself. It is just a projection. Just then, the rest of the team catches up. Meng Yao pokes her head out curiously, asking what is wrong with the old man. Chen Bai turns around calmly. He explains that it is likely a guiding illusion, advising everyone to listen closely to the words being chanted. Su Zixun strokes his chin, grinning as he analyzes the clue. The old man mentioned the 5 elements being difficult. His slow dragging chant is almost annoying to hear. Taoist Zhen Shu crosses his arms, falling deep into thought. He reasons that this thick fog represents the water element, and climbing the mountain with 0 visibility is the first test. Just as they process this theory, the old man's illusion starts chanting again, his voice echoing across the mountainside. He sings of rising waters and thick fog, warning how hard it is to see flowers blooming in the deep mist. As the song ends, a cold instinct warns of danger. Chen Bai instantly activates his biological radiation glove. "Watch out," he yells to the group. Suddenly, from high up in the dense foggy sky, a blinding light tears through. A sword shining with a brilliant green light plunges straight down from above, aiming directly at Chen Bai. Faced with this sudden overhead strike, Chen Bai tenses, his eyes locking onto the path of the falling blade. The blade carries a terrifying roaring energy as it cuts through the air, dropping with unbelievable speed. In a flash, Chen Bai raises his dark energy-coated arm to block, but he instantly senses its sheer destructive power. The blow forces him back. Its piercing power is insane. It could easily tear right through his defenses. Once the strike is blocked, the magical sword rebounds, soaring back into the air to prepare another attack. Seeing Chen Bai survive that terrifying strike, the rest of the group quickly scrambles up to his position. The pink-haired girl asks in a panic if he is all right. Meanwhile, Su Zixun draws his sword, scanning the mist. He warns the team to be careful, admitting his sword-sensing abilities cannot track the weapon's location at all. Taoist Zhen Shu also breaks into a cold sweat, quickly pulling out a protective yellow talisman from his robes. He shouts for Su Zixun to activate his talisman, confessing his own mental senses are completely blinded here. Instantly, a massive golden barrier erupts, casting a protective dome of brilliant yellow light over the entire group. As they huddle together on the stone steps, Zhen Shu immediately channels his energy, pointing into the fog. He warns them, it is coming from the east, unleashing a lightning spell that tears through the sky. A brilliant bolt of lightning strikes down hard, but the incoming blade completely ignores the blast to keep moving. It maintains its trajectory, slamming a heavy, thunderous blow directly onto the golden shield right above Chen Bai. Under that immense crushing pressure, the protective barrier instantly fractures into a spiderweb of deep cracks. Chen Bai reaches out to touch the breaking shield, a small, impressed smile forming on his lips. Zhen Shu breaks into a cold sweat as the barrier gives, yelling for Chen Bai to watch out. But Chen Bai just reaches out, casually grabbing the hilt of the sword as it breaks through. Instantly, his system screen flashes. The Lord's brain skill activates, allowing him to permanently tame it. With the sword effortlessly tamed, he turns back to his team, who are standing there completely stunned. He casually waves his hand and tells them the threat is dealt with, so they should keep climbing. Watching that incredible bare-handed display, Su Zixun can only stare in awe, showering his leader with praise. He calls Chen Bai absolutely all-powerful, confident that they will easily breeze through this entire dungeon challenge. Finally, he understands why He Ya offered him top-tier gear and skill books just to join this raid. 10 minutes later, the thick fog finally begins to clear away, revealing a wide-open, grassy plain ahead. Meng Yao stretches and cheers as the thick fog finally clears, signaling they have officially cleared the very first trial. Su Zixun lets out a heavy sigh, staring down the endless path ahead. This mountain road is insanely long, and with 5 elemental trials in total, it means they have only covered a measly 1/5 of the journey. Before his teammate can complain any further, Chen Bai points a finger toward the hillside, telling them to look straight ahead. The group holds their breath, following his gaze, as a familiar figure emerges from the hazy distance. Su Zixun scratches his head in utter exhaustion. It is that same old woodcutter again, proving just how brutal this elemental domain really is. All around them, a dense, creepy forest looms, filled with twisted tree trunks that look like gaping mouths, ready to swallow them whole. Suddenly, a tree trunk sprouts legs, rips its roots from the dirt, and charges forward as that haunting hum echoes through the trees. Monsters are lurking everywhere, making every single blade of grass feel like a threat. But instead of showing fear, Chen Bai smirks with absolute excitement. He drops into a fighting stance, gearing up for what looks like a massive mob fight. Perfect. Right now, they face an entire army of waddling tree monsters marching right toward them. Chen Bai's grinning face lights up even more, looking like he just struck pure gold. He admits he always loved playing Dynasty Warriors. Meanwhile, as their overpowered leader gets ready to sweep the field, Su Zixun stays back to analyze the situation, with Zhen Shu figuring many monsters must be hiding in the thick brush, and that a hidden sword is waiting somewhere in the grass. But honestly, there is really no need to overthink the lyrics. Yet the moment he turns around, his jaw drops in absolute shock. Wait, is it over already? In a mere blink, Chen Bai has completely wiped out the entire horde, leaving shattered wooden corpses scattered everywhere, while he calmly stands there holding a glowing, hazy purple blade. A dazzling weapon stat screen pops up, revealing the hidden wood element sword spirit, rank 12. It grants 50 strength, 120, speed 70 constitution, and 60 spirit. Wherever nature flourishes, your power increases significantly. All stats are boosted to the maximum after 5 seconds. It can conceal itself within any plant or wooden object to gather energy. Once fully charged, the user can unleash an attack with 10 times the force and penetration. Chen Bai nods, highly impressed, noting this wood element sword is actually quite impressive. Blending into any flora makes it an absolute beast for sneak attacks. With stage 2 cleared effortlessly, he leisurely walks ahead, calling back to the others to stop daydreaming and keep moving. Left behind, Taoist Zhen Shu and Su Zixun exchange a hopeless stare, questioning their very existence. Like, what are we even here for? As they resume climbing, the incredibly steep cliff steps, that haunting, eerie song starts echoing in the air once again. The path to Mount Shu is perilous, a brutal journey indeed. Earth lifts the jagged rocks high, and one slip means shattering your bones in the abyss below. Suddenly, a violent gale carrying tons of debris explodes, completely blinding the path ahead. Throws of dirt and stone engulf Su Zixun and Chen Bai. Fierce howling winds whip sand directly into their faces, forcing them to shield themselves as they struggle to keep their footing. Realizing things are looking bad, Taoist Zhen Shu prepares his go-to plan, frantically pulling out a talisman and shouting that they absolutely cannot move forward. He tries to activate his golden shield charm, but just as his hand rises, Meng Yao swiftly stops him. "Wait," she says, pulling out a pair of flashy yellow goggles and handing them over. She tells him not to waste talismans so recklessly and urges him to use these instead. Zhen Shu puts them on, thoroughly impressed, asking if she brought an entire gear set. Meng Yao smiles proudly and winks at him, explaining she used her dream creation ability to manifest them. Chen Bai, already wearing a matching pair, stylishly fixes his hair. "Not bad at all," he remarks, glad they do not have to cover their eyes anymore. Though the sand will not blind him, it is still incredibly annoying to deal with. But before they can even enjoy the new goggles, a series of heavy tremors shake the cliffside. A massive boulder, perfectly camouflaged as a section of the stone wall, suddenly launches outward and smashes directly into Su Zixun. sending him tumbling head over heels down the steep ravine before he can even react. While Chen Bai effortlessly leaps up to dodge the impact, Jin Shu and Meng Yao scream in utter panic as their ally falls helplessly. Lost in the blinding sandstorm, Zhen Shu frantically asks what they should do since they cannot see anything at all. With the howling wind and dust, figuring out where the next attack is coming from is impossible. Meng Yao does not hesitate for a single second, preparing to leap down to rescue him. She assures him she will find him. Suddenly, a massive sand vortex violently erupts, blowing away everything in its path and instantly throwing Meng Yao backward as she tries to move. She calls out in worry, but luckily further down the steps, Chen Bai has grabbed Su Zixun by his collar and tossed him safely onto the ground. Taoist Junsu stumbles over, coughing violently, begging Meng Yao for some water because he swallowed a mouthful of sand. Chen Bai lets out a heavy sigh, wiping away sweat as he explains that this specific dungeon has strict flight restrictions. His air gliding skill consumes way more energy here, making him break a sweat after just, if you jump down, it is going to be a huge pain to save you. Hearing her master nag, Meng Yao obediently holds her water bottle. She stands completely still, not daring to make another move. Zhen Shu adjusts his robes, looking incredibly serious as he leans on his hand. He starts thinking, saying they need to find a way to prevent this sword spirit from pushing them off the cliff. He crosses his arms. He analyzes the situation. This sandstorm can block their spiritual perception entirely. He has absolutely no way to predict things. He cannot predict where or when the next attack will land. But Chen Bai simply smiles, pushing up his glasses with total confidence. The master shares his secret strategy. It is pretty simple. There will be a slight vibration for about half a second before the stone wall juts out to attack them. They must feel it with their hearts. Do not let the sandstorm distract them. They just need to dodge the instant they feel that movement. Chu Zixun looks at Chen Bai with pure admiration. He is amazing. Senior Bai figured out the pattern in just a few seconds. Standing on a higher step, Chen Bai gives out clear orders. Everyone should wait here for the next strike. If anyone cannot react fast enough, they should just stick right behind him. Meng Yao obediently nods. With their leader backing them up, they feel safe. Watch how they immediately stand up with relief. The moment Senior Bai stops speaking, the ground shakes violently. A sharp stone wall suddenly shoots out of the cliffside. Having already figured out the trick, Chen Bai charges forward. The group scrambles after him, narrowly escaping the danger zone. Chen Bai looks back. Everyone is safe. He is pretty satisfied that the cliff sword trap is fully solved. Time to speed up. After running for a bit, Meng Yao points ahead, asking if that is the Earth Spirit Sword. Why not capture it? Chen Bai flatly says no. Taoist Zhen Shu walks alongside them, explaining the exact reason. The Earth Spirit Sword cannot coexist with Senior Bai's water and wood swords. In fact, the Earth element directly counters the water element. Chen Bai smirks with absolute confidence. He agrees, explaining that he can only control a maximum of 3 blades at one time. His next target needs to be metal or fire. Climbing higher, the sun overhead beats down like an absolute furnace. The blistering heat makes everyone incredibly dizzy. Taoist Zhen Shu pants heavily, complaining that he is about to be roasted alive. Chu Zixun is just as exhausted. His skin is dry, and he is severely dehydrated from this ridiculous scorching heat. He wonders if the fire spirit sword is trying to bake them alive. It is a pretty brutal test of endurance. Even Meng Yao is completely drenched in sweat. Any water she summons instantly evaporates, and her umbrella does absolutely nothing. She cries out that she is drying up. But Chen Bai just walks calmly, reassuring them that they are almost there. He explains that violence is not the only form of fire. Narrowing his eyes, he analyzes how the flame operates here. Chu Zixun is surprised and asks if Senior Bai already knows exactly when the fire spirit sword will show itself. Chen Bai replies that the old woodcutter's song already hinted at this exact moment of extreme blinding dizziness. While they talk, Zhen Shu gasps for air as the blazing sunlight overhead suddenly focuses into a single blinding point. Out of the bright light, a blazing red sword shoots directly at Zhen Shu's head, leaving him totally defenseless. Oh, that was incredibly close. Chen Bai reaches out, snatching the blade right before it hits the priest's face. The weapon system's status screen pops up right away. It is the rank 12 Flame Heart Sword with devastating heat-based skills. When the temperature exceeds 100 degrees, its stats multiply tenfold, letting it hide inside sunlight to evaporate water. Gripping the scorching blade in his hand, Chen Bai tells the group that they need to move fast. Now that the fire spirit sword is conquered, they can finally cool down and replenish their water supplies right away. They greedily gulp down water, feeling completely refreshed. But as they continue, they hear that familiar song again. The woodcutter sings of a flashing golden light, separating head and body forever. Hearing this warning, Chen Bai starts calculating. He figures the metal spirit sword is all about physical combat. Since he already got the fire element, he decides to bypass it. Apologizing to the sword, he leads the group to the very top of the cliff. A massive octagonal stage lies before them. Chu Zixun points ahead, guessing this must be the metal spirit sword's domain. Chen Shu agrees, noting, it looks like an arena. They spot a massive rough greatsword planted right in the center of the arena. Chu Zixun is completely dazed by its appearance. She wonders if the sword is unfinished. Zhen Qiu frowns, wondering how an unrefined blade can emit such an intense golden light. This trial is clearly no easy task, but Chen Bai simply smiles, knowing they do not need to overthink. He strides onto the platform, summoning all his sword spirits to hover around him. They are ready to fight right now. Suddenly, an invisible strike cuts through the air at lightning speed. Chen Bai deflects it easily, using his dark energy. A sharp metallic clang echoes. The metal spirit sword attacks relentlessly, clashing with his blades in a shower of brilliant sparks. Under Chen Bai's terrifying counter-pressure, countless cracks spread across the great bronze sword, but almost instantly, those cracks started to knit themselves back together. The cracks sealed up as if they were never there. Watching the blade constantly regenerate, Chen Bai just let out a cold smirk, totally unimpressed. He easily saw right through the trick, noting that it probably had a skill that boosted stats after taking damage. Ignoring the glowing blade's stubborn resistance, he tried guessing its name, maybe tempered steel, or perhaps refined golden light. But he quickly lost patience. Gathering dark energy into his right arm, Chen Bai shrugged. He did not care what its ability was called. Let me just test it out myself. With a sudden movement, he unleashed a devastating punch packed with sheer destructive power, aiming straight down. The heavy strike smashed the great sword deep into the platform, sending stone debris flying everywhere. Watching from a safe distance, Meng Yao gasped. She turned to ask if the other heard what their master just said. Could that sword's power actually scale up infinitely? Taoist Zhen Shu broke into a cold sweat, muttering that he heard it too, and was honestly wondering the exact same thing. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed from the ruins as the blade shot straight out, trying to escape. But Chen Bai was way too fast. He snatched the hilt midair, so this was the golden light flash, paper-thin but packing some serious raw energy. He casually examined the weapon, estimating its attack power was probably close to 200, which was pretty decent. All that lost stamina had clearly been converted into raw strength and speed, making it a highly offensive weapon. With 300 total attribute points, most of its defense was sacrificed for power. Chen Bai smirked, flexing his fingers over the blade. He slowly bent the metal, wondering aloud how much actual durability could possibly be left in such a glass cannon weapon. With an effortless snap, the legendary blade shattered completely. The system instantly chimed, confirming the destruction of the gold spirit sword. He gained 25,000 experience points for his contribution. Tossing the broken hilt aside, Chen Bai shook his head. He figured its defense stat was barely at 10. Glad he didn't choose it. Relying on luck for final blows was never his style. Plus, the boss was just way too easy to put down. Before the team could even catch their breath, Meng Yao gasped. She pointed ahead as that mysterious old woodcutter reappeared, hobbling along with the exact same slow, eerie pace. The old man muttered to himself about the treacherous Shushan Road, warning how the 5 elements created a massive barrier. Passing Chen Bai, he whispered a chilling warning: the path of cultivation is endless, and the road ahead remains incredibly long. He advised them to turn back, saying that if their hearts wavered, the path forward would never reveal itself to them. With that, he headed back down the mountain, his voice echoing that they should go home instead of suffering for immortality. Why waste life chasing eternity? Seeing this strange display, Meng Yao grew worried, wondering why the old man was heading down. Chen Bai frowned, sensing danger. He immediately turned to Chu Zixun with a serious look, knowing they had to act fast. Directly pointing at Chu Zixun, Chen Bai told him that they had a long way to go and ordered him to lead. Chu Zixun looked completely baffled. Suddenly, Taoist Zhen Shu clapped his hands in realization, finally understanding the true meaning of the old man's cryptic warning. Since this trial belonged to Chu Zixun, only his resolve could actually reveal the hidden path to the peak. With the mystery solved, the Taoist curiously asked Chen Bai what he thought about the old woodcutter walking back down the mountain. Chen Bai shrugged, admitting he was not entirely sure, but warned that the old man's peaceful departure was likely a trick. It was designed to mislead exhausted challengers into believing that the correct path was actually to give up and head down. It was a trap for the weak-willed, tempting them to turn around after a grueling trek up the mountain. Glancing down the stairs, Chen Bai revealed the chilling truth. He felt a dark shiver when the woodcutter passed them. Anyone foolish enough to turn back would probably get slaughtered instantly. Hearing this terrifying breakdown, Chu Zixun began to sweat. He quickly rushed to the front, panicking that he might not be worthy of passing this incredibly difficult trial. He steeled his resolve, desperately pushing forward on this seemingly endless road, praying it would not take too long. His determination kept him moving forward. 4 exhausting hours later, the weary group finally managed to reach the mountain summit. A glowing system notification appeared before them, confirming they had successfully completed the hidden trial of the Shushan path. As the instance began to close, massive pillars of golden light descended from the heavens, wrapping around each party member. The energy condensed directly into their hands, and the system announced a special clearance reward for all survivors. Each of them received a rare Shushan token, bringing a massive grin to Taoist Zhen Shu and Chu Zixun. Simultaneously, a massive glowing treasure chest materialized in front of them, officially bringing their wild journey to a successful close. With the loot fully distributed, the system notified them that they were free to leave this secret dungeon at any time. This exclusive instance would now close forever, transforming into a standard one-time dungeon for the rest of the players. He triggers the evolution. Opening the system panel, Chen Bai marvels at the item information, a special Shushan token. Having this in possession grants the Shushan Disciple title, allowing entry into a special map for levels 10 to 89. The item is soulbound, meaning it cannot be traded, gifted, or loaned. He cannot help but praise it. Level 10 to 89 is an incredible range for a map, he muses. Is Shushan truly that powerful? But he quickly hides his excitement to run some mental math. Still, his absolute top priority right now is securing that second SSS scroll and completing Li Du's quest to change classes. Without that class change, he will be stuck permanently at level 10. Shushan will have to wait until after his class change. Meanwhile, Chu Zixun respectfully gestures toward the glowing chest. "Boss Bai, please choose your reward first," she says. Chen Bai nods calmly and thanks her. Seeing this, Chu Zixun smiles at the pink-haired girl, noting that Boss Meng is next in line after Boss Bai. Taoist Zhen Shu also bows with a gentle smile, telling everyone not to worry about his share. Honestly, just getting that token makes the old man incredibly grateful. Suddenly, we cut back to the villa where Chen Bai is fast asleep on his cozy bed. Out of nowhere, 2 ghost girls appear in the room. Yan Shui excitedly calls out to him, asking if their boss is awake, while the short-haired Yan Qi crosses her arms with a smirk, teasing him for sleeping so deeply in broad daylight. Hearing the word weak, Chen Bai sits up instantly. He playfully pins Yan Qi down, challenging them to try pushing him over. Even if they manage to take on physical forms, he boasts they still would not stand a chance against him. He dares her to try, betting he can defeat her in 3 seconds flat. Before either ghost girl can even react, he steps onto the floor with a sly grin. He mentions a perfect new skill book he just looted from the dungeon. Pulling the spirit control scroll from his pocket, Chen Bai smiles, promising the book is theirs if they can knock him down. The result: just minutes later, both girls are flattened on the wooden floor, groaning in defeat as Yan Qi gasps for air. She cries out that she is about to fade away completely, while Yan Shui whimpers that she is totally exhausted too. Chen Bai rests his chin in his hand, looking down at his 2 victims, asking if they finally see the power gap. He points out that he did not even try to resist. Glaring up at him, the exhausted Yan Qi asks if he has a dream girl, wondering if he is always this incredibly cautious and calculated when interacting with other people. Chen Bai shrugs, explaining that his physical stats are just too high, though he still maintains perfect control over his power. Since they tried their best, he decides to hand over the reward anyway, tossing the skill book right toward them. Instead, the book slips right through Yan Qi's ghostly hands and lands on the floor with a heavy thud. Chen Bai freezes in dead silence, his face twitching. Yan Qi laughs awkwardly, trying to salvage whatever dignity she has left. She suggests they can just learn it once their energy recovers, since the book is not going anywhere anyway. Deciding not to argue, Chen Bai turns to leave, telling them to learn it whenever they are ready. He has his own business to handle now. Yan Shu quickly asks if he is leaving without taking them to Jiang City. Chen Bai tosses the bright red scroll in his hand, saying this is more important, but promising to take them later. That instantly brightens their mood, and they agree to wait for him. Stepping outside, Chen Bai stares intensely at the S-Rank Demon Hunter promotion scroll in his hand. It has been upgraded to its absolute limit. It is time to head into the abyss for that triple S scroll. Remembering the cunning face of that old man, he mutters to himself. If he fails to complete Li Du's quest, he will remain stuck at level 10 forever. Suddenly the system screen flashes, asking to confirm the S-Rank Demon Hunter quest. Scroll a unique item that only drops from the very first pureblood. Demon Slain. Completing this quest will transform it into the ultimate Demon Hunter promotion scroll. Do you accept? Chen Bai sighs. Honestly, when he first received this scroll, he had no intention of going after that insane upgrade. After all, rumors say this is a challenge even gods cannot conquer. But then a fierce determination fills his eyes. He decisively presses the confirm button. Since there are absolutely no other clues about finding that triple S scroll, he has to take this gamble. Instantly, his surroundings shift into the glowing red first layer of the abyss. Red demons wandering nearby spot him and instantly go wild, screaming about eating the human who just walked in. Chen Bai smiles with nostalgia. In his past life, he frequented this very abyss after becoming a demon hunter. Returning here now feels just like coming home. He calmly cracks his knuckles, warming up as the system screen flashes. A cold notification showing his fallen demon hunting progress at 3 out of 100. Glancing at the system issues the quest. Using the scroll transports him to the first level of the abyss, where he must eliminate 100 imps and 100 fallen demons to complete the quest and leave. Chen Bai clicks his tongue. Finishing too fast means getting kicked out immediately. He has to hold back his power. Walking through the desolate wasteland, he mutters calculations, realizing he only needs this scroll to get inside. Entering the abyss is just the first step. His real target is the legendary challenge waiting at the abyssal well. But then trouble brews. The demon horde is incredibly massive. Swooping through the air, Chen Bai complains about how annoying it is to hold back his real power. He cannot just wipe them out and end the quest. This first floor is crawling with too many stupid imps and fallen demons. The brainless monsters just keep chasing him without ever getting tired. Glancing back at the massive swarming horde hot on his heels, he grimaces. Shaking off one group only means another will corner him the moment he slows down. But right then, a distant volcano erupts with fury. Chen Bai stops dead in his tracks. The abyssal well has officially erupted, sending a blinding column of lava shooting straight into the sky. He frowns, analyzing the sudden shift in absolute bad luck. The eruption does not affect his trial, but it floods the entire abyss with energy. Every single creature with demon blood is about to get a massive power boost. Dodging the fiery boulders raining down, he stays alert. The volcano is also spitting out countless blood demon eggs, hatching a brand new wave of demonic beasts right before his very eyes. Thousands of fresh enemies are literally raining from the sky. He cannot afford to stop now, or he will be completely surrounded. Leaping over the falling rocks, Chen Bai breaks a sweat, realizing a major catch. If he accidentally completes the quest while fighting his way out, he would be teleported out instantly, and honestly, that would completely ruin his plans. But watch what happens next. The blade slams heavily into the arid ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Then a massive red-clawed foot steps onto the hilt. A hulking horned demon emerges, growling menacingly in the dark demonic tongue. A system screen pops up, revealing his identity. It is the level 16 demon warrior Fergus. He sneers at Chen Bai, declaring he has just found a perfect dinner. The monster orders the human to kneel and show gratitude, since he is about to end up inside Fergus's stomach anyway. Facing this terrifying threat, Chen Bai simply turns his head with a calm, amused smirk. He replies using the exact same demon tongue. He asks if Fergus is a pureblood demon warrior. Those are pretty rare on the first floor of the abyss. He mockingly wonders if the beast crawled up from a deeper level. The glowing red-horned demon nods proudly in agreement. The beast laughs, surprised that a pathetic runner knows so much about demons and can even speak their native tongue. But he sneers that mere food has no business knowing anything about its master anyway. Chen Bai smirks as he runs, asking who said he was running away. He asks if Fergus knows why only low-level trash chased him. The red demon flips through the air, brandishing his massive sword as he dives straight down for the kill. Fergus growls that he does not care, but he will let Chen Bai give his final answer before getting eaten alive. As a mercy, he promises to swallow Chen Bai head first. Chen Bai suddenly stops his face, completely calm and unbothered. Look at that absolute disrespect. With a single sidestep, Chen Bai grabs the demon and slams him into the dirt. The horned giant gasps in absolute horror, crying out that this is impossible, as he crashes onto the jagged rocks. Looking down at the defeated demon, Chen Bai delivers his chilling explanation with a cold, piercing gaze. He reveals the truth. The other stronger demon species are already dead because he wiped them all out. With the obstacle cleared, Chen Bai bolts forward as countless demon eggs begin to hatch in his wake. 6 days pass in a blur of relentless running, and Chen Bai finally arrives at the base of a colossal volcano. He lets out a deep breath, staring up at the abyssal well. The journey felt like an endless illusion. The destination looked so close, yet took forever to reach. He spots a quiet, empty patch of ground and collapses. In his past life as a rookie demon hunter, he used this exact spot as a safe house. Most low-level demons are too terrified to even step foot near this zone, making it the perfect sanctuary to rest. Chen Bai reaches into his dimensional inventory, pulling out a massive stack of glowing, translucent glass vials. He feeds his mask the demon blood serum harvested over the past few days. His inventory is completely stuffed to the brim. He wonders what rank of bloodline essence he can synthesize from tens of thousands of rank B and rank D vials. While lost in his calculations, a massive shadow suddenly looms over him, blocking out the light. A rough, grayish-green foot steps into view. A booming voice remarks that there is actually a human resting here. Annoyed at the interruption, Chen Bai glares up at the intruder, who just ruined his peaceful break. A hideous fish-headed monster, with jagged protruding teeth, speaks in a deep, booming voice, saying he received a report. His servant reports that a human is approaching the abyss well. The system screen instantly updates. A fish demon. Kuotoa, a level 18 subdweller of Dur 17. The fish demon brandishes his trident threateningly as his servant warns this human has slaughtered every other demon, sparing only the low-level and fallen ones. He lowers his massive, terrifying fish face. Close to Chen Bai, growling, "Seems like you are the one." Chen Bai leaps to his feet, stepping back to analyze his enemy. A Kuotoa fish demon. Shouldn't this kind of beast belong on the first floor? But Chen Bai does not even bother to care, cracking his knuckles to warm up. So what he thinks, do you monsters just love crawling up here to play every time the abyss well erupts? Driven mad by the mockery, the fish demon charges forward, roaring out that a demon prince has personally come to take his life, demanding how a lowly human dares to run wild in the abyss. He thrusts his trident straight ahead, and a high-pressure blast of water instantly erupts, flooding the area. The water splashes everywhere, but the fish demon does not stop there. He surfs the rising wave and strikes down with his water slash. Facing the tidal onslaught, Chen Bai calmly triggers his skill, activating his hellfire armor to create an intense shield of bright red flames that completely incinerates the enemy attack. He brushes his hands off, flashing a mocking smile. A demon prince, he mocks. Which floor lord spawned you? Blinded by the glaring fire armor, the furious fish demon roars, boasting that his father is the lord of the 17th floor. He leaps high into the air, throwing his trident with terrifying power, shouting that Chen Bai is just useless trash, who only knows basic hellfire tricks. He mockingly asks if Chen Bai is shaking in his boots. Ignoring all the empty trash talk, Chen Bai tenses his muscles. As his right arm turns pitch black, wrapped in a purple aura, he draws back, waiting, then lightning fast he strikes. His powerful hand shoots out, grabbing the muscular chest of the fish demon prince, before his wide, shocked eyes. With a devastating force, Chen Bai slams the demon onto the ground, shattering the stone and silencing his loud mouth. Chen Bai stands up, complaining in the demon tongue that he wanted to enjoy a good meal, but this interruption ruined it. The item in his inventory is pretty unhappy. Suddenly, 3 massive swords rain down from the sky, piercing straight into the fish demon. Watching his opponent writhe, Chen Bai smiles darkly, speaking in the demon tongue that the prince's bloodline will serve as a perfect appetizer. It turns out the item in his inventory is a mask that is swallowing numerous potion bottles. Chen Bai crosses his arms, proudly muttering that the bloodline bottles in his inventory must number in the tens of thousands. He wonders what kind of high-grade item will be synthesized. Next, the system screen displays the dark water trident. He just obtained a C-rank weapon that boosts strength and agility. Chen Bai reads the hidden stat water breathing and smiles with satisfaction, muttering that it is not bad and might come in handy later. Soon after, he approaches the active crater. The threats are gone, time to begin. Standing alone on a rocky ledge under the crimson sky, Chen Bai casts a sharp gaze toward the desolate wasteland. He whispers to himself with an expectant grin that staring deep into the abyss will trigger the system prompt. Sure enough, as he gazes down at the ominous purple vortex churning in the depths of the pit, The system displays a chilling truth. When you stare into the abyss stares back at you. His eyes flash with a brilliant light. Chen Bai smirks. It is here. The system immediately acknowledges his presence. It has seen you, a sentient being. Even though he is prepared, cold sweat breaks out on his forehead. As a primal wave of panic washes over him, the inevitable dread of being watched by the abyss itself. There is no backing down now. Fail, and he will be instantly discarded, with no second chances. The system panel scrutinizes him, noting that your level is 10. Steadying his mind, Chen Bai remembers the bitter past from his previous life, where countless high-level geniuses and elite disciples fell at this very hurdle. Even those rare once-in-a-generation talents, who withstood the gaze, never made it out alive. As if testing his limits, the abyss begins stripping away his secrets through a series of evaluations. It sees you have not chosen a class. It sees you have no bloodline. It sees you have no gear above S rank. It sees you lack strong, temporary power-up items. It sees that everything you have was earned by your own hands. It sees your power belongs to you alone. It sees you have perfect control over yourself. It sees you do not know what you are about to face. It sees your name. It sees your fear and hatred. It sees your restraint. It has seen. Chen Bai breaks into a cold sweat, and then, the massive eye of the abyss flies open to deliver its final verdict, deeming you worthy and opening the gateway. The overwhelming pressure finally lifts. Chen Bai collapses onto one knee, gasping for breath, as glowing system screens flicker all around him. The flashing notifications repeat the same message. The pathway to the abyss trial has opened. Then, the system drops an absolute bombshell of a reward. Complete this trial, and he will receive a SSS rank Abyss Lord promotion scroll, an insanely overpowered prize. The scroll will bind permanently to the challenger. Seeing the ultimate prize right there, Chen Bai grins with supreme confidence. He boasts that it is already in the bag. Right then, the final condition flashes. Jump into the abyss. Well, to begin. Backing out now means permanent forfeit. Without a shred of hesitation, Chen Bai stands tall and decides it is time to move. He leaps straight into the dark abyss, sending rocks and dirt flying. As he free falls, the system starts explaining the rules. The trial objective is to defeat level 10 projections of the demon lords on each floor under highly specific conditions. Clearing a floor grants anywhere from 1 minute to 1 hour of rest. If a floor lacks a lord, a previous projection appears. The system will summon a clone of the prior floor's boss. Best of all, the challenger's status fully recovers after each fight. Every single skill and item cooldown gets completely reset, and all gear is fully repaired. Once the recovery finishes, the next battle begins. Hearing about the cooldown reset, Chen Bai's eyes light up with a devious gleam. A total skill refresh. Does that mean even the massive 70-plus year cooldown on his time hourglass can be wiped clean? But his excitement is short-lived. The system suddenly flashes an angry bright red warning. Error. System cannot restore the challenger to peak condition. Cold sweat drips down his face as he floats midair. He mutters a curse, praying that things do not go completely sideways here. Right on cue, that stubborn skill interface pops up to mock him. Active temporal regression. He can go back to any past moment. This will erase everything achieved in the deleted timeline. The remaining cooldown sits at 72 years, 6 months, and 7 days. No external skill or equipment effect can bypass this massive cooldown restriction. Suddenly, the problematic item forces itself out of his inventory. Chen Bai catches the floating hourglass, completely dumbfounded. This legendary tool is acting up on its own. It seems even the mighty abyss itself is powerless to reset this cheat-like ability. What is he supposed to do now? Before he can even formulate a backup plan, flashing red error screens crowd around him inside the swirling purple void. This is bad. But then the system manages to find a brilliant loophole to fix the issue. The active temporal regression skill description changes. He can still travel back to any moment, erasing the lost timeline. Except now, there is a new restriction. He cannot regress to a point before he jumped into the abyss. In exchange, the cooldown is completely gone. Talk about a win. Problem solved. He sticks a flawless landing. Right on cue, the system confirms that the challenger is back to peak condition. The trial officially begins. Watching the hourglass dissolve into golden particles, Chen Bai lets out a dangerous, confident smirk. Everything is perfect now. With his ultimate skill cooldown completely deleted, sweeping through this abyss is going to be a breeze. His very first opponent is a massive vein-popping purple demon, wielding a gigantic broadsword. The system identifies it immediately. Floor 1, a low-rank demon lord, the level 10, Banhalo demon warrior. For this floor, there are 0 special conditions. Chen Bai barely spares the creature a glance, dismissively scoffing that a low-level demon like this is absolutely 0 threat to him. He proves his point instantly. With a single lightning-fast dash, the demon is cleanly sliced in half. The system rings out. Floor 1 cleared. He is prompted to choose his rest time, but he just waves his hand and moves right along. Next up, he stands casually over a defeated demon mage coughing up blood. Floor 2, cleared system, asks him to choose. His clearing speed is downright terrifying. By floor 5, a pale half-human fish-tailed demon lies lifelessly at his feet. Another floor cleared. Fast forward to floor 17, and he is seen brutally blasting a horned demon straight into a rocky cliff. Floor 17 is a wrap. The system asks if he wants a break, but he keeps pushing forward without pausing. The difficulty is ramping up, but to him it is just a walk in the park. On floor 26, he fires a chain dagger. He pierces the boss right through the neck mid-air. Floor 26 cleared. No breaks needed. The slaughter show goes on. He sticks a stylish landing as 2 floor 34 demons behind him fall sliced in half. Floor 34 is done. He sweeps through dozens of floors with absolute ease. The system announcements keep rolling in one after another. Floor 41 cleared, floor 59 cleared. But when he hits floor 66, a terrifying Blood Sea Demon Lord charges at him. The monster roars out that his journey ends here. Instantly, the system screen flashes with an incredibly annoying challenge condition. Only attacks targeting the boss's specific weak points will deal damage. Hitting any other body part is completely useless. Chen Bai leaps back to dodge a sweep, gritting his teeth in frustration. From floor 50 onwards, things have gotten tricky. His stat advantage is fading, and his combat experience from 2 lifetimes might not be enough to easily overpower these bosses. This demon spent his entire life slaughtering, especially under rules like this. Bracing himself, Chen Bai prepares to block a devastating strike. Both his hands tremble violently from the sheer power, but his eyes flash with pure desperate defiance. He quickly calculates his next move. No skills, no stat advantages. He has to find a weakness, or this is a losing game. The only option left, trading lives. Absolutely no hesitation, Chen Bai parries a massive diagonal slash and immediately fires back with a ferocious counterattack. But the raw impact is just too strong. He drives his sword deep into the dirt, sliding back to halt his momentum. Leaping into the air, the smug demon hurls a deadly spear, screaming that struggle is completely useless now. Chen Bai's eyes shrink in shock. Cold sweat breaks out as he realizes this attack is completely unavoidable. The spear drives right through his chest, pinning him to the stone wall. The demon sneers down at him. "You have impressive strength and endurance for a weak human," the beast mocks, "but you are just too foolish." Chen Bai collapses onto the cold ground. The demon brandishes his weapon, boasting about the supreme blessing of the abyss. Defeat is impossible. But as Chen Bai's life fades, the system silently activates an incredibly overpowered mechanic. Loading save state. Suddenly Chen Bai snaps his eyes open, as his full vitality instantly floods back. Smirking, he whispers that the beast celebrated too early. Hearing a voice from a dead man, the demon freezes. The monster whips around in pure terror. Like a flash of lightning, Chen Bai lunges forward to deliver a massive blow. He punches straight through the demon's stomach, hitting the exact fatal weakness he memorized. The monster's body begins to disintegrate rapidly. He stammers in disbelief. How is this possible? Just like that, the system announces floor 66 is complete. He is prompted to select his recovery time. Dropping his hands, Chen Bai mocks the dying monster. "The idiot is you." He adjusts his collar dryly, noting that boasting before a fight is over is pure stupidity. "Thanks to your sheer, unmatched arrogance, clearing this entire trial was nothing more than a quick walk in the park." Back to the grind, Chen Bai pushes forward until he finally reaches the massive milestone of floor 100. The opponent is a low-level fallen swordsman with absolutely no special conditions. He runs his hand through his hair, confused. Why would the weakest boss have 0 restrictions? Scanning the silent room, he takes a careful defensive stance. Where is he hiding? His highly experienced tactical mind starts working, analyzing the incredibly complicated relationships inside the abyss. Power levels and monster races vary wildly on every floor. A weak demon becoming a lord is not impossible. There must be a reason. Rubbing his chin, he mutters that this floor might just be a game of hide and seek. But get this, a sinister dark shadow is already rising silently, right behind his back, without him even noticing. Suddenly, before he can even finish his thought, the shadow lunges forward, like a ghost driving a blade straight through his spine. Gritting his teeth, he whips his head around to glare at his attacker. But this enemy possesses absolutely terrifying blinding speed. With just 2 brilliant flashing cross slashes, Chen Bai's head is instantly severed. Fortunately, his emergency resurrection skill triggers immediately. Reappearing a short distance away, he clutches his throat, gasping in sheer terror as his mind struggles to process what just happened. Decapitated twice in the blink of an eye. Even when using his saved state, the enemy still managed to execute him instantly. Forced to activate his time reversal skill, the surrounding space warps, dragging him all the way back to the start. He is back on floor 1. The low-level demon lord roars the exact same lines, threatening to kill the lowly human. Still kneeling and utterly furious about his sudden double execution, Chen Bai is in no mood for games. He drives his fist straight through the boss's chest without even looking. If he had not rewound time, he would be dead. That was way too close. Annoyed, he begins interrogating the dying mob, demanding to know about the 100th floor boss. The stubborn demon just spits blood, defiantly telling him that even if he did know, he would never speak. After putting him out of his misery, the system confirms floor 1 is cleared. He walks away to plan. These projections do not fear pain or death. He needs a brand new approach to extract any useful intel. Time to climb again. Grinding back up to floor 72, he finds himself standing over a dying demon. Stepping onto the creature's chest, he begins his psychological game, mocking the pathetic status of this low-ranking species. He notes that for a weak fallen demon, its stats are worse than humans, making its position pure luck. Stung right in his pride, the bleeding demon coughs violently, gritting his teeth as he glares at his captor. He curses Chen Bai, promising that his arrogance will soon be cut short by a true fallen demon. Realizing the bait has been taken, Chen Bai feigns absolute dramatic shock to push the demon's buttons even further. How could a fallen demon lord exist in the lower depths? Right on cue, the captured demon falls into the trap and blabs. He proudly boasts to prove his point. Of course, there is Lord Rupert of Floor 100, a legendary figure who has fully mastered the Shadow Sword Master class with the body of a fallen demon. His shadow blade even once cut down a titan, slayed an actual demon duke. Having extracted all the needed intel, Chen Bai ruthlessly crushes the enemy's skull, immediately cutting off his final warning about dying by Rupert's hand. Now watch closely, this is where he turns the tide. Thanks for the tip, he mutters. Using his speedrun experience, he heads back to floor 100, piecing the clues together. The Shadow Swordmaster class is only unlockable after a Night Assassin's 3rd advancement, and it holds a rare S-rank rating. Alongside fatal one-hit kill abilities, they can also use the shadows to unleash swift flashing sword strikes and surprise attacks. With his opponent's tricks now completely figured out, Chen Bai cracks his knuckles and smiles with absolute confidence. Skill-wise, he stands zero chance against a Shadow Swordmaster, but dealing with a fallen demon's body, his base stats will easily dominate. Navigating through the narrow dark corridors, Chen Bai scales the walls swiftly while keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings. He warns himself to stay alert of his own shadow, avoid large dark areas, and keep moving constantly. He opens his palm, dispersing a thick green poisonous mist downward. It's best to run while spreading some virus. If the boss is patiently stalking him, he will surely wait for an opening, but this virus will eventually infect him anyway. After a grueling game of cat and mouse, an exhausted Chen Bai drops to his knees on the volcanic rocky ground. Staying alert non-stop has completely drained his stamina. He needs to load his saved state to recover his focus. Thanks to his broken skill, his health and energy instantly restore to full. His gaze turns sharp, ready for battle. Out of nowhere, a blinding light flashes through the darkness as a rogue sword comes flying straight toward him. He quickly leaps back to dodge. The flash is intense, but a sudden sense of danger makes him raise his guard. Something is off. In the next split second, he must brace his greatsword to block space-tearing slashes from above. The mist strikes pierce the ground below, leaving sharp, glowing purple slash marks, burning deep into the volcanic floor. Instead of pursuing his target, the Shadow Swordmaster suddenly stands down and the system panel reveals his identity. Floor 100 boss Fallen Demon Swordmaster Rupert. He casually tells Chen Bai to lower his sword, declaring him the winner. The demon's face turns purple from the poison. Coughing lightly, he admits that the virus has already taken hold. He explains that the trial's limits held back his true power, making that last attack his final effort. Chen Bai rests his heavy sword on his shoulder, raising a highly skeptical eyebrow at the demon's sudden defeat. Rupert smiles like a true warrior, welcoming the cautious human to a rematch on floor 100 of the Abyss. He adds that while the young hunter's current strength is lacking, he still looks forward to his future success. Right on cue, the system panel chimes with congratulations instead of a farewell, confirming floor 100 is cleared. It prompts him to select his recovery time. Watching his opponent fade, Chen Bai lets out a confident smirk. He is completely confident that he will succeed. Stepping past the fading figure of his defeated opponent, he leaves a promise. The next time they meet, he will definitely face that incredible shadow swordplay in a direct head-on clash. Putting aside the immense fatigue of the deadly battle, Chen Bai takes a deep breath and presses further onward. He pushes past invisible spatial barriers, as the dreary volcanic ruins suddenly transform into a magnificent glowing palace. The system announces floor 200 of the Abyss. Chen Bai strolls inside and politely bows to the guardian. He greets the beautiful woman, lounging on the sofa, the floor 200 Lord of the Abyss, fallen angel Elmiria. Without wasting any time examining the lavish room, he goes straight to the point to ask about his next trial. The system panel pops up. Floor 200 Lord 6-winged fallen angel Elmiria, level 10, with no special conditions. The gorgeous fallen angel stretches with a lazy sigh, complaining that cleaning up this massive palace is a total hassle. Propping her chin up, she gazes at Chen Bai with playful red eyes, claiming she originally planned to let him pass. With an elegant wave of her hand, a luxurious dining table and 2 empty wine glasses materialize in the room. Chen Bai walks over slowly, keeping a defensive stance, as he raises an eyebrow at her sudden hospitality. He asks what exactly she is curious about. Elmiria crosses her legs, giving him a deeply analytical look. She openly wonders how someone with his level of power could possibly climb all the way to floor 200. How did he even reach this 200th floor? Even with enough luck to beat that annoying Rupert, who only buried himself in experiments. Playing a cheap trick, she leans forward, showing off her deadly curves. But what about the ones who come after him? There are plenty of opponents far tougher than him. Completely unfazed by this seductive trap, Chen Bai flashes a sly smile and rests his hand on the back of the chair, politely declining. He tells her that his path to victory is a trump card he simply cannot reveal. Lord Elmiria is rejected, but does not seem to mind at all. The female lord calmly passes the wine pitcher and smiles. She says she has no plans to pry into his secrets. She was just bored idling around and wants to share a drink. They can chat about how he cleared the gates, then she will let him pass. Finding this deal too good to pass, Chen Bai immediately pours the wine, obediently serving her with care. He asks which floor Lord Elmiria wants to hear about. Having achieved her goal, Elmiria taps her finger against her lips, as if considering. Then, flashing a sly smile, she points out a specific unlucky target. She names that disgusting mud monster on floor 105. Instantly, Chen Bai is pulled back into memories of that brutal clash. A fight where the system flashed red, floor 105, featuring the mutated demon lord Sarubis, a mass of fused flesh. Level 10. Deep in the swampy abyss, he is sweating buckets, leaping backward to dodge a colossal mass of raw pulsing flesh. It was charging forward to swallow him whole. Remembering that grotesque enemy, Chen Bai calmly explains what that beast was like. He was like a massive pile of mushy, oozing flesh covering the ground. One touch, and you would be swallowed instantly. Flashbacks show the moment half of his body was pulled under. He explains that the creature consumed targets faster than he could even react. The moment it touched him, half his body was already gone. Listening closely, Elmiria raises her glass, highly curious about how he won. She offers a toast, inviting him to drink. Chen Bai holds his glass, but does not sip calmly, saying that since the beast loved eating, he simply decided to feed it. After all, he is not exactly easy to digest. Smirking, he raises his hand. He explains that he fed the monster over 100 cloned arms until it got food poisoning. Finally, it melted away. It became nothing but a puddle of runny mud. Elmiria chuckles, resting her chin on her hand, finding his strategy highly amusing. She admits she did not expect the beast to fall so easily. Chen Bai quickly waves his hands, protesting that it was painful. Severing your own arm repeatedly is no walk in the park. She then moves on, asking about that smelly old demon Kigu. He usually hides deep underwater and refuses to show his face. Recalling his floor 136 fight with the fish demon Kigu, Chen Bai raises 3 fingers with a smug smile. He notes that he should really thank Kigu's grandson for donating such incredible gear. Elmiria giggles at his sheer cleverness. It looks like he got quite a massive windfall, but she warns him about another opponent. The lady on floor 153 has absolutely no openings to exploit. Suddenly, the memory shifts to the lava lake. This is where the mutated fire spirit Lord Hatley rules. A blazing demoness calmly strides across the glowing molten rock. Remembering this battle, Chen Bai sighs heavily, his mood darkening. He admits that she was incredibly powerful, easily pushing him to the limit. In fact, she killed him 15 times in a row. He explains how her intense heat completely neutralized his deadly virus skill. Her molten body also made it nearly impossible to land a solid blow. He recalls kneeling helplessly amidst a sea of fire. Back then, he was furious, because she kept diving back into the molten depths to heal whenever she took any damage. But in the end, everything went according to plan. He proudly explains that he dragged the fight out for 5 grueling days. Eventually, he managed to seal the entire lake and completely drain her heat source, leaving her shattered into piles of cold stone. Chen Bai concludes that she was easily the most difficult opponent he faced across all 200 floors of his journey. However, his expression suddenly twists in disgust. He notes that the creature on floor 186 was just as bad. He mutters that they shouldn't even bring her up during a pleasant conversation, but his memories of that floor flood back anyway. It was the decaying pit of floor 186. The sight of Queen Omand wallowing in toxic green filth makes his stomach churn. He covers his face, shuddering in pure disgust. There is absolutely nothing more hideous than that creature in the entire abyss. She spends her time lounging inside a massive pit, overflowing with rotting corpses and waste. The gruesome memory makes him put down his glass entirely. He complains that he was finally trying to forget that rancid smell, but now she made him remember it. He cannot even stomach another sip. Elmiria chuckles in agreement, noting that while the queen's power was not particularly massive, no other demon ever wanted to challenge her and claim that repulsive territory. She then taps her finger on the table, exposing his lie. She points out that he had not touched a single drop of wine, even before they brought up that disgusting monster. Chen Bai confidently grins and admits the truth. He naturally does not dare to drink wine, crafted from the mental energy of a fallen angel lord, since it could easily end his life. A sudden image of him dying beside a puddle of wine flashes through his mind. He mutters to himself that he already died once from drinking this stuff, so he will not be foolish. So the evil plan is exposed, and Elmiria sighs in regret. Oh, did you realize it? If only you would just drink it, I could tear you apart with a single thought. Too bad I cannot beat you while lounging here. Lying around. The fake feast is over. Chen Bai leaps to his feet, stepping back into a battle stance. So, do you want to stand up and fight? But she just lies back comfortably, saying there is absolutely no need. She is simply too lazy to move. Stunned by the Lord's total lack of motivation, Chen Bai is left completely speechless. You are really unbelievably lazy. Her body begins dissolving into particles of light. She waves her hand to shoo him away. Shoo, I am going to sleep. After all, the road ahead is long, and creating this projection takes serious energy. Right before vanishing completely, Elmiria flashes a mysterious smile. She leaves him with some terrifying, deadly news. After all, there are still many powerful opponents ahead. In fact, 6 of them hold divine titles, so she has no need to act. With the lazy lord gone, the system panel flashes with the familiar announcement that he has officially cleared floor 200. Please select your recovery time. Standing in the empty palace, Chen Bai quietly murmurs the terrifying words he just heard. 6 true gods holding divine titles. The system then confirms his choice setting, his recovery time to 1 hour. Chen Bai turns and walks away. He quietly analyzes the situation. Against the other lords, he has a major advantage. He can rely on his hourglass to rewind time and challenge them endlessly. He steps into a pink resting room. The system announces that he has entered the recovery zone as the countdown begins, flopping heavily onto the bed. He rests his chin in his hand, pondering the biggest threat. Each divine being holds a unique type of authority. His expression grows incredibly tense. His gaze sharpens. He only hopes that the authority they hold is not something that can instantly kill or erase him from existence. Pulling out the time hourglass around his neck, he regains his confidence. As long as he can rewind time with this artifact, even if his opponent is a god, he will find a way. The scene shifts. Chen Bai enters floor 235, a desolate wasteland surrounded by jagged, sharp cliffs. Before him stands a bizarre creature in a top hat, its body nothing but a massive head with a single giant eye. Suddenly, a creepy illusion takes hold. Chen Bai's purple eyes turn completely vacant. An eerie, hypnotic voice echoes through the air. Sleep forever in this dream world, human. The system immediately updates info on this new boss, Salisbury, the Abyss Eye Demon. This level 10 abnormal lord has unique trial conditions for this floor. Meanwhile, deep inside the dream space of his mind, Chen Bai is lounging comfortably on a luxurious sofa, giggling with absolute satisfaction. Oh, this dream is too good. Salisbury stands nearby, watching him with extreme curiosity. He wonders what kind of sweet dream could make him react this way. Inside his mind, the dream is incredibly vivid. The Queen of Judgment appears as a beautiful elf, kneeling submissively at his feet. She begs him to accept her absolute loyalty. At this point, the full hilarious extent of his dream is revealed. He is sitting cross-legged on a grand throne, surrounded by countless gorgeous beauties who cater to his every single whim. She looks up at him with teary eyes, whispering that she is willing to offer absolutely everything to serve him. Whether as a servant, a slave, or even a toy, it would be her greatest honor. In his dream, Chen Bai just sneers, offering a cold and ruthless response. What if he orders her to surrender all her power and then go die? She sheds tears of sorrow but remains completely obedient, pressing a hand to her chest to offer up her power. She softly asks if he still does not believe her, promising that her loyalty is absolute. But Chen Bai just leans down with a mocking smile, telling her to stop pretending, since he knows she is only trying to survive. Her massive ambition would never allow for true loyalty, a concept that has never even existed in her life. Lifting her chin, he acts like he is granting a favor, offering to spare her life. She obediently thanks him, promising to do anything. Suddenly, Chen Bai pulls out a metal collar and leash, tossing it right in front of her. He tells her to put it on, tie herself to the gate, and act as a guard dog. She looks at it trembling. A long silence follows as she lowers her head, speechless. Chen Bai leans back, smirking and asking if she changed her mind. But then she looks up with a creepy, ecstatic expression, willingly putting on the glowing collar to become his loyal pet. She calls it her absolute greatest honor. Suddenly, the scene shifts right back to the desolate wasteland of floor 235. Chen Bai stands leaning against a cliff, smirking at Salisbury. He asks why the demon is speaking when a dog should just bark. Salisbury clicks his tongue, deeply amused by the wild fantasy. He comments that this human certainly knows how to enjoy himself. The demon slowly reaches his hand out toward him. Salisbury's giant eye glows menacingly as he whispers for Chen Bai not to fear, promising to absorb his soul and let him experience sweet dreams inside of him. However, a harsh reality strikes when 3 sharp swords fly out of nowhere. Immediately after, a barrage of other swords rain down on Salisbury's giant head, piercing deep into his only eye, making him scream in agony. The system screen finally displays the hidden condition to bypass Salisbury's illusions on this floor. Chen Bai stands tall among the floating swords, calmly stepping out of the illusion with a bored look on his face. Sure, he thinks the dream was pretty nice, but it is not reality. Staying here forever would be incredibly boring. Clutching his bleeding eye, Salisbury demands to know when Chen Bai saw through the illusion and escaped without him noticing. Chen Bai walks over with a smirk, explaining that an enemy's weakness is always incredibly easy to spot. Salisbury simply could not replicate the overwhelming presence of a god. Perhaps his true form could have managed it, but in this trial, he is only level 10. Chen Bai waves his hand, summoning 2 swords back to him. Escaping was actually even simpler, because his sword spirits were never caught up in the illusion in the first place. They have independent minds. Salisbury clutches his bleeding eye, growling bitterly that Chen Bai could have killed him long ago, but chose to play with him instead. Resting 2 glowing purple swords on his shoulder, Chen Bai chuckles and shakes his head. Playing around was never his goal. He simply wanted to rest after clearing over 200 floors of the abyss. His mind was completely exhausted. He recalls the endless days of grinding through over 200 floors and nearly 1,000 resets, filled with countless battles, conspiracies, and cunning schemes. Even with infinite physical energy, his mental strength had its limits. He sighs, admitting that while stamina can recover, the accumulated stress and mental fatigue do not simply fade away. Without this illusion, his will might have been worn down to absolutely nothing. Finally, a spark returns to his eyes. With renewed determination, he smiles and thanks the beast. This illusion luckily helped him remember his original purpose. It stopped him from losing his sanity in these endless repetitive floors, with no end in sight. So in a way, meaning he really does owe Salisbury a thank you. Furious at being treated like a mere rest stop, the monster roars. The monster demands to know if Chen Bai really took a nap in his illusion, but Chen Bai just tells him not to worry. There are not many battles left anyway. After all, are they not already close to the very final floors? Salisbury's giant eye stares down at Chen Bai, revealing a shocking truth about the road ahead. There are still fewer than 300 floors left, but many of them are completely empty. Hearing this, Chen Bai remains entirely unfazed, explaining the absolute laws of the abyss. For floors without a lord, the tower will simply summon a past boss to fight. For example, the smoke demon on floor 215 was actually the former lord of floor 192. Salisbury shakes his head quickly, correcting the young man's misunderstanding about those empty floors. He clarifies that empty means those floors have completely collapsed and turned to nothingness because of devastating battles. Looking up at the shattered space, Salisbury speaks in awe of how battles between absolute powerhouses can easily destroy multiple floors at once. The deeper you go, the more common this becomes. Hearing this shocking secret, Chen Bai cannot help but express his surprise. He waves goodbye to the enemy who just turned into a valuable informant, politely thanking Salisbury and promising to visit him again once he clears this trial. Salisbury bursts into his signature sinister laughter, promising to let him experience the ultimate perfect illusion next time. If Chen Bai cannot break it, he warns that his guest will never escape. Just then, the familiar system screen flashes to announce that floor 235 is cleared, prompting him to select a recovery time. Chen Bai confidently chooses just 1 second. Cracking his knuckles with high spirits, he declares that he is in absolute peak condition. Leaping into the abyss, he receives consecutive notifications that floors 236, 37, and 38 have collapsed. Floating excitedly through the warped spatial tunnel, he wonders if he really gets to skip all of these collapsed floors. The system finally halts, flashing a sudden notification that he has successfully entered floor 279. He blinks in sheer disbelief at this massive stroke of luck. Skipping 44 floors is crazy. How did so many collapse? Perhaps next time he resets, he can ask Salisbury or the fallen angel what exactly happened to these floors. Shortly after the system updates, with his new challenge on floor 279, featuring Baphomet, the level 10 Beast King. To clear it, he must solve the maze and defeat Baphomet. Chen Bai immediately recognizes that legendary name. The guardian deity of the Minotaur tribe and the patron of the wild warrior class, one of the 6 true gods. Just as the fallen god warned, the entrance is incredibly grim. Chen Bai cautiously scans the blood-soaked terrain lying ahead of him. He steps deep into the hazy labyrinth. Chen Bai reminds himself to stay sharp even though the first 200 floors are cleared. They were brutal. The real trial starts now. Rumor has it, he constantly ambushes any intruders right inside the labyrinth, which means he has to be extremely careful. But caution proves useless, as a massive shadow suddenly looms right behind him. Its glowing red eyes glare from the darkness. Hearing a heavy earth-shaking stomp close by, Chen Bai quickly spins around in shock. Instantly, the massive Beast King swings down a devastating heavy blow, forcing the young warrior to block the insane impact directly. The massive shockwave blasts Chen Bai backward, forcing him to slide across the stone floor to break his momentum. Refusing to let the enemy dominate further, the great sword in his hands begins to transform, unleashing writhing dark tentacles. These dark tentacles surge forward. He glides ahead with a ferocious wind-cleaving slash, driving his blade straight into the giant beast's chest. Taking the devastating hit, the monster collapses to the floor and begins to fade. Watching the body sink slowly into the stone ground, Chen Bai frowns in doubt, wondering if the beast is already dead. But he immediately notices a strange anomaly about the corpse. The body isn't actually sinking. Moving fast as lightning, Chen Bai lunges forward, desperately reaching out to grab the fading corpse. He slams his fist hard against the stone floor, but strikes only empty air. All that remains are scattered splatters of blood, evaporating rapidly. Chen Bai stands up, analyzing the scene. The beast turned to blood and vanished. Could it be a blood clone? Sent to delay intruders. His knowledge of this Beast King is limited to mere rumors, meaning he has plenty to learn. He will just have to figure it out as he goes. 10 minutes later, Chen Bai is cautiously navigating the dark corridors, dimly lit by fading torches. Heavy echoing footsteps rumble from the darkness, catching his attention immediately as a familiar presence approaches. Feeling that familiar heavy bloodlust rushing toward him, a competitive grin spreads across his face. Is it round 2 already? Another roaring minotaur charges out from a blind corner, forcing Chen Bai to catch its razor-sharp horns with his bare hands. Activating his psychic perception skill to inspect the beast, he instantly feels a heavy pressure. Its raw strength is vastly superior. The system screen flashes terrifying stats, for this level 2 Baphomet, showing a physique of 150, agility of 125, endurance of 175, and spirit of 150. Its innate skill is the rising bloodlust of a gladiator. The more it fights, the more its speed and power soar. This insane buff can actually stack up to 5 times. With a sudden monstrous strike, the beast blasts Chen Bai back. Recovering from the impact, he grits his teeth to assess the threat. He can't believe a mere level 2 beast has such a broken passive skill. Without wasting another second, he launches his counterattack. He summons his dark earth spikes. Dozens of razor-sharp obsidian-like needles erupt from the ground, impaling the clone right where it stands. This instantly finishes off the clone. Looking at the dark spikes protruding from the corpse, Chen Bai rubs his chin in deep thought. It seems the first Baphomet he fought upon entering was only level 1. As he continues venturing deeper into the maze, he runs into a much larger muscular beast. Pinning it to the stone floor, he nods in realization. Pulling his blade from another massive corpse, Chen Bai begins to piece together the rules of this deadly dungeon. The further he descends, the level of those Baphomets only continues to rise. Standing before a slain level 5 monster, the system interface flashes warning stats on the screen. Level 5 features 450 strength and 375 agility. Wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead, he feels his fatigue setting in. It looks like he has a long way to go, but this level 5's power already rivals his own current strength. Shaking off the fatigue, he wonders how insane a level 10 Baphomet would actually be. But no, now is not the time to worry about that. Half an hour later, Chen Bai clutches his bruised arm, coughing heavily. He barely survives a lightning-fast attack and mutters a curse. The monster's power scaling is far worse than he ever imagined. Before he can catch his breath, a heavily muscled level 7 Baphomet comes charging right at him with insane bloodthirsty rage. Dashing backward to dodge the horns, sweat pours down his face. He quickly realizes that a massive gap in spiritual power prevents his psychic perception from scanning its exact stats. However, through sheer combat instinct, he can tell its power is already 1.5 times his own, nearly reaching double. Suddenly, the beast slams him violently against the wall. Trapped there, he frantically racks his brain. Its stats completely dwarf his, and using his viruses to weaken, it takes way too long. What is the play here? He needs to keep exploring, to gather more crucial information, and find a weakness. Suddenly, time resets. Chen Bai finds himself right back at the labyrinth's entrance, dusting off his shoulders and stretching his arms. He grins completely, ready to go again. This time, a clever idea strikes him, and he decides to run a little experiment. What if he simply ignores and avoids killing the low-level monsters? Putting the plan to action, a level 1 beast charges. What happens if those low-level Baphomets are left alive? Putting thoughts into action, a level 1 Baphomet aggressively charges forward. As a tiger lunges, Chen Bai lightly slips past it, thinking he should lose its tail first, sprinting wildly through the winding corridors. He pinpoints his next destination. The spot where the level 2 Baphomet spawns is right ahead. However, what awaits him is nothing but a silent, empty space. Chen Bai looks around in confusion. Did it not spawn? Could it be continuing to rush? Headlong through the stages, he realizes he has shattered his old record. He just passed the level 7 Baphomet zone, a place he has never set foot in before. Although everything seems to be going smoothly, his survival instincts scream otherwise. He frowns in suspicion. Is it really this easy to pass through just by leaving that level 1 monster alive? He gets a bad feeling that things are not going to be that simple. Sure enough, a massive dark shadow with glowing red eyes suddenly drops from the ceiling, aiming straight for him. Chen Bai cannot react in time as a spray of blood tears through the air. Fortunately, after successfully using his pocket watch to rewind time, he clutches his chest, gasping for air in absolute terror. That was way too close. He was almost too slow to trigger the time rewind. Its speed completely bypassed his reflexes. He realizes something is terribly wrong. That monster is definitely level 8 or higher. But why did he run straight into such a high-level Baphomet? The low-level ones earlier never showed up. Then, a sudden spark of realization hits him. Chen Bai finally understands. There might only be a single Baphomet in this entire maze, and it has definitely cornered him. Piecing the clues together, he mutters his conclusion. If he kills it while it is at a low level, it will just respawn deeper inside and level up. But if he does not kill it, the beast will keep stalking him relentlessly. During his first run, its level and stats were low, making it easy to lose. But it scales up as he goes deeper. With a sharp look, he faces the hard truth. The monster is gaining absurd stat boosts, meaning it catching up is inevitable. Still, there is a silver lining. Chen Bai strokes his chin, calculating his next move. If that is the case, he can buy time to weaken it with his virus. But since its stats spike wildly during level-ups, he needs to prepare. To be safe, he opens the system menu to check his resources. Prevention is key, so he looks for upgradable skills. He hopes to find something useful to purchase with his remaining virus points. That is when a skill catches his eye, the Spirit Worm. It converts the user's mental strength into worms that infect the target, shattering their mental stability while triggering negative emotions. This causes severe psychological breakdowns, even driving them towards self-destruction. A devilish smirk spreads across Chen Bai's face. He had not paid attention to this new skill before, which unlocked right after his telekinesis. Now, he holds the perfect counter card. Armed with this trump card to shut down his enemy's innate talent, Chen Bai strides confidently back to the battlefield. Those negative emotions and psychological issues will surely suppress Baphomet's bloodlust, stripping away the massive stat boosts it usually gets. Baphomet is about to meet its end. Sprinting through the winding maze soaked in sweat, Chen Bai lures the beast forward. He silently prays for it to hang in there, since it is incredibly weak at level 1. Suddenly, he leaps high into the air. He delivers a crushing dropkick straight onto the head of the roaring level 1 Baphomet, pinning it flat against the ground. But it survives, its eyes blood red and long tongue drooling, snarling in absolute fury. Ignoring the beast's wild aggression, Chen Bai looks down with a scheming smile, telling it to hang in there, because its level up is coming soon. After a session of pure torment without delivering the final blow, he drags its battered, bloody body down the long corridor. He finally stops in front of a grand doorway, announcing they have arrived. Suddenly, the Baphomet's red eyes snap open in terror. The system screen immediately flashes with an update. Level 2, Baphomet. Its power multiplier has now tripled. The moment it hits the ground, the beast coughs violently. Severe debuffs pop up from lung infection to the spirit worm. It growls in bitter hatred, cursing the human. Looking at his crippled, writhing opponent, Chen Bai smirks in triumph. Just as he predicted, leveling up did not restore its health or clear any of the active debuffs on its body. The level up was actually just a system limit break. Crossing his arms, fully confident in his ultimate victory, he declares that this battle is already won. An hour later, he drags the half-dead monster into a massive central chamber. Chen Bai loudly announces his arrival to the dungeon. Gathering all his strength, he launches Baphomet high into the air, forming a split-second strategy. Let it level up while airborne. That way, he can easily land a clean follow-up strike, before it even has a chance to react. Mid-air, Baphomet's body begins to mutate again, and the system notifications flash. Level 9, Baphomet. Seizing this golden opportunity, Chen Bai grips his heavy greatsword and charges up a devastating blow, aiming right at his falling target. However, his heavy blade collides violently with the enemy's weapon, sparking a fierce clash, creating a blinding shockwave that blows back everything in the area. Chen Bai grits his teeth in shock as his attack gets blocked. It seems reaching level 10 granted him a massive stat boost. Just a moment ago, he was literally on the brink of death. Now the beast lands heavily, his massive muscles pulsing with raw rage. Suddenly, the system screen flashes a warning about the final boss. This level 10 Titan possesses stats exceeding 600. He even has a passive skill called Immortal God Body, keeping his stats locked. Even a severe lung infection can't drag his power down. Catching his breath, Chen Bai clicks his tongue as he realizes the massive trouble ahead. No wonder Baphomet's stats easily surpass his again. Reaching level 10 unlocked a broken passive skill called Immortal God Body, but instead of attacking the ferocious Baphomet, suddenly plops down on the dirt with a remarkably sad, depressed expression. He asks Chen Bai why they even have to fight. His glowing red eyes are now completely filled with absolute boredom. Fighting is just pointless and boring to him now. The system screen confirms his state, listing a massive wave of negative psychological debuffs. Severe depression, self-doubt, and crushing pessimism have completely broken him. Seeing his enemy completely lose the will to fight, Chen Bai grins. His mental collapse skill worked perfectly. Stepping forward with a smooth smile, Chen Bai decides to coax the giant beast. He suggests the monster just let him pass the level. Completely giving up, Baphomet splays his limbs out on the ground. The demon sighs, muttering that nothing matters anymore. His entire existence has been nothing but endless warfare and preparation for battle. He even destroyed 44 floors of the abyss just from reckless brawling. The Beast King's voice sounds incredibly pitiful right now. He cannot comprehend why he used to enjoy combat so much, realizing his past life was utterly hollow and meaningless. Living on just feels like a waste of oxygen. Having finally identified the culprit behind the collapsed tower, Chen Bai smiles slyly. Seizing the golden opportunity, he thanks Baphomet for his accidental help and offers to put him out of his misery. But the defeated monster remains flat on the floor, muttering that killing him won't change a single thing in here. Blinking in surprise, Chen Bai stops to ask why. Baphomet sighs and explains the cruel, twisted rules of this battle arena. Inside this labyrinth, both of them can resurrect with full health infinitely. The monster tilts his massive head to look at him. Sharing a bleak philosophy, he says, true victory only happens when one side willingly accepts defeat, questioning if his own mind is broken. Chen Bai forces an awkward laugh and admits it might be. Internally, though, a wave of cold sweat washes over him. Talk about an incredibly close call. If Baphomet died and resurrected with full health, all those mental debuffs would have vanished completely. Chen Bai would have been slaughtered instantly. Sighing deeply, Baphomet fully surrenders and tells him that he is free to go. The beast wants to stay behind, to ponder the meaning of life, wondering what else he can do besides fight. The system announces the completion of floor 279. Back in his resting room, Chen Bai collapses onto his bed to unwind. That encounter was absolutely terrifying. Baphomet's final stats must have easily reached 3,000 across the board during his level 10 boost. Meanwhile, his own average stats are barely over 500. Overcoming such a massive, ridiculous power gap was an absolute miracle. It was entirely thanks to his broken mental collapse skill. Eyes flashing with determination for the road ahead, he mutters to himself. That is one god, successfully down. He wonders what kind of entity awaits him next. Suddenly, the system flashes with a red warning. The break ends with a warning flashing for floor 350. The stage features a colossal pillar holding up massive floating islands. A terrifying abyssal eye hangs suspended in the sky, swirling with dark energy. Chen Bai takes a deep breath and leaps down. He glides past the colossal purple glowing ancient architecture of floor 350 before landing softly on the barren ground. Walking forward, he silently reflects on his achievements. His mental collapse skill has been a complete cheat code since floor 279. He has only needed to reverse time 3 times so far. He wonders what kind of boss rules floor 350. Sensing a sudden violent tremor behind him, Chen Bai spins around in high alert. The system screen announces a massive incoming threat. The boss is Unif, a level 10 Devil Snake Lord and World Devourer. To pass, he must complete the 9-headed challenge. Failure means instant death. Suddenly, a colossal snake with 9 slithering heads bearing Roman numerals from 1 to 9 appears. Blazing with fire and lightning, the 9th head wears a cute little flower, flicking her tongue to flirtatiously say she found him. She calls out to her siblings and slides forward. Looking at the legendary beast, Chen Bai's face tenses up completely. This is the second god, a legendary hydra, possessing the absolute power of devouring. He knows next to nothing about her. It looks like he is going to die a few times to figure this out. The flirty 9th head slithers close. She coos that she is thinking of how to test him, noting he looks quite handsome for a human. Chen Bai immediately deploys his ultimate weapon of sweet talk, thanking her and calling her absolutely magnificent. He tells her that her scales are exquisite and her eyes are radiant, especially loving the flower on her head. He flatters her as the ultimate beauty of the snake world, causing the pleased hydra head to grin with delight. The giant snakehead praises his keen eye and declares that he passed the test. Chen Bai bows elegantly and then breezes through the first trial in a totally ridiculous way. He thanks the beautiful lady, leaving the female snakehead blushing red and squirming to reply. She thanks him for the compliment and wonders if this polite behavior is the standard for human gentlemen. Right after that, the 9th head nudges his brother head number 8, telling him it is his turn. The 8th head sleepily grumbles in response. Is it his turn already? Yawning widely, he accepts the duty and asks the human what 1 + 1 is. Chen Bai freezes in utter confusion. He blankly answers 2. Just like that, the 8th head congratulates him on passing the trial and immediately falls fast asleep. This ridiculous laziness makes the young man break a sweat, thinking this guy is just as lazy as the fallen angel on the 200th floor. Right then, the 7th head stretches up dreamily, wondering if it is his turn in this beautiful world. He says he does not want to fight at all, wishing to find a peaceful test. However, the next heads push him aside. Heads 5 and 6 eagerly steal the spotlight, telling him to go think somewhere else because they are going first. Forced to yield, the seventh head steps back. The two aggressive new heads immediately step forward to declare their names. One claims to devour and control water, while the other proudly boasts of controlling fire. Watching this play out, Chen Bai smiles calmly and asks what challenges they have in store. Instantly, the waterhead starts complaining in a hilarious rant, arguing that the stupid little flame never listens to him. He asks Chen Bai if he also thinks the firehead is an idiot, since water clearly extinguishes fire. But the firehead snaps back, shouting that fire evaporates water, and he does not fear any cheap tricks. He complains that his brother is always trying to outshine him, demanding to know what the human thinks about it. Chen Bai freezes as he realizes the absolute absurdity of the situation. Talk about a literal death trap of a question, guys. Right then, the system coldly displays two heavily conflicting trials. The waterhead challenges him to make the firehead admit defeat, while the firehead demands that he force the waterhead to admit inferiority. Chen Bai silently stands there deeply, analyzing this impossible dilemma where failure means certain death. How is anyone supposed to solve a ridiculous riddle like this? Seeing him hesitate, the waterhead roars in frustration, asking why he is just standing there and if he lacks basic logic. The firehead lunges forward to push him aside, telling Chen Bai to ignore the nonsense, because he is clearly the stronger one. Backed into a tight corner, Chen Bai enters his combat stance, as a reckless, aggressive idea suddenly flashes in his mind. If there is no right answer, the only way to break the deadlock is to simply eliminate one of them. He swings his black scythe, unleashing massive killing intent. Strangely, his strike cuts right through thin air, sending the startled waterhead retreating in a panic. He demands to know what the human is doing. Right then, the third head holding a book in its mouth calmly chimes in. He mocks them as absolute idiots for trapping the human in a stupid dilemma, saying it is no wonder he tried to chop them. The fire and waterheads are completely stunned, grumbling, and complaining about what kind of dilemma he is even talking about. They claim their test is not difficult at all. But then, a sudden realization finally dawns on the waterhead. He gasps, realizing that asking the question this way means any answer the human gives would automatically be wrong. The firehead nods along, admitting that is actually true. Chen Bai is left completely speechless watching their ridiculous bickering. Generously, the waterhead declares that Chen Bai has officially passed his trial, so there is no need to worry anymore. The firehead quickly agrees, stating he passed his trial too, as long as he just shares his honest opinion on who is stronger. Breathing a massive sigh of relief, the young man cannot help but mock their incredibly childish and petty behavior. He asks how a legendary world devourer can be this petty, wondering if they have ever actually fought each other before. The two giant heads sigh, explaining that since they share the exact same body, fighting seriously would basically be suicide. But old habits die hard, and they immediately go back to insulting each other, boasting about who would destroy whom. The firehead snaps that he would have burned his brother to ash, while the waterhead barks back that he would easily dehydrate him. Seeing a golden opportunity, Chen Bai folds his arms with a scheming smile, deciding to stir up the drama even more. He points out that since they are only projections for this test, it is the perfect chance to go all out. He smirks, adding fuel to the fire by telling them a duel would settle their debate once and for all. After all, he knows nothing about their true power. Falling right into his trap, the furious waterhead roars in agreement. He agrees that this is the perfect time to teach his brother a lesson, and the firehead is quick to scream back. He hopes that once his brother loses, he will finally learn some respect. Just as the two heads prepare to clash, he sneers, hoping that this defeat will teach his opponent to respect the strong, just as both prepare to clash head-on. Before they can tear each other apart, the authoritative first head glares. Enough. You two can fight after this test is over. The hot-headed young snakes instantly fall into line, muttering in unison, "Yes, big brother, absolutely big brother." With order finally restored, the fourth head holding a glowing book slowly speaks up. My challenge is actually quite simple. I was born in the deep cosmos, wandering among stars. It looks down at Chen Bai with a scholar's curiosity. Since I have never visited Blue Star before this cosmic trial, could you tell me a story or some of its history? Right then, the wriggling seventh head slides over to join the fun, begging to be included in the conversation. Does Blue Star have any beautiful sights or delicious food? Tell me about those, and I will consider your trial passed. The second head chimes in with a scholarly air. I love contemplation. Does humanity have any famous thinkers? Tell me about their philosophies and you will pass. But suddenly the grumpy third head rudely cuts them off. Why are you holding a philosophy seminar here? How much longer is this test of yours going to take? Let me go first. I have absolutely zero patience to listen to your boring, pointless rambling anymore. Opening its massive dark energy-filled maw, it threatens take this kid. A massive pitch-black lightning sphere suddenly appears. This is the first skill I created after reaching level 10 and gaining Devourer power, so get ready to face it. You cannot dodge this brat. Below, Chen Bai looks up at the oncoming attack, feeling pretty impressed. Creating custom skills at level 10 is truly deity-level stuff. The young man quickly analyzes the incoming threat. It is slow with limited range, but the suction force is massive. He decides to block it first. To his absolute shock, the barrier instantly shatters. So this is the Devourer skill. It is incredibly powerful. It easily outperforms his Blacklight Virus, which can only consume flesh. Head number 3 glides forward, smirking. Human, this is merely the basic level 10 version of my devouring sphere. You cannot block it, can you? Watching Chen Bai retreat, while constantly using his recovery skill to feed the orb, the snake feels quite pleased. Quite clever, it admits. He realized the devour rate has limits and is moving backward to buy himself time. Then, the serpent flashes a sinister smile. However, once the devoured energy reaches its limit, the skill will detonate. On cue, the black sphere violently cracks, forcing Chen Bai to tense up his body and brace for impact. A massive purple energy blast erupts, as head number 7 quickly chimes in, with a pretty helpful explanatory note. Its damage is actually 3 times the energy it absorbed. Just then, the dramatic 9th head screams in panic. Third brother, you didn't just blow that human to pieces, did you? A peace lover like me absolutely detests gory sights. As the thick smoke clears, Sanu coughs heavily, letting out a massive sigh of relief that the human survived. Chen Bai stands calmly, amid the dust regenerating and brushing off his clothes. Quite a blast, but not enough. Did I pass your test, third brother? The third head is left completely stunned before growing excited all over again. It begins gathering even more power. Impressive human, you really walked away without a single scratch on you. Here comes round 2, the upgraded version. But head number 2 quickly steps in with a deep voice. Your test is finished, so back off and stop causing trouble. Head number 3 reluctantly retreats, grumbling all the way. Fine, but I definitely should have used the upgraded version from the start. Curse it. The second head turns to him. All right, now it is time to finish our tests. Tell me about the core philosophies of your human race. The other heads clamor for their share. 4 wants history, while 7 demands info on delicious food and beautiful sights. Got it, Chen Bai smiles confidently, rolling up his sleeves like a tour guide that is easy enough. And so he goes on a lengthy explanation. After listening to him, the giant serpent heads look extremely satisfied. Human philosophy is quite fascinating. Head number 2 nods. You have passed my test. 4 and 7 chime in together. So that is your history. Pass, pass, pass. Having dealt with the talkative snakes, Chen Bai looks back up. What is the final test? The majestic first head replies. I do not actually want to test you myself. Instead, 5 and 6 are going all out to settle their grudge. Survive until they finish, and you pass. The young man shrugs and instantly agrees. Fine by me. This floor is incredibly massive anyway. I can just hide far away and stay safe, right? Even so, a deep sense of suspicion lingers inside him. These 9 trials are clearly rigged. Even a blind person can see right through their pretty blatant laziness. Are they just too lazy to put in any real effort, or is a dark conspiracy unfolding on floor 350? A giant beast is coiled around a floating planet, laughing hysterically. The waterhead stares triumphantly down at the loser, asking if they are finally convinced. Meanwhile, the fire-type head just grits its teeth in bitter silence. The firehead fiercely protests, arguing that a level 10 beating a level 1 does not count, arguing they were both too young. Both were too young, so he refuses to accept this. The waterhead just sighs at his siblings' pathetic excuses. Humph, maybe my level was low, the environment was trash, or I was barely awake. In short, there is always some excuse to bail yourself out. Right in the middle of their heated bickering, the third head suddenly roars out in pure fury, demanding that both of them shut up and get lost. It glares at its siblings, angry that the others just let that human pass the trial so easily. He is already completely sick of it, warning them not to push their luck any further. The fourth head quickly tries to smooth things over, calling it a smart investment to let the human pass, since it only benefits them with 0 risk. It glances over at Chen Bai, who is just standing there watching, because he actually passed Baphomet's brutal test, meaning there is a small chance he might clear the upcoming Abyss trial and become the ultimate Abyss Lord. The fourth head eagerly paints the picture, telling them to imagine an Abyss Lord owing them a favor while wielding the godlike power to devour. The benefits he could bring them are absolutely massive. That actually sounds pretty reasonable, making the third head tone it down, though he is still highly skeptical. He admits his brother has a point but still doubts this brat can survive the wolf god waiting on floor 375. That sneaky beast somehow obtained the power of assassination. He even shudders at the thought of that sinister creeping shadow. It can turn invisible at will, without paying any price whatsoever. The third head clicks his tongue, declaring there is absolutely no way this human kid survives. And just like that, Chen Bai gets booted straight down to the next level. Landing on floor 375, the system coldly displays the target info: Wolf Lord Assassination Skills Level 10, Wolf God. No special conditions are active. The young man rubs his chin with a grimace, realizing a stealthy assassin is pure trouble. Walking into the creepy bloodstained forest, he sighs because the absolute worst opponents to deal with are sneaky killers. The type of cowards who try to settle everything with one cheap shot. Suddenly, his foot catches on a hidden tripwire. It is stretched tight across the grass, violently jerking him forward. He acts fast, executing a flawless high-speed flip, and slashing the wire to escape death by a hair. But right as he lands, Chen Bai breaks out in a cold sweat. A massive wall of sharp wooden spikes is looming right in front of his face. Before he can even catch his breath, another log, covered in spikes, swings down from the sky, forcing him to execute a desperate backflip just to keep his head. He slides back, dragging his hands to stabilize himself as sheer tension fills his eyes. But his luck immediately runs dry again. The moment he stands firm, a giant net packed with explosive black spheres drops from the canopy straight onto him. Chen Bai is forced to dive out of the way again, cursing about how these traps never seem to stop. Then, those spheres on the net begin to detonate. He swings his darkened fists, smashing through the obstacles blocking his path, but the entire forest is instantly engulfed in a massive explosion that lights up the night sky. Chen Bai is sent flying through the smoke, sliding heavily across the dirt. He catches his breath, cursing that he has to use his storage mode before even seeing the enemy. Talk about terrible luck. Out of nowhere, thick magical vines burst from the ground and wrap tightly around his body, making him scream in absolute frustration. He really wants to know how many damn traps are hidden in this godforsaken place. Refusing to tolerate these cheap tricks any longer, Chen Bai unleashes his power, wrapping himself in a blazing set of hellfire armor. The intense flames reduce everything to ash. He strides forward proudly, burning the forest to the ground while mocking his hidden opponent. Calling himself an assassin is a joke. He is more like a professional trap layer. Chen Bai sneers, cursing him mercilessly. He is just a dirty, slippery coward. But suddenly, a cold, mocking voice echoes through the trees, thanking him for the compliment. The sudden sound startles Chen Bai, making his eyes widen in shock. He quickly scans the area, but there is absolutely no sign of life. Everything is dead silent. Not wanting to waste time, Chen Bai immediately activates his thermal tracking and spiritual vision, his eyes glowing with a crimson, murderous intent. Under his thermal sight, the massive outline of a wolf comes diving down from the sky. It is completely visible, roaring out for the filthy human to prepare to die. Deadly claws slash through the darkness, tearing Chen Bai's body into bloody shreds in the blink of an eye. Left with no choice, Chen Bai is forced to activate his time reversal. He revives, sweating coldly as he realizes this stage is ridiculously tough. The beast has far superior stats, endless traps, and that completely broken invisibility skill, making him completely invisible to thermal tracking devices. Standing before the entrance of the castle on floor 375, once again he takes this painful lesson to heart. This time, he has to release the virus first. Last time, those damn chain traps prevented him from ever getting a single chance to deploy his virus. A highly cunning smirk curls up the corner of his mouth. If he can just infect Xenogu, he can lock onto the beast with his virus vision to see how it tries to hide. Action follows his thoughts, and he drives his hand, now morphed into pitch-black virus tentacles, deep into the ground. As for those pesky traps, he will wipe them out with this. Chen Bai pours every ounce of his strength into slamming the ground, activating his energy spike skill. The entire forest shakes violently as massive purple energy spikes erupt from the earth, tearing through the ground and destroying every collar, trap, iron spike, and hidden spider web in sight. Within seconds, the entire area transforms into a massive purple energy field, flawlessly clearing away even the most underhanded traps. Yet, looking at the utterly shredded terrain, Chen Bai cannot help but stare in sheer disbelief. What on earth is this across the zone cleared by his spikes? were snare traps, quicksand pits, dart-firing grass, and explosive thorns. The builder must be a seriously paranoid psycho. Chen Bai looks down with a heavy sigh. Within just a few dozen meters, there are nearly 100 traps each, completely different. Suddenly, the phantom of a colossal wolf looms behind him, growling out that while it can overlook being poisoned, having to reset this entire forest of traps is an absolute nightmare. Before those words even fully register, a massive claw tears straight through Chen Bai's chest. The system coldly announces a time reversal. Back to life again. Chen Bai's face goes completely pale with dread. The beast knew everything standing right beside him from the very beginning. Peering through his thermal lens, the glowing red outline of the wolf looming right behind him makes him sweat. How can he beat this? And just like that, in the abyss of floor 375, the wolf shreds him once again, triggering yet another notification, reversing time for the 5th time. His magical hourglass necklace glows brightly, pulling him back to the moment right before, biting the dust. But then Chen Bai is instantly blown away in a massive fiery explosion, forcing another time loop. For the 8th time, the magic necklace counts down once again, reversing the tragic death of its highly unlucky owner. Chen Bai clutches his head, trying to analyze the enemy's strength. This boss might not be as strong as Baphomet, but he is still over 3 times stronger than Chen Bai. He glares at the dense forest ahead with absolute dread. These hidden traps are incredibly lethal, where a single misstep means instant death. Yet he refuses to give up on his strategy. The only way to win is still the virus, but the moment the wolf feels its stats drop, it will immediately kill him. Memories of those sharp claws tearing his flesh apart flash through his mind. His mental shudder skill does not weaken the beast at all, only making the creature grow far more impatient. Knowing the stakes, the young man drops down into a freefall toward the forest floor, ready to go all in. To win this round, he must release the influenza virus and mental shudder first. Landing safely on one hand, Chen Bai glares into the empty air. It is here. He swings his hand to trigger a massive purple energy trap, planning to turn the wolf's own traps against it to wear down its stamina. A barrage of sharp spikes thrusts skyward, forcing the invisible wolf to reveal its form as it struggles to dodge. Seeing his target finally exposed, Chen Bai lets out a smug smirk. It worked. Seizing the momentum, he bolts blindly into the deep forest. He needs to locate even more traps and map out a perfect escape route. If he can just buy enough time for their stats to balance out, he is absolutely confident he can bring the beast down. But before he can get far, the dark silhouette of the apex predator swoops down from the canopy with a murderous roar. Growling that the human has finally crossed the line, Xenogu lunges forward in a frenzy, his razor-sharp claws tearing through his frail body. Chen Bai can only offer a single helpless sigh as the darkness takes him once again. Before long, the magic hourglass triggers yet again, resetting the entire realm with a cold robotic notification of another time reversal for the 10th time. Yet instead of despairing, a dangerously wicked smile spreads across his face. Thanks to this constant time loop, he can push a little further with each attempt. Xenogu's defeat is absolutely inevitable. The brutal battle of raw attrition and split-second tactics rages on, leading to time reversal number 15. The hourglass spins endlessly, as the wild grin on Chen Bai's face grows increasingly cunning and unhinged. He weaves through the lethal traps as if taking a casual stroll. By time reversal number 23, the proud wolf god finally falls for the trick, panic striking as it gets tangled in its very own giant net. Chen Bai casually strolls away, leaving a massive earth-shaking trap explosion to incinerate the forest behind him. The enraged beast. Like a breaking dam, the burning wolf leaps from the sea of fire, howling with sky-high rage, screaming that he will torture the human to death. Chen Bai just smirks mockingly, watching his enemy lose all cool, knowing that a rushed mind only falls faster into its own trap. Sure enough, the wolf charges straight ahead, radiating a raw, completely undisguised killing intent that leaves no room for any hesitation. Chen Bai swiftly raises his shield, knowing that just like before, the beast completely loses control, mindlessly charging right into the trap field. Instantly, the giant wolf lunges, slamming hard against Chen Bai's freshly raised barrier, with the massive impact throwing him far backward. Thrown far back by the backlash, Chen Bai takes another strike, quietly sizing up the impact. Its stats are not even double his own now. The wolf intends to force its way through the traps, just to kill him, rather than wait for them to expire. Instead of playing it smart, the stupid beast plunges straight into the minefield, getting blown apart and taking heavy iron-spiked maces right to the face. Seeing his enemy completely disfigure himself, Chen Bai grins. With the perfect opening, his mutated arm extends like a sharp spear. The wolf's stats are no longer overwhelming, and after taking a severe beating from the traps, the tables are turning. Time for the counterattack. A ferocious clash erupts as Chen Bai goes head-to-head in a brutal bloody duel with the wolf god. Two dark shadows blur together in a flurry of lightning-fast blows, sending shockwaves that shake the entire forest to its core. After a chaotic, exhausting struggle, Chen Bai stands, panting, covered in fresh blood, but sporting a victorious, satisfied smile. The wolf god's dead body lies sprawled on the ground. The system announces the abyss is cleared and asks him to select a rest time. Completely drained, Chen Bai collapses onto the floor. He laughs wearily, reflecting on the close life and death battle he just survived. Even at the very end, the wolf's stats were higher. Luckily, its close combat skills were pretty trash. He decides to rest for 1 hour. Returning to the familiar waiting room, he gazes sadly at his favorite red coat, now lying completely shredded on the bed. He sighs and touches the ruined fabric, noting that even though this gear had no durability limit, it was far from indestructible. The stat boosts from the plague set are officially gone. Shaking off the disappointment, Chen Bai starts planning for the next trials. Out of the 6 named gods, only 3 are left standing. Suddenly, his eyes light up as a very intriguing thought crosses his mind. Right? A vision of a gorgeous fiery woman flashes through his memory. Heroes once mentioned an abyss lord, the succubus queen Martha. If he remembers correctly, she resides somewhere around the 400th floor. Chen Bai rubs his chin with heavy anticipation. The succubus queen, queen of lust, master of whips, ruler of binding, a deity, so terrifying that even gods fear her. Feeling pumped, he drags his tired feet toward a glowing red portal, wondering if she will indeed be his next opponent. The system alerts him of his arrival on the 400th floor, but reality immediately shatters his grand expectations. Welcoming him are only rotten, decaying zombie hands clawing their way out of the dirt. The system issues a cold command. He must find and eliminate the level 10 hellish ferryman Karen amid an endless horde of the undead. Chen Bai sighs. Disappointed that it is not the succubus queen, he summons his trusted gauntlet. An endless army of the dead, huh? Weapons materialize, hovering all around him. Smirking, he switches straight into grinding mode. This level feels like a total breeze. It is probably the easiest fight, yet right behind that giant snake encounter. Once his Flesh Mountain skill activates, his stats will rocket. The skill allows him to recover and permanently gain 1 attribute point per kill, as flying swords rain down, tearing through zombies. It is pure grass cutting. Standing calmly amidst the slaughter with folded arms, Chen Bai bathes in a bright purple glow. Endless system notifications pop up, adding points to his strength, agility, and stamina, making him feel like he hit a jackpot. Darting through the undead army, his flying swords carve up bones like they are paper. Chen Bai is loving every second. It feels exactly like the city defense battle, but this time, he has absolutely nothing to protect. No baggage. Plus, his new telekinetic flying swords finally patch up his long-range combat. Now he can keep all stats above 2,000. Bursting with confidence, he leaps high into the air, channeling his massive energy before aiming straight down at the ground. Without hesitation, he unleashes a devastating earthquake strike, shattering the ground and blowing away the surrounding monsters. Sensing a sudden threat, he quickly shouts a warning and raises his telekinetic shield, just as a scythe swings down. The Grim Reaper-like boss shatters his barrier to pieces. Covered in cold sweat, Chen Bai barely manages to avoid the deadly sweep. That was incredibly close. Realizing he cannot play, around his arm mutates into razor-sharp claws as he prepares to strike back. The boss's attack was extremely potent, and since his own psychic defense is weak, he needs to end this battle fast. Moving like a shadow, he slips past the guard and drives a devastating fatal fist straight through the Grim Reaper's chest. The enemy coughs up, blood eyes wide with utter shock, unable to believe Chen Bai actually spotted his true form. Saying nothing, Chen Bai rips a glowing purple energy core right out of the beast's chest, leaving a massive gaping hole. Even in defeat, Boss Gaber smirks and praises him as a man of endless miracles, noting that despite his limited power, he always makes the right choice at the critical moment. Chen Bai simply stands there, watching the beast's body. As it dissolves, Chen Bai coldly exposes the truth, noting that he had already been ambushed and killed twice by him. While the system notifies him that the level 400 abyss was completed twice, he activates his time reversal ability. Successfully clearing the stage, he smiles confidently, thanking him for the compliment and stating he must keep moving forward. The dying boss tries to look cool one last time, promising to await his glorious return on the 400th floor. With his absolute last breath, the boss drops one final clue telling him to go because the succubus is waiting. Hearing that familiar name, Chen Bai's eyes fill with anticipation. In the blink of an eye, the scenery completely shifts. The room transforms into an incredibly luxurious, cheesy pink bedroom as the system announces the arrival of the succubus queen, a level 10 queen of pleasure. The stunningly gorgeous demon lounges lazily on the bed, instantly flirting with the abyss challenger. She purrs, amazed that a mere human made it this far. Chen Bai slowly enters the room with a serious expression, but catching sight of her beauty, he immediately blushes like a schoolgirl. His heart beats wildly as he mutters in awe. This is a real gorgeous succubus, whose very presence is absolutely mesmerizing. The young man's brain completely freezes in place. His heart skips a beat, facing her deadly beauty. Luckily, his sanity kicks back in, and he shakes his head violently to stay awake. He scolds himself for almost falling into her trap. Sweating bullets, he grits his teeth and remembers that this is just a dirty trick from the succubus. He absolutely cannot take the bait. Seeing her prey resist, Mekanthu reaches out and beckons him provocatively. "Come to me," she says. "I can feel your desire. It is a part of you, so why do you keep fighting it?" Chen Bai stands there, panting, clenching his fists to suppress the raging fire inside him. Seeing the young man hold out, the succubus whips out her lash, binding him tight. She yanks him close, with a dangerous smile, saying, I won't come to me, I will come to you." Watching Chen Bai struggle, she sticks out her tongue and teases him, saying, Well, it looks like your desire is about to explode." Caressing his face, she whispers more sweet poison into his ear. "Is this really okay? It must hurt so much. Kneel down, and with those looks of yours, I might make you my personal pet." Finally, under the crushing mental pressure, Chen Bai is forced to. She haughtily commands him to bow down and kiss her toes, wanting to mark him with her long whip. She tells him he can call her master, promising that obedient, well-behaved pets always receive rewards from their owners. The heart-shaped whip wraps tightly around Chen Bai's arm, forcing him to sweat profusely as he struggles to resist. The succubus looks down in utter contempt. She mockingly sneers that all men are exactly the same. She says he lasted the longest, but in the end, he is still just a lowly creature, ready to surrender everything. Under temptation's crushing grip, the young man finally collapses. He sinks to one knee on the freezing marble floor. Right before the devil's sultry figure, a sudden flashback pulls him back to Hose's restaurant, where he once bragged. He told her that the desire control method she taught him worked flawlessly against the weak succubus in his previous mission. That monster posed zero threat. Hose casually slices her chicken calmly, replying that his success was only natural. After all, she designed that technique specifically to counter the goddess of desire. Meaty pours wine mysteriously, beginning a tale. She speaks of the succubus down in the abyss, sharing a fascinating story that instantly makes Chen Bai curious for details. "What is it?" Hiro smiles and explains. "When she inherited the power of lust, the man she always admired. For the longest time, men would instantly surrender to her charm, degrading themselves into mere clowns, just to beg for a shred of her attention. This left her deeply disappointed in the opposite sex, leading her to view every man as absolutely nothing more than trash beneath her heels." The hostess wrapped up the story, saying that now she unleashes her ultimate charm on anyone who catches her eye, to test them. As for the results, very few ever learn the truth. Hearing that the goddess of desire was actually an innocent, pure succubus, Chen Bai broke into a cold sweat. He mumbled that he could not believe such a crazy thing was true. Hiros rested her chin on her hand, smiling playfully. She warned that if he ever fell into her trap, things would get very interesting. She knew that deep down, Chen Bai was the type who would rather go entirely empty-handed than ever have to kneel and beg. He would never submit. Back then, Chen Bai had only smirked, telling her she had it all wrong. He claimed he could yield, promising his loyalty only to someone truly strong and capable like her. But those sweet words only earned a highly skeptical really from the purple-haired goddess. Back in the present, facing the succubus's mocking humiliation, Chen Bai's face darkened. This was the ultimate insult, and he was not about to take it sitting down. Counterattack. His right arm transformed into a sharp demonic claw as he lunged forward. This sudden burst caught the first succubus queen off guard, her purple eyes widening in sheer shock at her prey's resilience. With lightning-fast reflexes, she flipped backward through the air to dodge, slamming her whip onto the floor and cracking the ground before landing safely. Her arrogant, mocking smirk remained. She taunted that a mere human could never defeat her, commanding him to kneel. Only at her feet could he find true pleasure. Ignoring the black thorny vines tightening around his body, Chen Bai stood tall and roared defiantly. No way, it was do or die, but he would absolutely never beg for physical pleasure. The Queen of Lust casually sat atop her coiled whip, teasing him. She wanted to see exactly how long he could hold out. She sighed that she was lonely, and having a cute little puppy to play with would be absolutely perfect. Suddenly sharp thorns from her whip grew out, piercing his flesh. He threw his head back, grimacing in agony as he was forced to his knees. Gritting his teeth, Chen Bai cursed this damn whip while analyzing his options. It only bound his upper body, but he still couldn't move at all. The thorns were piercing deep, and what started as sharp pain was now slowly turning into that pleasure twists into an intense itch. This is going south fast. Watching her prey struggle, she slowly sucks the whip handle and licks her lips. She acts with pure seduction. She asks if the whip feels amazing, then smugly calls it her whip of punishment. It is fueled by desire and her absolute power. Control is absolute, especially over those desperate to release their instincts. Pushed to his absolute limit, Tabak refuses to break. He braces himself, grabbing the thorny whip to fight back with a mock sneer. If you want me to submit, this pathetic trick is not enough. I will barely give you a passing grade for this opening act. His sharp eyes glare with arrogant defiance. He boldly demands to know what skill she plans to show off next. Please hurry up. If things stay this boring, I might leave a bad review. Seeing her prey still talking big, she laughs. She leisurely glides closer to tease him. It seems all your blood has not rushed to your lower half yet, human. Keeping such a sharp tongue in a helpless state like this is truly entertaining. She leans in close, stroking his chin. Then she whispers nuzzlingly. It seems she needs to add a little more spice to teach him how to behave. Suddenly, their lips almost touch. Tabak's eyes widen as his face flushes red, his final defenses completely consumed by desire. Drifting deep into the illusion, Tabak free falls through a sparkling starlit void. Honestly, who could blame him for giving up? Hanging upside down, he quietly mutters to himself. After all, if he ever faced the Demon Queen, Malkantha resistance is impossible. He could never hope to resist her absolute control. But then, he laughs. A sudden spark of defiance hits him. He rises up with a sneer, saying slyly that the boundaries of reason do not need to bind desire. Below him, the Queen smiles wickedly. She is perfectly fine letting her prey relax for just a brief moment. She believes she can always reel him back in. But wait. Suddenly, a brilliant purple energy flares into Bach's hand. Instead of surrendering, his entire body is instantly encased. Thorny black armor. A terrifying jagged suit takes shape. He roars out that he is ready. The virus's instinct to survive is the strongest force of all. Back in reality, Tabak stands, fully armored, in black. Alarmed, the Queen swings her whip to blast him far away. She panics, wondering how this is possible. Her charm should have stripped his will to fight and left him begging. She has never seen anyone resist after being completely ensnared. But Tabak is far from done yet. Her cunning thorns crack. They shatter into absolute pieces. Seizing the perfect chance, Chen Bai, wearing his spiky demon armor, lunges straight down from the sky. He tackles the Queen of Lust. He pins her down. The sharp spikes poke everywhere. She winces. She groans. It hurts. He has way too many spikes on him. Right. After that, he tackles her onto the bed, pinning her down. Talk about wild. Now Queen Boast breaks into a cold sweat, gritting her teeth as she calculates. Is killing him her only option? But then Chen Bai looks at her with a confident smile. He has glowing red eyes, full of murderous intent with a wagging tail. Somehow she freezes. Her cheeks blush as she falls deep into thought. Must she really kill him? He is the first to resist her charm, completely. Seeing her hesitate, he steps back and taunts her. Are you stopping? If you give me a real chance, I won't show mercy. Queen Bost blushes, turns away, and clicks her tongue as she gives up. After all, this is just a mere projection anyway. Her eyes fill with intense, curious anticipation. What will he do once he completely loses his sanity? Human, let me find out. And so, 3 days after exhausting himself from non-stop action, Chen Bai, he stands there panting heavily over the tattered body of the succubus, wiping away his sweat. That was one brutal fight. Meanwhile, the system announces floor 437 is clear, and incredibly, he didn't even lose a single save life. As the system prompts him to choose a recovery time, the exhausted young man slumps onto the ground, muttering quietly. Looking at the surrounding ruins, he stares up at the ceiling, mentally listing his defeated foes: Minotaur, Hydra, Golden Wolf, Undead, and Mephistopheles. Sweating, he counts them up. Did I really just take down 5 gods? Those first 5 all had weaknesses to exploit. What will the 6th one be like? Meanwhile, deep within the true succubus palace, a maid bows down respectfully. Asking her noble queen for orders, she waits as the real Mephistopheles covers her face, trying to hide an ecstatic smile. The demon queen sighs, completely mesmerized, admitting she never expected her phantom clone to have such an incredibly thrilling experience. Recalling that intense wild clash, she whispers softly, "Is this what it actually feels like to be conquered?" She spins around, a sudden wild thought flashing through her mind. Should she just head straight to floor 500 and kill him? But then she flops onto her bed with blushing cheeks, choosing to let Chen Bai face the challenges and reach godhood first. Only when he rises to the level of a true god can she experience that incredibly addictive feeling all over again. Suddenly, she shivers, eyes wide, as she remembers a massive horned shadow roaring in the dark. All her excitement instantly vanishes. Slumping onto the carpet, she abandons her crazy plan. Kill the Lord of Floor 500. How completely ridiculous of her. She knows she is absolutely no match for the Lord of Eternal Darkness, sighing with a deep sense of regret. Forget it, what a shame. Meanwhile, on floor 500, Chen Bai looks up at a massive winged shadow towering over him. Standing proudly atop a rocky peak, the giant figure speaks in a deep rumbling voice, praising the human for reaching him. Reaching this final trial makes Chen Bai's journey legendary. The Demon King Agares fully steps forward, his body covered in glowing seals. Delivering his absolute judgment, the Demon King warns that the young challenger is destined to never become a true legend. His journey ends right here. But refusing to let the boss blabber on, Chen Bai bursts forward with insane speed. He throws a wind-tearing punch, yelling at him to shut up. Yet his devastating strike hits nothing but empty space. The young man freezes, eyes darting around in pure tension. Immediately, he activates a barrage of high-level tracking skills. He monitors his thermal sensors, but his telepathic vision is completely blinded by an oppressive pitch-black darkness. Releasing a wave of influenza and mind tremor viruses to trap the enemy, he clicks his tongue. This is bad. His thermal and telepathic senses are useless here. Cold sweat dripping, he spins around wondering how to survive this. He might have to die quite a few times today, but why hasn't the boss made a single move yet? Suddenly, before any fight even begins, a system notification pops up. Floor 500 cleared. Please select rest time. Chen Bai stands completely frozen, utterly bewildered. He screams out, demanding to know what on earth is going on. Somewhere in the shadows, the Demon King Agares lets out a sly, mysterious smirk, finding this human incredibly amusing. Wait, what is actually going on here? Under a blood-red sky, Chen Bai stares blankly at the massive winged shadow, completely baffled. The Demon King slowly fades away, like mist, leaving behind one final mysterious message echoing in the wind. He looks forward to their next meeting. Chen Bai breaks into a cold sweat, completely baffled by his words. Why let him pass so easily? Frustrated at being left with riddles, he curses out, wishing they would just speak clearly. These bastards always love speaking in riddles. Annoyed, he decides to press the button, choosing a rest time of 1 second. Instantly, the system warns him the minimum rest is 1 minute. Choosing less will send him straight to the next floor. Keeping a cold, resolute expression, he locks in his choice. As the surrounding space shatters, a notification sounds. Floor 501 has collapsed, sending him straight to floor 502. Hovering in midair, he mutters, "Here we go again." He wonders how many floors will be skipped this time, after defeating 6 gods already. There shouldn't be many floors left. Sliding down to a safe landing, the system suddenly slaps him with an alert. He has reached floor 600. There is no active lord, but the phantom clone of the former Demon King is spawning. He breaks into a cold sweat as the harsh reality hits him. Are there really still 100 floors left? The system screen reveals the floor 600 boss is the ultimate devil incarnation, Satan, leaving him utterly shocked. Satan, how is that possible? The betrayer of the abyss, creator of hell, the legendary god of absolute evil. Crimson flames erupt to the heavens as a majestic, booming voice echoes, admitting he never expected his consciousness to wake here. Stepping out of the sea of fire, the incredibly cool evil god Satan looks around, marveling at the abyss. This broken shard of the abyss still has not vanished. Staring at a literal living legend, Chen Bai's face goes completely stiff. He is sweating buckets knowing he just ran into an absolute monster. The evil god floats mid-air, casting a cold glare. The demon is amused to find someone actually trying to clear the abyss trial. He smirks with arrogance, tossing out a mocking compliment. Such overwhelming power is truly impressive. What is your name? But instead of freezing up in fear, the young man just smirks right back. Man, this Satan guy sure talks way too much. Not even bothering to reply, Chen Bai secretly releases a swarm of glowing virus particles. The glowing bugs float up to clear the path, but Satan remains hovering above, still running his mouth without a care. If my real body were still alive, I would love to meet you somewhere else. But hey, how about we just sit down and chat? I have never been one for needless violence. Hearing this, Chen Bai's eyes widen in disbelief as he tries to process the shock. Wait, his real body is already dead. Seeing his target stay completely silent, Satan's expression slowly begins to turn dangerous. So you do not want to talk, he snarls with a dark grin. Then let me see what gave you the courage to crawl here. An explosive blast of red energy slams straight down, but Satan's jaw drops when he sees the kid actually blocking the blow. You actually know how to use the power of hell? Satan mutters, before snapping his fingers with a mocking sneer. Using hellfire against my own hellfire is clever but incredibly foolish. Have you forgotten who I am? I am the Lord of Hell. Instantly, raging crimson flames wrap tightly around Chen Bai, forcing him to grit his teeth in absolute agony. Damn it, he groans. I cannot move my body, and I cannot even recall my own hellfire anymore. Sweating profusely, he analyzes the battlefield. Without his hellfire armor, he is a sitting duck, but activating it lets Satan control him. It looks like his only choice is to rewind time and find another way. Watching his prey struggle helplessly, Satan sighs with pity. Coming all this way just to die here is such a waste. Why don't we cooperate instead? Even with the fire burning his flesh, Chen Bai glares back and scoffs. Is this how you treat your partners? The demon fake giggles, covering his mouth in mock apology. Oh, my bad, my bad. With a wave, the binding flames vanish. The young man shakes out his stiff limbs, asking coldly how this partnership is supposed to work. Satan explains that his true self died ages ago, but this abyss trial resurrected him. Talk about a golden opportunity. But Chen Bai immediately rains on his parade, pointing out that Satan is still just a mere projection. The demon patiently explains his loophole scheme. It is complicated, but the abyss basically makes clones using life imprints. Every abyss creature leaves behind a spark of life. As long as he can preserve that spark and sneak it outside, he wins. Satan flashes a wicked grin, revealing the ultimate goal of this deal. Once outside, he can fully resurrect himself. Chen Bai raises a skeptical eyebrow, cutting straight to the chase. So what is the catch? The demon waves his hand dismissively. You just have to carry me out. No catch, and you even get a part of my underworld inheritance. Chen Bai takes a cautious step back, highly suspicious of this deal that seems way too good to be true. No risk and massive rewards? Yeah, right. He would have to be an absolute idiot to buy into that. Shoving his hands into his pockets, he asks how exactly he is supposed to help. Satan shows him a glowing ring. My life imprint will be sealed inside this ring. All you have to do is carry it past the abyss boundary. He hands the glowing treasure over with a charming smile, whispering that once they are out, the ring is all his. Chen Bai inspects the treasure with curiosity, but the moment he looks, the legendary system screen pops up. Get a load of this, the SSS-Rank ring of the Hell Lord Solomon pops up with some absolutely insane overpowered stats. It summons 72 demon gods, cuts cooldowns, unlocks the Hell King form, and opens Hell Gates on a whim. Holding this insanely overpowered item, Chen Bai breaks into a cold sweat, swearing under his breath. Why give away something this good? His brain screams not to trust the devil, but he cannot beat him in a fight or guess his true motives. He racks his brain for a way out of this deadlock. Without hesitating any longer, he slips the ring right on. He boldly shouts out, Hell King form, but instead of an epic transformation, an incredibly awkward silence fills the room. Absolutely nothing happens. Feeling completely foolish, Chen Bai asks if this thing is just a cheap knockoff. Satan calmly replies that it does not fully belong to him yet. He has no other way to prove his sincerity. After all, he is just a lingering soul remnant, and this ring is the only asset he can currently utilize. Taking advantage of the demon's rambling, Chen Bai's demonic arm suddenly lunges forward, aiming a clean slash right at his face. I cannot trust you, he yells out, ruthlessly rejecting the sketchy deal with a brutal strike. A surprise attack tears through the wind, but the Lord of Hell only sneers with a cold smile. With just one finger, he easily burns. Our hero alive. arrogantly declaring, "Do you think avoiding hellfire makes you safe? As long as even a shred of hellish energy remains inside you, you will never oppose me." The beaten warrior crashes onto the hard ground in absolute agony and pain. But Chen Bai immediately activates the system archive function to load his status, demanding, "What if I refuse to work with you?" Satan sighs, exposing his bluff. "Are you still testing me? Fine, I won't kill you. After all, if I kill you, who knows how long it will take for another candidate strong enough to clear this abyss trial to appear." But then he calmly threatens, "Even so, I can keep wasting time here with you until someone else willing to cooperate finally appears." Satan's sharp eyes gleam with pure calculation. Chen Bai clicks his tongue and seals the deal. "All right, fine, staying trapped forever. Here is no fun anyway. I agree to work with you." The moment the pact is made, his body is engulfed in a blinding radiant light. The system chimed in with a massive notification. "Floor 600 has been successfully cleared. You have passed every trial of the Abyss Lords and fully completed the Ultimate Abyss Challenge." The scene suddenly shifts as his boots touch down firmly onto an ancient stone floor. Looking up to inspect this strange new area, Chen Bai quietly mutters, "Is this before?" His eyes is a massive, dimly lit chamber with a stone altar standing right in the center, holding a glowing purple scroll. Approaching the treasure, he curiously guesses, "Is this the scroll of illusion?" Suddenly, countless streams of pitch-black smoke begin to gather and slowly take shape around the scroll. Seeing this, Chen Bai clicks, his tongue. "Looks like this will take some time. Might as well use this chance to recover my energy and get back in top shape." Checking his system interface, a sly, self-satisfied grin creeps onto his face. Everything is operating perfectly. Even his handy time rewind function is still fully functional. Turning around, he casually twists the crimson ring on his finger and speaks with a calm smile. "You can come out now, my friend. We have officially left floor 600 of the Abyss." Right on cue, a cloud of blood-red smoke suddenly erupts from the gemstone on his ring. The swirling mist rapidly condenses, and the majestic Demon King Satan emerges once again. Standing tall, right behind Chen Bai, Satan points his hand toward the altar, calmly introducing the prize. "Behold the great power of the prize. Abyss, the Abyss Lord Class Advancement Scroll." Smiling with immense smugness, he praises the young warrior, telling him that his legend will soon spread throughout the 10,000 realms, as he has cleared a trial deemed impossible even for gods. But Chen Bai just turns to look at him coldly, exposing the truth. "No, I did not actually defeat you, and this entire outcome was part of your plan all along." The Demon King gently shakes his head as the phantom of the Succubus Queen materializes behind him. "No, you are wrong. Simply defeating Meganthut yourself is already an incredible historic achievement." The young man lets out a sharp, confident smirk. "So it really is as I suspected. Agaris, the Lord of floor 500, is one of your subordinates." Satan nods in agreement. "Indeed, he is one of the 72 demon gods that I have tamed, with Agaris being his true name." Chen Bai raises his ring-bearing hand, cutting straight to the point. "Now that you have left floor 600, can our partnership finally come to an end here?" "Well, not quite yet, as there is still one final step remaining." The evil god Satan smiles with a cunning, lingering gaze. "You do not truly own the ring yet, nor have you inherited my hellish legacy, right?" Chen Bai narrows his eyes in deep suspicion, asking, "Would you really hand all of that over to me?" He grins, shamelessly assuring him that he is a devil of utmost integrity, a promise he makes with a twisted, increasingly wicked expression as his true colors show. "And seriously, who trusts a devil? I promise your body will enjoy those gifts, and I will use your form to ascend to the absolute peak." Chen Bai stumbles back in terror, breaking into a sweat as the horrific truth hits him. His real goal is to devour my soul and steal my body. Satan's remnant spirit lunges forward to seize him, laughing like a maniac possession. "Finally, the Abyss Lord is mine, marking the beginning of my supreme rule over the entire universe, especially since your soul is completely defenseless now." Finding himself pushed to the absolute brink, Chen Bai panics and frantically plans his escape. I must rewind time immediately back to the moment before this happened, when suddenly, a brilliant blast of radiant energy erupts, blasting the evil spirit away, as he screams out in agony, "How can a mortal soul withstand this? What on earth is happening?" The ominous power, radiating from the crimson ring, instantly begins to fade away completely. Chen Bai brushes his hair back with a heavy sigh of relief, muttering smugly, I can feel that my soul is perfectly fine, likely because the time hourglass is bound directly to it. Satan has failed, but our hero still scans the empty room with deep vigilance, unable to confirm if the devil has been completely annihilated. Maybe he is still hiding somewhere in the shadows. The cocky youth raises his ringed finger, smirking provocatively. Are you doing okay, buddy? I am still waiting for you to take over my body and rule everything. But the ring stays completely silent. Chen Bai pouts, realizing it is best not to gamble on Satan being alive. After all, this ring binds his soul, better safe than sorry, so he makes a decisive move. He pulls the ring off to stay completely safe, reminding himself that greed only brings trouble. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. The legendary ring of the Hell Lord has changed completely. The item is now damaged with its stats locked. Chen Bai looks at it, smirking with cold interest. It is just a defective piece of junk. Crushing it won't hurt. And right on cue, something happens. A tiny blue imp frantically squeezes out of the ring, desperately clinging to his finger while begging for mercy. Wait, my dear Chen Bai, can we not just sit down and resolve this peacefully, like civilized beings? The legendary evil god is now a sweating chibi caricature, desperately trying to flatter him to save his life. Chen Bai looks down with a bright but terrifyingly murderous smile, asking what exactly he wants to discuss. The imp immediately showers him with endless praise, calling him the most respected being in the entire universe. Your absolute power blows my mind, and your incredible wisdom is something I can never hope to match. Your glorious name will echo across the entire cosmos. The little devil clasps its hands in desperate prayer. I will give you absolutely anything you want, just please spare my miserable little life, the creature begs. Chen Bai stops playing along, lifting the crying imp up by its neck and telling him to cut the cheap talk. You are not trustworthy at all. Give me some real bargaining chips, or we are completely done here. Sweating bullets, the demon sighs. In this weak state, he has absolutely nothing of value right now. But he insists that the legacy left in the underworld is real, begging Chen Bai to trust him. Chen Bai coldly dismisses it as a completely empty promise, making the tiny demon wave his hands in panic. No, you have to believe me. You will absolutely get your hands on that massive pile of treasure. The young man simply shrugs. Whenever I decide to go get the treasure, I will let you out. Until then, you can get cozy inside my inventory, which absolutely terrifies the talkative little demon. He begs to stay outside, but Chen Bai simply stuffs the talkative demon back into the ring. He ruthlessly reminds him that only the inventory provided by the universe is truly safe for keeping captives. It will make sure the demon does not pull any sneaky tricks, and he definitely has no choice. With that dealt with, he claims his grand prize, the second SSS class transfer scroll. The Dark System description reveals it is for the Abyss Lord class, but he remains incredibly cautious. His personal bag is too risky, so he stores it alongside his Scroll of Calamity, just to be safe. Sharp determination fills his eyes. He plans his next move. He just needs to summon Redo. Once the quest is done, he can unlock 2 classes at once. The scene shifts to a barren wasteland. Under a blood-red sky, Chen Bai raises his summon item and loudly declares his location at the first floor. Since he is not ready to leave the abyss yet, he decides to summon Redo right here on this floor. He flips the gold coin onto the dry ground, and a loud ringing sound echoes all around. Instantly, a massive coin-shaped light erupts behind him, and the goblin merchant, Redo, steps out, looking annoyed. Kid, why on earth did you summon me to this desolate wasteland? The old goblin grumbles while stroking his beard. His guild has branches all over hell, but the brainless demons in this abyss do not even understand basic trading. Seeing how frustrated the old merchant is, Chen Bai smiles and teases him about his obvious hatred for the place. Redo grimaces, muttering that nobody likes this place before quickly shifting back to his usual professional business attitude. He asks why Chen Bai called him, since this coin was supposed to be saved for investment quests. Rubbing his hands together greedily, the old merchant flashes a sly grin and gives him a warning. If you want another help coin, it is definitely going to cost you a pretty penny, kid. Ignoring the greedy comment, Chen Bai confidently cuts straight to the chase to ask about the investment rewards. Are the contract and investment rewards ready? Hearing about business, the greedy merchant immediately prepares to act. The glowing scroll shines brilliantly as Redo proudly claims it already has the approval of the cosmic will, but his eyes bulge in pure shock when his customer casually pulls out his items. He could not have actually obtained them, right? 2 entire SSS scrolls. Without saying a word, he tosses a glowing red class change scroll into the air. Rido stares at the treasure with a wild grin. This is the power of the plague, very interesting, Rido mutters, raising 2 fingers in absolute praise. Chen Bai found a class that fits him perfectly, quite impressive. But what about the second one? As he speaks, the old man suddenly stops, sweating cold as his mind races. Wait, this is the abyss? He would not. Waving his hands in a panic, he tries to reassure himself. No, there are other SSS scrolls in the abyss. It cannot be that specific one. No living soul could obtain it. Even Satan himself failed. Chen Bai calmly tosses a pitch-black scroll, pulsing with abyssal power, into the air, a smirk playing on his lips. Lord Rido, is this the scroll you are talking about? Seeing the legendary item, the old merchant gapes in sheer terror, letting out a nervous laugh. Terrified by the youth's insane stunt, the merchant screams, losing all composure. Damn it, it is really the Abyss Lord. His face twists in extreme agitation as he shrieks out the Abyss Lord class change scroll. Suddenly, a massive demonic red aura of pure bloodlust erupts behind Rido, completely enveloping both of them. Chen Bai flinches, sweating cold, as he steps back in caution. This bloodlust is Rido trying to steal the scroll. But the next second, the heavy murderous intent vanishes, and Rido pulls down his hat, smirking coldly with a low grunt. Regaining his calm merchant demeanor, he casually offers praise. Dear Tran, you always know how to make miracles happen. Miracles that far exceed my expectations. Without hesitation, he tosses the scroll to Chen Bai, closing the deal. It is yours. Catching the valuable scroll, Chen Bai wonders in suspicion. A dual-class scroll. What on earth was he thinking? He was radiating pure bloodlust just a second ago. So why did he suddenly back down the investment contract? Glows brilliantly, displaying the agreement details for Evolved Bach ID 001. The quest is complete, now that he has gathered 2 SSS class change scrolls, and Rido will hand over the dual-class scroll to Chen Bai. From now on, he must repay the investor Rido with items or resources of equal or greater value than this dual-class scroll. Rido smiles and declares that the investment is complete, and this deal is officially signed. From now on, they are partners for life. Chen Bai glances over the vague terms, analyzing that there are no strict rules on time, location, or even what must be returned, only the total value. With a contract this flexible, it seems Rido truly values and trusts him. The cunning merchant then wraps things up with a calculated statement. Dear Tran, if you ever take control of this abyss, I can bring the Goblin Merchant Guild here. His eyes gleam with a fierce desire for wealth. As he laughs deviously, we can teach those demons how to do business, and show them that trading is the only true way to get a win-win result. Holding the scroll in his hand, Chen Bai casually agrees, of course. No problem at all. Smirking with deep meaning, he realizes his partner's hidden motive. So that old fox was planning this all along. Flipping the red scroll in the air, he calculates the merchant's massive profit. The abyss is incredibly vast, with each floor the size of an entire planet, and packed with rare resources. That alone guarantees a mind-blowing fortune for the old man. A promising partnership is officially forged, and the system confirms that the transaction is successful, naming investor Rido and beneficiary Bach. The goblin merchant throws his head back, laughing, sealing the deal. Rido's blue eyes gleam with intense anticipation as he urges, Dear Tran, would you mind using it right now? Let me witness this miracle. The system interface pops up, displaying details of this masterpiece of goblin engineering. The SSS multi-class change scroll is a rare item that allows an evolved human to hold 2 professions at once, freely using skills and stacking attributes from both. Without any hesitation, Chen Bai crushes the scroll, saying he does not mind at all. A brilliant violet light suddenly erupts, wrapping around his body as the system notifications alert him that he has used the special multi-class scroll, successfully raising his class limit to 2. Standing inside a massive pillar of light, beaming from above, Chen Bai commands the system to initiate the class change as he feels 2 ultimate forces merging together, the terrifying power of the plague and the abyss. Elsewhere, the demon god Agaris peers down into the barren depths of the abyss, muttering that the abyssal well rarely experiences such abnormal tremors. Could that mere human have actually conquered every single floor at a ruined throne? Bull demon King Minoto clutches his head in absolute fury, wondering if that was the bastard who broke his fighting spirit with dirty tricks. Utterly humiliated by that pathetic defeat, he smashes his fist into his throne, shattering the armrest as he growls out in deep anger. He simply cannot accept this loss. Meanwhile, out in the vast cosmos, two colossal serpents coil together and ask if they won their bet. Hearing a happy confirmation that they did indeed win, the seductive Mikan Kuba's Queen Thut lounges lazily on her soft bed with anticipation. Smiling with deep anticipation, she feels she finally has something to look forward to. Meanwhile, the remnant soul of Sha Wujing laughs darkly. Wearing a sinister grin, he celebrates his great king finally succeeding. Spreading his arms wide, he looks up and laughs like a madman. He laughs hysterically, like a lunatic, screaming out that they will reclaim their throne together. From the very depths of hell, they will rise. They will rise and rule supreme over all existence across the entire multiverse. Meanwhile, back in the real world, a massive announcement pops up. A shocking global message from the Cosmic Will appears, stunning everyone. It congratulates the first evolver Chen Bai for completing his class change. With the Cosmic Trial Arena advancing, you know things are about to get real as the regional leaderboards finally open up. Inside the class change instance of the Drive Ship amusement park, a creepy robotic clown with a twisted smile chases down a fleeing player. The young man, Anthony Douglas, desperately sprints for his life. He leaps onto a rocky cliff, narrowly dodging the incoming attack. His system interface shows he possesses an incredibly rare triple S-grade talent known as the Drive-It Manipulator. The deranged clown puppet lunges, launching rapid-fire punches with spring-loaded boxing gloves while cackling with a terrifying bone-chilling laugh. It spins its body like a lethal meat grinder, tearing up everything in its path. But Anthony uses his giant serpent tail as leverage. Easily evading the attack, he smirks with absolute confidence, muttering that he has already seen through every single one of the monster's moves. Lightning fast, his razor-sharp tail slices right through the spring-loaded fists, leaving the creepy robotic clown completely wide-eyed with shock. The deadly slash also pops the monster's bright red balloon, sending it exploding. As the clown stumbles back, Anthony strikes again. Wrapping his tail tightly around the falling beast, Anthony proudly declares his victory, shouting out that he has finally won. The defeated clown drops a glowing rainbow class change scroll, accompanied by a triumphant trumpet fanfare, signaling a successful boss defeat. Catching the premium scroll, the foreign youth smiles smugly to himself, whispering that he succeeded. Standing tall amidst the ruined park, he gloats. Holding his loot high, he directs his arrogant gaze forward, boasting that although his rival was always one step ahead, things are different now. He yells with absolute confidence, swearing he will be the first to complete his class change, telling the world to remember his name. But just as the words leave his mouth, Anthony freezes in utter shock, staring at the global alert about the actual first achiever. Gasping out in disbelief, he receives his official class change notification as a trickster clown, but the victory feels incredibly hollow now. He drops to his knees, screaming in bitter frustration at being one step too slow. Meanwhile, in the chat channel, Ye Zi speculates. She guesses Chen Bai obtained a triple S class, while players like Sword Immortal, Han Xiao, and Crow whine about their incredibly brutal quests. Han Xiao strokes his chin as he looks over the interface, replying to Ding Ding that he indeed noticed the new leaderboard feature. Back in the abyss, the system confirms Chen Bai's successful class change, defaulting his faction alignment to the Dragon Country. He is given a 10-minute countdown to adjust his choice. But despite warnings of a steep price for switching factions later, he decides. Chen Bai decisively locks in his alliance with the Dragon Country. Immediately, the shining global evolver level leaderboard flashes open before him. Sitting proudly at the rank 1 spot is none other than Bai of the Dragon Country. Note, only those level 10 and above qualify. Only those who have reached level 10 and completed their class change can be ranked. The young man smiles, satisfied with his reward. He checks out his exclusive World Leader title reward, a perk reserved solely for the number 1 spot on the global leaderboard. A 20% drop rate boost is definitely not bad, especially since this multiplier applies at the final calculation phase of looting. Grinning with calculations running through his mind, he realizes any other drop rate buffs he gets will also benefit from this title. The true benefits of this leaderboard are still hidden, and its usefulness will only grow exponentially as more time passes by. Chen Bai raises his hand to open his personal stat window, eager to review the unique skills of his newly acquired profession. Eagerly whispering to himself, he decides it is finally time to inspect the full power and unique skills of his new class. The system displays his triple S grade Calamity of All Beings class, which grants absolute control over diseased organisms and total plague immunity. This lets him control pathogen-carrying organisms while remaining totally immune to any plague. His main class power is Plague Control. Any plague-type creatures and infected entities with attributes that do not exceed his own can be freely controlled at his will. With each plague creature under his command, his class-specific skill, Calamity of All Beings, receives a significant power boost. This boost also amplifies his passive virus and mold decay effects, granting him a steady stream of extra stat points. Furthermore, his disease immunity passive makes him completely impervious to all kinds of plagues, lethal toxins, and harmful pathogens. There are even more special effects. A unique reward for hidden classes. Every single time a player unlocks a new class, they will receive 100 free attribute points. On top of that, after a successful class transfer, a random exclusive skill is granted, tailored specifically to that new class. Looking down at his hands, Chen Bai finds himself wondering. Sure, the stat points are amazing, but why only 2 skills? The description is pretty vague, so he figures it is probably best to just test it out himself. No hesitation. He reaches a hand toward the sky and shouts to activate the Plague Sun skill. Immediately, a massive, sickly green sun rises, forcing the demons below to clutch their throats in sudden terror. They choke and scream in panic. What on earth is this? A bright green sun. Before they can even process the sight, the entire demon horde collapses onto the ground, gasping their final desperate words. What just happened? Deciding that is enough, Chen Bai calmly clenches his fist to extinguish the deadly light. Rito walks up, clapping his hands in genuine admiration. He says it is incredibly impressive, completely outstanding. Within a mere 3 seconds, practically every single demon within a several-kilometer radius has been wiped out entirely. Chen Bai humbly shrugs it off, telling Rito he is exaggerating. But the gas-masked goblin points directly at Chen Bai's own face. He counters that it is no exaggeration, asking if the young man realized that even he has been infected. Rito sighs heavily. The skill is undeniably powerful, but it comes with a major catch. Chen Bai's current mental strength simply is not enough. He cannot fully control everything within the zone of that toxic green sun. It is a power that requires extreme caution. Chen Bai nods thoughtfully, realizing the goblin is right. He cannot clearly see what is happening hundreds of meters away. That makes it way too easy to accidentally hurt his own allies. Thanking Rito, he pulls up his system menu once more. Next on the list is the Abyss Lord. With the effects of these 2 classes stacked, something insane is bound to happen. With the passive perks of both classes stacking together, there are bound to be some absolutely mind-blowing surprises waiting for him. But his grin quickly vanishes as he reads the description of this triple S class. There are some bizarre, shocking catches. No stat increases upon leveling up, and he cannot change classes either. Instead, his powers will scale purely on another factor. It depends entirely on the number of abyss floors he controls. Wait, seriously, absolutely nothing else. Trying to stay calm, he swipes the screen to the side. No need to panic just yet. Let us take a look at the actual skill list first. Infinite Abyss. Every single time he levels up, all his current attributes will permanently increase by 2%. That is wild. Then there is the Endless Abyss perk. His level cap is literally tied directly to the number of existing abyss floors. Conquering a floor grants him absolute authority over that domain. On top of that, his stats will permanently increase even further. His power scaling multiplies with every single floor claimed. Within seconds, Chen Bai's jaw drops as he realizes the sheer potential. Talk about an absolutely overpowered future. His maximum level cap will be hundreds of tiers higher than any normal player. Combine that with crazy stat multipliers and control over hundreds of territories, and he is basically a walking cheat code. He taps his chest, doing the mental math. Conquering 600 floors of the Abyss would mean a ridiculous amount of points. That is over 180,000 attribute points. Next, he opens his class skills, starting with I Am Abyss. It allows him to instantly warp to any floor from anywhere and leave whenever he wants. Even better as long as he does not attack the local monsters, they can never hurt him. This absolute priority passive means no crowd control can block his dimensional escapes. Absolutely nothing can stop the Abyss Lord from shifting in and out of the rift whenever he damn well pleases. Then there is Abyss Assimilation, which lets him corrupt any object or living creature into a loyal minion of the dark. The skill power scales with his level. Next is the passive Abyss Bloodline. The Abyss can swallow and assimilate absolutely anything. This lets him wield 9 different bloodlines at the exact same time, completely eliminating any dangerous power clashes. Finally, Immortal Abyss. If he dies, he simply respawns inside the Abyss well, without losing a single stat or experience point. As long as the Abyss stands, his revival is guaranteed. Chen Bai smiles warmly, tapping the hourglass hanging against his chest. Free teleportation, 9 active bloodlines, and a self-revive mechanic that easily rivals the power of this legendary hourglass artifact. He clenches his fist in pure satisfaction. Aside from that vague assimilation skill, every single perk here is completely broken. Suddenly, Redo the merchant steps up behind him, casually removing his heavy gas mask with a relaxed sigh. He approaches while holding 2 glasses of high-grade red wine, giving Chen Bai a friendly, knowing wink. He asks his friend if he is finally done sorting through his massive haul from today's insane battles. Redo hands him an S-Class life elixir, brewed directly from the water of life. He warmly offers Chen Bai a drink. This S-Class life elixir is a premium beverage that permanently boosts stats upon consumption. It is the ultimate recovery drink. That's a permanent plus 50 to all attributes. Plus, the blessing of life dramatically speeds up wound recovery. It also adds a 30% boost to experience and drop rates. Chen Bai gladly reaches out to take the sweet-smelling wine. He takes the drink from the old goblin's hand. Examining the valuable wine and its massive stats, the young man smirks. Praising the awesome item, Chen Bai is surprised when Redo suddenly winks and tosses him a glowing purple tablet. As my friend and business partner, you should have this, Redo says. A screen displays the goblin's custom pocket shop. It allows exclusive shopping and lets him call to gossip with the old goblin anytime. Raising his glass high into the crimson night sky, the merchant shouts happily to our great achievements today, my friend Chen Bai. And to our future partnership, cheers. Chen Bai smiles warmly, raising his glass in return as they toast. The glasses clink with a sharp sound celebrating their perfect alliance. Cheers. Standing on the barren ground, Chen Bai smiles. He realizes he can actually conquer any abyss floor directly, as long as there is no ruling lord. Looking down into the deep dark chasm, the system screen coldly announces he is at abyss floor 19. The young man rubs his chin, calculating his gains. Conquering floors 1 to 9 earned him 45 attribute points. Standing on a high boulder, he confidently decides to try conquering floor 19 next. But right then, a massive beam of purple light strikes down on his head, bringing a harsh system notification. Conquering abyss floor 19 failed. Please conquer floor 18 first. Chen Bai breaks a sweat, clicking his tongue in mild disappointment. So skipping floors is completely impossible. Since he is stuck, he decides to test his abyss assimilation skill first. Pulling a cheap F-grade zombie mask from his pocket, he mutters that this trash is literally all he has left. To make space for those high-value devil bloodline potions, he had cleared out almost everything else from his bag. A dark purple energy suddenly explodes from his hands. Channeling his abyss assimilation skill, the mask begins to transform. It upgrades to an E-grade devil mask with an insane lifesteal effect, but the system coldly criticizes his choice. Using pure abyss power to modify such cheap trash seems like a total waste. Chen Bai nods, pondering the concept. He wonders what kind of transformation this skill would cause if used on actual humans. Suddenly, his eyes light up. A bold idea strikes him. Remembering a specific item, he pulls out the holy flame-shrouded Longinus spear. Although this weapon is only F-grade, it fiercely resists him, even burning his hands when he tries to use it. He wonders what will happen if he applies abyss assimilation to it. Once again, a dark, ominous power cloaks the weapon. Triggering the assimilation, the holy spear suddenly struggles violently against the dark energy, taking Chen Bai by surprise. He frowns in shock. Is it actually resisting? The heavenly flames desperately fight to break free from the darkness. Sweating, he analyzes the weapon. As expected of an evolvable gear, it is light years ahead of that cheap zombie mask. At this rate, his current power might not be enough to reshape it. Refusing to back down, the young man changes tactics. Exerting intense, overwhelming control, he slowly forces the fiery holy spear to yield to his dark influence. It transforms, glowing with an eerie, corrupt blue-purple light. Chen Bai smirks in triumph. As expected, the dense abyss energy can completely suppress the weapon, allowing him to easily modify it. Holding the newly altered Longinus spear, he checks the stats. The information panel displays the newly abyss-assimilated F-grade Longinus spear, now classified as a special polearm. It grants +2 to all attributes and a 100% damage boost to the Cry of Life. The weapon gains experience and evolves by killing monsters currently at 0 out of 10. The system note adds a detail. Even a holy relic has been corrupted by the abyss. Now it is much easier to wield. Next, he heads back. Returning to floor 500, the demon god Agaris immediately drops to his knees, begging for favor. He calls out to his great master Agaris, declaring it is a massive honor to witness his glorious resurrection. Chen Bai looks down at the muscular demon bowling before him, realizing the monster truly thinks he is Satan. Keeping up his boss persona, Chen Bai demands arrogantly, "Agaris, we have plenty of time to celebrate later. For now, swear your loyalty to me." The naive demon god has no doubts, immediately pulling out a soul orb. He loudly agrees and pushes his glowing purple soul imprint toward Chen Bai, offering absolute undying loyalty. The moment he touches it, the system announces that the Ring of Solomon has absorbed the soul of Agaris. It immediately upgrades to A grade, pleasing Chen Bai greatly. This is an epic upgrade fit for a high-ranking demon. Let's see if he has any other treasures. Clutching the ring, Chen Bai sighs and shamelessly demands more. "Still way too weak," he says. "Do you have anything I can use right now to power up?" Agaris kneels, offering a vial of SSS-Rank Hell Demon King Bloodline Essence. He reports that this is the absolute only thing in his possession that can be used right away. At this very moment, Chen Bai snatches the potion, immediately playing the part of a picky, arrogant superior. Not bad, too bad it is. Not SSS rank, but he will settle for it. Hearing that greedy tone, the demon god Agaris is suddenly taken aback, cold sweat breaking out in sheer confusion. Realizing he just handed a priceless item to an imposter, he leaps up roaring in fury, asking who he is. His master knew all about this potion, having given it to him to use when he transformed into a demon. After leaving the abyss, he spreads his wings, flying backward into the air, with extreme caution, questioning the boy. But judging by the imposter's tone, he is completely clueless about this potion. He demands to know where his master is hiding. Chen Bai sneers down at the defeated demon, casually declaring that he is the new master now, so why cling to a lingering soul? The demon god Agaris struggles on the ground, stubbornly refusing to yield. He snaps that the boy can never force him to submit. Glaring with glowing eyes, he threatens the boy to reveal his master's whereabouts if he wants his life spared. The young man flashes his ring to tease him, smirking mockingly. He asks if the demon has already forgotten his profession. Did he really think he could even lay a finger on him? A surge of dark energy suddenly explodes around Chen Bai. He proudly declares that he is now the Lord of the Abyss itself. Unless he attacks first, no Abyss creature can ever lay a hand on him. Powerless against this absolute truth, Agaris can only growl in frustration, cursing the boy, swearing that even if that is indeed the case, he will never bow down to him. Chen Bai casually pulls up his system screen, raising an eyebrow in mock praise of his predecessor's ability to breed such loyal subordinates. Right then, a miniature hologram of the former demon god pops up on the screen, calling out to his dear Chen. He has sensed Agaris's presence and asks if they are speaking about him, claiming it did not require any special skills at all. At a level like his, the only thing he is truly loyal to is his next power-up, always looking to climb higher. This blunt exposure leaves both Chen Bai and Agaris completely frozen, staring at each other in an incredibly awkward, heavy silence. Drenched in cold sweat, the demon god quickly tries to change the subject, mentioning he just felt his master's presence. Is he still alive? Chen Bai calmly slips his hands into his pockets, smiling and nodding that yes, Satan is still alive. He tells the demon that he might even get a chance to serve him as master and work together in the future. But for now, he should just stay here and wait. In the blink of an eye, Chen Bai teleports himself to the 437th floor of the Abyss, standing right before a familiar, luxurious bedroom. The succubus queen gazes at him with a sweet smile. She purrs that she knew he would come anyway. Chen Bai walks over, casually stating his purpose, that he is currently looking for someone who truly knows the inner workings of the Abyss. To help answer a few questions, he leans close, with a charming, flirtatious smile. He asks if Her Majesty would be willing to clear up those doubts of his. The Queen of Lust slithers around in a highly seductive pose, softly replying that, of course, she will, since he is the Lord of the Abyss, with endless potential. She looks up, grabbing her whip with a highly provocative gaze, stating she is no fan of boring conversations at all, so he had better think of some fun ways to make her open her mouth. Her familiar thorny whip suddenly lashes forward, but this time, Chen Bai easily reaches out and catches it. He yanks the weapon with a sly smile, calling it quite interesting. He offers to show her his actual skills. Lying submissively beneath him now, the succubus queen casts a deeply flirtatious glance, asking if he really has no more questions, claiming she knows much more than he thinks. This is enough, plus those things are not very interesting anyway. Holding the whip handle tightly in his hand, Chen Bai smiles confidently, noting that after all, without this special whip he cannot hurt her at all. The queen slides her hand slowly onto the Lord of the Abyss's thigh, teasingly telling him he will have to try much harder. Pinning the young man down, she greedily recalls the things her shadow clone once experienced, whispering that her real body is truly looking forward to having that happen again. Chen Bai looks up, teasing her with a grin, wondering how long that will take, and asking if she can actually wait. The succubus queen wraps her arms tightly around his neck, whispering tempting words that after all this fun was discovered by both of them, and it is best kept strictly between them. She believes he won't make her wait too long. Leaning in to nibble playfully on his collar, she whispers a threat that if she loses her patience, he will be in big trouble. Lord of the Abyss. As they lounge on the massive bed, Chen Bai lets her tease him, simply chuckling with amusement. Quite interesting indeed. Meanwhile, in a high-end luxury villa in Demon City, a mysterious man stands with his back turned. Standing over the two girls collapsed on the floor, he laughs creepily. He never expected to get this kind of lucky break. The blonde-haired man smirks slyly, thrilled to find these two adorable young ladies. He slowly steps closer, absolutely brimming with confidence. He proudly announces his famous name as the evolved human, Wei Hao. The two ghost girls shrink back in fear as the black-haired sister warns him. She tells him to leave before he gets himself killed, while her pink-haired sister stammers for him to get out right now. Instead of leaving, the guy smugly raises a hand like a superior master, declaring they will make excellent ghost servants with just a bit of training. Having the powerful S-rank talent called the Ghost King Decree, which allows him to absorb spiritual energy and turn victims into loyal ghost servants. He is totally confident in his absolute control over souls. But the girls are not about to let this lunatic celebrate his victory so easily. Together, they unleash a combined spiritual strike of good and evil forces. But Wei Hao just scoffs, raising a single hand to block it. With a simple swipe, he easily shatters their efforts, unleashing a massive shockwave that sends both girls flying straight through a glass wall. He rubs his chin in mock surprise as they crash through. Stepping through the doorway, he puts on a completely fake innocent act. He asks why they look so hurt, since he never wanted to kill them. Peering in with a creepy smile, he delivers a twisted threat. Hiding is useless because they are destined to be his servants. He warns them that any disobedience will result in a very harsh punishment. But right in the middle of his big monologue, get this, he completely freezes. Sitting right there in front of him is Chen Bai. The powerhouse casually holds both girls on the sofa, calmly asking how they would like this guy to die after threatening to punish them. Seizing the chance to complain, the girls quickly cry out that he is a bad guy, begging Chen Bai to tear him apart and make him disappear. Wei Hao just bursts into arrogant laughter. He sneers that finding a master will not save them, promising to turn all three of them into his puppets. He even threatens to force their master to watch the entire process. Hearing this, Chen Bai slowly stands up, recalling this familiar face in his mind. He remembers seeing this exact guy in his past life. This is Wei Hao, the Ghost King, one of the 8 city lords of the 8 King City. Memories of this cunning villain from his previous life flash clearly in his mind. Meanwhile, the absolute madman is already charging right toward them with bloodlust. He wants to play with them, but you already know what's coming next. Things go horribly wrong for him. One strike, that's all it takes to send him crashing down, spitting blood. He desperately asks if this is the legendary Chen Bai. Coldly, Chen Bai confirms his guess. Grabbing the scum by his collar, he silently notes how utterly pathetic this weak bully truly is. He is just a cruel, selfish bully who picks on the weak but cowers before the strong, torturing innocent people to turn them into servants. With a casual flick of his wrist, Chen Bai tosses the useless body aside. This guy already killed hundreds of innocent people anyway. Taking him out right now is basically a public service. Now that the trash has been cleared away, the pink-haired sister happily rushes over. She wraps her arms around him, thanking her big brother. He gently pats her head before opening up his goblin system shop to check their stats. Noting they have both reached level 7, he looks for a suitable class change scroll. Instantly, the goblin merchant steps through a glowing portal. The merchant warmly greets his favorite customer, noting they only just parted ways. He eagerly asks if Chen Bai has some exciting news. Chen Bai smiles, revealing he has both. He explains that he has completely conquered every single level of the Abyss, from floors 1 to 9. The merchant can set up his association headquarters whenever he wants. Then Chen Bai gestures toward the 2 ghost sisters standing nearby. He asks for help finding the perfect class change scrolls for them. The old goblin strokes his beard, examining them very carefully. With a wide grin, he points out that they look like twins, but actually share one single body, meaning one class fits them perfectly. He generously pulls out a glowing magical scroll. Since they are such unique evolved humans, he believes they are a great investment. This matches his investment plans perfectly, so here is the Phoenix Spirit class change scroll. The old merchant continues excitedly, offering it to celebrate. He generously gives them this scroll as a free gift to celebrate the new association, warning them never to underestimate its vast potential. Later, class changes can promote them to a spirit binder or even an earth deity. He emphasizes how incredibly rare this dual path class is. If they play their cards right, they could easily become the next ones to wield dual classes right after Chen Bai himself. Holding the scroll, Chen Bai nods with great satisfaction and thanks Redo. The goblin merchant waves goodbye before stepping back into his portal. Telling his dear friend not to mention it, he leaves to do more business. Immediately, the pink-haired sister clings tightly to Chen Bai's arm. She blushes, whispering her sweet thanks to her favorite big brother. She coyly adds that since she and Yanqi can now maintain physical forms, has maintained their physical forms for an insanely long time. Is there even a way to repay him? Chen Bai smiles suggestively, turning to ask the black-haired girl if that is what she wants. She tosses her head aside, pouting with a prideful huff, telling him not to look. The other girl trusts him, but she definitely does not. He playfully notes that he won't force them, but since they share senses, he decides to tease them anyway. His teasing completely flusters her, making her yell that he is a jerk and threaten to bite him to death, but he calmly shrugs it off. Classic. What? Go ahead and try. This sparks a chaotic, playful scuffle. After some noisy fooling around, Chen Bai sits back calmly sipping his tea. He looks completely satisfied, as if nothing even happened. Taking another sip, Chen Bai praises her, saying it is not bad at all. He never expected her to have such skills. She looks up with a soft smile, happy that her big brother actually likes it. He hums in response, waiting for her to continue. Looking a bit shy, she lowers her head and asks if he refused earlier because of Yanqi. Setting his teacup down, Chen Bai calmly explains that while it played a small part, he would never force either of them. But that is not the main point. The pink-haired girl blinks her big round eyes in confusion, curious about what the real issue is. Chen Bai seriously explains his personal philosophy. Those who stand by his side must be there out of genuine mutual affection, or second, out of absolute loyalty where he can demand anything. Crossing his arms, he leans back in his chair and sighs. He says frankly that he dislikes her approach of trying to use her own body as a bargaining chip or to repay a debt. Exposed completely, her face falls in sadness as she softly apologizes. Standing up from his chair, Chen Bai walks off, still feeling quite curious. Logically speaking, he thought using physical intimacy to repay a favor and secure their bond would be an idea from Yanqi instead, since she is literally the embodiment of evil thoughts. Hearing this, the pink-haired girl snaps her head up to defend herself. She argues that personal desires and striving to secure a better future for oneself should not be classified as evil thoughts. Standing up with a bright smile, she adds that if an action harms nobody while helping yourself, then it is basically a good deed. Chen Bai cannot help but chuckle at her twisted logic. He admits it is a pretty interesting way of looking at things. He tells her to go train with Yanqi, since doing that helps both her and him. She happily agrees right away, promising they will train hard. Meanwhile, their group chat explodes when the 5-whip heir brags about his latest high-grade purchase. He proudly shows off a rare class change scroll, making everyone else in the group chat incredibly jealous. They are stunned to find out it is a top-tier S-grade Thunderwalker scroll, which he somehow bought on credit from old Redo. This was only possible because he used Chen Bai's legendary reputation. Reading this while munching on snacks, Han Xiao is deeply impressed. He admires Chen Bai's insane influence and decides to drop a message, asking if anyone can carry him through a dungeon to grind experience. Holding his system screen, Chen Bai smirks with a calculating look. A brilliant idea suddenly hits him regarding that Red Star mental hospital. He remembers they can summon Zephyr, one of the 72 pillar demons there, while also upgrading Satan's ring at the same time. Deciding to act, he immediately messages the group chat, telling Han Xiao to get ready since they are heading to the hospital. This news makes Han Xiao freeze mid-bite, in pure shock, before exploding with joy. He immediately drops his bag of snacks. He jumps around celebrating, and eagerly replies that the great Chen Bai is his true savior, prompting others to shower him with praise. Reading all the flattering messages, Chen Bai scratches his chin thoughtfully, realizing that old Rito is actually quite clever. The old man kept the details secret, basically using the situation to help Chen Bai build up his immense reputation. He politely declines another request to join them, but a girl named Ding Ding immediately volunteers to meet them at the entrance. Chen Bai recalls that in his past life, Ding Ding was a highly famous evolved human known as the Master Puppeteer. She confidently texts back that if she cannot even reach the dungeon entrance, she has no right to remain in the group. Before long, Chen Bai and Han Xiao arrive at the eerie entrance portal of the Red Star Mental Hospital. Looking around the bustling crowded area, Chen Bai calmly notes that there are quite a few people gathered here. Han Xiao puts his hands on his hips confidently, explaining that the entrance to this dungeon is no secret to anyone. Besides, since Chen Bai already cleared it once before, the place has gradually been gaining a massive amount of popularity. Walking ahead, Chen Bai instructs him to pay close attention to any hospital-related quests and report any strange occurrences immediately. Han Xiao obediently nods, promising it will not be an issue. But just as he is feeling highly confident, he suddenly freezes. He whips his head around, demanding to know who is there, only to see a creepy wooden mannequin smiling stiffly back. The mannequin reaches out to poke him, leaving him completely terrified. Right then, a playful giggle echoes behind the wooden figure. A vibrant red-haired girl peeks her head out from behind the puppet, stepping forward alongside her creepy squad of wooden mannequins. She waves enthusiastically, introducing herself as Ding Ding. Grimacing, Han Xiao immediately turns to complain to her. He asks why she did not try to scare Chen Bai, instead accusing her of only picking on the weak. Ding Ding confidently fires back, saying that if she tried scaring Chen Bai, her precious puppet would probably disintegrate instantly. She naturally prefers picking on someone easy. Chen Bai calmly chimes in, stating he felt absolutely no hostile intent. If he had her little wooden toy, would have been reduced to splinters within a matter of seconds. And besides, I am not weak at all. I am a total man of steel. Ignoring this cringe comedy, Chen Bai just smiles and announces, "All right, since everyone is finally here, let us get started." But just as they are about to head inside, a bald guy runs up from nowhere and calls out to them, "You three, wait a moment." Han Xiao looks back at the bald guy with a totally blank stare, asking what is going on. The bald guy confidently flashes a thumbs up, introducing himself as A. Long, assuming they already know his name. But hearing this completely random name, both Han Xiao and Chen Bai exchange a blank look, dumbfoundedly repeating the name along. Seeing her teammates looking completely lost, Ding Ding stands with crossed arms, holding her doll to explain. The two most recent normal dungeons and one hell-level dungeon in the magic capital were all cleared by a guy named Along. Smelling a chance to flex, the bald guy proudly spreads his arms wide to brag, telling them to just call him Brother Long. He claims very few people here can actually clear this place, referring to the Hongxing Psychiatric Hospital. His team is apparently one of them, and since some of his teammates are busy, they have a few open spots left, asking if they want to join. Chen Bai just closes his eyes and politely declines, saying that 3 of them are plenty. He silently notes that the bald guy does not seem malicious, just hilariously overconfident to an extreme degree. Getting rejected so flatly makes a long break into a sweat, and he desperately tries to convince them that a 3-man team is crazy. He warns them that experts from Chat Group 1 always run with 4 people, asking if they are just looking for trouble. Han Xiao finds this incredibly annoying, giving the guy a sharp glare and asking if he even knows how to talk. Just then, a lackey runs up to whisper in the bald leader's ear, asking if this is not the throwing knife expert from that viral clear video from Chat Group 1. Hearing this, the bald guy breaks into a cold sweat, widening his eyes to stare, before gasping in sudden realization. Feeling completely embarrassed but trying to save face, Along stammers out that he is simply not very good with words. He tells them to forget it if they do not want to join. Han Xiao just shrugs, deciding not to take it personally. Han Xiao tells him that he does not seem like a bad guy, then turns to wave goodbye as they head inside. He tells Brother Long to take care. As the 3 disappear into the portal, the lackey nudges his boss, asking if he saw that. The bald guy strokes his chin and nods, confirming that he recognized him too, and that his lackey definitely was not seeing things. Seizing the moment to brag, the bald guy turns to his crew to boast, asking if they all heard what just happened. Even the top expert from Chat Group 1 called him Brother Long, promising his crew that following him guarantees them fame. Meanwhile, inside the creepy psychiatric hospital dungeon, Chen Bai stands, with his hands in his pockets, looking at the weak, sparse mob monsters. Since these weaklings give barely any experience, he decides to let his 2 teammates take care of them. Han Xiao eagerly rushes in, wielding his glowing sword, while Ding Ding throws her creepy doll forward, launching a coordinated, aggressive double attack on the mobs. Watching from the sidelines, Chen Bai looks down at the glowing ring on his hand, a sharp grin forming on his face. He realizes he still has another powerful helper. Instantly, he summons Yan Qi, the black-haired ghost lady, to the battlefield. She slithers across the ground with a bloodthirsty grin, declaring how much she loves slaughter, before charging headfirst into the mobs. Her eyes gleam with absolute excitement as she prepares to test out a brand new skill. Standing back, Chen Bai watches her as purple flames erupt all around her, raising an eyebrow in surprise. He wonders if she somehow unlocked a new skill. But it is not just regular fire, it carries the unmistakable aura of hellfire. He looks down at Satan's ring on his hand. This has to be the demon god's doing, since Chen Bai sealed his soul fragment inside this ring, rather than his regular inventory. Gently stroking the ring, he smiles in amusement, realizing the entity is likely trying to get on his good side by teaching Yan Qi. Since there are a few burning questions he needs answered anyway, he decides to temporarily lift the ring's isolation barrier to make contact. Once connected, he demands to know if Satan taught her that power. A small blue projection of the demon god immediately materializes to flatter him, claiming that Yan Qi possesses exceptional talent and an incredibly pure malice that is rarely seen anywhere. It apparently even surpasses the native residents of the underworld, while Yan Qi continues her absolute rampage in a storm of purple hellfire. She looks absolutely unstoppable out there. The tiny demon god sweats nervously, quickly trying to explain his sudden actions to his master. He claims her potential was too rare to ignore, apologizing for not asking first, since the ring's seal blocked all outside communication. Chen Bai gets straight to the point, telling him that from now on, he will selectively unlock the ring's barrier when necessary. He then asks a crucial question, wanting to know if the demon god can sense anything special about Han Xiao's unique bloodline. Floating in the air while watching the monsters drop like flies, Satan asks if he means the child carrying the underworld bloodline. The tiny deity strokes his chin thoughtfully, claiming he can sense far more than that, including a strange energy within this very dungeon. Chen Bai smirks with absolute confidence, confirming that tracking down this mysterious trace is the exact reason he came here today. Yan Qi steps casually through a pile of monster corpses, brushing off her hands. Everything out here is dead, it is time to head deeper. Curiously pointing at Ding Ding's puppet form, she asks Chen Bai who this is. Who's that? He smiles. He explains she is an evolved human just like them, only existing in a slightly special form for now. Turning to his battle-hungry companions, Chen Bai tells Yan Qi to make sure she leaves 16 monsters alive for him. He has a specific use for them. But Yan Qi crosses her arms with a pout. Why spare them? Not getting to wipe them all out is no fun. Seeing her reaction, Han Xiao excitedly jumps in to explain. He reveals that Chen Bai is actually planning to summon the 16th demon god from the 72 pillars. Once they beat the area boss, the real show begins. This news makes Ding Ding break out in a sweat. Absolute terror. She stutters in absolute horror at the thought of summoning a literal demon. But Chen Bai calmly waves it off. This dungeon only caps at level 12, which means Duke Zepper's power will be heavily suppressed. He flashes a confident thumbs up. Even if the difficulty spikes to hell mode after the summon, they have nothing to worry about with him around. Despite having elite protection, Ding Ding still cannot hide her pale face. Facing a demon god on hell difficulty is terrifying. Han Xiao nudges her, teasing if she's scared. She grits her teeth, insisting she is fine. Not even close. She trusts Chen Bai completely. With their doubts cleared, Han Xiao pumps his fist and shouts enthusiastically about their next move. He urges them to quickly speedrun the boss, while the creepy demon doll repeats a chilling chant of kill, kill, kill. In a flash, they reach the hallway outside the director's office, where the unlucky boss already lies utterly crushed on the floor. Several swords pin the beast down. Han Xiao stands proudly ready for the next move, earning a warm smile from Chen Bai. He praises his friend's growth since their first run. The young man modestly attributes his success to the entire team. He admits he could not have secured this win alone. Standing beside him, Ding Ding is already eager for more. She asks who their next target is. Chen Bai sighs helplessly and orders his spirits back into his ring. He tells them to rest and stop causing trouble, leaving a very pouty Yan Qi protesting as she vanishes. Ding Ding giggles, teasing her companion. Moving deeper, they step into a dark hidden chamber. Blood is everywhere. The room is filled with eerie blood-drenched magic circles. Ding Ding shivers, hugging her arms at the creepy vibe. The air is thick with the scent of blood. Seeing the monsters bound to stakes, Chen Bai thanks Han Xiao. Handling this alone would have been a pain. Han Xiao scratches his head, admitting his control still needs work. Managing such intricate mental energy is tough, but he figures it's because Chen Bai's power is just too immense. Chen Bai nods, agreeing that it makes absolute sense. That's true. He then pulls a glowing magic coin from his pocket. He flicks the shining token high into the air, signaling that the real summon is finally about to begin. Blood from the monster suspended upside down begins to pour, staining the ground beneath the dark ritual circles. Crackling magical lightning strikes the bloody stakes, lighting up the entire room in a terrifying crimson glow. The team watches the terrifying scene in silence, until their system screens suddenly flash with a crimson warning. A hidden condition in the Nightmare Grade Asylum has been triggered, forcing a sudden change in the dungeon settings. The difficulty elevates to a unique hell tier. Just like that, a massive hand tears through open space. A deep voice rumbles, expressing absolute displeasure, as the majestic figure of the demon god emerges amidst the dense lightning. He roars in fury, demanding to know how they dare offer such inferior creatures to Duke Zephyr. He warns them that his mood is terrible, demanding a worthy tribute immediately before he decides to take their lives. Sweat drips down Han Xiao's face. Heavy pressure. He takes a step back, feeling the overwhelming aura. Hovering in midair, the massive entity glares down at the fragile humans below. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto Han Xiao. A sinister smirk creeps onto his face, as he notices the boy carries his very own bloodline. He even senses his own power within him. Hearing this, Han Xiao loses his temper and demands answers about his sister. He demands to know if his sister is being held hostage. Where is she? The demon duke looks down with pure arrogance. He mocks the boy's insolence, questioning who he thinks he is to address a god in such a way. Carrying his bloodline is no guarantee of safety. Immediately, a crushing, invisible gravity slams down on Han Xiao. He struggles to stand under the weight. Just before he collapses, Chen Bai steps forward, placing a hand on his shoulder. Steadying his ally, Chen Bai stands fearlessly before the dark deity, offering a smirk as he mispronounces the duke's name. With absolute provocation. Are you Japai? Why aren't you answering my friend's question? Are you deaf? He squints his eyes with a sly smirk, repeating it as if he is afraid the other didn't hear him. Is he deaf? Enraged, Japai hovers in the percent air, growling and cursing at this arrogant, foolish human. He glares with glowing eyes and raises his sharp claws to threaten him, shouting that he will make him regret his mistake before he dies. Chen Bai just smirks and replies, using the demon language to mock him, asking if demons aren't supposed to be cunning and smart. This guy seems pretty stupid, or maybe he has some genetic defect. Right then, Satan's illusion pops out of the ring, speaking in a very flattering voice, telling Chen Bai that this fool simply has no idea what kind of supreme entity he is dealing with right now. Hearing this, Japai crosses his arms, mockingly interrupting them, trying to act all mysterious while talking to a cheap ring. Don't get cocky just because you know some demon words, but he suddenly stops talking, his eyes locking onto his hand. He stammers, questioning if that is the legendary ring. Chen Bai casually raises his hand to show it off, acting completely nonchalant. Why is a great demon god like Japai making such a fuss over it? The demon god starts sweating, mumbling in absolute terror. A normal ring. Seizing the perfect moment, while his opponent is completely frozen in shock, Chen Bai lunges forward, executing a massive, jaw-shattering kick right to the demon's face. The lightning-fast attack connects perfectly, landing directly on the arrogant god's jaw. Taking the brutal blow, Japai flies backward and crashes face first, tearing up the ground. Chen Bai lands gracefully, mockingly, crossing his arms. Didn't you say you wanted to kill us? Why are you just standing there taking a beating? Japai coughs heavily, struggling up. He crawls out of the rising dust cloud. Behind them, Han Xiao draws his sword, sweating buckets, while whispering that a fierce battle is about to unfold. But completely dodging everyone's expectations of a death match, the demon god suddenly drops to one knee. He begs for mercy, admitting his extreme rudeness. This wild plot twist leaves Han Xiao ding-ding, and the paper dolls absolutely speechless. Their jaws literally hit the floor. Chen Bai calmly looks down at the kneeling demon, delivering a cold, provocative challenge. If you are only kneeling because you fear this ring, don't bother. Attack me. Japai looks up, his face twisted in panic. Attack you, me. The youth casually holds out the ring, tempting him, saying that if he kills him, the ring is his. Seeing this, Satan flies out to advise him, pointing out that the demon has already surrendered, so why even bother? But Chen Bai replies that he doesn't want people saying he relies on Satan's reputation. The demon mutters that he is being far too polite. Bai remains kneeling, muttering in resignation. Since this is His Majesty's ring, if he insists, then he has no choice. Suddenly, he stands up, erupting with wild purple flames, as he roars out that he must respectfully obey his command and fight back. Hellfire of Desire. Chen Bai does not even flinch. His fingertips glow with the green light of his plague system as he smirks. This is more like it, he sneers. Seeing his opponent use a strange move, Bai pauses, a giant question mark above his head. Suddenly, the demon clutches his chest and collapses as purple flames, instantly dying out. He screams in absolute panic. What is this? Is this a virus? How could a mere virus bypass his hellfire of desire to harm him? Tortured by the infection, the demon god falls to his knees again, weeping and begging him to stop. Please, Your Majesty, spare my life, let's forget this. Satan's illusion appears next to Chen Bai, sighing in disappointment. He explains that the demon was simply too terrified to fight back. But hey, the demon lord adds, at least the way you talk proves that I am still the ultimate lord of hell. Chen Bai steps forward, extending a dark clawed hand. Since you did not dare to fight, you must obey my orders. Separate your soul from your physical body right now. I still have an excellent use for that physical shell of yours. Sweating profusely, the demon god submissively bows his head. Yes, Your Majesty. Instantly, Bai's soul leaves his physical shell and floats upward, leaving his purple body to collapse right into Chen Bai's hands. Once he absorbs the demon's physical vessel, several system notifications chime in, announcing he has earned evolution points for his Blacklight Virus. He successfully merges the Hellfire of Desire skill, and now faces the choice of absorbing or discarding this special bloodline. Chen Bai smiles with absolute confidence and satisfaction. This is a pretty solid level up, he notes. Then Chen Bai issues another command, telling him to offer his soul next. The demon god submissively bows. It is my utmost honor, Your Majesty. With those words, Bai digs into his own chest and pulls out a glowing purple soul orb. He carefully transfers that piece of his soul directly into the youth's ring. The system instantly alerts him that the soul of Duke Bai, the 16th demon god of the 72 pillars, has returned. His Solomon Rings level has successfully upgraded to A+. Seeing that everything is finally settled, Han Zhao rushes over in a panic. Brother Bai, what about my sister? Chen Bai simply gestures with his chin, ordering Bai to answer the young man's question. Bai honestly reveals that she is currently in hell, having renamed herself Rika, and that he has provided her with top-tier resources and her freedom, but right now, her exact location is unknown. If any news comes up, he will let them know. Chen Bai folds his arms and raises an eyebrow, asking if Jai actually treated her pretty well. Jai nods proudly, claiming he treats all his brides in hell incredibly well, proudly boasting that they even call him the Loyal Duke. Right then, Satan's projection flies out to expose him, calling Jai a lustful stud machine instead. Chen Bai bursts out laughing and asks if the demon wants to say something to him, offering to release him. The little demon god smirks, squinting his eyes and raising a finger, saying he does. Chen Bai nods and calls out the giant demon's name, Jai. As soon as Jai sees the tiny hologram appear, he cries out in joy. Asking if he is really here, the tiny Satan puts on a serious face, demanding that Han Jai describe the current situation. In hell, the giant demon stammers, breaking into a cold sweat, too terrified to speak directly about the current state of hell. Satan frowns and snaps, demanding he stop stuttering and spit it out. Jai has no choice but to confess that right now, hell is being ruled by Beelzebub, who took over his palace and legacy to declare himself the new Lord of Hell. Jai, sadly, explains that Beelzebub is also erasing all evidence of Satan's existence in hell, leaving many newborn demons completely unaware of him. Hearing this, Satan gnashes his teeth in absolute fury, wondering how Beelzebub dared to do such a thing. The little demon bitterly wonders if hell has already forgotten him. Jai kneels on the ground, explaining that because of the massive propaganda spread by Beelzebub, hell now reveres him as their greatest emperor, the sole leader who will guide hell to supreme power. He sighs and adds that only the 72 demon pillars who once followed him still know of his existence, but they can only choose to stay silent or temporarily submit. Hearing that his kingdom is completely lost, Satan grumpily folds his arms with a cold snort. Chen Bai stands nearby, teasing him about his Lord of Hell status, making him turn with a grimace and tell Chen Bai to stop teasing. Regaining his composure, Satan seriously asks how many other gods are currently in hell. Jai respectfully reports that besides Beelzebub, those he knows of are fallen angel Prince Lucifer, along with Lords Vassago and Pan. Both Prince Lucifer and Lord Vassago have been imprisoned for openly opposing Beelzebub. Grasping the situation of his former loyalists, Satan frowns and nods. Chen Bai now finally speaks up to give orders, telling Jai he can go back now. From now on, any movement in hell must be reported immediately. The demon obediently kowtows to obey. As Jai vanishes, the system panel pops up, announcing the hidden boss's defeat, but they receive 0 experience points. Chen Bai clicks his tongue, murmuring to himself that since Jai didn't actually die, it makes sense. Right after a notification for completing the hidden hell level dungeon rewards 10,000 experience, making him stroke his chin and calculate. The bonus experience is not much, but the accumulated experience after his class transfer has pushed him straight to level 12. The level up light flashes, signaling he has reached level 13 with a massive boost in stats. The young man stretches, putting his hands behind his neck to relax. This is actually pretty good anyway. Done with his own business, he turns to ask his friend, who has been spectating the whole time. Han Xiao, how about your quest? The other youth is startled, remembering, and hastily opens his system panel to check. Ah, let me see. Seeing the system notification for completing the S-tier Demon Ancestor quest, Han Xiao cheers happily. His quest is completed, and it says, right here. It was commissioned by the great and supreme Lilith, who owes him a favor because of his bloodline. With the help of a great entity, he successfully confirmed the truth of his bloodline mystery and learned that his sister is still alive in hell. Next, he needs to find the whereabouts of his former sister, Han Li, who currently goes by the name Rika. The rewards have been distributed, giving him a high S11 Demon Earl bloodline. A great entity, even the will of the universe, has to call the Chen Bai. That tears welling up in his eyes, he emotionally calls out to Big Brother Bok, making Chen Bai, who was turning away, turn back in confusion. Without any shame, Han Xiao rushes over and tightly hugs Chen Bai's leg, flattering him. It says, right here, that as long as he clings to great Big Brother Bok's thigh, the next quest to find his sister will be a piece of cake. Standing nearby, Ding Ding puts her hands on her hips, calling him a professional flatterer. But the thick-skinned Han Xiao immediately retorts, asking if she is jealous. Being hugged so tightly, he cannot even take a step. Chen Bai sweats in speechlessness, telling him to let go. As he still has to pick up the loot, Jai dropped. Somehow, even Ding Ding joins in, hugging his other leg, while excitedly coaxing him that running quest together is the absolute best. She begs him to definitely call her the next time there is a sweet deal. Shaking off the two annoying clingy tails, Chen Bai picks up a scroll to examine it, wondering why only one item dropped. But it is a super rare blueprint. He smiles and nods in approval, thinking it is not bad. While reading the details, his eyes suddenly light up in astonishment. The system panel displays the details of the S-tier Hellfire Wings blueprint, which requires abyssal fire, abyss, phoenix wings, and a fire core to craft. He smirks, calling the wings the absolute rarest gear type. Looking at the asylum, he calls it a blessed place, where rare blueprints easily drop. He plans to give the class change scroll to Han Xiao due to his demon bloodline, while the skill goes to Meng Yao. Since Crow helped out, this gear is theirs. He checks the system alert, mentioning demon horns, abyss fire, and black crystals. He needs those to craft the shepherd armor. Rubbing his chin, he realizes he is only missing one last material. With his plans set, Chen Bai asks the others if they want to tag along, while he takes Yan Qi to grind experience. They both agree in unison. There is absolutely no way they would turn down a free power leveling session like this. Chen Bai asks if the city has any crowded spots filled with level 15 monsters. Han Xiao rubs his chin, thinking hard. Before he can answer, a bald guy named Ah Long pops out, waving and yelling for Big Brother Chen Bai. He eagerly points out that the Lujiako suburbs are packed with high-intelligence psychic monsters from before the apocalypse. The monsters there are level 13 and super dense, meaning almost nobody has dared to explore the area yet. Grateful for the tip, Chen Bai thanks him while the bald guy modestly waves it off as a small favor. Chen Bai tells Han Xiao to shield them from the heavy wind pressure so they can travel fast. They both agree. Suddenly, Chen Bai launches into the sky like a rocket, dragging the two behind him. Ding Ding screams with joy while Ah Long shields his face. The stunned crowd below can only watch. They are completely speechless. Meanwhile, the bald guy breaks into a cold sweat, and starts boasting. He flexes, boasting that even the strongest survivor had to thank him, and tells others to sign up for his dungeon run. Meanwhile, our main trio instantly arrives at the Lujiako suburbs, where hordes of floating zombies cover every single wall and street. Landing on a rooftop edge, they quietly look down at the massive gold mine of experience points, waiting right below them. Chen Bai grins with pure satisfaction. High-level zombies are everywhere, making this the absolute perfect spot to grind. Just keep your distance, guys. Make sure you do not wander outside the experience-sharing range. Han Xiao promises it is not a problem, and Ding Ding agrees with a bright smile. Even the shadow ghost Yan Qi begs to join. He eagerly begs to kill. With a smirk, Chen Bai takes a sudden leap of faith off the roof. He knows that using his solar plague at full power would wipe the area instantly, but it might kill his friends too. Upon landing, he decides to change tactics, opting to practice the various other skills he has not fully mastered yet. Suddenly, a pitch-black armor covered in sharp spikes wraps around his body. He mutters that this is his first form. Born from the temptation of Zen Manius, and enhanced by the Blacklight Virus, he calls this form his full-body enhancement. His armored fist ignites with a terrifying purple hellfire, triggering a new system alert right before his eyes. The S-Rank skill Burning Desire boosts his stats by 50% for 3 minutes while burning the souls of his targets. With a 10-minute cooldown and full energy, Chen Bai flashes a menacing smile and decides to start with a simple punch. The skill activates. With just one lightning-fast punch, he completely obliterates the entire battlefield in an instant. A devastating purple shockwave sweeps out, leveling everything in sight. Up on the roof, Han Xiao watches in pure disbelief. Han Xiao records the action and quickly shares the video in the chat to brag about their top-ranked power. Ding Ding chimes in about the monster levels, making the jealous crow demand they delete the video immediately. The group chat erupts with the sword Immortal crying, wondering if the boss's basic attacks are as strong as his ultimate skill. Han Xiao proudly corrects him, saying it is at least a skill. Meanwhile, back at the Yan family villa, Chen Bai tells his 2 ghost companions that they have finally reached level 10 and should get ready for their class ascension. He casually tosses the class promotion scrolls into the air and waits for the magic to happen as they touch them. A blinding flash of light erupts, making the girls gasp in absolute surprise, while Chen Bai silently observes the phenomenon. He wonders if this is some kind of rare class ascension as the energy begins to spread and alter the surroundings. It looks like they are becoming earthbound spirits, intending to tie their very existence directly to this mansion itself. Their floating figures begin to merge slowly, wrapping around the entire building when the little demon god Satan pops out. He starts buttering him up eagerly, saying that this earthbound spirit class was practically made for them, praising his incredible vision. He keeps flattering him, mentioning how using Slane's power will upgrade his hellfire, combined with his talent for choosing followers. He guarantees that Chen Bai is destined for an absolutely legendary future. As he continues to build his power, he will stand at the peak of the gods. Chen Bai flops down on the sofa, interrupting enough with the flattery. "You have been doing this since I started boosting their levels. Do not think I do not know your scheme." Satan laughs. Nervously, "Ah ha ha, you are indeed sharp. In that case, I have nothing to worry about. With your supreme wisdom, you will surely never sell me out to that traitor for some quick benefit, right?" Attempting to bring down his rival Satan, continues, "After all, how can a traitor ever be trusted? My long-term value to you is surely much higher than his." Chen Bai drops the demon god onto the floor with a thud, coldly replying, "I just temporarily do not want to face Beelzebub yet. As for your value," he glances sideways, "I have not seen much of it yet." As he walks, he warns, "Do not even think of running around on this floor. Most of my belongings are actually down in hell." He then rubs his chin, calculating, "Wait, Agaris must still have a few items on him. What am I currently lacking? Let us see if he has it. A phoenix wing, a fire core, and a black crystal." Hearing this, Satan brightens up, nodding repeatedly. Yes, he has black crystal." Looking at the 2 girls shining brightly, Chen Bai nods. "Good, wait. For them to finish their class advancement, we will head down to the abyss again." With hands behind his back, he plans, since many creatures down there signed contracts with him during the trials. Building a good relationship with them is quite necessary. He might not be sure about others, but he definitely has a way to deal with that Hydra. Just then, an announcement rings out: class successfully changed to Earthbound Spiritbound to the Yan family villa. Chen Bai approaches to ask the 2 girls who just woke up how they feel, and if there are any good effects. The pink-haired girl happily shows her status screen. "Yes, look, It is a B-rank Earthbound Spirit class. First advancement, each level up grants +1 to all attributes and 1 free attribute point. Class authority, dual spirit, dual binding, which can link with any 2 locations as bound territory. However, binding a location consumes a massive amount of spiritual power and is hard to change. It is currently bound to the Yan Villa. Then there is the pain of the unbound outside bound territory. All skills and class authorities are completely disabled. But when inside the bound territory, those skills consume absolutely no energy at all. There is also the joy of the bound. Inside the bound location, power is multiplied 5 times. Spiritual ground binding allows the spirit to inherit any attributes and rewards the bound territory possesses. In turn, the bound territory can receive any attributes and rewards that the spirit itself possesses. The actual number of these bonuses depends entirely on the spirit body's spiritual power. Class skill bound territory, teleportation, which transforms a bound location into a spirit form to move it. Cooldown is 30 days. The host's binding can also grant any target entering the bound territory a massive 3-fold attribute bonus, or even slash their attributes completely in half. Skimming through this wall of information, Chen Bai rubs his chin thoughtfully. So many authorities and skills all revolving around the bound land. He looks up at the girl, praising this mutual spiritual land authority can only be described as absolutely crazy. The girl asks in confusion, really? He calmly explains, of course. Building, materials, facilities, and decorations all exist as items, and their bonuses are incredibly strong. If this ordinary villa's materials are replaced with high-grade ones, you will see how insane it gets. Chen Bai gestures, painting a grand picture of the future. Furthermore, in the future, you could turn an entire city into your bound land. Then the bonuses would be terrifying, and you would bring massive benefits to that city. Hearing this, the girl tightly hugs his arm, acting spoiled. Then I want to bind with Big Brother City, so I can help you. Chen Bai smiles and agrees. Sure, after going down to the abyss, this time I will take you to Chen Bai City. He suddenly turns and asks, Hey, Yanshui, do you know where the library is? The girl is completely bewildered. The very next second, he pours a massive pile of books onto the floor. Chen Bai spreads his arms, boasting this time. I brought gifts, all human books, history, art, scenery, food, everything you could ever want. After that he is at the 350th floor of the abyss, the Hydra's territory. The giant serpent grabs a book, shouting, Great. Thanks, Abyss Lord, I will start with history books. Abyss Lord, we will remember this kindness. Another snakehead also pokes out, chirping he remembered we were curious about the human world. So as soon as he became the Abyss Lord, he brought us a pile of books. The largest head in the middle rises up to complain to his brothers, second brother, and fourth brother, how can you only say thank you and remember his kindness? Another head nods in agreement. Exactly. How is that enough to show our gratitude? Another head excitedly proposes, how about we make ourselves? Let's write a poem of gratitude to the Abyss Lord. One head closes its eyes and dramatically groans, oh, the abyss is deep, but not nearly as deep as our gratitude. The Abyss Lord's heart is with us, and our love runs even deeper than the bottomless pit itself. Another head chimes in with a totally lame echo, deep, but the head next to it instantly snaps, how embarrassing. Shut your mouth. The poet head is forced to shut up in shame. Fortunately, a fourth head chimes in to break the tension, saying, Ninth sister is totally right. It then spits a glowing item toward Chen Bai, noting since the Lord cared for them, they must repay him. Chen Bai catches the glowing scroll and gasps in total shock. It's actually an S-rank scouting skill book. The system interface pops up with the details, the S-rank Mystic Eye, a scouting skill that can analyze anything and might uncover secrets, depending on spiritual energy. Seeing is knowing, not seeing is still knowing. Having landed such top-tier loot, the young man gratefully offers his thanks. This is an invaluable gift and exactly what he needs right now. Thank you so much, he says. He generously promises, if you guys ever need anything in the future, I will do my best to bring it. The Hydra head smiles cunningly. This is not just a return gift, helping the Abyss Lord grow stronger. The head calculates with a sly grin. Will also bring us benefits, since we are Abyss Lords as well. Chen Bai smirks and nods in agreement, saying true. Right then, the system alerts him that the skill book has been learned, granting him the S-rank Mystic Eye. Immediately after he teleports down to the 500th floor of the abyss, the little demon god flutters around to report his success. Just as you instructed, I told him Beelzebub usurped the throne. He confidently beat his chest, convinced Agaris is on our side now. He even handed over the shiny loot personally. The legendary items are all here, including the god-tier Hellfire of Agaris itself. He delivers them with a flattering grin, along with a top-grade black crystal. Suddenly, a furious roar echoes from deep in the abyss. You traitorous Beelzebub, I will definitely slaughter you. Hearing the chaotic drama, Chen Bai can only watch in absolute silence. Hands on his hips, he asks the little demon god if his supposedly loyal underling is actually okay. The little devil shrugs. Just let him be. Letting him blow off some steam is probably for the best. Back in the real world, inside his Yanra villa, Chen Bai lays out his materials on the floor, muttering Horn of JPI, Hellfire of Agaris, and a top-grade black crystal. He rubs his hands in anticipation. It is time to begin now that all the crafting materials are gathered. He is completely confident that he will succeed. The synthesis will yield the S-Rank Horn of the Shepherd. The system notifications start chiming and crafting the call of the underworld. The forge is a massive success. Check out these insane stats popping up on the screen. The unique S-Rank headpiece. It boosts spiritual energy by 30% and adds 65 points. Demon horns raise casting speed by 80% and strength by 30%. The Demon Whisper side effect makes the wearer hear eerie voices, but in return, they get a sweet bonus of 1 permanent spirit point daily. The Shepherd skill allows control over lower energy creatures, requiring over 300 spiritual energy to equip. He admires the dark horns, petting them with a satisfied grin. This is his very first time crafting an S-Rank piece of gear. Staring at the side effect, he mutters Demon Whisper. Just wearing it for a single day yields 1 permanent spirit point. He nods and calculates the gains. It might sound small, but over time, it will absolutely stack up into something insane. Without hesitating, he puts the horns on his head. Watch this because the side effects are about to hit him like a truck. Chaotic purple energy violently erupts through his body, making him stagger and almost fall backward. He winces, breaking out in cold sweat and groaning. After listening for just a brief moment, his mind is already an absolute mess, filled with restless anxiety. He sighs, realizing that permanent stat bonus definitely comes with a heavy price. Meanwhile, over in Bai D City, a pair of glowing pink butterfly wings manifests in the room. Holding the pink-haired girl's hand, Chen Bai teleports directly to his destination. As they land, Meng Yao pants heavily, completely exhausted. Master warping you back is seriously going to kill me, she complains, sighing that it was way more tiring than taking him to the magic capital. Chen Bai gently pats her head to comfort her. Thanks for the hard work, Meng Yao, go get some rest. She drowsily rubs her eyes, muttering that she really needs a nap. Before he knows it, she falls fast asleep, right on the floor. Chen Bai sighs, noting the heavy burden of this long-distance teleportation. He smiles and turns to walk outside. It has been a while since he was home. He wonders how Bai D City has grown lately. Stepping onto the streets, he looks up at the brand new skyscrapers and remarks in surprise, "Wow, they have built quite a lot here." Meanwhile, back in the council office, Tu Song Zikyung rubs her temples in sheer exhaustion, asking her assistant if there is any news yet. Lang Shuang calmly replies that there is none, pointing out that high-tier classes are incredibly rare and hard to come by. She gently advises her boss that they do not need to rush so much, since finding anything above A rank takes time. She pauses, then adds, after all, the highest-ranking evolved humans in Jiang City have only reached B rank so far, even if it is just one person. Ziqiang taps her fingers on the table, firmly disagreeing. No, she insists this is the most urgent matter. Right now, she glances at the screen. Quite a few evolved people have already reached level 10 in Bai D City. She runs her hand through her hair, stressed, explaining the real issue. If they find classes too slowly, or get weak ones, they cannot possibly control them. Ling Xiang then quietly points out that they still have Chen Bai to protect them. But Ziqiang leans against the table with a serious expression, replying that she does not understand. The master can indeed suppress everyone in Bai D City, so nobody dares to rebel. But she frowns with deep worry, asking, what about us? Pacing back and forth, she analyzes the situation. If they cannot manage the newly evolved people in the city, they will fail to run Bai D City smoothly. If that happens, they cannot expect Chen Bai to adventure outside in peace. Ling Xiang nods, accepting her orders. She promises to find clues about class change options rated A tier or higher immediately. Ziqiang adds a final instruction, noting she cannot leave Bai D City right now, meaning she is completely counting on her. Just as Ling Xiang finishes speaking, a familiar voice rings out, catching both of them completely off guard. He compliments Ziqiang on being so thoughtful. She turns around in sheer joy, excited that her master Chen Bai is finally back. Smiling faintly, he greets them. Ziqiang immediately rushes into his arms, clinging to him and saying it has been a whole month. Holding the beautiful girl, he thinks to himself, has it really been a month? He recalls his brutal, endless grinding. Spending a year and a half across various dungeons, like Shushan and the Abyss, felt infinitely longer than just 30 days. Noticing him zoning out, Ziqiang looks up curiously. Chen Bai quickly brushes it off with a smile, saying, it is nothing. The beautiful executive excitedly suggests having Ling Xiang gather everyone right away. He gives an enthusiastic, immediate nod of approval. A short moment later, a lineup of stunning, elegantly dressed ladies stands in perfect order, sweetly welcoming their master home. A blonde girl steps forward, proudly announcing that she has finished drafting all the city rules and regulations for Baidi City. The only thing left is to set the rules for his personal room, which they will absolutely and obediently follow. Another secretary leans close playfully, complaining that their database has not been updated with his latest stats and skills in forever. They absolutely need to gather that fresh data right now. Meanwhile, two girls standing nearby blush deeply in shy anticipation. They welcome him back softly, reminding him of how hard he worked out there, urging him to forget about the outside world. Chen Bai smirks thoroughly, enjoying the attention. Suddenly, Song marches up aggressively, determined to show him how much she has improved. She claims she is completely different now and wants to prove her worth, but before she can even show off, she freezes. Her eyes widen in pure shock as Chen Bai delivers a sudden playful spank, teasing her about her newfound confidence. He asks if leaving her alone for 3 days made her think she could run the place. She holds her backside, yelping. Amused by the playful scolding, Ziqiang proudly explains that they meticulously arranged and designed everything in this core mountaintop area. She glances over at the girls, lounging comfortably on the sofas, noting that the entire staff was selected with extreme care. Flashing a seductive smile, she whispers that he is completely free to do whatever he wants with anyone, anywhere here. Sitting down, Chen Bai playfully asks if she is not worried that one of the other girls might end up replacing her. Ziqiang confidently replies that she knows her worth, urging him to finally enjoy a genuine, much-deserved vacation after fighting so hard. Taking the cue, he leans back into the soft sofa, completely surrounded by beauties, and agrees to take a day off. Casting all his worries completely aside, he closes his eyes to relax, deciding that any important business can easily wait. After an incredibly intense session, Chen Bai holds Ziqiang in bed, whispering about the class issue she mentioned earlier. She sighs, admitting it is a massive headache, especially since they have not found any decent classes in Jiang City yet. Smiling, he tells her to just ask him directly next time. Ziqiang blushes shyly, snuggling deeper into his chest. She asks if this feels a bit inappropriate, but he glances at the other girls sound asleep on the floor. He casually shrugs, pointing out she manages Baidi City for him, which naturally costs her the chance to explore outside. It is only fair he helps. Resting his hands behind his head, Chen Bai drops a massive bombshell about class scrolls. He casually reveals he has 4 scrolls rated S tier or higher. Shocked, Ziqiang bolts upright, her eyes wide. She gasps, confirming if he truly has 4 S-tier scrolls. He pulls out the items, starting with Pukasumi's scroll, the one left behind after sacrificing himself to open the portal. He then lifts a glowing red scroll and a demon hunter one. He earned that one during his trials in the Abyss. Caressing her gently, Chen Bai notes she is currently the only one who reached level 10. Hearing this, Ziqiang takes the chance to mention that Ling Xiang actually reached level 10 before her. She asks if any class change scroll fits Ling Xiang, adding that the girl has long admired his strength and held feelings for him. When are you going to make a move? But as she speaks, she turns around and spots Ling Xiang peeking from behind the door. Her face is completely red and flustered. Chen Bai is actually surprised, wondering if that cold-faced girl really felt that way. He honestly thought she was entirely emotionless. Seizing the golden opportunity, a wicked grin slowly creeps onto his face. He tells her to bring Ling Xiang inside to inspect her stats. A moment later, he tosses 4 glowing scrolls into the air. He declares that he will choose the absolute best classes out of these 4 options for both of them. Now properly dressed, Ziqiang and Ling Xiang receive their scrolls. Ziqiang mutters the details on hers, noting the double S rank. It is the double S rank, child of misfortune. Meanwhile, Ling Xiang stares in shock at her S-rank demon hunter class. Chen Bai warns them that the conditions for class changes are still unknown. Zi Hyung immediately gets the hint, suggesting they find a safe spot, a highly secure location, to perform the class change. Ling Xiang nods solemnly in agreement, while Zi Xiang smiles warmly. Once they leave, Chen Bai realizes it is time to end his vacation, but that Sha Seng guy is still busy, teaching combat skills to Yan Qi and Yan Xue. He must wait for them to finish binding their villa in Jiangqing first. Only then can they head out again. Meanwhile, in the group chat, Han Wang is happily bragging about his latest achievement. He tells everyone he got the A+ rank Hell Messenger class. Ba Wang immediately jumps in to mock him with his own. He boasts about his S-rank Tiger General class. Lu Wang flexes his S-rank Little Heavenly Official, and Shui Chuan boasts a Ghost Sailor class. The Five-Whip successor finishes it off with his S-rank Thunder Walker class. A bitter crow then targets Han Wang, calling him the group shame for only getting an A+ rank. Han Wang fires back, boasting his high-level demon count bloodline. He asks what a classless, bloodlineless little black bird is even chirping about. Meanwhile, Lu Wang lies lazily on his bed, giggling to himself as the group teasing intensifies. Ba Wang admits he is impressed by Han Wang's bloodline, having never heard of it. Meanwhile, Crow remains classless, branded the shame of the group. Liu Wang chimes in saying, bloodlines are incredibly rare. They are apparently harder to get than actual classes. Soon Yezi and the others start spamming that Crow is their biggest shame. Lu Huai eagerly joins the pylon too. Poor Crow is left crying in frustration over the relentless bullying. He falls to his knees, slamming the floor in utter defeat. Meanwhile, Chen Bai scrolls through the chat, thoroughly surprised. He wonders if Lu Wang really obtained the Little Heavenly Official class. They actually got along quite well in his past life. Back then, the guy only had an A-rank medium class. Chen Bai recalls him mentioning a chance at an S-rank class. He had passed on it because the challenge was too deadly. It seems Group 001 really pushes people to risk it all. Otherwise, they would end up as the laughingstock of the group. Smiling, Chen Bai types a quick congratulatory message to everyone. He congratulates them on successfully changing classes. Staring at the glowing screen, he suddenly makes an interesting proposal. He reminds them that Han Wang previously mentioned upgrading their chat. Since all requirements are met, they can finally do it. He suggests turning the group into an official alliance. Han Wang is completely on board, enthusiastically backing his boss. He mentions that he already checked with everyone in private, and absolutely no one objected to the brilliant idea. The Five-Whip successor eagerly agrees, while Ding Ding excitedly cheers, practically begging him to push the upgrade button. She leans in close to watch the magic happen. Chen Bai smiles and swipes his screen to initiate the upgrade. The name will remain 001 across all leaderboards, and members can now proudly display their new alliance prefix. He tells them to activate it. Instantly, a system notification announces that chat group 001 is now an alliance. The new alliance code is L001. Chen Bai smirks, confident their group will soon shock the entire world. Another notification pops up, confirming the prefix display is active. Whenever an evolver appears on any ranking, the tag will show. The 001 prefix will now appear before their names in all system announcements and listings. Immediately, the rankings update. Chen Bai crosses his arms, looking pleased at his glorious spot at top 1 as a level 13 hidden class, representing the Dragon Kingdom. Elsewhere, a Western youth runs a hand through his hair, staring in disbelief at his second-place spot. Meet Anthony Douglas, a level 11 S-rank terror clown, representing the Lighthouse Nation, now thoroughly outclassed by the top spot. Seeing the entire leaderboard dominated by the 001 prefix, he can only admit defeat. Meanwhile, the chat explodes. Members rejoice over their absolute dominance of the rankings. Ba Wang eagerly urges everyone to keep pushing their limits. He claims that seeing anyone outside of their alliance on the leaderboard is an absolute eyesore. The Five-Whip successor agrees. He calls the level 13 leader an absolute monster. Suddenly, Lu Huai spots a strange anomaly at rank 58. Inside the Chen Bai Palace channel, level 10 demon hunter Ling Xiang and a panicked Ding Ding report to their boss Emperor Bai. They shout that someone stole his name to start a guild. But Bai Li Huai quickly clarifies they should recognize this member. It is rank 64 Zai Qiang, a level 10 child of misfortune, with a double S rank class from the Dragon Kingdom. Reading this, Chen Bai smiles, nodding in relief. It seems class advancements for both Zi Qiang and Ling Xiang went incredibly smoothly. Realizing the true identity of this powerful woman, Ding Ding breaks into a cold sweat and immediately starts typing out his analysis. He posts that he finally remembers her as the exact woman from the Chen Bai city construction livestream, meaning Ling Xiang must have been there too. Chen Bai casually replies, confirming they are all just a close-knit little family. Crow instantly seizes the moment to beg Emperor Bai for a guild invite and a free SSS-Rank scroll. The masked youth practically begs with tears in his virtual eyes, pleading for Emperor Bai to save his life. Liu Huai immediately splashes cold water on his hopes, telling Crow to calm down even if he is completely desperate. He points out this is clearly Emperor Bai's personal harem. Ding Ding chimes in, telling him to grind for his own scrolls. Right on cue, Yazi blatantly flirts in the open chat, calling Chen Bai her hubby and asking for an online relationship. She asks if he will give her a SSS rank scroll and a bloodline if they meet, making Liu Huai literally gag. Han Wang quickly changes the subject, suggesting they check out the forums where discussions about their #1 city are absolutely blowing up. Aside from that, the hottest topics are guessing the identity of Z, the sole owner of the SSS rank Child of Misfortune class. People are also wildly guessing what Emperor Bai's hidden class actually is, with tons of creative theories flooding the boards. They are hyping Emperor Bai up so much that reading it is way more satisfying than actually going out to grind levels. Han Wang giggles at his screen, but Chen Bai casually asks why they are getting so excited over a bunch of online compliments. Yazi playfully chimes in, saying she feels proud because Emperor Bai is destined to be her man in the near future. Han Xiao openly flatters him as well, proudly claiming he is just a loyal follower, clinging tightly to Chen Bai's thigh. Reading their chaotic messages, Chen Bai can only shake his head with a wry smile at his crazy guildmates. Right at this moment, Ziqiang enters the room in an elegant dress to report that her and Ling Xiang's class advancements went perfectly. Chen Bai looks behind her and asks where Ling Xiang is. Ziqiang calmly replies that she is dealing with trouble in the sewers. Some idiot was looking for a quick death. She went to clean up. Chen Bai frowns, wondering what happened. She asks if he remembers that hell difficulty sewer dungeon that takes an entire month to refresh because someone insisted on entering. The system screen flashes to confirm this, displaying the hell difficulty epidemic sewer dungeon, currently in the middle of generation. The countdown timer reads 29 days, 23 hours. Chen Bai stands with hands on hips, deeply contemplating. He remembers that Monster Nest is far deadlier than the nightmare mode they cleared, and it is where he obtained his epidemic imprint. He decides to check it out later, but Ziqiang waves her hand, warning that arrogant fools like that only bring trouble. She advises him to ignore them. He chuckles, shifting his curiosity toward her newly acquired class skills instead. She smiles with pride, her eyes flashing sharp and confident as she notes they are almost too powerful before displaying her stats. Her class is Child of Misfortune, a SSS rank first advancement that grants 5 strength and 5 agility per level. It also adds 8 stamina, 15 spiritual power, 15 free points, and increases her hidden luck attribute and misfortune authority. As the Child of Misfortune, she manipulates bad luck. She remains completely immune to their negative effects. Her luck is boosted item, and experience drop rates increase by 100%, and her stamina and spirit permanently increase by 50% alongside rapid health recovery. Her Misfortune Curse skill allows her to inflict bad luck directly onto any target. This forces the victim to trigger endless disastrous accidents, with the frequency and damage scaling directly with her spiritual power. The effect is permanent but limited to once per target, while her Misfortune Clone skill creates an identical copy of her. This clone shares her senses and lasts 1 hour per 100 spiritual power. Next is Misfortune Sharing, which transfers incoming damage. It redirects pain and physical damage from one cursed victim straight to another. Reading through these incredibly dark abilities, Chen Bai is completely blown away, comparing her Misfortune Curse to the movie Final Destination, while her sharing skill feels like stabbing needles into a voodoo doll. He rubs his chin contentedly, realizing this combination of skills is incredibly practical. It also provides massive stat boosts, reminding him of how in his past life, even a single point of luck was valued enough to trade for an A-rank item. Looking at the screen, she playfully grumbles that even she is slightly jealous. She teasingly glares at Chen Bai, noting that she sadly cannot share this incredibly powerful set of skills with him. Alright, if you actually had the ability to clone us girls, we would be totally finished. Chen Bai wraps his arms around her and playfully teases her back. So now you can make clones. Does that mean I am the one who is done for? Right then, she activates her misfortune clone ability. Dozens of Ziqiang suddenly appear surrounding him. Chen Bai wraps his arms around one of them teasingly, asking if she wants to test things out. Leaving the fun aside, Chen Bai arrives at the dungeon entrance. Standing guard by the flowing water, Ling Shuang respectfully welcomes him as Emperor Bai. He gets straight to the point, asking if she successfully dealt with the intruders who tried to enter the plague sewer dungeon. Ling Shuang nods and reports that the guards could not stop them because they claimed they would only look around the entrance. But she coldly adds that within 3 seconds of entering, they got violently thrown back out. Looking at those weak young men, lying completely paralyzed on stretchers, she explains that their bodies were totally limp and their stamina had dropped to almost zero. She casually adds that she broke several of their bones just by lifting them onto the stretchers, showing how fragile they were. Chen Bai reminds her that even though there are many people living in his villa, her personal combat skills are easily the strongest. Since she is part of his elite harem guard, he urges her to never slack off. He tells her to stop worrying about these trivial matters and focus entirely on boosting her own strength. Ling Shuang nods seriously to accept the command. As he steps 1 foot into the teleportation portal, he instructs her to handle things while he runs the dungeon, and to hand over all those boring, mundane chores to others. Ling Shuang obediently agrees to his commands, calling him Emperor Bai. Suddenly, a system notification rings out warning him that he is entering the Hell-tier Secret Realm dungeon Plague Sewer 1535. Instantly, his surroundings shift, and he officially steps inside the dark sewer. He looks around, taking in the grim sight. No wonder. He notes that ordinary people cannot survive 3 seconds here, especially with such a thick concentration of plague. A regular person would either die or end up crippled in just 3 breaths. Suddenly, a massive shadow surges up from the murky water, trying to ambush him. Staying completely calm, Chen Bai immediately triggers his mysterious eye skill. The monster stat panel pops up, displaying a level 17 mutated Ratman, which is a special creature warped by the effects of the fungal plague. Unlike regular puppets, completely overtaken by disease, they still retain their own consciousness, possessing high intelligence as a new breed of plague monster. Their talents include rapid recovery, speed boosts, and plague breath, along with wall-climbing venomous claw attacks and rapid strike combos. Chen Bai just smiles seeing his perfect target. The giant rat lunges forward, but suddenly freezes mid-air, breaking out in a cold, terrified sweat. He activates his authority. His plague control skill forces the beast to dive right back down, groveling helplessly at his feet. The system then explains how his new plague control skill allows him to freely manipulate any plague-type monster or infected host whose total stats are lower than his own. Even better, each controlled plague beast boosts the effects of his specialty class skills. This raises the power of his calamity class skills and the fungal virus under his command. His eyes glow with excitement. The calamity authority is incredibly useful, and he thinks how amazing it would be to command a massive legion of them. Too bad, this is just a temporary dungeon. If only his personal abyss domain had an entire layer dedicated to them, filled with plague monsters completely under his command. As he laments this, a brilliant idea suddenly sparks in his mind. Wait. Thought becomes action. He proudly declares that if the abyss does not have a plague layer, he will build one. After all, he is the literal lord of the abyss. Clenching his fist with ultimate confidence, he immediately starts planning the new expansion. The Abyss Plague remodeling project officially begins. He sets to work, recruiting dark plague giant rats along the way. He also tames walking fungal monsters, equipped with acid bombs, rapid growth, and massive self-destruction skills, to build his army. With demonic horns appearing on his head, Chen Bai flashes a highly dangerous smile while looking over his new squad. He is highly satisfied with the massive horde following him, having already dominated nearly 100 monsters in this sector. He marches deeper into the sewer, closing in on the location of the plague imprint. Suddenly, he halts his steps. Using his mysterious eye to scan the darkness ahead, he spots a powerful figure. This has to be the area boss. The panel reveals a level 25 boss, the Plague Origin Ratman Archer, who was the very first to be infected. Possessing power and intelligence far beyond ordinary monsters, it guards the gateway, leading deeper into the dark infected tunnels. With his own attributes hovering around 650, he notes the boss actually has higher strength and agility. He decides to run a quick test to see if his control skill can override this massive beast. Activating his authority, the system immediately shuts him down, with a warning that he can only subjugate monsters whose attributes are completely lower than his. Refusing to back down, Chen Bai quickly switches to his gear skill, activating the Shepherd power. The system alerts him that he can only control creatures with lower spiritual power. The poison-tipped arrow clutching rat monster gawks in complete utter shock. It stands dazed as the mental attack hits. However, the system flashes bright red warning screens as he tries to take control. He is targeting a level 25 plague source boss, the Archer Ratman. The level gap exceeds 10, meaning the control has failed. Chen Bai clicks his tongue. The level gap is still massive. But so what? It is time to fight. He unleashes Plague Sunday. The boss quickly dodges his strike, raising its crossbow to fire back. A massive arrow whistles right past him, missing by a hair. He rolls onto the ground, realizing its physical stats are insanely high. Since it is a plague creature, his Plague Sun and Black Death skills do barely any damage. Close combat is his only option. Too bad his 3 sword spirits died in the Abyss trial. Otherwise, he could have easily kited this monster from a distance. Now, he is stuck on the defensive. Chen Bai narrows his eyes in warning, as he anticipates an incoming scattershot. Arrows rain down in a sudden violent storm. He grits his teeth. If he cannot dodge, he must tank it. Thud. Sharp arrows strike his dark energy shield. Blocking the entire barrage, he lets out a cold smirk. The boss might be faster, but they are in a tight sewer. Besides, it has to guard the deeper entrance anyway. It cannot kite him here. His eyes glow with a deadly red light as he points forward, tracking its thermal signature. He asks the beast why it stopped retreating. Panicked, the devil rat scrambles around to find some cover. Too late. Chen Bai smiles wickedly and unleashes mental shock, sending distorting sound waves straight into its brain. The impact blinds the boss. With his spiritual power at 195, he seizes the opening to activate all his fire buffs. Using Hellfire and Reborn Desire, intense flames erupt around him. Chen Bai throws a devastating heavy punch directly at the boss. The earth-shattering blow sends dirty water splashing everywhere. The monster instantly falls motionless, and Chen Bai floats in the air. He mutters that there is still no kill notification despite taking all those hits. He prepares to deal another blow. Suddenly, his eyes widen in complete shock. Floating to the surface is just an empty torn rat skin split in half. He sighs at the shredded hide, realizing it was shed using the Plague Incarnation skill by sacrificing its life force. Since it was scorched by hellfire and soaked in plague, its quality has dropped significantly. This scrap is practically useless. He chuckles dryly. So it was just a shed skin. That escape skill is actually quite clever and effective. Ignoring the escaped boss, he slowly trudges deeper into the murky water, carefully weighing his next options. The deep zone is guarded by a level 25 boss, meaning heading in right now is way too risky. Even with Abyss Revival, actually dying here would delay his plans by a week. He cannot afford that. The system alerts him that he has left the hell-level secret dungeon Plague Sewer 1535. The cooldown to re-enter is 7 days. Standing above, he watches swarms of plague rats and mushrooms drop into a black pool. The system confirms his current location is the first floor of the Abyss. Chen Bai stands, looking at his new minions. He smirks. His risky plan actually worked. Using his Abyss authority, he successfully transported the plague creatures here. This was the only uncertain step in the entire process. Now that it succeeded, failure is no longer possible. He raises his hand high loudly, shouting for the Abyss Embrace. The monsters float in the air to absorb the dark power. System notifications ring out, alerting him that new life forms, bodies, and ancient bloodlines are currently being accepted. The system absorbs their souls, officially accepting this entirely new species as recognized creatures of the Dark Abyss. A giant, newly reborn plague rat stands in perfect silence, ready to receive commands from its lord. Their status screens instantly upgrade, showing new types like poison, exploding blood sacs, and blood plague devil rats. Chen Bai nods in satisfaction. This army of plague devil rats should be more than enough for now. Their power is sufficient to claim the first floor and build a nest. Hands on hips, he watches them rise. From now on, the devil eggs spawning from the Abyss well will also birth these 3 distinct plague species. They will steadily grow stronger, eventually conquering the entire Abyss as they push deeper floor by floor. He calculates his next steps. Only relying on these 3 types makes his army far too small and weak. He will need to capture more diverse plague creatures later. Looking up at the dark crimson sky, he grows pensive. The current rules of the Abyss are just too simple. There is only one basic law here: slaughter to grow strong. While constant bloodshed creates powerful beings, it also brings endless chaos, which completely ruins long-term growth. He reaches out his hand, opening up a massive swirling space portal to lead his brand new army. The space warps around him. He decides the Abyss needs new rules. though he is still not quite sure what fits best. Emerging instantly, he steps through a glowing portal, standing right under the massive shadow of a seductive demon queen. It looks like he has to interrogate Medusa once again. A scheming smile tugs at his lips, hoping she has some good ideas. Later on, Chen Bai sits perched on a rocky ledge, nodding as he announces that he finally has a clear direction for the abyss. He sincerely thanks them all for working so hard during today's discussion, saying their proposed ideas are actually quite incredible. Surrounding him are giant, flattering snakeheads, all eager to win his favor, as they crawl closer with utmost respect. One snakehead speaks up timidly, saying that under his master plan, the abyss is bound to grow even stronger in the future. Another head eagerly chimes in, expressing how excited they are to see what this reformed abyss will actually look like. Down on level 350, the snake god Urit pokes his head out, admitting that he also loves these new ideas. He says the only reason he enjoys other worlds' cultures is because their own dark, barren abyss currently has absolutely nothing. Moving over to level 437, the seductive succubus lord of pleasure, Manhwa coyly speaks up. She loves the idea of building bustling cities and goblin chambers of commerce, gently resting her chin on Chen Bai's shoulder. She giggles, saying her succubi will finally get stable, happy jobs. Right after a mysterious cloaked skeleton emerges from the shadows. The skeletal figure bows deep, praising the master plan as absolutely brilliant. This is the demon god of level 400. Gaber, the underworld ferryman, places his hand over his heart, promising to wait in the abyss until Chen Bai has enough power. Chen Bai flashes a confident smile, assuring them that once he officially takes over, the abyss will reach heights never seen before. Sitting back comfortably on his rocky throne, he waves his hand in appreciation, thanking them all for their loyalty and advice. He proudly promises that when they finally reach the absolute peak of the abyss, there will be a glorious place for everyone. The monsters slowly fade away. The giant snake bows its massive head, thanking him, and promising not to disturb him any longer. The skeletal ferryman Gaber also bids farewell, expressing absolute faith that this day will come while he waits for good news. However, Manhwa lingers behind, teasingly cooing that his master plan to strengthen the abyss is just way too irresistible. She sways her hips playfully, whispering that next time he will definitely have to make up for leaving her unsatisfied. Chen Bai smirkingly fires right back, telling the seductive demon she had better not beg for mercy once he gains complete control. The demon queen simply giggles and winks, slowly fading away, while promising to eagerly await his arrival in her palace. Once the area is completely clear, Chen Bai gently rubs the magical ring on his finger, calling out to the devil himself. He notes that everyone has left, telling Satan that since he offered some pretty solid advice, there might be a reward. He offers a tempting deal, promising to restore Satan to the throne of hell and rebuild his divinity once they conquer it. The glorious prospect of reclaiming his lost godhood and ruling the underworld again is simply too sweet to pass up. Satan immediately scrambles out and bows flat on the ground, swearing to do absolutely everything in his power to help. Turning to leave, Chen Bai quietly begins calculating his next moves, knowing his ultimate goal is still to get much stronger. He has already fully maxed out his talent and class, meaning only leveling up farming gear and fusing bloodlines remain. Suddenly his eyes light up as a brilliant idea strikes him. Right, the bloodline. He quickly opens up his inventory. He almost forgot about that unique mask capable of fusing bloodlines, which he fed plenty of potions back in the abyss. Staring at the stats for the purebred demon king and the hell demon monarch bloodlines, he cannot help but feel underwhelmed. Are there really only 2 SSS-Rank bloodlines? He wonders if it is a lack of materials or just the mask's limit. Decisively, he tears open a spatial portal, planning to head down to level 10 to harvest a few more rare bloodlines. He wants to see if he can somehow fuse a legendary SSS bloodline, while also taking the opportunity to power level. In a flash, 7 days later, Chen Bai steps out of the portal, in a dark sewer, surprised to see visitors. Instantly recognizing Su Xin and Lu Li, he approaches them and asks what on earth they are doing down in the sewers. Lu Li nervously grabs the hem of her shirt, explaining the situation. After listening, Chen Bai strokes his chin in thought. His level had been rising rapidly for 5 days, but then suddenly froze for 2 days without him leaving the dungeon. Because of this pause, someone spread rumors that he was either hopelessly trapped inside the instance or had already met his end. Lu Li nods, explaining that Zishang saw this as a perfect opportunity to bait out their enemies by fueling the rumors. They can finally force those cowardly rats hiding in Jiang City to show their tails. She quickly details the rest of the plan. She was sent here to use her illusion magic, sneaking him back to the villa, undetected to avoid ruining their surprise trap. She points to her pink-haired companion and explains that Han was simply worried about his safety. That's why she came to wait here. Chen Bai stretches with a faint smile, admitting he never expected this situation. His level skyrocketed in just a few days because he was busy farming bloodline potions. He worked so hard that he spent over 10 hours just feeding his mask. He calmly explains his disappearance, which perfectly timed with another event. The twin sisters had just graduated from Sot Tang's training course, so he took them down to the first floor. There, Non Kai and Non Tuyet were happily running and jumping around under his watchful eye, testing their new skills. Chen Bai nods in approval of how Song Zichang handled things, noting that the apocalypse always brings out ambitious people. When he asks for the final outcome, Lang Shuang steps up to deliver a serious report on the situation. A few group leaders thought Song Zichang had lost her main backing, so they tried to start their own factions. When she refused, they dared to threaten her. But Lang Shuang calmly explains how that turned out for them, and let me tell you, it was not pretty. Every single rebel was wiped out cleanly. Hearing this, Chen Bai smiles, incredibly satisfied with how they handled the threat. He pulls Han and Lu Li close, praising the decision to let Song Zichang run the city. It was his absolute smartest choice, though managing the city has unfortunately slowed down their own power progression. But he promises to fix that issue, earning sweet, grateful kisses on his cheek from the two happy girls. As they walk, he asks Lu Li if there is an open plot of land in the core zone. He needs space to build a villa. Lu Li quickly confirms, explaining that Song Zichang set aside a large area. This zone is reserved for future expansions. Soon after, Song Zichang stares at the brand new villa in amazement. She asks what this place is, and Chen Bai gladly introduces the two unique girls floating in the air. Meet Non Kai and Non Tuet, he says, explaining that they are special, extremely rare earthbound spirits. Once these two fully mature, they will bring massive bonus points and power boosts to the entire city. Their own power scales directly with the city's development, making them the ultimate guardian deities of the future. Song Zichang politely reaches out to greet them, noting how incredibly similar they look to each other. She asks if they are twins, and Non Tuyet happily introduces herself, while explaining their unique situation. Before the world ended, she tells her she was actually just a single girl named Non Tuet Kai. But upon evolving, her soul split completely in two, separating her good side from her dark evil thoughts. That is how they became two separate entities. Song Zichang is highly intrigued by this concept of split morality. Who wouldn't be? Chen Bai pats Non Kai's head reassuringly. Even though she represents the darker thoughts, she has full control over them. He adds that she is just a little bratty. Hearing this, Non Kai immediately turns away in a huff. Song Zichang giggles behind her hand, whispering that the little girl behaves exactly like Chen Bai used to. Chen Bai strictly tells the twins that Song Zichang is his woman and the person he trusts most to manage the city. He warns them to always obey her whenever he is away from the city, and Non Tuyet obediently agrees. Even the stubborn Non Kai reluctantly promises to listen to her orders whenever their master is not around. With everything settled, Song Zichang suddenly remembers to report that Meng Yao has been asleep for days. It seems related to Chat Group 1 and her class progression. Chen Bai nods, understanding the situation immediately. He heads straight to her room, knocks lightly, and channels a bit of magic to unlock the door. Inside the room, Meng Yao is still fast asleep on her large bed, surrounded by glowing energy waves. Sensing his sudden arrival, she wakes up instantly and cries out in joy, realizing her master is back. Chen Bai is genuinely surprised as he rushes into the room, worriedly asking her what is wrong. She had fallen out of bed, explaining sheepishly that her legs fell asleep after sleeping for so long. She quickly cheers up, though eagerly boasting about some incredibly good news she has waiting for him. She received an exclusive class scroll in her dream, which levels up automatically as she hunts down monsters. Since she spent days farming strong monsters, it has already upgraded to rank A. Chen Bai gently helps her back up. He warns her not to push herself too hard like this, reminding her that rushing too fast always leads to failure. She nods obediently, then pulls out a mysterious token and asks if he checked the group chat recently. Handing over the strange token, she wonders if he was simply too busy to look at the system notifications. The chat group has been absolutely buzzing lately, and it is all because of this newly revealed item. The details instantly pop up on the screen: a token. This is the Mount Shu token, a special item that grants the user the prestigious Shushan Disciple title. Once equipped, it opens up a massive advantage. It grants access to the exclusive Mount Shu map for levels 10 to 89. The item is soulbound, meaning no trading or lending is allowed. Looking closely at it, Chen Bai suddenly remembers that this rare token is actually the clear reward for the challenging flying sword dungeon. But why is everyone so obsessed with it right now? He is pretty sure that dungeon was originally exclusive to the Sword Immortal class. Piece by piece, Chen Bai starts putting the puzzle together. Right after the Sword Immortal unlocked his class on Mount Shu, the hidden trial opened. The road to Mount Shu became an open, hidden instance. Under his recommendation, every single player gets just one shot to clear it. Success guarantees a token to enter Mount Shu, which is packed with top-tier loot. Standing beside him, Mong Mong nods in excitement to confirm the news. She urges him to log on and check, since the group has been hyping it up all day. Chen Bai agrees immediately. The second he opens the chat, a flood of active messages hits his screen. 5-Whip Descendant is already rallying the troops for another run. He brags about his power and tells everyone to sign up so he can carry them. But Liu Wang instantly calls him out. He argues that without his Divine Blessing skill, locking down the boss last time, that pathetic lightning whip wouldn't have landed a single hit. Then Shui Chuan chimes in, pointing out how it actually took their entire combined strength just to take down a single basic monster. That was only on the first floor of the Demon Suppression Tower, yet everyone is celebrating like kings. Han Wang sounds completely defeated. He laments that the Mount Shu monsters are totally immune to mental attacks. Overlord just sighs at how much free time they have. He tells them to stop bickering and start planning when and where to meet up, since their dungeon runtime is strictly limited. They really need proper preparation. Watching his guildmates bicker like a big chaotic family, Chen Bai just smiles and steps outside his room. He chuckles at how lively they are, before typing a quick message, saying it sounds fun, and he is free to join today. The chat room instantly explodes with excitement. Overlord is hyped, saying if Big Bro Bai is joining, they should set off immediately. He rallies everyone to meet up at Mount Shu in 1 hour, asking who else is ready. Shui Chuan signs up right away. Lu Wang registers too, and 5-Whip Descendant declares he would never miss a chance to run a dungeon with his idol Chen Bai. Ding Ding eagerly jumps in, thrilled to team up with Chen Bai again so soon after their last mission. She is absolutely on board. Not Sword Immortal laments that he has to go into solitary cultivation in the sect leader private chamber, meaning he has to miss out. The Taoist Zhengshu also signs up. Walking down the street, Chen Bai smiles, knowing that a 1-hour buffer is actually quite perfect for him. He has racked up a mountain of regular virus points and exclusive dark virus points. He can spend this hour upgrading some skills. Testing them out in the dungeon later will be a breeze. 1 hour later, on the special Mount Shu map for level 10 to 89, Chen Bai materializes amidst a sea of floating clouds. He greets the group, asking if everyone has finally arrived. An elderly Taoist steps forward asking if the Chen Bai still remembers him. Chen Bai smiles warmly, greeting the Taoist Zhengshu. Ding Ding pops up with a bright grin, happy to meet again. Chen Bai matches her energy, waving back to his cheerful teammate. A polite, white-haired young man bows, introducing himself as Lu Wang and inviting Chen Bai to just call him Lao Lu. Chen Bai nods, agreeing to the nickname. Internally, he remembers that Lu Wang is actually Chang Lu, a loyal friend from his past life. He was one of the very few friends Chen Bai had back then. Nearby, a cool purple-haired girl introduces herself as Shui Chuan. A muscular red-haired guy also steps up, introducing himself as the Overlord. Chen Bai looks at them both with deep respect. He is genuinely thrilled to meet them, knowing they were both incredibly famous top-tier powerhouses in his previous life. Suddenly, a hyped-up blonde guy rushes over yelling out for Big Bro Bai. His nameplate reveals him as the 5-Whip Descendant. Now watch, this little chat group is seriously full of legendary hidden monsters. Chen Bai is completely stunned to see the future Thunder Saint. The hyperactive guy clings to him, like he just won the lottery, thanking his savior. Chen Bai backs away in a cold sweat. This overwhelming enthusiasm is a bit much. He wonders if this goofy guy is truly the legendary, terrifying future Thunder Saint. Gently peeling the guy off him, Chen Bai mutters in confusion, since the future powerhouse is supposed to be a ruthless, violent warrior. How did he end up like this? He clears his throat and politely asks him to calm down, as they are already friends. But the future saint just clings to his leg, weeping with joy. Watching this, Ding Ding giggles and covers her mouth. She asks if he really has no idea. Chen Bai looks completely lost, prompting her to explain the whole backstory. Apparently, Rido previously sent the incredibly rare Thunder Walker class change scroll directly to his account. Without that massive boost, he would still be hopelessly grinding those terrible low-level investment quests. Clinging tight, the young man looks up with starry eyes. He solemnly swears to follow any order Chen Bai gives him, without a single second of hesitation, devoted for life. He forces a smile and replies that he won't hesitate. Chen Bai waves his hand, saying they are all in the same alliance, so helping each other is only natural. Next, they ascend the stone steps together as Chen Bai takes the lead, saying, "Now that introductions are finished, let's head straight to that demon-locking tower you mentioned. Everyone needs to keep in mind, our time in Mount Shu is strictly limited, so we cannot afford to waste a single second." Just then, a system notification pops up, showing 1 hour 56 minutes and 58 seconds remaining. The majestic demon-locking tower looms ahead, home to countless boss-tier monsters sealed deep inside. Each beast commands its own domain, and they can only ascend once. Every boss on the floor has been completely wiped out. This Mount Shu dungeon spans levels 10 to 89 with Hell mode difficulty. The system prompts them for confirmation to enter, and Chen Bai agrees without a second thought. Immediately the scenery shifts, warping the entire party into Inbai, a massive, sprawling dimension. Ding Ding gasps in awe, realizing this place is an entirely different world on the inside. It is true, the interior is far vaster than the outer tower suggests. Suddenly, a massive shadow plunges down from above, crashing down with a deafening boom that sends water spraying everywhere. Chen Bai immediately triggers his skill, the Mysterious Eye. The beast stats appear instantly, revealing a level 15 boss named the River-Swallowing Toad, a suppressed monster with an incredibly tough body and a powerful whipping tongue. While highly skilled in water magic, its glaring weakness is that it can only move by hopping. Its crawling speed is painfully slow, and it fears lightning attacks. Its skills include Giant Tongue Launcher and River Swallower. There is also Mount Tai Press. Lei Sheng points at the aggressive beast, shouting that this exact toad blocked their path last time. He rallies the group, yelling that they must take it down together and show Big Brother Chen Bai what they are truly capable of. The toad roars back. Old Liu steps up, hurling a bright green light from his hand and unleashing a powerful binding spell. The glowing energy transforms into a massive snake, locking the beast down. Lei Sheng clasps his hands, summoning a violent crackle of lightning that strikes straight from the heavens onto the target. Screaming in pure agony, the toad immediately retaliates with its special skill, River Swallowing. Instantly, Shui Chuan puts a finger to his lips, whispering for silence as a jade-green sound wave ripples outward, canceling the beast's spell and restoring total calm. Seeing the opening, Ba Wang commands everyone to charge and finish it off, warning them not to let it escape back into the water. Zhen Shu leaps forward, casting glowing yellow speed-boosting talismans. A prompt flashes, confirming their speed has boosted by 40%. Ba Wang grins wildly, thrilled by this sudden rush of velocity. He shouts his thanks to Zhen Shu as Ding Ding joins the assault, sending a swarm of small paper dolls to cover the toad. She yells for them to strike quickly, forming hand seals with a smug grin on her face. Her puppet technique activates. In a flash, 5 paper dolls transform into pitch-black chains, pinning the massive toad's limbs down to keep it completely stationary. Ba Wang lunges forward, praising the perfect crowd control, while swinging his spear, with Lei Sheng following right behind him. Unleashing his spear skill, he plunges his weapon deep into the monster's back without a single moment of hesitation. Yet, he clicks his tongue in frustration as the spear fails to pierce the thick hide. Seizing the opening, the toad snaps its jaws wide. It shoots its colossal tongue straight at the airborne warrior. Caught completely off guard, he realizes there is no way to dodge. But instead of crushing his body, the tongue strikes empty air, shattering a decoy paper doll into tiny pieces instead. Ding Ding exhales in relief, having swapped him out just in time. Drenched in cold sweat, he looks back at his savior. He offers his frantic thanks but adds that he could have taken the hit, urging her not to waste precious substitute dolls. Ding Ding smiles, explaining that caution is necessary against a level 15 boss's attacks. Feeling energized once more, Ba Wang grips his spear. He rallies everyone to keep up the pressure. Before long, the massive toad finally collapses, completely defeated under their relentless barrage. It lies belly up as Ding Ding's paper dolls quickly scurry forward to collect the freshly dropped dungeon rewards. The loot list includes a stat-boosting beast core, a contribution token for exchanging temple treasures, and a rare water skill book. Lei Sheng laughs boastfully at how they crushed the boss in less than 10 minutes, claiming a mere toad was no match. Details on the skill book appear, showcasing water storage, a technique allowing the user to store water directly inside their body. This means water-type spells no longer require environmental moisture to cast, making elemental attacks significantly faster and more efficient. Shui Chuan claims the book, suggesting they distribute the remaining loot later since their dungeon time is extremely limited. Lei Shang waves his hand dismissively, knowing that absolutely nobody else in their party has any use for water element magic anyway. But as he scans their surroundings, a sudden wave of confusion hits him, prompting him to ask a pressing question. He wonders aloud if anyone has seen Big Brother Chen Bai. Everyone looks around in complete shock, completely clueless. Zhen Shu strokes his beard, recalling that as victory became certain, Chen Bai mentioned heading deeper into the tower alone. All they need to do is keep moving forward. Boss Chen Bai already headed toward the mountain across the river, and sure enough, right there on the first floor of the demon locking tower, Chen Bai stands face to face with 3 ferocious monsters. Lei Shang runs up from a distance, shouting in absolute terror. Seeing the Chen Bai surrounded, he frantically urges everyone on the mountain peak. Damn it, isn't every single monster in this tower supposed to have its own territory? Are these 3 somehow a family? Quick, let's go help the Chen Bai. Zhen Shu quickly casts a divination spell, activating his detection skill. Turns out these 3 are level 17, 18, and 19 bosses. Lei Shang charges down the mountain, screaming for boss Chen Bai to hold on, but Chen Bai only smirks. He chuckles coldly. It is time to wrap this up. Raising his hand, green energy gathers at his fingertips to unleash a newly acquired skill. Plague Sunday streams of toxic energy shoot directly into the pack of monsters, catching all 3 boss beasts in the blast. They roar in agony. Then boom! Massive chain explosions erupt instantly, obliterating the 3 monsters on the spot. Watching this, Lei Shang breaks out in a cold sweat. He asks in complete bewilderment what boss Chen Bai is doing playing with them. Seeing the group arrive, Chen Bai calmly turns around and replies that he just learned some new skills and used these guys as test subjects. They arrived right as he finished testing. Lei Shang lets out a sigh of relief, smoothing his hair and flattering him. He knew the Chen Bai would make no mistakes. But Ding Ding, standing right beside him, immediately starts teasing. She says the disciple of Ma Er's lightning whip was just way too impatient. Zhen Shu chuckles wisely, claiming he knew all along that boss Chen Bai gathered the 3 bosses on purpose, even if it seemed too wild to believe. Meanwhile, Chen Bai is checking his sinister skill panel. It features a dysentery debuff that causes severe stomach pain, cuts movement speed by 80%, and drains stats during diarrhea. Plus, a hepatitis effect blocks recovery from food, causing vomiting during skill activation and permanent stat penalties. He nods in satisfaction, a decent crowd control skill with permanent debuffs that also boosts the damage of Plague Sunday. Turning back to his friends, Chen Bai laughs and says it is a good thing they showed up when they did. If he kept testing, this place would be flooded with disgusting toxic waste. Stepping forward, he offers to clean up the battlefield so they can move on. Lei Shang nods quickly, agreeing with a nervous smile. With that, Chen Bai activates his Dark Claw form to test an upgraded Earth Spike skill. This new version charges faster, offers better control, and cuts out the clumsy animation of driving his claws down. Instantly, massive pitch-black spikes erupt from the ground, impaling the corpses of the giant ox and the white fox. Chen Bai looks at his handiwork, deeply satisfied with how much smoother it is. He analyzes the skill further. Not only can he control the spikes after launching them, but he can also directly devour the monsters through this attack. Just as he says, dark tentacles latch on and greedily drain every last drop of life force from the massive ox carcass. Suddenly, Xiao Liu flies out, pointing at the python corpse and asking if he can borrow the snake body for a moment. Chen Bai generously agrees. In his mind, he suddenly remembers something he almost forgot about his companion's past life. His abilities were tied to the snake-type guardian spirits. Overjoyed, Xiao Liu thanks Chen Bai and quickly casts a spell, fusing his soul into the snake corpse. Instantly, a sinister snake spirit personality awakens within Xiao Liu's body, flicking a long tongue. It boasts that little Xiao Liu did a great job. This pure soul of its own kind has boosted its power significantly. It feels incredible as a massive serpentine aura coils around him while Chen Bai looks on with absolute calm. Ding Ding asks in confusion if that is a northeastern snake, immortal. Zhen Shu immediately steps in to explain. It is the Lu Xian, a famous guardian deity highly revered by the people of the northeast region. Having absorbed the essence, the snake spirit energy slowly fades into the air. Xiao Lu returns to his gentle everyday self. Bowing in embarrassment, he apologizes for his messy eating habits and offers the dried snake corpse back, politely inviting the Chen Bai to take the rest. Chen Bai nods in agreement, showing no hesitation or disgust whatsoever. He unleashes his tentacles to devour the snake corpse whole. The system immediately announces he has gained 350 exclusive points for his Blacklight Virus, alongside detecting a special bloodline that he can choose to either absorb or extract. Chen Bai raises an eyebrow, wondering about this bloodline. Deciding not to just consume anything, he orders an immediate extraction, and a test tube containing a D-class monster bloodline appears in his hand. Despite the warning that misuse could cause complications, Chen Bai wears a sly grin. Not bad at all. This is just another way to farm new bloodlines. As he calculates, Lei Sheng runs up from behind, shouting excitedly for boss Chen Bai. He points to several paper dolls running around carrying loot, celebrating the incredible drops. They got 3 beast cores and 2 contribution tokens. Lei Sheng grins mysteriously, pointing directly at the glowing pile of loot. And best of all, a skill book and 2 whole pieces of equipment. There is a Bull Demon Blood Rage skill book. The C-tier item boosts stats by 50%, but slowly drains strength every 5 seconds. The other 2 pieces of gear are just as impressive. They include a C-tier Black Scale Soft Armor, adding 45 to all stats, and a D-tier Tiger Tail Whip that switches between rigid and flexible forms for versatile attacks. Chen Bai divides the loot fairly, taking the contribution tokens and beast cores while letting the others share the remaining gear. He tells them to split the skill books and gear, but Shuai Chuan quickly objects, waving his hands and saying that simply is not fair. After all, Boss Chen Bai defeated all 3 bosses single-handedly, and even if he doesn't need the items, they cannot just take them for free. He suggests holding an auction so the highest bidder gets them. Standing nearby, Ba Wang nods in agreement, saying Shui Chuan is absolutely right. Even if Chen Bai is their leader, they cannot just leech off his hard work. Patting his chest, Ba Wang confidently makes a bold declaration. If anyone in this group tries to take advantage and get a free ride, Ba Wang will be the very first one to object. Seeing no other option, Chen Bai yields and agrees, deciding they will settle the loot once they are back outside. With limited time left, the main priority is to squeeze as many rewards as possible out of this demon locking tower. He instantly cooks up a quick, get-rich-quick scheme, suggesting that the team act as bait to lure monsters, while he handles the heavy lifting. He will wipe them all out, maximizing their collective profits. Naturally, the entire group enthusiastically agrees to the plan without hesitation. Pointing to the vast open space around them, Jin Shu tells Chen Bai to wait right there while they gather up the target monsters. They promise to herd every beast back to this exact spot. Soon, an excited Ba Wang leads the squad out to find their prey. Left entirely on his own, Chen Bai casually tosses a beast core into his mouth and starts chewing it like a piece of candy. His eyes widen when the system announces that the core grants 10 points to every stat. It is a massive boost. He immediately swallows the remaining 2 cores to stack his stats further. But just as he finishes, a frantic cry echoes through the air. Lei Sheng screams out for help in pure panic. Looking into the distance, Chen Bai spots the terrified young warrior sprinting for his life. Xiao Lu is running like mad, desperately fleeing from a massive eagle, swooping down from the sky to snatch him up. The giant bird grazes him, sending Xiao Lu crashing to the ground. Without losing a single second, Chen Bai springs into action. He instantly transforms his arm into a mass of dark tentacles and dashes forward, like the wind, to save his ally. Telling him not to panic, Chen Bai unleashes a devastating strike with his giant shadow tentacle, slamming it straight into the giant bird. The massive eagle gets slammed straight into the ground, instantly knocked out cold. Xiao Lu scrambles to his feet, scratching his head sheepishly. He apologizes for his lack of flight, admitting he is completely useless against flying beasts and could not help much. Chen Bai smiles to reassure him, saying that bringing the monster here was already a massive help. Right then, the others arrive. The rest of the team is running for their lives, trailing a literal zoo of monsters behind them, from giant turtles to tree spirits. There are demon rabbits, lizard hybrids, and even the old Taoist Zhen Shu is sprinting away from a massive flared cobra head. They scramble back to Chen Bai, gasping for air, as they proudly report that they have successfully returned from their hunt. Watching the massive horde of monsters charging straight toward them, Chen Bai nods in satisfaction and praises their incredible efficiency. He dives into a relentless slaughter that lasts for 2 whole hours, before the scene suddenly cuts to a cozy bedroom. It is Meng Yao's room, where his pink-haired maid warmly welcomes him back, eagerly asking how his latest run went. Chen Bai steps inside with a highly satisfied grin, explaining that it was an amazing haul that boosted his strength. He made it all the way to level 18 and hands her a small pouch with a warm smile on his face. Knowing she already consumed 2 beast cores, he presents 8 more to her, noting that each grants 10 stat points. Since the limit is 10 cores, she happily clutches the gift and thanks her master as he plops down onto the bed. He tells her not to just thank him since the team contributed most of these, though they owed it to him anyway. Clutching the pouch tightly, Meng Yao changes the subject to excitedly report some other interesting news that has been developing. Because the bosses dropped an abundance of high-tier loot, the guild members are already planning to organize an exclusive group auction. Chen Bai instructs his maid to keep an eye on the group chat, later telling her to bid on anything that catches her eye. He promises to fund her along with Zicheng if she runs short, but Meng Yao pouts finding a chat auction boring. She suggests dragging everyone into her dream dimension, instead creating a grand physical auction stage where things get truly exciting. Amused by her creativity, Chen Bai asks if she can realistically handle that kind of massive scale without overexerting herself. Waving off his concern, she confidently flips her hair and tells her master never to underestimate her incredible dream powers. She boasts about her SSS tier talent, prompting Chen Bai to chuckle as he bids her a good night. He leaves to wait for her dream invitation, and without wasting a single moment, Meng Yao broadcasts the exciting news to everyone. She sends out a notification warning the group to get ready, because the exquisite dream auction kicks off in half an hour. This triggers massive hype in the group chat, as everyone demands PK duels for the best loot right before she steps into a dream space. Designed as a grand auction house, Meng Yao looks around, nodding in approval. Wait, is this the VIP room? It actually looks pretty decent, and though it is a bit on the small side, she eagerly grabs the auction gavel while clearing her throat to run a practice round. She mimics a gavel strike, calling out 8 million for the 3rd time as the system instantly chimes in. Sold. The messy monster corpses on the floor are immediately swept away into a deep pit. Meng Yao rubs her hands together in sheer delight, calculating her profit. A quick cleanup is all it takes to make this place perfect. Then, she waves her hands, unleashing her powers to reshape the entire space. The Dreamweaver completely alters the setting. In a blink, the room transforms into a luxury theater, and she smirks with absolute self-satisfaction. Then glowing particles scatter as plush red seats begin to materialize one by one in the center of the hall. Chen Bai is the first to teleport directly into a seat, calmly asking if they are ready to get this auction started. Other members immediately flash in to fill up the rows, with someone yelling excitedly, "Boss Meng Yao, I am finally here." Just then, a guy with a bandana sits right next to Chen Bai, blushing and greeting him shyly. "Big brother Bai. Hello. I am Ye Zi." Recalling those group chat messages where Ye Zi offered to warm his bed, Chen Bai breaks into a cold sweat and replies, "Ah, hello, nice to meet you. You are definitely a lot different from how I imagined." A blue-haired girl steps forward covering her mouth with a chuckle, teasing the young man. So Ye Zi is only bold online, but in person, he is a blushing, nervous wreck. Then a leggy beauty, in a stunning high-slit black dress, strikes a graceful pose, offering a warm smile. "Hello, Big brother Bai, I am Lu Huai." Chen Bai nods in recognition. "I remember you. You have the Wood Yin constitution." She replies happily, "Thanks to your guidance, I have been doing great lately." Right next to them, a plain-looking guy steps up confidently, placing a hand on his chest and introducing himself. "Hi, my username is the group's only trash." Chen Bai stares at him completely speechless before letting out a wry chuckle. Yeah, that username definitely leaves quite a deep impression. Suddenly, a rapid banging of the gavel echoes from the main stage, calling for attention. "Order, order, Meng Yao now." Rocking a sleek black suit, like a true host, loudly announces that everyone has arrived, and the auction officially begins right now. She gestures gracefully to the first item, floating right beside her, proudly announcing our very first auction item of the day is a set of 4 demon beast cores, provided by our own members. Sourced from the Shushan Demon Lock Tower, the starting bid is 4 gold coins with minimum increments of 4 gold coins. The system panel immediately pops up with detailed item specs. Consuming one of these beast cores increases all attributes by 10, with a maximum limit of 10 cores per person. A masked guy named Crow quickly raises his hand, pleading, "I will bid 4 gold. Honestly, I am busy job hunting and am still too weak to enter Shushan. Please, powerful experts of Shushan, spare me some mercy and let me have this." However, another hand is raised coldly, instantly crushing his hopes as someone bids 40 gold. The group's only trash folds his hands apologetically, saying, "Sorry, Brother Crow, you will definitely make it to Shushan soon, but we also have our own struggles here. My teammate cannot enter Shushan yet either, so Brother Crow, I need you to just grit your teeth and let this one go." Crow waves his hands helplessly, letting out a deep sigh. Easy for you to say. I do not even have 40 gold coins. So, how do I even compete? Meng Yao seizes the moment, slamming her gavel down. 40 gold coins. Going. Once 40 gold coins. Going. Twice 40 gold coins. Going thrice. Sold. Congratulations to our group's only trash for winning the 4 Demon Beast Cores for 40 gold coins. Hearing his highly embarrassing username announced so loudly in front of everyone, the guy breaks into a sweat, muttering, I am seriously starting to regret choosing this username. Moving on to the next item. The system displays a C-rank active skill scroll called Bull Demon Blood Rage. Once activated, all attributes are boosted by 50%, decreasing by 5% every 5 seconds, for 100 seconds, with a 15-minute cooldown. Meng Yao slams the table, pitching the item enthusiastically. Bull Demon Blood Rage is a C-rank active skill, and though its drawback is severe, the buff is absolutely incredible. Starting bid is 10 gold, with minimum increments of 1 gold coin. Tempted, the entire crowd starts shouting out bids wildly. 15 gold, 20 gold, 25 gold. Finally, a guy in a gray hoodie smirks confidently and raises his hand, declaring 50 gold to shut down the competition. But our resident trash loudly shouts out, 100 gold coins. Shocked and breaking into a sweat, Han Xiao quickly adds, you are seriously loaded. Bidding 110 gold. The trash guy turns to his rival with an innocent look. Brother Han, do you desperately need this skill book right now? The other guy clicks his tongue, admitting that while he lacks skills to save his life, but it's not strictly necessary. Hearing that, the young man flashes a gentle and polite smile. So sorry about that, Han Xiao. Immediately, the guy waves his hand and raises the bid to 250 gold coins. Meng Yao happily slams her gavel down to close the deal, congratulating the group's only lowlife for winning the Bull Demon Blood Rage skill book for 260 gold. And just like that, the gavel rings out again. Sold. Congratulations to our local high-spending trash for winning the Black Scale Light Armor for 145 gold coins. He is like an absolute loot vacuum, sweeping up everything with a barrage of winning notifications. Ice Feather Shoes for 160. Rabbit Eagle Kick Skill Book for 234. Serpent Tooth Necklace for 122. And Black Tortoise Heart Armor for 392. Annoyed, the red-haired overlord folds his arms and questions him. Do you actually have that much gold? If you keep bidding blindly like this, you will not be able to pay it off. The trash guy smiles brightly, telling Overlord not to worry. He will hand the gold over to Brother Bai the second he wakes up. He even opens his arms to address the whole theater. By the way, if anyone in the guild really wants a specific item, just let me know. I will back off. If I already bought something you wanted, I can easily hand it over to you. Sensing the tense mood, the guy places a hand on his chest to sincerely apologize. Sorry everyone, there is a reason for this. I had no choice. But if it is not something you absolutely need, I will happily buy it at a high price. I promise nobody will lose out. The crowd can only sigh in sheer helplessness with one of them speaking up. It is fine. The price is pretty steep, but I absolutely have to walk away with that tiger tail whip. The young man smiles warmly and reassures him. Do not worry, 5-section whip buddy, I will not touch your whip. Watching closely, Chen Bai rubs his chin. This guy has way too much gold. Even with all his guide rewards, he cannot match him. The sheer gap is massive. Chen Bai's gaze turns sharp as he begins to piece the puzzle together. He either has a gold-related talent, or more likely a powerful backing behind him. As the captain, he cannot just ignore a potential threat. He has to find out exactly who is backing this guy. Hopefully, it is not some shady foreign faction or an evil organization. Taking action immediately, Chen Bai walks over to him. He asks him to chat privately after the auction. The young man nods without a single hint of suspicion. Sure thing. Coincidentally, he also has some things he wants to clarify with Brother Bai. Meanwhile, up on the stage, Meng Yao is still shouting at the top of her lungs. The next item up for grabs is the Tiger Tail Whip. The 5-section whip guy bids 20 gold coins, leaving everyone else speechless. Finally, the auction comes to a close. Everyone starts logging out. The red-haired girl winks playfully, saying she hopes to see Brother Bai again soon. The others salute and say their goodbyes, leaving the lobby one by one as they take their exit. Even Han Xiao waves quickly to say his goodbyes. With everyone gone, only 2 people are left standing in the empty theater. Chen Bai slowly speaks up, pointing out that everyone seemed pretty unhappy with how things went down. He did monopolize the entire auction after all. Knowing he went too far, the young man scratches his head apologetically. He apologizes to Brother Bai. Chen Bai coldly turns away, with a stern look, telling him his apology is misplaced. He needs to apologize to the others. Looking him dead in the eye, Chen Bai demands to know why he bid so high. And more importantly, where did that mountain of gold come from? Fearing he might get kicked out, the guy panics. He begs Brother Bai to let him stay, promising to compensate everyone if they just do not kick him out. He promises to explain everything, with 0 secrets. Having successfully intimidated him, Chen Bai simply nods his approval. Sweating bullets, the young man confesses he lives in the capital and has a rather unique family background. His father, uncle, and sister are all high-ranking government officials, and his talent is directly tied to gold. The system screen pops up, proving his insane talent, which boosts gold drop rates by 200% and generates passive income daily. Because of this, the government recruited him to be a literal walking gold vault and a part-time collector. Seeing that Chen Bai is still staring him down in absolute silence, the guy begins to panic even more. He pleads, admitting he was just a greedy fool who got too excited seeing so much high-tier gear. He had no bad intentions. Chen Bai narrows his eyes, repeating that key word with deep suspicion. The government. Hearing that word makes the guy break into a cold sweat. Fearing he is about to get kicked out, he stammers. He asks if Brother Bai refuses to have members from outside factions. Observing his reaction, Chen Bai stays quiet. He waves his hand to reassure the guy. Don't worry, the group doesn't exclude outsiders. After all, sooner or later, everyone will join or start their own factions anyway. Right. He begins to sink deep into his thoughts, quietly evaluating. In his past life, the government founded Dragon City in the capital, using massive wealth to secure great benefits for their faction. It seems all of this was thanks to this kid's cheat ability. Even if it is just 1% daily, with a massive starting capital, the compounding growth becomes absolutely terrifying. Chen Bai then pats his shoulder, nodding in approval, saying he has no real issues with his faction, but there are some things to clarify first. Hearing this, the young man lets out a huge sigh of relief, flashing a bright, obedient smile, and telling Chen Bai to go ahead. Meanwhile, we transition to right after the auction ended. At a luxury villa in the capital of Dragon Country, the spoiled young man is being dragged by his collar by a red-haired girl, screaming all the way. He begs her to go easy on him, crying that he knows his mistake. He desperately throws out all her titles to beg for mercy, calling her a special forces instructor with the rank of lieutenant colonel, who is also ranked in the top 30 strongest people. His plea continues, calling himself just an A-rank weakling, a minor player with absolutely no combat skills. He begs her to go easy. Otherwise, her dear little brother's ear might just fall off. His older sister Fang Ning coldly grips his collar and heartlessly replies that it is better if it falls off to teach him a lesson. Rubbing his bright red ear, he grumbles and tries to defend himself, arguing that it did not cause any major disaster, and Big Brother Bai did not even care after finding out his identity. Hearing this, Fang Ning glares and points a finger straight at his face. This has nothing to do with Bai's attitude, she yells, and if he keeps acting so impulsively, he will definitely end up meeting a terrible end. She gives him a sharp, serious warning, stating that he only escaped trouble because Bai let it slide. But what if he acts foolishly and offends some other powerful person? Right then, the young man hurriedly looks past his sister's shoulder and calls out to her in confusion, saying her name Xiao Ning. A distinguished man in a black suit steps forward. This is Minister Fang, who frowns slightly and asks why she is scolding her brother again. Shortly after, inside the villa's private office, young Xiao Zhang stands perfectly straight while delivering a formal report on the situation. He explains that after the auction, Bai asked him to stay behind and laid out 2 specific conditions. Seeing his son shrinking back and stammering, Minister Fang sternly tells him to stop acting like a coward and just speak up clearly. Xiao Zhang flinches quickly, clarifying that the first rule from Bai is that he must never leak information to the government about any of the unique talents, rare opportunities, or exclusive dungeons belonging to the other members of their elite group chat. The second rule is that he cannot use his massive wealth to place absurdly high bids and disrupt internal group trades anymore. Minister Fang remains calm, resting his chin in his hand as he asks if his son agreed. The young man nods vigorously, explaining that he assured Bai of the government's high respect. He also made it absolutely clear that the officials never ordered any investigation into his background, only wanting him to build strong relations with everyone in the group and avoid causing any unnecessary friction at all. At this point, Fang Ning leans against the desk, crossing her arms to call out her brother's foolishness, reminding him that while they told him not to offend anyone, he went and bought out the entire auction list, completely annoying everyone in the group chat. Caught red-handed, the boy slumps his shoulders and bows his head, admitting his mistake. Minister Fang pats his son on the shoulder and offers some sound advice, saying he will give him a solid strategy to follow whenever he interacts with Group 001. Since they do not know what Bai truly thinks of them, yet the kid just needs to play his part perfectly. Hearing this, he cheers up instantly and starts boasting, assuring his father that Bai really does not hold a grudge over the auction incident. In fact, Bai even showed them great goodwill by selling a massive treasure for a mere 10,000 gold coins. Hearing this, both his father and sister are so shocked their jaws drop as they yell out in disbelief, questioning the 10,000 gold coins. The government entrusted him with all that gold to manage, not to throw out the window, but the young man just smirks, completely confident that it was worth every single coin. To prove it, he immediately summons a mysterious glowing purple orb, proudly showing it off while explaining that even if he gives back all the high-tier gear to the group members for free, they still make a massive profit. Just by keeping this single item, the system panel pops up to reveal an S-rank bloodline of a purebred demon. Staring at the blinding, radiant glow, both Minister Fang and his daughter Fang Ning break into a cold sweat, utterly astonished that it is actually a legendary S-rank bloodline. Meanwhile, the rich kid posts a public apology inside the group chat, apologizing for annoying everyone earlier, explaining that his bad spending habits simply kicked in when he saw such incredibly high-quality items. To make amends, he bought a shared storage space with his own funds and deposited all the auction gear inside. He tells everyone to take whatever they need for free. Chen Bai nods, hoping this move benefits them all, as his phone buzzes with new notifications. Besides, if anyone in the group has good gear they aren't using, they can contact Chen Bai directly to sell it at a high price. The system immediately notifies them that the primary group warehouse is open, allowing the leader and admins to set storage and withdrawal rules. Chen Bai smirks with amusement, finding this young guy to be pretty interesting. Right on the group chat, Chen Bai officially tags Fong Tuok, the only low-level player in the group, handing him the warehouse manager position. Don't let everyone down. The guy replies instantly, swearing that he will absolutely get this important job done. Overlord applauds, praising his effort. Another member chimes in, amazed by how incredibly kind everyone in this group is. Crow eagerly asks for his share, hoping to grab some gear, but Overlord immediately splashes cold water on his plans. Grab what exactly? Absolutely no way. Since all that gear came from Shushan, an unpromoted player cannot even equip it. Crow cries out in frustration, asking when he ever offended him. Han Xiao joins in, laughing at the funny banter. Ba Vuong is just looking out for him despite his rough attitude. Chen Bai closes the chat and pulls out a clay mask, clicking his tongue as he carefully assesses his situation. The bloodlines from the 10th floor fused into 2 double S-rank bloodlines and 1 S-rank bloodline. With his previous ones, he now has 3 double S-ranks. Yet this item still refuses to open its mouth to fuse. Inside his bedroom in the core villa district of Chen Bai City, he sits flat on the floor with floating red spheres around him, asking if 3 double S ranks are not enough yet, or if this is simply its limit. The clay mask suddenly frowns, slightly opening its eyes to glare. The system even translates the mask's expression as a look of utter disgust. Chen Bai sighs, standing up to put away his bloodlines. It seems he needs a larger quantity, which means making another trip down into the abyss. Get ready, because things are about to get wild down there. Plus, his personal attributes have skyrocketed during his recent Shushan trip, alongside some powerful new skills. It is finally time to go and conquer the 10th floor of the abyss. With a swift wave of his hand, Chen Bai tears open space, stepping through a brilliant swirling portal of light while wondering who the 10th floor boss actually is. Walking across the desolate wasteland of the abyss, he racks his brain. Honestly, he does not remember much about any boss below floor 66, hoping this one behaves. The very moment he steps onto the 10th floor platform, a massive shadow drops from the cliffside, accompanied by a booming, creepy voice warning that the human has returned. A towering horned demon emerges, gripping two massive spiked maces, roaring that he knows the player became Abyss Lord, but he does not care. Since the trial restricts his level, he claims the challenger stands absolutely zero chance. Hearing this, Chen Bai looks down at the stubborn boss and smirks, clearly dealing with someone who lacks brains. Since he refuses to surrender, sending him straight to hell is the only option. After easily clearing the boss, Chen Bai inspects a bustling construction site where demons carry massive stones to dump into a giant crushing machine. Nearby, thick gray sludge pours directly from the machine's chute into a wooden wheelbarrow. A goblin merchant appears, pointing proudly at the mechanical setups to explain that these heavy crushers are actually some of their latest products. One handles brickmaking, while the other processes binding agents. Stroking his long mustache, the merchant proudly continues, noting that the binding mixture crafted from those local abyss materials is incredibly tough, making it a high-quality product. Hearing this, Chen Bai folds his arms, calling him out by pointing out that this tiny cement business feels far too small for him to get personally involved. Exposed, the sly goblin merchant chuckles mischievously, admitting that even tiny profits are still profit. However, he is not planning to sell this crude material directly. Instead, he conjures a series of glowing holographic blueprints, smooth talking as he pitches his grander, highly ambitious concepts, offering complete city layouts tailored for every race in the cosmos, completely free of charge for him. Chen Bai dismisses the offer, explaining that his only immediate plan is to construct giant defensive boundary walls. Once those are up, landowners can build whatever they want. The confused merchant pulls back his blueprints, wondering if that style will result in utter chaos. Chen Bai smirks with a calculated look, replying that the very first city in the abyss should reflect its chaotic nature. Besides, if it does get messy, it will only make his own tidy merchant guild stand out more. The flattery hits the spot perfectly, making the merchant laugh heartily, admitting he is now genuinely excited to see how this wild city turns out. With the plans finalized, Chen Bai points toward the vast, distant horizon, clearly defining the city boundaries. My lord, the main entrance lies near the abyssal well, and my home is at the deepest point. Now, you can choose the location. For the Goblin Chamber of Commerce. Once decided, just leave your mark. The merchant tips his hat and smiles. Suddenly, a pillar of blue light shoots down from the sky, firmly marking the territory as the goblin accepts his kind offer. Chen Bai looks up and announces that he will select this spot next to begin construction. Work starts. Chen Bai nods in farewell, saying goodbye to Lord Zogwart. The goblin politely bows back to return the respectful gesture. Now alone, Chen Bai starts plotting his next move, with the alluring succubus lingering in his thoughts. This Goblin Chamber of Commerce cannot be the only structure here. Mycantus plans to build a residence entirely for succubi. He wonders if the other 5 gods want to build anything. Thinking of those 2 brutal deities, he smiles. Time to play nice and visit them. Baphomet and Zephyr have terrible tempers, so smoothing things over is a smart move. He tears open space with a wave of his hand, creating a brilliant portal. Gaining support is absolutely key. Only then can he master the abyss. Stepping out of the portal on the 279th floor, a giant beast appears. The bull demon charges, swinging his battle axe and roaring that the human has finally arrived. Chen Bai simply dodges. He steps back smoothly, letting the massive battle axe crash violently into the cliffside, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. With his hands in his pockets, he says casually, "Lord Baphomet, I did not come here to fight." The bull demon angrily shoulders his battle axe and snorts, "If you are not here to fight, then get lost immediately. We have nothing to talk about. Unless you defeat my true self in this arena, I will never submit." Chen Bai smiles and spreads his arms wide, confidently showing off the immense authority he has just acquired. "Lord Baphomet, I now rule the entire abyss." The bull demon huffs, "Of course, I know that otherwise. You would already be dead." Shifting the focus, Chen Bai delivers a highly tempting and sweet offer. "That is not my point. I can lead all demons out of the abyss provided there is a path. You could go anywhere." However, Baphomet only scowls in pure boredom and mutters, "So what? That sounds incredibly dull." Chen Bai lowers his head, letting a devious grin slip onto his face. "Is it really that boring?" "My lord," he looks up, his eyes gleaming with intense mischief. "What if I take you to the god of war? A thrilling battle, and even his divine power." Striking the bull demon's ultimate weakness for combat, the beast turns away to hide his excitement, trying to save face by claiming that even so, it is no reason to submit. Knowing he has bitten the bait, Chen Bai casually strolls past him. Surely, with your legendary generosity, you would be fully willing to provide the necessary support to develop our abyss. He glances back with a confident smile, sealing the deal with a simple, "Is that right?" Baphomet raises his snout, accepting the fair deal. "Of course, if you can make both the abyss and me stronger, I will help you out when I am in a good mood." He hoists his battle axe and asks, "So, do you plan to tell me your current plan? Speak up. I have absolutely no time for nonsense." The scene shifts to a giant black wolf with glowing red eyes, resting in the quiet darkness of the abyss. On the 375th floor, Chen Bai looks up to negotiate, stating he does not want their surrender. Instead, he offers a favor. Having built a city on the 10th floor, he plans to erect 6 statues, representing the abyssal gods to absorb the power of faith. The giant wolf growls, expressing absolute and deep disdain. "Do you think you can buy me with such petty benefits?" Chen Bai only smirks, confidently pointing ahead. "I can also lead you out of this abyss to seek revenge. I heard your true weapon was not this Leviathan sword, but the sword of slaughter, right?" Angered, the wolf draws a massive root weapon in shock. Continuing his diplomatic journey on the 400th floor of the abyss, Chen Bai approaches a mysterious, heavily hooded phantom. "Lord Gabul, do you wish to find the god of death Morpheus to reclaim your power and former glory?" The phantom slowly reveals a pale skull face, replying in a raspy voice that his goal is indeed very precise. Moving to the 350th floor, a giant serpent pokes his head out to offer a pledge. "Chen Bai, whether inside or outside the abyss, if you ever run into trouble, just find us." On the 500th floor, a blindfolded demon declares, "Since you promised to help Lord Satan restore his glory, I will cooperate." With everything settled, the succubus Queen Macanthus chuckles flirtatiously, in absolute admiration. "You truly live up to your grand title." Sakil Boss notes that Chen Bai somehow managed to get all 6 gods to cooperate, then asks when she gets to choose her succubus territory. At tier 437, she floats gracefully around Chen Bai, reminding him that since the other gods made promises, he should too. She mentions hearing about her own past struggles against heroes, where she faced a major disadvantage by being unable to leave the abyss. The moment her sworn enemy is mentioned, Sakil Bost's alluring face instantly darkens with pure, murderous intent. She snaps that the bitch dared to compete with her over reproduction of fundamental cosmic power, and they will fight to the death. Chen Bai turns around and waves his hand, casually telling her to just contact him whenever she needs to leave the abyss. He looks back with a knowing smile. After all, staying at a disadvantage is zero fun, and he intends to help her win. Sakil Bost approaches with a seductive grin, explaining that she was not completely defenseless against that absolute pest. To guard against her seductive powers, her rival has stubbornly remained a virgin, meaning they have essentially reached a deadlock. Swishing her tail, she points out that fully mastering the power of reproduction is virtually impossible while keeping one's virginity. But now, with the help of the new lord, things are about to change. The abyss is growing stronger than ever. She playfully asks if she can keep her rival as a maid once she wins. Chen Bai just sweats and chuckles. He teases that a maid outfit is way too merciful for her enemy, prompting the demoness to blush with a mischievous grin. Agreeing with him, she slithers close behind his back, whispering that he has already shown her so many thrilling new experiences. She whispers that since he was born a god in the abyss, his sheer power has kept him from seeing much of the world. She purrs that there are far more exciting games than simple servitude. Flash forward to the present. Chen Bai is on the move. He leads Baphomet to an open plot on tier 10 of the abyss, proudly introducing it as the brand new city center. The massive minotaur god Baphomet studies the glowing magical blueprint, nodding in quiet approval at the layout. Chen Bai points to a fenced-off section, explaining, "It has already been claimed by the gods of commerce and courtesy." He tells the beast god the remaining spots are wide open. Baphomet pauses, throwing a sharp, suspicious glare at him. The demon demands to know if Chen Bai actually invited the god of commerce here. Chen Bai just smiles calmly. He playfully asks if Baphomet has a problem with a little courtesy. The bull demon grips his massive axe and grunts. He relents, muttering that anyone who benefits the abyss is welcome, as long as they play by the local rules. Chen Bai smirks, realizing this brutal beast deity is surprisingly straightforward. Once decided, Baphomet stomps heavily. He swings his colossal axe, burying it deep into the cracked ground to roar and claim his new territory. A massive glowing foundation slowly rises from the cracked earth, signaling the immediate start of construction. Within moments, a towering fortress-like arena wall is completely assembled by a horde of diligent lesser demons. Hands behind his back, Chen Bai congratulates the Minotaur, noting his arena is the very first completed structure here. Baphomet merely snorts in response, completely unfazed, and showing zero interest in any friendly praise. He demands to be sent back but stops right before the glowing portal to throw one last warning glare. He promises to wait in this arena for their eventual duel, reminding the young lord to keep his promise. Chen Bai nods with absolute confidence as the hulking figure of Baphomet steps into the portal and disappears. With the gods settled, Chen Bai starts planning his next move to secure more personal power. He needs 10 SS-Rank demon bloodlines to eventually fuse them into a single ultimate SS grade. Contemplating which tier of the abyss to farm, his gaze wanders over to a jagged peak piercing the fiery sky. High above the mouth of the abyss well is glowing intensely, catching him completely by surprise. Realizing an eruption is imminent, he leaps straight off the cliff, suddenly remembering a crucial mechanic. Whenever a tier's population drops, the well forcefully erupts with demon eggs until the numbers are fully replenished. Cursing himself for not capitalizing on this sooner, he charges forward, grinning at the perfect farming opportunity. A massive purple egg plummets from the sky, but is instantly impaled and shattered by a sharp black spike. Standing on the cliffside amidst a continuous downpour of eggs, he begins his ruthless high-speed harvest. He laughs wildly. As long as he absorbs them fast enough, the endless eruption will just keep going. Even if it drains some abyssal energy, it directly fuels his own growth as the ultimate lord of the abyss. Half a month passes, revealing a massive purple bloodline core wrapped tightly in a web of dark tentacles. Lying lazily nearby on a rocky ledge beneath the well, Chen Bai sighs with relief that his tedious grind is finally over. He reaches out to touch the system screen, where a grinning clay mask waits. He sits surrounded by dozens of floating purple core spheres. He teases the mask, asking if it is finally awake, and no longer disgusted, saying he is practically drooling over this. "Here you go," he says. The clay mask opens its massive mouth wide, greedily devouring the floating magical spheres with insane hunger. Once the bloodlines are fully digested, the clay face nods in satisfaction. Chen Bai silently stands there waiting for the results. He waves his hand to open a portal and steps inside, quietly planning his next moves in his head. He wonders how long it will take to synthesize a SS bloodline. While waiting, he decides to check out Mount Shu. Stepping out of the portal, the massive mist-shrouded peaks of Mount Shu loom grandly right before his eyes. Looking up at the vast scenery, he mutters that Mount Shu is incredibly massive, realizing how huge this area actually is. People posted about various buildings in the group chat, but the exact location of the treasure pavilion remains a complete mystery. He walks around the courtyard, rubbing his chin, calculating how many contribution tokens he earned back in the demon locking tower. His contribution points should be pretty high. The system panel marks this Hellgrade dungeon for level 189. Without any hesitation, he quickly darts off to search, determined to find the treasure pavilion and check out the loot. His eyes finally land on an ancient, glittering gold-plated sign. He leans over, panting heavily right in front of the massive entrance. Looking up at the sign, he sighs, complaining about how hard it was to find. Catching his breath, Chen Bai wipes away his sweat. He lets out a sigh of relief. After scouring 4 entire hills with his time running thin, he has finally found it. He pushes the giant wooden doors open with both hands and steps inside. The interior is flooded with the golden glow of countless treasures. An ancient voice suddenly echoes, asking if someone has actually reached Mount Shu and if the gates of heaven are reopening soon. The voice asks if he is the heir of Mount Shu. An old man in a white robe holding a cane slowly appears behind him. The old man inspects the young man closely, noting that he does not possess the inheritance aura of Mount Shu. Suddenly, the elder smiles warmly, realizing he is actually the immortal cultivator who successfully passed the trial of Mount Shu. Offering a warm welcome, the system identifies him as the pavilion spirit of the treasure pavilion, a level 60 special entity. Chen Bai politely clasps his hands calmly, asking the elder if he can exchange his earned contribution points here. Stroking his beard, the old man smiles. "Of course, as long as you hold the tokens, you can trade them for rewards." He waves his hand, summoning a glowing magical interface to show the available items, inviting his new guest to take a look. A massive list appears, filled with low-level E-grade robes, weapons, and pills for outer disciples, leaving Chen Bai completely speechless. Ignoring that basic gear, he immediately filters the search to look for high-tier A-class, S-class, and even double S-class items. As the new list opens, Chen Bai stares in absolute shock at the incredible high-tier treasures displayed on the screen. The screen shows S-class weapons like Bishao for 1 million points, an elder status alongside rare consumable pills. There is the S-Class 9 Transformations Ascension Pill for 200,000 points, and a double S-Class Sacred Green Sword. 5 million points, and elder status. Regaining his composure, he smiles with excitement at the sheer amount of top-tier items. He whispers that Mount Shu has far too many good things, immediately posting an update to his group chat. A group notification pops up. Leader Bai has updated the Mount Shu map file and uploaded a video of the exchange list. Seeing this notification, a member of the group stares in absolute shock as the entire group chat instantly explodes with hype. They start showering him with compliments, crying out that even the future leader of Mount Shu could not find this hidden place. Yet Boss Bai easily tracked it down. Another member says everyone's time is incredibly valuable, praising their leader's effort. Boss Bai is amazing for helping everyone find the exact location of the treasure pavilion. He is truly wonderful. Shui Chuan sends his thanks while Yazi calls him strong and thoughtful, admitting she is completely captivated by him. Liu Huai teases her about not being this shy during the auction, and Yazi replies that she is just in love. Back in reality, Chen Bai relaxes comfortably on a sofa in the core area of Chen Bai City in Jiang City. Reading their playful messages, he chuckles at his friends and quickly types out a serious warning calling for quiet. He tells them to settle down, because something massive is about to happen, advising them to drop any time-consuming tasks. If they are caught up in something they cannot easily leave, they should stop immediately, or they will miss out. Just then, the charming Ziqiang steps up, resting her hand on his shoulder, to report that everyone has arrived. A lineup of beautiful ladies stands neatly before him. One of them asks what important instructions he has for them. Chen Bai tosses several small red bags onto the table, telling them to distribute these among themselves. The girls look surprised. She takes it amazed to find it gives +10 to all attributes. 10 of these would mean 100 stat points for everyone. Chen Bai crosses his arms with a serious look. He reveals that based on his intel, a world merger is coming soon. Hearing this unfamiliar term, Zai Qiong frowns. A world merger? What exactly does that even mean? Chen Bai explains the concept in detail, using planets as illustrations. Blue Star is the core celestial battleground, but not the only one. Many other worlds will eventually fail to meet the battleground standards due to various reasons leading to their merge. They will be absorbed right into Blue Star. Most of these dying worlds are already collapsing, filled with powerful monsters and few survivors. A brutal reality is on the horizon. Chen Bai stresses the key point that everyone needs to pay attention to. Before any merger, that specific world opens up as a temporary secret realm. This represents a massive opportunity for growth. Knowing they still need to advance their classes, he advises Ziqiang to prepare if they want to challenge this realm. Lu Li immediately waves her hands. No way. She admits she is not cut out for active combat. Only Ziqiang and Leng Cheng have real fighting power, so they are the ones who must take on this challenge. The rest will stay behind to help manage Chen Bai City. Ziqiang nods in complete agreement with this plan. She and Leng Cheng will go, leaving Xinchen Ali, Ling Wu, and Shi Wei in charge of the city. Hearing this, Meng Yao pipes up from below. What about me? She eagerly demands to know her own role. Ziqiang giggles and teases her, asking the others to keep a close eye on her silly little girl instead. Pouting in annoyance, Meng Yao instantly snaps back loudly, reminding everyone that Ziqiang is not actually her real mother. Putting the comedy aside, Chen Bai gets back to business. The realm opens in a few days, so they must prepare. With a confident smirk, he suggests they find an open space. Time to test their current power levels. Ziqiang offers to lead the way, mentioning a private training ground located on the western slope of the mountain. It lies just behind the core area. Chen Bai nods in approval, telling her to lead the way. Following her, his mind starts racing. The zombie world merger. He actually knows very little about it. In his past life, he was stuck in the abyss trying to become a demon hunter when that merger first began. If he had not spotted all that great equipment at Shushan, he might have completely forgotten about this event. Now, a system prompt flashes before him, displaying the stats for his biochemical fist and disaster evolution requirements. To evolve the gear, he must eliminate 100,000 mutated targets and 100 high-level mutated beasts. Once completed, the weapon will evolve into a growth-type soul vessel, granting him immense scaling power in future battles. He has finished the mob kills, but only has 26 of the 100 high-level mutant kills. Clenching his fist, determination burns in his eyes. He is ready. This merger is his shot to upgrade it. Before long, the group arrives at a vast, lush clearing. Ziqiang turns around to announce they have arrived. Chen Bai calmly steps forward. Spreading both arms wide, he issues a direct challenge to the girls. He invites Ziqiang to attack him first, with absolutely everything she has, warning her not to hold back. Accepting the challenge, she takes a stance and unleashes sharp purple crystals erupting straight out of the ground. They lock him in a crystalline prison. No hesitation. She leaps back instantly to create some distance. She hurls a barrage of crystal spears at him, but he easily shatters her defense with a kinetic blast. Smiling calmly, he triggers a severe mental backlash. Instant panic. Her eyes widen as her own energy rebounds. She clutches her head in pain as the backlash hits her brain, causing her to drop to her knees instantly. Chen Bai calls a halt to the match. Ziqiang groans on the ground. Too fast, she complains. She complains she didn't even get to showcase her class skills yet. Chen Bai walks over to help her up. He patiently points out her tactical flaws. He advises her not to maintain constant mental links with her constructs. He looks into her eyes, warning that while it offers control, it exposes her to direct counters. Severing the connection might reduce overall precision, but it prevents severe feedback if her crystal constructs get destroyed. She nods with a bright smile, catching on quickly. She compares it to throwing a spear versus swinging a whip. Chen Bai nods in approval, praising her quick wit before turning his attention to the next challenger. He calls out to the blue-haired girl next Lang Chang. No words. She acts instantly, without a moment's delay. Like a falling meteor, she dives straight from the sky. Her wind-tearing strike aims directly at his head. He lowers his center of gravity and slips backward, narrowly dodging the assassin's deadly strike, missing her target. Lang Chang spins around instantly, holding a glowing dagger and ready to strike again. But right as she lunges, Chen Bai quickly catches her wrist midair, gently calling out to tell her that is enough. Lang Chang. She lands, obediently. Crossing his arms, Chen Bai honestly notes that her raw combat skills are not far behind his. However, living in peaceful times means she still lacks real experience in actual life and death battles. He asks to see her talent tree. Lang Chang nods without hesitation and pulls up her invisible system panel. Stroking his chin, Chen Bai reads her A-tier talent, Path of the Assassin, which branches into stealth and burst damage. He wonders why she chose to focus on stealth instead of raw, explosive power. Lang Chang answers right away. She explains that her Demon Hunter class already has plenty of burst damage. The reasoning makes perfect sense to Chen Bai. He smiles in approval. Perfecting her stealth right after getting her class was definitely a smart choice. Next, he rips open space to create a glowing portal, gesturing for her to follow him through. Stepping through to the other side, a heavy, gloomy aura hits them, making Lang Chang gasp in surprise. She senses massive demon energy. Chen Bai calmly stands with hands behind his back, confirming it is the first floor of the abyss. Turning back to his young apprentice with a serious expression, he explains that demon hunters get attribute bonuses from hunts. They also get special skills, unlocked only by slaying demons. He tells her that her progress is entirely up to her. He will not be around to protect her. Before turning to walk away, he drops a little tease. He says he will return in a few days, hoping she will not be a cold corpse by then. Lang Chang clenches her fists, shouting with determination that she will not let him down. Sure enough, the moment he vanishes nearby, demons catch her scent. They growl in their twisted tongue about a human invader. There is no escape from this cave. Massive muscular demons charge forward, immediately fighting over who gets the prey. They yell at each other to back off. And look at that, Chen Bai is just quietly watching them from above. He stands with crossed arms watching her analyze the cave layout and manage the enemy numbers to avoid risks. She is finding high ground and controlling the crowd. It is finally time to close the trap. Lang Chang is incredibly skilled. As expected, she easily shreds the low-tier demons and calmly walks out of the cave. She leaves their corpses scattered on the cliffs. Watching her fight so cleanly, Chen Bai begins calculating his next moves. In his past life, she was not as famous as Song Ziqiang, but she was definitely her secret trump card. Now Lang Chang can become the sharpest weapon in his own arsenal. He looks up at the crimson sky. He sighs with relief, noting that from here on out, everything really depends on her own effort. With her training sorted, Chen Bai smirks. His system screen pops up, prompting him to start his next move. Opening his personal inventory, Chen Bai floats in space and stares at a strange object, in complete shock. He examines a bizarre clay mask, wondering what it is, since he has never seen anything like it before. Suddenly, the mask opens its mouth wide and releases a blinding light, spitting out a dark purple energy orb. Chen Bai catches it. This is a triple S-class bloodline, and its heavy pulse feels incredibly oppressive. He smirks, noting that weaker evolvers probably would not even have the right to stand near this thing. But for him, it is different. Chen Bai tightly grips the dark energy orb with a confident grin. Now, it belongs to him. The system panel identifies it as the triple S-class pureblood Demon King bloodline. This exclusive power of the Abyss is meant for a natural-born king, but using it carries a massive risk. The Abyss favors those who dare to challenge, but has zero mercy for the weak. It is success or death. The system asks if he can conquer it. Chen Bai reads the arrogant warning and lets out a soft laugh. Without any hesitation, he begins the fusion process. Of course he can. But suddenly, an excruciating pain hits him. He grits his teeth in agony. Every single cell feels like it is being pierced by thousands of needles. Collapsing to the ground, he realizes his real body is still on the first floor of the Abyss. This storage space is just a projection. He cannot continue fusing the bloodline here. Returning to reality, he breaks into a cold sweat. It would be a disaster if some brainless demon interrupted him right now. His gaze sharpens. He needs an absolutely safe location to finish this. Stepping onto a rocky ledge, he plans. It is clear. To guarantee absolute safety, he must first completely seal Satan inside the Ring of Solomon before heading to the well. The Abyss. Before him, a purple spatial rift swirls into a deep, endless void. Confident, he decides this is his safest refuge. Without a single second of hesitation, Chen Bai leaps directly into the swirling abyss. Immediately, the painful fusion process begins. Surging energy flows through him, bringing sheer agony. The raw demonic bloodline is far too tyrannical and domineering for a mortal shell. His body begins to collapse under the pressure. Even his Blacklight Virus is suppressed and completely absorbed, stripping away his regeneration. Gritting his teeth, Chen Bai endures the pain. Reloading his save file is not an option here. He has to fight. He must brace himself and endure. Curling up in the chaotic space, he fights off the violent currents of energy. Red and purple energy threatens to rip him apart until a soothing blue light wraps around him. Chen Bai exhales in relief. The very power of the Abyss is putting his broken body back together. Jumping into this well was definitely the right choice. 2 days later, a solitary Chen Bai stands on a cliff edge overlooking the dark abyss. The painful process has finally stopped. That agonizing sensation of being skinned alive, every inch of his flesh, spiritual power and soul, has been entirely torn apart and remolded. Floating silently in the void, a glowing red sphere beats heavily inside his chest. His human heart is now a demon core. It looks like this agonizing fusion is nearing its end. But suddenly, dark, eerie whispers begin to echo all around him. Cold sweat breaks out as those sinister voices repeat one single word: kill. He senses something is going horribly wrong. Why is this sudden urge to slaughter filling his head? Suddenly, an ear-splitting scream echoes directly inside his mind. It demands that he massacre everything in sight. Chen Bai's face twists in sheer panic as he fights the primal bloodlust. This dark urge is simply too sudden and overpowering to suppress. Every single effort to resist feels completely useless. A massive, terrifying demonic illusion swallows him whole, leaving him with only one absolute command: annihilate every living thing. Realizing it is far too late to stop it, Chen Bai's eyes flash crimson with madness as he lets out a primal growl. He barks out a wild command to kill. 2 days later, on another level of the abyss, a local demon stares up in confusion. A spatial rift tears open in the sky. Talk about a terrifying entrance as the local demon lord freezes in absolute horror. This pure-blood king, a dark figure with horns and massive bat wings, descends like the god of death itself, screaming in absolute fury. The system announces that he has conquered the 11th floor of the abyss, granting him highest authority over this level plus 11 to all attributes. But his bloodlust is far from satisfied, and he storms the next floor with another deafening roar, completely clearing the 12th level, seizing ultimate control, and adding 12 points to all of his attributes. In another corner of the abyss, Chen Bai turns away from a demon corpse, exhaling softly as he realizes this brutal bloodlust is his very last obstacle. Fortunately, he managed to salvage a tiny shred of consciousness in time. Looking at the aftermath of his carnage, the system alerts him that he has cleared the 13th floor of the abyss, gaining supreme control and 13 extra points to all of his attributes. However, Chen Bai knows he is in deep trouble, realizing he must wrestle back absolute control of his body as fast as possible. Otherwise, he will be trapped as a spectator watching his own body fight until its death. Gathering his will, he forces himself to stay strong. Mastering and commanding this raw desire is his only way out, and he has experience. The system continuously updates his body's bloody milestones. He clears the 14th floor, adding 14 points to all attributes. Next, he clears the 15th floor, adding 15 points. Floating quietly inside his own soul space, he calms his mind and waits patiently for his opportunity. All he has to do is bide his time until his body weakens and his primal bloodlust is satisfied. That will be the perfect moment to seize back control. Meanwhile, his savage demonic body continues to scream and tear through the next boss, conquering the 19th floor of the abyss, securing supreme control of this level and adding 19 points to all of his attributes. Seeing this golden opportunity, here is the moment of truth, as Chen Bai steals his resolve and his crazed eyes twitch as he struggles to reclaim his consciousness. The savage demon still fights back wildly, swinging its sharp claws and screaming for blood. Kill, kill, but it is too late. Chen Bai completely locks down his body, throwing a powerful glowing punch, shouting, "Kill my ass." The final echo of his bloody demonic form screams inside his mind before completely fading away. And then, he is finally back. He collapses onto the cold stone, breathing a massive sigh of relief, knowing he actually won, conquered this savage bloodline. The system screen flashes, displaying a completely priceless reward of a royal pure blood demon bloodline. This SSS-Rank bloodline grants him a perfect body, making him immune to critical and lethal attacks. He is completely immune to crippled states, and targeted weak point attacks can no longer deal extra damage to him. His health recovery is boosted by 1000%, granting immunity to almost all magic-related attacks or status effects. Elemental spells, curses, and poisons. All attributes are permanently boosted by 30% as Chen Bai continues reading. This bloodline ability, Demon Transformation, allows him to maintain a demonic form indefinitely, though it does drain his mental energy. The transformation doubles his basic stats, massively strengthening his core bloodline traits, while unlocking exclusive demonic skills. After seeing the 12-hour cooldown, Chen Bai smacks his lips in pure amazement. It is a simple yet incredibly powerful bloodline trait. The system screen then reveals his final passive ability, the passive Abyssal Bloodline. The Abyss devours and tolerates all things, allowing him to hold the power of 9 different bloodlines simultaneously, without any conflict. He currently possesses 1 out of 9 slots, filled by a pure SSS-grade Royal Demon bloodline. Since he can hold 8 other bloodlines, he decides to upgrade the double S-grade Elf bloodline he had in his past life to SSS rank. With 7 empty slots remaining, he truly looks forward to the day he gathers 9 ultimate SSS-grade bloodlines. In Mikan's palace on the 437th floor of the Abyss, a succubus steps close, swaying her tail. She purrs that she is finally getting to experience the fun things he promised her during their last meeting. His demon form with that dark light armor drives her wild as she looks up with flirtatious longing eyes. She remarks on his incredible surge in power, noting how his profound insights have deepened her own magical understanding. Chen Bai simply offers a calm smile, teasingly promising that the day she begs him for mercy is coming soon. Sitting down on the steps, Chen Bai brings up a curious question about her being born with innate powers. Despite being born with this ancient desire energy, she honestly admits that she actually does not understand it fully. She poses playfully, explaining that while her desire magic is purely instinctual, there is still much to master. After all, the Abyss has been sealed for an eternity, leaving so many secrets left for them to uncover. Chen Bai nods, asking about cosmic authorities, as Macansis lounges comfortably on a plush cushion to explain. He explains that authorities are the fundamental rules, the core logical framework that governs the entire universe. Suddenly, his system flashes with an urgent alert. The first world merger trial begins in 7 days. Talk about perfect timing. Chen Bai leaps to his feet in disbelief, realizing the world merger is finally starting, and immediately checks the details. The target is a biochemical zombie world, with an estimated merger area of 44 million square kilometers. The primary collision zones will target human settlements, and this zombie realm opens as a dungeon in 30 minutes. All class transfer devolvers above level 10 are allowed to enter this dungeon to explore before the official integration begins. In the chat group, Crow is buzzing with excitement, shouting that this is exactly what Big Brother Bai warned them about. He asks if everyone saw it, while questioning another member Crow about not transferring their class yet. Crow laments that he hoped to find a great class by now, so he could join the dungeon raid with the rest. The others call out to the legendary Chen Bai, eagerly asking if he has any more exclusive inside information. Chen Bai calmly advises them to tread carefully, as global evolvers from all over the world will gather there. A group member quickly catches on, realizing they will inevitably clash with elite rivals from other nations. Correcting themselves, they point out these competitors should now be considered powerful evolvers from completely different rival factions. Meanwhile, a young man named Anthony mutters to himself, wondering if the top expert from Dragon Country will participate. A holy knight named LC plants his sword down, declaring that this new world is desperately in need of salvation. A female samurai also meditates in deep silence, staring at her blade while reviewing the system notification. Back at the Jiangcheng training grounds, Song Ziqiang steps forward to discuss the gravity of the impending world merger. She warns that the cataclysmic integration is starting soon, urging her companion Ziqiang to take a quick rest. Wiping away her sweat, Ziqiang seriously analyzes the warning, noting that the merger targets human cities. She stresses that Baidi City must prepare, despite her lack of knowledge regarding how this merger will unfold. She worries that zombie-infested zones might drop right into their territory, asking if there is a plan in place. After a decisive nod of confirmation, Ziqiang suddenly turns around and spots Chen Bai returning with an injured ally. Supporting the wounded Lengshuang, Chen Bai immediately instructs Ali to have Su Xin heal their injuries right away. He gently directs the exhausted girls toward the lounge area, telling Shuang to go rest up first. "Are you all right?" Liang Cheng clutches his stomach, struggling to stand as he assures her it is only a minor wound. Chen Bai patiently explains that the secret realm will open in less than 10 minutes. Since she and Liang Cheng are in bad shape, they should not rush in. Once they recover, they can head in together. Watching his strong back as he walks away, Ziqiang silently thinks that the White Emperor is planning to go solo, so she wishes him a highly bountiful harvest. Chen Bai raises 2 fingers to his forehead in a playful salute. Definitely. Right after he speaks, the system panel pops up to announce his new adventure. He has entered the secret realm of the biochemical zombie world, and his current location is Earth-Shaking City. He can spend 1 gold coin to reset his landing point, and he can check the secret realm leaderboard or visit the point shop at any time. He is also allowed to exit the secret realm whenever he wants, though re-entry will cost 1 silver coin. Stepping onto a desolate heap of ruins and trash, Chen Bai shoves his hands into his pockets, scanning his surroundings and muttering the city name. Instantly, he activates his skill, his eyes flashing with a brilliant purple light, to investigate. With his secret eye active, he notices a skeletal zombie charging toward him shockingly fast. It lunges forward to tear him apart, but he instantly punches a clean hole straight through its stomach. The system displays the enemy's detailed stats: level 16 zombie. Skills are flesh craving, pain, immunity, and blood tracking. Secret trivia: he hid 12,000 yuan in his toilet tank at home. Pitch black tentacles erupt from his arm to devour the beast as system notifications begin to flood in, earning 10 contribution points for defeating a mid-tier common zombie. It then detects high-concentration mutated virus. Absorbing high-risk mutated zombie virus grants 200 points, while his exclusive Blacklight Virus earns another 100 points. Watching his score climb with absolute ease, he folds his arms and nods in satisfaction. This secret realm is honestly the perfect place for him. From every dark corner of the ruins, more zombies begin to crawl out, slowly limping toward him. But get this, Chen Bai only frowns and clicks his tongue, clearly disappointed. There are so few of them around. Without hesitation, he pulls a large bucket of steaming fresh blood from his inventory, a highly devious smirk spreading across his face. Luckily, he prepared this beforehand, knowing these monsters have scent tracking skills. He casually strolls around, carrying the bucket, letting the pungent, metallic aroma spread to lure them. "Come sniff this demon blood," he mutters. "You guys are going to love it." Smelling the premium fresh blood, the ordinary zombies instantly go wild and rush forward with gaping mouths. Even a mutated zombie, covered in sharp spikes, is lured out clumsily, clawing its way up from beneath the rubble. Atop a massive ruined wall, towering over them, another mutated zombie with deadly sickle-like arms growls as it joins the party. Chen Bai smiles. With intense excitement, his sharp gaze locked on the targets. "Come on, zombies," he challenges. But instead of fighting, he suddenly bolts away at full speed, shouting that they should meet in the city center. Meanwhile, in a completely different area, a youth named Anthony is casually hanging by one hand from a cluster of red balloons floating between towering skyscrapers. He smiles smugly down at the swarming monsters below, confidently shouting for those stupid creatures to die. Then, his magical balloons rain down and explode violently, blowing the zombies into bloody shreds. Anthony throws his head back and laughs, with absolute delight, laughing that after only 1 hour, he has killed hundreds of zombies, meaning he must be leading by an immense margin. But wait, look at what happens the second he checks the leaderboard. His smug smile instantly vanishes, and his eyes widen in shock. The leaderboard displays an overwhelming score, with Bai leading at 156,392 points, leaving Salk at 985, and Anthony at 6,854. Shuki slips from his balloons, screaming that this cannot be possible. With over 150,000 points, that Dragon Country monkey must have cheated. Meanwhile, back in earth-shaking city, Chen Bai stands with crossed arms on a boulder, directing pitch-black tentacles to drain the remaining zombies. He silently notes that his score is now 150,000. There are not even that many zombies left here, though he did find 5 high-level mutants. He smiles slyly as he plans his next move: absorb a few zombies, use his evolution ability to extract their memories for intel, and then head to the next city. Reviewing the map generated from the memory fragments, he clicks his tongue and mutters that the zombies' memories are heavily fractured, leaving him with only tiny fragments. The nearest major city lies to the southwest. Connecting these scattered clues together, his eyes flash with deep interest. The massive virus outbreak seems to have been engineered by X Company. Oh, is there actually an X Company branch in Earth-shaking city? Chen Bai smirks, instantly setting his next target to go and investigate this corporate culprit behind the entire outbreak. However, after completely tearing the branch building apart, he only finds a syringe labeled cell activation agent. He clicks his tongue in sheer disappointment, having found absolutely nothing of real value. Inside the X Company office, there are only a few healing syringes left in the factory area. Standing inside the empty X Company branch in Earth-shaking city, he puts his hands on his hips and grumpily concludes there is absolutely nothing related. Nothing here links to the local zombie outbreak. Staring out at the industrial complex, he knits his brows in deep thought. Maybe this branch office lacked the authority to be involved, or that prized item is hidden somewhere much deeper. With those thoughts, Chen Bai marches forward, carefully combing through the memories of his past life. Now that he thinks about it, after the zombie integration, many shelter and research lab dungeons emerged. Gazing down at the pitch-black underground entrance, Chen Bai murmurs that he has seen plenty of these hidden passages before. Ending his thought, he leaps straight down into the bottomless corridor, guessing this must be the right place. Total darkness down here, looks like he will have to use his mental power to guide his steps. He lands softly at the bottom of the shaft, immediately scanning the entire underground structure with his psychic senses. A secret subterranean lab. There are no high virus zones, and judging by the placement of the bodies, the zombies breached the defenses from the outside. Stroking his chin with a grin, he reaches a simple conclusion. To find the virus source, heading to headquarters is a must. Right then, his eyes flash a brilliant blue. He activates his specialized skill, Eyes of Secrets, just as a half-wolf beast dashes past, clutching a metallic briefcase. What on earth is that? He wonders. Is it a newly evolving type of zombie? Instantly, his system panel displays the target details: a level 20 mutant zombie beast warrior. He was activated to secure critical research files. While infected with the zombie virus, he injected himself with an experimental gene serum, dying mid-mutation. He ended up as a half-finished beast gene warrior. Reading this, Chen Bai calmly assesses his options. It seems the monster retained a shred of human awareness, stubbornly protecting the data even in this state. If anyone takes that case, his rage mode triggers. But Chen Bai does not care. Immediately deploying his dark tentacles, he slices clean through the throat of the unfortunate beast. Staring at the dangling corpse, still clutching the case, he shakes his head. Even in death, this guy refused to let go. Talk about dedication. Rest in peace, buddy. With a swift movement, his shadow blade decapitates the monster, ending its misery for good. Chen Bai casually kneels down to crack open the silver briefcase. Spotting a syringe inside, he examines it closely. A pretty solid potion, he thinks, only B rank, but it is meant for a very unique class. The system immediately provides details. B-Rank Beast Gene Serum, a special mixture combining beast and warrior genes. Combined with specific genetic manipulation techniques, it can trigger a class change into a B-Rank Beast Gene Warrior. Lifting the serum tray, he figures the prize files must be hidden underneath. Then he spots a glowing scroll. They even have a class change scroll in here. Chen Bai gasps, thoroughly pleased with the unexpected treasure. He pulls out a heavy stack of documents with a wide grin, already mapping out his next moves. Unrestricted research data. Combined with the serum, he can manufacture an endless army of B-Rank gene warriors. The system details the gene manipulation method, a unique log for regulating mutated genes and power outputs. Once the serum is used, this method guarantees a successful class transfer into a B-Rank mutant. Shifting his gaze to the scroll, he reads the stats. The system interface flashes right before his eyes. It is an A-Rank Energy Gunner class change scroll, packed with tech-based passive skills and combat boosts. The class equips the user with high-tech modifications, providing firearm mastery and enhancing advanced weapon systems. This is a perfect fit for Tivi, who already boasts exceptional scouting vision and tracking abilities. Once she switches classes, he will buy her a top-tier sniper rifle from Rito to seal the deal. She will become another powerhouse on his team. Stashing the goods, Chen Bai looks around for more clues. He recalls that Mutant was also guarding some high-ranking executives. Stepping deeper into the facility, he spots a body wearing a suit and a white lab coat, sprawled lifelessly across the floor. Crouching down to inspect the corpse, he nods. He flips the name tag pinned to the chest. Corporation X, General Manager of the Raccoon City Branch, Lin Yuan. Holding the card, Chen Bai ponders. This ID card doubles as a keycard. It must unlock something important here. Right then the system alerts him. Quest completed. He has successfully acquired the VIP card of a Corporation X executive and cleared the hidden exploration. The Raccoon City branch of Corporation X has triggered a special quest line, The Secrets of Corporation X. The exclusive dungeon will unlock in 4 days. Get ready, because things are about to get wild. To get inside, you need a special high-level executive pass from Company X. Chen Bai smiles smugly, holding the key. The card actually worked. Better yet, this special pass grants full access inside. He is onto something big. And he is not the only one who can enter. Checking the branch map, he clicks his tongue in pure excitement. This is getting interesting. Company X seems to have branches in every city. He immediately messages his group to share this. He warns them all. Since they are stuck in a zombie apocalypse, they must investigate any Company X building they find. Search for the secret research facility inside. That is where you can easily secure a high-level executive ID card. Use it to enter a special dungeon 4 days from now. His facility was underground, but locations may vary. The group replies instantly. Overlord acknowledges the message, thanking the Chen Bai, and the others quickly follow suit. By the way, has anyone used the Mutant X drug from the Point Shop? It grants a chance to awaken zombie skills. Hearing this, Chen Bai opens the Point Shop himself. To be honest, he has not checked the available items yet. A massive list of high-tech items floods his screen. There is tactical combat gear, genetic drugs, and advanced weaponry. The shop offers Mutant Drug X, 100 nano combat suits, particle daggers, and Gauss pistols. He taps on the mutant drug bottle to check the details. The system description pops up with the exact breakdown. Mutant Drug X 100 boosts all attributes by 15 points and grants permanent immunity to low-level zombie viruses. Plus, there is a tiny chance to awaken a zombie skill. It costs 1,000 points per dose. Exchange now. No hesitation. Chen Bai buys a bottle and chugs it down instantly. The system confirms the drug has been consumed. All his attributes increase by 15, and he gains permanent immunity. But after waiting a while, nothing else happens. He shrugs in disappointment. Is that seriously all? Helpless, he messages the group chat to vent his frustration. Chen Bai texts that he failed to awaken any zombie powers. Overlord replies that he failed too, asking the rest. Sword Immortal chimed in. The success rate is incredibly low, so failing to awaken is completely normal. Do not sweat it. Shui Chuan agrees, joking that he is no lightning master either. But then the 5 Claws Thunder Whip successor laughs. He screenshots his system screen to flex. His S-rank skill turns him into lightning, boosting agility by 300%. It shocks all enemies within 3 meters and paralyzes them. The skill lasts 5 seconds, with a 6-hour cooldown. Chen Bai studies the stats with genuine surprise. A 300% speed buff is massive even for speed alone. Plus, transforming into actual lightning is way better than a simple speed boost. That 5 claws guy has ridiculous luck. Naturally, the group chat explodes. Overlord calls him out for baiting everyone just to show off his new superpower. He asks if 5 claws really thinks they will not hunt him down for gloating. The jealousy is real. Shui Chuan says he deserves a beating, and Yazi completely agrees. Even Sword Immortal joins in to corner him. He asks 5 claws where he is hiding. While Chen Bai enjoys the drama, a sudden distress message from Crow flashes. Crow is begging for backup. Chen Bai asks what is wrong, wondering if he needs a class change scroll. Chen Bai rubs his chin in thought. Crow is usually incredibly patient and rarely asks for help. Something is wrong. He has been holding out for a top-tier class. Has he finally hit a wall or triggered some serious trouble? Pale with absolute fear, Crow types back with trembling fingers. He begs Big Brother Bai to stop teasing him. He found his class change opportunity, but the difficulty is brutal. He has zero confidence in clearing it alone. He knows Chen Bai is busy conquering the zombie world, but he simply cannot survive without some backup. Chen Bai asks what dungeon he is dealing with. A massive system notification finally flashes onto his screen. It is the Black Tower, a hell-tier dungeon for levels 10 to 20. Chen Bai is completely stunned. Is Crow's class change quest actually tied to that nightmare? He stares at the twisted Black Tower ahead. The place is extremely dangerous. In his past life, at least 100,000 evolved players died inside this hell dungeon. The entrance spawns randomly across the globe, and every single entry leads to a completely different floor. Even with his past life knowledge, this place is entirely unpredictable. There is no guide or safe path to follow. Grim memories flood back. The monstrous tower has terrifying residents, and certain legendary floors mean absolute guaranteed death. Entering those legendary floors means instant death. Yet a wild, highly confident smirk slowly spreads across his face. He missed out on this insane challenge in his previous life. This time, he is absolutely going in. He immediately texts his junior back. Did he find the entrance, and should he head over right now? Waving off their concerns, he replies in the chat. Crow Boss Bai, no need to rush. I triggered a quest and received an invitation. It is valid for 3 days. You and Meng Yao can choose any convenient time. Chen Bai nods in satisfaction. Typing to arrange their schedule. Bai replies, all right. Meng Yao's class transfer should happen in the next day or 2. We will do it together once she succeeds. Crow agrees, no problem, we won't hold you up from dealing with the zombie world. Closing the chat, he rubs his chin with determination. Both the Dark Tower dungeon and the headquarters of Company X simply cannot be ignored. Time is gold, so before Meng Yao completes her class transfer, he will first focus on upgrading his own strength to deal with this biochemical disaster. Meanwhile, in another location, a masked young man grumbles while slaying zombies, his eyes catching a new post on the Evolution forum. Why is this 5-claw whip guy showing off on the forum like this? Attached is a video with a title about risking danger to record group 001 member Thor. The unlock fee is 1 coin in the zombie world information card. Crow curls his lip in absolute disdain at his teammates' greed. Does he really need 1 coin to watch this? What an absolute beast. In the video, a giant zombie surrounded by a thick green aura is furiously roaring and preparing to strike. An endless stream of viewer comments constantly floods the screen. What the hell? That is a high-level special mutant zombie. I have seen it before. It has both strength and elemental mutations. I know that skinny zombie. He wiped out our group's absolute strongest lineup. You guys would run away? The moment you see that thing. Am I right, buddy? You actually dared to record this? I truly admire your courage. This is probably your last video before you die. After reading the comments, the 5-claw whip youth, now calling himself Thor, just snorts with a smug smile. In front of him, 2 zombies still emit a green energy flow. He raises his hand and winks with extreme confidence at the camera. Instantly, the 2 terrifying zombies are struck by lightning, standing completely frozen with dazed expressions. In a flash, both giant monsters collapse to the ground, their bodies twitching from the paralyzing shock. Viewers comment in absolute confusion. What just happened? The reaction time is slow. The view is blurry. Slow it down. Is it over already? The video displays a suggested playback speed of 0.1x. Viewers are deeply shocked. An instant kill. Brother, thank you for saving us. Who are you? Are the rumors about Group 1 true? The show-off brushes his hair back coolly and replies, no problem. Of course. You should kill any high-level mutant creatures you come across. I am from Group 001 Thor. Elsewhere, Chen Bai stands on the rooftop, watching the video, nodding in evaluation. Is this guy using his awakened zombie powers? With his awakened agility stats boosted so high, he is even faster than him. He chuckles as he remembers a very familiar image. This is his companion who died in his past life. He almost did not recognize him when he clung tightly to his leg back in the demon lock tower. In the group chat, everyone is laughing and teasing his showy display. Overlord, descendant of the Five-Claw Lightning Whip Thor, this is so funny. Yazi, descendant of the Five-Claw Lightning Whip Thor, this is so funny. Lu Huai, descendant of the Five-Claw Lightning Whip Thor, this is so funny. Crow, descendant of the Five-Claw Lightning Whip Thor, you are killing me with laughter. Han Wang, descendant of the Five-Claw Lightning Whip Thor, I am dying of laughter. The only trash in the group, descendant of the Five-Claw Lightning Whip Thor, this is so funny. Thor reads the messages in shock, holding his head. He scratches his head awkwardly, defending himself as the descendant of the Five-Claw Lightning Whip. Hey guys, stop teasing me. I cannot just say my name is descendant of the Five-Claw Lightning Whip, right, Overlord? Then you should just call yourself Thor and stop embarrassing yourself. Han Wang says, just read out your real name, and scare them to death. The only trash in the group replies, it would not be good if I introduced myself like that. Han Wang says, Shui Chuan, descendant of the Five-Claw Lightning Whip, do you know that you were recorded descendant of the Five-Claw Lightning Whip? Replies, I know, don't worry, since I dared to use my move. I am not afraid of being researched. Haha, seeing this, Chen Bai messages the group to diffuse the tension. Bai, the worries of Shui Chuan are reasonable, but it is good that the lightning user understands the situation. Bai, actually, I was also recorded before. Overlord, who is busy doing push-ups, jumps in to tease. Overlord, descendant of the Five-Claw Lightning Whip, you are finished. If Boss Bai's video is released, your top 1 spot on the forum will surely be threatened. Thor replies, if I cannot protect it, then I will accept it. Isn't giving way to Whitebeard the obvious choice? Right, Han Wang? Oh my god, the Five-Claw Whip changed his name? Hello Thor. Crow, why is Emperor Bai's score? How did it get so high? A video will show you the truth. Crow, your number 1 spot is totally gone, Rabbit says after sending the link. In the video, Crow stands proud among a pile of zombie corpses. At the same time, in another area, group of evolved humans is struggling against a horde of zombies. One yells out, no, there are too many. Ma Yi, a muscular guy named Zhang Song, turns back to shout directions. Zhang Song, I am watching our rear, let us break through in one direction. A spear-wielding youth named Ma Jian calls out in despair. Ma Jian, I have started recording everyone. Does anyone want to leave any last words? Casting a spell, Miao Yi Luo grits her teeth and replies, Miao Yi Luo, I have nothing to say, I do not want to die. Suddenly, a massive wave of dark energy casts a shadow from above, making someone look up in pure shock. What on earth is that? Right after an earth-shattering crash lands on the scene. In the middle of the dust, Chen Bai calmly appears with glowing red horns and asks, do you guys need some help? Zhang Song is still struggling to shove his spear deep into a giant monster's throat. Hearing him, he immediately turns and replies, absolutely, we need it big time. Chen Bai smirks, showing a bright, yet incredibly murderous smile. Before anyone can even blink, a massive shadow spike suddenly impales the beast straight from the ground, leaving. Zhang Song is absolutely startled, as countless pitch-black spikes erupt from the earth, pinning the zombies mid-air like skewered meat. Miao Yi Luo grins widely, breathing a huge sigh of relief at this incredibly fast and clean battlefield sweep. Our main character casually stands with folded arms among the forest of spikes, ignoring the group behind him, swearing in pure shock at his overwhelming power. Meanwhile, the online forums completely explode over the effortless mob-clearing skills of Emperor Bai. Even Rabbit has to admit that it is only natural for their leader to be much stronger. Elsewhere, young Rabbit is sitting hunched over on the edge of a rooftop, looking deeply thoughtful. Breaking into a cold sweat, he wonders, if he had to fight this guy, could he even dodge? Back in the chat, Shuichuan reminds the group to learn from Emperor Bai, always clarifying the situation before attacking to avoid being falsely accused of stealing kills, then swiping away the chat box. Chen Bai nods in satisfaction, thinking these people are very smart, and he probably does not need to say anything more. However, a mutated beast suddenly lunges from the ruins, prompting him to speak with total calmness. Since you dodged the spikes, why did you not run away? Instead of turning around to attack me, seeing the snarling beast charge, he fires a barrage of pitch-black spikes to welcome it. This is even better, saving the trouble of finding you. The mutated ape stares in absolute terror, realizing too late it just crossed the god of death. Its body is pinned tightly. Mid-air, the system then alerts him that he has successfully slain a high-level mutant beast, granting an intelligence boost. After this warm-up, Chen Bai's hand glows with a brilliant purple light, as the system confirms his biohazard disaster gear has met the requirements and is ready to evolve. Feeling the massive surge of power, he spreads his arms in pure excitement. Bring it on. His hand transforms into a demonic claw. The system confirms the rank B soul weapon. Doomsday Judgment has been activated, greatly boosting his defense stats and carrying a highly infectious zombie virus effect. After admiring this incredibly high-tier new toy, he calmly retracts the dark aura. Inspecting the sharp claws with total satisfaction, he murmurs that it is securely locked into his hand bones, allowing him to summon or retract it at will. Leaving the area, he calculates he needs tens of millions of experience points to level up, wondering if it will affect the Blacklight Virus. 10 minutes quickly pass, and now he stands atop a mountain of zombie corpses, giant claw deployed, declaring with satisfaction that the test is a complete success. His arm's defense can withstand claws, swords, hammers, and whips. Right then, a message from Meng Yao pops up with, "Great news, Master. My class transfer is complete." Immediately returning to Zhang City, he goes to meet his favorite disciple, with a warm smile, asking if the transfer went well. His cute disciple blinks her large eyes and complains with a pout, saying that killing 1 million monsters was barely enough. As a massive majestic soul phantom manifests behind her, she sadly explains that because she ran out of time to defeat her dream ego, she had to accept the SSS-Rank nightmare class. Though she is disappointed, Chen Bai gently comforts her, saying this is already incredible, asking if she is still unsatisfied with SS. Besides, unique classes always offer great paths for promotion. Hearing this, Meng Yao nods cheerfully and agrees she understands. As they walk together, Meng Yao suddenly remembers, "Oh, by the way, Master Crow sent so many messages when I woke up." He chuckles at his junior's eagerness, glad the guy finally found a suitable class, yet he was so anxious that Chen Bai had to promise to come help him out. Arriving at the meeting point, Crow eagerly waves to welcome them. "Big brother, Bai Meng Yao, you two are finally here." With that, they enter the dream space inside a massive building. Standing in the ruins, Chen Bai warns them with a stern look, "Do not celebrate just yet. This dark tower dungeon is extremely bizarre, unlike anything else. I cannot guarantee your safety in there." Hearing this, Crow clenches his fists tightly and says, with determination, "It is fine. Big brother Bai, I am fully prepared." Puffing out his chest with absolute resolve, he searched so long for this chance to reach a higher level. "I will absolutely not back down without giving it my all." Crow looks at them with sincere eyes. "Big brother Bai Meng Yao, both of you must also be very careful. If things go sideways, just leave me behind. I do not want to be the one dragging our chat group down." Meng Yao giggles and reassures him, "Do not worry. I cannot die inside the dream world. At worst, I will just lose some mental energy." Chen Bai shrugs and chimes in, "Same goes for me, so there is no need to worry about us at all." Hearing this, Crow breaks into a cold sweat, pointing to himself. "So only I am risking my life here." Both Chen Bai and Meng Yao nod in unison. "Yep, pretty much. And honestly, can you blame him for sighing?" He sighs. Taking a deep breath, he pulls out a mysterious scroll. Then he braces himself and raises his arm to crush the scroll to activate the entrance. Instantly, a giant black tower looms over them alongside a system notification. It is a Hell-grade Dark Tower levels 10 to 20. With zero hesitation, Chen Bai confirms his acceptance. Pitch-black darkness swallows them as they step inside the gloomy passage. Behind them, the door slams shut. Trapped in the heavy, silent darkness of the tower, a notification from the system, slowly rebladed, scrolls up. Today's Dark Tower guidelines. Standing in front of the screen, Chen Bai narrows his eyes and mutters that this is it before reading the rules aloud. 1. Today's Dark Tower has 4 floors. You must clear every trial on your current floor to access the next staircase. 2. Avoid light. The higher you go, the dimmer it gets until there is absolute darkness. 3. Maintain silence. As you ascend, sound fades until you cannot make a single noise. 4. The Dark Tower hates the past. Climbing erases memories. The longer you take, the more you lose. Sweating Crow asks if these are the tower rules, but Chen Bai points ahead, showing him there is more, and continues reading the taboos that lead to death. First, losing your memories means death. Second, do not run. Fleeing leads to certain death. Third, finish the test within the time limit. Take over 20 minutes, you die. Fourth, complete the challenge within 4 hours and obtain the floor manager's approval. Fail, and you die. After reading this endless list of deadly rules, Chen Bai sighs in relief. Luckily, no rule triggers instant, unavoidable death. Once inside this dark building, they can communicate privately through their chat panel. But when he tries to open the screen, he is suddenly surprised and gasps. The system flatly announces that the chat function is disabled here. Talk about an unfair trap. Itself. Closing the panel, Chen Bai thoughtfully analyzes that since chatting is banned, sound and light will eventually vanish completely. It seems our only choice is to rely on mental perception. He turns around to guide his 2 teammates, telling them to take out an item, write their names and goals on it, just in case they lose their memories. Then I will teach you some basic hand gestures to communicate. Please memorize them. Quick-witted Meng Yao pulls out a glove and a pen, showing them off proudly. We can write on these gloves if we need to remember anything. The white palms are easy to see, and everyone has 3 spare pairs. Chen Bai smiles and praises her great job, Meng Yao. This is enough, but we should still write something on them, just in case Meng Yao's abilities are disabled. Next, he raises a finger. Time to teach them basic sign language. Let us agree on these gestures. Remember, this means to go forward. Changing his gesture to show an open palm, he explains that this means stop. Then he points his finger over his shoulder to signal retreat. 3 minutes fly by. Soon, Crow clenches his fist to practice signaling danger. Meanwhile, Meng Yao puts a finger to her lips, signaling silence. Chen Bai nods approvingly. Got it. Meng Yao smiles. Yes, master, I have memorized everything. Crow also raises his hand proudly. Same here. I already wrote the words on my gloves. Chen Bai waves his hand. Excellent, let us go. Reaching the stairs, he stops dead in his tracks. The entire staircase is sealed off by a transparent force field. A glowing red countdown screen appears on the invisible barrier, stating they must first complete the trials of 4 first-floor residents before ascending. Remaining time is 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Not wanting to waste any time, Chen Bai looks at the nearest old wooden door and decides to start with this closest room. He reaches out and grabs the handle. Suddenly, the door flies open, causing everyone to startle and step back, accompanied by a furious roar from inside. Get out. You are not welcome here. But despite being kicked out on his face, Chen Bai does not even flinch, his mouth curling into a confident smirk. Not welcome, guess I will just have to offend you then. Before the words even fade, he slips right inside, slamming the resident monster backward, and immediately begins a cold, ruthless interrogation. Tell me your challenge, he demands. The shadow monster growls back, with blood-red eyes, cursing these insolent little brats. Ha, trying to challenge me, the creature sneers, pointing around his incredibly messy room to lay down his condition. Find something in my house that no other resident in this dark building possesses. Hearing this, Crow breaks into a cold sweat. This is a tough one, he mutters. There is way too much stuff here, and we have not even seen the other apartments yet. Meng Yao taps her chin in deep thought. The rules are pretty vague. Does he mean a specific item, or a whole category? While the rest of the team struggles with the riddle, Chen Bai suddenly steps right up to the shadow monster with a wicked smile. If I just take one of your body parts, that counts as passing, right? His sudden question makes the beast flinch back. What do you mean by that? The creature stammers. Massive dark wings suddenly erupt from Chen Bai's back, filling the room with raw pressure. I'm just confirming the rules, he says smoothly. Otherwise, if I rip your arm off to complete this quest, you might try to argue that every resident here has arms, and by then it would be far too late. His grin is terrifying. Not only would I fail the quest, but you would be down one arm. That sounds pretty bad for both of us. Terrified by the obvious threat, the monster turns pale and frantically waves his hands. Wait, my challenge is not that complicated. I will not pull cheap tricks like rejecting things just because they are all furniture or food. He raises a shaking finger. But do not think it is so simple that you can just say this bowl has a slightly different pattern either. Or that it is someone's arm, he adds. Trying to salvage his dignity, the monster grumbles for them to get to work. Just go look for the item quietly. You are incredibly noisy, reckless, and outright rude. But Chen Bai notices something strange. The monster said, "You singular, not you plural." Watching the red fog of hatred slowly dissolve around him, Chen Bai analyzes the situation. I was the only one making noise earlier. So hatred generated from noise applies to the individual, not the whole team. That means his teammates can actually make moves without pulling aggro. This system definitely operates on some pretty specific rules. Chen Bai quickly turns and calls out to Meng Yao, pulling out a white glove. His reliable disciple takes it instantly. Reading the gift-giving label on the glove, her eyes light up. "I got it," she nods, confidently stepping toward the beast. The shadow monster stares in total confusion. With a quick, smooth motion, she pulls out a tiny, glowing vial. "Let us begin," she says with a bright smile. "Forgive us if we completely mess with your head." Offering a playful wink, Meng Yao holds out the glowing vial as a gift. The shadow monster immediately panics. "I am not going easy on you just because of a bribe. Take it back," but she ignores him. "Please take it," she insists, shoving it directly into his hands. "Otherwise, I will feel bad searching through your personal belongings. You are definitely going to love this." Left with no other choice, the monster reluctantly accepts the mysterious liquid. He freezes for 5 seconds in complete silence. Popping the lid open, his red eyes widen in absolute shock. A monster core. It increases all stats by 10 points. Meng Yao wags her finger with a smug grin. "You can definitely never find one of these in this dark building." Bribed outright, the monster grins and nods enthusiastically. "Haha, a gift I simply cannot refuse. You pass." With Meng Yao cleared, his glowing red gaze shifts to the next target. The monster stares down Crow, who is standing there like a statue. Without wasting a single breath, Crow acts. He holds up 2 pre-written signs. "The thing I found is us. Whether we are uninvited guests or complete outsiders, we are currently the only ones inside your home." The shadow monster slowly nods, forced to accept this hilarious loophole. "I will allow it," the monster sighs. But when Crow and Meng Yao turn around, they are left totally baffled. Even the monster panics, because Chen Bai has completely vanished from the room. Suddenly, a cold presence appears right behind him. Chen Bai stands there like a ghost. "So that is the last test," he whispers. "What about the other residents?" He calmly points out toward the dark hallway. "I just went around knocking on the other doors. But it seems they are not big on hosting guests. So I need you to do me a favor and call them all out here." Feeling utterly played, the monster roars in fury. "Why should I help you? You passed your test. Now get lost." Chen Bai simply turns his back. He has another theory he needs to test. The rules state they must pass every resident's challenge on this floor to go up. Suddenly, a brilliant and dangerous idea pops into his head. What happens if this floor runs out of residents? Stepping closer to the monster, Chen Bai smiles. He is ready to ask. Staring down the shadow with a threatening glare, Chen Bai asks quite coldly. "To put it bluntly, if I kill you, will the resident count on the staircase barrier? Drop from 4 to 3. He issues an ultimatum. "I give you 2 minutes to call all the residents out here." Wearing a spine-chilling smile, he adds, "Or do you want to help me test that theory?" Needless to say, the monster is absolutely terrified. He runs for his life. Out the door, gone, without another word. Crow lets out a sigh of relief, stepping forward gratefully. "Thanks, Brother Bai." But Chen Bai casually waves his hand. "No need to thank me. I am not going to break taboos or test boundaries just for you." Patting his ally's shoulder, Chen Bai explains, "That was only my personal style, to get us some wiggle room, without triggering the instant death rules immediately." He also does not forget to praise them. "Plus, you two did great, by not changing tactics just because I happened to make a sound. Just keep that up so we can clarify the difference between the Black Building residents and the 2 types of people like to us. That way we gather clues from both directions." Looking out into the hallway, 3 dark shadows are already standing there. One angrily snaps. "I have never seen such scum like you. Instead of taking the exam properly, you actually dare to threaten our own residents." The monster with a crow-like head snaps furiously. "Did you really come all this way just to cause trouble?" Chen Bai blinks innocently and shoots back. "Me causing trouble? We knocked on 3 doors, and nobody answered, and the 4th guy just opened the door to scream at us to get lost." Walking over casually, he shrugs. "Since you guys do not want to be friendly, then I do not need to be polite either, right?" The glowing red devil horns on his head appear once more. He sneers. "Listen here, I know damn well you have the power to decide whether we pass or not." His bat wings spread wide, as he hovers in the air, declaring, "So I'm giving you a chance. Stop playing these clumsy stall tactics. Get straight to the point, and let us clear all these exams already." Hearing this, the crow monster loses it and screams, "How dare you be so arrogant in this black building?" Chen Bai raises one finger, red light condensing at the tip. "I think you are really tired of living. Watch this." With just a single flash of red laser, the crow monster explodes. He coldly finishes, "Looks like you do not need a second chance." Feathers rain down. The remaining monsters freeze in absolute silent shock. The system immediately updates. Resident count has decreased. You must complete challenges with 3 residents on the first floor before moving to the second floor. Chen Bai lands softly on the ground, acting like no massacre just happened. He casts his eyes directly at the 2 trembling residents, silently waiting to see their reaction. The lizard-headed monster roars in a sheer panic. "What? Are you scared now? Let me tell you, this is the price for killing a resident of this black building. You better obediently complete the mission." But before he can even finish, a brutal punch slams straight into the lizard's face, sending him flying. Chen Bai scowls, too noisy. Once again, the system obediently pops up, noting that the resident count has decreased. You can only enter the second floor after completing challenges with 2 residents on the first floor. Spreading his bat wings, he slowly walks toward the final 2 monsters, dropping a chilling question. "What is your choice?" Utterly consumed by pure terror, the 2 shadows shut up and quickly yield. The system pings repeatedly. Resident 101 passed the test. Resident 103 passed the test. Stairs to the second floor unlocked. Chen Bai retracts his wings and waves his companions over with deep satisfaction. "Let us head up." Stepping onto the stairs of the second floor, he quietly notes that the light here is significantly dimmer compared to the first floor. Ahead of them lies an endless dark and creepily silent hallway. Chen Bai frowns, looking at the thick black fog rolling all around them. The black mist has definitely spread a lot more. He turns to his young disciple and asks, "Meng Yao, do you know how many memories you lost after coming to this floor?" But suddenly, he touches his lips as he realizes something strange. "My voice has gotten incredibly quiet. Looks like I will have to speak up from now on." Hearing her master's question, Meng Yao scratches her head and laughs. "I barely lost any memories since entering this apocalyptic trial, so I probably did not forget anything crucial." The female disciple points to herself, explaining further that during the time she had psychic powers, but had not awakened her talent, yet she cannot recall how much she forgot at all. Instantly, Crow holds up a whiteboard that reads, "Meng Yao, and I lost about the same amount." Chen Bai strokes his chin in thought, But on the contrary, I lost a ton of memories." Suddenly, he points straight at his ally with a sudden shocking question, "Who are you?" Talk about a twist. Crow flinches and steps back defensively, absolutely terrified, clutching his chest in utter distress. "Big brother Bai, did you lose that many memories? Ever since we started group chat 1, we have texted a ton and met up quite a few times." Crow points to himself and swears, "I am Crow, real name, Zhao He." Suddenly, Chen Bai smiles as Meng Yao raises her hand and cheers, confirming that he is absolutely right. She remembers everything now. Meanwhile, Chen Bai wears a teasing look and calmly starts analyzing their memory loss. He notes that the black mist clinging to him is far thicker than what is on the other 2. This memory loss must be tied to the mist. Watching the dark smoke swirl around, he mutters a warning. "If it completely consumes you, your memories will vanish, triggering an instant death rule right then and there." Meng Yao's eyes widen as she wonders if every single resident in this building is already wrapped in it. Chen Bai explains that the rules for outsiders and actual residents are definitely going to be different. He begins channeling his spiritual power to dispel the dark mist, hoping it will bring back his lost memories. His eyes flash with a brilliant blue light, sending a powerful wave of energy to blast the mist away. The dark smoke is blown away completely. Crow stands dazed, watching his leader glow with immense power. Chen Bai turns around with a smile. It seems this mist acts more like a status debuff than anything. He proudly announces that his memory is back, telling the others to try using any debuff clearing skills they have. Meng Yao closes her eyes, attempting to activate her SSS-Rank talent, while Crow channels his energy too. His eyes flash green as they struggle, but seconds later, a defeated Meng Yao shakes her head in failure. Crow raises a sign showing he failed too. Chen Bai frowns, surprised that even SSS-Rank magic is useless. It seems this black mist holds absolute authority. He wonders if he should rush ahead to save their memories. He wonders if racing against the clock is worth it. But then he notices his status cooldown screen. Seeing his status reading skill on a 59-minute cooldown, he immediately rejects that reckless idea. Rushing through the floors by slaughtering the residents would definitely wipe out too many of his own precious memories. Forgetting his critical hourglass or skills would mean game over. Looking at his teammates, he decides to play safe. Even warning them about it beforehand is too risky, as all three of them could end up completely brain-wiped. It is much better to stick to a steady pace of clearing one floor per hour to manage his cooldowns. This strategy will minimize the risks. Turning back to the trial, Chen Bai lays out their next moves. The second floor has 4 residents and they must play by the rules. If 15 minutes pass, he will intervene. Crow holds up a sign of agreement, while Meng Yao eagerly pumps her fist like a devoted student. Entering room 201, a shadow figure demands they cook 3 dishes at the same time. 15 minutes later, Chen Bai wipes his hands in a clean apron, smugly asking if they are satisfied. As a feast of delicacies sits on the table, Crow and Meng Yao stand behind him, sweating nervously. The shadow monster nods in approval and grants them a pass, prompting a system notification, confirming their success. They cleared room 201 in 14 minutes. Next is room 202, where a resident complains about bugs. Desperate to clear the cockroaches, Chen Bai solves the issue by turning the entire room into a raging inferno. The massive blaze sends his teammates leaping back in terror, while Chen Bai stands calmly in the flames. He crushes a flame in his hand with a bright smile, proudly ensuring that absolutely 0 pests survived. The devastated resident threatens to kill him, but Chen Bai glares back, asking if he wants to try. They clear the room in just 3 seconds. In room 203, a gamer stands ready. He challenges them to beat him in a fighting game to pass. However, things quickly go downhill for him. The resident gets knocked out repeatedly. Meng Yao wins in 4 minutes, and Crow wins even faster. But Chen Bai struggles, losing repeatedly over 8 long minutes. The resident smugly offers to give him a handicap. Chen Bai demands extra lives instead, but his terrifying glare quickly changes the mood of the room. He calmly explains that when he loses games, he gets an urge to destroy consoles and slaughter monsters. Terrified, the resident immediately calls it quits and gives them the win. Another round of notifications pops up. They cleared room 203 in 13 minutes. In the final room, a mysterious resident awaits them. He reveals that he blocked one of them at the entrance, meaning there is an imposter among them. Before the resident can even finish his rule, Chen Bai delivers a devastating punch, launching him into the air. The fake Meng Yao instantly evaporates. Chen Bai flashes a chilling smile, making it clear he hates playing mind games. He had no reason to doubt his disciple and companion. Right then, the real Meng Yao opened the door, poking her head in and asking her master what was happening. She explained that some black mist had blocked her from entering earlier and asked what happened. As soon as she finished speaking, Crow stepped up. He quickly explained that the creepy resident had blocked her and created a fake double to test them, forcing them to find the real one. And so Big Brother Bach just straight up slaughtered the guy. Right then, the system announced a drop in residents, unlocking the stairs to the 3rd floor. Without wasting another second, Chen Bai waved them forward, telling them it was time to move up. As they walked, he kept his guard up. He warned them that the black mist clinging to him after defeating the 2nd floor resident was much thicker than before, meaning they had to be extra careful now. Stepping onto the 3rd floor, Crow looked around and asked in a quiet, confused voice. He asked if they were supposed to be at the Red Star Asylum, wondering where they actually were, which made Chen Bai frown. Chen Bai asked him to repeat that, because he couldn't hear clearly. But suddenly, Meng Yao wandered off, waving at the pitch-black emptiness. She asked the darkness if they were residents of the Black Building. Immediately, the system updated with some pretty grim news about the 3rd floor. Light and sound dropped 75%, while Chen Bai's memory loss hit 44.75%. Meng Yao and Crow were at 34.21%, both looking completely lost. Seeing his 2 companions struggle, Chen Bai massaged his temples in frustration. This drop in light, sound, and memories was a massive pain. He sighed, just checking in on each other had already wasted nearly 10 minutes of their time. But then a confident grin slipped onto his face. Between speedrunning the 1st floor and playing by the rules on the 2nd, he had finally figured out the best way to clear this stage. He decisively ordered them to move out. Since the 3rd floor still had 4 households, they were going to wrap things up as quickly as possible. Crow eagerly agreed that it would be no problem at all. Moments later, Chen Bai knocked on the door of room 301. A shadowy figure holding a book grumbled that his new detective novel was missing its ending, asking if anyone could guess the culprit. But before the creature could even finish his sentence, Chen Bai turned to his team and gave the command to attack without hesitation. He told Crow to stick to their plan and skip the small talk, ordering him to launch a direct assault right away. Crow immediately nodded in agreement. This sudden move left the resident of room 301 staring in complete shock with his red eyes. Before the confused monster could react, Crow unleashed an eerie giant green demonic power and lunged forward with sharp claws bared. The poor shadow monster was instantly sliced clean in half, collapsing onto the floor. Dusting his hands off, Crow reported that the room was cleared. Next up was room 302, where the resident held several ancient scrolls trying to act like some sort of intellectual scholar. The scholar mentioned he had collected some incomplete ancient texts and asked if they could help him fill in the missing pieces. Without a second thought, Chen Bai stepped forward, grabbed a scroll and examined it closely before calmly reading out the titles. After identifying the classic texts as Shuat, Subio, I, Lian, Thuyet, and Lao, that Min Chen Bai asked his student how long she would need. She confidently promised it would only take 3 minutes. Sure enough, 3 minutes later, the shadow creature received the completed scroll back. His eyes lit up in pure amazement as a notification popped up, confirming that the challenge for room 302 was officially cleared. At the next door, the resident of room 303 tried to hide sneakily behind a wall, but it was absolutely useless. Meng Yao easily crushed him underfoot with her giant butterfly wings, allowing Chen Bai to calmly declare that room 303 was done. She agreed that they were more than strong enough to eliminate these monsters, which only confirmed Chen Bai's brutal strategy. For any challenge that took too much time, simply slaughtering the residents was easily their fastest and most logical choice. Following that logic, Crow swung his massive scythe instantly, decapitating the poor resident of room 304 who had just peeked out. Watching his crew handle the heavy lifting, Chen Bai secretly planned to let Crow and Meng Yao share the burden of the accumulating black mist. He nodded in satisfaction. This way, even though his status reading skill was still on cooldown, they wouldn't lose too many of their memories. Right on cue, the system announced another drop in residents and unlocked the stairs leading up to the 4th floor. The three made their way up to the next area, greeted by a flashing red warning screen for the 4th floor of the black building. Light and sound plunged 99%, while Meng Yao's memory loss climbed to 67.21%. Crow hit 89.21%. Staring into the pitch-black space, Chen Bai knew he had to protect them. He needed to clear this final floor himself to finish cleaning the dark building. Looking around, he was surprised by the layout. This entire 4th floor was actually just one massive, completely independent apartment. But as he looked closer, his eyes suddenly went wide. Right in front of him stood a giant, ominous demonic symbol glowing with a faint, creepy blue light. He recognized it with absolute shock. It was the sacred symbol of the Hilly Lust cult from his past life. Memories flooded his mind as he muttered in pure confusion, realizing he had never heard of any connection to this black building. Could this be connected to Halusi? No, in his past life, Chen Bai had actually paid to watch a video of someone clearing this black building dungeon. Determination fills his eyes. He knows that although the challenge floors and environments change completely with every single entry, he is absolutely certain of one crucial detail. None of the records ever mentioned a divine symbol appearing on the very top floor. Suddenly, a cold, majestic voice echoes out. It is incredibly powerful, instantly shattering the heavy silence of the dark room. A dark figure slowly materializes from the empty void, calling them mere outsiders who dared to disturb his peaceful sanctuary. He coldly introduces himself as the floor manager of this black building, acknowledging that reaching the highest floor proves their great strength and wisdom. Stepping forward, the imposing manager stares directly at them, asking a highly tempting question that tests their entire resolve. He asks if they wish to become permanent residents of this domain, or if they seek to steal its power. Before the manager can even finish his sentence, Chen Bai coldly cuts him off, telling him to cut the crap. He demands to know why Halusi's divine symbol is here, making the manager roar in absolute fury at such extreme insolence. How dare a mere mortal utter the true name of his deity? Chen Bai doesn't waste time and instantly summons his soul weapon. The hellish scream of the shepherd's horn manifests as the system quickly flashes a new notification directly before his eyes. The shepherd class allows the user to easily dominate any creature with lower mental strength than their own stats. Chen Bai's mental energy erupts in an instant, completely crushing the manager's mind and seizing total control of his thoughts. Within seconds, the manager's eyes glaze over with a dull green light as the mind control successfully takes hold of him. System alerts confirm the success, and Chen Bai coldly demands to know why the symbol of the cult of desire is here. Now completely under his thrall, the manager blankly mumbles the truth. He was the one who carved it on the wall. He explains that the Supreme Goddess sent them to this Tower of Darkness, prompting him to draw the symbol out of pure devotion. Chen Bai narrows his eyes in deep suspicion, asking if this black building is actually the legendary Tower of Darkness itself. The manager nods slowly, confirming that every single black building is merely a single fragment of the Grand Tower itself. But before he can say more, an invisible force suddenly crushes the manager, blowing him into a thick cloud of smoke. Chen Bai quickly leaps back, realizing the manager was silenced. At that exact moment, system alerts begin to flood his vision. The floor manager is dead, and the dungeon is officially cleared, meaning they are now free to leave whenever they want. They have just achieved the world-first clear of this Hell-tier secret dungeon, a legendary feat that is incredibly rare, since each evolver can only enter this special map once the system asks if he wants to publish a walkthrough video. As Chen Bai's body begins to fade for teleportation, the protective black bones surrounding his companions also start to disintegrate. The barriers crumble. Crow lets out a sigh of relief, thrilled to have survived the ordeal. He waves a glowing scroll toward Chen Bai, excitedly announcing that the quest is done, and he just needs to claim the reward. Chen Bai simply nods and tells him to go ahead and activate it, but a strange tension suddenly fills the air. Crushing the scroll, Crow suddenly shudders. He anxiously asks if the others can feel this incredibly creepy sensation. Meng Yao nods nervously. Chen Bai silently scans the dark space, sensing a terrifying godlike presence watching them from above. It is the chilling sensation of a powerful deity staring directly at them from across the vast dimensions of space. Up in the dark void, an enormous, breathtakingly beautiful face begins to form, sending major shivers down their spines. The quest scroll had actually summoned none other than Halusi herself, whose giant, deep purple eyes slowly open to gaze downward. Her powerful voice echoes, addressing them as mere mortals, but Chen Bai just smirks with a dark, highly confident look. He quietly muses that he absolutely did not expect to run into her again so early in this new lifetime. Looking down with supreme arrogance, Halusi remarks that they must be quite exceptional to have cleared the Black Building's trial. She locks eyes with Chen Bai, her curiosity instantly piqued by the strange unique vibration radiating from his very soul. Her interest grows even deeper as she detects the unmistakable lingering trace of desire clinging tightly to his essence. Staring down with godlike authority, she demands to know who this mortal is and if he knows her identity. In stark contrast to her grand display, Chen Bai remains completely unfazed, placing a hand over his chest in mock respect. He introduces himself as Chen Bai, playing dumb, while casually mentioning his past acquaintance with another prominent powerful deity. He smoothly explains away his previous look of sheer annoyance, claiming he was simply overwhelmed by her magnificent divine aura. The moment she manifested, the pure power of her magnificent presence shook his soul, forcing him to lose his composure. Hearing the name of a familiar god, Halusi is visibly taken aback, before nodding in quiet surprised approval. Praised him. She noted how polite they were, a truly outstanding climber, and asked about their upcoming rewards. "What do you desire, Chen Bai?" But with a noble smile, Chen Bai politely declined, saying he didn't need a single thing. "I do not need anything." Instead, he pointed to his dazed companion behind him, saying his goal was simply to help his teammate, so the goddess should give all the rewards to him instead. Hearing this, Hui raised an eyebrow in curiosity. She turned her gaze to the nervous young man, asking what he wanted. Crow clasped his hands together in a trembling, shy gesture. He made a very practical request. "My lady, I want a class that truly suits me." The goddess burst out laughing at how fascinating these mortals were. She slowly faded into the void, leaving behind an intriguing, suggestive promise about meeting again. "You are interesting humans, so I agree to give your teammate the reward. Chen Bai, I have memorized your name, we will meet again." As soon as those words were spoken, a swirling portal of light appeared, dropping a floating scroll directly into Crow's hands. The scroll immediately flashed its incredibly high-end system, details a double S-grade class advancement scroll for a night dancer. Darkness dispelled all light, covering the sky, stealing vision, and devouring warmth to bring absolute terror, though it destroyed nothing, yet could end all existence. The requirements were reaching level 10 and conquering the Black Tower. Holding this incredible treasure, Black Crow was overjoyed, turning to show it off excitedly. Big Brother Bai Meng Yao, look at this, another double S-grade item. But Chen Bai only frowned in deep thought, sensing something highly suspicious. A double S-grade item, although the Black Tower deserved such a reward, he could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. He wondered if his paranoia was getting to him, or if Huey's sudden appearance was making him worry far too much. Still, his cautious nature refused to let his guard down. He had to make sure there were things he absolutely had to clarify. He immediately entered the spiritual space inside Solomon's magical ring, summoning the demon's soul for a quick interrogation. Satan, tell me where exactly is the Dark Tower? Satan obediently materialized, explaining the whole situation. The Dark Tower was where the power of the dark god Falthes manifested. It was his actual divine kingdom. A long time ago, the creation god of light heavily wounded him and forced him into a deep sleep, leaving the tower ownerless. Satan clicked his tongue in regret, adding more details about the tower's status. It was indeed a juicy piece of meat, but before sleeping, the cautious dark god had carefully hidden it away, so other gods could only drool without any way to touch it. Analyzing further about the current situation, Satan stroked his floating chin. Currently, since the cosmic trials have opened, I guess the Dark Tower must be just like the Abyss, turned into a part of these cosmic trials, which opened up loopholes for regular human evolvers to enter. Smirking deviously, the demon concluded his thoughts with a very firm and confident prediction. Surely those gods eyeing the Shadow Authority have used this excuse to stretch their greedy tentacles into the Dark Tower. Right. Then an unsettling vision of a twisted building complex filled with glowing, eerie red eyes flashed before them. Hearing this, Chen Bai quickly deduced their scheme, pointing out the gods' dirty tricks, such as planting their own agents to replace floor managers in the Dark Tower, bending the rules to boost quest rewards to the absolute maximum. Satan clapped in pure admiration of his master's brilliant mind, praising how those deities were using this method to divide and safely chip away at the Dark Tower's power, all while absolutely ensuring they do not wake its sleeping owner. Chen Bai agreed. This underhanded tactic was incredibly smooth, safe, and covert, a perfect first step to control the situation from the shadows. Cutting his connection to the ring, he quietly cursed the cunning goddess, Halusi. So that was how she gained her shadow authority in his past life, by slowly chipping away at another god's power and handing it out as blessings to hoard loyalty. Her calculations ran incredibly deep. Back in reality, Crow sweated nervously, seeing his leader standing there frozen. Big Brother Bai, what is wrong? Is there a problem with this scroll? Snapped back. Chen Bai silently stared at the scroll in his friend's hand, with a heavy, solemn gaze. After weighing the options carefully, he decided to completely ignore the complicated affairs of the gods. Forget it. Since this scroll was already created, he had no way of turning it back into shadow power anyway. To return it to its source, meddling in their divine power struggle would only bring trouble, so he should prioritize strengthening his ally. Clearing his expression, Chen Bai smiled to reassure him, urging his companion to upgrade immediately. It is nothing. I was just thinking about a few other things. Change your class now, we still have time to enter the zombie world. For our upcoming mission with Company X, your new power might be exactly what we need. Crow nodded and shouted out a firm yes. Immediately, the system announced that the double S-grade Night Dancer class change was complete. Crow excitedly pulls up his high-tier stat screen to show off, asking Big Brother Bai to check out his new class. Chen Bai glances over it, nodding like a true expert, noting it is great with environmental manipulation and heavily focused on agility. Combined with his fear incarnation talent, this would easily create a synergy where 1 + 1 is far greater than 2. But Chen Bai also warns his subordinate to keep his ego in check, advising him not to obsess over agility stats alone. Instead, he should focus on the darkness aspect, which might just grant him a slim path to becoming a god. Hearing those words, Crow gasps in shock, but nods eagerly, promising Big Brother Bai that he will give it his absolute all. Seeing them chat so warmly, Meng Yao playfully complains, reminding her master that he has not even looked at her new class yet. Amused, Chen Bai steps closer, jokingly asking if they are really comfortable sharing such crucial secrets with him so easily. Meng Yao smiles, saying her master would never hurt her, while Crow scratches his head, trusting them both completely. But the young man knows his boundaries quickly, adding that he will politely decline to view Meng Yao's high-level skills. Since her abilities are highly mysterious and incredibly powerful, keeping them hidden from others is the safest option for everyone. Meng Yao thanks him, expressing her trust, while Chen Bai looks at the kid with a newfound sense of respect. For someone to endure so long just for a class and still maintain such strong boundaries proves Crow is highly reliable. Grinning widely, Meng Yao leans in close, telling her master she has officially shared her class screen permissions with him. The info screen pops up right away, confirming that she has indeed secured an incredibly powerful double S-tier class. It is called Nightmare, featuring absolute dream manipulation skills, and Chen Bai nods in deep approval as he reviews it. He praises her talent as practically invincible, noting that mental strength will be the ultimate key to maximizing her power. Since this class revolves around growing her mental stats, it fits her perfectly, but their chat is suddenly interrupted. Crow comes running over with an armful of loot, telling Big Brother Bai and Meng Yao to pick their rewards first. Chen Bai waves his hand to let his disciple choose first, stating he does not need anything and is fine just watching. Among the pile of loot, a B-tier skill book catches their eyes, offering a way to strengthen the physical body using mental power. Spotting it, Meng Yao immediately grabs it with a bright smile, apologizing to Crow as she really needs this one. Crow generously tells her not to mention it, encouraging the powerful Meng Yao to take whatever she wants. Seeing his boss standing empty-handed, Crow asks if he is truly taking nothing but Chen Bai, just calmly instructs them. He tells them to throw any unwanted leftovers into the guild warehouse, but then Crow curiously holds up a mysterious black card. Asking if he should leave this for him, Chen Bai explains that it is a blank Black Tower Floor Master identity card. He advises him to keep it, as it will help control his dark powers, whereas it holds no value for them. But get this, not everyone out there is celebrating their massive success as another player slams the wall in sheer fury. The furious man stares at the virtual announcement, swearing under his breath about how unfair this whole situation really is. He complains that this guy is dominating the zombie world leaderboard on one hand, while also snatching the first clear of a hell-tier dungeon. He keeps scrolling through his virtual screen, frowning as he mutters that there is absolutely no guide published for this run. Come to think of it, it feels like that guy has not released any strategy guides for a very long time now. Clicking his tongue, he reasons that after the massive drama over his city-building livestream, he must be hiding his cards to preserve strength. Meanwhile, the community forums are absolutely exploding with arguments with trolls mocking and blaming Chen Bai for being incredibly selfish. They claim that despite having an invitation to the tower, he refuses to share any valuable, clear guides with the general public. Reading through these online comments, another young man scoffs in sheer disgust, calling the entire crowd a bunch of complete fools. He mutters why anyone would owe them a free video guide, just so they can sit back and study it. Standing on a high rooftop, he looks down at the ruined city below, with eyes full of absolute contempt. He wonders when these useless parasites, who constantly expect the strong to babysit them, will finally perish and get out of his sight. Meanwhile, back at his base, Crow is texting to report the drama, asking if they should punish these online trolls. He suggests using their floor master authority to teach those who are actively dragging Chen Bai's reputation through the mud a lesson. Walking slowly down the hallway outside Song Ziqiang's private study, located deep inside the core area of Chen Bai City, Chen Bai calmly types out a reply, sending back a cold truth that immediately puts his subordinate's worries to rest. He tells him to ignore it, because those who hate him for such pathetic reasons will never become truly strong anyway. The moment he closes the chat screen, the study door swings open, revealing a gorgeous and highly alluring woman standing there. Wearing a tight black dress, she eagerly rushes out to greet him with a sweet smile, asking if he is finally back. Chen Bai just smiles at Song Ziqiang, who is all dressed up. He asks her to let him guess why she did not go to the biochemical zombie dungeon and instead called him here. Did she find some exchange shop item that caught her eye? Song Ziqiang playfully clings to his arm, nodding in agreement. She admits it, reminding him that when they built Baidi City, they acquired a cosmic-tier supercomputer core and a fully automated assembly line. She sighs softly with a touch of regret. It is such a shame they still cannot use the supercomputer core's advanced functions. Because of that, the crafting blueprints they generate are pretty basic. Walking over to a comfy sofa, she explains further. She realized that, in the biochemical zombie world, she can trade for endless pre-made design blueprints, which completely blew her mind. As she sits down, she eagerly lists off all the options, like power generators, vehicles, weapons, and even a complete biotech drug production line. Suddenly, Song Ziqiang leans in close with a provocative posture, smiling as she mentions wanting to grab absolutely everything. The problem is, even if they pool everyone's points in Baidi City, it is still not nearly enough to cover it. So she asks how the Great Lord of Baidi City plans to use the hundreds of thousands of points sitting in his hands. Chen Bai, leans back, shrugging his shoulders as he gives a very straightforward answer. Of course, he will use them to develop Baidi City. He has not found any of that cheap junk useful for himself anyway. He calmly instructs the beauty to list out what they need. She just needs to target the things that help the city grow, send him the list, and he will approve it immediately. Since he has to support this entire massive city anyway, he will just have to drag himself out to grind for more points. Hearing her boss complain Song, Ziqiang blushes as she offers a suggestion. He has been grinding without sleep for 2 straight days. She tells him to rest up first. While they cannot help much with points, they can certainly help him relax his muscles. And just like that, 2 days of relaxing recreation quickly pass by. Honestly, who could blame him for taking a break? Suddenly, the system's loud notification rings out, calling him back to work. A special quest, Secrets of Company X, is now unlocked. He teleports straight into the Company X headquarters dungeon. Landing on his feet, Chen Bai looks around at the ruined scenery. It seems this place has already fallen to the zombie horde. Leaping down from a high wall, he wonders about his chat group. How many people actually managed to get an identity card to enter this dangerous dungeon? Suddenly, a massive radio tower nearby glows. It charges up a blinding beam of energy, signaling absolute disaster. Without warning, a massive lightning bolt strikes directly down at him. His eyes twitch, and his razor-sharp reflexes instantly kick in. Springing into the air, he does a clean mid-air flip. He smoothly dodges the deadly electrical blast that just grazed his head, landing perfectly, like a total superhero. Behind him, the attack leaves a smoking deep crater in the ground. Chen Bai turns to inspect the active defense system. He grunts, realizing the security grid is still fully operational. Or maybe some hidden enemy is manually pressing the button. Either way, that lightning strike packs a serious punch. He decides he should probably warn everyone in the chat group. But as soon as he opens the screen, he sees a crying message from a user named Shui Chuan. He warns everyone that if they find the entrance, swipe the ID card first, and do not try to climb the walls. Otherwise, the defense tower will blast you to a crisp. And please do not ask him how he knows this. Chen Bai breaks into a cold sweat, laughing awkwardly to himself. Well, at least he was not the first idiot to get hit. Wandering deeper inside, he glances at the signs on the road. A coffee shop, bookstore, movie theater, and even a gym. The infrastructure on this tiny island is actually incredibly high-tech. Stopping in front of a massive square, he smirks. He has arrived. This is the city center. Towering skyscrapers loom over him, radiating a strong vibe of futuristic science fiction. His gaze locks onto the tallest tower in sight. If he wants to find the virus, this research center is the obvious place to start. Stepping inside, he strolls through the long corridors. Aside from the main lobby and elevators, the building is packed with research labs. Aside from the main lobby and elevators, the entire building is packed with research labs. He clicks his tongue in amazement. This massive facility must host at least several hundred active projects. Stopping in front of automatic door X941, he is sure that this is the spot. A heavy virus scent wafts from inside, prompting him to instantly trigger his go-to skill, the Eye of Secrets. As the door slides open, his eyes immediately lock onto a glowing green test tube, sitting completely alone. He mutters to himself in curiosity, wondering what this item is. Suddenly, the system displays the item details showing the raw. It sits on a rack, making him curiously mutter, "What kind of toy is this?" The details immediately display the raw X73 virus strain. His peeping skill reveals that this failed prototype was actually the result of their 73rd research attempt to synthesize a vaccine against the deadly X virus. Not only did it fail miserably, but its overall purity is also dangerously high. The virus concentration is off the charts. Refining this vaccine into its original fluid makes it incredibly pure. The system pings with a success alert, absorbing the raw virus fluid. He gains 50 virus points and 200 special T-virus evolution points. He rubs his chin in delight. Exclusive evolution points for the T-virus are incredibly rare, especially since his telekinesis skill is desperately starved for upgrade points right now. Eager for more, he turns and leaves room X941. He figures it is best to scavenge other X-virus labs to see if he can find any more failed batches. But suddenly, he freezes survival instincts, screaming, "Hold on, something incredibly dangerous is closing in, and the stench of the virus is suffocating." Out of nowhere, a massive mutated python smashes right through the steel wall, opening its bloody jaws to lunge straight at him. The beast's raw power completely wrecks the building, sending its massive writhing body plunging directly toward the streets below. That giant mass of flesh slams hard onto the empty street intersection, baring its massive fangs with terrifying and feral aggression. Even so, Chen Bai remains completely unfazed. He anchors himself with a sturdy shadow spike to pull off a flawless landing, right on the asphalt. Frustrated that its prey escaped, the giant python roars in fury and charges straight forward. It runs straight into a circle of sharp black spikes erupting from the ground. Chen Bai does not even blink. Instead, his eyes glow with a cold blue light as he scans the beast. Let us see what we are dealing with. The stat screen pops up. It is a level 30, mutated golden-scaled python boss. Let us look at its background. Originally a high-level manager's pet, this beast was stolen for labs but miraculously managed to survive against all odds. It devoured countless X-virus mutants to become extremely powerful, boasting insane stats and a list of annoying passive skills. Reading through the monster's impressive profile, Chen Bai just smirks. Well, this is quite a fancy pet indeed. The python furiously swings its massive tail, tearing up the road. But our main character easily avoids it. He dodges with absolute style. Just then, a massive explosion erupts in the distance, instantly drawing his attention. Chen Bai glances over, frowning slightly. He quickly assesses the situation. It looks like other players have entered the zone. Different factions mean conflict is pretty much inevitable here. Glancing back at the python as it gears up to strike, Chen Bai decides to stop playing around and finish this, but someone else is about to crash the party. Out of nowhere, a pair of giant illusionary hands reaches out directly toward him, ready to lock him down. Snared completely out of nowhere, his eyes widen. What is this? He tries to break free, but the grip is solid. It holds him tight, and without warning, the python slams straight into Chen Bai. With the target seemingly dealt with, the phantom hands fade into the thick dust. Standing nearby on the ground, a turban-wearing guy laughs triumphantly at his success. He brags that the Chen Bai is finished. But the girl dressed in Indian-style attire next to him remains cautious. She warns him not to celebrate yet, because they are dealing with the Chen Bai. However, another ally dismisses her. He calls her paranoid. A level 30 boss, landing a direct hit should kill anyone. But before he can finish, a painful shriek suddenly echoes from the thick dust. The turban-wearing guy gasps, panic written all over his face. He screams to watch out as the python charges straight at them, shattering their defensive phantom shield instantly. Sweating bullets, the turban guy desperately rationalizes that since it targeted them, the Chen Bai must be dead. But the girl beside him points trembling fingers toward the sky, her face turning completely pale. No, that is wrong. Up in the air, Chen Bai is floating calmly. Countless massive shadow tentacles pierce right through the python's body. He is draining its life force. She stammers that the one dying is definitely not him. Meanwhile, the system pings to confirm the level 30 boss is dead, granting 10,000 experience and 1,000 virus points. Looking down at the cowards, his gaze turns ice cold. Sneak attacking and interfering in someone else's fight is a bad habit. Dark red flames instantly erupt from his open hand as he points directly down at the sneaky group waiting below. He unleashes his skill Hellfire, sending a devastating wave of destructive flames roaring down on the cheaters. It completely engulfs them. The system immediately pops up with notifications for defeating rival faction members. He gains 2,000 experience and 3 reputation points. Only the cap-wearing guy manages to survive running for his life. Seeing him run, the Indian girl screams in absolute despair, begging the Chen Bai to spare them. Looking at the prey trying to flee, Chen Bai flashes a grim reaper smile, asking if they really think they can run. System notifications ping rapidly as the remaining players drop. Controlling the python's massive tail, Chen Bai uses it to completely flatten the runner. Having easily squashed these ants, Chen Bai casually stands back to let the darkness absorb everything. He finishes absorbing the massive carcass of the giant monster, softly complaining that this python is just too huge, making the absorption process painfully slow. Just then, Chen Bai senses movement nearby. Looking up at the road ahead, he realizes he has quite a few guests. Way more people in this dungeon than expected. Across the street, a buff guy with armored arms sneers right at him. The armored thug smirks. Nearby, a swordsman wearing a samurai uniform watches him, questioning what Chen Bai is even trying to do. He analyzes the situation, knowing that Bai is currently busy absorbing the giant snake, leaving his body completely vulnerable. Hearing this, a cloaked thug nearby grins with dark satisfaction, asking why they are even wasting time talking. He rallies the group to strike together and finish him. A spearman eagerly agrees, looking like he just hit the jackpot. This is an opportunity they cannot afford to miss. With loud war cries, the weaklings leap from above. aiming right at Chen Bai. They target his exposed back. Sensing their pathetic killing intent, Chen Bai glances over his shoulder, looking completely unbothered. He is utterly speechless. Suddenly, quick slashes cut through the air, effortlessly, catching the mid-air ambushers. Out of nowhere, allies rush in to block the attackers. A young swordsman cocks his chin confidently, calling out to Emperor Bai. They can handle this mob. Chen Bai smiles in relief as he recognizes the familiar faces of the Overlord and the Sword Immortal. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning strikes from above, blasting away the weaklings before they can even land. Emerging from the smoke, the Thunder God stands wrapped in crackling electricity, looking down on the enemy. He scoffs, mocking their audacity to challenge Emperor Bai. He lands with style alongside Crow and another girl. The girl nearby pouts, teasing their enemies for only finding courage because they brought a slightly larger crowd. Looking at the lineup, Chen Bai nods in satisfaction. Ma Shui Chuan and Crow are all here. Nearby Ding Ding waves. The red-haired girl smiles playfully. Bet they did not expect this. Emperor Bai is definitely not fighting alone. Behind him, his other powerhouse allies show up one by one. The elite members of Chat Group 001 have assembled. Are there any missing members? A few unlucky folks probably could not secure a high-tier identity card to enter this floor like Yazi. Scanning the crew, he counts Ding Ding, Han Xiaozhen, Xu Liu, Wang, Liu Huai, and Jue Rui. Almost everyone from Group 001 has arrived. Meng Yao runs up to her boss, boldly declaring their real objective. Master, we came here to steal your kills. Chuckling at his teammates' playful antics, Chen Bai can only laugh. You guys are something else, he smiles. Stepping forward, Thunder God opens his arms to taunt the trembling enemies, challenging them. Is that all? They only know how to bully the weak, yet now they are too scared to take another step. Meanwhile, Chen Bai finishes his absorption process. The system screen flashes, showing a massive boost in his stats. Devouring the unique mutant earned him 1,000 specialized Blacklight Virus evolution points and reduced evolution costs. Both Blacklight and T-Virus powers are enhanced, along with a 100% boost to his health and mental recovery. Feeling fully powered up, Chen Bai instructs his eager subordinate not to touch anyone who did not initiate an attack. Thunder God smirks as electricity crackles around him, promising that not a single person who targeted Emperor Bai will escape. A fierce melee erupts instantly. Crow moves incredibly fast, blocking a heavy strike from a staff-wielding attacker. At another corner of the battlefield, the red-haired girl dodges gracefully, easily slipping past the samurai's sweeping slash. As the chaos unfolds, below, a mysterious, cloaked figure on a nearby rooftop whispers to the armored man beside him. He bows respectfully, asking Lord Lorgar if they should step in and put an end to this meaningless fight. The knight responds coldly, stating there is no need, as they have not harmed any innocent bystanders. Turning to leave, he concludes that they should head out, since what they are searching for is not here anyway. Elsewhere, a long-haired swordsman watches the explosive battle unfold on the streets below from a high-rise window. He clicks his tongue in regret, realizing they do not have enough people to make a move this time. Back on the ground, Chen Bai stands calmly with his hands in his pockets, gazing quietly at the sky. Narrowing his eyes, he notes that several powerful presences in the area have already departed the scene. He wonders if they simply decided not to fight, or got scared. Just then, Thunder God runs up with a grin. He proudly reports that they have finally cleared the entire area, making this core zone officially theirs now. Like a true leader, Chen Bai nods and tells them to split up and explore the surroundings. They will regroup afterward, warning them to stay alert for potential ambushes from anyone still hiding around. Thunder God raises his fist, promising they will stay safe, while Meng Yao and Crow nod obediently. They obediently shout their agreement before quickly scattering. Understood. The Overlord and Sword Immortal also shoulder their weapons, nodding with complete professionalism. Understood. After splitting their forces, Chen Bai steps alone into the towering dead silent research building. Scanning the area, his system continuously pings with an absolute jackpot, genetic warrior research reports, and basic gene potion blueprints, and even intermediate gene potion blueprints. Clutching the thick stack of papers, Chen Bai cannot help but praise this director's office. This executive office inside the research facility is a goldmine packed with high-value blueprints that can mass-produce elite soldiers. To low-talent evolvers, this would be an incredible treasure. Naturally, his urge to farm resources starts flaring up again. He grins, planning his next move, using the demon beasts of Mount Shu, would make these potions even more overpowered. But while he is counting his loot, the office door is suddenly kicked open with brutal force. Chen Bai casually tucks the documents away and casts a cold glance at the intruder. And who walks in but his familiar junior? He is lugging a massive hammer, grinning from ear to ear to announce it is him, Ma. He calls out to Boss Bai saying he found an incredible item. Right on cue, a system screen pops up to verify his claim. It is the soul-forged hammer, a special item infused with a king's soul that can add an extra skill to any soul weapon. The Thunder God proudly hands the hammer over, telling Boss Bai to take it if it is useful. Although Chen Bai is thrilled, he keeps his composure. He politely refuses to take such a great item for free. Since he is in high spirits, the big boss waves his hand with a generous offer. He promises to help him secure an S rank or higher bloodline in exchange, since he does not have any items of equal value right now. Hearing this incredible deal, the Thunder God grins widely and agrees immediately, gladly handing the weapon over. He tosses the massive hammer forward, shouting for Chen Bai to catch it. But the second Chen Bai reaches out to grab it, the obedient junior suddenly warps, morphing back into his true form, a complete stranger. His face twists into a wicked, villainous grin. He sneers that Chen Bai fell for it. Before Chen Bai can even react, the assassin lunges with a lethal strike. Unleashing a bizarre fusion skill, he combines the strength of an ant with the crushing power of a mantis shrimp for a devastating punch. The sheer impact triggers an explosion that blows off the entire top corner of the skyscraper. When the smoke clears, a gaping hole is left behind. The assassin frowns, disappointed by the lack of a system kill notification. He mutters that Chen Bai is incredibly tough to put down, but even if he survived, he must be gravely wounded. The killer continues to reassure himself, muttering about his flawless biological calculations. His crushing blow replicates a mantis shrimp strike in a fraction of a millisecond, boosted by 50 times the strength of an ant. Using that precise physical formula, he confidently declares that absolutely nobody could survive such a devastating direct hit. But just as his smug words fade, a cold, mocking voice whispers right next to his ear, praising the attack's power. The voice agrees that the strike was indeed powerful. The assassin flinches in sheer terror, his eyes stretching wide as he spins around. Hovering right behind him is Chen Bai, casually holding the giant hammer, while cloaked in a thick, billowing shroud of dark energy. Chen Bai notes that such an ambush would have normally left him gravely injured, but he was already fully prepared for it. He mocks him for wasting such high-quality bait, just to get his attention, addressing the assassin by his real name, Anthony. Breaking into a cold sweat, Anthony panics and asks how he knows him. Chen Bai just maintains his smug, superior grin. He starts rattling off Anthony's profile like a job interview, listing his SSS-Rank talent, myriad transformations, and his class. The S-Rank trickster clown of the Light faction. Chen Bai rubs his chin, using knowledge from his past life to completely unnerve him. He tells Anthony that since he was a notorious evolver in his past life, it would be strange not to recognize him now. As his eyes darken, a suffocating wave of killing intent erupts. He warns the assassin to prepare for death for daring to strike. Feeling the terrifying pressure, Anthony grinds his teeth in sheer panic, realizing he stands absolutely zero chance of winning this fight. Knowing he is outmatched, the clown quickly throws out a bunch of bright red balloons, shouting for Chen Bai to taste his terror balloons. Without a moment's hesitation, he activates his ultimate escape skill, combining his shape-shifting powers with extreme speed. Channeling the speed of a cheetah and a falcon, the balloons explode into a massive smokescreen to blind his pursuer. Anthony grabs onto another balloon and flees at blinding speed, leaving nothing but a thick trail of smoke behind him. Watching the clown desperately flee, Chen Bai does not even give chase, only letting out a mocking laugh at his pathetic speed. He asks what the point of running is before unleashing massive dark wings that propel him forward with terrifying speed. He remarks that since the clown gifted him such great items, he should at least stay to receive a proper thank you. In the next second, Anthony is sliced clean in two, his divided body falling onto the cold asphalt below. Hovering above, Chen Bai notes, with a frown, that the assassin is still alive, and his lower body is already regenerating. Amused by the thought of two clones appearing, he skips the grotesque magic show and ignites a blazing purple fire. He muttered that the guy might have copied an earthworm's regeneration ability. Suddenly, a ghostly purple flame struck down, engulfing the slimy mass. The purple fire burned the slimy mass completely to ashes. He waited for a while, but the silent system made him wonder why no notification popped up. Why was there no kill announcement? Stroking his chin like a real detective, he deduced that since everything was ashes, the target should be dead. He could not still be alive. It really seemed like an earthworm's power, meaning he must have hidden a clone somewhere to survive. He must have hidden a clone somewhere to save his life. Meanwhile, inside a lavish European-style royal room, a desperate man was panicking. Anthony was kneeling on the expensive tiled floor, screaming in utter despair. This could not be happening, he thought, his face dripping with cold sweat. He gritted his teeth in sheer terror. The event had barely even started, so how could someone possess such terrifying power so quickly? It made no sense. That name Chen Bai, the Chen Bai. Meanwhile, on a rooftop near the battlefield, a pigtail-braided girl happily cheered. Holding her camera, she cheered that the Chen Bai was amazing. She quickly posted to chat group 001 as her screen captured the moment. Her camera captured Chen Bai standing coolly amidst a dreamy sea of purple flames. The war correspondent, Ji Zhende, pushed up her glasses. She analyzed the scene professionally, noting that the one who got instantly killed was Anthony, a top player on the leaderboard. Her eyes turned into dollar signs as she grinned deviously. This front-page scoop would make her rich enough to finally upgrade her camera. Soon after, exclusive video listings with crazy price tags flooded the Evolver forum, sparking a massive chaotic wave of arguments and debates online. Some jealous users spat insults, complaining that the members of Group 001 were far too arrogant and overbearing in their actions. But others quickly fired back, telling the haters to open their eyes and actually look closely at what happened. Chen Bai did not touch a single hair of those who left him alone. That was clean work, unlike the others whining in anger. They angrily questioned why his team got to monopolize the core zone. Bystanders mocked them, pointing out that it was just a defense. They only fought back and never banned entry. If anyone had the guts, they could go right in. Meanwhile, Fan Kuang felt despair. He could not believe Anthony was dead. He spent a whole gold coin just to see that, calling the video a complete fake. Others pointed out that Anthony was still on the leaderboard, just dropped to third place. Some begged to borrow a gold coin. The video price was just too high. Fans even praised the cameraman, begging the poster not to stay anonymous after getting so close. They wondered what kind of powerhouse could record at such close range. Meanwhile, ignoring the social media storm, inside the company archive room, inside the administrative archives of Company X, Shui Chuan searched through files, clicking his tongue in disappointment at the useless records. A young man in traditional robes standing nearby smiled, disagreeing with the claim that the building held nothing of value. He told Shui Chuan that these documents possessed immense long-term value if they looked at the bigger picture. Meng Yao ran over, hugging a pile of files like her most prized possession. She happily agreed, noting this was the origin. These records detailed the exact origin of the virus, along with research reports collected from all around the globe. Having this data meant they could stay one step ahead of everyone else and claim the best loot once the dungeon ended. Meanwhile, inside the core server room, red warning lights flashed as the security system detected an unauthorized intruder. The automated laser defenses activated instantly to stop the intruder, who turned out to be none other than Lei Shen. Smirking confidently, he unleashed a blinding flash, transforming his body into pure electricity to slip past the dense laser grid. He ignored the security AI screaming in panic, warning that the defenses were breached and requesting immediate backup. He ignored the sirens and charged straight toward the reinforced glass chamber, holding the central core ready to strike. The automated defense made a final warning, telling him to carefully consider the severe consequences of destroying the system. But this muscle-headed fighter was not the thinking type, completely ignoring the warnings as he readied his fist. He cursed and unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the reinforced glass to grab the black core unit inside. The system was forced to announce that the AI core had been taken, bringing their exploration progress to 80%. With the intelligence center cleared, the scene shifted to the core armory, where Chen Bai was browsing the inventory. He nodded in approval at the massive piles of ammunition crates containing ready-to-use firearms and tactical gear. There were also plenty of medical supplies. His eyes eventually locked onto a high-tech Rank A electric whip. He found 5 rechargeable batteries for it and some unique gadgets. The system suddenly chimed to confirm. Exploration of the armory was now complete, pushing their total progress in Company X headquarters to 100%. Group 001 had cleaned out the entire facility. Chen Bai looked at the massive mountain of loot. He wiped away his sweat, realizing he urgently needed to upgrade his inventory space to carry all of these items. He smiled, knowing that this massive haul would greatly boost the defense forces of his Chen Bai city. At the same time, the system generously pops up a notification. All system evolvers who participated in exploring the core area of Company X's headquarters receive 10,000 experience points and 2,000 redeemable points. Stepping outside of Company X. At sunset, members of Group 001 are already waiting excitedly, waving and calling out to the Chen Bai. Chen Bai calmly walks over and nods, asking if everyone is out and suggesting they trade any unwanted gear they found. Right at that moment, a high-tech Rubik's Cube is brought out, displaying some absolutely insane system stats on its screen. It is the S-tier AI core of Company X, the absolute pinnacle of high-tech engineering in this world. This perfect artificial intelligence can hijack any computer or mechanical device, though it requires a massive amount of power. Without electricity, it is basically useless. Playing with the cube in his hands, Lei Shen shrugs and speaks. "This little toy is completely useless to me," he says, handing the rare item over to his boss. Chen Bai takes it and offers a fair trade, saying it is highly useful to him and asking what he wants in return. But the proud guy decides to kiss up, instead offering it as a direct gift to the Chen Bai. Pointing to his friend, Lei Shen adds that he only swiped it because this trash helped him bypass 3 firewalls. He asks his companion if he wants anything, making the sweat-drenched youth instantly correct him to use his new title, Chen Wang. Chen Bai turns to him, acknowledging that his organization probably needs the core too, though he must have it. He tells Shen Wang to discuss a fair price, but the young man quickly waves his hands in polite refusal. He insists they have no use for it, explaining that their organization is not growing as fast as Chen Bai thinks. Taking the item back would just let it gather dust, especially since they only reached the core because of Chen Bai's intel. He tells the boss to keep it, admitting they never could have explored the core so easily without his guidance. Seeing their generosity, Chen Bai offers a jaw-dropping deal, promising 100 sets of C-tier tactical gear. This includes body armor and firearms, which together rival B-tier power, along with a bonus for both of them. Each will also receive a piece of B-tier high-tech gear, making Shen Wang absolutely lose his mind with joy. This is exactly what they desperately need, and he jokes that his father might actually build a shrine to him now. The day he conquers the world is near, and with that deal settled, Chen Bai turns his attention to Lei Shen. Calling him by his real name Wu Liangxian, he asks if he truly wants nothing, but the proud youth still plays tough. He insists it was a pure gift, prompting Chen Bai to pull out an incredibly sleek, high-grade electric whip. The system screen glows, showing an A-tier electric whip that boosts all attributes by 120 points. It features adjustable voltage up to 1000 volts and a defensive barrier, making it the ultimate dream weapon. Holding it, Chen Bai sighs dramatically, saying, "It is a shame no one wants it," and suggesting he sell it online. Instantly, Lei Shen throws all dignity out the window, diving to grab Chen Bai's leg and begging desperately. He calls him Father Bai, begging him not to sell it, and swearing he will never act cocky again. Watching this hilarious lightning-fast change of heart, the entire group instantly bursts into uncontrollable laughter. Once the laughter dies down, Meng Yao stepped forward to report that they gathered valuable intel on this world. When the world merger is complete, there will be massive resources to uncover, and Shui Chuan nods in agreement. He suggests sharing everything with the guild, but Chen Bai shakes his head, rejecting the idea of free handouts. He reminds them that hard-earned discoveries should never be given away for free, as Group 1 has no such rule. He clarifies that he never takes anything for free either, before laying out a highly capitalistic business strategy. Whoever discovered a clue gets to investigate it, or they can simply choose to sell or trade the information. Shui Chuan smiles in understanding, and soon a lively black market erupts, right there on the ruined street. Players start calling out their finds, with one offering a lead on Company X's mental research facility. Shui Chuan quickly buys that lead, while another corner of the street echoes with a different trade. One player offers up some useless guns, prompting Ba Wang to buy up all firearms at a premium. As the trading continues, Chen Bai suddenly glances back, a silent question mark, practically hovering over his head. Hiding behind a nearby wall reporter, Jizendi breaks into a cold sweat, muttering that she is totally screwed. Fearing she has been spotted, she panics, and quickly triggers her camouflage skill to turn completely invisible. Deciding it is too risky to keep taking photos, she quietly sneaks away using her battlefield camouflage. Slipping away, the female reporter mutters to comfort herself. They are probably just splitting the loot. After all, this kind of news might be absolutely massive if leaked, but in the end, it does not actually bring her any real practical benefits. Her eyes gleam behind her glasses, with careful calculation. What if this scoop makes some dangerous people envious and angry? She would be the one caught in the crossfire. But before she can even take a few steps to escape, a chilling voice drops down from the roof. "What you just said is actually quite true," the voice remarks. Zhende's disguise instantly vanishes from the sheer shock. High above, Chen Bai sits casually on the high wall, sporting his signature smirk. His sharp, predatory gaze is pinned directly on the face of the unlucky reporter. Caught red-handed, Zhende breaks out in a cold sweat and stammers out his title Bai Emperor, quickly waving her hands. She claims she has no bad intentions, just that her talent forces her to hunt for news. Chen Bai lands smoothly on the ground, telling her to relax, because he is not here to take her life. He then smirks and makes an incredibly tempting offer. In 2 days, he can provide her with some incredibly juicy exclusive news that she will definitely be interested in. Her journalistic instincts kick in instantly. She adjusts her glasses, eyes shining, and asks what kind of news it is. She begs for a sneak peek, so she can hype it up on the forums. Chen Bai watches her excitement and smiles. Her eyes light up at the mere mention of info. No wonder she becomes a legendary top 3 intelligence broker in the future. She is famous for exposing secrets while acting innocent, claiming she is just a curious onlooker with no bad intentions. Snapping back to the present, he shrugs and tells her that, before the worlds merge, he is going to do something. He will trade all his points for production lines, and then invite her on a personal tour. Zhende immediately catches on. She asks if he is trying to use her for free public relations. Chen Bai just gives her a calculating smile. He asks if she is unwilling, but she eagerly reaches out to seal the deal. It is a win-win situation for both of them. She has no reason to refuse and wants a happy partnership, but her curiosity pushes her to ask for even more. She asks for an exclusive interview, but Chen Bai just turns his back, waves his hand, and tells her to wait. He promises to contact her when the time is right, adding that he sent a friend request. 2 days later, on a secluded path behind the mountains of Bai Emperor City, Zhende looks around in absolute confusion. She wonders if she is already standing inside the legendary city. She stares blankly at the teleportation talisman in her hand. Chen Bai casually walks down the stairs. Still in a state of utter shock, she asks him how this is possible. How could he pull her across space just by looking at a photo she sent? Chen Bai simply gives her a mysterious smile. He calls it his own miraculous power and challenges her to investigate it if she is curious. Fired up by his words, she boasts that she will definitely uncover his secrets. Chen Bai secretly laughs to himself, knowing she is in for a challenge. He knows she will fail because he only let Meng Meng use her absolutely flawless dreamscape abilities to pull her here in secret. Right on cue, the chief manager Song Ziqiang walks over from a distance to welcome their guest with a warm greeting. Song Ziqiang introduces herself as the tour guide and points toward the massive industrial zone ahead, telling her to ready her camera. Zhende happily pats her massive professional camera with a bright grin, boasting that her gear has been ready for a long time. As they step inside, a sci-fi scenery opens up with massive futuristic skyscrapers standing side by side. Looking at the colossal machines inside, Zhende drops her jaw in complete disbelief at the sheer scale of the facility. She immediately starts snapping photos from every angle, wanting to capture some panoramic shots first. Song Ziqiang walks alongside her, gently warning her to feel free, but to absolutely avoid letting her camera fly too high. The city is equipped with advanced anti-air defense systems, making it completely impossible for outsiders to see inside. If anyone tries to spy from the sky, they will be shot down immediately. The clever reporter just winks playfully. She understands the rules of the trade and promises that no one will be able to pinpoint their location from her photos. The surrounding terrain will be completely blurred to keep the factory coordinates safe. After snapping a massive batch of wide shots, she nods in satisfaction and asks where they should head next. Soon, the group enters the primary manufacturing division. Acting like a professional tour guide, Song Ziqiang explains that they currently run 5 distinct medicine production lines. The specific area they are looking at now prepares the zombie virus serum, X168. This incredible serum can instantly eliminate mid-level zombie viruses in a heartbeat. Song Ziqiang crosses her arms, proudly continuing her tour. She highlights the XE36 inhibitor, which grants absolute immunity against the zombie virus for 24 hours. First are the top-tier potions, starting with the XS102 potential activator, which skyrockets all stats but leaves the user utterly weakened once it wears off. Next is the Microlight 205 eye drops, allowing even those without mental power to see through total darkness. It is incredibly powerful. To close out the collection, Song Ziqiang proudly introduces the XZ15 Rapid Life Recovery Fluid. This fluid heals wounds, restores mental power, and even removes control effects. Standing nearby, Ji Zendi looks like she is about to drool. Holding the top-tier potion manager, Song can only sigh and admit the truth that the city is currently facing a power shortage. With low production, they can only manage to produce one single bottle of this recovery fluid per day. But suddenly, Song Zikyong hands the bottle over to their guest, offering this very first finished product as a welcoming gift. Ji Zhendi is startled, waving her hands frantically to reject the capitalist temptation, stammering that this item is way too expensive. Plus, being the first bottle, she simply cannot accept it. That is when Big Boss Chen Bai steps up with his hands behind his back. He tells her to just take it as payment for filming an advertisement. Right then, her professional ethics kick in. She pushes up her glasses and loudly declares that she is a real journalist, not some actress hired for commercials. Yet, while preaching ethics, her hand already reaches out to grab it, shrugging with a grin. She reasons that even if her article ends up smelling like a PR stunt, her original intention was never just to run an advertisement. The premium potion is instantly swept into her palm, without a shred of hesitation. Slipping it into her bag, she tries to cover up her greed. She claims that advertising or not, it is basically just spreading the truth to the general public anyway. Chen Bai scoffs at her excuses, waving his hand to lead the way to check out the weapons production line next. The scene shifts to a showroom filled with state-of-the-art tactical armor and military helmets lining the walls. Inside the weapons factory, they are greeted by a massive arsenal of guns and ammunition stretching as far as the eye can see. Song Zixiang politely motions forward to introduce this as the complete set of weapon equipment they are currently producing. She picks up an accessory, explaining with professional ease that while most individual parts are only class gear, the full set bonus is incredibly strong. Chen Bai himself appraised its power as equivalent to B-class gear. Furthermore, by swapping out different components, users can dynamically customize the active effects of the armor. Hearing this, Ji Zhendi's eyes instantly light up. Honestly, who wouldn't want to strike it rich here? However, Song Zixiang sighs, covering her mouth. Taking 2 to 3 days to craft a single set is just a snail's pace. At this rate, getting rich is impossible. Hearing this, the reporter pats her chest and confidently gives a thumbs up, promising to handle the rest. Soon after, a sensational clickbait article takes the online forums by storm, asking what Chen Bai bought with his massive stash of points. In an exclusive scoop, reporter Ji Zhendi shares her personal tour of the manufacturing facility. She invites everyone to watch the exclusive video footage with a small viewing fee of just 1 copper coin. The post goes viral, and the comment section instantly explodes. Some complain with envy that before the world even merged, Chen Bai had already hoarded all the best loot. Others eagerly ask about the price of the armor set. One user begs, pleading for a single bottle of the recovery fluid because his squad is on the verge of death. Others even recognize her, asking if she is the one who secretly filmed the fight with Antony. Asking if she is now his official videographer, Ji Zhendi cheekily replies that since she got caught back then, she might as well do it publicly. She urges everyone to follow her for more updates. Seeing the comments flood in, the reporter pushes up her glasses with a devious grin before dropping a bombshell announcement about an upcoming livestream showcasing Chen Bai's absolute power. The stream will broadcast Chen Bai conquering the difficult tier secret dungeon of the Hongwei meat processing plant in 1 hour. Meanwhile, back at the factory, Song Ziqiang blocks a doorway with outstretched arms, politely turning away the reporter. She smilingly explains that the inner area is off-limits to guests, adding a perfectly logical excuse. As the live broadcast is scheduled to begin shortly, she notes they will head out soon anyway. Left outside, Ji Zhendi is filled with curiosity about this core zone. That is when Chen Bai steps forward with a proposal. He offers to let her tag along if she signs a death contract, promising never to leak info about him, his city, or chat group 001. Hearing this, Ji Zhendi pouts her cheeks, complaining that his greedy scheme is practically slapping her in the face. She accuses him of trying to trick her into joining his pirate ship, crossing her arms with an air of professional pride. Her mini-lecture asserts that a true journalist must remain completely neutral and cannot align with any specific faction. Chen Bai leans in close, with a dangerous smirk, reminding her that this is simply how things work here. "We are only protecting ourselves," Chen Bai says. The big boss plays his mind games, turning around to walk away with absolute confidence. "Of course, if you do not agree, I will not force you." As he walks, he starts a tense countdown, dropping 1 finger. 3. His voice echoes in the ears of the sweating reporter. 2. 1. Just as the countdown ends, Song Ziqiang smiles, predicting the outcome. Chen Bai pauses slightly and right on cue. Ji Zhendi desperately reaches out to stop him. Wait, hold on. Emperor Bai. Her inner negotiator kicks in and she begins to bargain. I agree, but this deal can not only restrict me. Do I not get any benefits at all? Seeing her break, Chen Bai turns back with a sharp, business-like smile. I can. Promise to provide exclusive intel and news only to you. Chat Group 001 of the Dragon Country government has so much more. Things that are far beyond your wildest imagination. This massive offer leaves Ji Zhendi completely stunned, muttering about exclusive access. Unable to resist the sweet taste of fame, she gives a firm thumbs up. Fine, I am boarding this crazy ship with you. Back at the factory's core area, a massive, highly advanced machine reveals itself as Song Zishong starts to introduce the setup. This core area combines the reward supercomputer from building Chen Bai City and the artificial intelligence core they recently secured. Looking up at the towering machine, Song Zikyong helplessly explains that they still cannot get it running quite yet. Apparently, this artificial intelligence has a bit of an attitude, stubbornly demanding its very first command come directly from the master. To make matters worse, it sucks up power like crazy, requiring them to shut down everything else just to boot up. Hearing about the stubborn attitude of this system, Chen Bai's eyes light up with a sudden sense of amusement. He calmly gives the order to get started. Folding his arms in the middle of the sci-fi control room, he waits patiently for his new toy to come online. Instantly, the lights overhead begin to flicker and die down. All remaining energy funnels directly into the massive core. Suddenly, a glowing glass chamber descends slowly from the dark ceiling. Inside the fluid-filled cylinder, a stunning holographic form of a female virtual assistant slowly starts to take shape. Floating gently in the air, she bows politely. Hello, Master. I am the system created by Company X. My name is Cindy, storing all of their crucial data with management, combat support, and ultimate cyber defense capabilities. Chen Bai tilts his head with a knowing smirk. Shouldn't your master technically be the founders of Company X? The system answers with a completely blank expression. My previous master is deceased, and I have now transitioned. I am now an official part of Chen Bai City, so of course I will fully obey you, my lord. She obediently presents a glowing golden ring. This is the master key to modify my core source code. It controls everything about me. Please accept it. Instantly, a system alert pops up confirming the key's absolute authenticity. This special item grants the owner ultimate authority and total control over Cindy herself, the ultimate administrative power. Slipping the golden ring on, Chen Bai clicks his tongue, joking about how incredibly power-hungry this new asset is. Waking her up nearly drained the entire city's power grid. Yet he grins with high expectations. Let's hear your abilities. Cindy replies with total confidence. I can calculate the absolute most efficient way to utilize our current power supply. Once the calculations are finished, I will enter hibernation, delivering a massive boost in efficiency on low energy. This smart plan is projected to double their current output, leaving Chen Bai completely satisfied with his investment. I will leave that task to you, Cindy. Once I secure a larger power source, I will return to wake you. Closing her virtual eyes, she slips back into deep hibernation. I will wait for your return, master. Walking out, Chen Bai turns to his new partner. Let us move it. Is almost time for your live broadcast. Ji Zhendi nods eagerly and follows behind, already calculating the massive views she will get with his top-ranked status. Especially after he obliterated Anthony, who would even dare to attempt a dangerous level 10 to 18 dungeon like this. This live stream is absolutely going to break the internet. Adjusting her glasses, the reporter playfully raises a challenge. It is a tough level 10 to 18 zone. Are you sure you are not being a bit too overconfident? I am streaming the entire run, so do not embarrass yourself in front of a massive global audience out there. Song Zikyong scoffs proudly at the remark, promising that the reporter is about to witness some truly terrifying power. Soon the party steps right into the hidden dungeon, and a system notification alerts them of their dark surroundings. Welcome to the Hongvi Meat Factory, a dangerous level 10 to 18 dungeon. The gloomy, ruined layout instantly sets a creepy vibe. Countless terrifying zombies wander the yard, and the absolute moment she steps inside, Ji Zhendi breaks into a cold sweat. Why are there so many right at the entrance? Ignoring her sheer panic, the system sends an alert directly to Chen Bai. The evolver Ji Zhendi activates her battlefield tracking skill to record him anxiously asking if he will agree. Ji Zhendi frantically urges him to hurry up and accept. Chen Bai just smirks with confidence, confirming his approval. Above Ji Zhendi's head, an incredibly adorable flying eye with wings instantly pops up. Chen Bai casually stretches his arms. Heh, now. as long as she stays alive, he will remain perfectly safe. The system instantly displays a massive buff from that locked tracking eye. He receives a 35% vision boost, 10% to all stats, and 10% reaction speed. Feeling the power surge, Chen Bai nods. In quiet approval, this skill is actually pretty decent. Exuding supreme confidence, he strides forward and signals for them to move out. Suddenly, massive razor-sharp black spikes erupt from the ground, skewering the zombies high into the air like barbecue meat. The livestream's comment section instantly explodes. Viewers go wild, and honestly, can you blame them after seeing that leaked bystander video? That clip was way too short, but now they can analyze it properly. He throws it out so casually. Does it even cost mana? This killer move would easily be an ultimate weapon in anyone else's hands. Meanwhile, over at the Fang estate, a young heir sits, arrogantly with his legs propped up on the table, watching the stream. His lackey beside him asks what the hell Chen Bai is doing. The boss coldly replies, he is streaming monster hunts. What else? When the lackey keeps acting brainless, the boss wonders why he got stuck with such an idiotic subordinate. He sighs in pure disappointment over his absolute lack of brainpower. Just then, another guard arrives to report some new developments. According to the report, Chen Bai isn't showcasing any weapons or ammunition, even though he just heavily promoted the factories of Beatty City yet. During this stream, he hasn't flexed a single piece of gear or medicine produced by those plants. The young master rubs his chin, analyzing the situation with calculating eyes. True, Chen Bai's reputation doesn't need marketing anymore. Just instantly killing Anthony and his previous video were more than enough. Yet, he randomly started streaming. His eyes narrow, concluding with absolute triumph that the guy must have some other motive. Meanwhile, over in Song Zixiang's office, her assistant eagerly reports that viewers have crossed 10 million and are steadily climbing. By the time the Chen Bai arrives at his destination, the publicity is guaranteed to blow right through the roof. Song Zixiang leans back in her chair wearing the cunning smirk of a businesswoman, ordering them to buy views and push the stream to the top. She wants everyone to see that place. Weapon and ammo production is scarce, and manufacturing costs are sky-high, making this dungeon the absolute perfect first step for Beatty City to siphon wealth from the entire world. In her hands, she holds the blueprint of complex winding pipelines, hinting at a massive scheme that will shock the entire Evolver world. Meanwhile, through the camera of her little drone, Ji Zhendi wonders aloud where Chen Bai got a hand-drawn map of a place he is supposedly visiting for the very first time. He calmly studies the paper, explaining that, although the deadly apocalypse trial has officially descended, it has not altered the terrain significantly yet. This means records and maps collected before the end of the world are still incredibly useful. Reporter G instantly winks at the stream chat, telling everyone that Chen Bai is sharing some legendary top-tier advice right now, so they better grab their pens and take notes. Her drone flutters, its big round eyes cutely begging him to share more dungeon secrets with them. Balancing perfectly on a massive pipe, the guy simply clicks his tongue with a relaxed smile, saying since he already started the stream, sharing a bit more won't hurt. He asks how much they actually understand about dungeons, but he temporarily categorizes them into 3 distinct types: combat, situational, and special. Behind him, an illustration of a colossal monster appears as he continues his quick lecture, explaining that these classifications are directly tied to how a dungeon is born. Combat dungeons form because of a dominant monster, meaning it is purely about raw fighting. Special dungeons, however, provide direct hints right at the start, filled with mysteries connected to the origins of the apocalypse. Stepping steadily onto the hard concrete, Chen Bai adds that situational dungeons are by far the most common type they will encounter. Stopping right in front of a massive slaughterhouse, he explains, they are born from local legends, historical events, or tragic stories. Naturally, these dungeons always hide clues that slowly explain or flesh out the missing lore. Ji Zhendi lets out a soft gasp of realization, processing this incredible information. She asks if simply finding these hidden clues makes clearing a dungeon much easier. Chen Bai turns back instantly, throwing cold water on her theory. He warns that it is not that simple, as some clues actually unlock hidden areas or summon secret bosses, sending the dungeon's overall difficulty straight through the roof, especially in special dungeons. Those hidden clues are almost guaranteed to spike the difficulty. The live stream audience collectively breaks into a cold sweat, warning each other that dungeon exploration requires absolute caution. The little drone swoops down curiously, asking if he plans on searching for clues. Here, the guy just wears a confident smirk, replying that it is completely unnecessary since he has already located the final boss. He will just head straight over and shred it to pieces. Reporter G is left completely speechless. The live chat goes absolutely wild, flooded with comments after witnessing this boss-slaying masterclass. Teach us more, Emperor Bai, we are actually learning here. Others joke about running away. His lectures make sense, but this brute force method is way too insane for normal players to copy. They would not dare try it anyway. Sensing the viewers' panic, Chen Bai pokes his head around the corner to drop some advice. He warns them never to bypass the clues and jump straight to the boss. Skipping the investigation stage is a terrible idea. It spikes the boss's difficulty to ridiculous levels or even makes it completely invincible. He glances at his hand, wrapping up the lesson. Finding and analyzing clues is the absolute key to surviving any dungeon run. Right then, the heavy factory door explodes off its hinges. A massive impact blasts the iron door clean across the road. Chen Bai reacts instantly, executing a quick backflip to dodge the flying debris. As the dust settles, a grotesque bloated monstrosity covered in human arms and pig heads emerges, sending shockwaves through the live chat. Viewers immediately recognize its hideous features. This thing clearly grew up eating humans. It has to be a meat mountain, the most hated zombie type. But Chen Bai just scoffs, offering a quick biology correction. This is actually a highly specific mutant variant, not a meat mountain at all. The massive beast roars, raising a bloody cleaver the size of a mattress and aiming it straight at his head. Instantly, a camera shutter clicks as Reporter G starts scanning and recording. The system begins analyzing the beast's profile. Reporter G quickly reads off the stats. It is a level 18 special mutant boss, representing a massive concentrated cluster of the virus. Although it resembles a meat mountain, it lacks that endless hunger. Its physical form is just dead flesh reanimated by the pathogen. Before the reporter even finishes the explanation, the giant cleaver crashes down, splitting the concrete ground in half. Luckily, Chen Bai has already slipped back completely unharmed. He casually turns to the little bird, asking if the introduction is finished yet. After getting a polite yes, Chen Bai wastes no time. He unleashes a dark drill-shaped spear that plunges right through the monster's core. Purple energy erupts from the gaping wound as the giant beast's body violently explodes, dissolving into a shower of black ash. The viewers are left biting their nails in absolute shock. He just deleted a high-level boss in a single effortless blow. People start wondering if the stage is already cleared. One player even comments that it looked so easy they could probably do it too. Others quickly reality check him, saying he would be the one getting deleted. Meanwhile, Chen Bai points toward the pile of ashes. It is not over yet, he warns, telling her to take a picture of that sludge. The little bird flies closer, thoroughly confused. She admits she has not received any system notification about clearing the dungeon yet. Was that giant meat puppet just a decoy? Or is the real boss still hiding in the shadows? Looking at the slimy purple nerve-like slime crawling on the ground, Chen Bai sighs. That is the monster's true form, he explains. It parasitizes dead flesh and uses the virus as a protective shield to survive. It is basically a pure viral entity. The flesh was just a disposable puppet, a fleshy mech suit for this gross parasite. The little bird keeps broadcasting live. Viewers can see the writhing nerve-like viral cluster scrambling to escape into the cracks. Yet Chen Bai just stands there with his arms crossed, making absolutely no move to finish the parasite off. The disgusting thing slips into a crack in the floor, escaping underground. Chen Bai just smiles, having planned this all along. He tells her to follow it and see where it leads. Reporter G has no choice but to sigh and fly after the slime. The scene cuts to a pen filled with healthy, clean pigs behind a wooden fence, causing the entire chat room to go wild. They can barely believe their eyes. Uninfected, healthy livestock is a legendary luxury. Everyone is wondering if they can harvest the meat. Ever since the apocalypse started, nobody has tasted real fresh meat. Just ahead, a row of yellow transport trucks catches their attention. 10 bright yellow shipping trucks are parked in a neat row. The little bird swoons, utterly charmed by the adorable healthy pigs. Real unmutated animals are practically extinct in the wasteland. Seeing these healthy pigs is like finding a miracle in this desolate place. After dealing with grotesque infected monsters all day, these cute little piglets are a wonderful breath of fresh air. Suddenly, A man in a white tank top and slippers casually strolls out from between the trucks, shouting to see if anyone is there. He asks if anyone is around to sign for the delivery, completely unaware of a dark red tentacle slithering toward him. The beast is preparing to snatch its next meal. The delivery worker suddenly freezes in pure terror as the tentacle wraps around him. It tightens around his neck, choking the life out of him. Luckily, his savior Chen Bai arrives just in the nick of time. The terrified man stutters, asking who Chen Bai is and what is happening. Chen Bai casually catches the severed tentacle in his hand. He coldly tells them to leave the cargo and run because this place is about to get extremely dangerous. Back in the Bai Emperor base, Song Ziqiang is watching the live feed closely, analyzing every move for the viewers. She explains that Chen Bai is actively changing the dungeon storyline. Normally, these animals and workers are sacrificed. They serve as fodder to power up the boss, triggering its deadly second phase. The housekeeper covers her mouth in suspense. She smiles proudly. Right now, Chen Bai has completely blocked the boss from evolving, while easily securing every single bountiful reward. Surely, the moment he read the intelligence report, he already figured out that they could harvest a massive amount of fresh meat here. Turning to instruct her assistant, Song Ziqiang cannot hide her excitement. Even though she always believed in his power, seeing it happen is thrilling. She tells her assistant, A. Li, go give the most generous reward to the squad that brought back this critical intel. Promise them that if this dungeon can yield infinite meat, her eyes gleam with the calculating sharp look of a businesswoman. They and their families will get free meat forever, plus a fat commission cut from all the future meat sales. She locks down the PR strategy, making sure to spread the word so absolutely everyone in the city knows about it. Contributing to Chen Bai City brings rewards beyond imagination. Just leave the publicity to me, I am a total professional. Ever since the apocalypse descended on this world, finding grains and vegetables actually has not been too hard, because they rarely mutate. But fresh meat is a totally different story. Elsewhere, a man in a formal shirt and tie is frowning deeply in thought. Images of bizarrely mutated beasts prove his point. Almost all wild animals and livestock have either died or mutated. Those that are not mutated or dead can be counted on one hand. The amount of safe, edible meat left is incredibly scarce. Though hunting monsters occasionally drop some food items, a global fresh meat crisis is completely unavoidable. The suited boss strictly instructs his subordinate Xiao Zhang the moment the livestream ends, contact Chen Bai immediately. Tell him the evolved users we can provide him are specialists in high-speed transportation and massive item relocation. He highlights his own ambition. See if he can grant us exclusive meat distribution rights for the entire capital region. Back in the dungeon, Chen Bai has just released a massive wave of purple psychic energy, putting the fat pigs fast asleep. The live chat immediately goes wild. What skill is this? Is it Conqueror Haki? No way I know this move. But its power and range are way on another level. This is definitely a massive psychic area of effect attack. Reading the comments, Chen Bai smiles and clarifies that they are quite right. It is just a simple trick of mental control. The little camera bird flies around and spots something odd. Wait, why is there an experience gain notification? Could these fat pigs actually be monsters? Holding a rope, the young man casually points down at them. Go see for yourselves. Ji Zhendi quickly operates the system. Dear viewers, please do not worry. Let me pull up their stats. A bright flash blinks, and the little camera bird quickly captures the system details for everyone to see. The system shows a plump dead chicken, a C-tier material. The food description says it is an edible, fully intact dead chicken. Depending on the cooking style and quality, it grants different temporary buffs. Eating C-tier meat long-term permanently boosts physical stats. There is even a funny postscript. You can also use its feathers to make a feather duster if you want. The chat goes completely wild once again. Did everyone see that? Oh my god, it is an actual food item. Has anyone ever seen this before? While everyone is distracted, Chen Bai instantly crushes the monster's remaining tentacle. The system announces the final kill, level 18 virus boss defeated, dungeon cleared. You may exit at any time. The young man spreads his arms in pure satisfaction. Seeing this, the suited boss in the capital gets incredibly sweaty from excitement. Actual food items, and they can be farmed infinitely. Why is our imperial capital so unlucky not to find a dungeon this good? Knowing he is at a complete disadvantage, he quickly lowers his negotiation standards and contacts Chen Bai right away. Our terms remain the same, but drop the demand for distribution rights. That is asking too much. Just getting priority buying rights is more than enough. He continues, instructing his subordinate with an incredibly submissive tone. Make sure to speak very politely. An enormous amount of food items like this is something you rarely ever come across. Our breeding grounds in the capital and Jinmen have been completely ransacked. Aside from infected beasts and rotten meat, there is nothing. Finalizing the deal, he asserts confidently that if Chen Bai sets any terms, just agree to them all. As long as they do not violate our basic principles, just say yes. But his subordinate Xiao Zhang looks completely helpless. He opens his hands and delivers the bad news: he flatly rejected us. All of the boss's calm composure vanishes instantly. The suited boss gapes in shock and screams, like his tail was stepped on. What? Did you ruin my business? Furious, he kicks the tea table over and snaps at his subordinate. Did you not say you had a great relationship with Chen Bai? Xiao Zhang sweats buckets as he quickly tries to explain himself. Chen Bai told me that he does not need extra transport helpers. We do not have any use for distribution rights either. He also said he was afraid you would throw a massive fit. Xiao Zhang hastily reports further to calm him down. There is a place near the capital called Daxing Eco Village. It has now turned into a dungeon. To save face, a subordinate suggests they wait and conquer the Eco Village dungeon. That way he will have to beg for purchasing priority. Hearing this, the red-haired youth behind them finally gets it. He claps in realization, remembering Daxing Village is absolutely packed with fresh crops, spices, and fruits. Stroking his chin, the button-down boss displays the sharp, calculating gaze of a seasoned businessman. No doubt about it. They have plenty of food, but these highly valuable agricultural food items inside mean easy money. Realizing the true value of this information, his attitude flips completely. Even if the Chen Bai only gave a hint, discovering this dungeon early is a massive favor. He immediately turns to his son to assign their next mission. Take our elite squad and those 100 sets of armor that Chen Bai just provided. We must conquer this dungeon. The boss then orders Xiao Zhang to go smooth things over with their business partner. Tell him that after the dungeon is cleared, Baidi City gets permanent rock-bottom purchasing priority. Plus, we will supply them with massive amounts of free food items every month for the next 10 years. And ask if he has other demands. The two subordinates saluted sharply, executing their orders like clockwork. Glancing at his phone, Xiao Zhang eagerly shares the news. Their entire team successfully escaped the dungeon. Better yet, the Chen Bai agreed to upload the walkthrough video completely free of charge. Look at him go. In the clip, Chen Bai waves like a friendly idol. With that, today's live stream ends. Stay tuned. This is reporter Ji Zendi signing off. Back in reality outside the factory, she grumbles about her greedy boss. She openly complains to the Chen Bai, asking why she feels like he just used her for some free marketing. Chen Bai wears a sly grin, seeing right through her. He knows she had her own calculating plans. He calmly lays his cards on the table. Of course, he analyzed the scouting reports from other members. He knew this place would yield a massive harvest, and she wanted to stream their very first run anyway. So why wouldn't he take advantage? Caught red-handed, reporter G breaks into a sweat but tries to recover. She admits his honesty is refreshing, but wonders why he could not have told her that from the start. Chen Bai coolly replies with unmatched slickness, saying he honestly answered every single question she asked back then. Ji Zendi puts her hands on her hips, completely speechless. She sighs, realizing he is blaming her for not asking. Suddenly, the ground shakes violently. A deafening crack echoes through the air, causing both of them to stumble. Ji Zendi panics, wondering if it is an earthquake. Chen Bai regains his footing, his expression turning dead serious. The time has come. This is the world merger. Right on cue, a massive rift tears open the earth. It slices straight through the foundation of the towering Company X building. The reporter gasps at the sheer violence. Meanwhile, back at the office of Song Zixiang, her assistant rushes inside with some highly urgent news. Sister Z, the system recognized Baidi City's territory, protecting it from the merger, but major rifts have appeared elsewhere. Giant fissures are ripping through both the southern mountains and the western downtown districts of Jiangcheng. The downtown area is hit hardest. The composed manager analyzes the situation, calling it a great opportunity. There is a high chance the biochemical zombie world is merging there. Absorbing the Company X building is ideal. Exuding the absolute authority of a powerful female leader, she issues direct orders to her bodyguard Shuang Er. Gather everyone outside the city defense team. The moment this merger ends, they must go out and explore. Shuang Er salutes, taking the command seriously. Song Ziqiang then assigns the next task to her assistant, Shi Wei. She instructs her to compile the incoming scouting intel and redraw the new map of Jiangcheng as fast as possible. Shi Wei smiles confidently, accepting the task. With her work settled, Song Ziqiang smiles proudly to herself. Her title of manager is starting to feel a bit too small. The Emperor's empire is growing rapidly. Meanwhile, in a newly merged alley, red laser fire echoes loudly as fighters find themselves completely surrounded. 7 high-level mutated zombies are closing in. One of the fighters yells for the squad to hold their ground. They have already called for backup, waiting for the Jiangcheng mapping squad to arrive and rescue them. Firing wildly, the young man wipes away his sweat, thankful for the top-tier gear provided by the Chen Bai. Without those weapons, they would have died here ages ago. Inside the merged alley, the tension is sky-high. A bald soldier fires while screaming that his talents and skills are on cooldown, calling for a rotation. The blue-haired youth behind him screamed in despair, unable to hold on. How much longer must they wait? Just then the captain suddenly widened his eyes, pointing to the sky and shouting for everyone to look. Floating in the air, between 2 massive buildings, was a bizarre glowing purple orb, radiating a suffocating deadly energy. Below them, the bloodthirsty horde of zombies simultaneously looked up at the sinister sphere with lifeless eyes. A second later, the purple light took effect, and the entire horde clutched their chests, coughing violently and spitting up purple blood. But while this plague devastated the undead, it spelled disaster for the living. The blue-haired youth stared in horror at his arm, now bulging with purple veins, realizing they had been infected too. At that critical moment, the big boss Chen Bai landed, with a heavy thud, casually asking them how everyone was holding up. But seeing his soldiers clutching their arms in pain, the young leader could only offer a sheepish smile and make a rather irresponsible excuse about not mastering the skill, yet causing some friendly fire. He then reached out to absorb the purple virus back from the soldiers into his own body. Having narrowly escaped death, the team leader quickly stood at attention to report, identifying his group as Exploration Team Number 8 from Jiangcheng, currently responsible for mapping out the new district. He thanked the Chen Bai for saving them, noting that no one was severely injured and they were ready to keep fighting. Chen Bai patted his shoulder, advising him like a caring leader. There was no need to rush, as safety came first. He thanked them for their hard work and dedication to Chen Bai City. With those instructions, he turned and waved goodbye to his men, who stood at attention saluting, telling them to take care. They roared in unison, thanking the Chen Bai. Standing on the edge of the rooftop, Chen Bai leisurely checked his system notifications. He had reached level 20, which unlocked a title upgrade. His old zombie hunter title had evolved into the A-tier Doomsday Tyrant. A massive stat sheet immediately popped up before him, showing all attributes boosted by 150, with a 30% critical rate against zombies and 50% stronger skills. The next upgrade required slaying 1 million zombies and 10 undead monsters, 50 levels higher than him. He also had to defeat 1 zombie 80 levels above his own. Chen Bai nodded in approval, thinking it was pretty decent. Even if it only targeted zombies, they were still the dominant monsters in this world. With his business on the surface mostly wrapped up, he shrugged, noting that the World Fusion dungeon was cleared, the worlds had merged, and his rewards were all secure. With his gains sorted and his name known, Chen Bai smiled with satisfaction, deciding to dive right back into a dungeon to grind. He left the rest of the work to Zai Qiang, choosing to focus solely on his own strength. Right then, the system announced his entry into the Hell Tier dungeon, the level 15 to 35 plague sewers. Stepping into the foul green water system, notifications began ticking up with virus points over and over again. Chen Bai recalled his last visit, where chasing a plague creature too deep had prevented him from clearing the dungeon. His left eye flared with an eerie green light as he activated his signature skill, ready to conquer this place once and for all. With his plague control power active, a massive skill effect swept through the area instantly, subjugating the surrounding rat monsters. As he reached the end of the tunnel, Chen Bai looked up with a cold glare, face to face with an old foe. Perched high above was a muscular ratman boss, holding a giant crossbow, a level 25 threat, known as the Plague Source Rat Marksman. Remembering how the beast had used a decoy to escape last time, his killing intent flared. Talk about a grudge match. He leaped down from above his right arm, instantly transformed into a pitch-black shadow claw. The massive rat boss could only gape in sheer terror, letting out one final agonizing shriek before a devastating purple slash crushed it into absolute paste. The system announced the death of the level 25 boss, granting him 50,000 experience points. As he turned to leave, his eyes caught a glowing drop on the ground, picking up a mysterious item. It was a glowing purple card, a B-tier sewer conqueror title that boosted all attributes by 50, while neutralizing sewer environments. It also granted extreme poison resistance, but required him to be at least level 20 to equip. Putting it away, he realistically analyzed that while the drop rate was extremely rare, the item was useless to him. However, unlike his bound Doomsday Tyrant title, this one could actually be traded, so he decided to keep it. Staring into the rushing waters deeper inside the cavern, his memories drifted back to that path. He had not explored it in his previous attempt, but he had actually discovered this dark place in his past life. It was here that he had once found a corpse and obtained the plague imprint. Wading deeper, he began connecting the dots. This underground sewer system split into two normal dungeons, the East Mountain Sewer and this plague sewer. Up ahead is where he previously got the plague imprint. But once he arrived, the view made Chen Bai stop in his tracks. He was pretty surprised. Right in front of him lay a cave glowing with green fluorescent light and a quiet spirit floating over a lake. Chen Bai raised an eyebrow, looking pretty surprised. Another hidden gateway. Without a single second of hesitation, he prepares to enter. He floated straight through that strange door, into a mysterious new dimension. As soon as he crossed the threshold, a mine filled with glowing purple ores appeared. Instantly, the system spammed notification screens. Plague mushroom absorbed. Virus points plus 30. Plague mushroom absorbed virus points plus 30. Chen Bai stroked his chin, guessing that this massive increase had to be related to these strange ores. Suddenly, his eyes flared with a green X-ray light activating his searching gaze. To peel back the secrets, exposing the purple stones. It was a defiled fungus, a unique species from a special dimension, that constantly produced plague mushrooms. While highly favored by certain unique creatures, it was completely lethal to almost all living beings. After reading this, the big boss Chen Bai smiled, with pure ambition. This is pretty interesting if he wanted to create a plague layer in the abyss, or build a plague nation. He would definitely need this, so he claimed it for himself. But suddenly, the system flashed a massive red warning screen in his face. Attention, carrying the defiled fungus would damage the integrity of this dungeon, which would significantly reduce his final evaluation rating and rewards. Chen Bai immediately pulled his hand back and clicked his tongue. Taking it right now probably is not that useful anyway, so it can just stay here for now. While walking back to the gateway, Chen Bai suddenly froze as a floating ball of green light appeared right in front of him. He raised an eyebrow in curiosity, wondering what this thing was. The system immediately scanned it and popped up the info. It was a level 30 plague spirit boss formed by souls of the deceased, merging with the power of the plague. Along with that, a massive list of stats and skills popped up looking pretty tough. Then, the light began to fade, revealing a small girl shrouded in a misty green glow. Chen Bai mumbled in surprise. A plague spirit. Before he could even react, the tiny spirit suddenly unleashed a blinding flash of energy, a plague shockwave. The lightning-fast strike rushed forward. Chen Bai only had time to raise his hand, absorbing the full brunt of the green blast. Although he took the hit directly, he was completely unharmed. In fact, the system even brought some good news. He got hit by a plague shockwave, earning 50 virus points. Chen Bai stood there in a daze, completely speechless at this turn of events. Meanwhile, the plague spirit hovered in midair, holding her head in sheer confusion, as a bunch of question marks floated above her. Seeing her strike did absolutely nothing, and honestly, can you blame her for panicking? The little spirit launched a non-stop barrage, throwing countless green energy balls in rapid succession, creating a heavy rain of green light that completely engulfed Chen Bai. The little spirit went all out against Chen Bai, pouring her absolute maximum strength through both hands. But, as the dust settled, he was still standing tall, casually dusting off his clothes like he just walked through some light mist. The system chimed again. He was hit by a plague shockwave, gaining 50 virus points. He was hit by another plague shockwave, gaining 70 virus points. She was totally exhausted, yet her opponent was fine. The little spirit floated there, steam venting from her head. Completely speechless. Standing with his hands behind his back, Chen Bai let out a sigh, offering a pretty calculating smile to this walking jackpot of points. Out of nowhere, a ball of bright white light suddenly shot toward him. Chen Bai raised his hand, effortlessly catching the glowing sphere with just a finger. Staring at her light ball held so easily, the little spirit opened her eyes wide, gasping in total shock. Standing right below Chen Bai, pointed his finger upward, easily controlling the floating light sphere. Intrigued by this, the tiny spirit cautiously hovered closer, and seeing that the energy ball seemed totally harmless, she hesitantly reached out her hand to touch it. Suddenly, Chen Bai smirked with mischief, and the light ball instantly vanished. The little spirit gasped in utter confusion. Grabbing the perfect chance, Chen Bai reached out and easily snatched the startled spirit girl between two fingers. Gotcha. Feeling how real his new prize felt, Chen Bai nodded in approval. She was a spiritual creature, but felt incredibly solid, cool to the touch, and quite resilient when he squeezed. He smiled, feeling a gentle spiritual vibration flowing from her. But their little moment of fun was quickly cut short, as a sharp hissing sound echoed from deep within the cave, accompanied by crackling lightning that signaled extreme danger. Chen Bai quickly tossed the spirit girl aside and warily stared into the shadows, sensing a far more powerful presence. With another horrifying screech, a massive insect, looking like a mix between a caterpillar and a praying mantis, charged out. The system quickly analyzed the threat. It was a level 35 boss, the Rotting Bug King, a mutated creature with. It links back to some unimaginable secret. Naturally, its stats are absolutely terrifying. The giant beetle's wings buzz wildly, hovering in midair as it growls to threaten the intruder with an evil purple light radiating from its body. Glancing at the beast's stats, Chen Bai smirks, noting its agility and physical strength are way higher than his own. Before he can plan, the decaying beetle charges like lightning, swinging its sharp pincer straight toward him, landing a heavy blow that knocks him back. Chen Bai's eyes widen in shock at that insane speed, but he refuses to lose his competitive momentum. He immediately triggers his demon transformation, and pitch-black bat wings unfurl powerfully to block the massive strike. He unleashes a brutal counterforce, shoving the giant insect back several meters. Suddenly, the decaying Beetle King opens its giant fanged maw, spitting a stream of dark purple toxic gas straight at him. Chen Bai looks up, with a flash of surprise at this sudden attack. Instantly, the beast flaps its wings and swoops past, leaving behind a dense cloud of poison gas that blankets the entire cave. Suddenly, a surprise system notification pops up. Hit by decay gas. Plus 100 virus points. Chen Bai just smirks, clicking his tongue. That plague power is pretty decent fitting for a boss. Realizing this target is tough, he immediately switches equipment. His brand new gear activates with a flash, the Horn of the Shepherd. This unique item skill can control creatures with lower mental strength than the user. The effect depends entirely on his own psychic power and the massive stat gap between them. Instantly, two burning red demon horns sprout on Chen Bai's head, matching his pitch-black wings. He looks incredibly cool, like a true demon lord stepping straight out of hell. Charging forward aggressively, the Decay Beetle King suddenly freezes in midair, its body completely turning to stone. Unable to move, the massive insect crashes heavily onto the cold floor of the dark cave. Chen Bai tilts his head, analyzing his enemy. Its overall stats might be higher than his, but its mental strength is a fatal weakness. While a complete takeover is impossible, his eyes shine with absolute confidence that keeping it dazed for a moment is easy. Total confidence. While the beast is still stunned, he stomps his foot hard. Instantly, a series of giant razor-sharp shadow spikes erupt from the ground, piercing straight through the boss's body. Absolute slaughter. Seeing the monster skewered like a barbecue, he smiles coldly. Time to unleash the real damage. Meanwhile, from a dark corner, the little plague spirit girl is secretly watching the battle, completely dumbfounded. Hearing his footsteps draw closer, she panics and quickly pulls her head back to hide behind a massive boulder. With the fight over the system, announces a glorious victory for slaying the dungeon boss, the level 35 Decay Beetle King, granting 20,000 experience points. The dungeon is officially cleared. He can leave at any time. Since this is a first-time clear, the system asks if he wants to publish a paid run video. But before he can celebrate, another sudden quest notification pops up. A brand new phase of the Plague Cult quest has been unlocked. Chen Bai raises an eyebrow, opening the premium interface that instantly materializes before him. It is an exclusive SSS-Rank quest. Apparently, the fanatical cult has been desperately searching for their destined god. His bold action of breaking the taboo here has drawn their immediate attention, and they are now rushing over. In exactly 15 days, the messenger of the plague cult will arrive at this ruined place, searching for their long-lost deity. As for the target and rewards, both are listed as question marks. Chen Bai rubs his chin, considering this. It means absolutely anything could happen when the time comes. Even so, he remains highly confident in his own abilities. No real danger. Not when he holds a SSS rank class. He smiles, remembering his past life. Back then, the cultists treated him with absolute respect. While absorbing the beetle's remains, he adjusts his plans. He originally planned to seek them out, but this is even better. They are delivering themselves right to his door. The system dings again, announcing the absorption of a unique plague creature. His Calamity class authority has grown, boosting all stats by 100 points. Chen Bai is pleasantly surprised by this massive stat buff. This will make dealing with a cult even easier. Scanning his hard-earned loot, he quickly spots a skill book. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a massive glowing oval object. A detailed information window immediately pops up before him. It is an A-rank Decay Beetle King Pet Egg, a combat mount. To hatch it, he just needs to drop some blood. Chen Bai nods in approval. A super rare pet egg like this is definitely a solid find. Yet, remembering the beast's hideous look, he can only sigh. Riding a giant decaying bug into battle is pretty crazy. Fighting with an ugly bug, no way. Skipping the egg, he checks the next item, fungal therapy. An A-rank skill that stimulates fungal spores to heal all kinds of injuries, with effects scaling off physical and mental stats. Cooldown is 10 minutes. Chen Bai rubs his chin in satisfaction. Although his own self-healing is already incredibly strong, he still lacks a way to heal others, so this is actually pretty decent. After thinking for a moment, he looks back at the spirit girl and wonders if taking her would ruin the dungeon integrity, just like that fungus did. Right on cue, the system flashes a bright red warning. Taking the plague spirit will severely damage the dungeon completeness, reducing both the final evaluation and his overall rewards. Placing the translucent green spirit girl gently in his hand, Chen Bai smiles warmly to comfort her, telling her to stay for now and promising to visit when he can. Meanwhile, in the sky of the outside world, massive notifications flash. Awakened Chen Bai from the Dragon Kingdom has cleared the hell-level Plague Sewers dungeon from level 15 to 35. The clear video is uploaded for 1 copper coin. People below look up in amazement, immediately rushing to buy the footage. Cut to the Awakened forum, where a keyboard warrior is writing a clickbait post. He claims Emperor Bach clearing this hell-level dungeon seems completely overrated. The dungeon looks too easy. He does not get where the hell difficulty even is. He boasts that with his insect damage buff and someone to handle the spirit, he could easily clear it too. But a user named Beaver Brother from Jiangcheng instantly shuts him down. Go watch the video, kid. In the attached video, a masked young man raises his hand to open the system status window. Instantly, the entire system panel is spammed with an incredibly long and terrifying list of critical red notifications. Warning, you are infected by the plague physical stat -1. The constant debuffs throw him into a complete panic. Beaver Brother adds another comment to rub it in, explaining that this is what a real hell-level dungeon is. Losing 1 stat point every single second, how long could any of them actually survive? They just love bragging. Without this protective suit, players would lose up to 5 points per second. The online trolls instantly go pale. Unbelievable. Just how high is Emperor Bach's physical stat to walk through that casually? Absolutely insane. Maybe he is immune to the plague. Normal players would not even last 3 minutes. Meanwhile, in Song Ziqiang's office, the big boss Chen Bai is lounging comfortably enjoying all the online drama. He smiles, realizing Beaver Brother must be from their guard team, noting it is good to warn the clueless. Otherwise, brainless people would go in and never make it out. Nearby, Song Ziqiang is reviewing some documents. She praises her staff for quickly mapping out post-merger Jiangcheng, then asks Lan Shuang about their exploration team casualties. Closing his screen, Chen Bai casually strolls over, raising his hand to greet the beautiful ladies in the room. Song Ziqiang turns with a bright smile, welcoming him back and congratulating him on clearing the plague sewers. She steps closer with a playful, charming grin, praising him for conquering yet another brutal hell-level dungeon. The green-haired Lan Shuang also bows quite respectfully, offering her sincere congratulations to her master Emperor Bach. Then TV, in her red dress, offers a charming smile, while Tong Se happily joins in with her congratulations. Surrounded by gorgeous women chanting praises, a sweating Chen Bai waves his hands, telling them to get back to work. He calls Tong Ka over, who steps forward playfully, teasingly, asking if he thinks she has nothing useful to do. Chen Bai spreads his arms with a grin, challenging her to explain what her actual job is supposed to be. Tong Ka leans in close, boldly declaring her ultimate highly ambitious goal of becoming the strongest person in the world. Chen Bai smirks with amusement, waving his hand as he turns to walk away with a totally casual attitude. He mentions he cannot let her surpass him, leaving Tong Ka completely stunned as she desperately calls him back. She asks where he is going, pleading with him to rest after just clearing such a brutal hell-level dungeon. Chen Bai keeps walking straight ahead, without turning back, simply waving his hand in a casual gesture of goodbye. Bye-bye. Watching him leave, Tongka crosses her arms, grumbling about how he always runs off. Seriously, she complains they feel like managers, not his women. Suddenly, her competitive spirit flares up. She grits her teeth and vows to grind dungeons until she is officially stronger than him one day. Turning to the others, she imagines capturing and locking him up, forcing him to serve them every single day. But as the words leave her mouth, Chen Bai appears right behind her, whispering a wicked question into her ear. So this is what the world's strongest guy actually does for fun? Songye gasped, turning around in absolute shock. She stammered out, "Wait, I thought you already left." Chen Bai leaned in close, flashing a ridiculously smug CEO grin. He told her he was going to take real good care of her. The manager could only let out a sharp shriek, "Ah." He threw her over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes and carried her inside. Songye thrashed around, crying fake tears. "Mom, save me." Witnessing this chaotic domestic scene, Lang Cheng blushed, clutching her papers, and asked Sister Ziqiang what to do. Ziqiang just smiled playfully. She had plenty of experience handling this. "We should get our actual work done first," she said. "I will send Su Rui in to help our little boss first. Once everything is organized, we can join." She winked at the others, asking if Chang'er and Shi Wei wanted to tag along too. Ling Chang blushed deep red, totally embarrassed by the invite. She shyly agreed. A few hours later, 2 of the girls were already fast asleep under warm blankets on the massive bed. Meanwhile, the big boss Chen Bai sat shirtless and deep in thought on the edge of the roof, gazing into the distance. His eyes carried the cold, calculating edge of a survivor who weathered the end of the world. He slowly spun his magic ring. The moment it connected, the demon Satan materialized, floating in the air with a smug, flattering grin. "You finally remembered me, boss. This ring has been shut tight for days. It seems your strength has taken another massive leap forward, has it not?" Chen Bai glared, cutting off the flattery to get straight to business. "Cut the sweet talk. I remember you mentioning something before. You left behind a massive legacy in hell. With my current strength, can I go down there and claim some of it?" Satan confidently answered Chen Bai. "Of course you can. My legacy consists of major powers left behind in the abyss. It is mainly the authority of the 6 deadly sins, alongside the power of mental deception." Chen Bai crossed his arms, confused. 6 deadly sins. Is it not 7? And what on earth is mental deception? The demon shrugged and explained the details. Among the 7 deadly sins, the authority of lust belongs mostly to the demon queen Mycantedman, who interferes heavily. While I managed to grab a small portion, it is not much. Floating around, he kept pitching his assets, mentioning mental deception again. "It was my original class authority. Though it falls far behind the 7 sins, you should grab it if you get the chance." This sounded promising. Boss Chen Bai smirked and confidently finalized the deal. "Fine, let me prepare a bit first." Before they left, Satan did not forget to give a heads up. "Once you enter hell, I will unlock most of the barriers. I hope you will not disappoint me." Fearing the boss might doubt his loyalty, the demon quickly swore his eternal allegiance. "I would never deceive you, you can trust me completely." Chen Bai floated in the air, silently analyzing his next move. "This trip to hell is going to be brutal. It is definitely time to upgrade my overall combat capabilities. Fortunately, I have accumulated quite a few virus points lately. That early world fusion event was an absolute goldmine for me." Stretching his limbs, he rubbed his hands with pure excitement, ready to spend. "Let's do this time to level up those skills." The scene suddenly shifts to the underworld, where a massive gladiatorial arena towers over a barren, completely desolate desert. Nearby stands the bizarrely designed Goblin Chamber of Commerce. Scanning the horizon, he raised an eyebrow as he spotted something. It was a shady, bright pink succubus tent. Looking down from the rocky cliff, Chen Bai nodded in approval at the progress. The 10th layer of the abyss, his first abyss city, was coming together nicely. Being naturally cautious, he chose this remote spot for his meditation. Not knowing how much chaos his upgrade would cause, coming here was the safest bet. Stretching out his hand, he summoned the system interface to allocate his budget, deciding to start the upgrades with the Blacklight Virus first. Opening its panel, Primary Awakening was at 100%, while Basic Awakening sat at 50%. Boss Chen Bai smiled at his balance. He smirked. "My universal virus points have passed 10,000, and my T-virus points are in the thousands, while regular virus points are over 15,000. Let's max out this Basic Awakening first." The system immediately deducted 9,750 points to complete the basic Blacklight Virus Awakening. Suddenly, a series of incredibly cool skills instantly appeared on his screen, all waiting to be selected. Claw form, hammer form, shield form, reinforced form, whip form, and even dual blade form, along with armored form, speed form, and even thermal vision form. Scanning through them all, Chen Bai sighed in disappointment. I unlocked these forms ages ago. This new speed form is basically just a mixed-up version of my old leaping moves. Aside from boosting my raw stats, this basic awakening does not seem to offer much real progress, he muttered. Immediately, the system slapped a notification right in his face. Stamina, strength, and agility all increased by 800 points. Spirit increased by 500, and his healing surged by 800%. Then a brand new progress bar appeared, showing advanced awakening at 0%. He stroked his chin with a grin, his inner gamer blood rushing once again. He started with a basic awakening, but now a high-level one pops up. He smiles. This is going to get fun. Closing the panel, he switches over to check his next project. Time to look at the T-virus. The C-virus branch offers unlimited environmental mutation. However, it definitely comes with one major drawback. He cannot fully control the mutation path, and it costs 3 points. The second branch is far more practical. The T-virus specializes in telekinesis. Upgrading it supercharges his mind and unlocks a massive skill tree right away. There are tons of mental manipulation skills. Without thinking twice, Chen Bai locks in this second option. He chooses the telekinetic power. His current weakness is a severe, glaring lack of mental manipulation skills. Thinking about the alternative mutation branch, he imagines a horrific monster, covered in tentacles and muscles. He shivers. He has absolutely no desire to transform into a freaky abomination. Without wasting another second, he decides. His finger slams the button, choosing the telekinesis path. But the moment he clicks it, things change. Chen Bai's body suddenly jerks violently as cold sweat drenches his forehead. He clenches his teeth, groaning in pain. A fierce surge of purple telekinetic energy erupts from deep within him, sending powerful shockwaves blasting outward. The shockwaves blow away the surrounding dust. Enduring the cell-shattering pain, he growls as the screen finally flashes. The upgrade is a success. His virus has evolved, boosting his mental power by 350. His mental amplitude increases by 40%, and telekinetic effects double. Panting heavily, Chen Bai recovers. He snaps his eyes open. His gaze is sharp and calm once more. Finally, he floats down to the ground. He lands firmly on the solid earth. Purple telekinetic energy still swirls around him, radiating sheer absolute dominance. He has stepped into a whole new level. Still aching, Chen Bai rubs his chin and mutters. The Blacklight Virus upgrade has never hurt this bad. But when he sees the results, he just smiles. He gets 350 mental power, a permanent 40% boost, and double damage for all skills. That permanent 40% boost alone makes the agonizing process completely worth it. He feels absolutely incredible. His mental power is now his absolute king stat, towering 300 to 400 points above his other stats. With his specialization sorted, he waves his hand to spend his general points. The skill interface appears. There is only one choice, so he locks it in. The system immediately announces a massive upgrade. His MONARCH virus talent has upgraded, costing 10,000 virus points. He gains truly terrifying viral power. Absorption efficiency doubles his range, expands by 10 meters, and his virus points increase by 10%. He also gets a 30% boost to specialty points and absolute control over low-level virus creatures. He can control an army with 3 times his own mental capacity. Every virus skill effect doubles. Staring at the massive list of buffs, Chen Bai smirks in pure satisfaction. This is completely broken. His eyes flash with endless ambition. If he can eventually control every single virus and microbe on Earth, he will literally hold the power of a god in his hands. The thought alone makes him grin widely. He nods, deeply satisfied. The scene shifts to a dark, hellish sky with Chen Bai floating high. His seasonal flu has evolved into tuberculosis, meaning its infectivity and potential damage have absolutely skyrocketed. Looking down at his hands, he decides to upgrade his minor viruses too, boosting his Plague Sun skill. After a few quick screen taps, he folds his hands behind his back and waves. Complete. Now let's party. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning tears through the black sky and strikes the ground with full force. It blasts open a burning volcanic crater. Out of the raging flames, a massive stone gate slowly emerges. The gates of hell have opened, granting him a direct path to the abyss. Cooldown is 10 days. The towering gate glows blood red. Without a single moment of hesitation, Chen Bai confidently strides inside. Descending into the dark abyss, a familiar scent hits Satan's nose, making the demon inhale deeply with joy. It is a nostalgic scent indeed. The two of them land in a bleak wasteland piled with bones. Chen Bai frowns and looks around, noting this doesn't look like Satan's home. The floating demon explains. This is the road to hell, the only path leading down. Suddenly, the system triggers an urgent alert. He has received a SSS-Rank special quest. The quest interface immediately flickers to life. Lord of Hell Stage 1 has officially begun tasking him with becoming the ultimate overlord of the abyss. To collect Satan's legacy, hell is now the destination he must conquer. The first step is reclaiming the authority and power that once belonged to Satan. The goal: hunt down the authority of sloth or greed. As he looks at the quest, bored Chen Bai smirks. Very well, let's begin. Glancing around, the young man suddenly catches sight of something very bizarre up in the sky. He wonders if this is really hell, and what that blood-red object next to the sun is. Satan looks up too, scratching his head. He mumbles that it is the moon, but there was never anything like that back in his day. Chen Bai sighs, shaking his head at his clueless local guide. It seems his knowledge of his own hometown is completely outdated by now. Satan laughs awkwardly to save face, claiming it has been so long that he forgot. He asks where the authority of greed and sloth are actually hidden. Chen Bai cuts straight to the chase, and the red demon immediately points his finger toward the horizon. He remembers clearly that the closest place is greed. Gazing in the direction Satan points, a massive desert city slowly emerges through the thick mist. It lies right over there. Satan proudly starts boasting about his old security system. He explains that his authority of greed was split up carefully, hidden deep inside various castles of count, rank, or higher across hell. Chen Bai listens closely while observing the city. In each stronghold there is a special creation called Hell's Road of Life and Death. The demon explains that each road of life and death has unique effects, and completing the challenge is the key to reclaiming that authority. Chen Bai nods, absorbing the details. In other words, he can simply use the ring of the Hell King on those paths to reclaim the demon's power. Making a quick decision, he decides they should wear a disguise and prepare to enter the city. Instantly, he activates his shepherd gear, prompting Satan to gasp in awe at his master's brilliant cosplay, saying he is incredibly thoughtful, because wearing this outfit makes him look exactly like a real demon. Chen Bai pulls up his hood to cover half his face, noting that this loose cloak will help him blend in. Deciding it is time, he walks through the main gates and instantly gasps in surprise. This hell is far more bustling and prosperous than he ever expected. The striking scene inside immediately reveals a massive busy market filled with all kinds of demons, spirits, and monstrous beasts actively trading goods. Everyone is well-dressed, and business is booming, looking just like the human world. Suddenly, a massive flapping of wings catches his attention. Chen Bai's eyes sharpen as he looks up to see a flying carriage gliding past carrying an incredibly powerful aura. Those bats pulling the carriage must be at least level 70, reaching the Saint Realm. He clicks his tongue, realizing the class divide in hell is immense when even the draft beasts are that strong. The passenger must be at least emperor level, or perhaps even a god. He quietly calls the red demon inside his ring, asking if Satan recognizes who owns that majestic carriage. Walking along the crowded streets of Hell, Chen Bai observes that this city is covered in bat statues and crimson patterns, with vampires wandering all over. Logically, this should be Cain's territory. Hearing this, the demon Satan clutches his head and pulls his hair in utter confusion, finding it completely illogical. Chen Bai raises an eyebrow, asking if there is something wrong with that. Walking leisurely, he analyzes that he knows a bit about Cain's power. As the creator of the vampire race, his faith, power, and growth are decent, but that is still not enough for him to ever become a god. Touching his ring, his eyes flash with sharpness as he notes he can clearly feel the divine flame and the scent of faith rising up ahead. In the square, a demon stands in front of a notice board shouting that Duke Astaroth's Legion is recruiting soldiers. Anyone of level 30 or above can come over. He yells that promotions are wide open, and with enough achievements they can easily lead troops or even become nobility. The recruiting demon continues to shout with wild excitement about their crusade against a demon god disloyal to Her Majesty Lilith, promising that great achievers will even be granted a personal audience. Hearing the familiar name, Chen Bai searches his memory, recalling that Astaroth ranks as 29th among the 72 demon pillars, possessing vast knowledge and bizarre abilities. He is known as one of the most intelligent minds in hell. Satan mumbles in confusion, wondering if the person in the carriage was her or that mysterious person named Lilith. Seeing his subordinate is completely clueless, Chen Bai enters the space inside his ring to interrogate him. He asks if Satan truly has no idea who Lilith is. Satan helplessly waves his hands, claiming he is completely clueless and has no idea where this ruler suddenly came from. Chen Bai smiles gently. Chen Bai gets straight to the point. Whoever she is, they now know the demon gods of hell are currently tearing each other apart. It is a massive free-for-all, and that guy Jeppa never mentioned it. Right now hell is ruled by Lord Beelzebub. The demon clearly lied to them, seizing the palace and crowning himself the new ruler of the underworld. Satan nods in agreement, recalling how the traitor only mentioned Beelzebub, trying to wipe out every trace of him. What could he really be after? The red demon narrows his eyes, wondering if he is setting up Beelzebub for another demon's benefit. Chen Bai looks at his brooding companion and lets out a sarcastic smirk, mocking how far the mighty king of hell has fallen. Satan awkwardly tries to reassure his master, pointing out that they still hold the ruler's ring and the captive soul of Jeppa. With those cards in their hand, there is no real threat. Chen Bai simply waves off the concern. He decides to focus on the main prize, brushing off the political drama for now, since they do not need to pick sides. Their immediate goal is the road of death, time to reclaim Satan's lost authority. Satan bows deeply, like a loyal butler, promising to obey his lord. Back in the real world, Chen Bai tracks down the entrance to the road of death, only to find a massive muscular demon blocking his way. The brute sneers that the path is strictly closed, while Queen Lilith is holding her sacred embrace ceremony. Pointing ahead, the guard gives him two options if he wants passage: either join the selection ceremony or take another route. Take the suicidal trek across the desert of death. The beast glares, looking to pick a fight. He tells Chen Bai to get lost if he understands. Turned away without a second thought, he slowly walks off. He sighs, noting that the guard is easily level 50 or 60, making a forced entry completely out of the question. Walking away, he starts plotting his next move. Trekking across that deadly desert is not a realistic option. That leaves only one choice: signing up for this bizarre embrace selection. Rolling up his sleeves, he pieces it together. An embrace is a classic vampire ritual, used to turn other creatures. So this Lilith must be a vampire. Hearing this from inside the ring, Satan grits his teeth in pure frustration at how things have changed. To him, it is absolutely disgraceful that proud demons are worshipping a mere creature created by vampires. Under the crimson glow of the blood moon, Chen Bai adjusts his cloak and heads toward the bustling crowds. His most crucial task right now is investigating what this whole embrace selection ceremony is all about. Spotting a gorgeous woman with black feathered wings, Chen Bai approaches her with a polite, smooth greeting. He asks the stunning fallen angel if this is the registration spot for the embrace ritual. She turns and smiles. She playfully confirms he is in the right place. Pretending to be a clueless newcomer, Chen Bai plays along. He politely admits he just arrived in the city and asks her to explain how the ceremony works. The helpful fallen angel happily explains that the embrace is a grand event where Queen Lilith transforms them. Chosen candidates are turned into elite vampires, offering them a massive shortcut to power and high status. They can even become direct attendants under the queen herself. She keeps hyping up the incredible perks. If Queen Lilith selects them as her personal attendants, their status in hell will immediately skyrocket. However, the requirements are brutal, starting with the fact that candidates must be between levels 10 and 30. Second, their looks and combat strength must catch the queen's eye. Leaning in closer, she smiles warmly. She praises his handsome face, but playfully questions if his physical strength matches those impressive looks. Chen Bai confidently shrugs, assuring her that his combat power is just as impressive as his face. She giggles and tells him not to celebrate just yet, as passing the initial screening is only the beginning. Even after passing the screenings, candidates must still enter the road of death for the final trial. Queen Lilith will personally watch the final test to pick the winners. Hearing those key words, he smirks. Getting inside the road of death is exactly the golden opportunity he has been waiting for. Having achieved his goal, he offers a polite bow, thanking the charming angel for her help. Flattered by his praise, she leans in close, inviting him back to her place to rest. Chen Bai smoothly deflects the invitation, suggesting they wait until he completes his official registration. She slides past him teasingly, slipping a card with her address right into his coat pocket. Holding the suggestive business card, Chen Bai smiles to himself, keeping his options wide open. That gorgeous fallen angel. Asking her for directions actually led him straight to a local recruiter talk about pure luck. Not a bad start. Chen Bai heads to the registration booth, where a guard immediately barks out for the next person. Number 0104521. The stone-faced guard orders, pointing to a glowing red stone. Put your hand here for the bloodline check. Without hesitating, he reaches out his cloaked arm and touches the crystal. The crystal flares bright. The guard freezes. A human-demon hybrid with a demonic bloodline. This pure, that is impossible. Take off your hood. Human, I need to record your face. Smiling as he complies, he pulls back his hood. He uncovers his head, revealing jet black hair and a pair of glowing blue demon horns that make him look incredibly handsome. The two guards exchange looks, muttering curses under their breath. Oh man, he is insanely handsome for a simple demon hybrid. How did he get such magnificent horns? They nod in approval. This guy easily meets Empress Lilith's strict beauty standards. The guard gossips excitedly while writing down the info, mentioning that their registration spot on Tala Street is having a lucky day. We got 2 human hybrids signing up today, both boasting top-tier looks. If Empress Lilith sees them, she will be thrilled. Wait, if Empress Lilith sees Ricard and Chen Bai, she will definitely be thrilled. Hearing this, Chen Bai freezes, his eyes narrowing. He remembers Jeppa mentioning that name before. Then a shocking realization hits him. Is she actually Han Zhao's little sister? Putting his surprise aside, he takes his registration slip. It lists his name as 0 level 20, with perfect looks. His physique and bloodline are rated outstanding, stamped with a bright red approval. Skimming it, the young man cannot help but laugh. Average height, huh? He mutters. Well, his competitors are all towering demons, who are easily 2 to 3 meters tall. Shrugging it off, he strokes his ring and smiles confidently. Inside the ring, Satan finally speaks up to tease his boss. The next round does not start for another 3 days. Are you really going to crash at that fallen angel's place? Chen Bai calmly adjusts his sleeves, giving a cold response that his sleeping arrangements are none of his business. Sensing danger, the once mighty king of hell breaks into a sweat, clutching his chest to apologize to his master. Please forgive me, Lord Master. Shaking off the banter, Chen Bai maps out his schedule for the next 3 days. He decides to explore the city first. Gold coins from the trials can be used anywhere in the universe, which is handy. After walking for a short while, he finally stops outside a lively little building and pushes the wooden door open. This is Zheng's treasure shop. Stepping inside, Chen Bai immediately scans the messy shelves, packed with all kinds of magical trinkets. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a glowing blue feather, safely kept inside a glass case in the middle of the counter. An undying bird feather, he calculates. Lady Du's shop sells these for a whopping 300,000 gold coins each. Even if he empties his pockets, he cannot afford a single one. Yet the precious feather keeps glowing with a strange pull. Chen Bai narrows his eyes and whispers to himself. With no price tag anywhere, how do they even sell things here? Waving to get her attention, he calls out, asking the owner how much they want for the undying bird feather. Answering his call is the soft, rhythmic sound of bare feet as a woman slowly emerges from the back. Standing before him is a gorgeous female demon with bright red horns. An undying bird feather, she repeats with a smirk. She glides right up behind him, whispering in his ear, which makes Chen Bai glance back with a guarded grunt. Leaning over the counter, she touches the glass and names her price. She wants a promise of a future favor. A favor with no strings attached. Thinking she is trying to play him, Chen Bai immediately waves his hands to decline. He politely refuses, stating that his personal promise is far too valuable to be traded for a single feather like this. Denied so easily, the beautiful demoness does not get angry at all, but smiles mischievously, instead raising her stakes. She whispers softly, locking her glowing red eyes onto him, offering to give him as many feathers as he needs. She promises that the favor is well within his power and will absolutely not hurt his personal interests at all. Smelling an easy deal, the young man raises a single finger to lock in the bargain. 100 feathers then. He asks if they need a signed contract. The demoness simply laughs, waving her hand to brush it off. She pulls out a wooden chest, popping it open to reveal a brilliant sparkling blue light of 100 feathers. Staring at the chest filled to the brim with top-tier loot, Chen Bai marvels at his sudden good fortune. Talk about hitting the jackpot. To make absolutely sure he is not getting scammed, he discreetly activates his peeping eye skill to inspect the chest. Under his specialized scanning skill, everything from the shopkeeper's true identity to the box of feathers is completely laid bare. After carefully counting all 100 of them, he nods in satisfaction. It is indeed 100% authentic. From the box itself to the lid, there was not a single spell or trap on it. Safe to take, he replied happily. Very well, I agree to your request. The female demon bowed happily to her customer, thanking him for his business. Walking out of the shop, the young man smiled smugly. This strategy of giving a little to gain a lot felt exactly like Li Du's investment style. He rubbed his chin as he walked, thinking that if all the demons around here were this incredibly easygoing, it would be absolutely perfect. At the same time, inside the treasure shop, the female demon glanced up as a dark figure appeared at her doorstep. She narrowed her blood-red eyes and growled a name full of wariness, Astaroth. But it turned out to be that alluring fallen angel messenger. She proudly strutted inside to deliver a message stating that Her Majesty Lilith had sensed the shop's aura. Addressing demon god Astaroth, she announced that the queen invited her and Prince Pawn to attend the upcoming sacred ceremony. The shopkeeper crossed her arms, responding coldly. Hell always welcomed the vampires and Lilith, but only to deal with their mutual enemies, she declared, glaring. It was certainly not an invitation for Lilith to exploit the situation, gather followers, and expand her force, and expand her race's influence. The fallen angel smirked, reminding Grand Duke Astaroth to always know her place and status, and remember her own position. She then smirked, delivering a sharp, stinging remark, noting that Astaroth was still, after all, a demon god, not some low-level lackey serving the vampires. Astaroth kept a cold face as the messenger added that if she did not attend, it would be a real pity. The shopkeeper replied that missing, it was no pity at all, calling her by name the Fallen. Angel turned to leave, saying her brother was waiting and she had no time left to chat. Behind her, Astaroth's projection slowly faded into thin air. Reappearing in a silent, snowy plaza, the angry demon god gritted her teeth in fury. Her teeth, and cursed that damn bitch. If it were not for Prince Pawn backing her up, she muttered angrily, she would never show her this much respect. The moment she finished speaking, a roaring wave of hellfire burst forth, fiercely swallowing her entire body. To vent her absolute fury, a massive towering pillar of fire shot into the sky, scorching the entire street corner and heating, making the surrounding air suffocatingly hot and heavy. Nearby demon citizens, strolling along, were instantly terrified out of their wits, panicking and screaming hysterically, before running for their lives to escape the chaotic plaza. Strolling not too far away, Chen Bai heard the loud commotion and turned his head to stare at the sky-high flames with deep curiosity. Inside the Astaroth toyed with a small fireball, wearing a sinister and hungry smile. Since she was in such a terrible mood, she needed to find some little guy to talk to and ease her boredom. Her hands gently caressed the magical flame, manipulating it to mold a very familiar face. Staring at Chen Bai's likeness, rising from the bright embers, she licked her lips, locking onto her target. He was a new rookie who registered today, a rare hybrid zombie with mixed blood. While he was completely unaware of her dark gaze, Chen Bai was still walking home, rubbing his chin, recalling the hot shopkeeper's mysterious smile and her casual promise made without any contract. Honestly, the more he thought about it, the sketchier it felt. Back in his room, Chen Bai collapsed onto his bed, deep in thought about his situation and that sudden fiery blast on the street. Rubbing his chin, he realized how dangerous this city really was. A few seconds slower, and he might have been caught in the blast. While deep in thought, a sudden knock on the door pulled him back. He looked toward the door in confusion as it creaked open, revealing a pale bare foot with familiar black toenails, stepping slowly inside. It turned out to be the fallen angel, broker from before, leaning flirtatiously against the doorframe with a smile. She said she recognized his description right away. Annoyed that his important train of thought was cut off, he frowned and asked coldly what she wanted. She leaned close to pitch her services, asking if he needed to unwind after walking around all day. She boasted about their selection of demons, succubi, and elves. Seeing his total lack of response, she played her final highly suggestive card, reminding him that he could even access Tine's request a fallen angel helper. Unmoved by her charms, Chen Bai stood up and flatly refused, stating he was not interested. He told her not to let anyone disturb him, casually tossing several shiny gold coins toward the door as a parting tip. The glittering gold coins flew in a graceful arc, falling perfectly into the waiting hand of his uninvited guest. Receiving her tip, the fallen angel backed away gracefully, not forgetting to give him a playful wink as she said goodbye. Just as the door closed, Chen Bai breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could relax, he froze instantly. as a chilly voice suddenly echoed from behind him, praising his polite refusal. Chen Bai spun around, narrowing his eyes at the intruder, remarking that she was quite impolite for breaking into someone's room without a single word. The intruder was Astaroth, sitting cross-legged on his bed. She proudly declared her status as a Grand Duke, declaring that having her grace his room was the absolute highest honor he could ever hope to receive. Cornered in his own bed and treated like a peasant, Chen Bai just sneers. An honor he does not care. She lifts her chin, throwing out demands. That is right, kneel and kiss her boots, then swear your soul's absolute loyalty to the Duke himself. She boasts, trying to tempt him. Satisfy her desires and the rewards will be endless. That offer triggers a memory of Chen Bai's old nemesis whispering the exact same bait, join me Bai and gain everything. You will have power beyond your wildest dreams. Stepping back, Chen Bai just laughs right in her face. He looks at her amused. This script is identical to the offer he got from he in his past life. Shaking off the memory, his gaze hardens. He is different now. Even if he cannot reach the path of life and death, yet so what? He has a secret trump card. Worst case scenario, he dies here and simply uses the Abyss authority to resurrect himself. Power of the Abyss can easily bring him back. Chen Bai lifts his chin, eyes suddenly blazing with pure raw killing intent. In this life, he swears to never be anyone's lapdog, he will only ever be the master. Relaxing, he smirks. He points straight to the exit, brutally shutting her down. He has zero interest in ancient wrinkly old ladies. In short, scram. Shocked by his sheer audacity, Astaroth can only stare at him with wide disbelieving eyes. What did you just say? Mocking her hearing, Chen Bai smiles brightly and repeats, get lost demon. Insulting a demon god comes with a heavy price. Astaroth grinds her teeth, ready to obliterate the cocky brat. But a glowing red magic message suddenly cuts in, summoning her back to the Crimson Peak immediately. Her fury instantly vanishes. She drops to one knee, speaking with absolute reverence to the empty air. Understood, Lady Lilith. I am on my way. Before vanishing, she cannot resist a parting shot, casually flicking a brutal wave of crimson magic right at the insolent human. Startled, Chen Bai leaps back, raising his arms to block the sudden explosive strike. He braces himself instantly. 10 minutes pass. As the thick smoke finally clears, Chen Bai sits heavily on the ground, gasping for breath. He curses under his breath. Those cool movie scenes are a lie. A single casual flick from a demon god is terrifying. The destructive power is unreal. But as he recovers and checks his body, he notices something strange about the attack. She was not actually trying to kill him. The flame did not tear apart his organs, it just caused intense physical agony. It was pure intimidation. Suddenly, a brilliant red fireball floats through the window, making him jump back in alarm. The hovering flame morphs into the face of Astaroth, delivering one last parting threat. Consider this a little less inhuman. You had better pray you survive the upcoming preliminary selection. Otherwise, she will show him the true meaning of suffering for crossing her. The burning red embers slowly fade away. The scorched floor is the only proof of her presence. Chen Bai crosses his arms, letting out a soft smirk. So she held back because he is a candidate in the sacred ritual. Works out perfectly, she will stay away. At least until the grand ceremony ends. Meanwhile, under a blood-red moon, dark shadows drape over a sinister fortress. This is Crimson Peak. Inside the massive hall, Astaroth strides arrogantly past rows of demons, kneeling in submission. Approaching the throne, she bows deeply with a hand over her heart to address their sovereign, the Queen of Blood. She praises the shadow sitting on the throne, the eternal witch of the blood moon and progenitor of vampires. Her voice echoes through the hall as she pledges her ultimate allegiance to this supreme being. From on high, Lilith's cold voice echoes. I have summoned you all today because of a shift. Lilith's crimson eyes narrow, delivering a truth that shakes the room to its core. The Abyss has a master. Panicked murmurs instantly erupt among the demon lords. That is impossible. How could anyone survive the trials of the Abyss? Astaroth steps forward, deeply curious. My queen, does this have anything to do with my previous report? Lilith tilts her head, answering calmly. Satan has returned, and his hand is guiding these sudden shifts. Hearing his former boss mention Jeppa, quickly speaks up, insisting that Satan is merely clinging to a human host. In his current fragile state, there is no way Satan could ever orchestrate something this massive. Lilith smirks, confirming his suspicion. It was not Satan's doing directly, but he is definitely involved. Holding a small pet bat, she smiles dangerously. She feels the power of the Abyss radiating from a specific mortal. Specifically, the very human whom Satan is currently clinging to. Jeppa's heart stops as a face flashes in his mind. Could it be him? Jeppa breaks out in a cold sweat as Chen Bai's smug face flashes in his mind. Astaroth, standing nearby, immediately sneers. Right, she almost forgot that the Great Duke was utterly humiliated by that very same human. After all, the wielder of the Abyss's authority killed him. His soul and the Hell King's ring were lost, saved only when Her Majesty Lilith personally reshaped this physical body for him. His deep humiliation exposed. Jeppa frantically swore, Her Majesty Lilith, no matter. My legion and I will always stand by your side. Lilith casually waved her hand, speaking in a flat, monotone voice. I do not doubt your loyalty. Rising from her grand throne, the Demon Queen outlined their next direction. Right now, we must figure out why Satan is clinging to that human. Furthermore, what exactly is this new Abyss Overlord's actual attitude toward hell? Seeing an easy chance to earn some serious credit, Jeppa smiled slyly. Her Majesty Lilith, perhaps Ricard can handle this crucial intelligence-gathering mission. He went on, eagerly explaining that the girl Ricard possessed the human bloodline from the Blue Star, where the gods and demons trial occurs, and she can return there anytime. Lilith finalized the plan. With a razor-sharp gaze, once this first embrace ceremony ends, and she receives my blessing, I will dispatch her to clear everything up. Jeppa smugly chimed in. Ricard's human brother is incredibly close with that guy, so we can definitely use her to get a grip on his attitude toward hell. Flattering her to the end, he smilingly suggested a plan. Maybe that guy can even be used by Her Majesty Lilith to help her achieve greatness. Lilith lazily leaned back with a highly pleased smile. Very well, I heard this ceremony has another candidate with human blood who registered, so if he passes the selection, let him work with Ricard to complete this mission. Meanwhile, returning to reality at the inn, Chen Bai was lying shirtless on his bed when Satan curiously popped up to ask how he had experienced so many crazy things in just a few hours. After hovering around for a moment, the spirit rubbed his chin, saying he did not know Lilith well, but he knew all about Jen's treasure shop, whose owner is definitely He-Man. Satan grinned wickedly, revealing the true hidden identity of that feather-selling lady. She is the 56th demon god of hell, possessing the power to divine both past and future, and even holds a portion of fate's authority. She surely foresaw his glorious future, which is why she invested so heavily, just to secure a promise from him. Finishing his analysis, Satan eagerly babbled that, in the future, she would bring him even more benefits. After all, that girl has a hoarding hobby exactly like a giant dragon, constantly traveling to collect treasures, and so comfortably. Chen Bai nodded in satisfaction with no hidden schemes. He was relieved, and Astaroth would not trouble him for now. The next crucial step on his mind was the second trial. A calculating smile tugged at his lips as he planned to spend these 3 waiting days exploring the current state of hell. He wanted to dig up some key intelligence about Lilith or Beelzebub. For instance, seeing his boss care about his home turf Satan was deeply moved. Thank you, my great overlord. And so on. 3 short days quickly flew by. At the Crimson Square, the loudspeaker blared, Candidate 0 ID number 0104521. Please enter Secret Realm 13, a level 2 zone for candidates who haven't advanced their class between levels 21 to 30. Here you will battle 9,999 other candidates under incredibly brutal blood-soaked rules, with demon beasts growling, lasting until only 3 survivors are left standing. Meanwhile, over in the observation area, the demons sneered at the screen. Is this really the guy with human blood? Only level 21, making him the absolute weakest in this level 2 realm. Deep inside the exclusive observation deck, Jeppa crossed his arms with worry. Worried that if this human died, no one would be left to help Ricard complete Her Majesty's grand mission anymore. His companion sitting nearby chuckled and scoffed. Forget it, with Ricard's incredible strength, she basically does not need anyone dragging her down. Jeppa glared at him with a pout. Your eyes are only glued to that Ricard girl anyway. Elsewhere, Astaroth watched the screen intently, murmuring to herself that, when he registered, he was only level 20, upgrading only after learning the rules. Word was he spent those days outside hunting beasts just to grind. The surrounding demons roared with laughter, mocking that he was basically seeking his own death. Yet Astaroth's eyes flickered with irritation and curious interest. Who knows, maybe this sly guy actually has plenty of confidence. Recalling his cold rejection at the inn, she gritted her teeth. What an arrogant fool, who does not know his place. She would watch him pay dearly for his arrogance. Meanwhile, Chen Bai was adjusting his mask with a sigh of regret. What a pity his level was too low for the level 30, advanced class battlefield. Standing in the barren ruins of Secret Realm 13, he silently hoped that the candidates here had high-quality bloodlines, helping him easily harvest and condense a legendary triple S-class demon bloodline. Scratching his chin. The arena is massive. Hunting them one by one would take forever, so he needs to bait all these contestants here. Hearing him mumble, Satan immediately materialized to offer a clever plan, suggesting he use a certain item. He could use that SS-Rank demon bloodline as bait. It would easily lure all those flies right to them. Chen Bai pulled his dark hood down as he hid in the shadows. Knowing Hell's big shots were watching, he hesitated, wondering if it might cause unwanted trouble, but Satan laughed and reassured him completely. They are stuck outside this pocket world and can only spectate, so just cover it up. Satan promised to warn him immediately if anyone tried to peer in, so Chen Bai nodded. All right. He pulled out the glowing red bloodline vial, and the leaderboard numbers began to shift rapidly. In Realm, 13 survivors dropped to 9,812, making DPA's eye twitch. The number quickly plunged further, to 9,520. Talk about insane speed, the gods were utterly bewildered. The counter plummeted like a broken machine down to just 92. Even Astaroth stared in shock. The survivor count plummeted to 8,731 in an instant, making the VIP demons restless. What is going on in Realm 13? Sweating in shock, they watched the players evaporate at an impossible rate. Astaroth immediately recalled that terrifying human from earlier, her eyes flashing as she wondered if it was him. On the monitoring screen, a bloody scene unfolded. Chen Bai stood, shrouded in dark energy, surrounded by corpses. Dead demons lay piled everywhere beneath his feet. Zeppa's companion smirked, excited to see the human. Throughout Realm 13, only the black cloak shadow rushed across the battlefield, moving like a literal meat grinder. He glided through the chaos with incredible speed, shouting with pure excitement about how satisfying it felt. This was perfect. This method not only helped him gather bloodlines fast, but also served as a great opportunity. He needed to test his newly upgraded Blacklight Virus. Taking immediate action, he activated his hammer form. His second basic skill, a pulverizing hammer strike, slammed down hard, boosting his power by 30%. It added 100% weight with a horrific crushing effect. He then flexibly switched forms. Now in whip form, he used a chokehold skill to bind his prey with 50% increased speed. The whip granted lethal suffocation. One unlucky demon clutched his bleeding wounds, gritting his teeth in pure agony. He cursed in anger, but Chen Bai was not done yet. He switched to his blade form. It granted 100% armor penetration and permanent bleeding. Backed into a corner, the demons panicked. They shouted to charge together and eliminate him first. They rushed forward, but it was completely useless. He activated his shield form, reducing incoming damage by 50% and reflecting all of it right back. In the spectator stands, a demon stared in disbelief, wondering how a mere human could be this powerful. Outside, the rest of the audience shuddered in shock. What kind of devilish ability was this anyway? He killed and immediately devoured them. Watching the amazing spectacle unfold, Astaroth gently licked her lips. Her eyes flashed with excitement. This is truly interesting. He is worthy of being my favorite toy. She stared with deep possessiveness. Do not worry, little guy. I will personally tame you soon. Meanwhile, the blonde companion next to DPA noted that Realm 13 was coming to an end. DPA sat nearby, breaking into a cold sweat, while nodding in complete shocked agreement. Out of 10,000 contestants, less than 100 remained. However, he quickly regained his proud composure. He smugly slapped his thigh, cheering for his top candidate Ricard, who was currently clearing Realm 17. He hoped she would not let some mysterious kid surpass her. Suddenly, a spatial portal opened. It signaled that Realm 17 had concluded finding its top 3. Their slaughter was just as fast. A messenger bat flew in, announcing that all contestants who finished the second trial should wait. The third round would begin once all realms finished. One after another, a series of portals appeared. Realms 12, 8, and 21 completed their trials. The bloody race had finally come to an end. Lilith's subordinates smiled with satisfaction and declared the rounds over. In the middle of the square, she spread her arms under the blood moon, shouting that their potential and loyalty had been noticed. Lilith's glory would shine upon them. The survivors looked up at her platform with hope. Look up with absolute worship as the crimson light engulfs the plaza. Under that eerie glow, a demon grins in pure ecstasy as his wounds stitch back together, completely healed. The recovery speed is terrifying. The brainwashed crowd raises their hands together in ecstatic celebration, praising the grace of Empress Lilith. May her blood moon shine forever. Far from the fanatic crowd, Chen Bai stands silently in the shadows, keeping a cold, watchful eye. This red light does far more than just heal wounds. Touching his forehead, a sudden dark dread creeps over him. A chilling feeling tells him he is being watched. Right above his head, hidden deep within the burning sky, a massive eye stares down, scrutinizing everything. He quietly exhales a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for his preparation. He carefully masked his aura and completely sealed his abyssal power before stepping out. Now, his true strength remains hidden. Chen Bai narrows his eyes, hoping his plan goes smoothly without any unexpected trouble getting in the way. Then, a booming announcement cuts off his thoughts, declaring the start of the third phase of the ritual. This is the deadly path of life and death. Everyone must face its brutal trials, survive or perish. A vampire official smiles, explaining that their final ranking will depend entirely on the rewards they manage to claim. They are ordered to head toward the trial immediately. It matches Chen Bai's original objective perfectly. Taking a slow, deliberate step, Chen Bai smirks. Finally, he can enter the deadly path without raising any suspicion. But just as he moves to walk, an authoritative voice suddenly echoes directly inside his mind. The command to stay behind jolts his heart. Is this Lilith's voice? Suddenly, a deep crimson beam of light rains down. It locks him inside a solid magical cage. Chen Bai grits his teeth, cold sweat dripping as his body freezes. Damn it, he cannot move a muscle. This light completely seals his actions. Did they somehow spot his disguise? He quickly glances sideways and realizes he is not the only target trapped in this glowing crimson barrier. Another figure stands locked in a nearby pillar of light. From the silhouette, it looks remarkably like a human. He narrows his eyes, wondering if she could be Han Xiao's sister. The elegant woman standing there is indeed Ricard. As she remains frozen, the familiar form of Astaroth suddenly materializes right in front of her. Astaroth delivers a cold order, passing on Lilith's divine decree for Ricard to immediately return to the blue planet. Before dissolving into a cloud of smoke, Astaroth stresses her mission to find a specific human. She must locate the human who claimed the abyssal authority and establish a strong connection with him. Success guarantees a massive reward from Empress Lilith. Hearing this sudden command to return home, Ricard looks stunned. She asks if she is truly going back to the blue planet. Eavesdropping nearby, Chen Bai realizes the truth. She really is Han Xiao's sister hunting for the abyssal power holder. What a wild twist. That is him. The person they are searching for is standing right in front of them. So why did Astaroth stop him? Astaroth turns to Chen Bai, ordering Zero to put his life on the line to support and protect Ricard. She glares, threatening to tear his soul apart if he fails, but promising to overlook his past insolence if he succeeds. Chen Bai immediately puts on his best loyal face, placing a hand over his chest in absolute respect. He swears to do it for Empress Lilith, but secretly mocks how easy it is to deceive them. Pleased with his submissive attitude, Astaroth smiles, snaps her fingers, and tosses a glowing ring toward him. She calls it a reward for his good behavior, explaining that it will guide him through the trials ahead. Chen Bai catches the ring. Instantly, the system displays the details of the rank A item. It is Astaroth's Ring of Inquiry, granting plus 110 spirit, along with 100% illusion resistance. It also grants instant teleportation without casting. Reading the requirements, Chen Bai is deeply impressed. This is top-tier gear. The demon is surprisingly generous. Her task complete, Astaroth turns to leave. She leaves them with one final order to go complete the third phase of the trial immediately. The two head toward the blazing crimson gates. The guards stand aside, permitting Ricard and Zero to enter. As they walk past each other, Ricard steals a glance at the mysterious masked young man. He finished the second trial even faster than her. What is his actual background? Ignoring the urging of the gatekeeper, she tells herself to focus on conquering the path ahead first. She steps inside without hesitation. Watching her disappear into the gates, Chen Bai begins to analyze his options. It was finally the right time to contact Ricard. Adjusting his cloak, the young man confidently stepped forward. Everything else could wait until he cleared the path of life and death. Entering the hellish path, the system warned him to prepare. Once through the gates, a dark three-way junction lay ahead with three mossy wooden signs. One read, Endless Wealth, another Supreme Power, and the last Eternity. Glancing at the flame ring on his finger, Chen Bai summoned his subordinate, telling him that since they entered the hellish path, it was time to keep his promise. Satan immediately materialized beside him. The demon rubbed his hands eagerly, confirming this was the greed treasury, and addressed his master, though he advised caution. While Chen Bai could summon the authority of greed right away, the former king of hell highly recommended against doing so. He explained that claiming the authority meant securing the treasury, but they currently lacked the necessary power to open it. Chen Bai nodded. He understood that unlocking the treasure required real strength, so he decided to explore the trial grounds first. A predatory grin played on his lips as he planned to sweep up all the best rewards beforehand. Satan cheered, enthusiastically agreeing with his master. He gestured toward the first sign, eager to introduce the 3 paths laid out before them. The demon pointed to the first option, describing it as the simplest route, aptly named the path of endless wealth. Next was the middle option, a path of average difficulty known as the road of supreme power. Finally, Satan emphasized the darkest and most punishing route of them all, the path of eternal divinity. The former king of hell warned him that although many foolishly chose that difficult path, their pathetic strength usually meant they left completely empty-handed, unable to salvage a single piece of decent treasure from the depths. Satan offered a smooth, flattering grin, assuring Chen Bai that a master of his caliber would easily conquer the hardest route. With absolute confidence, Chen Bai smiled. He stepped forward without a single moment of hesitation, ignoring the easier options. His dark silhouette plunged into the gloomy, narrow passage of the path of eternity, leaving the other routes behind. The instant he stepped inside his surroundings, warped dramatically, shifting into an endless, breathtaking starry cosmos that stretched out forever. A clear system notification echoed in his mind, announcing his official entry into the path of eternity as the trial began. Chen Bai repeated the question aloud, wondering what his own eternal path would look like as he gazed into the void. Suddenly, a massive pitch-black orb materialized and floated right above his palm, causing him to blink in pure surprise. Bright system screens flared in front of him, listing attributes like abyss, cosmic negative pole, and the source of darkness. With power over all negative authority, the system asked if he wanted to complete the trial now that his path was found. Reading the text, Chen Bai blinked in confusion. This trial seemed far too easy, and he wondered if it was already over. But he quickly rejected the idea. Smirking, he realized the system specifically specified holding a single path of eternity. This meant the game wasn't over yet. Sure enough, a vibrant green orb of light began to condense over his hand. Another set of notifications popped up, showing the attributes of plague, the source of living beings, and immortal incarnation. He now commanded the authorities of life, death, destruction, and creation. The system asked once more if he would finish. Chen Bai frowned as he read the details. Life and creation. How could a plague contain such a creative, nurturing force? But then he laughed at himself and rubbed his face. Why was he even questioning this in the first place? He had already figured all of this out back during his plague class trial, so there was no need to doubt. Countless microscopic viral cells swirled around him as he confidently asserted that plagues are ultimately just another form of life. Recognizing his realization, the system immediately rewarded him with a new skill, Flourishing Life, boosting virus reproduction speed by 1,000%. This insane ability also allowed auto-evolution, letting him overwhelm his enemies with sheer numbers while adapting and evolving automatically. His lip twitched into a smirk as he envisioned his future dominance. Anywhere his plague reached would become his divine kingdom. Shaking off the daydream, he licked his lips in anticipation. This was getting fun, and he wondered what epic rewards awaited. He wanted to see what these 2 paths of eternity would drop. Suddenly, a blue light flashed across the starry sky. The streak of light condensed into a glittering ring right before his eyes. Chen Bai froze in absolute shock. He gasped, wondering if there was actually a third one. Looking closely at the item in his palm, he cried out, it was a cosmic hourglass of time. The system chimed in, explaining that this third authority governed time and space. It ended with a final query, asking if he wished to complete the trial, now that he held 3 eternal paths. Knowing he had swept up plenty of top-tier loot, he decisively opted to finish the trial right there. He dismissed any other rewards as absolute trash unworthy of his eternal path. Immediately, the system began to grant reward distribution, the divination skill to reach godhood. After claiming his prize, the guy looks around searching. Where is that item? Suddenly, the scene shifts wildly, making his pupils shrink in utter shock. Floating in space, he looks down at the blue star, muttering if this is really what godhood divination looks like. Feeling cheated, he pouts. In this cosmic trial battlefield, there is obviously a way to reach godhood. Why would anyone even need divination to find that? Before he can finish scoffing, an invisible gravity yanks him straight down. He free falls toward the planet's surface at breakneck speed. The scenery blurs past. He narrows his eyes, staying on high alert. What is the meaning of this? The world zooms in deeper, and in the blink of an eye he crashes down hard. Landing hard, right in front of a ruined wooden sign, his mind goes blank. Staring at the familiar crossroads, he grumbles in utter speechless annoyance. Why is he back here? Satan, floating nearby, instantly starts kissing up. He hails the Great Lord, claiming Chen Bai's aura is destined to make the myriad realms bow down in absolute admiration. He calls him the one true, eternal Lord. But Chen Bai is way too familiar with his subordinate's slippery ways and glares sideways. He exposes the demon, asking if Satan has recovered some power. A dangerous smile plays on his lips. He demands to know what tricks the demon is playing. Scared out of his wits, Satan breaks into a sweat and denies everything. He pleads innocence, claiming he does not have a single drop of power right now. Chen Bai just smirks, highly curious. Did Satan really have no hidden shady agenda when luring him into trying to cross this deadly trial path? Chen Bai is no pushover and calls him out, saying they both know exactly how the other operates. He notes that Satan knew full well what this trial was. With a smirk, he points out the power he just displayed. Surely the demon saw everything. Caught red-handed, the panicked creature scrambles to make excuses to his great lord. He admits he wanted to observe his power, and entering this hell also helped him reclaim a tiny portion of his strength. Putting on an innocent puppy dog face, he swears on his life that he had absolutely no bad intentions. He begs him to trust his loyal servant. Too tired of hearing this endless brown-nosed flattery, Chen Bai cuts him off. He holds out his hand to demand what was promised, assuring that their contract remains valid if the demon behaves. To drive the point home, Chen Bai adds a sarcastic jab, reminding him that he is not a liar. He is not a deceitful demon like the infamous Satan. Stung by the truth, the demon can only offer a forced smile. He complains that Chen Bai loves teasing him. Then a glowing ball of light, carrying the power of greed, slowly appears. It floats in the demon's hand like a tribute. Surrounded by swirling energy, Satan whispers that this is the greed demon. It is capable of swallowing everything. Chen Bai examines it with complete confidence, stating that the one who controls greed is not necessarily endlessly greedy. Even if it can devour everything in the end, it will only serve as his tool. Hearing this, Satan quickly flatters him, praising his brilliant insight. This dominating power was indeed born for Chen Bai to claim. But while the duo is busy dividing their spoils, a hidden monster is secretly peeking through a cracked stone door. Horrified, the monster screams that they are doomed. The gate to the life and death hell road is cracking open. She demands to know what is happening inside. The female demon Astaroth is also left in shock by this strange anomaly. Minor demons in the area throw themselves into a panic, whispering and wondering if their entire base is about to collapse. Cold sweat pours down Astaroth's face as she mutters in confusion, wondering what kind of terrible omen this could be. Meanwhile, cracks on the giant gate spread rapidly, glowing with a bright yellow light as if it is about to explode. She hurriedly reports the urgent situation, begging the great Lilith to look down. She snaps in utter frustration and helplessness. She has absolutely no idea why the gates of hell are suddenly cracking open. She has never seen anything like this. Looking up at the sky, she sees a creepy blood-red solar eclipse hanging above, signaling a very grim ending. Back to the transaction. Satan respectfully presents the glowing orb, inviting his great lord to claim the power of greed. Chen Bai calmly accepts the shining block of energy, staying silent, while quietly celebrating his massive win. But reality quickly hits. His face suddenly pales, and his eyes widen in pure shock as something goes horribly wrong. He gasps, wondering what on earth is happening, as wild yellow energy surges and violently wraps around his entire body. Suffocating demonic temptations ring in his ears, whispering wild desires of limitless wealth, beautiful women, and absolute power. His eyes grow completely lifeless. It looks like the demon of pure desire is about to completely take over his mind. A dark curse echoes, wanting to consume everything, making Satan panic and scream for his lord to wake up, trying to manipulate his mind. Luckily, with the resilient spirit of a lord, he gritted his teeth and roared to regain control of himself. Unleashing a shocking burst of power, he rejected the temptation and declared, "You can keep dreaming, if you think you can control me." Now safe, Chen Bai breathed heavily, sweat dripping from him like a waterfall. His sweat poured as he caught his breath. Looking down at his hand, he was stunned to find a glowing, purple glove already wrapped around it. Before he could ask what this was, the system screen flashed with a dazzling ad. It was Mammon's golden hand. A triple S level item that boosted experience by 100% drop rate by 20% drop rate, 1000%, and turned stone to gold. The skill could transform any lower level creature or gear into gold coins. Quantity depended on the level gap with a 10-second cooldown. He could also enter the Treasury of Greed to claim corresponding treasures with no cooldown. Consuming 1 gold coin granted a temporary +1 to all stats. Spending 100 gold coins granted a permanent +1 to all stats. Temporary stat boosts had no limit, but for permanent increases things got costly. Once permanent stats exceeded 10 times his base attributes, the gold coin cost would double. The daily limit for permanent stat gains was set to 50. Then there was Mammon's Hand, which randomly granted a gear skill book or item from across the multiverse daily, ranging from B to SS rank. This belonged to the 7 Deadly Sin set, with a 1 out of 7 effect, boosting all stats by 7%. Requirements included holding a portion of Hell's authority, possessing demon or devil bloodlines, and a soul bond. Staring at these broken stats, Chen Bai stroked his chin in awe, realizing this was an absolute beast of an item. But there was a catch. He frowned and asked Satan how he could bind this when it required Hell's authority. Where was he supposed to get that? The horned demon smirked, looking smug as he chimed in with an answer. My lord, it seems your sudden greed has clouded your brilliant mind. The demon helpfully pointed out, didn't you forget something? You're wearing that massive King of Hell's ring right now. Doesn't that already give you a piece of Hell's authority? Pleased with himself, the demon kept flattering his master, saying this top-tier soul weapon was basically already his. Realizing he had made a foolish mistake, Chen Bai laughed sheepishly and rubbed his face in slight embarrassment. Thanks for the reminder, his mind was a bit messy. He asked how the chaos outside this circus was looking. Satan calmly replied that since he stole the authority of greed, this entire path of life and death was collapsing. Winking, the demon added that in just a moment, the system would kick out everyone currently grinding inside. And of course, he would be kicked out too. Sensing the growing tension, Chen Bai grinned and started planning. This was perfect. He could use the incoming chaos to slip away quietly without anyone noticing his escape. Right on cue, the giant dying gates of hell exploded into pieces, sending nearby minor demons flying backwards. In the thick smoke, the demoness Astaroth quickly looked up at the sky, frantically trying to report the disaster. She began calling for the esteemed Queen Lilith, but froze as a powerful vampire shadow descended upon them. Queen Lilith floated down with the commanding aura of a boss on inspection, looking down at the crowd. She flashed her glowing red eyes and delivered a cold short response, stating she already saw it. Instantly, brilliant pillars of light activated, teleporting everyone out and leaving the monsters in utter confusion. They wondered why they were thrown out and if everyone got expelled. Finding the loud noise annoying, Lilith spoke up. She quietly commanded silence. Once the crowd fell quiet, she dropped a massive bombshell on everyone present. She revealed that the authority of greed had been stolen, immediately turning the crowd into gossiping neighbors. They frantically asked each other who took it, and who could possibly be that fast. Furious at this loss, Astaroth screamed at the crowd at the top of her lungs, demanding to know which one of them had pocketed the prize. Displeased with her behavior, Lilith immediately corrected her, telling her to stop shouting like a madwoman. Astaroth instantly backed down, politely agreeing. Lilith then began deducing, noting this place was massive with many exits. She blinked her red eyes and added that, with the sheer volume of people entering, counting them was impossible. Therefore, she confidently made a highly subjective guess, assuming the thief probably wasn't even a local in this area. Satisfied with her own logic, Lilith dismissed her subordinates, telling them all to return to the summit. With everything settled, her powerful figure vanished into thin air, leaving Chen Bai standing in complete disbelief. Now that the boss was gone, he figured it was his cue to get out of there too. Not bothering to stay, Astaroth clicks his tongue in annoyance and packs up to follow. He waits, but nobody shows up to demand any fees. Chen Bai pulls his hood down low to hide his sheer confusion. His mind quickly goes to work trying to analyze the situation. That Lilith had locked her gaze right on him for 5 whole seconds. He is 100% sure she caught his scent. But the major question blocking his train of thought right now is simple. Why did she just stand there instead of attacking him? Comparing the two big bosses, he just shakes his head. One keeps haggling and demanding promises, while the other loses her stuff and acts completely unfazed. People with power really do whatever they want. They are absolute experts at creating mind-bending situations for regular folks like him. But hey, staying alive is his #1 priority. He lets out a heavy sigh of relief that things did not go south. At least he does not have to run for his life or resort to committing suicide just to respawn back in the abyss. As he mutters to himself, his cold-faced female rival suddenly blocks his path and loudly declares a challenge. She boasts that since he proved how incredibly tough he was in round 2, he is now her sole target for round 3. Putting her hands on her hips, she demands to know what kind of power-up he got down there, daring him to show it. But with the mindset of a lottery winner who has absolutely no interest in fighting, he ignores her completely and tosses back a casual reply. He tells her to just take the win and head off to that baptism ceremony on her own. Talk about a complete brush-off. Left utterly speechless, she stands there staring at his departing back, her mind spinning with a massive question mark. She screams out in frustration, asking why he would just give up so easily. But he is already walking away. Ignoring his stunned rival Chen Bai, happily pulls up his system interface to claim his rewards for completing the Abyss King quest. He secures a SSS-Rank demon bloodline. Back in the safety of his room, Chen Bai kicks his feet up to relax. He reviews the notification, muttering that risking his life to gather resources in the second trial certainly paid off. Meanwhile, at her throne, Queen Lilith stands with her hands clasped behind her back, giving instructions to her subordinates. She notes that despite the recent incident, the plans must go on, telling Chen Bai to take Rika to the Blue Star. There, she will face the cosmic trials and complete her mission. Chen Bai, the blue-haired demon, gives a cunning smile. He bows and accepts the order. With a flash of her crimson eyes, Lilith warns them to keep this strictly confidential. She makes it clear she wants no leaks. Hearing their boss Chen Bai and his minions quickly swear their absolute loyalty. They promise her they will not utter a single word to anyone. But during this tense meeting, a sudden interruption occurs. A booming voice suddenly echoes out, startling Lilith. The voice demands to know if her trial path was also destroyed. A giant, glowing demon head suddenly manifests in midair, staring directly down at her with wide eyes. Recognizing her superior, Lilith quickly regains her composure and calmly confirms the bad news to His Majesty Beelzebub. The floating head immediately issues a decree. She must capture everyone who recently entered the trial path for thorough questioning. Every single suspect needs to be thoroughly investigated. After giving the orders, Beelzebub also summons Lilith to his palace. He warns her that something major is brewing in the abyss. With that chilling statement, the projection vanishes. Leaving Lilith alone in deep thought, she slowly turns back to her kneeling servants to relay the Supreme Commander's orders. She sternly commands them to carry out Beelzebub's decree, immediately leaving absolutely no stone unturned in their hunt. Before dismissing them, the Demon Queen glares coldly, reminding them once more to keep their mouths shut about her private business. The minor demons dare not complain and obediently yell out their agreement. Later, as she flies through the dark skies, she frowns. Something is not adding up. She pieces the recent events together, realizing a massive inconsistency in what just happened. The image of that hooded human youth suddenly flashes in her mind. She starts to connect the dots. A mere level 20 human, yet he had the audacity to show her absolute disrespect. It makes zero sense. He easily slaughtered high-level demons popped up out of nowhere, and then the entire trial path collapsed right after. There is a very high chance he is the one who seized the authority of the Abyss. The realization makes her grin. To think she once ordered the potential Lord of the Abyss around like a servant. The thought is absolutely thrilling. Excitement surges through her as she flies toward the city. If her theory is correct, things are about to get wild. Locating him is child's play. She stands right outside his door, sensing the ring she gave him sitting just inside. She slides the door open with the confidence of an apex predator, ready to toy with her mysterious little prey. But as she steps inside to deliver her teasing threat, her playful mood instantly vanishes. Her target is sitting right there. Except he now has giant horns and pitch-black bat wings sprouting from his back, completely blocking out the window light. The young man radiates an overwhelming icy aura, making the usually arrogant female demon break into a cold sweat, completely speechless. She stammers. But Chen Bai completely ignores the uninvited guest, coldly spreading his wings and walking straight into a distorted spatial portal that just opened. Watching her prey slip away, she gulps, feeling the massive pressure left behind. Terrible pressure left behind. There is no mistake. That overwhelming sensation is the highest tier Imperial Demon bloodline, originating from Satan himself. Meanwhile, Chen Bai shoots through the spatial rift, falling straight into a pitch-black abyss, shrouded in darkness. Upon landing, he clutches his forehead, grimacing and grumbling that she showed up at the worst time, since his bloodline has not fully fused yet. Violent surges of energy continuously erupt from all over his body, as countless demonic whispers echo and gnaw at his mind, bending him double in agony. Yet with his iron will of an apocalyptic veteran, he grits his teeth through the sweat, forcefully repelling the dark energy until it dissipates. Having quelled the tempting demonic voices, he collapses on the ground, panting heavily with a highly satisfied smug grin. Finally, it is done. Ever since the fusion began, he has been clutching his head grimacing. From the very start, countless chaotic, distracting voices kept ringing in his head, 10 times louder than the nagging demon whispers of his S-rank shepherd's horn item. While tearing his hair out, he suddenly pauses, remembering the headgear he always wears. Wait, he has been wearing that shepherd's horn this entire time. So he opens his status panel to check. Sure enough, that S-rank item, named Hell's Call, is still sitting proudly. They are granting extra mental strength just by listening to daily demon murmurs. Yet, strangely, as he rubs his temples, he murmurs that the annoying demonic nagging from the horn has completely vanished. Lost in deep thought for a moment, the young man nods, figuring this must be an effect of his new demon bloodline. With that, he waves his hand with style, commanding the system to show his demon bloodline. Before him shines a brilliant golden interface, showing the triple S-rank primordial emperor demon bloodline, originating from the abyss that founded hell itself. This legendary bloodline contains absolute hellish authority and unimaginable godlike power. Its passive effects are insane cooldowns for all active skills are cut by 50% and equipment skill cooldowns are reduced by 50%, while level up experience needs are cut by 20%. Next is the Demon Covenant skill, which uses his identity to forge contracts with other beings. He can even bypass contract restrictions to some extent, and every completed transaction grants him massive bonus experience. Then there is Desire Control, another powerful bloodline skill that uses mental strength to magnify or suppress any target's desires. The greater the difference in mental power, the stronger the effect. Next, Soul Devour allows him to swallow the soul of any living creature to gain massive experience and boost his core attributes. Consuming the soul of someone who already signed a demon covenant doubles the effect. There is also Clear Soul Mind, a soul-type bloodline skill that offers an incredibly solid layer of spiritual protection. It grants him 100% resistance to all soul-interfering skills and soul-damaging attacks. Talk about a complete cheat code. After scanning his broken new skill set, he smirks. It really was the bloodline effect. Demons truly are terrifying creatures. While standing there feeling pleased with himself, he extends his hand, summoning a giant egg that glows with a mysterious, eerie blue light. Turns out, this is the A-rank Rotten Beetle King pet egg that he conveniently snatched earlier. He playfully tosses it around a few times, deciding to make use of the abyss's energy here to mutate the egg and see what happens. Without a second thought, he casually drops the egg straight down into the deep, pitch-black bottom of the dark abyss. With his passive egg-hatching chore done, Chen lifts his chin confidently, eager to test out how strong he has become. He leaps down to the 20th floor of the abyss. His first punching bag target is the Dark Priest Lord, Roger. As soon as he lands, Chen arrogantly points his finger straight at the Lord's face. You must know who I am by now, so make your move. But before Chen can even warm up, the skull-faced priest suddenly drops to his knees, leaving him completely frozen. My great lord and ruler. Seeing Chen's confusion, the Lord quickly flatters him, explaining that his power is enough to tear through the entire abyss, rising to become the supreme existence, holding absolute authority here. He is very wise. Bowing low, the priest pledges that he, Roger, will naturally submit and never dare offend his greatness. As his new subordinate offers up his purple soul imprint flame, Chen calmly steps forward to accept it. Staring at the Finance, floating flame, he silently praises the priest's wisdom for volunteering his soul imprint. This guy truly knows how to survive. No wonder he is a mage. Clearly far smarter than the muscle-brained brutes on the previous floors. The moment Chen crushes the flame, the system immediately announces he has conquered the 20th floor, gaining absolute control and receiving a full 20 points to all attributes. With his new lackey secured, Chen instantly dumps the rebuilding duties onto him. As for the 10th floor, he asks if they have already heard, because this 20th floor is getting its own demon city, and he is putting them in charge. Playing the part of a big boss, he makes an enticing promise: do a good job, and he will grant them some real authority, plus some nice rewards, of course. Grinning widely at the sweet promise, the mage eagerly accepts the order. Yes, my great master. With that business done, he spreads his wings and flies straight down to floor 21. The floor lord, there's a baboon-headed ox demon, who roars with battle fury. The second he spots the main character, the mad beast immediately charges, throwing dozens of swift phantom punches that sweep directly toward him in a blur. The next second, he gets blown back. Though blocking was actually pretty easy, he still wonders why his stacked buffs are not enough yet. He wants to completely crush him, but honestly, he is just thrilled to finally have a decent fight again. Flashing the wild grin of a battle maniac, he shouts out in pure joy as the intense showdown heats up. It ends quickly. The massive ox demon is knocked flat on his back, wheezing miserably, and coughs in pure frustration. The beast accuses him of using cheap tricks and says he is no real warrior, but the young man just shrugs it off. Not a warrior, he asks if that even matters, since honestly, he has never cared about rigid honor anyway. His only real principle is winning, and a confident smile spreads across his face as the victory screen pops up. Now watch as he rides this massive wave of excitement, sweeping forward, like a whirlwind, to slice down the next boss. Defeating the 22nd floor lord brings in easy stat points before he quickly moves on to crush floor 23. His sweeping run is incredibly smooth, but after a brief slaughter, he holds a heavy chain and pauses to think. Blindly pushing like this is useless when the level gap is so wide, so he stops to fix his hair. Wrapping up his farming session right here, he notes that he still has something far more important to take care of. Suddenly, a giant flaming skull appears right in front of him, demanding to know if he is that human. The human who conquered the Abyss trial. Standing calmly on floor 194, he faces the powerful Balrog. Ragnaros instantly changes his tone to a flattering whisper, realizing he should address him as Lord Ruler now. Looking up at this massive fiery beast, he remembers Ragnaros, the king of the Balrogs from his early days. Back then, even with some solid experience, he had actually died to this monster's hands quite a few times. He got killed by Hat on floor 153 over a dozen times, but now he can stand here completely relaxed. Looking at the giant's true form, he smiles. The overwhelming pressure coming from this beast is definitely the real deal. Cutting straight to the point, he demands a favor, asking the respected Balrog King for a specific item. The fiery giant hesitates, warning that even if true gods were invited, unreasonable demands would get him absolutely nothing. Every deal requires a fair price, so the main character calmly gets straight down to business to negotiate. He says he needs the flame core, and asks what payment the giant wants, making Ragnaros throw his head back and laugh. The giant boasts that he has plenty of cores, but leans in close with his terrifying face to demand a flame seed. He explains that across the myriad realms, countless types of flames exist, and this abyss fire is just one of them. Exhaling a puff of thick smoke, he complains that even though this fire is powerful, he has grown quite bored of it. So he proposes a quick deal, bring him some unique flame seeds from the outer realms, and the trade is on. In exchange, the ruler can freely use the Balrog King's flame core. And right on cue, a glowing crystal rises up. Floating up from the quiet magma sea, he generously pushes the stone forward, offering his assistance and his minions' help. Calling this first piece a down payment, the monster lord pledges his support, and our main character wastes no time. He decisively grabs the brilliant flame core and tucks it away, making the deal official right then and there. Seeing how smoothly things went, Ragnaros quickly adds a request, hoping the Lord Ruler will leave the magma sea untouched. The main character flashes a sly grin, pointing out that the monster must have heard about his new Demon City project. But being a generous boss, he reassures the giant that the Sea of Lava will always remain untouched as Balrog territory. That is the solemn promise of the Lord of the Abyss himself, and hearing this vow, the fiery giant roars happily. He says he looks forward to their next meeting, hoping the Lord Ruler returns one day, ready for a true challenge. The king is eager to test his strength, and our hero throws back a confident look, saying he feels the same. Next, the scene shifts deep down to the Succubus Queen's palace on floor 437, where a stunning beauty lies lounging. She playfully welcomes him back, licking her lips as she starts throwing some major flirtatious vibes his way. She purrs that his aura is getting way stronger. Completely ignoring her sweet talk, Chen Bai walks straight inside. His focus is elsewhere. Maken Saya reports that the Demon City on the 10th floor is almost completely finished. Standing like a total boss, he starts pushing her for a progress report on the new Church of Pain. The Succubus Queen just smiles warmly. The sooner the better, she says, before immediately turning to her loyal maids. She orders them to go build both the church and the cottage, exactly as they had previously discussed. They give a loud shout of agreement. With her chores done, she looks back at Chen Bai with intense curiosity. Asking if he will go himself, she stretches lazily, bragging that if she personally went, the people in his demon city would probably die from nosebleeds. They simply cannot handle the temptation of her physical beauty. Leaning in even closer, she acts incredibly playful, whispering that it has been such a long time. "Did you miss me?" Pressing her long legs against him, she asks if he wants to test her current strength. But faced with this direct seduction, our steel-faced protagonist has absolutely zero interest. He simply pushes her far away, without a single second thought. Shrugging off her playful advances, Chen Bai remains completely serious as he asks, "Do you know Lilith?" Hearing that name, the succubus queen instantly drops her playful attitude, becoming so deeply curious. "Where did you meet her?" she asks. Chen Bai shrugs casually as he replies to her with ease. "I took a quick trip to hell." It turns out she actually knows a thing or two about divine secrets. Sitting on the bed, she explains that Lilith has been gone so long some think she fell in battle. But it seems she was just hiding out in hell. Resting her chin on her hand, she gossips on. Apparently, Lilith is a new goddess, born 10,000 years ago, inheriting the blood moon and life itself. Calling out her rival, she notes that the sect of Lilith uses fresh blood for sacrifices, making them widely despised indeed. Hearing this backstory, Chen Bai sits down. A new goddess hiding in hell is a pretty interesting situation indeed. Without the absolute rule of Satan, that place has fallen into complete and total chaos. It is a wild mess. Seeing that her boss is finally done listening, the succubus queen immediately demands her own well-deserved reward. Announcing that gossip time is officially over, she begins showing off her incredibly beautiful body once again here. Her heart is aching to test his current strength. Facing this bold provocation, Chen Bai just looks at her now. He smirks with total confidence. Since she is so eager, she can experience his massive new power directly now. It will make her very soul tremble. The moment she feels his massive new pressure, she collapses down completely. Sliding onto the bed in sheer bliss, she recognizes his devil bloodline, praising his highly successful trip now. Meanwhile, a system screen suddenly pops up, displaying the S-Class crafting formula for a powerful new gear piece now. It is called Hellfire Rain, and the materials needed are Hellfire 100 undying bird feathers and a flame core. Back in the wasteland, Chen Bai looks down at the materials laid out on the ground now. Checking them off one by one, his hand suddenly ignites with a brilliant blazing red flame in his palm. He has the Hellfire. Without any hesitation, he throws the design scroll straight into the pile to craft it. A bright flash of light erupts, forcing him to squint. The newly formed item is finally complete, right here. Seeing a red sigil floating in front of him alongside spiking stats, he scratches his head in total confusion. The craft is done, but where are the wings? Regardless, he eagerly orders the equipment, merge now. Instantly brilliant streams of fiery energy shoot straight into his back, triggering a massive and powerful shockwave. Once the blinding light fades, he looks around in utter confusion. Wait, there are still no wings anywhere. Even though nothing is visible, he still frowns as he feels a very strange and burning sensation on his back. Instead of growing physical wings, the fusion creates a super cool, glowing flame crest carved directly onto his skin. Chen Bai nods as he finally understands. The gear manifests itself as a badass glowing tattoo on his back. Curious to test this new toy, his eyes flash with sharp determination. Next, he lets out a loud roar. Unleashing his energy, a pair of massive brilliant flame wings suddenly burst out. "Let's test this baby out," he mutters before turning into a streak of bright red light, soaring straight into the sky like a rocket. But his peaceful flight is cut short when a massive explosion echoes as he crashes right down toward a human military base, immediately setting off all their loud alarms. This dramatic comet-like landing is wild. His sudden descent sends everyone in the nearby forest fleeing in sheer panic. Meanwhile, a green-haired girl wearing a communication headset quickly reports through her radio. She warns that her emergency armed squad is heading to the scene immediately. But her eyes suddenly narrow with deep suspicion as she processes the situation. She feels a strangely familiar energy coming from that spot. On the other end of the line, Ziqiang confidently confirms that despite some minor differences, it is definitely Chen Bai. Right after, she summons her wings and orders the emergency armed squad to stand down. Lingxiang nods in agreement and acknowledges the command. Meanwhile, Chen Bai touches down on the ground and snaps his fingers to recall his blazing wings. The brilliant flames obediently retreat into his back, absorbing the fire completely. Seeing her boss safely return to Earth, the beautiful Zi Qiang happily steps forward to welcome him. She greets him, welcoming back the Chen Bai. Chen Bai looks at his two female subordinates and raises an eyebrow, asking if others were rushing over. He smirks and guesses the reason for the empty clearing. He asks if she ordered those other people to pull back already. Hearing this, Zi Qiang drops to one knee to report respectfully. She explains they were the emergency squad guarding the core area, but she dismissed them the moment she recognized his energy. She bows her head slightly, offering her deepest apologies for the intrusion. Chen Bai simply waves his hand to dismiss the formality. He tells both of them to stand up, asking how this could be an offense. He smiles, praising his subordinates for their sharp reflexes. Their emergency response is actually pretty solid. If nobody came, that would be the problem. The woman in red stands up smiling as she flatters him. She notes that his power must have increased incredibly during his time away. He made such a massive scene the moment he returned. She shivers, recalling the terrifying pressure she felt while approaching them from afar. One glance from the distance left her feeling dizzy and overwhelmed. Brushing off his own achievements, Chen Bai crosses his arms to inspect his two trusted assistants. He observes that both of them seem to have gotten quite a bit stronger too. Flattered, Zi Qiang proudly shares their leveling progress. She and Qing'er have both reached level 16, placing them easily within the top 20 on the leaderboard. She also shares the progress of their companion. She says, Wei Shi Wei, after unlocking the A-grade energy charging archer class Chen Bai brought from the biochemical world, has already jumped to level 14. However, the big boss still wants to review the entire roster. He asks how the others are doing and if they found suitable classes. Zi Qiang mentions Lu Li first, as she lists their teammates. Lu Li has a B-grade illusion talent, paired with a B-grade mimic class, and she is currently sitting at level 12. She obtained this mimic class in a dungeon. It perfectly boosts her talent, allowing her to use sound to control minds and manipulate combat stats. The next person up for evaluation is Qin Lingyu. Qin Lingyu possesses a B-grade hyperfocus talent and the B-grade arbitrator class. She has also reached level 12. Speaking of this lawyer, Zi Qiang sighs, noting how incredibly complex her skill set actually is. There are tens of thousands of rules regarding sin and punishment, but with her legal background, she can surely handle it. Meanwhile, Su Shun wants to pursue the medical path, but unfortunately, she cannot clear that hospital dungeon yet. As for young Sung Ji, she dislikes almost everything, choosing to wait for her boss to bring home the absolute best class. With the core staff reviewed, Chen Bai gets straight to business. He asks about the current state of Chen Bai City and receives some incredibly good news. The city has expanded significantly now, claiming a quarter of Zhejiang City, sneaking in a quick compliment to flatter her boss. She proudly mentions that due to his massive influence, almost every evolved human in Ejo is flocking directly to this place. After showing off the territory, she moves on to the population. The permanent residents of Chen Bai City have surpassed 100,000, while the floating population easily exceeds 300,000. Their military development is equally impressive, with their elite Chen Bai army enforcing extremely strict selection criteria focused on absolute loyalty. Yet, they have still managed to gather nearly 10,000 troops. Impressed by the massive scale, Chen Bai raises an eyebrow in praise. He remarks that they have really done an amazing job. Hearing this, Zi Qiang immediately takes the chance to complain about the workload. She admits she was just about to bring this up. Everyone has been working overtime, to the point of exhaustion. Fortunately, these clever ladies already figured out a pretty good solution. She explains that they started their own recruitment drive to find helper assistants to ease their heavy daily burdens. Stepping inside the gorgeous mansion, Chen Bai looks over the new recruits and asks if these are the candidates. Zi Qiang happily confirms it. She offers to introduce them. Pointing toward two secretaries dressed in very short office skirts, she starts introducing the group. These are Xiao Huang and Xiao Lan, her personal assistants. Next are two trendy young girls. The one in the hat is Baba, assigned to support Lu Li, while Fei Fei works under Su Shun. Finally, there is a very shy girl dressed in a nurse outfit. Xiao Zhao is the apprentice of Qin Lingyu. The newly recruited beauties immediately bow in unison to greet the Chen Bai master, begging him to grant them a covenant. They vow to sacrifice their lives to show their absolute loyalty to the Chen Bai. Looking at the room full of gorgeous girls, Chen Bai asks in disbelief If all the talent in Chen Bai City is beautiful women, would he get pushed around? Absolutely not. After all, the contracts of dozens of other players are already in her hands. The boss lady explains the reason behind the female-dominated ratio here. Unless there is an absolute emergency, those other members are strictly forbidden from setting foot into the core zone. This comes with a playful, suggestive wink from his female subordinate, asking if he already forgot her past promise. She said this core area is his absolute domain, ensuring he can indulge in whatever desires he wants here at any time. Talk about temptation. Teasing her boss right then and there, Ziqiang leans in close and playfully asks if he wants to do anything right now, but Chen Bai is purely focused on the grind and is not easily swayed by beauty. He waves his hand coldly, ordering her to bring over all the contracts. Other matters can wait. As they walk together, Chen Bai carefully observes his subordinate and notes that she seems rather tense. He asks if Chen Bai City is facing some kind of trouble. Ziqiang smiles softly, deeply admiring her boss's sharp intuition. She praises him for being as sharp as ever. Transitioning to her report, she sighs and begins to explain the current crisis. They previously discovered a power station dungeon, but ran into major trouble during the raid, leaving them unable to conquer it. Because of this, their production of gear and potions has slowed to a crawl, and even their artificial intelligence Sandy cannot even function. Right on cue, a 3D hologram of Sandy flickers into view, illustrating the city's severe power shortage. Hearing that this is slowing down their item grinding, Chen Bai frowns and asks for more details about the problem. Ziqiang turns serious, as she explains that the power station has been completely overrun by a pack of bizarre monsters. Anyone who gets close is furiously attacked, and even their strongest fighter Shanger was severely injured trying to breach it. They can barely even approach the place, let alone enter the dungeon. Realizing they have run into a major roadblock, Chen Bai narrows his eyes in deep calculation. Back in his office, the big boss generously tosses some top-tier gear onto the table. He directs the Azure Dragon Spear Guinness to be given to Lengxing, then presents a massive corrupt Abyss Worm King pet egg. He tells them that whoever wants the egg can have it. Ziqiang immediately hugs the giant glowing green egg tightly to her chest. Declaring it hers, she says she loves it. Seeing her rather unique taste, Chen Bai feels compelled to give a gentle warning. He reminds her that she must have read the Plague Sewer Raid Guide, noting that this Worm King grows up to be hideous. Ignoring the hideous giant centipede popping into her imagination, the girl still happily hugs the egg and praises it anyway. She argues that it is incredibly powerful, and even shares some similarities with his own authority. With a proud chin tilt, she is confident that walking this beast around the city will easily intimidate everyone. Shaking his head at her logic, Chen Bai rests his hand on his chin and chuckles, calling her a true pragmatist. Glancing at the remaining weapon, the boss lady is deeply impressed, noting that the spear is also a divine tier weapon. Handing the gear over to the blue-haired girl, Ziqiang reminds her of the heavy responsibility. Since the Chen Bai has nurtured her, she must absolutely not disappoint him. Holding the divine weapon in her hands, the girl nods with fierce determination. Visibly thrilled to receive such powerful gear, Lengxiang immediately drops to one knee on the floor to swear her loyalty. She vows to dedicate everything to the Chen Bai. Finding the atmosphere a bit too dramatic, Chen Bai waves his hand, dismissing them casually. He tells them he knows their loyalty and they should get to work, then turns to the lady in red. Ziqiang orders someone to bring him the intelligence reports on the hospital and power station dungeons. She gives a prompt and firm nod of agreement. Suddenly, his system chat box flashes with an urgent message from Meng Yao, asking if her master is finally back. She screams that Sister Lu Huai is in trouble, startling him. What on earth happened to her? He sees a desperate cry for help from Lu Huai, followed by a panicked explanation from Lu Feifei on the chat. Apparently, Lu Huai's talent has gone haywire, and she is literally turning into a tree. At this critical moment, a user named Not a Sword Immortal jumps in, revealing he tracked down the cause inside the Shushan Library of 10,000 Scriptures. This is accompanied by a helpless sigh from Meng Yao, who explains that the materials they gathered are still far from enough. Reading over the logs, Chen Bai nods in quiet comprehension. Meanwhile, the group members are rallying each other to grind for items, even tagging the big boss directly to plead for help because they have run out of options. Quickly, Chen Bai pieces the sequence of events together. It all started when Lu Huai began mutating into a tree and reached out to the group for help. Turns out, the Sword Immortal discovered that her transformation was triggered because her physical constitution far outpaced her talent. allowing the wood constitution to dominate and completely suppress her yin soul. Although allies from all over rush to gather items that boost mental strength to rescue her, her body has already begun to take root. Luckily, the Willow King managed to rush over to Feng Shen just in time. He teamed up with Meng Yao to send items to Lu Ho through the dream realm, but the visual on screen is disheartening. The poor girl is stuck inside a giant tree trunk with her eyes tightly shut, showing that all their efforts are completely useless. A cruel loop. Chen Bai frowns, realizing her unique talent boosts her physical stats whenever her mental power increases. She took root. Now her physical stats skyrocket daily, which makes all of their hard-earned items completely insufficient. Luckily, Chan Hu Bat Hu found a Mount Shu monster that drops soul pearls. A real game-changer for this situation. These pearls can boost mental power, while also stabilizing Lu Ho's soul. But there is one major catch to this farming method. The drop rate is absolutely abysmal. The group spent hours grinding and complaining, yet they barely got a few of them. Out of options, they messaged Chen Bai. Honestly, he already suspected something when she first showed him her talent. Now, it is absolutely certain. The infamous 10,000 wood ghost mother from his past life is definitely this girl. So he has no choice but to head straight to the demon locking tower on Mount Shu. Now watch what happens. Thinking about her bizarre transformation, Chen Bai clicks his tongue. Soul-devouring beasts on the second floor drop these precious pearls. He decides to farm a few. After all, his past advice to boost physical stats actually accelerated her monstrous transformation. Looking at his glowing hand, he smirks. Chen Bai is not worried about those bad drop rates at all. Chen Bai boasts about having plenty of drop-boosting items. Suddenly, the monster information panel pops up with a clear warning. Average level 26, soul-devouring beasts, can steal 5 senses and drain mental power. Parties must proceed with absolute caution. Teammates could easily get controlled. Recalling what the others discussed in the group chat, Chen Bai just smiles calmly. Since Chan Hu Bat Hu already explained this monster's gimmicks, he charges straight in and throws a massive dark punch. He strikes before the beast can react, muttering that it will never get a chance to use its skills on him. After defeating it, Chen Bai casually texts the group, asking how many pearls Lu Ho needs, boasting about his instant drop. Meng Yao immediately chimes in with heavy praise, exclaiming that her own boosted drop rate barely gave 1 in 10. Seeing Chen Bai flex his insane luck, Lightning Whip replies with pure jealousy, stating he refuses to speak to him. He grumbles that someone who had to kill 76 monsters just to get a single pearl has nothing to say. The Sword Immortal also chimes in with his own dramatic sulking, mentioning his 52 kills for 1 pearl. While Han Xiao boasts about being a pro for getting 1 in 5, Lu Vong immediately ruins his flex. He brings up the time Han Xiao killed 200 mobs with 0 drops, prompting a plea to stop ruining his moment. Ignoring his bickering guildmates, Chen Bai decides to stay and grind a bit longer, since these pearls have other great uses. They can actually be exchanged for contribution tokens and demon bloodlines. Thinking about these lucrative rewards, he smiles. These items are top tier. Shifting over to the Dream Realm in Fengtian City, Meng Yao calls out in excitement. She happily tells her sister that Master has arrived, while Lu Ho deeply thanks Chen Bai for coming in person. Looking at the massive tree with her face on it, Chen Bai clicks his tongue, noting her heavily suppressed mind. He tosses a massive sack of soul pearls over, telling her to use them quickly before her consciousness fades away. If she disappears from the Dream Realm, saving her will be impossible. As soon as she absorbs them, she begins reforming. Lu Ho excitedly declares that she feels ready to wake up now. Waving his hand, Chen Bai gets ready to leave. He urges her to quickly reallocate her attributes so her strength and mental power can finally achieve a stable balance. Just as he is about to leave, Meng Yao suddenly shrieks and begs him to take a look at the rankings. Running over in a panic, she explains that she wanted to reassure the group, but found everyone in a complete frenzy. Looking at the chat, the Sword Immortal is sounding the alarm that the top spot was taken, while Crow points out something. A level 17 player, named Anthony, has suddenly changed their class to a shifter. Stroking his chin, Chen Bai watches closely. This strange class change gets Chen Bai smiling. A class shifting before even completing a promotion is highly unusual. Just then, Han Xiao asks the chat if anyone knows who this mysterious player Rick is, the one who took first. Annoyed by his cluelessness, Chen Bai directly insults him, calling him a fool for not recognizing his very own sister's name. The harsh scolding snaps Han Xiao out of it, and his face instantly turns pale as he remembers his sister was sent to hell. Could she have actually returned from the underworld? Putting aside Han Xiao's family drama, Lu Ho finally regains her human form. Now standing as a stunning, mature woman, she sighs in relief, expressing her gratitude to Chen Bai for helping her recover. She steps forward with eyes full of deep gratitude, whispering that she can never repay what they have done for Nine. She promises to remember this kindness forever. Seeing her fully recovered, Chen Bai folds his arms with a question. With her high natural talent, normally any cultivator would feel their inner balance slipping immediately. How did she end up in such a state? Hearing this, Luho looks down as her gaze darkens. In a low and heavy voice, she explains that not long ago, a massive zombie tide recently hit Feng Thien City. Recalling that blood-drenched battle, she stares into the distance. To keep everyone alive, she had to dump all her stat points into stamina. But she just sighs, feeling completely helpless. Everyone was too scattered, and her limited strength simply was not enough to save them all. After that brutal disaster, barely 1 in 100 evolved survivors in the city made it out alive. Looking at her back, as she kneels defeated on the corpse-strewn road, Chen Bai remains silent, deeply feeling the weight of her grief. Suddenly her eyes flare with brand new determination. Once this crisis passes, she wants to build a fortress, a sanctuary in Feng Thien to gather everyone together so they can stand as one when the next danger strikes. Seeing her burning ambition, Chen Bai smiles. If you want to build a city, just go for it, especially in these dark times. He suggests she rally people in the chat and ask the Pham brothers for help. Maybe they can secure a city construction order. He even promises that Bokta City will back them up with supplies. Hearing this, she is overjoyed, thanking him profusely before rushing off to find other like-minded survivors. She looks like she just hit the jackpot. Meanwhile, Chen Bai pulls out the purple inner core he retrieved earlier. He examines the gem under the light, scanning the system interface for this S-Class Chaos Beast bloodline. It has a chance of triggering unknown consequences. Quite a massive harvest, he thinks, but that last line makes him pause. He raises an eyebrow. What on earth does an unknown consequence mean? Letting his curiosity get the better of him, he activates his Eye of Secrets skill to uncover what the system is hiding. The interface immediately responds, revealing a long list of probabilities: 10% Soul Devouring Beast, 7.5% Black Tiger, and other low rates. Way down at the bottom, there is a 0.1% chance for legendary beasts. He smiles dryly. The best bloodlines have abysmal odds, but wait, a 25% gene collapse rate. Talk about a deadly gamble. The system explains the cold truth. Gene collapse means instant death, 100% chance of being wiped out. Standing outside the core villa district in Jiang, Lu Bingthan Chen Bai plays with the deadly core. A 1 in 4 fatality rate is no joke, especially with the risk of losing control. He sighs, realizing his plan to mass farm these for his guild is ruined. Letting his allies use them is just too dangerous. As he ponders this, a voice suddenly interrupts his thoughts. An envoy arrives with reports on the power station and hospital dungeons, sent directly by the deputy city lord. Chen Bai steps up and dismisses the guard, telling the messenger to hand the documents straight over. The ponytail youth gets incredibly excited upon seeing him, expressing how honored he is to finally meet the great leader. Recognizing the familiar face, Chen Bai nods. He remembers this man has been loyal to Tu Song Ziqiang since day one. He recalls Tu Song Ziqiang, always calling him Old Triu, and casually strikes up a conversation to check his progress. He asks how his strength is holding up. Flattered that the leader remembers him, Old Triu proudly beams. He explains he transitioned into a mutated tiger beast gene warrior, with his elite team averaging level 13. Serving under Captain Lan Shuang, they are highly respected. Chen Bai gives him an appreciative nod of encouragement. He promises that their dedication to defending Bokta City will never go unrewarded. Suddenly, Old Triu stares intensely at Chen Bai's hand, swallowing hard as curiosity gets the best of him. He asks what kind of legendary artifact it is, claiming he felt a strangely familiar energy radiating from it. Intrigued, Chen Bai raises the glowing purple gem and asks if he really feels a connection to it. An idea sparks in Chen Bai's mind. Could the Black Tiger bloodline inside this core actually resonate with his class? To verify this theory, Chen Bai slides the system panel over for Old Triu to read directly. The moment the massive letter S enters his vision, the warrior's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. An actual S-Class bloodline item. He eagerly asks if this is the treasure meant for the high rankers. Chen Bai folds his hands behind his back and sighs, admitting he originally wanted to distribute these to his elite force. He has a reliable way to farm them, but the side effects are just too massive. Raising the crystal, he explains, consuming it gives a 75% chance to gain a beast bloodline, but the risk remains absolute. Within this orb, there is also a 25% risk of instant death from genetic collapse, meaning it is not suitable for mass use. To everyone's surprise, old Zhao stands incredibly firm, telling the Chen Bai that he is being far too merciful. He insists this is a priceless S-tier bloodline, clutching the report tight, with a desperate gamble, everything edge in his voice. Besides, with a failure rate of just 25%, he believes anyone would gladly bet their life on these odds. To wager their life on a bet like that, he then chuckles sheepishly, to save face quickly, clarifying that he means, except for peak powerhouses, like the Emperor and the Deputy City Lord. Old Zhao's eyes gleam with intense desire as he points to himself as an example. If he ever got his hands on it, he would swallow it without hesitation. Watching his excitement, Chen Bai narrows his eyes. He asks for confirmation. Old Zhao, did you say you could feel a familiar aura coming from this beast core? Old Zhao nods firmly and decisively, insisting he can truly smell a very familiar scent coming from the core. Chen Bai smirks, setting up a quick test on the spot by ordering Old Zhao to bring in a few specific test subjects. He asks for 2 beast-type gene warriors of any mutation, 3 non-beast types, and 3 evolvers, completely unrelated to gene warriors. Sensing a life-changing opportunity, Old Zhao clicks his heels together and stands at strict attention, ready to obey. After gathering the group, Old Zhao bows respectfully and awaits instructions, asking the Chen Bai for his next command. Chen Bai holds up the purple core and scans the crowd, asking if anyone feels anything unusual or familiar regarding it. Right away, 2 heavily built young men step out of the lineup. They feel it too. The first one scratches his head, claiming it feels familiar, while the second one quickly chimes in to agree with him. No reaction from the others. Chen Bai nods, realizing both of these men share a common trait. Old Zhao quickly pipes up, explaining they are both beast-type gene warriors. Chen Bai rubs his chin, considering his next move. He thinks they should find a beast-type warrior to test it, and hearing this, Old Zhao immediately volunteers himself. Old Zhao begs the Emperor to choose him, declaring he is willing to take the risk, even if the failure rate were 80 or 90%. Just then, a clear voice calls out from the distance, announcing that Sister Su Xin has arrived to meet the Emperor and Ziqiang. The pink-haired girl rushes over to report that they have gathered every single medical resource currently available at their disposal. She reports bringing 56 different kinds of medicine, 14 medical talent evolvers, and their most advanced high-end treatment equipment. Ziqiang folds her arms, adding that she has brought 9 healing items and recovery gear, and will assist personally. Deeply moved by this massive preparation, Old Zhao chokes up, saying they did not have to go to such lengths. However, Chen Bai simply smiles and pats his shoulder to reassure him, showing his deep appreciation for his loyalty. He looks at him with powerful authority, promising that since Old Zhao is willing to risk his life, he will protect him. Old Zhao presses his fist to his heart, solemnly swearing his absolute loyalty and life to the Chen Bai. Without a second thought, he pops the purple core straight into his mouth and swallows it whole as the drug goes down. His pupils dilate instantly from the sudden shock, and his arm begins to mutate, sprouting thick fur and sharp claws. His body swells, muscles bulge. He transforms completely into a half-human, half-tiger beast right in the courtyard. His face contorts in absolute agony. As sweat pours down, he is literally enduring a flesh-tearing, brutal transformation sequence. The pink-haired girl anxiously asks how he is doing, and Chen Bai calmly notes that while painful, his genes are holding. Old Zhao throws his head back and roars, fully transforming into a majestic black tiger, radiating immense power. 10 minutes pass. Chen Bai smiles at his success, congratulating him on securing the S-tier bloodline. In the recovery room, Chen Bai and Ziqiang stand by his bedside, ready to evaluate his condition. They ask him to share his new bloodline stats with them, so they can see his actual combat power. Now, back in his human form with a healthy complexion, Old Zhao readily agrees to show his new stats to his leaders. A brilliant status screen appears, displaying his new S-tier Black Tiger Great Demon bloodline along with an array of crazy stat boosts. This includes a 100% intimidation bonus, and resistance, permanent agility, and strength boosts, and several top-tier beast skills. He proudly gestures toward the virtual interface, presenting his newly acquired power to them with absolute pride. After reviewing the numbers, Chen Bai nods in approval of the raw power, while Ziqiang is completely amazed. She admits it exceeds her expectations, noting it is truly worthy of a power won by risking one's life. Old Zhao eagerly points out that even his class has evolved, his face practically twitching with pure joy. It leaped from B tier straight to A tier. Chen Bai folds his arms, observing how fascinating the Gene Warrior class can be. Demon Beast bloodlines are indeed closely linked, but Chen Bai still added a note of concern, pointing out a major catch. We still cannot determine if this connection can completely eliminate the risk of death, he noted. Meanwhile, still lying on the bed, old Zhao sat straight up and reported with a serious expression. I feel like it is indeed possible. Right after swallowing the inner core, the system had popped up a quick notification. Recalling that moment, old Zhao wiped away his cold sweat and explained that the system reported, since I already carry the Tiger Clan gene, my rate of hitting the jackpot with the Black Tiger Great Demon was boosted incredibly high, while other random probabilities dropped drastically. While it does not completely wipe out other fail rates, the probability of complete genetic collapse has plummeted to rock bottom. Entirely, he chuckled, adding to his explanation. Hearing this, Ziqiang stroked her chin thoughtfully and began calculating. If the mortality rate is this low, we can completely exploit this core mine to breed a great demon army to run wild across the map. Chen Bai nodded decisively. I will make time to gather more S-tier cores. For now, let us just bring out 10 people to test their luck first. If no one dies, I will approve this great demon army project. Saying this, he waved his hand, and a golden shining tiger skin soft armor materialized out of thin air. Just now, his wild transformation had completely shredded his own clothes to pieces. Consider this tiger skin soft armor my gift to you. Chen Bai handed the garment to his subordinate, who clutched the armor in his hands. Old Zhao's eyes lit up like crystal when he realized this was genuine B-tier equipment. He was so touched that he literally shed tears, choking out, Chen Bai, you treat me too well. Seeing the mood turn way too cheesy, Chen Bai quickly waved his hand to dismiss him. This gear was custom made for you, so it is useless on anyone else. Go test out how much your power has increased. Stop crying like a baby. Hearing his boss's affectionate scolding, old Zhao immediately clicked his heels and raised his hand in a serious salute. Once he was gone, Ziqiang spoke up to remind him, Chen Bai, it is getting late, and everyone is waiting at the villa for you to start the party. But Chen Bai shrugged and replied, it is not late, the sun is still shining bright. She let out a sigh, sounding exactly like a nagging wife, complaining about a husband who is always traveling for work. You just keep running around outside all the time, only coming home once in a blue moon. The crew really misses you. Ziqiang even exposed him further. When Su Xin just finished leading the medical team away, she secretly pulled my sleeve to ask if you plan to slip away again anytime soon. Chen Bai smiled and waved his hand in assurance. I am not running away, just tell the crew to rest up at the villa. First, I plan to drop by the power station to scout it out a bit. Ziqiang frowned, sensing his workaholic habits again. Are you in that much of a hurry? It seems this time you are only dropping by for one day before disappearing. I just checked the files, and many of the construction projects in Baidi City are starving for power. Chen Bai nodded in agreement. Not to mention, after the world merged, we conveniently swiped a bunch of high-end machinery and equipment from Company X and brought it all back home. Already, his lips curled up in a playful tease. Or is it that you girls are running low on battery, wanting me to personally recharge you? Perhaps. Ziqiang gently brushed back her hair, smiling charmingly. Official business and personal matters are both of utmost importance. Whichever you choose, I will gladly accommodate you, she smiled, admitting defeat to his assistant's clever, airtight rhetoric. Chen Bai turned around to leave, while waving his hand. Your answer is indeed airtight. Do not worry, I will be back very soon. Looking at the back of her workaholic boss, Ziqiang gently waved and called out, please travel safely on your way. The scene shifts as Chen Bai spreads his brilliant, blood-red wings, tearing through the wind and soaring into the vast, silent sky of Baidi City. Looking down at the factory complex below, he muttered to himself, confirming that this was definitely the target location. Below his feet lay a giant factory complex with towering tanks, eerily and disturbingly silent. Then, out of nowhere, a massive blue lightning bolt, thick as a pillar, boomed through the sky, tearing through space and shooting straight toward him. The pupils of Chen Bai's pupils contracted. Crap, he cursed. No dodging at this speed. And then a terrifying wave of electrical energy struck straight down at the majestic Chen Bai, exploding in a brilliant flash that lit up the entire sky.